Chapter 1 Beast Blood Boiling. Sikong Jing, as a peerless divine general of the Great Shang dynasty, you are a king with a different surname. Thinking highly of yourself and doing beastly things to the ninth princess Yen Ruyu, you are hereby relegated to the status of a commoner and exiled to Yunzhou, never to be employed. The Great Shang borderland, Yunzhou boundary. Inside a thatched hut, a shocking roar came out. I am not willing. Inside the hut, a man in his early to mid-20s sat up fiercely from his straw bunk, his teeth cackling, yet his face was pale and colorless, as if he was suffering from a major illness. He was none other than the once invincible divine general of the Great Shang dynasty, the one-character side-by-side king, Sikong Jing. At the age of 12, he joined the Great Shang army. At the age of 15, he used 8,000 troops to level 1,000,000 roving bandits in the north, and was awarded the title of general. At the age of 17, he went deep into the enemy's country and rescued Emperor Yen Tianma, who was on a personal expedition, and was awarded the title of the #1 general of the Great Shang dynasty. At the age of 19, he led the army to pacify the chaos of 7 countries, killed countless enemies, and was named the invincible general of the Great Shang dynasty, the first word of the king of the shoulders. He was the first general of the Great Shang in the ancient times, with great achievements in battle, unrivaled by anyone. Time, frozen in this moment. When Sikong Jing stepped into the imperial city of Dishan with the head of the king of the 7 kingdoms, he was greeted by Emperor Yen Tianma's butcher's knife. During the celebration banquet, Sikong Jing was poisoned and thrown on the bed of 9th Princess Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu woke up with messy hair, disheveled clothes, and tears streaming down her face. On the spot, Sikong Jing was sent to the heavenly prison. Yen Tianma personally dug out his dantian and shattered his meridians, and the next day, he was shackled and exiled to Yunzhou, from the invincible god general to a prisoner in less than a day. Wow! Inside the hut, a mouthful of blood spewed out from Sikong Jing, landing on the grass pavement and seeping down. He wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand and said hoarsely, "Yen Tianma, you are ruthless enough to destroy me with a single sentence of high merit." When he was in the heavenly prison, Yen Tianma smiled and patted his face. "You, Sikong Jing, were only 19 years old when you were awarded the title of king of a different name. Is your next step to seize my throne? So, you can only destroy." At this moment, Sikong Jing said again, "Yen Ruyu, you're poisonous enough. The once mountainous alliance turned into my beastly behavior." 9th Princess Yen Ruyu, as her name suggests, was beautiful. She was recognized as the #1 beauty in the Great Shang dynasty, and before that, she had repeatedly expressed her secret love for Sikong Jing and would not marry him. In the end, what she got in return was still a sentence from the heavenly prison. "I, Yen Ruyu, am a princess of the Great Shang, and you, Sikong Jing, are worthy of me even if you come from a grassroots background? Your dantian, your martial arts talent, I will give to the man who truly deserves it." As the words fell, Yen Ruyu took the dantian dug out from Sikong Jing's body from Emperor Yen Tianma's hands, letting out a succession of delicate laughs, turned around and left, no longer looking at Sikong Jing one more time. Squeak! Just as Sikong Jing was reminiscing about this monstrous blood feud, the door of the thatched hut, which was full of broken holes, was pushed open. A slender figure, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, walked into the house. She had a delicate figure, but her face was covered with a thick black veil, making it impossible to see her face. "Ah! You're awake!" the woman subconsciously called out when she saw Sikong Jing sitting up. In the next second, the woman saw the blood at the corner of Sikong Jing's mouth and hurriedly said, "You spit blood? Are you all right?" 3 steps into 2, the woman came to Sikong Jing's body, took out a white handkerchief and gently wiped it on his mouth. Her boneless slender jade hands made Sikong Jing's hateful eyes slightly become softer. "Girl, who are you? Where am I?" Sikong Jing asked. The woman's hand paused slightly, her eyes unconsciously taking on gloom and shyness as she responded softly, "Have you forgotten? My name is Su Yushi, and I am now your wife." Sikong Jing was stunned. Wife? What a strange title. His memory was quickly opened. When he was locked in shackles and exiled to Yunzhou, an old eunuch from the Great Shang imperial dynasty also patted his horse and arrived, seeking out the lord of Yunzhou in front of Sikong Jing. Which woman is the ugliest within the boundaries of this cloud state? Soon after, a masked woman was brought before the old eunuch, and she was none other than the Su Yushi in front of her. On the spot, Su Yushi was ruthlessly unmasked by the old eunuch. Her ugly and scary face made the old eunuch extremely satisfied, immediately announcing the marriage between Sikong Jing and Su Yushi and leaving with a big smile. At the same time, Sikong Jing vomited blood and fainted until now. When Su Yushi saw Sikong Jing in a daze, the gloomy color in his eyes grew stronger and said, "I'm sorry, if you feel that this title is not worthy of you, then I won't mention it anymore." Sikong Jing came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. There's nothing worthy of it. How long have I been asleep? As far as he was concerned, beauty and ugliness didn't matter anymore. What was the use of Yen Ruyu looking like a heavenly fairy but having a heart like a snake? As long as he is truly good to himself, Sikong Jing will return the favor 100 times 1,000 times. Su Yueshi returned. There have been 5 days. 5 days, Sikong Jing looked at the neat clothes on his body, underneath the clean thatched bed. He understood that in these 5 days by Su Yushi's attentive care, the heart again surged a trace of warmth. In his mind, memories of the past few days emerged vaguely. Su Yushi, for his own change of clothes, wiped the body, feeding water, feeding medicine, no matter what. On the opposite side, Su Yushi on the other hand couldn't stand Sikong Jing's eyes, flusteredly placing the medicinal soup on the wooden table and said, I still have things to do, I'll go out first. The medicinal soup is placed here, can you drink it yourself? Sikong Jing nodded his head and watched Su Yushi leave in a hurry. Looking at the medicinal soup on the wooden table, he let out a bitter smile and said, I, Sikong Jing, am now an invalid. How can I be cured by a mere ordinary medicinal soup? But I'm not willing to do it. He fought to sit up and tried to mobilize the true qi in his body, but his dantian was gone, his meridians were shattered, he had nothing left. Buzz. Suddenly, the mouthful of blood he had just spat down on the thatched straw pavement suddenly lit up with a blood-red glow. In the blink of an eye, the light blossomed and condensed into a translucent blood pearl. Even if Sikong Jing is now an invalid, he can still feel the vastness of the oppressive breath coming from within the blood pearl. Sikong Jing's face was full of incredulity. This was definitely not just his own blood. The next moment, a cold and vast tone of voice came from his head, swallow the blood of 10,000 beasts, and you will become the lord of 10,000 beasts. Sikong Jing's entire body shook as his eyes stared open. Who? Swallow the blood of 10,000 beasts, let the blood of the beasts boil and regain a new life, dare you? Dare? The voice remained vast, as if it was galvanizing Sikong Jing, but also as if it carried an unquestionable authority. Sikong Jing stared at the blood bead and asked again, if the beast's blood boils, am I still human? Dare? Dare? The voice did not answer, it only prodded. Snap. At the moment of hesitation, a heavy smack suddenly came from outside. Ah! Su Yushi flew into the thatched hut with a miserable scream, and suddenly the thatch was flung away and the broken door exploded. A shrewish woman stepped in, grabbed Su Yushi's collar, and said with a fierce face, ugly monster? There is a pig missing from the pig farm, did you slaughter it to feed your sick husband? Saying this, the shrew pointed at Sikong Jing on the thatched bunk. Su Yushi fought to shake her head, I didn't. Slap. The shrew smacked Su Yushi's face again and said fiercely, still dare to say you don't have it? Who else dares to steal pigs from the Su family pig farm besides you, the ugly? A trace of blood dripped down from under Su Yushi's thick veil as she desperately shook her head, it really wasn't me. As Sikong Jing witnessed this scene, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He wanted to strike, but his body did not listen to his will, and the vast voice of dare to dare was still in his head. Suddenly, Sikong Jing roared up to the sky, why wouldn't I dare? Reaching out and holding the blood bead, he swallowed it in one mouthful, and the animal blood in his body boiled. Chapter 2 Crimson Spider Poison. At this moment, Sikong Jing felt like his entire body was going to burn and every drop of blood was boiling. The pain on his face flickered away. It was then shrouded in surprise as the broken meridians continued to coagulate and repair in the boiling blood, as if they were densely packed spider webs that continued to build brand new channels. When the drop of 10,000 beasts' blood flowed to the dantian, a brand new dantian began to take shape. His dantian was like the head of a kind of unknown giant beast, from pale to deep, from formless to tangible, and finally complete. At this moment, the humongous woman did not notice Sikong Jing's change and scolded Su Yueshi again, who else is there if not you? The entire Su family knows that you now have a sickly husband to support, dare to say no again, believe it or not I'll get you killed? Throwing Su Yushi to the ground with one hand, the shrew stepped on her face with one foot and rubbed it hard. Ugly, the second miss of the Su family, huh? The humongous woman rubbed her big foot while laughing maniacally, it's fine if you want me to forget about it, kneel down and beg me, I haven't tried being knelt down and begged for forgiveness by the daughter of the master's family. Su Yushi was stepped on the ground, no expression could be seen because of the veil, but the pair of exposed eyes were firm. Asking her to kneel, impossible. Seeing this, the shrew smiled even harder, still quite stubborn, but the old lady has a way, I wonder what effect the old lady will have when she sits her ass on your sickly husband? Collecting her feet, the humongous woman's huge body walked towards Sikong Jing on the thatched bunk. Su Yushi's face changed wildly, climbed up and called out, please don't hurt him, I'll just kneel down for you. The humongous woman froze and smiled heatedly. The ugly monster is actually in heat? It's no wonder, it's so hard to get a man to want you. Of course you want to enjoy the pleasure you've never gotten in your life. But it's too late. By the time the words fell, the shrew had already walked to the edge of the thatched bunk and was about to titanize Sikong Jing. If Sikong Jing was still as weak as he was just now, I'm afraid that this pressure would take half of his life, but at this moment, the dantian and meridians in Sikong Jing's body had completely recovered and his injuries were healed. He tentatively opened his eyes, as if there were flames in his eyes. A large hand full of calluses reached out and held the humongous woman's neck, and then she actually left the ground with both feet. Sikong Jing indifferently asked, "You want to, how to die?" Suyu Shi, who was anxious and ready to kneel down, stopped and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. I don't know when, on the thatched straw bunk her husband, whose name she didn't even know, even stood up. He lifted the shrew high, his posture was more upright than imagined, his face was diamond-cornered, and there was no more trace of pallor. Only cold, domineering. The shrew reacted, shocked and angry. "Sick boy, let go of me, otherwise." Before the words fell, Sikong Jing interrupted heavily, "The one who just hit my wife, is this hand, right?" Holding the humongous woman's right hand, Sikong Jing pulled hard. An arm was directly torn out by him. While screaming miserably, Sikong Jing asked again, "The one who just stepped on my wife, is this the foot, right?" Another hand slash, the humongous woman's leg landed flush, blood spraying wildly. Sikong Jing casually threw her out of the door after doing so, smoothly kicking her landing hand and leg out as well, while his gaze returned to Suyu Shi, who was already too shocked to speak, softly asking, "Are you alright?" You. As if waking up from a dream, but Suyu Shi still couldn't say a complete sentence. "I'm fine, thank you for taking care of me these days." Sikong Jing was used to big scenes. Even though he had only recovered his dantian and meridians now, there would be no emotion in teaching a shrew a lesson. What there was just that faint trace of tenderness when he looked at Suyu Shi. Suddenly, Sikong Jing asked again, "Just now, you didn't kneel even when you were stepped on, so why did you kneel for me?" Experiencing the betrayal of blood and suddenly encountering someone defending himself so well, it was hard for Sikong Jing not to be moved. Suyu Shi's black veil moved as she lowered her head and said, "You are my husband, so of course I can't let you be humiliated." A single sentence caused Sikong Jing's face to stiffen, and unspeakable emotions welled up in his heart. Yen Ruyu, who had once made a mountainous alliance and swore by the sea, had taken away everything from him, and now Suyueshi, who had met in passing, was willing to be humiliated for him. What kind of mockery is this? Sikong Jing sighed, "God has not completely given up on me." After saying that, he took a step to Suyu Shi's body. Without any hesitation, he uncovered the veil on her face, revealing a face that looked like a spider's web, which was densely covered with black spider moles, making people sick at the sight. On her face, there was also fresh blood that kept dripping down after the shrew had just stepped on it. "Ha! Don't look!" Suyu Shi reacted, frantically covered her face and crouched down fiercely. But Sikong Jing, however, pulled her hands away with force. He wanted to see what was wrong with Suyu Shi's face, if there was a way to treat it. Staring at her, the name of a poison flashed through Sikong Jing's mind, and he coldly said, "Crimson spider poison." Chapter 3: 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Prison. As the once invincible god general of the Great Shang Dynasty, Sikong Jing could freely go through the imperial treasury's collection of books, and during the rebellion of the Seven Kingdoms, he had specialized in researching a wide variety of poisons for the purpose of breaking the 10,000 poisons nation. Among them, there was a record of crimson spider poison, and the person who was poisoned was exactly Suyu Shi's current symptoms. In other words, Suyu Shi was not born ugly, but someone had poisoned her. And Sikong Jing's dominance made Suyu Shi tearfully pray, "Don't look, please don't look anymore." Releasing his hand, Sikong Jing realized that he was too presumptuous and apologized, "I'm sorry, I'll find a way to." "Your face." Before the words were finished, Suyu Shi interrupted in tears, "The one who should say sorry is me, for scaring you." As the words fell, Suyu Shi refastened her veil and ran out in tears. She thought that Sikong Jing's dazed look when he recalled the crimson spider poison was because he was dumbfounded by her face. The sadness in her heart could be imagined. Sikong Jing stretched out his hand. What he wanted to say just now was that he would find a way to get the antidote for the crimson spider poison, but then it suddenly occurred to him that with his current state of mind wanting to go to 10,000 Poisons Nation to get the antidote, how easy could it be? For the time being, don't give Suyu Shi any hope. Returning to the front of the thatched straw store, Sikong Jing muttered, "The blood of 10,000 beasts, the blood of beasts boiling?" His eyes suddenly condensed, and he forcefully lifted the thatched straw pavement. Underneath the pavement, on the dirt-filled ground, a monstrous beast's head was revealed that was constructed with intricate brushstrokes, and every line of the painting was blood-red, imparting a faint smell of blood. Sekongjing squatted down and gently stroked this monster head, judging, "This is my blood. It was the blood I spat out that awakened this mysterious monster head and condensed the 10,000 beasts' blood pearl, allowing me to regain my life." Buzz! Suddenly, the monster head drawn with his blood in front of him, unexpectedly opened its eyes and squared off with Sekongjing's eyes. It was a pair of tyrannical pupils. In Sekongjing's ears, that vast and low voice came again, "Lord of the 10,000 beasts, from now on, the 10,000 beasts' heavenly prison will be guarded by you." The voice fell and drifted away again. The bloodline that constructed the monster's head in front of him also floated up immediately, as tiny as smoke. In the end, the blood threads condensed into a tiny monster head insignia, and with a chirp, it actually drilled into Sekongjing's brow. Boom! Sekongjing's brain roared again, the thatched cottage in front of him disappeared, and his consciousness came to an unfamiliar place. The sky and the earth were dark, the earth was parched, and one could not see the end of it. Sekongjing looked like he was floating between the clouds and rivers, looking down at this lifeless world, but why was this place called the 10,000 Beast Heavenly Prison? There was clearly not a single demonic beast. "Here it comes, the new lord of 10,000 beasts has appeared." A low voice suddenly rang out, and the dark earth seemed to roll up in shocking waves, accompanied by roars of excitement. "Saved, we are finally saved. Ha, it's been 100,000 years, I've been locked up in the cage of the 10,000 Beast Heavenly Prison for an entire 100,000 years, and I've finally waited for the Lord of 10,000 Beasts." The excited voice shook the earth and broke through the sky, as if Sekongjing saw the earth boiling. However, the next second, the excited voice came to an abrupt end. A voice with monstrous anger shook the heavens and the earth. Why, the new Lord of 10,000 Beasts would be a human? In the blink of an eye, the picture of the earth changed drastically, from excitement to agitation, and then to shocking anger. This must be the conspiracy of the 5 heavenly emperors. They sent a human to be the Lord of 10,000 Beasts in order to decimate us all. I'm not willing. The 5 great celestial emperors, shameless little children. Kill him, kill this human. With a burst of angry voices, the dark earth was like a landslide. A flashy light rose, and a golden divine dragon swooped out from the earth, breaking through the sky and pouncing on Sekongjing between the clouds and rivers, with an aura that was meant to tear him into pieces. However, in the next second, a clattering sound rang out, and the golden divine dragon's momentum stopped, and was viciously pulled in mid-air. Even though Sekongjing had a big heart, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. Only to see that there were huge chains bundled on the golden divine dragon, 9 of them were connected to the earth. No matter how the divine dragon struggled, it was unable to break free, only the sound of clattering resounded through the heaven and earth. "Human, I'll swallow you." The second giant beast broke through the earth and rushed up. It was a giant tiger with a pitch-black body, opening its mouth as if it could swallow the sky and suck the earth. Sekongjing's entire body shook again as he exclaimed in a low voice, "Black prison heaven-swallowing tiger." He had seen its totem in the Great Shang Emperor's treasury, but it was similarly firmly bound by chains and was not allowed to advance an inch. Roar, roar, roar. Then, a giant beast rose up into the sky, and in a flash, the sky was full of giant beasts, too many to count, some of which Sekongjing had seen totems of, but 99% of them were demonic beasts that he had never even heard of. At this moment, Sekongjing finally understood. Why was this place called the 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Prison? Because it held all the most terrifying demonic beasts in the world. And he, a human, had inexplicably and wonderfully become the Lord of 10,000 Beasts. Chapter 4: Beheading the Heavenly Emperor, Prison Breaking Technique. Sekongjing's disbelief and doubt finally turned into an indifferent smile again. Thinking of Yen Tianma and Yen Ruyu's blood feud, thinking of Su Yueshi's friendship of protecting, Sekongjing couldn't care less. So what if he was the Lord of 10,000 Beasts? So what if he becomes a demonic beast? Things have come to this point, the only way to go is to go nowhere. Looking at the sky of demonic beasts, he blurted out, "Although I am a human, but now I am the Lord of 10,000 Beasts, willing to save you and others." Once these words came out, heaven and earth were silent, and the 10,000 beasts were voiceless. After a long time, the golden divine dragon that initially appeared spat out, "A small human still thinks that he wants to save us, ignorant and ridiculous. Let's first see if you can cultivate the Emperor Zhendi breaking prison technique that we jointly created." As the words fell, golden chapters floated out between the clouds and rivers, complicated and incomparable. Then, word after word floated up, deeply imprinted into Sekongjing's mind, lingering. Sekongjing's entire body shook tremendously. When he had first read the Emperor Chopper prison breaking technique, he could sense that his dantian was rioting and a tyrannical true chi was breaking out of its shell. He could conclude that this was a technique that was strong to the extreme. It is only after the great completion of the Emperor beheading and prison breaking technique that we are willing to recognize you as our master. The golden divine dragon's mouth spat out dragon's breath in a deep voice. The 10,000 beasts that were bound by the chains gazed deeply at Sikong Jing, with mockery, indignation, and also a hint of anticipation. Sikong Jing took a deep breath and said, "I have a question. Human, before we recognize you, we won't answer any questions about the 10,000 beast heavenly prison, so leave." The golden divine dragon droned flatly, his attitude extremely harsh. However, Sikong Jing still asked, "My question is, the crimson spider's spider poison, what is the solution?" Crimson spider poison was precisely refined by the demonic beast Crimson Spider, and in the 10,000 beasts heavenly prison in front of him there was a terrifyingly shaped spider of some unknown name, so Sikong Jing asked this question. The entirety of the giant beasts were once again quiet, one head with a strange look in its eyes. Shouldn't a normal human ask why they were trapped here and what kind of existence the 10,000 beast heavenly prison was? This human was good, actually asking this kind of unskilled question. Simply, pulling down our compulsion. At this time, the terrifyingly large spider issued a female voice back. "The crimson spider is only an inferior demonic beast, as you who absorbed the blood of 10,000 beasts, you only need to reach the 9th level of the Ming realm, and you can use your blood to cure the poison." The golden divine dragon nodded and said, "Any beast poison is useless to the lord of 10,000 beasts." A joyful look appeared on Sikong Jing's face as he cupped his fists and returned, "Many thanks, farewell." Seeing Sikong Jing disappear, in the 10,000 beasts heavenly prison, the beasts looked at the golden divine dragon and asked, "Why did you give him the Emperor Chopper prison breaking technique?" This technique, which was created by their collective joint efforts over a period of 100,000 years, was prepared for the true lord of 10,000 beasts. Its full name should be called the Jintian Emperor prison breaking technique. However, this human was most likely the conspiracy of the 5 heavenly emperors, and it was inappropriate to give it to him now. The beasts were puzzled. The golden divine dragon returned with a deep gaze. "If he is an ordinary human, cultivating it will surely lead to death. If he becomes a great success, he will sprout a beastly heart and will defy the 5 heavenly emperors, so he can naturally become the lord of us." The 10,000 beasts were aghast, quietly hidden in the earth. Over here, Sikong Jing's consciousness returned to the hut. Jin-di breaking prison technique, reaching the 9th level of the Ming realm will allow you to use my blood to cure the crimson spider poison, then cultivate it. In the Great Shang Dynasty, martial realms are divided into Bright Realm, Dark Realm, Human Realm, Earth Realm, and Heaven Realm. Each realm is divided into 9 levels. Above that were the 5 realms of mortal martial arts, followed by the 5 realms of transcendental mortality. Sikong Jing had already reached the peak of the transcendent mortal 5th realm before he was wasted by Yen Tianma, and was only one step away from breaking through the transcendent mortal and entering a higher and stronger realm. Now, even though he had remodeled his dantian with the help of the blood of 10,000 beasts, he could only start over from scratch. However, the little bright realm was no difficulty for Sikong Jing. The only question was only whether he could adapt to the Emperor Jin-di breaking prison technique, but no matter what, Sikong Jing must return to his peak realm, kill his way back to the Great Shang Imperial City, and take the heads of Yen Tianma and Yen Ruyu. Once I was loyal and gave everything for the Great Shang, now I would like to transform into a cultivator and cut down all the shame. Sitting on his knees, Sikong Jing carefully studied the technique. The deeper he delved into it, the more Sikong Jing felt that he used to be like a frog at the bottom of a well, and that the strongest merit law of the great merchant that he used to cultivate was like a broken copper in front of this chopping emperor's prison breaking technique. But this is obviously customized for demonic beasts. I wonder what will change in me, a human. Sikong Jing finished with another spontaneous smile. Now that he was in his state, why would he need to think too much about it? Entering the state of cultivation, the true chi in his body has just been running. The dantian, which is like the head of a giant beast, vibrates and a stream of true chi flows all over his body. All of a sudden, Sikong Jing opens his eyes. First level of the Ming realm now. Closing his eyes, he cultivated again. Half a quarter of an hour later, Sikong Jing opened his eyes again. Ming realm 2nd level now. Closing his eyes again. In the next instant, an angry cry suddenly came from outside the hut. "So you have great guts. How dare you chop off a pair of arms and legs of my loyal slave? Do you want to die?" Sikong Jing reopened his eyes again, coldly got up and walked out of the hut in large strides. Chapter 5, A Match Made in Heaven. Just outside the thatched hut, there was a muddy clearing, and all around was foul-smelling pig manure. Su Yushur was surrounded by several people at the moment. The leader was a beautiful woman wearing expensive silks, only that her eyebrows were all mean and her face was all arrogant. Suyusher trembled slightly, and with fear and shame, she said, "Suyun, it was Aunties who falsely accused me of stealing the pigs from the pig farm in the first place, and she even beat me and scolded me, so I did it." Sikong Jing's footsteps lurched as he froze. It was clearly himself who had chopped that shrew's pair of arms and legs, yet Suyusher said that she had moved her own hands? Teasing Auntie, it was exactly that humongous woman just now. At this moment, she was still unconscious on the ground, and someone was treating her to stop the bleeding. "Good wow, it's really you." Suyun, the mean woman opposite Suyusher, screamed with a twisted face, "You, an ugly thing, a net disgrace to the Su family, how dare you lay your hands on my slave so hard? Come on people, first give me 10 slaps on her face before pulling her to the Su family law enforcement hall to be punished." With Suyun's order, a maid-like woman beside her walked out in large strides. Against Suyusher's face, she fiercely smacked over. Suyusher wanted to hide, but seemed to think of something and then fiercely closed her eyes and let it be disposed of. Snap! In vain, a crisp sound came from the ears. Suyusher did not feel any pain coming from her face. At the same time, she also heard a miserable scream. The source of the sound was none other than Suyun's maid. Opening her eyes, in front of Suyusher did not know when there was a tall and straight figure. Of course it was Sikong Jing. Her face suddenly changed. How did her husband come out? He even hit Suyun's maid. Suyun on the opposite side also froze when she saw Sikong Jing's sudden appearance, and then she saw her own people being beaten. She was furious, and droned, "Who are you? Dare to hit my people?" Sikong Jing's gaze was cold and thorough as he whispered back, "I am Suyusher's husband, Sikong Jing." "Whom?" Suyun was stunned and looked Sikong Jing up and down, then asked with a shameful smile, "You are the husband of the criminal's sickly child who was personally appointed by the Lord of Yunzhou to marry Suyusher 5 days ago?" Raising an eyebrow, "He should have been personally appointed to marry by the great Shang Emperor Yen Tianma, and it should have been the 9th Princess Yen Ruyu's idea to let himself marry the ugliest woman in Yunzhou. The purpose was naturally to ruthlessly humiliate himself. When did it become the lord of the tiny cloud state to arrange the marriage?" However, Sikong Jing didn't care about these side issues, and coldly spoke, "Yes, this shrew's pair of arms and legs were chopped by me, so if you have any grievances, just come at me." As soon as the words fell, Suyusher hurriedly tugged at Sikong Jing and said, "No, Auntie's hands and feet were chopped by me, not him." Although she was masked, she could still feel the anxiety on her face, and she kept giving Sikong Jing a wink. And Sikong Jing instantly realized that Suyusher was actually taking the blame for himself. His heart was warmed again. He shook his head at her and said, "There's no need to be like this. What I chopped is what I chopped." "You?" Seeing that Sikong Jing was still admitting it, Suyusher was so anxious that she couldn't speak. At this exact moment, Suyun angrily shouted, "Shut up, are you guys showing love in front of me? An exiled sickly child and an ugly one, really a match made in heaven. No matter who chopped it, since you're husband and wife, it's hard to escape the blame. Especially you, this sickly kid, even dared to hit my maid. Give me a hard lesson to teach him." A few of the surrounding thugs heard the order, a hideous smile appeared on their faces, and without saying a word, they pounced on Sikong Jing. Suyun's maid, covering her face that had been smacked by Sikong Jing, said viciously, "Kill this pair of dogs for me." After saying that, the maid also struck out to kill Suyusher. Just at the moment when everyone attacked and killed, Sikong Jing glared his eyes up and coldly said, "Dirt cock and dog." As the words fell, his huge fist smashed out. Although right now he was only at the 2nd level of the tiny Ming realm, but now that he was practicing that Emperor Chopper prison breaking technique, he was even more of a former invincible god general. His aura rose up from the ground, and he blasted out with a few punches, not even needing to use any martial arts. Bang 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 bang. The few small fighters brought by Suyun were all hit by the punches, and they flew out screaming miserably. Immediately after, Sikong Jing dodged again to protect in front of Suyusher, and slapped out another slap at Suyun's maid who pounced on him. Slap! The maid was hit again, with a miserable howl, her entire body twisted in mid-air, landing heavily, stained with pig dung. The scene, frozen in the moment when Sikong Jing withdrew his hand. Originally should be sickly Sikong Jing stood in front of Suyusher, his stance was like a blade, like an insurmountable barrier. Chapter 6 Yunyi City Su Family. Suyun was stunned, pointing a trembling finger at Sikong Jing, screaming, "Bastard thing, when did you regain your strength, you sick bastard, you still dare to hit my people?" With a cold face, Sikong Jing stepped forward, "More than that, I still dare to hit you." However, just at the moment when Sikong Jing was about to whip at Suyun, the reactive Suyusher called out, "Wait, don't hit." Feeling his hand being pulled, Sikong Jing frowned, revealing a puzzled look. At this time, the frightened Suyun called out again, well, what a pair of damned dogs, you're dead. I'm going to report it to the Su family law enforcement hall right now, you're just waiting to be heavily punished. Saying that, Suyun turned around quickly and ran away. Immediately after that, her maids and thugs also put down their harsh words and ran after her. Si Kongjing also didn't chase after them, because his hand was being pulled tightly by Su Yushur, and asked in confusion, Su Yushur, just now that woman obviously intended to target you, she should be taught a hard lesson. He was originally from the grassroots, struggling to survive from a young age, and had always looked down on bullying the weak and small. After joining the Great Shang army, no matter when Si Kongjing saw someone being bullied or humiliated, he had to take care of it, not to mention that the person in front of him was also the wife who had taken care of him for several days. Su Yushur fought to shake her head and said, you can't teach a lesson, Suyun is my second uncle's daughter, hitting her maids and subordinates can be diffused, but if you hit her, it's going to be a big deal. For this explanation, Si Kongjing was even more puzzled. Since she is your second uncle's daughter, why would she treat you like this? Between relatives, shouldn't they take care of each other? Not to mention being such close relatives. Hearing this question, Su Yushur's eyes were sadly clouded, and she lowered her head and returned, because I'm too ugly, and I've disgraced the Su family. Just because she was ugly, so even her relatives disliked her? Suddenly, Si Kongjing looked at his surroundings, and his whole body shook slightly as he asked, looking at Suyun's dress, your Su family shouldn't be considered poor, why would you live in such a place? The surroundings were full of stench, and the thatched hut was even more rickety, a gust of wind could blow it down. How is this a place where a lady from a rich and noble family lives? Originally, Si Kongjing thought that Su Yushur's origin was not good, but Suyun was her second uncle's daughter, and there were maids as well as fighters, so she must not be an ordinary family, or even very rich. Su Yushur's eyes were even darker, softly returned, our Su family is one of the 4 great families in Yunzhou Young City, naturally we are not poor. And I only moved here 5 days ago. His whole body shook slightly as Si Kongjing asked, 5 days ago, because of me? 5 days ago he himself was exiled to Yunzhou and was designated as Su Yushur's husband. 5 days ago Su Yushur was thrown to this place, there must be a connection between them. Su Yushur nodded her head and immediately shook her head again, it's not all because of you, the place I originally lived in wasn't much better, because I married you, I once again disgraced the Su family and was ordered to live here. It dawned on Si Kongjing that he was an exiled criminal, as a Miss Su family of the 4 great families of Yunyi City even if she was ugly, marrying a criminal would be a disgrace to the whole city. Therefore, this was the Su family's punishment for Su Yushur. But where is this? It's not like marrying herself was Su Yushur's own will, but rather the order of the great Shang Emperor Yen Tianma. The ultimate reason is still because I'm too ugly to look at. Su Yushur lowered her head, her eyes were full of inferiority complex. Seeing this, Si Kongjing couldn't help but ask again, what about your parents? No matter how ugly they look, a daughter is still a daughter after all, it's impossible to let her be mistreated like this. Su Yushur was about to answer, but just then was interrupted by a scream, it was the shrew who fell to the ground. Miss Su Yun, the old slave is wasted, help me kill Su Yushur that pair of dogs ah. At this time, the shrew unexpectedly came to her senses, she did not know that Su Yun had already left. She then proceeded to scream, especially that sickly kid, he's the one who chopped my arms and legs, I'm going to sit on his ass and kill him. As soon as these words came out, Su Yushur's face suddenly changed, and her eyes continuously flickered. Suddenly, a stern aura of firm determination crossed her eyes, and she violently rushed to the side of the shrew, and fished out a dagger from her bosom, morosely stabbing it towards the shrew who fell to the ground. But she didn't seem to have killed anyone before, her hands were trembling madly. Ugly, what are you doing? Seeing this, the humongous woman screamed in a mixture of terror and struggled madly, how dare you try to kill me? Asshole, Miss Su Yun won't let you go, she will definitely get you and your stinky man killed. Hearing these words, Su Yushur subconsciously looked towards Si Kongjing, her eyes became more determined. The trembling hands also stopped trembling, and the dagger in her hand ruthlessly pierced into the humongous woman's heart. Chapter 7 Su Family Law Enforcement Hall. Puff. Blood splashed out, spilling onto Su Yushur's face. With a thud, Su Yushur let go of the dagger and sat down on the ground, her face under the veil going pale for a while. The humongous woman, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed, already broken. Si Kongjing slowly walked forward, he was naturally unfazed by such a small scene, but he had seen countless times how new recruits killed for the first time, and that required courage. Therefore, Si Kongjing asked with concern, Su Yushur, are you alright? Getting up with her whole body trembling violently, Su Yushur faced Si Kongjing and swallowed her saliva, I'm fine. Now that Auntie T is dead, there will be no proof of death. In a moment when you go to the Su family law enforcement hall, you must not admit that Auntie T was the one who chopped off her arms and legs like you did just now, let alone admitting that it was you who killed her. Everything is my doing, understand? Su Yushur looked solemn, her gaze firm as she looked at Si Kongjing. On the other hand, Si Kongjing stared wide-eyed, na and asked, "You killed this shrew and silenced her for me?" He originally thought that Su Yushur killed just because she hated the shrew's previous bullying, but he didn't realize that it was because of himself. Was he afraid that he would be blamed by the Su family's law enforcement hall? Aha! Su Yushur nodded her head and admitted. Why? Si Kongjing had seen too many first-time killings. It not only required courage, but also great determination. And Su Yushur even made a move because of herself. Su Yushur raised her eyelids and said seriously, "Because yours is my husband, and because I am the daughter of the Su family. Even if I made a big mistake, they wouldn't want me to die, but you're different, you're an exiled criminal, and the entire Su family hates for you to die right away." Si Kongjing sniffed and asked again, "Even if they won't take your life, they will still be heavily punished. The Su family could have mercilessly let her live in such a foul-smelling place, could have let the house slaves beat and scold her. Killing Su Yushur, how could it be better?" Su Yushur under the veil innocently smiled, "That's also better than you dying." After saying that, Su Yushur suddenly thought of something and pulled up Si Kongjing again. "You come with me first." Not caring whether or not Si Kongjing agreed, she pulled him and ran towards the back of the hut. Behind it was the Su family's pig farm, and further back was a small mountain forest. Jogging around the pig farm, Su Yushur pulled Si Kongjing to a hidden cave in the mountain forest before gasping for breath. "You hide here first, don't come out, okay? Wait for me to come back." Si Kongjing froze again and asked, "Why?" "I'm afraid that the people from the law enforcement hall will take this opportunity to beat you first. In short, don't ever come out is all." When Su Yushur said this, he heard voices of fury coming from the direction of the hut in the distance. It was Su Yun who brought the people from the law enforcement hall. "I have to go right away, otherwise they will definitely find them. Remember to hide." After saying that, Su Yushur trotted back and disappeared in Si Kongjing's empty line of sight. Until he could not see Su Yushur, only then did Si Kongjing slowly retract his gaze. His hallowed 7-foot man, the once invincible divine general, actually had reddened eyes and trembled between his lips at this moment. If the 9th Princess Yen Ruyu was the merciless extreme, then Su Yushur was the warmest sunshine in this world. For 19 years, this is the time when I, Si Kongjing, feel truly still alive. Si Kongjing took a deep breath and looked out in the direction of the hut again, saying, "But how can I let my wife suffer for me?" These words were decisive. After saying this, he took a step after Su Yushur's direction, the Jindi broken prison still true chi in his body, constantly running. Su family's law enforcement hall, solemn and austere. As the 4 great families of Yunyi City, the Su family had thousands of members up and down, and the law enforcement hall was the place where the Su family interrogated and punished the people in the family, and was feared by everyone in the Su family. At this moment, at the top of the law enforcement hall sat a middle-aged man, precisely Su Yushur's second uncle, Su Zhengtao. His current position in the Su family was precisely master of the law enforcement hall. Next to Su Zhengtao stood his favorite daughter, Su Yun. When the people from the law enforcement hall brought Su Yushur in, Su Yun directly droned, "Su Yushur, where is your sickly criminal husband who talks nonsense?" Su Yushur whispered back, "He just happened to be sick again, I sent him to be healed." "Medical treatment? What did you take to send him for medical treatment? I think he escaped, right?" Su Yun were willing to believe. Su Yushur 5 days ago when she was thrown to the pig farm, all her money was confiscated. Her parents were also ordered by her grandfather, who was the head of the Su family, not to control her anymore. Su Yushur simply didn't have any money or anyone who could send that sick child for medical treatment. In response, Su Yushur stubbornly replied back, "It was sent for medical treatment." Fine, how dare you talk back to me, right? I don't care if it's sent for medical treatment or escaped. In short, he's dead. The person who dares to beat me won't have a good ending. Father, send someone to arrest him now. Su Yun said to the end, looking towards her father Su Zhengtao. Su Zhengtao also did not hesitate to drink. "Come on people, catch that criminal back to me, dare to resist and give me a direct cut." Su Yushur's heart trembled, praying that Si Kongjing must not resist if he was found. At this moment, Su Zhengtao's gaze returned to the center of the law enforcement hall and drank. "Su Yushur, kneel down." With a thud, Su Yushur knelt. "It was you who chopped off Aunt Tease's arms and legs, and now you're killing her, right?" Su Zhengtao interrogated with a cold face. Su Yushur nodded, "Yes, I did it all." She was determined to take all the blame for this matter. Chapter 8, The Beast Comes Out of the Gate. Su Zhengtao's face was serious and morose as he droned. Do you know the Su family law? Killing an innocent household servant without reason, even the master of the house is subject to the punishment of caning? Regarding this point, of course, Su Yushi knew, or at least the punishment of 100 canes. This was a stipulation in the Su family's family law, in order to keep the family servants loyal, but usually the master's family would also excuse themselves with various reasons for actually killing the family servants, or fake beatings during the caning. But Su Yushi knew very well that she, the ugly daughter of the master's family, could not possibly be treated like this. Being caned, one would definitely be beaten severely. Biting her lips tightly, Su Yushi still tried to argue, second uncle, it's not for no reason, it's aunties who bullied me first, she also falsely accused me of stealing the pigs from the pig farm, and even tried to harm my husband. Su Zhengtao sniffed and gently floated his daughter Su Yun. Fart. Su Yun stepped out and droned, the pig farm is just missing a pig, my father has already ascertained that it was you who stole it, aunties only reprimanded you for a few sentences, it wasn't enough for you to chop off her hands and feet, you even killed her. Speaking here, the corner of Su Yun's mouth gently flicked, so what if you were falsely accused? Su Zhengtao's eyes also flashed with a bizarre color, immediately said with a serious face, Su Yushi stealing a pig, the evidence is conclusive, after being exposed, he killed auntie, the evidence is conclusive, he should be subjected to the punishment of 100 canes. Whole body trembled violently, Su Yushi tears filled with water said, no, you have no evidence. Su Zhengtao was ignoring it, and drank again, Su Yushi's criminal husband is a co-conspirator, but he is not surnamed Su, and shall receive the punishment of 200 canes, executed immediately. What? Even her own husband has to be beaten with 200 canes, how can this still have a life? This matter has nothing to do with my husband, it was all my doing. Su Yushi fought to stand up, excitedly rushed towards Su Zhengtao, crying, second uncle, I beg you, I stole the pig, I killed the people, just punish me alone. In order to protect Si Kongjing, Su Yushi even admitted to stealing the pig. The corners of Su Zhengtao's and Su Yun's mouths pulled out a cold smile at the same time. The matter of stealing the pig is indeed without evidence, even aunties beating her first can be ascertained, but Su Yushi admitted it with her own mouth, how to punish her can't be picked out. You sure are, how do you let second uncle say hello? Isn't it just a pig? Just talk to second uncle and you'll have it, how could you steal it? Second uncle is very cold-hearted, but as the head of the law enforcement hall, he can only be dealt with according to the family law. Come on people, cane 100. 2 people from the law enforcement hall stepped out at the order, and in their hands, they were holding the thick and heavy killing power staff. Su Yun coldly smiled sheepishly, give it to me, a heavy beating. Boom! Just as the 2 law enforcement hall men raised their killing might staffs high, a violent aura suddenly rolled up from the entrance of the law enforcement hall, accompanied by a furious shout, I'll see who dares to fight. As the words fell, a straight figure landed on the ground and stepped in with large strides. Su Yushi's face changed in shock and turned back. When she saw that it was actually Si Kongjing, she couldn't help but shout, didn't I not let you come? Hurry up and go. At the same time, Su Zhengtao coldly looked up and angrily shouted, who are you? Father, he's Su Yushi's criminal sicko husband, he's the one who beat up my household servants and maids, and I was almost beaten up by him as well. Su Yun pointed at Si Kongjing and droned, men, take him down to be tortured. The people from the law enforcement hall heard the order, and they all held their killing staffs and surrounded Si Kongjing. Seeing this, Su Yushi anxiously voiced out, stop, you have no reason to take him. She was really anxious, it was obvious that both second uncle and Su Yun were deliberately targeting themselves, why did he still come? After she suffered the punishment of 100 canes, things would have been set right off. Ignore this ugly, sickly criminal who dares to resist, directly give me a death. Su Yun's face twisted. A dozen people from the law enforcement hall let out strange laughs, their true chi protruding from their bodies, each one of them was at the 5th level of the Ming realm. They gripped their killing might staffs and blasted at Si Kongjing without saying a word. No, don't. Su Yueshi screamed and looked at Su Zhengtao again, second uncle, please make them stop. However, Su Zhengtao revealed an old-fashioned smile, and even took a sip of fragrant tea. This criminal, beating him to death was just as good as beating him to death. 5 days ago when the Su family head, the grandfather of Su Yushi and Su Yun, was informed of the news of the Lord of the Cloud State granting the marriage, he was almost so furious that he came directly to get this criminal killed. But this was, after all, the marriage bestowed by the Lord of the Cloud State, there was no reason why he couldn't be killed, even if he was just a criminal who had been exiled. Now, the reason is there. Seeing her second uncle ignoring, Su Yushi could only look anxiously at the surrounded Si Kongjing, wanting to rush up to protect. But ever since she suddenly turned ugly when she was 8 years old, she couldn't advance an inch in her martial arts. Even the true chi in her body had disappeared without a trace, so how could she get close? Could it be that her husband, whom she had taken care of for 5 days, was about to be killed? Yunzhou is indeed a borderland, and the 5th level of the Bright Realm is also too much weaker than those of the same level in other places. It's all trash. Suddenly, Sikong Jing's voice came from the ear, and then boom! A tyrannical true chi, centered on a dozen or so law enforcement hall people, crushed out. Bang bang! With 2 explosions, Sikong Jing killed his way out of the crowd, and at some point in his hand, he had grabbed a killing might staff. He landed beside Su Yueshi and then looked at the dozen or so law enforcement hall people. Kill! A low sound vibrated out from Sikong Jing's mouth. His body's true chi, which had only just reached the 3rd level of the Ming realm when he arrived, rolled and stormed, holding the kill might staff and pouncing into the crowd, like a fierce beast out of a gate, unstoppable. Sikong Jing's opposite side was obviously full of Ming realm 5th level existences, but no one could catch his staff. Miserable screams rang out one after another, and the sound of thumping echoed in the law enforcement hall. When Sikong Jing landed on the ground, more than a dozen people from the law enforcement hall had all fallen to the ground and spat out blood. No one survived. The anxious Su Yueshi stared with wide eyes, covering her mouth in disbelief. Chapter 9 Father-in-law Su Zhonglong. It was understandable that Sikong Jing had beaten Su Yun's maids and household servants before. Those people's martial arts were weak, but the people of the law enforcement hall were the Su family's elite, and he even won? His illness, when did he get well? The old god Su Zhengtao had already stood up at some point, staring dead at Sikong Jing in the hall. Everything came too fast. When he reacted, the fight was already over. What made him even more puzzled was that the aura on Sikong Jing's body was only the 3rd level of the Ming realm. The level of the realm is very difficult to cross. To cross the level of the battle is even more difficult, let alone Sikong Jing is facing more than a dozen than him, 2 higher than the Su family elite. But he just won. At this moment, Sikong Jing holding the killing power staff stood under the hall, unbeatable. Then, Sikong Jing slowly closed his eyes again, comprehending the true chi in his body. In his heart, he could not help but sigh. The Emperor Zhendi's prison-breaking technique, it was really strong. In the past, he could have won with the 3rd level of the Ming realm as well, but he would never have crushed it as easily as he did now, and it was as if the blood in his body was being driven by the true chi of the Zhendi breaking prison technique, which was still boiling madly. Such big guts, a small criminal, how dare you make a scene in the Su family's law enforcement hall? Suddenly, a hard-to-believe Su Yun came back to her senses and screamed, "Father, get him killed." A cold light flickered in Su Jingtao's eyes. It seemed that this criminal was by no means an ordinary character before he was imprisoned. However, since he was now exiled, and had been deliberately bestowed with an ugly marriage by the Lord of Yunzhou, he had no background whatsoever. Thinking of this, true chi bubbled up in Su Jingtao's body, instantly reaching straight to the dark realm. Su Yushi's husband, openly causing a ruckus in the Su family's law enforcement hall, enforcing the death penalty. As the words fell, Su Zhengtao took a step down from the law enforcement hall interrogation platform, and his true chi at the dark realm pushed straight into Sikong Jing. At the same time, Sikong Jing opened his eyes and met his gaze. Even if the Emperor Chopper prison-breaking technique is no longer strong, it is impossible for the 3rd level of the Bright Realm to break a large realm, but do not forget that Sikong Jing is an invincible god general, and the killing aura that he has used to traverse the sands is still there. He had 100% certainty of killing Su Zhengtao, but of course he would also pay a heavy price. But Sikong Jing, what kind of scene has not seen, killing field in the battle of life and death countless, so he is not timid, holding the killing power staff to meet Su Zhengtao stepping, killing intent. Boom! In the next second, he rushed to the 4th level of the Ming realm. Unfortunately, the time was too short. If he was given some more time, beheading Su Zhengtao would be like picking up a bag. What should we do? It's impossible to win, you'll die. Su Yushi was very clear about her second uncle's strength and was anxious, but she couldn't intervene at all. She couldn't even move. Second uncle Su Zhengtao's true chi was pushing her back continuously. In the nick of time, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "Second brother, is it good for you to bully a junior?" At the sound of this voice, Su Yushi's entire body gave a jolt and fiercely looked towards the entrance of the law enforcement hall. Only to see a pale-faced middle-aged man outside the door, leaning on a walking stick, was trembling as he walked in. Su Yushi ecstatically called out, "Father!" Saying so, he quickly pounced out and held the middle-aged man, who was none other than Su Yushi's father, Su Zhonglong. At the same time, Su Zhengtao's entire body's true chi solidified, forcing his footsteps towards Sikong Jing to stop, narrowing his eyes and gazing at Su Zhonglong. Only after a long while did Su Zhengtao open his mouth and ask, "Big brother, why are you here?" This big brother of his, shouldn't he still be lying in bed? Everyone in the Su family knew that Su Yusher's father, Su Zhenglong, had been seriously injured since that battle 10 years ago, and had been in a coma from time to time, and was simply incapable of managing his family's affairs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to humiliate his daughter, Su Yusher, even as a domestic servant. But how did he come at this critical moment? Su Zhenglong at the doorway was supported by Su Yueshi, still gasping for breath, but a hint of a shameful smile appeared on his face. "Hearing that my honest second daughter killed a wicked servant, I came over to take a look under surprise. I didn't expect that I would happen to bump into you, second brother, bullying a junior, and was even more surprised." Su Zhenglong's words were full of mockery. Instantly, Su Zhengtao's face sank even further, and he said in a cold voice, "Big brother is joking. As the Su family's law enforcement hall's hall master, I'm apprehending the sinful person who openly caused a ruckus in the law enforcement hall, that is, your cheap criminal son-in-law." The two brothers hadn't said two words, yet they were already on the same page. Su Zhenglong shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's still bullying the juniors." "And, you seem to be bullying my daughter?" With the last sentence, the pale face became cold and a cold light splashed in his eyes. "My Su Zhenglong's daughter, so what if she took a pig from her family, so what if she killed an evil servant who dared to insult her? Of course, you are the head of the law enforcement hall, and act according to the rules of the house. But to interrogate my daughter, ask me if I've been there, inform me if I haven't? Second brother, big brother, I'm not dead yet." The voice shook out fiercely. Su Zhenglong's body stood up in vain, and true chi surged out from his body, reaching the dark realm in the blink of an eye, but it wasn't enough, and continued to rush up to the human realm. Chapter 10, The Once Heavenly Pride. Su Zhenglong's face was still pale, but his true chi pressed Su Zhengtao back step by step. "Now, do you still want to interrogate my daughter?" Su Zhenglong asked in a cold voice. Fists clenched tightly, Su Zhengtao was clear that Su Yusher did not steal the pigs from the pig farm, and he was also clear that Auntie's humiliated her first. Now that Su Zhenglong arrived at the scene, if he still continued to falsely accuse and degrade himself, even if he was in extremely poor condition, he would still fight to finish himself off. He was in the dark realm, he still could not beat Su Zhenglong's human realm. Thinking of this, Su Zhengtao lightly let out a breath, forced a smile and said, "Big brother is joking. Since you were saying this, then I definitely don't dare to retry. I can't be angry with big brother ah." The words are all teasing, as if to say, "Big brother, you are dying, let you again majestic and how?" Poof. Su Zhenglong snorted coldly and slowly withdrew the true chi from his body. In the next instant, he coughed loudly again. It was only after a good while that Su Zhenglong hoarsely asked, "Now then, can I take my daughter and son-in-law away?" "Of course, it's just that I don't know where big brother is going to take you, sure." Su Zhengtao contained a cold smile and reminded, "It was father's order for her to live in the pig farm, so don't be angry with his old man." In his words, he was still threatening. Su Zhenglong floated a glance at him. "Of course it's to go home with me. I'll explain myself on father's side, don't bother second brother." After saying that, he looked towards Su Yusher and Si Kongjing. "Let's go." Si Kongjing gently swept his eyes at Su Zhengtao and Su Yun, casually threw down the killing wisdom staff, and flew over to Su Zhenglong's father and daughter's side, and said to Su Yuexi, "I'll do it." With that, Si Kongjing supported Su Zhenglong. The man in front of him was his father-in-law, a father who loved his daughter very much. It was just the injuries on his body that looked very serious. Seeing the three people leave, Su Zhengtao's fists cackled and his face was eerie. "Su Zhenglong, why aren't you dead yet?" His voice, squeezed out from between his teeth, was filled with hatred. Su Zhenglong was once the pride of the entire Su family, known as the strongest heavenly pride of Yunyi City. From a young age, Su Zhengtao was suppressed by him, his elder brother, like a transparent person that no one paid attention to. Until Su Zhenglong dueled with someone 10 years ago and suffered a serious injury, Su Zhengtao was able to come out. Also that time, Su Zhenglong became dying. But after 10 whole years, he still hadn't died, and even though he was now injured like this, he still pressed himself in the martial arts. As long as he put his life on the line, no one in the entire Su family was his opponent except for the family head father. Even father, he could not say that he would win steadily. This time, by falsely accusing Su Yusher, Su Zhengtao wanted to be alive and angry with this big brother. Thousands of calculations, could not calculate that he had heard the news and came to save the day. "Father, is it possible to just let Su Yusher, this ugly monster, go?" Su Yun also asked with hatred. Su Zhengtao gasped fiercely, his gaze condensed, and he said coldly, "Humph, didn't Su Zhenglong say that I bullied the juniors? Go and call your second brother here, directly challenge that criminal at the door and beat him to death alive." Soo-yun smiled with joy. Right, second brother is still at home, I'll go find him to take it out on me. Outside the Su family's law enforcement hall, Soo-yusher and Si-kong-jing helped Su Zhenglong leave. Father, when did you wake up? How did you come here? Does mother not know? Soo-yusher asked 3 questions in a row. The anxious emotions became settled. With daddy around, there was nothing to be afraid of. Su Zhenglong's pale face reveals a trace of a doting smile and returns, of course your mother doesn't know, otherwise I couldn't have come. At these words, Soo-yusher's face stiffened and she sighed grimly. Next to him, Si-kong-jing, on the other hand, was a little puzzled. Soo-yusher's mother, his own mother-in-law, if she knew, would not even let his father-in-law come to save their daughter. What kind of reasoning is this? Soo-yusher's mother, shouldn't she be more anxious? However, when Soo-yusher brought herself and stayed in the pig farm for 5 days in a row, it seems that her mother-in-law didn't care about her. In this regard, the first-time son-in-law Si-kong-jing, naturally not good to ask questions in person. Then in Soo-yusher's father and daughter's conversation, Si-kong-jing learned that his father-in-law, Su Zhenglong, was sick in bed all year round, often in a coma, and a coma is a few days. Even the fact that Soo-yusher was given in marriage to himself was only known after he woke up today. This father-in-law was after hearing that Soo-yusher was living in a pig farm. He hid it from his mother-in-law and dragged his sick body to come out to see his daughter, during which he only heard that Soo-yusher had been falsely accused and brought to the law enforcement hall, so he killed over to save her. In this regard, Si-kong-jing looked at Su Zhenglong's eyes, has brought a trace of respect. Halfway through the conversation, Su Zhenglong suddenly looked at Si-kong-jing in the muffled voice and asked with a smile, "It's really unexpected that I woke up with a start, and my precious daughter got married. What's your name?" Si-kong-jing squared his face and returned, "Father-in-law, my name is Si-kong-jing." "Si-kong-jing, good name." Su Zhenglong complimented, then asked with a deep gaze, "You are only at the 4th level of the Bright Realm, and you still dare to fight in the face of Su Jingtao's Dark Realm, aren't you afraid of death?" Saying this, Su Zhenglong gazed deeply at Si-kong-jing. Chapter 11, Mother-in-Law Fierce and Savage. In the eyes of a normal person, it would be impossible for the tiny 4th level of the Ming realm to win. He couldn't even beat Su Zhengtao with a single finger, but Si-kong-jing was undaunted at that time and protected himself in front of Su Yueshio. In that instant, Su Zhenglong had already recognized Si-kong-jing as his son-in-law, whether he was a criminal or not. However, he still wanted to hear Si-kong-jing's reasons for being so fearless from his own ears. Si-kong-jing didn't hesitate, and said truthfully, "Father-in-law, even if I'm only at the 4th level of the Ming realm, it's not certain who will die." In an instant, the smile on Su Zhenglong's face stiffened and his brows furrowed. This sentence Si-kong-jing said big. His favorable impression of this son-in-law plummeted. What he wanted to hear was for Si-kong-jing to utter a declaration that he was not afraid to die for Yusher, not such childishly big words. Su Yusher was similarly unconvinced and said to Si-kong-jing, "You're just too impulsive, you should have listened to my haida." She had a grudge in her heart. Just now if her father had not appeared, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "I'm not used to it, hiding behind a woman." Si-kong-jing thought about it and returned. Staying for a moment, Su-yusher felt that Si-kong-jing's words were not to her liking, and softly replied back, "But I'm your wife, it's equally my responsibility to protect in front of you, and your situation is not the same as mine." Still the same words, she was the daughter of the Su family. On the contrary, Si-kong-jing, this criminal son-in-law, the entire Su family wanted him to die quickly. Si-kong-jing was touched by what he heard, so he wanted to explain something, but his words were a bit stuck in his mouth, and in the end he was left with one sentence, "I don't want my wife to suffer, not even a little bit." The words were full of plainness, but Su Yusher covered her mouth, her mind shaking. Su Zhenglong's pale face resumed its smile. This was what he wanted to hear. Between the corners of his eyes there was actually a little bit of wetness, since 10 years ago when his daughter became ugly, there hadn't been anyone who could be so kind to her. The next moment, Si-kong-jing said again, "So wait a little longer, I will make those who humiliated you pay a heavy price." The appearance of Su Zhengtao and Su Yun flashed in his eyes. When his realm improved a bit more, today's persecution of Su Yusher would definitely make them taste it back 100 times over. Su Zhenglong's smile disappeared once again, the corners of his mouth twitching continuously. This son-in-law is indeed quite good, but his brain is stubborn, impulsive, and reckless. Just a little bit, the daughter has grown into such a man as willing to give her heart can be. I do not know how much time to live, find a way to protect them to grow up as. Su Yusher is also very helpless, but more, or never before sweet. Then, Si-kong-jing along with the father and daughter, 2 people in the Su house around and around, finally came to their home. In front of them was a somewhat dilapidated compound, and the surroundings were extremely poor, not like a place where the owner's family should live. One must know that Su Zhenlong was the eldest son of the Su family's head. Seeing Si Kongjing's surprised expression, Su Yushur hurriedly explained, "This is the old mansion before the Su family made its fortune, and the people living around it are also the servants of the Su family. It's a bit dirty, so you don't mind it." Of course Si Kongjing wouldn't dislike it. What he lived in wasn't important to him right now, it was just a bit of a surprise. Su Yushur's family's situation in the Su house was too difficult. "Master." Suddenly, a woman rushed out from the gate of the compound. She screamed and came in front of Su Zhenlong. "Why did you hide from me and go out without a word? Do you still want to live?" Si Kongjing looked at the middle-aged woman. If he wasn't wrong, she was his mother-in-law. She was dressed plainly, her face had quite a few frowns, but between her eyebrows she could still see that she was a great beauty when she was young. At the moment there were tears in the corners of her eyes. It was obvious that she was in a hurry because she realized that Su Zhenlong had disappeared. "Mother." Before Su Zhenlong could speak, Su Yuexi greeted her first. Before the words fell, mother-in-law Mei Xiaofang's face suddenly changed before she realized Su Yushur's existence and said fiercely, "You disgraceful ugly, how did you come back? Aren't you at the pig farm?" Instantly, Si Kongjing's face sank. It was even if others humiliated Su Yushur, even her mother? Not waiting for Su Yushur to open her mouth, Mei Xiaofang then looked at Su Zhenlong and shouted angrily, "I know, it was you who told your father to go and bring you back. Even if you humiliated him, don't you know how your father's body is? In order to leave the pig farm, even your father will be killed?" Speaking here, Mei Xiaofang was so angry that her whole body was trembling, pointing at Su Yushur's nose. "How did I give birth to such a spoilsport like you?" Su Yushur was scolded by her head and face, and was about to open her mouth to explain. But Su Zhenlong jumped ahead. "Xiaofang, it's not like that." "Shut up, didn't you promise to listen to me and everything? Why do you still want to go out?" Mei Xiaofang interrupted heavily and called out again, "Come on people, quickly help the old master to rest in his room." With that, she snatched Su Zhenlong from Su Yushur's hands, and with the household servants who walked out, helped Su Zhenlong inside. Su Yushur hung her head low, looking at Si Kongjing who was in a daze. She said, "Mother is just like this, she is worried about father's body, she will definitely scold me later, don't contradict her, okay?" Si Kongjing was silent. When he saw Su Yushur's praying eyes, he finally said, "I try my best." Chapter 12 Just Dislike. Just like this, Su Yushur brought Si Kongjing and walked into the compound. When they arrived at the hall, Mei Xiaofang had already come out of the room, still gloomy. This time, she naturally saw Si Kongjing's presence, pointing straight and asking, "Are you the criminal?" Si Kongjing's face sank further. He disliked the word criminal because his crime was imposed by Yin Tianma and Yin Ruyu, but thinking of Su Yueshi's explanation, he still endured and said, "Mother-in-law, I." "Stop, don't call me mother-in-law, it makes me sick to my stomach." Mei Xiaofang drank off again. Su Yushur's face changed slightly, stretching out her slender jade hand to hold Si Kongjing tightly, as if she was timidly comforting him. At this time, Mei Xiaofang looked at Su Yueshi again and droned, "Kneel down." Su Yushur's whole body trembled, her eyes reddened, but she was still ready to kneel down. But at this time, she realized that the big thick hand she was holding in her hand was tugging her to death, refusing to let her kneel down. "I'll let you kneel down." Mei Xiaofang did not realize Si Kongjing's secretive move, and thought that Su Yushur was unwilling to kneel and was resisting. Biting her lip, Su Yushur forcefully withdrew her hand and knelt with a thud. "Someone come, bring a ruler." Along with Mei Xiaofang's voice, there was a house servant who brought a ruler. Holding it in her hand, she excitedly cursed at Su Yushur, "I'll beat you to death, I'll 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 kill your father's bastard." The ruler was viciously lashed at Su Yushur, who subconsciously closed her eyes. However, she did not feel the pain coming for a long time. Suddenly her heart panicked. When she opened her eyes, as expected, her mother's hand was held by Si Kongjing. "It's over." This time, her mother would definitely be even more furious. Si Kongjing, quickly let go of mother's hand," Su Yushur subconsciously advised. Si Kongjing, however, loomed unmoving. His eyes had become icy cold at some point, and there was fire burning in his heart. "Criminal, you dare to stop me from teaching my daughter a lesson?" Mei Xiaofang directly exploded. Her eyes were all heaving with anger, gritting her teeth. Closing his eyes, Si Kongjing endeavored to calm his mind a bit, but his eyes were still firm. "I'm sorry Yushur, I can't bear it." As his voice fell, Si Kongjing stared at Mei Xiaofang with tiger eyes and said word by word, "Yushur is now my wife before she is your daughter. Have you asked me if you want to teach her a lesson? It is said that a person who marries out, splashes out water. In the Great Shang dynasty, a daughter was someone else's family after she was married off. Therefore, Su Yushur was now his Sikong Jing's woman. Mei Xiaofang certainly knew this, but there was no timidity in her eyes. She wants to get her father killed, I will teach her a lesson. Yushur did not ask father-in-law to go to the pig farm to bring her back. Sikong Jing flatly retorted, Yushur was brought back by Lord Father-in-law, from the Su family law enforcement hall. As the voice fell, Mei Xiaofang's fierce eyes suddenly froze. Law enforcement hall? Letting go of Mei Xiaofang's hand, Sikong Jing returned to turn around to face Su Yueshi, reaching out to pull off her veil, revealing the half of her face that had been stomped on by aunties, the blood on it not yet completely solidified. Su Yushur let out a cry of shock and covered her face that was enough to scare people to death again. But Sikong Jing forcefully pulled it away. He had no fear of ugliness, he only loved people's hearts. Moreover, soon he would be able to reach the 9th level of the Ming realm, and at that time, Su Yushur would glow with the most beautiful colors. At this time, he took out the same white handkerchief that Su Yushur had used to wipe his blood at the pig farm hut, and gently wiped it on her face while saying, a shrew called Auntie Tease caused it by stomping her on the ground. Mei Xiaofang's face changed slightly, her eyes flickering up slightly as she asked, Law enforcement hall, what's going on? I took that shrewish woman and chopped her up. Sikong Jing spoke in a deep tone, telling the beginning and end of the matter, and in vain, he stood up again and looked straight at Mei Xiaofang. May I ask mother-in-law, where were you when the shrew stepped on Yushur? Where were you when Su Yun insulted Yushur? Where were you when Su Zhangtao wanted to give Yushur the punishment of 100 canes? If it wasn't for the fact that Lord Father-in-law happened to be going to the pig farm to retrieve Yushur, you wouldn't even need to be here to lose your temper, you could have just collected Yushur's corpse. Sikong Jing's voice was resounding, spewing word after word at Mei Xiaofang. Mei Xiaofang opened her mouth wide, unable to say a single word, her face green, red, and white. Suddenly, Mei Xiaofang couldn't seem to stand Sikong Jing's questioning and bellowed again, that wasn't caused by you, a criminal. If you hadn't chopped up Auntie Tease, would you sure have been brought to the law enforcement hall? Sikong Jing rose up angrily, if you want to commit a crime, why don't you say so? The matter of stealing a pig, do you think that an underling would dare to make it up? Mei Xiaofang's face stiffened again. Of course she knew clearly that this must be Su Zhengtao's frame-up, just to piss off Yushur her father. A mother does not suspect her daughter of being ugly. You're good, left sentence sweeper, right sentence ugly, is Yushur your own child? Sikong Jing was unforgiving in his reasoning and pressed on step by step. Chapter 13, A Simple Wedding. It was still understandable for others to scold Su Yushur for being ugly, but Mei Xiaofang was Yushur's own mother, and Sikong Jing couldn't understand it. At this time, Su Yushur pulled his hand again and prayed, Sikong Jing, don't say anymore. You. Mei Xiaofang was so angry that her chest was heaving and suddenly spilled out, I just think she's ugly, I'll call her a broomstick, I'll call her ugly, what do you care you? Good Su Yushur, you're capable now Having a criminal husband is going to come and piss me off, isn't it? Hearing these words, Su Yushur hurriedly stood up and said, Mother, it's not I. Go away, piss me off, I don't want to see you ugly bastard now. After saying that, Mei Xiaofang slammed the door and left. Mother! Su Yushur screamed, about to chase out. But right at this moment, a coughing sound rang out, and it was none other than the sickly Su Zhenglong. Only to hear him say, Yushur, don't chase. Stopping his steps, Su Yushur asked. Father, mother, she gave birth to such a big atmosphere, will she be alright? Su Zhenglong shook his head and laughed, hee, the fact that she didn't even hit you proves that it must be fine. Immediately after that, he looked at Sikong Jing and casually asked, Jing it's okay for me to call you this, right? You shouldn't blame Yushur's mother, she's still mainly worried about my body, now that she knows that Yushur was almost beaten to death, she's also heartbroken, she's just dying to save face and refuses to say it. Sikong Jing froze, eyeing the direction Mei Xiaofang left, nodding thoughtfully. Then, Su Zhenglong gave another explanation, Yushur, take Jing to see the room. Su Yushur's expression froze, subconsciously looking towards Sikong Jing, gently pinching the corner of his coat again, that look was shy. In this way, Su Yushur brought Sikong Jing to her room, and in the future, this would also be Sikong Jing's room. It was a humble room, the furnishings inside were not at all like what a Miss Su clan should look like. Isn't it like I said, it's not much better than a pig farm? Su Yushur asked with a smile, showing a few hints of helplessness. Sikong Jing looked around, frowned and asked, the Su family's family head is your grandfather, right? It's understandable that he dislikes you for being ugly and even dislikes you for marrying a criminal like me, but why is he in the same circumstance for his father-in-law? The Su family head treating his son in such a way baffled him. I also can't figure out why my grandfather is so heartless, perhaps because father-in-law has no value anymore. Su Yusher's voice was tinged with hard feelings and aggravation. Their family had lived here for 10 whole years, just because their father was no longer useful to the Su family after he was seriously injured. Si Kongjing was silent and took a deep breath. I will let you all get out of this. Laughing, Su Yusher did not take this sentence seriously. Si Kongjing was an exiled sinner. How could he be capable of getting out of trouble? I will also let you restore your appearance. Si Kongjing emphasized another sentence. Su Yusher was dumbfounded at the words, and let out a bitter smile. This was even more impossible, for which she had long despaired. And Si Kongjing didn't say much. This will be his biggest surprise to Su Yusher. After a while, the house servant came to call for dinner. The two of them reappeared in the courtyard hall, and in front of them, unexpectedly, there was a very sumptuous table of wine and food. Su Zhenglong meekly sat on a wide chair, his body wrapped tightly in clothing, smilingly said, "Quickly sit down, this was carefully prepared by your mother, consider it your wedding wine." Su Yusher covered her mouth in disbelief and asked, "Mother she?" "Nonsense, this is clearly what I gave you to replenish your body. Anyway, if you can't finish it, you can only throw it away. This criminal and the ugly monster are just eating it in passing." Mei Xiaofang came out with a plate and retorted with a cold color. Su Zhenglong smiled and didn't say anything more. And Si Kongjing also gradually revealed a relieved look. It seems that before, he had misunderstood Mei Xiaofang, his mother-in-law. Just as the two were about to sit down, Mei Xiaofang suddenly added, "Wait, all kneel down for me." Su Yusher's mind was flustered, and she asked naively, "Mother, what did I do wrong again?" Then she looked at Si Kongjing. With his foul temper he definitely wouldn't kneel, just for fear of arguing with her mother again. But at this time, Si Kongjing made an action that made Su Yusher incomparably surprised. He actually knelt down. After being in disbelief, Su Yusher also hurriedly knelt beside Si Kongjing. "Kowtow to me 3 times and apologize for rushing me," Mei Xiaofang ordered again. Si Kongjing looked at the mother-in-law in front of him, and was somewhat amused in his heart. She was really too tough talking. This was clearly a wedding prepared for him and Su Yusher, and now they were paying their respects. Since he recognized Mei Xiaofang's disposition, Si Kongjing of course did not reveal it. And next to him, Su Yusher was still in a daze. How did Si Kongjing change his nature? Just as the two were about to kowtow, Mei Xiaofang suddenly took out another piece of red cloth and threw it on Su Yusher's head, cursing under her breath, "Still so ugly with the veil, use this to cover your face." At that moment, Su Yusher is full of red eyes, and she also finally realized that her tearful eyes are blurred. Bang bang bang. After 3 ringing heads, Si Kongjing pulled Su Yusher up and picked up the wine set out on the table. "Father-in-law and mother-in-law are here, my son-in-law will drink first." After drinking the wine with Su Yusher, this humble and incomparable wedding was completed. Si Kongjing gently lifted the red cloth on Su Yusher's head, and saw that in her eyes were tears that were gushing wildly. Si Kongjing silently swore in his heart, "From today onwards, I, Si Kongjing, will guard her for the rest of her life." A family of 4 sat down to eat. In the middle of the day, Mei Xiaofang asked worriedly, "Master, it was that old bastard's order for Yusher to live in the pig farm. How are you going to explain to him if you bring them back like this?" The old miser in her mouth was Su Yusher's grandfather, Su Shuefeng. This matter was not small, especially with Su Zhengtao's family in the middle of it. Sinking down, Su Zhenglong said in a cold voice, "I've thought it over. If father still wants to blame us, I'll scrap Su Zhengtao." As soon as the words fell, a male laughter suddenly came from outside. "Uncle need not worry, my father has already pleaded with grandpa, and will not take into account the matter of Su Yusher leaving the pig farm with the criminals." Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang looked up sharply and exclaimed in a low voice, "Su Yang!" Only to see a man and a woman striding in at the doorway. The woman was none other than Su Yun, while the man was her second brother, Su Yang. Chapter 14, Answer the battle. "Huh, are you guys drinking wedding wine?" Su Yang had an evil look on his face, while he saw the red cloth folded over Su Yusher's head at a glance, and then laughed shamefully. "Eldest uncle, you're being unorthodox. How can you not invite me when Yusher's younger sister pays her respects to the wedding?" Next to her, Su Yun, however, laughed. "Second brother, this kind of wedding that even pigs don't attend, how can eldest uncle have the face to invite us?" That's right, marrying an exiled sinner, the Su family's face has been lost to the grandmother's house. The two siblings sang and drank together, their eyes full of contempt. Mei Xiaofang's face turned blue as she angrily said, "Su Yang, Su Yun, get out, you are not welcome in my house." Although she did not say it with her mouth, the punishment of Su Yusher almost being caned was deeply imprinted in her heart, and she hated Su Yun very much. Unfortunately, Su Yang's siblings shrugged their shoulders with disinterest. Even Su Yang sat down with a big grin and smiled teasingly. "Eldest auntie, do you want to know why my father pleaded for Su Yusher?" Why was Grandpa able to agree to let Su Yushi go home? The two questions made Mei Xiaofang suspicious, and she couldn't figure out what kind of medicine Su Zhengtao and that old miscreant were selling in their gourds. Bang! In vain, the chair under Su Yang's buttocks crumbled into pieces. He stood up long and looked straight at Su Zhenglong. Because I will personally waste the limbs of your criminal son-in-law, so Grandpa agreed to it in a good mood. The three members of the family, their faces changed wildly. Then Su Zhenglong stood up with force, his whole body's true qi moving vaguely, and angrily shouted, "How dare you!" Originally, the reason why Elder Su Xiafeng agreed to let Yushi leave the pig farm was actually to abolish Xikong Jing, to get back at Su Zhengtao for the law enforcement hall matter. Right at this time, Su Yun sneered out, "Eldest uncle, are you trying to bully the juniors?" As the words fell, Su Zhenglong's face stiffened. These were the words he had said to Su Zhengtao when he was in the Su family's law enforcement hall. Su Yang, on the other hand, ignored Su Zhenglong, pointed at Xikong Jing, and said in a lofty manner, "Criminals, I, Su Yang, am of the same generation as you. I'm going to challenge you now. Do you dare to answer the challenge?" As the words fell, Su Yang's true qi surged to his entire body. It was clearly exactly the 8th level of the Ming realm. Xikong Jing's face was expressionless as he slowly got up. In the next moment, Su Yushi stopped him and said, "You can't answer the battle. Su Yang is at the 8th level of the Ming realm. You can't win." Father said that Xikong Jing was only at the 4th level of the Ming realm, a full double the gap. Grandpa said, "If you criminals don't dare to answer the battle, take Su Yushi, this ugly monster, and roll back to the pig farm with you. You'll have to live there for the rest of your lives, relegated to being slaves of the Su mansion and raising pigs for the entire Su mansion." Su Yang had expected that Su Zhenlong's family wouldn't dare to let Xikong Jing respond to the battle, so he bluntly forced the issue. Cough, cough, cough. Su Zhenglong coughed madly, his eyes were red. This was to force Xikong Jing to die alive. Father and Su Zhengtao, too ruthless. But just at this moment, Xikong Jing bypassed Su Yueshi and took a step out. Su Yushi's face changed, and she tugged him to death, saying, "Still can't answer the battle. I'm not afraid of living in a pig farm." Gazing back at the anxious Su Yushi, Xikong Jing said word for word, "I am your husband. Since I have woken up, I won't let you live in that kind of place anymore. This is my responsibility." Withdrawing his hand that was held by Su Yushi, Xikong Jing indifferently bellowed to Su Yang, "I shall fight." Today was his wedding day, and it was also the day when he, Xikong Jing, truly recognized that there was danger and evil in the world, as well as tenderness. He was going to fight for his new wife, and he was going to swear to be reborn with his fists. The once invincible god general was no longer there, but he was going to transform into a berserk beast to tear apart all injustices and guard the one close to his heart. Behind him, Su Yushi looked at Xikong Jing's tall back, tears dripping down unconsciously. Obviously he was so ugly, why did he still treat himself so well? Knowing that he will fight even if he is undefeated, he just can't bear to see himself continue to suffer. Is this a husband? At the same time, Mei Xiaofang trembled. "Asshole, are you trying to make my daughter widowed on the day of her marriage?" Su Zhenglong laughed bitterly. "This son-in-law is really a sinew. I'm afraid that this is how he offended people and was exiled." The three of them, father and daughter, did not think that Xikong Jing had the slightest hope of winning at all. "Ha ha!" Su Yang looked up to the sky and laughed. "You criminal is quite courageous. I, Su Yang, have always been kind-hearted. When I stay and break your limbs, I will try to be as dry as possible." He was in a great mood. This criminal was really brainless. Being provoked by himself, he answered the battle. "You talk too much nonsense." Suddenly, Xikong Jing's icy voice line exploded in Su Yang's ears. Boom! Su Yang's laughter came to an abrupt end as a huge fist appeared. He subconsciously tried to cross his arms to parry it, but Xikong Jing's voice came back to his ears. "Your speed, it's too slow." With a bang, the fist hit Su Yang squarely in the face. Instantly, Su Yang's eyes were blinded, and he unconsciously flew up to the sky, blood splattered in midair, and his body slammed down heavily. Xikong Jing floated down, while behind him were the incredulous gazes of Su Yushi and the others. Chapter 15 Golden Thunder 8 Blades. Wow! Su Yang slumped to the ground in a sorry state, spitting blood from his mouth. Second brother. Su Yun let out a scream and pounced over to help Su Yang. Su Yang fiercely wiped the blood by the corner of his mouth, forcefully pushed Su Yun away and stood up, and roared at Xikong Jing, "Criminally sick ghost, you dare to sneak attack me?" There is a saying in the army that a soldier is never too deceitful. Xikong Jing stepped out one step at a time and said in a slow voice, "However, I didn't put out my full strength in that punch just now. It's not quite a sneak attack, otherwise you would have died just now." The words were plain, but arrogantly incomparable, as if he was only at the 8th level of the Ming realm. But this is the truth, even when facing the dark realm of Su Zhengtao, Si Kongjing have a sure shot to kill, not to mention the small Su Yang. He really want a sneak attack. 100 Su Yang are not enough for him to kill. A sneak attack is a sneak attack, and you dare to speak out of turn. Second brother, quickly break his limbs, and I will also tear his mouth. Where would Su Yun believe Si Kongjing's words? Angrily pointing at Si Kongjing, he said. At the same time, Su Zhanglong behind Si Kongjing also came back to his senses and let out a bitter smile. He similarly didn't believe what Si Kongjing said. If it wasn't a sneak attack, it was impossible for Si Kongjing's fourth level of the Ming realm to hit Su Yang. Mei Xiaofang also drank in dissatisfaction. You have time to amplify your words here, why don't you take advantage of the victory? She also reacted to the fact that Si Kongjing had just made a sneak attack, so there was no point in talking big now, right? Boom! In vain, Su Yang's whole body True Qi draws and poses a starting gesture, eerily saying, I decided to slowly twist off your limbs, letting you suffer infinitely, catch me. Falling peak fist. As the words fell, Su Yang exploded and attacked. The True Qi of the 8th level of the Ming realm converged on his fist, and he blasted his fist towards Si Kongjing. Compared to it, Si Kongjing's True Qi was as tiny as sand. Su Yushi's heart lifted up again, her pink fist clenched tightly. She could foresee Si Kongjing being blown away and spitting out blood. However, in the next instant, an unbelievable scene appeared. Only to see Si Kongjing indifferently stretching out his hand, and holding Su Yang's fist so that it could not advance an inch. Your little bit of True Qi also has the nerve to say that you are at the 8th realm of the Ming realm, it's too bad. After Si Kongjing finished speaking, he directly flew out with a knee, ruthlessly hitting Su Yang's belly. Su Yang's eyes popped out, blood bubbled wildly, and his entire body once again flew backwards and landed on the ground. The worried Su Yushi trio stared wide-eyed. How did they win again? Then Si Kongjing but turned back to Mei Xiaofang, Lord Mother-in-law, what I just said was not a big lie. Shock was written all over Su Zhenglong's face. Could it be that his son-in-law was really this powerful? In the next second, his pupils shrank. Be careful behind you, don't get distracted. Along with his reminder, Si Kongjing's back gave birth to the wind of a sword, accompanied by Su Yang's furious voice. Criminals, you've angered me, I didn't want to go all out, now I'm going to thwart you. Su Yang was furious. How can he say that he was also the second son of the Su family of the 4 great families of Yunyi City? He was famous in the city. If this scene today was seen by outsiders, he would be laughed to death. It would be said that he, the second son of Su Yang, was beaten by a sickly criminal who was only at the 4th level of the Ming realm. It was imperative to turn this situation around immediately. At this moment, he had already gripped a long knife in his hand and chopped horizontally at Si Kongjing, who had his back to him, aiming to win. But, how sharp was Si Kongjing's sense of smell? During the rebellion of the 7 kingdoms, he had faced a sneak attack from 7 transcendent peak realms of the 7 kingdoms, and was able to counterattack and cut the 7 down to their feet. Even now that he is recultivating, the sense of smell is still there. So just as the wind of the blade was approaching, Si Kongjing was about to reach out and hold the blade. Seeing this, Su Zhanglong looked horrified and said, You must not take it hard, this is the Su family's Golden Thunder 8 Blades, a Xian grade lower order battle technique. In this world, martial arts techniques were categorized into 4 grades, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. The Yellow grade was the weakest, the Heavenly grade was the strongest, and each grade was divided into the upper, middle, and lower grades. In a small place like Yunyi City, the lower Xian pin level was already considered a rare high-level battle technique. Si Kongjing actually wanted to reach out and catch the sword, his hand was not wanted? However, Si Kongjing did not listen to Su Zhenglong's words, his hand brazenly reached out and gripped this incomparably strong blade. Asshole? Are you unable to understand human language? Mei Xiaofang subconsciously screamed out. Su Yushi looked flustered. As a miss of the Su family, how could she not know how strong the Golden Thunder 8 blades were? Her own husband, his hand was going to be gone. In the next instant, the gazes of the entire crowd froze. Only to see that Si Kongjing's hand wasn't chopped off by the knives, but instead, he tightly gripped the blade that was full of covered True Qi. Snap! Then Si Kongjing's other hand's palm drew out and slapped Su Yang's face hard. With a wow sound, Su Yang flew out for the 3rd time. The whole person spun in mid-air and landed on the ground, while his long knife also landed in Si Kongjing's hand. Then the blade turned, Si Kongjing held the knife and pressed it on Su Yang's neck, and opened his mouth to ask, You want to waste my arms and legs? The voice was flat, but it was like thunder in the whole place. Su Zhenglong's mouth was wide open, while Su Yueshi couldn't help but cover her small mouth under the veil, and Mei Xiaofang was astonished. All 3 felt like they were dreaming. Si Kongjing just 1. Chapter 16 Dark Realm Triple? A small matter. Su Yang was confused for a while before he realized that he was lying on the ground with a sharp knife on his neck. But how did he lose? Sikong Jing's movements were just too fast, holding the knife, drawing it flying and then the blade chopping down, in just a blink of an eye. Even Su Zhanglong, the once heavenly pride of Yunyi City, was unable to react. "Criminal, what are you doing?" Su Yun's voice broke the calm and rushed over. Snap. Without looking back, Sikong Jing slapped Su Yun across the face while saying back, "What for?" "Of course it's to return the favor in the same way that he did. If Su Yan wants to break my limbs, then I'll break his limbs." Saying that, Sikong Jing's gaze fell on Su Yang's arms and legs. "Stop, criminal." Su Yun, who was jerked down to the ground, looked up and shouted angrily, "If you dare to waste my second brother, you're dead." When these words came out, the shocked Su Zhenglong's face also changed abruptly, saying, "Ah Jing, stop first and listen to me." Sikong Jing looked away and said back, "Don't worry father-in-law, since they said that this is a duel between juniors, I'll waste him, even if the Su family head doesn't dare to openly do anything to us." Sikong Jing knew very well what Su Zhenglong was worried about. But this was Su Yang who first came to challenge him, and he was also the one who first said that he would waste both his hands and feet. Could it be that if he lost, Su Yushi's grandfather and Su Zhengtao could not shamelessly come to retaliate? They might not be able to punish you positively for scrapping Su Yang. But Su Yang also has a big brother named Su Shan. Nowadays he is traveling outside, but he will return in 10 days. Su Zhenglong explained quickly, with his nature, he will still challenge you. What he was most worried about was not Su Zhengtao and Su Xiefeng, but Su Zhengtao's eldest son, now the Su family's Grand Duke. As long as he returned, he would similarly challenge Sikong Jing as a junior. At that time, it would be a life-and-death fight without mercy. Su Yun also breathed a sigh of relief as she smiled coldly. "That's right, my elder brother will be back in 10 days, if you dare to waste my second brother, you and Su Yushi will all die, and Su Zhenglong won't be able to protect you either." To her big brother Su Shan, Su Yun was full of confidence, and a coldness returned to her face. Su Yushi also trotted to Sikong Jing's side and advised in a small voice, "Sikong Jing, Su Shan is the treasure of the entire Su family, for his grandfather can do anything, so Su Yang cannot be abolished." Anything naturally included, taking out Su Zhenglong's family was also at stake. Sikong Jing pondered down and asked, "What realm is Su Shan in?" Su Zhenglong returned with a serious face. He had already stepped into the dark realm when he left home a year ago. What realm he is now is unknown, but with his talent he can at least reach the third level of the dark realm. Dark realm and bright realm were two concepts. Even if Sikong Jing beat Su Yang now, he could not cross the gap of the great realm. Therefore, Su Yang, who was pressed on the ground, hemmed and hawed, "Let me go, or else my big brother can pinch you to death with a single finger." However, Sikong Jing ignored it and instead calmly said to Su Zhenglong's 3 men, "Dark realm third level, that's fine." After saying that, he looked at the arrogant Su Yang. One foot stepped on the joints of his arm, then a crisp clicking sound. Miserable scream that rushed up to the sky. Then Sikong Jing stepped on Su Yang's remaining 1 hand and 2 feet without moving, and in the blink of an eye, Su Yang was a total loss of all 4 limbs. Miserable screams also came to an abrupt end with it, and he directly fainted from the pain. "Ah Jing, you. Su Zhenglong stared blankly at this scene, feeling that the advice he had just given was all in vain. The entire courtyard was silent, each staring at Sikong Jing with their mouths open. It was only after a few gasps that Su Yun incredulously screamed, "Second brother." She pounced to Su Yang's side and saw the latter's twisted hands and feet. Su Yun angrily roared, "Criminals, Su Yushi, you guys just wait to go to hell, now I'm going to tell Grandpa." After viciously threatening a few sentences, Su Yun hurriedly called the family servant again and left with the unconscious Su Yang in his arms. Until Su Yun's siblings disappeared into thin air, the compound was still quiet. Suddenly, mother-in-law Mei Xiaofang let out a scream, "Criminals, are you sick in the head? You have said that the consequences of scrapping Su Yang will be very serious. Why do you still want to do it?" She was so angry that her chest was heaving, like an old mother cat ranting at Sikong Jing. Sikong Jing, however, smiled and replied back, "Don't worry father-in-law and mother-in-law, I have my measure. He got married tonight and is now the son-in-law of Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang, so of course he would consider their feelings when doing things. If he really wasn't sure, Sikong Jing wouldn't come in hard. But Su Shan would not be back until 10 days later and was only at the 3rd level of the Dark Realm, not to mention what level his own realm would have risen to in 10 days, even now he had no fear of a challenge, and could just as easily kill him. So Sikong Jing scrapping Su Yang was really a trivial matter. Disproportionate, you still dare to say there is proportion? Even a child knows how big the gap is between the Bright Realm and the Dark Realm. Unfortunately, Mei Xiaofeng couldn't understand Si Kongjing's confidence and shivered with anger. You think that if you can win over Su Yang by crossing the ranks, you can win over Su Shan by crossing the ranks? You can't even get close to the true chi of the Dark Realm, how can you win? She had to admit that it was incredible to her that Si Kongjing could beat Su Yang over steps, but it wasn't as if there were no such examples. As for the Ming Realm winning over the Dark Realm, it was unheard of in Yunyi City. Even if it was the 9th level of the Bright Realm, it was still impossible. Mother-in-law, I can get closer. Si Kongjing still wanted to explain, but Mei Xiaofeng viciously interrupted. What's the point of you getting close? You think you're playing assassination? 10 days from now is that old undead Su Xiafeng's birthday banquet. At that time he will preside over your fair fight. He will also use the opportunity to drive us to extinction. Our family is already miserable enough, why are you, a criminal, still coming to harm us? Saying a whole lot in one breath, Mei Xiaofeng gasped for breath. Su Yushir flew over and could only persuade, Mother, Si Kongjing is also taking it out on me, so don't blame him. Although Si Kongjing was impulsive, he did let them take out their anger fiercely. What's the use of taking out your anger? You have to weigh your own strength before taking out your anger, first we have to live. Mei Xiaofeng said as she shook off Su Yushir's hand and said in vain, tonight, you are not allowed to share a room. Ha! Su Yushir subconsciously opened her mouth wide. At this time, Mei Xiaofeng had already supported Su Zhenglong and turned back to reply, this criminal will definitely be killed by Su Shan 10 days later, I don't want my daughter's ice-clear body to be defiled by him. If it wasn't for the fact that this is the Lord of Cloud State's bestowal of marriage, I would have blown him out the door right now, I'm so angry. The Lord of Cloud State's bestowal of marriage was like a shackle, deadlocking Si Kongjing and Su Yushir. Unless Si Kongjing died, the Su family could not escape this cage. Alas! A sigh came from Su Zhenglong as well, and he eventually went back to his room without saying anything. His injuries were also like shackles, the scenery that was once there was no longer there. The indifference of the father and the Su family, the ugliness of the daughter all pressed on the body, originally thought that the daughter finally found a good husband. But his impulsiveness will eventually lead to the disaster of killing. Broken Su Yan limbs, show off a moment of speed, will also provoke the father Su Xiafeng's monstrous anger. Chapter 17 Su Xiafeng. Within the courtyard, only Si Kongjing and Su Yushir remained. The cold wind was blowing, this night their wedding was simple but cozy, but it had turned into the current situation. Si Kongjing had some self-blame in his heart, not because of scrapping Su Yang, even if he did it again he would do the same thing. His self-blame was only because he had made things difficult for Su Yushir. Yushir, the fact that I can be granted marriage by the Lord of Yinzhou proves that I am not an ordinary person, believe me, I will win in 10 days. Si Kongjing didn't know how to comfort other than saying this. He actually wanted to say that he was that legendary invincible god general of the great Shang dynasty. But the words were still retracted at the edge of his mouth. Knowing his true identity would not benefit anyone. He had killed mountains of enemy countrymen, exterminated countless roving bandits, and offended so many nobles of the palace that if his identity was spread, he didn't know how many enemies would pounce on him as viciously as he did. At this moment, he also understands why Yen Tianma did not openly say that it was the emperor who bestowed the marriage. Because only a marriage bestowed by the Lord of Yunzhou would not be suspected of his identity, not to protect himself of course, but the 9th princess Yen Ruyu wanted to see herself married to an ugly daughter-in-law and languishing. Su Yushir reached out her hand to hold Si Kongjing and said softly, I am already your wife in name only, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. He himself was originally living on a tightrope, and the meaning of living was only because his parents were still alive. Now that she had become a woman, naturally, her husband was the priority. Si Kongjing's eyes were hot, gently embracing Su Yushir into his arms, it was difficult to speak. You, really don't mind me being ugly? In Si Kongjing's generous embrace, Su Yushir murmured and asked. She thought of the way Si Kongjing ripped off his veil and even used a handkerchief to wipe the blood, his eyes at that time, without any fluctuation or dislike, this was a scene that had never been seen before. Si Kongjing laughed, don't say such silly things, and I might be able to give you a surprise in 10 days. 10 days later, he himself should be able to reach the 9th level of the Ming realm. And this night, the two of them slept in separate rooms according to their mother-in-law Mei Xiaofeng's words, and Si Kongjing immediately entered the state of cultivation. At the same time, Su Zhengtao was playing chess with an old man in his room. The old man was none other than his and Su Zhenglong's father, Su Xiafeng. Ever since Su Zhenglong was seriously injured, Su Xiafeng, who was the head of the Su family, had his focus come to his second son, Su Zhengtao, and had pampered their family for 10 years without fail. Suddenly, Su Zhengtao asked, Father, why only scrap that criminal? Not just kill him? When Su Xiefeng heard this, his face grimly returned. The Lord of Yunzhou gave the marriage, and I don't know what the deeper meaning is. It's better for that criminal not to die too quickly. Wait for me to scout the wind before saying anything. But that criminal must have committed a major offense or offended some horrible person, otherwise he would never have used that ugly monster to humiliate him. Su Xiefeng to his granddaughter, Su Yueshi, also used the ugly monster as a substitute. Then, Su Xiefeng gritted his teeth. What bad luck, how come I, Su Xiefeng, have the ugliest granddaughter in all of Yunzhou? Gasping for breath, Su Yushur was the Su family's greatest disgrace. Just because she was the ugliest, she was given in marriage. Father, calm down, Su Yang scrapping that criminal as an early birthday gift to you. Su Zhengtao advised. Su Xiefeng thought that he would soon be able to see the criminal with broken limbs. His mood improved a lot, but he still hated it and said, I really want to see with my own eyes that criminal's miserable condition. Second Master. Something big is wrong. Suddenly, a domestic servant's voice rang out mournfully from outside the courtyard. The second master in his mouth naturally referred to Su Zhengtao. This family servant pounced in with a rush of anger, his face pale as he said, Su Yang's second young master he. Snap. Su Zhengtao slapped the family servant's face. What's the hurry? Speak properly, can't you see that the old master is also there? Hearing this, Su Xiefeng also said indifferently, what happened to Xiao Yang? Did he accidentally kill that criminal? Or did he kill that ugly monster? It's all right, death is death. No, not. The second young master's arms and legs are all broken. The house servant said with a clueless face. Boom. When these words came out, Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao's father and son felt as if they were bombarded by 5 thunders, and their reverse blood rose wildly. What did you say? The father and son roared out almost simultaneously, frantically rushing out the door. The next thing they saw was Su Yan lying on a stretcher, both his hands and feet completely wasted, even the bones in his joints were shattered. While Su Yun was kneeling on the stretcher, crying and wailing. Su Xiefeng's black and white whiskers fluttered wildly as he glared at Su Yun and asked, who did this? Is it Su Zhenglong, that dog thing? The old eyes were red and the old fists were clenched. No one dared to waste Su Yang except Su Zhenglong. It's that damn criminal, he sneak attacked second brother. Su Yun gritted her teeth and told the process, but Xikong Jing's victory over Su Yan was described by her as a sneak attack. Otherwise, second brother Su Yang would definitely not have lost. Criminals, I'll go kill him. Su Zhengtao's entire body's true qi rippled and he was about to kill out. Stand still. Su Xiefeng let out a broken cry and roared lowly, even if it's a sneak attack, this nominal junior fight is still Xiao Yang's loss. Su Zhenglong has an excuse to fight for his life. Su Zhengtao's footsteps stiffened, he was afraid that Su Zhenglong would fight for his life. One must know that even his father would not be able to gain any benefits at the hands of the desperate Su Zhenglong. But Su Zhengtao stared at Su Yang's miserable condition, his eyes reddened as he roared, Father, could this breath be swallowed just like this? Su Xiefeng's eyes were ice cold. Of course not, 10 days later Xiaoshan will come back to celebrate my birthday, let Xiaoshan kill him then. Still have to endure for 10 days? Su Zhengtao was very upset. Suddenly, Su Xiefeng let out a heavy shout, pass on my order, from now on cut off any money supply to Su Zhenglong's family, don't even think of getting a single copper from the Su mansion. After giving the order, he hurriedly went out to seek medical treatment for Su Yang. Su Zhengtao's chest continued to rise and fall as he said in eerie horror, 10 days from now, I will not only let that criminal die, I will also be angry at Su Zhenglong, father's birthday banquet will be the day of his sacrifice. The day dawned, Xikong Jing had stayed up all night cultivating, he had also reached the 5th level of the Ming realm. What are you guys doing? Don't rob, don't rob. In vain, the screams of his mother-in-law Mei Xiaofeng came from outside his room. At this time, the door to his room was opened with a bang, only to see Su Yushur gasping for breath. Xikong Jing, the servants in the house are robbing mother-in-law. Xikong Jing froze and hurriedly pulled Su Yushur to the center of the courtyard. Only to see that there were 6 or 7 people dressed as house servants in the courtyard, who were surrounding mother-in-law Mei Xiaofeng, with a pair of middle-aged men and women still tugging at a piece of silk in Mei Xiaofeng's hands. Mei Xiaofeng furiously said, are you guys crazy? Let go of me. You owe us half a month's wages yet, are you going to let us starve to death? The middle-aged domestic servant who was grabbing the silk said viciously. Chapter 18, Tenfold Return. Mei Xiaofeng's expression froze at her words, and the silk in her hand was then snatched away by the male domestic servant. Ah! Caught off guard, Mei Xiaofeng fell forward due to the other party's excessive force, right in the direction of the female domestic servant, but the latter sneered and stepped aside without hesitation. Seeing that Mei Xiaofang was about to fall, a strong arm held her up, and it was none other than Si Kongjing. Then, he handed his mother-in-law over to Su Yueshi behind him, glaring at the surrounding household servants. Si Kongjing's fists clenched as he angrily glared at the male household servants and said, "Things, hand them back." His voice was cold and overbearing. The male house servant immediately felt that he was being stared at by a vicious beast and subconsciously took a step back. However, the female domestic servant was not afraid and chirped, "On what grounds? Mei Xiaofang owes us half a month's wages, why should we return it?" Being so shouted, the male house servant also said with a strong voice, "That's right, is there any reason why you don't pay back the money you owe?" The several household servants behind them also spoke one after another. "The Su family's first lady wants to starve us to death, what's wrong with robbing her of something? This was originally what we deserved." As one by one opened their mouths, the household servants felt outnumbered and no longer had any fear of Si Kongjing's forcefulness. At this time, Mei Xiaofang's voice rang out behind Si Kongjing, "It's wrong of me to owe you money for your labor, but what kind of open robbery is there? And it's only been half a month." Supported by Su Yushi, Mei Xiaofang walked out with a pale face. "Half a month isn't long enough?" The male house servant rubbed the satin in his hands and laughed chillingly, "And with your current situation, even a day's delay won't do, who knows how long you'll live." The female house servant also spoke evilly, "You, Mei Xiaofang, are a shrew, an old scoundrel who owes money and doesn't pay." At once, Mei Xiaofang's eyes reddened. As the Su family's first lady, how had she ever been so abused? Also calling herself an old scoundrel, she had never owed money for her work, this was only the first time. Su Yushi couldn't help but say sharply, "Aunt Li, my mother usually treats you all well, is it necessary to speak so harshly?" These domestic servants, all of them had been following their father when he was in his splendor. Even if they later fell from grace, their mother had never treated them poorly, and for 20 whole years they had actually gotten a shrewish old scoundrel in return. Especially the female domestic servant, Aunt Li, she was still the maid accompanying her mother. But Su Yushi's words got all the house servants' cold laughter. Aunt Li also narrowed her eyes ruthless. "I don't care, anyway, us the wages must be paid back, immediately pay back." Su Yushi opened her mouth, owing money is justified, she didn't know what to do. At this time, Mei Xiaofang smiled miserably, "I know, when the Su residence's regular money comes down tomorrow, it will all be settled to you." Her heart trembled, mother was afraid that she was hurt badly, Aunt Li and the others were too cold-hearted. Alas, the regular money given by the Su mansion was already small. It's getting less and less every year, and the reason why the wages can't be paid out is because the last 2 months' wages have been halved again. My mother had thought of delaying it for a while, waiting for the red packets to be distributed at Grandpa's birthday banquet 10 days later, and then settling it for the domestic servants, and my mother had always believed that the domestic servants could understand their difficulties. But in just half a month, they were forcing and had to rob things by force. Su Fu's regular money? Are you dreaming, Mei Xiaofang? Where else do you have routine money to take? Aunt Li laughed coldly. Frozen, Mei Xiaofang froze and asked, "What do you mean?" Even though the example money was very little, even though it was very unpopular with that old miscreant Su Xiafeng, it was still there. "Huh, it seems you don't know? Old Master Su has ordered to cut off all money supply to your family, not a single copper plate." Buzz. As Aunt Li's words fell, Mei Xiaofeng's brain rumbled with a gusto. Cut off the routine money, then what would their family eat in the future? How can this be? Could it be that Zhenlong led the Su family to become one of the 4 great families of Yunyi City back then, and it still couldn't withstand a tiny few coins? Mei Xiaofeng let out a mournful cry. 20 years ago, the Su family was only a second-rate family in Yunyi City, and it was Su Zhenglong who had single-handedly fought his way up. Cutting off the example money was killing Su Zhenglong, he still had to buy medicine to renew his life. Anyway, pay back the money, or else don't blame us for emptying your house. Auntie Li screamed with a twisted face, and all the household servants took a step forward, a picture of leaping into action. Mei Xiaofeng said miserably again, "I used to reward you with quite a lot of things, can it still be worth this half-month's wages? It's more than enough, it's enough for 10 years. But Auntie Li was unforgiving and sneered, "The reward is your voluntary, I didn't beg you." Snap. In vain, a crisp sound rang out from Auntie Li's face. At the same time, Si Kongjing's figure stood out, domineeringly repeating, "Something, hand it back." Aunt Li covered her face in shock and anger. But in the next instant, she let out a scream, "Beating people up, Master Su's family owes money and is still beating people up, is there any justice in heaven, we have paid for the Su mansion all our lives." Along with her scream, footsteps came from the surroundings, and a person dressed as a domestic servant appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Su Yushur had said that this was the Su family's old mansion, and the people living around it were all the Su family's domestic servants. Ali, what happened? Someone asked. Adli angrily pointed at Mei Xiaofang and said, "We knelt down and begged to get the money owed to us for our labor. Then this shrew Mei Xiaofang called his criminal son-in-law to come and beat me up. I've been with her for so many years for nothing. Oh. Such upside-down black and white words almost did not. Mei Xiaofang fainted. Which is kneeling and begging to take, obviously is forced to rob by force. Even Sikong Jing was dumbfounded for a while. His heart was filled with rage, and after taking a step out, he slapped Aunt Li's face again. This time, everyone could see it clearly, and the onlookers' household servants took a step back and then pointed. Too inhumane, owing money and still hitting people, will be condemned by heaven. We're just house servants. I'm afraid we don't even count as human beings in their eyes, right? Go to the Su family's law enforcement hall to find Second Master Su to complain. With a variety of voices, dozens of household servants verbally attacked Mei Xiaofang and Su Yueshi. Sikong Jing, on the other hand, couldn't bear it anymore and took another heavy step. Criminals, stop right there. Mei Xiaofang suddenly let out a scream and said, "You can't fight anymore, are you putting me on fire?" She was also furious and wanted to whip Auntie Li to death, but she couldn't. Otherwise her own family would be drowned in saliva. With Aunt Li's ability to turn black and white upside down, if they continued to fight, their own family was afraid that they would become the public enemy of the Su house, and then there would be even less to live for. However, Sikong Jing paused on his feet and still rushed forward, lifting Aunt Li as he said, "The first slap to beat you for being ungrateful and bullying your master with your servant, the second slap to beat you for turning black and white upside down, and the third slap to beat you for falling down the well." Slap. The third slap sent Auntie Li flying out. Sikong Jing coldly said again, "We owe you half a month's wages. We never said we won't pay it back. Come to me 3 days later to collect the money, and it will be returned tenfold. Now all of you get out of here or die." Sikong Jing swept his eyes angrily, his killing intent monstrous. Chapter 19: Su Yushur's Past. Right now, if there were people from the Great Shang Dynasty's army around, they would be able to understand how terrifying the killing intent of invincible God General Sikong Jing was. The household servants were so overwhelmed at this moment that they couldn't breathe. It wasn't until Sikong Jing withdrew his killing aura that each one of them let out a long breath, and suddenly, one of the household servants asked, "Tenfold return? Are you serious?" "I've always said yes." Sikong Jing returned with cold eyes. Aunt Li covered her face and asked hatefully, "What if you can't take it out?" "My life was given to you guys. Su Zhengtao instructed you guys to make trouble and rob me. Isn't that because you want my life?" Sikong Jing said flatly. Elder Master Su cut off the supply of money. The family servants rebelled to demand money. It was impossible without Su Zhengtao behind the scenes. Fine, this is what you said." Aunt Li gave a cold laugh and said, "Let's go." "Stop." Sikong Jing saw that the crowd of household servants were about to turn around and leave, and let out a low gulp, "Leave the stuff behind." In the male domestic servant's hand, he was still holding Mei Xiaofang's satin. Hearing this, he could only hatefully throw the things back to Sikong Jing. In the blink of an eye, all the household servants left. Sikong Jing, on the other hand, took the silk satin and handed it to Mei Xiaofang, mother-in-law. Before the words left his mouth, a gust of palm wind came from Mei Xiaofang's direction. Sikong Jing reacted quickly, flying hair to hold her hand and asked, "Mother-in-law, what are you doing? You still dare to ask what I'm going to do? If you didn't waste Su Yang, Su Xiefeng, that old bastard would have cut off our family's routine money? And what did you just say? 10 times the amount? Where are we going to find 10 times the wages? We don't even have a single coin left now. You guys used it all up last night for worship, you know?" Mei Xiaofang stared at Sikong Jing with red eyes, roaring wildly. "Since I married into the Su family, I have never been this miserable. Even if Yushur, her father, was seriously injured for the past 10 years, I was still barely able to get by on a shoestring, but after you appeared, could I be any more miserable? If Su Yushur is a spoilsport, you are a spoilsport 10 times over." The betrayal of the domestic servant caused Mei Xiaofang's emotions, which she had suppressed for 10 years, to completely collapse. Sikong Jing stood dumbfounded, gently put down Mei Xiaofang's hand, and seriously said, "Mother-in-law, you don't need to worry about money. Within 3 days I will make sure that you are no longer strapped for cash, and we no longer need a single coin from the Su family." As a child, Sikong Jing had also lived through very hard times and understood the pain of having empty pockets. But to him, getting money really wasn't difficult. He just needed 3 days to raise his realm a bit more. Mei Xiaofang stared at him coldly and finally sneered, "Alright, if you can't get it out after 3 days, kill yourself. This way, our family will be quiet." Saying that, Mei Xiaofang lost her mind and turned towards the room, not even bothering to question it. At this time, Su Yushi, who had been unable to interject, called out, "Mother." Pausing in her steps, Mei Xiaofang interrupted, "Your father has fallen into a coma again, this matter is not allowed to let him know, I forbid you guys to be angry at him again. He can't stand your anger." Mei Xiaofang's back slumped, her shoulders kept shrugging, and eventually disappeared into the courtyard. Looking at her mother's back, Su Yushi lowered her head in aggravation, her expression pained. Sikong Jing was silent, then suddenly asked, "Yushi, is it because of your looks that mother-in-law always takes her anger out on you?" He could understand anything, and it was fine to be distrustful of himself. But always saying Su Yushi is a spoilsport, Sikong Jing's heart is still very uncomfortable. Is father-in-law's serious injury also blamed on Yushi? No, 10 years ago father's serious injury was directly related to me. With Su Yushi's words, Sikong Jing's spirit was slightly shaken as he gazed and listened. Back then, I was 8 years old, and when I was out on a trip, I was spotted by a noble gentleman who wanted to take me in as a maid. He forcibly brought me back to the Su family and asked father for it. Of course father could not agree, but that noble gentleman was too strong. He revealed his identity and made father have to agree to it, otherwise the Su family would be destroyed. The noble gentleman gave me and the Su family a day to say goodbye. And just as I woke up the next day, I suddenly became what I am now. Sikong Jing's eyes widened, after suddenly turning ugly. That noble gentleman would definitely not want Su Yushi anymore, and would definitely think that it was the in-laws messing up, and his anger could be imagined. What happened afterward? Sikong Jing hurriedly asked. When your son was shaking with rage, my sister came forward and said that she was willing to replace me and become your son's maid. Sikong Jing's spirit shook again before he realized that Su Yuxian was the second youngest lady of the Su clan and there was another sister above her. My sister Su Yuxian was taken away, but your son thought that my sister was far inferior to me, so father still had to be punished, and after that battle father was seriously injured. Su Yuxian bit her lip and explained. Sikong Jing was in a trance, suddenly alarmed that the crimson spider poison was afraid that Su Yushi's sister had given it to her. In order to do so, Su Yuxian would not be taken away by your son. At that time, Su Yuxian wasn't too old and didn't have the heart to consider what effect turning ugly would have on her sister. My turning ugly caused my sister to be taken away, with no news for 10 years, and my mother secretly wiped her tears every time she thought about it. It was also because of me that led to father's serious injury. I do not know why will become ugly, all suspect that his father and mother deliberately get, but really not they. Find a lot of doctors say this is born with a disability. How much I hope that the person who was taken away is me, so that my sister will not leave, father and mother do not have to be aggrieved. Saying this, Su Yushi's tears slid down in big, painful tears. And Sikong Jing finally understood why Mei Xiaofang's attitude towards Su Yushi was so bad. Who is that noble gentleman? Sikong Jing's eyes flashed with killing intent. It was not Su Yushi who caused all of this. Rather, it was that strong and domineering noble son, who was also the one who injured his father-in-law and took away Su Yushi's sister. One could imagine how bewildered and helpless Su Yushi, who was only 8 years old back then, one could imagine how many merciless accusations Su Yushi had endured in these 10 years, and the root cause of all this was that noble son. Shaking her head, Su Yushi returned, maybe father knows, but he never says. Sikong Jing's heart was clear. I'm afraid that this noble gentleman's identity was extremely terrifying, and it would be useless for Su Yushi to know. Thinking of this, he could only comfort Su Yushi first. Everything will be fine, I will definitely get the money within 3 days. Slightly raising her eyelids, Su Yushi gently answered on, not knowing whether she believed or did not believe. For the next 2 days, Su Yushi's home appeared to be very peaceful. Su Zhenglong woke up once during the period and asked Elder Master Su and Su Zhengtao what retaliatory actions they had taken, then he slept peacefully again, because Mei Xiaofang and Su Yuexi both told him that nothing had happened. And for the past 2 days, Sikong Jing basically cultivated in his room until noon on the 3rd day when he opened the door to his room. He, alone, left the Su mansion. Strolling leisurely through the streets of Yunyi City, he soon stopped in front of a building called the Tianwu Pavilion, a place that sold martial arts techniques and feats, and likewise acquired martial arts and feats. Sikong Jing's way to make money was, naturally, to come here to sell martial arts. Chapter 20, Heavenly Martial Pavilion. Although Sikong Jing was dressed in plain clothes, the once invincible god general had his own ineffable demeanor. Immediately, a clerk from the Heavenly Martial Pavilion came forward and asked, "May I ask what the gentleman needs?" In front of him was a dainty and beautiful sales clerk. Sikong Jing asked indifferently, "What is the highest grade of martial skill that the Heavenly Martial Pavilion in Yunyi City can sell?" How much is the selling price? The beauty's eyes lit up. It seemed that this was a big spender. The moment he opened his mouth, it was the highest grade of martial skill. Your Excellency, the top grade yellow martial skills are in stock in Yunyi City. There are 4 sets in total. The selling price is between 50 and 100 gold crystal coins. In the Great Shang Dynasty's currency there were copper crystal plates, silver crystal coins, gold crystal coins and the highest purple crystal coins, and in the borderland cloud state, 100 gold crystal coins was already considered a large amount. It was equivalent to 10,000 silver crystal coins and 1 million copper crystal plates. If the gentleman wants a Shen grade martial skill or a tailor-made yellow grade martial skill, then he needs to pay a deposit and transfer it from the Sky Martial Pavilion in Yunzhou City. The beautiful sales clerk introduced again. Xikong Jing realized that the Heavenly Martial Pavilion was an extremely terrifying martial arts spender in the Great Shang Dynasty. There were traces of them in almost every sizable city, and Xikong Jing naturally knew this very well. However, he turned and added, "Give me 3 of the lowest grade green jade slabs." Xikong Jing didn't come here for the purpose of purchasing martial arts. Asking this was just to first understand the basic selling price of martial arts in Yunyi City. What? The beautiful sales clerk froze, her eyes slowly going cold. This man, which is what kind of male son, is just casually asking to pretend, simply wasting his time and expression. Not bothering to say a word of nonsense, the beautiful clerk turned around and left. When she came back, she had already brought up 3 pieces of lapis lazuli slabs and said, 100 copper crystal slabs. This was the price of the 3 lapis lazuli plates. The green jade stone boards were used to burn martial arts. In this world, no matter whether it was a martial art or a technique, it could not be written directly on paper, but rather it had to be burned with something of green jade in order to truly convey the meaning of the martial arts. For example, using green jade paper, green jade cylinder and so on, and among them, green jade stone plate is the most garbage. The success rate of burning was very low and would be scrapped at any time. The green jade tablet that Xikong Jing purchased now was still the most inferior kind. Naturally it was the garbage of the garbage, and was generally used for beginners to do burning experiments, or used by speculators. At this point, Xikong Jing replied back, "I don't have any money, but I can wait until I've successfully burned it and use my martial arts to offset it." When he was exiled, all of his belongings were emptied, and it was even more unlikely that he would ask for money from the current Suyushur. When these words came out, the eyes of the beautiful sales clerk became even colder, fiercely snatching back the green jade stone plate from Xikong Jing's hand, and said in a petulant rage, "What are you doing in here without money? Do you take me for a little cutie?" This was an opportunist who thought that he would definitely succeed in burning martial arts and then use it to offset the money for the lapis lazuli stone slab. What kind of joke is this? With the lowest grade of lapis lazuli slabs, even a heaven realm level expert would never succeed once in 10 times. Xikong Jing frowned and replied back, "I'm sure I can succeed, just don't worry." He had cultivated in his room for 2.5 days, elevating to the current 6th level of the Ming realm, just because he wanted to ensure the success rate of the burning, and only after reaching the 6th level of the Ming realm would he be able to burn a yellow grade upper grade martial skill. 3 lapis lazuli slabs and you want to succeed? Who do you think you are, the Great Shang Invincible God General? The beautiful clerk didn't believe it at all, pointing at the mouth door, "Either get lost now, or pay up." Great Shang Invincible God General, I really am. However, Xikong Jing remained silent and eventually prepared to turn around. It seemed that he had to go and earn 100 copper crystal plates first. I didn't expect to meet this kind of cutie these days. 3 lapis lazuli slabs and you want to carve out a martial skill, laugh me to death. Suddenly, a young man with a folding fan walked head on, laughter bursting out. The beautiful sales clerk's eyes lit up and she said with a delicate smile, "Aya, isn't this young Master Chu? What wind blew you here?" The young man, Chu Dishao, pinched the beautiful sales clerk's buttocks and laughed again, "Just idly coming over for a stroll. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of self-righteous cutie." The beautiful sales clerk let Chu Dishao lighten up and pouted again, "Yes, let a little cutie." Disturbing Chu Dishao's pleasure. No, I'm happy." Chu Dishao shook his head and pointed at Xikong Jing again and said condescendingly, "I'll pay for the 3 green jade slabs for you. If you can't carve out a martial art, then kneel down on the street for me and say 3 sentences out loud that Chu Bo Dishao is invincible. How's that?" The beautiful sales clerk sniffed and immediately chided Xikong Jing, "Little cutie, why don't you kneel down and thank young Master Chu for the gift of the stone?" Between her eyebrows, she painted a fox-like appearance. Xikong Jing looked up bashfully, the corner of his mouth gently pulled and said, "You want to bet with me?" "Bet?" Chubo stared up with his eyes and said with a teasing smile, "Sort of, although you don't have the qualifications." "Since it's a bet, then if I can carve out a martial skill, what about you?" Sikong Jing narrowed his eyes and asked rhetorically. Frozen, Chubo laughed out loud and replied back, then I will also kneel on the street and say 3 times that you are invincible, is that alright? Because of Chubo's appearance, at this time, the guests within the heavenly martial pavilion also surrounded over, and when they heard that Sikong Jing was actually going to carve out a martial art with 3 of the highest lapis lazuli slabs, the entire room laughed. Especially when they heard that he still wanted to win, the laughter was even more earth-shattering, something that was simply impossible. Young Master Chubo was teasing the little cutie. And that's not necessary. I'm not so self-righteous that I'm invincible in the world. All you need to do is kneel down and say out loud 3 times, Su Yushur is the #1 beauty in the world. Sikong Jing casually changed the bet. Chubo didn't realize who Su Yushur was. Shaking his folding fan, he said, okay, whatever you say. Sikong Jing listened and stopped paying attention, instead gazing at the green jade stone slab. His mind shifted through the memorized yellow grade upper stage martial skills, yet he could think of very few. One must know that the ones he used to cultivate were all of the heavenly grade to start with. It took a while before he recalled the first martial skill he had seized from the roving bandits when he had just joined the Great Merchant Army, which was also the first yellow product upper ranked martial skill he had cultivated, and without saying a word, he began to burn it. Look at this little cutie. Seriousness, really thought it would work. Ha, this is a drunken cultivation dilettante who hasn't eaten the poisonous beatings of reality and thinks that he can do anything. To put it bluntly, it's just a brain fart. The shameful laughter of the onlookers grew louder and louder, all treating it as if this was a Chubo drama cutie pie performance. They didn't know that Sikong Jing was already oblivious, his fingertips flashing with the terrifying truchi of the Emperor Chopper prison breaking technique and tapping into the green jade slab, a line outlined between his fingers. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Buzz. The line between his fingers was completed in a single breath, and in just 3 breaths, the green jade stone plate flashed with a jade-colored light. A split second later the light faded, and above the originally plain and uninteresting lapis lazuli stone board, there was already an inexplicable martial arts aura, and Sikong Jing also quietly got up and indifferently said, sorry, 1 time and it worked. Once these words came out, the shaming laughter was not there, and the entire Tianwu pavilion was only left with an indescribable silence. Chapter 21 I Hate Renegades. Dozens of people in the room stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the highest green jade slab in Sikong Jing's hands. Impossible. Such a voice chirped in the heads of the crowd, but the martial aura emanating from the green jade stone slab was genuine. The breaths of the entire crowd became shortened. Grand young Master Chubo's lofty smile had long since disappeared, leaving only dumbfoundedness. Now, shouldn't you honor the bet? Sikong Jing's voice broke the calm and pointed directly at Chubo. The entire room followed suit and exchanged words, their gazes slowly moving to Chubo's body. A sharp voice rang out from the beautiful sales clerk's mouth as she angrily pointed at Sikong Jing and savagely said, Are you kidding me? Do you know who young Master Chu is? And you dare to ask him to honor the bet? Sikong Jing expressionlessly returned, Don't know, and there's no need to know. Of course he didn't know who Chubo was, to him it was just a matter of insulting those who insult others. The beautiful clerk puffed out her chest and coldly introduced, Then I'll kindly tell you now, Chu Daoxiao is the eldest son of the Chu family, the 4 great families of Yunyi City. It's not too late for you to flatter him. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the entire audience looking at Sikong Jing changed again, carrying a teasing color. Someone even stood out and said, I have to say, your luck is really good, a once-in-a-century burning success has been hit by you, but I advise you not to mention the bet again. The entire audience shrugged, this little cutie. Luck was good, but having run into young Master Chubo, no one took the bet seriously anymore, and even less thought that Sikong Jing had succeeded in burning with his strength. Still, the success rate of burning the highest lapis lazuli slab was close to 0. Brother, just take it for what it's worth. Some people are not someone you can afford to mess with, collect your thoughts and don't be cheap. Not bad, beware of the danger of killing yourself. Since you burned out the martial skill, you should be glad that you don't have to kneel, hurry up and thank young Master Chu for the gift of the stone. There were quite a few onlookers who appeared to be kindly advising Sikong Jing. Snap. Chubo also casually closed his folding fan, and with a few wisps of gloominess, he said, What a spoilsport, there's no need to pay thanks. He was in a very unpleasant mood. Originally he was bored to tease the little cutie. Not expecting to be slapped in the face. I'll buy this green jade slab of yours for 1 silver crystal coin. Saying that, Chubo then said to the house servant behind him, Give this little cutie 1 silver crystal coin, then smash his lapis lazuli slab for me, then let him roll out of my crotch. He stepped 1 foot on top of the stool and pointed at Si Kongjing with a sneer. Chubo's house servant immediately greeted him. A silver crystal coin slammed at Si Kongjing's feet, reaching out and coldly saying, "Bring the stone slab." Si Kongjing's eyes narrowed as he spoke in vain, "I hate reneging on accounts." Boom! As soon as the words fell, true chi came out from Si Kongjing's body, and with a backhanded slap, he sent Chubo's house servant flying, and as the other party screamed miserably, he dodged to Chubo's body again. He kicked Chubo's small abdomen viciously. Chubo, who was waiting for Si Kongjing to suffer crotch humiliation, was caught off guard and let out a strange scream from his mouth. The whole person flew from within the Tianwu pavilion to the street, but Si Kongjing stepped to catch up. Bang bang, 2 sounds, 2 bullet leg landing in Chubo's knee. Pouncing. Chubo straight kneeled in the center of the street, mouth is wailing miserable screams. Everything was accomplished in a flash of lightning. When the crowd inside the Sky Marshal Pavilion reacted, Chubo was already kneeling with a twisted face. As for Si Kongjing in front of him, he stood straight and majestic. Ignoring the astonishment around him, Si Kongjing brazenly asked, "Young Master Chu, do you still remember the content of my bet?" In the middle of the day, Chubo reacted and said with bloodshot eyes, "Asshole, you dare to hit me?" Saying that, Chubo was about to climb up, but just as he made a move, a sharp pain like drilling came from his feet. "Don't ever move, or your knees will be ruined." When Si Kongjing attacked Chubo's knees, he lost a bit of true chi in between his tendons and bones, and this was the cause of Chubo's severe pain. This little tactic was naturally easy for the once invincible god general to use. Of course, Chubo did not believe in evil and still wanted to move, but the pain intensified, his whole face turned red and sweat broke out furiously. "Honor the bet and I will help you relieve the severe pain," Si Kongjing reminded a sentence. However, in the next instant, a low voice came from his ears, "Little brother, let's be forgiving. Pushing too hard won't do you any good, this is Yunyi City after all." The voice, which came from the direction of the Heavenly Marshal Pavilion, only to see a middle-aged man walk out from the center of the doorway. In the middle-aged man's surroundings, naturally, there were also those kind onlookers. At the same time, the beautiful sales clerk from before was at the middle-aged man's side, pointing straight at Si Kongjing. "Kid, didn't you hear the words of Master Deer Pavilion? Don't help young Master Chu up yet, or you'll be dead." Si Kongjing turned his head sideways to the middle-aged man and asked, "You are the sub-pavilion master of the Cloud Wild City Heavenly Marshal Pavilion?" "Not bad, my name is Deer Zhao." The middle-aged man made a self-introduction with a bland face, then said, "Little brother's accent is from out of town, right? Listen to the advice of someone named Deer. With your power of the 6th level of the Ming realm is not enough to spread wildness in Yunyi City." The aura that Si Kongjing had just displayed was very clear, it was merely the 6th level of the Ming realm. Although Yunyi City was not big, there were countless people who could kill him. Today, he was the one who happened to meet the playboy and unthinking Chubo's great young man. If he were to be replaced by any other male son of the Chu family, there was no way he would still have the chance to stand and speak. Chubo is the eldest young master of the Chu family of the 4 great families. It might not be too late for you to withdraw your hand now and make amends and apologize. Seeing that Si Kongjing was unmoved, Deer Zhao reminded again. Shrugging his shoulders, Si Kongjing, however, took a step to meet Deer Zhao and handed out the carved lapis lazuli stone plate, saying, "Since you're the sub-pavilion master of the Heavenly Pavilion Martial Arts, let's set a price on this piece of lapis lazuli stone plate of mine." "You?" Deer Zhao hadn't thought that Si Kongjing was even oily and salty, and now he was still in the mood to ask for a price for the lapis lazuli stone plate here? Viciously spitting out a breath, Deer Zhao coldly said, "Can, but before appraising the value of the stone plate, I also appraise you, can't live until the sun rises tomorrow." Since the young man in front of him didn't listen to persuasion, he didn't bother to say any more. Deer Zhao immediately then probed his true chi into the green jade stone slab. His expression was still as flat as water. This kind of luck goods burned out martial arts at most the lower yellow grade, and the price wouldn't be more than 10 silver crystal coins. Suddenly, Deer Zhao's expression froze. The true chi in his body unexpectedly and unconsciously rioted. His face grew redder and redder, and the bloodlines in his eyes floated up one by one, as if his entire person was being cooked a little bit. "Pavilion Master, why are you angry? Is it this little cutie? Cheated and tampered with the lapis lazuli slab?" The beautiful clerk immediately asked when she saw this. It was obvious that the Pavilion Master was just about to explode with anger right now, otherwise her face wouldn't be so red, adding more fuel to the fire. "I told you, this little cutie. It's impossible to succeed." Chapter 22. He is Su Yusher's criminal husband. The onlookers also came to a realization as they heard this, and one by one, they laughed out in shame again. Let's just say it's impossible to be lucky to this extent. How could a small person of the 6th level of the Ming realm possibly burn the highest lapis lazuli slab? It must be, as the beautiful clerk said, using some means to disguise it as a success. Snap. Suddenly, Dear Zhao moved and slapped the beautiful clerk hard in the face. He gripped the lapis lazuli stone slab and his entire body trembled as he said, "Shut the hell up." The beautiful sales clerk screamed miserably, covering her face and dumbfounded on the ground. Why did the pavilion master hit himself? The onlookers were also stunned. Could it be that pavilion master Deer was so enraged by the lapis lazuli slab that he attacked indiscriminately? In the next instant, Dear Zhao took a step to rush to Si Kongjing's body. His lips trembled slightly and said, "Young warrior, I don't know how much you're going to sell this piece of lapis lazuli slab. I'll privately weigh it to see if I can afford to buy it." The moment these words came out, the entire audience was dumbfounded. What was Pavilion Master Deer babbling about, to say whether he could afford it? And he also wanted to buy it privately. Why? Even if it was a private purchase, as the Heavenly Martial Pavilion Cloud Wild City's branch Pavilion Master, how could he not afford it? However, no one knew how excited Dear Zhao was right now. The martial arts within the green jade stone plate was indeed only yellow upper grade, which was actually enough to shock him, but it also contained martial intent. What is martial intent? It was a metaphysical power, a kind of intimidation that only the strong had. Any martial intent that was burned out with a celadone stone plate, celadone paper, or even a celadone cylinder could be of great help to other martial artists, and its value, immeasurable. The most crucial thing is that the one who can burn out the martial intent will be the one who breaks through the heavenly realm and reaches the terrifying existence of the transcendental 5 realms. At this time, Dear Zhao looked at Si Kongjing's eyes have changed. This young man in front of him is not at all what the 6th level of the Ming realm, but the transcendent mortal strongman. He is camouflaging the breath, intentionally pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. No wonder he is fearless of Chu Bo, no wonder he can burn successfully at once. Just now what he said, did he offend him? Dear Zhao's heart and mind shook, staring at Si Kongjing's heartbeat was accelerating, fearing that he would give himself a slap in the face. But Si Kongjing was surprised. His own burned out martial arts is only the upper yellow grade, not so much that it can make a sub-pavilion lord so excited. However, when his eyes fell on the green jade stone plate, the essence of light in his eyes flashed. It turned out that he had accidentally carved out the martial intent. Although Si Kongjing was recultivating, he had only lost the most basic true qi, and the rest, including his martial intent, was still there. Under contemplation, Si Kongjing replied back, "According to the highest pricing of the Tianwu Pavilion's yellow upper grade, it will be fine." The martial intent was a not-so-small surprise, and Si Kongjing did not expect to be able to burn it out after reconditioning. However, it was inappropriate for him to reveal too much now. "What did you say?" Dear Zhao stared incredulously. A celadone stone plate that possessed martial intent was only priced according to an ordinary yellow product upper-ranked martial skill. Was this pie in the sky? What? You're not willing? Si Kongjing narrowed his eyes and asked. Dear Zhao was dumbfounded. The opportunity was not to be missed, hurriedly nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Of course I'm willing, but this..." Before the words fell, Si Kongjing fiercely came to Dear Zhao's ear and coldly opened his mouth. "Don't ask too much about some things so as not to cause a killing. The things inside the green jade stone plate, purely due to the fact that I have no control over it." After saying that, Si Kongjing took another step back and said, by the way, give me another 100 iron crystal slabs. I don't like owing people money." Turning back, he then looked at Chu Bo, who was still kneeling above the street, unable to move. Without waiting for Si Kongjing to open his mouth, Chu Bo weakly said, quickly tell me the content of the bet, I can't take it anymore." During Si Kongjing's deal with Dear Zhao, the severe pain in both knees tortured Chu Bo to death. Right now he was thinking of quickly honoring the bet, but he forgot what Si Kongjing said about the content of the bet. When Si Kongjing heard that, the corner of his mouth gently tugged. "Say 3 words, Suyu sure is the #1 beauty in the world." When the words fell, Chu Bo did not have any hesitation in repeating 3 pu out loud. His eyes almost glaringly cracked as he stared at Si Kongjing. Quickly help me lift it off. I promise I won't retaliate against you." However, Si Kongjing laughed and returned, "Wait a little longer, I still owe you 100 copper crystal plates." The 3 lapis lazuli slabs were given by Chu Bo to pay the bill. This had to be paid back. "No need to pay it back, I beg you, no need to pay it back." Chu Bo was about to cry out. Why did he tease people? At this time, Dear Zhao also came back to his senses and hurriedly ordered people to bring 100 gold crystal coins and 100 copper crystal plates. After Si Kongjing received it, he casually threw the copper crystal plate to Chu Bo, and then lightly kicked him twice to relieve his severe pain, but Chu Bo didn't stand up, but directly fell to the ground and fainted. And Sikong Jing naturally ignored it, took the money and the 2 blank lapis lazuli plates and left straight away. With the money in hand, it was time to go back and tell Suyushur the good news. Seeing Sikong Jing leave, there was silence in front of the heavenly martial pavilion, and the next moment the beautiful sales clerk let out a scream, "Young Master Chu!" She quickly pounced over and after checking that Chu Bo had only fainted, she said to Dear Zhao, "Pavilion Master, young Master Chu has been relieved of the severe pain, you don't need to be afraid of him being invalidated anymore, hurry up and take down that little cutie. Take it down ah." When these words came out, the onlookers looked at each other. Vain gazes all fell back on Dear Zhao. Could it be that the reason why Pavilion Master Dear agreed to that little cutie? All the conditions and gave him money back was not because of how powerful the burnt-out lapis lazuli slab was, but was afraid that Chu Dishao would have his legs ruined? It must be like this, just now even Chu Dishao begged for mercy ah. "Pavilion Master, are we going to act?" The Heavenly Martial Pavilion's guardian experts asked with a chilling flash. With their insights, they still thought that it was impossible for the highest lapis lazuli slabs to burn something worth 100 gold crystal coins. Unless it was a transcendent martial artist who had broken through the heaven realm, but that person just now was only at the 6th level of the Ming realm. Dear Zhao twitched the corners of his mouth and fell silent again. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes he wouldn't be able to believe it. Thinking of Sikong Jing's last warning, Dear Zhao said in a deep voice, "No need, send young Master Chu back to the Chu family, they will naturally deal with it." After saying this but couldn't help but think maliciously, if the Chu family dares to go and retaliate, they will be dead. Right, the Chu family will definitely take that little cutie. Big unloading. The beautiful sales clerk nodded heavily. However, Chu Bo's household servant asked with an angry face, "Who the hell is that dog and where does he live?" To retaliate, one must also know who this person is first. The entire room looked at each other again, and even Dear Zhao couldn't help but slap his thigh, having forgotten to ask that young warrior's name. "I know, he is the son-in-law of the Su mansion." Suddenly an onlooker called out, and as the crowd was puzzled, this person explained, "Have you all forgotten the bet that he just made young Master Chu say out loud? Suyushur is the #1 beauty in the world." Chapter 23 1 Golden Crystal Coin, Buy Your Lives. The moment these words came out, the entire crowd stared at each other with wide eyes as realization dawned on them. Suyushur is that ugliest woman in all of Yunzhou from the Su family, and that man just now is her criminal husband. With this explanation, everyone understood. One must know that the matter of Suyushur being given in marriage by the Lord of Cloud State had disgraced the Su family to the entire Cloud Wild City. No one in the entire city knew about it. Damn, to say that Suyushur is the #1 beauty in the world, too disgusting. After the entire crowd reacted, all of them couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Was that criminal specialized in disgusting people? At the same time, Dear Zhao had quietly retreated back inside the Heavenly Martial Pavilion and huffed out a breath of cool air. Exiled criminal, the Lord of the Cloud State bestowed a marriage, burned out a martial intent that only a transcendent martial artist can inscribe into the lapis lazuli stone plate. This person is definitely extraordinary and should never be offended. Perhaps he has some special mission in mind. Dear Zhao again thought of Sikong Jing's warning, exactly, don't ask too much about some things, so as not to get into trouble with killing people. Wincing fiercely, Dear Zhao tightened the celadon stone plate in his hand. He made up his mind to keep his mouth shut. This piece of pie in the sky lapis lazuli stone plate must rot in the stomach, dark pleasure can be. On this side, Sikong Jing was carrying 100 gold crystal coins and returned to the Su mansion the same way. And just as he approached the Su mansion, he saw the entrance of an ordinary compound, where his mother-in-law Mei Xiaofang was anxiously ferrying her steps in front of the gate, seemingly waiting for something. Just as Sikong Jing wanted to go forward to greet her, a middle-aged woman dressed in a bright and shiny outfit walked out from the gate of the compound. Mei Xiaofang hurriedly stopped her steps and said with a big smile, "I am Mrs. Lu, why are you just coming out now?" She said, her face filled with a picture of bashfulness. On the other hand, Mrs. Lu on the opposite side was filled with a face of residence pride, suddenly fished out a small bag from her bosom and said, "I already know about the matter of First Lady Su, this money is for you, you don't have to pay it back." With that, he threw the pouch out. After Mei Xiaofang caught it, she looked at Mrs. Lu with excitement and said, thank you so much, I've looked for a lot of my former good sisters but only you, Mrs. Lu, are willing to help me." After saying this she excused herself and left, and carefully opened the small money bag. In the next instant, the excited face stiffened. Mei Xiaofang looked back incredulously, staring dumbfounded at Madame Lu. 10 copper crystal plates? She had come to borrow money, just as she had just said to Madame Lu. In the past 2 days, she had searched for many of her former so-called good sisters, and one by one, they all blew her out of the room or excused themselves from seeing her, and only Madame Lu was willing to do her a favor, and she didn't have to pay back the money straight away. However, there are only 10 copper crystal plates inside the small money bag, which is not even enough for Aunt Lee's one day's wages. Madame Lu narrowed her eyes and asked with a cold smile, "Too little?" Mei Xiaofang said with a reddened face, "Mrs. Lu, I am not a beggar." "Ha? You are still not a beggar? Begging for money everywhere is not a beggar, and what is it?" Mrs. Lu laughed strangely and said again, "I can give you 10 copper crystal plates is already a bodhisattva's heart. Take the money and hurry to me to get out." After saying that, Mrs. Lu turned around to go back. From afar, Xikong Jing's eyes reddened, anger burning in his heart. This Mrs. Lu was too much. Just as he was about to go up and theorize, Mei Xiaofang suddenly called out, "Mrs. Lu, please lend me some more money, otherwise my son-in-law will be forced to die tomorrow." Instantly, Xikong Jing's footsteps stopped and his entire body was struck by lightning. Mother-in-law Mei Xiaofang's reason for begging Mrs. Lu to borrow money was actually fearing that she would be forced to die? In 3 days, if you can't pay Aunt Lee and the other domestic servants, your own life will be given to these people, and at that time, mother-in-law was also hoping that she would hurry up and commit suicide. But now she was begging for money for her own sake. Even if she was treated as a beggar, she continued to beg. Xikong Jing's heart at this moment, as if seized together. At the main door, Mrs. Lu is laughing coldly. "Whether your son-in-law dies or not, what does it matter to me?" Mrs. Lu was still a picture of ruthlessness. "If he dies, you sure is afraid that he won't survive." Mei Xiaofang screamed miserably and lunged towards the gate, praying, "Mrs. Lu, you sure is also someone you've watched grow up. Please lend me some money, I'll definitely return it to you." Bang! The gate slammed shut in response, and Mrs. Lu's voice came out from inside, "Don't disgust me with that ugly monster." Bang bang bang! Mei Xiaofang knocked heavily on the gate and called out, "Mrs. Lu, for your Lu family to be able to have today's glory and wealth, it is also because of my family Zhenglong who helped you. You can't be so ungrateful." Unfortunately, the door of the Lu family compound was silent, without any response. Sitting down on the ground, Mei Xiaofang looked at the 10 copper crystal plates in her hand. Her heart was hard to the extreme. When Su Zhenglong was powerful, one by one came over to flatter and get benefits from his hands. The master of the Lu family was originally just a small blacksmith. It was Su Zhenglong who helped him develop step by step to today. But now only to return a beggar, 10 copper crystal plate and merciless door slamming. For a long time, Mei Xiaofang lost her soul and left. Only after she was far away did the Lu family's door reopen, and Mrs. Lu walked out holding a middle-aged man's arm and sneered, "Sangong finally sent this beggar woman away. But you gave her 10 copper crystal plates, will it upset Su Zhentao Suershi?" The middle-aged man was none other than his husband Lunang, only to hear him laugh out loud. How could it? Second Master Su was too happy to be upset. 10 copper crystal plates to humiliate his sister-in-law, and maybe even piss off his big brother Su Zhenlong, cost-effective. Speaking here, Lunang sighed again. "It's a pity that Su Yushur is just too ugly to have that look 10 years ago. TSK, how can I get her to be a common maid?" Mrs. Lu giggled and scolded, "Dead look, if there is that look which can still be your turn?" If Su Yushur could grow up smoothly without becoming ugly, she would have been madly snatched by people long ago. That's true, but veiled that body isn't bad. It's not bad to wait for Su Zhenlong to die and then ask to come over to play. Let's hurry up and dress up and go find Second Master Su to collect the reward. After Lu Neng finished speaking, he reclosed the door. Just the moment they turned back, they only saw that a young man had already stood inside the courtyard at some point. Lu Neng subconsciously exclaimed, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" This young man appeared too abruptly. Standing in the courtyard was even more eerie, like the god of death. "I am Su Yushur's husband, Xikong Jing." Xikong Jing's straight silhouette carried a gust of cold wind, his eyes boiling with killing intent, and suddenly with a ding, a gold crystal coin landed on the ground. "1 gold crystal coin, return 10 copper crystal plates to you, and buy your lives with the rest." As the words fell, Xikong Jing flashed out, holding the necks of the two men and twisting them directly with a click. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Neng died in peace. Chapter 24, Su Jinglong's critical illness. Casually throwing the body on the ground, Xikong Jing's eyes were still cold. It's nothing that Mr. and Mrs. Lu Nong don't borrow money, and humiliating their mother-in-law isn't enough to lose their lives, but they never should have also hit on Su Yushur's idea, and even more so, they shouldn't have wanted to gaslight their father-in-law in order to appease Su Zhentao. So they only have one way to die. Returning back to Su Fu's home, Xikong Jing happened to see Mei Xiaofang sitting in the hall in a daze. A wave of emotion welled up in Si Kongjing's heart. Even though Mei Xiaofang was unwilling to be forced to die herself because of Su Yueshi, this sentiment was still deeply remembered by him. Mother-in-law. Si Kongjing walked forward step by step. Mei Xiaofang, who was awakened by him, immediately stared up and said in a bad mood, "Don't call me, tomorrow you're going to commit suicide if you can't get the money. I don't want to be screamed at by you and have nightmares." If placed before, Si Kongjing would still be uncomfortable with these words even if he didn't take it to heart. But what he had seen and heard outside the Lu family compound had already allowed Si Kongjing to completely recognize this mother-in-law. She was a typical example of a hard-mouthed and soft-hearted person, but Si Kongjing didn't reveal it. It was precisely because he understood her character that he intentionally did not show up face-to-face when he was at the Lu family compound. "Mother-in-law, I just went out to make money, and when I passed by the Lu family compound, I heard that Mr. and Mrs. Lu Nang died." Si Kongjing squinted his eyes and spoke casually. Bang! Mei Xiaofang subconsciously stood up and asked incredulously, "What did you say? Mr. and Mrs. Lu Nang died? How did they die?" She had only just returned from the Lu family compound, and Mrs. Lu was alive and well at the time. "I heard that a gold crystal coin was dropped in the courtyard. Someone should have bought their lives." Si Kongjing casually returned. Mei Xiaofang stood still at the words, her face constantly changing up. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh issued out. "Good death, retribution, this is retribution." Laughing, but tears came out. Mei Xiaofang was bullied by the Su family even so, now even the people outside who had once received help from Su Zhenglong also bullied her. In the past 2 days, she has been borrowing money all over the place, but all she got in return was indifference and ridicule. This day is too bitter. In vain, Mei Xiaofang jerked, stared at Si Kongjing and asked, "It can't be that you killed him, right?" Si Kongjing froze and shook his head without changing his face. "Why would I kill them?" He was not going to admit it, firstly because he did not want to expose Mei Xiaofang's hard mouth and soft heart and embarrass her too much, and secondly lest she start worrying about whether or not there would be any aftermath retaliation or something like that again. "That's right, it can't be you. Where did you get a single gold crystal coin?" Mei Xiaofang nodded heavily, feeling that she was thinking too much. And Si Kongjing, who was about to take out 99 golden crystal coins to surprise his mother-in-law, stopped at once. For a moment, he was a bit confused. Should he take them out or not? Cough, cough, cough. Just when Si Kongjing was hesitating, a violent cough suddenly came out from Su Zhenglong's room. Mei Xiaofang's face suddenly changed and she flew in. Master, you sure her father?" "You don't scare me." Si Kongjing's whole body shook tremendously, and he also didn't dare to be slow to pounce into the room. At the first glance, he saw Su Zhenglong half of his body fall to the ground. Mei Xiaofang was struggling to support him, and then Su Zhenglong's coughing continued to intensify. With a wow sound, a mouthful of fresh blood spat out. Si Kongjing rushed over and helped his mother-in-law to help him up. At this time, Su Zhenglong also came to his senses a bit, and said with a face as pale as paper, "Xiaofang, I'm afraid I can't do it." Buzz. Mei Xiaofang's face turned pale all of a sudden, tears gushing wildly as she said, "It won't be. It definitely won't be. I'm going to find you a doctor right now. You definitely won't die." Saying this, Mei Xiaofang yelled at Si Kongjing, "Take care of your father-in-law. If he dies, I want your life." Threatening under her breath, Mei Xiaofang ran out madly to find a doctor. Si Kongjing, on the other hand, hurriedly carried Su Zhenglong to the bed and quickly gave him a pulse. Although Si Kongjing was not a doctor, he was once a peak transcendent martial artist. He could not cure diseases, but his true qi could heal wounds. Su Zhenglong wasn't sick, but had been seriously injured. However, this pulse made Si Kongjing's face unusually ugly. Su Zhenglong's internal organs were all broken. The noble gentleman who injured him that year also left a true qi in his body, constantly destroying his body. If it wasn't for the fact that the dantian was still there and the true qi was also there, Su Zhenglong would have died long ago. If he wanted to cure his injuries, he had to force the true qi of the noble gentleman out of his body, and then slowly regulate his internal organs. In the past, Si Kongjing naturally could easily handle it. But that true qi had reached the level of the Earth realm, and with his current realm of the 6th level of the Ming realm it was far from enough, even if the Emperor Chopper prison breaking technique was as strong and powerful as it was. "Yu Xian, father is useless, where are you? Still alive?" At this time, Su Zhenglong fell into a half-dreaming, half-awake state, hoarse, demented words coming out of his mouth. Su Yuxian, the sister who was taken away by the noble gentleman in place of Su Yuxi, had no news for 10 years. "You sure, don't blame yourself. Father has never blamed you, and father also knows that you became ugly because of the poison that Yu Xian gave you." Su Zhenglong's voice, with a tremor. Si Kongjing's whole body shook again. It was really the crimson spider poison that Su Yuxian had put down in order to keep his sister from being taken away. It was just that Su Yuxian, who was so young at that time, how did she come to have such a poison? Unfortunately, at this time, Su Zhanglong had completely passed out and did not say anything. Si Kongjing took a deep breath and used his experience to do all sorts of means to renew Su Zhanglong's life, until Mei Xiaofang finally invited the doctor over. The doctor was an old man with white hair. He quickly took Su Zhanglong's pulse, and after a long time, he returned. First Lady Su, with Master Su's current state, it is necessary to administer fierce medicine. Dr. Sun, then give it. Mei Xiaofang said without hesitation. However, Dr. Sun's face was slightly ugly as he said, I have the medicine, but I've heard a little bit about your family's situation. This medicine needs at least 3 gold crystal coins. I wonder if Great Lady Su can pay me some first? With her mouth wide open, Mei Xiaofang's face instantly became ugly. Where would she find 3 gold crystal coins? Suddenly clenching her silver teeth, Mei Xiaofang said, Dr. Sun, you hurry up and prescribe the medicine first. I'll go beg our old master now. Beyond that there was no way out. Su Xiafang couldn't watch his eldest son die? Of course, I'm afraid that he would have to pay a heavy price. This. Dr. Sun's face was filled with a difficult look. Su Zhenglong's illness had always been treated by him. He knew their family's situation too well. Even if Mei Xiaofang went to beg, she wouldn't necessarily be able to beg for money. 3 gold crystal coins was not a small amount for Dr. Sun. It was impossible not to want it. At this point, of course, Si Kongjing wouldn't hesitate anymore and wanted to take out the money. Just before he could make a move, Su Zhenglong's door was heavily pushed open, only to see Su Yushi rushing in and saying, I have the money, this is 3 gold crystal coins. Dr. Sun begs you to quickly save my father. After saying that, Su Yushi then flew 3 gold crystal coins and handed them to Dr. Sun. Chapter 25 Ferocious Jade Hairpin. At that moment, Si Kongjing's movement to take the money was surprised again. Where did Su Yushi get so much money? By the way, it seems that she has not been at home today, and she doesn't know where she is gone. On the other hand, Dr. Sun, who received the money, was relieved and hurriedly left the room and instructed the medicine boy to decoct the medicine. Su Yushi on the other hand nervously ran to Su Zhanglong's bedside and called out, Father, get well quickly, we can't live without you. Yushi, where did you get the 3 gold crystal coins? Mei Xiaofang's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Nowadays the family had no money at all, and Su Yushi's money was still confiscated cleanly by Su Shuifeng because she married Si Kongjing, a criminal. At this, Mei Xiaofang was of course strange. Su Yushi's body suddenly trembled and her lips returned dryly, Mother, I pawned the Ferocious jade hairpin. What? As soon as the words fell, Mei Xiaofang screamed out, ruthlessly rushed behind Su Yueshi, pulled her up and drank, You pawned the Ferocious jade hairpin? That was your sister's last gift to you. Su Yushi's eyes completely red, crying, I'm sorry sister, but I really can't help it. Tomorrow is the day to give Aunt Li their settlement of wages. If there is no money, Si Kongjing will be lifeless. Si Kongjing, on the other hand, his whole body shook wildly. Su Yushi this day is not at home actually for their own pawn store, but also her sister gave her the last gift, to pawn off. That Ferocious jade hairpin must be a very precious thing to her. He loves to die or not, that's your sister's give you something, that's. Mei Xiaofang's voice constantly trembled up, a complete sentence can't be said out. Mother, now this is also father's life-saving money. Su Yushi cried. Boom! Mei Xiaofang took 2 heavy steps back, closing her eyes and unable to say anything. She knew very well that even if she went to beg Su Xiafeng now, she might not be able to ask for the money, and even if she could, the two of them, Si Kongjing and Su Yushi, would probably have to live in the pig farm forever. Even for the sake of avenging Su Yang, they might even have their arms and legs broken. This day, can't live anymore. The more she thought about it, the more she suffocated. Mei Xiaofang let out a miserable laugh and went out madly. At this time, Si Kongjing then walked over and said seriously, Yushi, didn't I tell you that I can get the money? Su Yushi raised her head and stared at him with tearful eyes, forcing a smile. You don't have to comfort me, how could you earn 10 times the wages in just 3 days, it's impossible. Si Kongjing was originally an exiled sinner, it was basically impossible to find a way to make money, and no one dared to use him. Even if he wasn't a sinner, he was still an outsider. How could he make money when he was unfamiliar with the land? Ding dong dong. Just at this time, Si Kongjing suddenly shook the money bag in his hand, then opened it and lit it up in front of Su Yushi's eyes. The golden crystal coins were reflected in the latter's eyes. This instant, Su Yushi was stunned and covered her mouth in disbelief. Yushi, I told you that the Lord of the Cloud State intentionally bestowed a marriage on me. I wouldn't be an ordinary person, you guys really don't need to worry about money. Si Kongjing's expression was very serious and deliberate, he couldn't let the same thing happen again. Still covering her mouth, Su Yushur asked, "How did you do it?" A glance down at least tens of gold crystal coins. This was not something that just any person could take out. "Don't ask so many questions first, let's go and redeem the Feisher jade hairpin now." Si Kongjing did not explain. The matter of carving out a yellow grade upper stage martial skill involved quite a lot when he said it. Su Yushur fiercely winced and nodded. "Okay, I'll take you there." If she wasn't forced to go, the last gift given to her by her sister Su Yuxian was never going to be pawned off, and now that Si Kongjing had the money to redeem it, of course Su Yueshi wouldn't be polite with him. After explaining to Mei Xiaofang, the two hurriedly left the house. But obviously Mei Xiaofang didn't have the heart to listen to what they were saying right now, and was discussing Su Jinglong's situation with Dr. Sun. Half an hour later, they arrived at the east of Yunyi City, a pawn store called Hangyu. In the next instant, Su Yushur's scream rang out from the pawn shop. "What did you say? How could you guys sell my Feisher jade hairpin?" Su Yushur stared dead on at the shopkeeper of the Hangyu pawn shop in front of her, her complexion agitated and her whole body trembling. Pawnshops usually have a deadline. Customers will be given a time to redeem the item after pawning it, such as 3 months after the customer takes a higher price to redeem it. If this period of time passed, the item would only belong to the pawnshop. Su Yushur also thought that in the future really have the money, will come to redeem Feisher jade hairpin. But it was only less than half a day ago that Hangyu pawnshop sold the thing. This is breaking the agreement. The shopkeeper, however, shrugged his shoulders and said with a flourish, "Who doesn't know that it is impossible to have money to redeem it for the Su house's ugliness? Give it 100 years and I will not be able to. The price is right, of course I sold it." "You guys are too much." Su Yushur was angry and anxious, her face was full of all sorrow and collapse. "Wow." In vain, Si Kongjing ruthlessly tore the appendage in front of the counter, grabbed the shopkeeper's hair and pulled out half of his body, and then slapped the shopkeeper's face. "Drinking, ugly monster is also what you can call?" The shopkeeper was smacked the brain buzzing straight. Strange shouted, "You dare to hit me, but also dare to destroy my counter?" Snap. Another slap on the palmist's face. "The beating is you, dare to insult my wife should be prepared to be beaten, this is 1. For 2, daring to sell my wife's pawns, who gave you the guts?" Si Kongjing glared at the tiger's eyes. All the way over he already knew how important the Feisher jade hairpin was to Su Yuxia. It was not only her sister Su Yuxian's gift, it was also her and her in-law's remembrance of Su Yuxian. When Su Yuxian was taken away by the noble gentleman, he told Su Yueshio's family that if they missed her, they should take out the jade hairpin and look at it. That was the family's spiritual support for Su Yuxian. However, shopkeeper Hangyu didn't care about that much and went crazy and screamed, come on people to beat this pair of dogs to death." Clattering. Outside the pawnshop immediately rushed in a dozen people, each one of them was a Ming Realm 5th or 6th level fighter. Su Yushur's face went white again and was about to say something. But Si Kongjing had already thrown down the shopkeeper and swept out, thump 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 thump. Before the 10 or so beaters could react, they all collapsed to the ground, and were bombarded by Si Kongjing on the ground wailing and screaming. The next second Si Kongjing returned to Su Yushur's side, re-tugged the shopkeeper's hair and said, "I need to redeem the Feisher jade hairpin right now, give it to me right away, otherwise your head will fall to the ground." As the words fell, Si Kongjing casually sucked in a machete from a pawnshop hitman and pressed it on the shopkeeper's neck, killing him. The shopkeeper was stunned and stared at Si Kongjing in death. Wasn't it said that Su Yushur's criminal husband was a sickly man? How could it be so terrifying? "Here are the 20 gold crystal coins for the agreed redemption. Bring back the Feisher jade hairpin to me immediately." Si Kongjing threw another 20 gold crystal coins on the counter and coldly stared at the shopkeeper with an icy chill in his blade. Chapter 26 Miss Luo of Yunzhou City. The Feisher jade hairpin was only pawned for 3 gold crystal coins, but to redeem it was a full 20. This was obviously also the pit that Hangyu pawnshop had put Su Yushur in, but at that time, Su Yushur had to agree for the sake of money. Gulp. The shopkeeper swallowed fearfully and gritted his teeth again. "Criminal, my Hangyu pawnshop is covered by the Chu family, you. Since you know that I am a criminal, do you want to know how I was exiled? Because I killed many people." Si Kongjing's tone was eerie to the extreme, and the killing machine ruthlessly poured into the palmist's brain. With a buzzing sound, the shopkeeper didn't dare to threaten anymore and said in a trembling voice, "I've already sold the stuff, where can I find it now?" "Then I don't care, do you want the things or your life?" Si Kongjing's eyes were cold to the core. The shopkeeper was terrified, truly afraid that Si Kongjing would slash him with a knife. In the end, he could only send people to chase after him, yet the last news he received was that the person who purchased the Facier jade hairpin had already left the city. Son-in-law of the House of Su, the purchaser is a young and wealthy woman. Listening to the accent should be someone from Yunzhou City. I can only do so much now, spare me. Si Kongjing clenched her fists tightly after hearing the shopkeeper's words. The purchaser had already left the city. Moreover, the shopkeeper's description was that she still had a carriage. It was not something that an ordinary person could catch up with. With his eyes flickering a few times, Si Kongjing asked, how much did she use to buy it? 100 gold crystal coins. The shopkeeper trembled as he returned. At that moment, Si Kongjing almost cursed, 3 gold crystal coins to get it and 100 to sell it, really black. However, there was no time to care about how black the shopkeeper was. Si Kongjing stretched out his hand and said, 100 gold crystal coins, bring it. Drawing the corners of his mouth, the shopkeeper could only hand over the money to Si Kongjing in the end. Afterwards, with a bang, Si Kongjing smashed the shopkeeper head on the counter before bringing Suyushir out of the Hanyu pawn shop. Looking at the frosty Si Kongjing, Suyushir bit her lip and said, I'm sorry sister, the Facier jade hairpin is really gone. Thinking of never seeing the Facier jade hairpin again, Suyushir couldn't help but feel sad. Suddenly, Si Kongjing embraced Suyushir into his arms and said in a low voice, it won't be gone, I will go and chase it back now. Suyushir looked up and said in shock, Si Kongjing, the purchaser has already left the city. Shaking his head heavily, Si Kongjing returned, no matter what, I will get it back. Promising a sentence, Si Kongjing called for another carriage, letting Suyushir ride home first, while he flashed off in the direction of the east gate of Yunyi City, which was precisely the direction of Yunzhou City. Looking at Si Kongjing's departing back, Suyushir lowered her head and said, why am I always so useless? She blamed herself, yet in the next instant she let out a low cry, oh no, Si Kongjing is a criminal, he can't leave the city. But then shook her head gently, her heart relieved instead. Yunzhou was located in the borderland of the Great Shang Dynasty, and everywhere outside the city was desolate, with an extremely large number of demonic beasts, making it unusually dangerous. There wasn't much danger during the day, but now that the sun was about to set, darkness would soon descend. Unless in groups, even the 9th level of the Ming realm would not dare to leave the city privately. Si Kongjing was stopped back or not. The Facier jade hairpin is important, but more important is the life of the husband. At the east gate of Yunyi City, the guard stopped Si Kongjing and said with a big grin, you want to leave the city? Show your household registration. Si Kongjing raised his eyelids slightly, then his body flickered and screams rose. When he reappeared, he was already outside the city. As a former invincible god general, he was of course clear that exiled sinners could not leave the city, as he was now carrying a sinful household register, but these were useless to him. The laws and decrees of the Great Shang Dynasty had been treated as dirt when he was falsely exiled. Following the direction of Yunzhou City, Si Kongjing seized a warhorse belonging to one of the soldiers and generals guarding the city and chased after them. Someone has broken out of the city, chase after them. Seeing Si Kongjing seize the horse and go, the city guards let out a roar, and there was a commotion in front of the city gates, and then immediately reported to the generals at the top before they heaved their troops out of the city, chasing after Si Kongjing. The sky gradually darkens. Tonight there is no moon, only faint starlight spread over the earth. In the wilderness, there was the chaotic low roar of demonic beasts everywhere. On the official road, on the other hand, there was the sound of kicking hooves. Si Kongjing whipped his horse and secretly said, traveling while it's still night, those who purchase the Facier jade hairpin are either powerfully confident, or they have an urgent matter. If it was the former, their speed would not be too fast, the latter would definitely speed up. With a fast horse, Si Kongjing chased after them for 3 hours. At midnight, he saw a bright light in the middle of the official road. It was a lone stagecoach station in the wilderness. At the same time, he also saw an exquisite carriage at the entrance of the stagecoach station. Just like what shopkeeper Han Yu had described, this was the carriage of the purchaser of the Facier jade hairpin. Exhaling lightly, he finally managed to catch up. The purchaser had not traveled overnight, but was staying within the post station. Si Kongjing immediately dismounted and entered the post station. When the door was opened, there was a sudden silence inside. A gaze came out. It was the adventurers on the journey, and these gazes only appeared for a moment, and then clamored again, each talking and drinking freely. Guest, what do you need? The post station's waiter greeted him and asked. Although the post stations of the Great Shang Dynasty were established by the government, they would also accept ordinary travelers to stay. Si Kongjing opened the door. I'm not here to stay, I'm looking for the owner of that exquisite carriage outside, inform me. After saying that, Si Kongjing casually threw a golden crystal coin to the junior. Xiao Er's eyes lit up. To give himself a gold crystal coin straight away, this was simply a fortune. He nodded his head busily and immediately informed Si Kongjing of the past. Soon, inside a certain room of the post station, a young girl dressed as a maid was then notified by Xiao and immediately flew into the room after closing the door behind her, nervously saying, "Eldest miss, there is a man outside who wants to see you." In front of the maid sat a beautiful woman in a full white dress, her hand still cupping an ancient jade hairpin. At those words, she looked up and said with a slight frown on her beautiful brows, "Does the thunder-winning merchant firm look down on me, Luo Ning, so much? To go so far as to try to kill me so openly and honestly?" Speaking here, Luo Ning coldly said, "Then let him come in." "But big miss," the maid called out fearfully, and before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Luo Ning. "No matter, I want to let Lei Win merchant firm know that I, Luo Ning, am not that good at killing. Even if I die, I will make them pay a heavy price." Opening her mouth, the maid eventually went out. And when she returned to the room, she had already brought Si Kongjing. Luo Ning raised her eyebrows and looked Si Kongjing up and down, then gave a cold shameful laugh and said, "The thunder-winning merchant company just sent you to kill me. Is the 6th level of the Ming realm here to hilariously send me to my death?" Chapter 27, How much is your life worth? Si Kongjing was stunned at his words, his eyes fell on the jade hairpin in Luo Ning's hand. According to Su Yushi's description, this was the jade hairpin of Fei Shi right, and the woman in front of him was vaguely permeated with the aura of the 6th level of the dark realm. But she has injuries on her body, and at this time, she is far from reaching the dark realm's 6th level of combat power. With just one glance, Si Kongjing judged Luo Ning's situation clearly and distinctly. Shaking his head, Si Kongjing returned expressionlessly, "You've misunderstood. I've come to ask for the Fei Shi jade hairpin in your hands." Luo Ning froze slightly, then let out another shameful laugh. "Tai tactics, are you trying to distract me?" Si Kongjing froze again. It seems that this woman is very wary, but it is understandable. After all, someone wants to kill her. Thinking of this, Si Kongjing again took out the paper contract that Hongyu Pawnshop and Su Yushi had signed. After raising it in his hand, Si Kongjing gently threw it over and said, "The Fei Shi jade hairpin in your hand was pawned by my wife, and the pawnshop sold it to you in breach of contract before the pawning period had arrived, and I am here to recover it." For this woman's matter, Si Kongjing cared nothing, he only wanted to redeem the Fei Shi jade hairpin. However, Luo Ning didn't even pick it up, letting the paper contract fly down to the ground, her eyes still gazing at Si Kongjing. And at this time, Si Kongjing took out another 100 gold crystal coins that he had seized from the Hongyu pawnshop, and said again, "This is the money that you used to purchase the Fei Shi jade hairpin, and now I am returning it as if it were a gift, and I hope that the girl will return the jade hairpin." After saying that, the 100 gold crystal coins were similarly thrown over. But Luo Ning still didn't pick it up. The shameful smile on her face worsened. She even mocked, "It seems that I'm the one who overestimated the thunder-winning merchant company. Not only are their tactics inferior, but they even used this kind of ridiculous reasoning to assassinate after following my whereabouts." In her opinion, all of Si Kongjing's actions above were just distracting her. Si Kongjing's brows furrowed. This woman left him speechless. "It was Lei Frost who sent you, wasn't it? The pawnshop, the jade hairpin and the paper contract, and then having a martial artist who was only at the 6th level of the Ming realm to remove my guard and take advantage of the situation? She also doesn't think about the fact that from Yunyi City to the post station, how can someone below the dark realm dare to travel alone at night?" Luo Ning's whole body's true chi flowed, confidently exposing Si Kongjing's little trick. "And when the period has not yet arrived? How did Lei Frost think I would believe that? A man who is only at the 6th level of the Ming realm would leave the city overnight for his wife's jade hairpin. The reason is too poor." Luo Ning spoke smugly. She had no idea how important the Fei Shi jade hairpin was to Su Yushi. Drawing the corners of his mouth, Si Kongjing stared at the Luo Ning in front of him even more speechless, and finally explained, "I don't know who Lei Frost is, and a man of the 6th level of the Ming realm leaving the city overnight for his wife, is that strange?" Just as the words fell, Luo Ning's face was as gloomy as water. "Either get the hell back and report Lei Frost, less tricks, or I'll kill you now." She didn't believe Si Kongjing's words at all. The 6th level of the Ming realm was 9 deaths in the wilderness at night. Who would believe that, to fight so hard for his wife's jade hairpin? Where in heaven could there be such an obsessed man? All of these things, in Luo Ning's eyes, were all breaks in the assassination of her. Si Kongjing's eyes suddenly turned cold as he stared at Luo Ning, then took a deep breath and spoke, "If I want to kill you, I don't need to play tricks at all. It's useless for you to be on guard." Luo Ning froze, and the next second was a killing machine that pounced on the sky. Boom! Si Kongjing's figure crashed out like a thunderbolt, appearing in Luo Ning's eyes in a flash. His body was still at the 6th level of the Ming realm's true chi, but it was several or even dozens of times more furious than any of his peers. Just as Luo Ning subconsciously tried to react, Sikong Jing blasted out with one fist, hitting her at the weak point of her true chi. The second fist exploded again, hitting her injured right shoulder, and the third fist transformed into a palm blade, which drilled into Luo Ning's already broken true chi shield with a swish sound, reaching her white and flawless neck. Palm knife vaguely through the true chi sharp on, only needs Sikong Jing a little force, can blood splash flying, human head to the ground. The scene stopped at this moment, and the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. Sikong Jing's palm knife quietly stopped at Luo Ning's neck, emitting a low voice, "This girl, now you can believe that I'm not here to kill you. If I want your life, I can do it any time." Eldest miss. The maid let out a scream, but didn't dare to approach, scared silly. As for Luo Ning, she was directly stunned. She was the 6th level of the Dark Realm, she was on high alert from start to finish, yet in just a blink of an eye, she fell into the hands of this man who was only the 6th level of the Bright Realm. Are you kidding me? How is this possible? Even if he had injuries on his body, it was still impossible. The Bright Realm and the Dark Realm were vastly different existences. At this time, Sikong Jing gently stepped back and spoke again. "I'm sorry, I just want my wife's jade hairpin back, please give it to me." Luo Ning's complexion kept changing, and in vain, she said fiercely, "I don't believe it." After saying that, the 6th level of Dark Realm's true chi blasted out. The next moment Sikong Jing was flashing again, still 2 punches and a palm blade, while Luo Ning's life fell back into Sikong Jing's hands. A few more times will have the same result, you are struggling fearlessly. In Luo Ning's ears was Sikong Jing's cold voice. And this time, Sikong Jing's gaze landed on the facial jade hairpin in Luo Ning's hand, directly holding her wrist, then gently twisting it, the jade hairpin instantly fell from her hand. Sikong Jing casually sucked it, and the jade hairpin flew back to his hand. Stepping back again, Sikong Jing looked at the shocked and furious Luo Ning, and said indifferently, 100 gold crystal coins are on the ground, and I'll take the jade hairpin. If you feel that you've suffered any disadvantages, go to Hong Jade Pawn Shop and settle your accounts. After saying that, Sikong Jing took the facial jade hairpin and turned around. This matter was actually a bit complicated to say the least. Luo Ning most likely felt that the jade hairpin was more than 100 gold crystal coins, and since she was the one who bought it, there was also her reasoning for not wanting to sell it. The real party at fault only lies with the Han Yu pawn shop. When Sikong Jing entered the room, he was even prepared to bargain with Luo Ning, and the other party bit the bullet and refused to sell. However, since the other party was being unreasonable, Sikong Jing didn't bother to be polite and took it. Luo Ning stared blankly at Sikong Jing's back, the whole person was dumbfounded. Twice she had been beaten by a tiny 6th level Ming realm man without the ability to fight back, and was also robbed of the jade hairpin by the other party by force. What made her feel even more ashamed was that she had really misunderstood him, and he had come to get the jade hairpin back. He could indeed kill himself at any time, and it was useless to be on guard any longer. Suddenly, a strong harboring fire sprang up in Luo Ning's heart, and she said to Sikong Jing's back in a very irritated manner, "Wait a moment." Sikong Jing stopped his steps and turned around just to ask, "Something else?" "The jade hairpin was bought by me from the Hong Yu pawn shop, it's my thing. To settle the account you should also go to the pawn shop to settle the account." 100 gold crystal coins, I'm not selling it. Luo Ning stared with slightly red eyes, her voice sharp. She was simply too unlucky to have to deal with the pursuit of the thunder-winning merchant company and to be bullied by a man at the 6th level of the Ming realm. Sikong Jing secretly sighed, this woman still reacted. "I admit that I misunderstood you just now, I apologize, but I really don't want to sell this jade hairpin." Luo Ning was unforgiving, clenching her pink fist and gazing at Sikong Jing. Sikong Jing gazed at her again and asked, "How much do you want?" "I don't want to sell for any amount of money." Luo Ning had a gambling look on her face. Sinking down, Sikong Jing suddenly swept outside the room and asked again, "Precisely, how much is this jade hairpin worth in your eyes?" Luo Ning didn't know what Sikong Jing meant by asking this question, but she still seriously replied, "I haven't appraised the jade hairpin yet, but the material alone is worth at least 1,000 gold crystals, but I just..." "Your life, and how much is it worth?" Suddenly, Sikong Jing interrupted to ask again. Chapter 28, There's Still a Difference. Frozen for a moment, Luo Ning returned with some trepidation, "What do you want?" "My life is certainly priceless. If you dare to kill me, I, Luo Shui Yuxing, will not spare you." She was truly frightened. Could it be that her behavior had angered this incomprehensibly terrifying man? However, Sikong Jing shrugged his shoulders and turned back without saying a word, and also walked over to the table in the room and sat down. Luo Ning opened her mouth, not understanding what Sikong Jing was trying to do. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the room was kicked open and a woman in full purple and blue clothing walked in with great strides, She was tall but revealed a savage look. After sweeping the room for a few moments, she said, "Luo Ning, you're going to die tonight." Luo Ning's face suddenly changed as a scream rang out, "Lei Frost." The next moment, Si Kong Jing's voice then sounded behind Luo Ning. "Since your life is priceless, then I will save your life tonight as payment for the Feisher jade hairpin." Of course, Si Kong Jing wasn't wanting Luo Ning's life. There was no injustice. It wasn't like he was some kind of homicidal maniac. It's just that the other party insisted on not selling it, so he could only do it in a different way. Just now, when he was preparing to leave, he realized that there were a large number of martial artists besieging towards Luo Ning's room. It should be the thunder-winning merchant firm that she was talking about. That's why Si Kong Jing acted in this way. In front of her, when Luo Ning heard Si Kong Jing's words, her whole body shook slightly. The opposite side of the Lei Frost naturally did not notice Si Kong Jing, coldly laughing and saying, "Luo Ning little, I had thought that you would rush back to Yunzhou City all night, and I was also prepared to block you halfway. I didn't expect that you would hide inside the post station, causing me to run so hard. You say, how should I punish you?" Lei Frost's gloomy laughter sounded, narrowing his eyes and staring at Luo Ning, a picture of eating her up. Pink fists clenched up, Luo Ning stared at Lei Frost dead on. "You Lei Win merchant firm, isn't it too much? I didn't just rob your business in Yunyi City. You want to come and kill me? Are you guys doing business or are you bandits?" "Ha ha." Lei Frost laughed out loud at his words. "I am a bandit. There is a price to pay for robbing my business." This time, Luo Ning had come to Yunyi City to do business. Her family was the Luo Shui Jade firm in Yunzhou City, while the Lei Win merchant firm likewise did business in Jade, and the two were in competition with each other. It used to be all business tactics and competition. But ever since Lei Frost took over part of the Lei Win merchant firm's business, she was spiteful and unreasonable, acting overbearingly. This time, when he had robbed her business in Yunyi City, he had sent someone to assassinate him, causing him to be injured and could only escape Yunyi City in the night, but he did not want Lei Frost to have prepared long ago and was determined to kill himself. Seeing Luo Ning did not say anything, Lei Frost sneered again. "I know that you yourself are the 6th level of the Dark Realm, very powerful, so I specifically found 200 horse thieves this time. I am not afraid of not getting you killed. Blame it on you being too arrogant, not even your guards." "Well, there is even a guard." Speaking of this, Lei Frost finally realized the existence of Si Kong Jing. In her investigation, Luo Ning had only brought a little maid with her this time to Yunyi City. Where did this escort come from? Lei Frost's eyes were filled with vigilance. At this time, a fierce bearded man next to Lei Frost laughed freely. "Miss Lei Frost, what kind of guard is that? Only the 6th level of the Ming realm, at best it's just a boy, don't worry about it." The bearded man, the very same Dark Realm 3rd level expert that Lei Frost had hired, saw through Si Kong Jing's realm with a single glance. Hearing this, the vigilance on Lei Frost's face immediately disappeared without a trace, and laughed shrilly. "So it's just a boy, no wonder I didn't check it out, then don't care about him. On, get Luo Ning killed." Boom! Without saying a word, the bearded man led his men to kill Luo Ning. There was still a considerable gap between the 3rd and 6th levels of the Dark Realm, so Big Beard didn't dare to face it alone, but he had 200 men behind him, most of whom were 8th and 9th level of the Bright Realm. And those who had reached the Dark Realm also had more than 10 people, not afraid of not being able to kill Luo Ning, who was alone. Looking at the bearded man and the others who came blasting in, Luo Ning's face was hard to see. Such an enemy, even if he wasn't injured, he couldn't win. Could it be that he was really going to die here tonight? Luo Ning, right? Is the Feisher jade hairpin for sale? Si Kong Jing's voice, once again, sounded. The corner of Luo Ning's mouth twitched slightly. The attitude of the man behind her that ate her up was really upsetting, and she really didn't want to sell it. "Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't sell. If you die, the things are naturally mine." Si Kong Jing was still a picture of ruthlessness. The Great Shang dynasty's territory was vast and boundless, and there were struggles everywhere, so it was impossible for him to meddle in such idle matters if he didn't have a reason to do so. Now that he had Su Yushur to take care of, he was not alone. "Little boy, what are you gabbing about? I'll get you killed first." Right at this moment, the battle had already begun. The bearded man and the others surrounded Luo Ning, while one of the fighters killed in front of Si Kong Jing. In this fighter's eyes, Si Kong Jing, a tiny 6th level of the Ming realm, was a weakling. But he was wrong, so wrong. Without even looking, Si Kong Jing stabbed the beater's heart with a single hand slash before asking Luo Ning, "Selling?" At this time, Luo Ning had already been surrounded and overwhelmed, and could only bite her teeth and say, "Sell." "Then step back, leave it to me." Si Kong Jing got up at his words, slowly withdrew his hand that was stuck in the heart of the fighter, and spoke indifferently. At the same time, Luo Ning fought her way out of the siege and retreated behind him. Hee hee, Luo Ning little, didn't you claim to treat your household servants like relatives? Lei Frost let out a mocking sound when he saw this. Now you're even hiding behind a little boy, you're so cheap and hypocritical. The bearded man also laughed out loud. Poor little boy, being betrayed by your master is something that will be torn to pieces by me. Looking at the bearded man who came brazenly, Luo Ning asked worriedly, so many people, are you really sure? Xikong Jing was only at the 6th level of the Ming realm. If she hadn't just personally experienced his power, Luo Ning didn't believe he could win at all. Even now, it still didn't feel too reliable. There are indeed a bit too many people. I'm sure I can kill them all, but it might be a bit of a waste of time. Xikong Jing gently replied back, then he pulled the corner of his mouth again, but it's okay, I can make a breakthrough. Boom! As his voice fell, Xikong Jing's true chi turned wildly, instantly rushing from the 6th level of the Ming realm to the 7th level. At the same time, a killing chance suddenly rose. Surprisingly broke through? But little boy, there doesn't seem to be any difference between the 6th and 7th level of the Ming realm for me, right? The bearded man gave a playful laugh, then opened his hands, about to tear Xikong Jing in half. Bang! In the next instant, the bearded man only felt a blur before his eyes as Xikong Jing's body disappeared into thin air, followed by the sound of a heavy impact. With a wow sound, the bearded man only felt as if his head had been hit by a hammer, and his entire body flew out. Xikong Jing quietly landed on the ground and said back, there's still a difference. If it's the 6th level of the Ming realm, it takes 3 punches to kill you, while the 7th level is 2 punches away, so you're dead. The words fell before pouncing out, and a punch hit the opponent squarely in the face. With a flash of bloodlight, the bearded man only felt the sky spinning before he was completely plunged into darkness. Chapter 29 Wild Beast Bloodlust. In the eyes of Luo Ning and her maids it was. Xikong Jing blasted out with a single punch, and the bearded man's entire face sunk in, blood crumbling out as he fell to the ground and died. The scene was silent at this moment. The people around stopped in their tracks, all dumbfounded. Big brother, mighty beast. Then came strange cries that tore through the sky. Their big brother had actually died, killed by Luo Ning's boy in 2 punches. Each and every one of them stared at Xikong Jing in incredulity and disbelief. They were a group of horse thieves that roamed around Yunyi City. Their big brother, nicknamed the Beast, was known for his ferocity, and tonight they were hired by Miss Lei Frost of the Lei Win Merchant Company to come here to kill people, and they had thought that it was just a trivial matter that would be taken lightly. But now, the Beast big brother was a small Ming Realm 7, raw beyond a big order to kill. This must be a nightmare. Kill him, avenge big brother Mastodon. A frantic voice rang out, and the surrounding rage was so great that a single horse thief pounced on Xikong Jing. And the true chi in Xikong Jing's body turned wildly. The shouts and killings around him seemed to bring him back to the battlefield, as if he was back to the days when he was the sole creator of the dragon pool. The blood in his body suddenly boiled. But the blood wasn't just blood, it had now transformed into the blood of 10,000 beasts, raging and ferocious. If your big brother is a fierce beast, then I should be a berserk beast. A bloodthirsty feeling bubbled up and ran through Xikong Jing's consciousness, and as his voice fell, roar! A low roar like that of a berserk beast emanated from Xikong Jing's mouth. A step was taken to kill. Plop plop plop. A trail of blood streaked across his eyes. A life was harvested by him like grass. Once invincible generals faced the enemy country, millions of lions alone to go, now 200 horse thieves in his eyes, just like papier-mâché. So what if there is a dark realm in it? The boiling animal blood destroys everything. The true chi of Jean D breaking prison skill, in the dantian which is like the head of a monster, the dantian of the monster is like opening a big mouth, madly spitting out the true chi flowing in Xikong Jing's whole body. Blood is like fire, true chi is like oil. On fire. Behind Xikong Jing, Luo Ning was stunned. What she saw was this man who wanted to buy back the Facier Jade hairpin killing into the crowd. No one was his enemy, touching him would surely kill him. He's not human, escape, escape. The horse thieves were killed and their livers were split. I don't know who roared, one by one they flew away. However, Xikong Jing licked his lips and said in a cold voice, you guys, you can't escape. Flashing out of Luo Ning's room, Xikong Jing pounced through in a burst. Only maddening screams and pleas for mercy remained outside the door, and in just a few breaths, the sound stopped. Xikong Jing landed on the ground, and at his feet were all corpses, with no survivors. At this moment, Xikong Jing's gaze fell on Lei Frost of the Lei Win Merchant Company, his eyes emanating a red light. The next instant, he fiercely winced. He just seemed too bloodthirsty. It seems that the blood of 10,000 beasts and the Emperor Chopper prison breaking technique are really not simple. It is easy to affect the mind. Closing his eyes and secretly adjusting while calming down, Si Kong Jing's gaze when he looked at Lei Frost again had become red and clear. But in Lei Frost's eyes, Si Kong Jing was still the same terrifying murderous maniac he was just now. She fell to the ground with a thud and screamed in fear, "Don't come over, or else I, Lei Win Merchant Company, will kill your entire family." She was truly terrified. Where was the self-righteousness she had just had? The only thing left in her heart is to furiously shout and growl, "Luoning, this little, where did she find the monster boy from? Kill my whole family?" Si Kong Jing's red clear eyes, and gradually flooded with bloodlight. Pouncing up, holding Lei Frost's neck and lifting it in mid-air, "I hate it when someone uses my family to threaten me." Although only a few days together, but Suyu Shiren, father-in-law and mother-in-law in his heart, has been an untouchable existence. The dragon had reverse scales, touching them would lead to death. "Wait, don't kill." Just at the moment when Si Kong Jing was about to pinch Lei Frost to death, Luoning's voice rang out. Si Kong Jing stopped his 5 fingers and asked suspiciously, "She's going to kill you, and you're not killing her?" Taking a deep breath, Luoning gently solved the confusion. "The Lei Win Merchant firm is quite a bit stronger than my Luo Shui Jade firm, and Lei Frost is even the most favored daughter of the owner of the Lei Win Merchant firm. If she dies here, I'm afraid our Luo Shui Jade firm will have to face a terrifying pounce." Luoning certainly hated to kill Lei Frost, but she had to consider the consequences. Meanwhile, Lei Frost, who was struggling in Si Kong Jing's hands, heard these words and all of a sudden, she also came to her senses, letting out a hateful voice, "Little boy, if you kill me, Luo Shui Jade Ro will be destroyed as well, you believe it or not?" The air seemed to freeze. The corner of Si Kong Jing's mouth pulled out a wry smile and said expansively, "Luo Shui Jade Ro, it's none of my business." Click. Si Kong Jing directly snapped Lei Frost's neck as the latter stared out in disbelief before he directly snapped. "You, how did you do this?" Luoning stared wide-eyed, pointing straight at Si Kong Jing, who had actually killed Lei Frost after all. And Si Kong Jing only knew that if he let Lei Frost go back alive, and it was traced back to himself, he would invite trouble for Suyusher's family. So he simply killed it. Casually throwing Lei Frost's corpse on the ground, Si Kong Jing looked straight at Luoning and casually said, "I've saved your life, the deal for the Feisher Jade hairpin is over, farewell." As the words fell, Si Kong Jing flashed and disappeared inside the post. Outside the room, only the dazed Luoning was left standing dumbfounded. And at this time, her maid ran out trembling, "Eldest miss, what kind of person is this? It's too scary." Luoning sniffed and muttered, "I'm also curious to know." To the very beginning, she didn't know what this man's name was and what kind of identity he had. She only knew that he came to recover the Feisher Jade hairpin for the sake of his wife, and she only knew that he only had the Ming realm, yet he was murderous and terrifying. "Eldest miss, now that Lei Frost is dead, Lei Win Merchant Company will definitely declare war on us. What should we do?" The maid was terrified. In vain her gaze chilled and she coldly said, "Why don't we hurry back to Yunyi City, investigate the identity and provenance of that man just now, and pour everything on him?" Only in this way could the disaster of Luo Shui Yuxing be avoided. Luoning froze, her mind flashed through the way Si Kong Jing had just killed someone, and she categorically said, "No, you'll die." When she thought of the bloodthirsty Si Kong Jing who had just killed people, Luoning's heart felt a pang of fear for no reason. As soon as the maid made this suggestion, she felt her entire body tingle, like she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. This person can only be befriended, and can never be used in a crooked way. This was the purest thought within Luoning's heart. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the post station was kicked open. A middle-aged man in the shape of a Yunyi City general stepped in with great strides, and behind him was a large number of Yunyi City guards. The middle-aged man unfolded a portrait, and a thick voice resounded, "Have you all seen the man in the portrait? He is a criminal who was exiled to Yunyi City and has now escaped the city." Chapter 30. The credit goes to me. The gazes of the people in the stagecoach station condensed, and Xiao'er hurriedly stepped forward and said, "I've seen him, he's in the backyard." The man on the portrait gave him a full gold crystal coin. Of course Xiao'er wouldn't forget, and added, "But..." The middle-aged general sniffed and stared up, asking, "But what?" "But just now the mighty beast horse thieves group killed in and also fought fiercely in the backyard. Specifically, I don't know what happened. Now it is calm, but we don't dare to go in to check yet." Xiao'er quickly returned. "Fierce beast horse thieves?" A cold light flashed in the middle-aged general's eyes, and he immediately led his men to swoop towards the room where Luoning was, and when they stopped in their tracks, they were directly stunned. There was blood and corpses everywhere. Moreover, the middle-aged general concluded at a glance that the corpses were all members of the mighty beast horse thieves. After being shocked, the middle-aged general's gaze gradually shifted down on Luoning's master and servant, who were the only two alive. What happened? Who slaughtered the beastly horse thieves? And where is the man on the portrait? 3 questions in a row. The state of affairs in front of them was completely out of the middle-aged general's expectations. Luo Ning raised her head and stared unexpectedly at the portrait in the middle-aged general's hands, but it was actually the horrible man who had just left. In the next instant, Luo Ning was smiling, letting out a light laugh and said, "Isn't this General Chiu Yiqiu? I am Luo Ning of the Luoshui merchant firm in Yunzhou City. Has General Chiu forgotten?" She did not answer any questions, but rather climbed the relationship first. The middle-aged general in front of her she recognized, it was none other than Yunyi City's guarding general, Xiu Yi. When doing business in Yunyi City, she had dealt with him herself. Xiu Yi froze before he realized, his expression softening slightly as he asked, "So it's Miss Luo, what's going on here?" Sinking down, Luo Ning only smiled and explained, "I am negotiating with Lei Frost Missy of the Lei Wen Merchant Company here, and I didn't expect that the Mighty Beasts Horse Thieves group would suddenly kill in, and would also kidnap me and Lei Frost Missy. During the crisis, it was the man on the portrait who saved me." Luo Ning said here, gazing deeply at Xiu Yi. Her mood was a bit tense, the above words were partially made up. "Why?" Xiu Yi revealed a face full of doubt. This was different from what he had imagined. Originally, he thought that the criminal had colluded with the Fierce Beast Horse Thieves to rob Luo Ning. The Fierce Beast Horse Thieves were rampant in this area and often robbed large traders, so Xiu Yi didn't have any doubts about Luo Ning's words. What he was curious about was why that criminal wanted to save Luo Ning. "It's like this, the man on the portrait came to me to buy back a jade hairpin, and it just so happened that the Fierce Beast's Horse Thieves appeared, so he stepped in." Luo Ning organized her thoughts before explaining. Other than Thunderfrost, everything else was the truth. After explaining, Luo Ning asked again, "General Chiu, who is this man? He's so powerful." With a full expectation in her eyes, she really wanted to know the exact identity of Sikong Jing. Why would he be so terrifying? And because of Luo Ning's identity, Xiu Yi also basically believed her explanation and returned, "His name is Sikong Jing, he is a felon who was exiled to Yunyi City, and he was also personally given in marriage by the Lord of Yunzhou to the second young miss of the Su family." As Xiu Yi explained, Luo Ning couldn't help but stare blankly. It turned out that his name was Sikong Jing, an exiled criminal who was recently rumored to have been bestowed a marriage to the ugliest woman in all of Yunzhou, and he had even ventured out of the city just to recover the Feisher jade hairpin for the sake of that ugly woman. This made her incredulous. Shouldn't he hate ugly wives? "I'm afraid that only the Lord of Yunzhou knows exactly what his status was before he was exiled, but we also pay special attention to it." "Does Miss Luo know where he has gone now?" Xiu Yi asked a rhetorical question. The criminal that the Lord of the Cloud State had personally bestowed a marriage to had escaped from the city. This matter was not a small one for him. Suddenly, Luo Ning revealed another smile and returned, "General Chiu need not worry, he definitely went back to Yunyi City. He left the city merely to buy back the jade hairpin that his wife had in my hand." Speaking here, Luo Ning suddenly had a heartbeat. She picked up the 100 gold crystal coins that Sikong Jing had thrown down on the ground and handed them to Xiu Yi. "General Chiu, the Mighty Beast Horse Thieves are all dead, this is your credit." Luo Ning narrowed her eyes and asked, "But can we say that Sikong Jing was also involved in this, and that he was partially to blame?" The Fierce Beast Horse Thieves group should obviously be taken out by Sikong Jing, but in the situation at hand, Xiu Yi would surely take the credit for himself, and even if Sikong Jing returned to the city, he would still have to face the punishment of forcing his way out of the city. Therefore, Luo Ning suddenly thought of such a trick just to thank Sikong Jing for saving his life. Xiu Yi's mind moved slightly as he slowly accepted the golden crystal coin and said, "That remains to be seen, whether this criminal has gone back or not." After saying that, Xiu Yi quickly pocketed the money and ordered, "Leave half of the men to deal with the corpse, the others will go back with me." By the way, General Chiu, Elder Miss Lei Frost was also killed by the Fierce Beast Horse Thieves. Please help me testify if anything. Luo Ning's voice rang in Xiu Yi's ears again. Gazing at her, Xiu Yi gently nodded and turned his eyes to disappear in Luo Ning's line of sight. Luo Ning secretly exhaled, "Exiled criminal, son-in-law of the Su family of Yunyi City, husband of the ugliest woman in all of Yunzhou, this person is really mysterious. And he indirectly helped me." With his eyes, he landed on Lei Frost's corpse. It was because General Xiu Yi came after her that she was able to frame Lei Frost's death on the Fierce Beast Horse Thieves. "However, I also helped him, I wonder if he will thank me?" Luo Ning narrowed her eyes slightly in some anticipation. On the official road in the darkness of the night, Sikong Jing was caught up by Xiu Yi, who had returned the same way. And he did not put up any resistance. Forcing his way out of the city would definitely invite trouble. This matter was expected by Sikong Jing. However, he had also thought of a way to deal with it. However, when Sikong Jing heard Xiu Yi's words, he directly froze. General Chiu means that the credit for slaughtering the fierce beast horse thief regiment goes to you? It was only then that Si Kongjing realized that the bearded man nicknamed Fierce Beast, who was hired by Lei Frost, was a group of horse thieves that roamed around Yun City. Yes, the credit goes to me, and at the same time I will even out a little bit of the credit for you by promising that it was my idea for you to force your way out of the city, in order to lure the mighty beast's horse thieves regiment to the hook. Xiuya's eyes carried a hint of threat. If this criminal dared to not agree, then don't blame yourself for not being polite. Purge the mighty beast horse thief regiment, this credit is not small and must not be missed. Shrugging his shoulders, this kind of good deed Si Kongjing of course agreed without hesitation, nodding his head and saying, no problem. With this look, he struck a deal with Qiu Yi. And then, Qiu Yi personally sent someone to send him back to Yunyi City. Between the road, Si Kongjing couldn't help but flash back to Luo Ning's appearance and secretly said, it seems like this should be her idea. This was not a surprise to Si Kongjing. After all, Luo Ning needed an excuse to deal with Lei Frost's death. But this idea did avoid a lot of trouble for himself. When Si Kongjing returned to Yunyi City, it was already dawn. Under the watchful eyes of the guards guarding the city, he flew back to the Su mansion. The matter of returning the house servants' wages had come to time. Chapter 31. Si Kongjing is a white-eyed wolf. At this moment, in the courtyard of Su Yushi within the Su mansion, Mei Xiaofang was anxiously tugging at Su Yushi, loudly asking, where is that criminal person? Why can't we find him? Su Yushi's face was a little pale, her eyes were hanging with bags under her eyes. It was precisely because she hadn't slept all night. Yesterday, after Si Kongjing left from Hongyu pawnshop, he said that he wanted to go out of the city to retrieve the Feisher jade hairpin. At that time, it was thought that he would surely be stopped back by the guards guarding the city, but he didn't return home for the whole night. Now Su Yushi didn't know whether Si Kongjing had left the city or was caught and imprisoned by the city guards. Mother, Si Kongjing he. Just as he was about to explain about the Hongyu pawnshop, suddenly Aunt Li's strange shout came from right outside the courtyard. Mei Xiaofang, we've come to ask for money. Your criminal son-in-law said 10 times the wages, so you can give it to us now. Between the words, the clattering, dozens of people appeared inside and outside the courtyard again all at once. Among them were the 7 domestic servants, led by Aunt Li, who were demanding the wages, as well as a large number of surrounding onlookers from the Su mansion's domestic servants. Each and every one of them wanted to know if Mei Xiaofang's criminal son-in-law could come up with 10 times the wages. At this time, Mei Xiaofang in the hall turned pale and asked again, you sure, is there any money left from pawning the Feisher jade hairpin? Su Yushi shook her head and said, no, just 3 gold crystal coins. And those 3 gold crystal coins have been given to Dr. Sun to save Daddy Su Zhanglong. Now Su Yushi's hand is still empty. But mother, don't worry, Si Kongjing he has money. I saw yesterday that he has a lot of gold crystal coins in his hand. Su Yushi saw that Mei Xiaofang's face was very unattractive, and then hurriedly comforted. He has a lot of gold crystal coins, but where the hell is his person right now? Mei Xiaofang pursued. As soon as the words fell, Aunt Li's voice resounded once again, Mei Xiaofang, quickly return the money, or else you won't blame us for moving things. Hatingly glaring at Su Yushi, Mei Xiaofang could only rush out and said, my son-in-law went to get the money and hasn't come back yet. When he comes back he can naturally give you 10 times the money, what's the hurry? Although she didn't quite believe that Si Kongjing had a lot of golden crystal coins, Mei Xiaofang could only say that now. But in the next instant, a shameful laugh abruptly resounded inside the crowd, and it was none other than Su Yun. Only to see her walk out in a graceful manner and laugh, great aunt, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. I've just received news that your criminal son-in-law escaped from the city yesterday by forcefully breaking in. As the words fell, Su Yushi, who had just walked out of the hall, directly froze. Si Kongjing really managed to go out of the city? At the same time, Mei Xiaofang also revealed a puzzled gaze and asked rhetorically, what is Si Kongjing doing out of the city? She hadn't reacted for a moment and hadn't yet realized the gravity of Su Yun's words. Si Kongjing, that was the body of a criminal, how could he dare to leave the city? Su Yun smiled broadly and teasingly laughed, hasn't great auntie figured it out yet? Your son-in-law is a criminal, of course he's forcing his way out of the city to escape from the prison that is Yun City. When these words came out, Mei Xiaofang's eyes widened and she winced fiercely again and said, you mean? Su Yun shrugged his shoulders, the color of sinister in his eyes flashed and said, that's right, he knows that he can't pay back 10 times the wages, where would he still stay and suffer death? He must have fled and said. Buzz. Mei Xiaofang's brain exploded violently, to know that Si Kongjing promised to stay and die if he couldn't get 10 times the wages. And this was no joke, the household servants might not dare to kill him, but Su Zhengtao and Su Yun dared. Su Yun, don't talk nonsense, Si Kongjing he has money. At this time, Su Yushur couldn't help but rush out and retort at Su Yun, her eyes red. After saying that and looking fiercely at Mei Xiaofang, Su Yushur explained, "Mother, Sikong Jing forcing his way out of the city wasn't to escape at all, but to help me recover the ferocious jade hairpin that was bought away." Mei Xiaofang looked at her second daughter dumbfounded and asked rhetorically, "So it's true that he forced his way out of the city?" "Aha!" Su Yushur nodded her head and hurriedly explained about the Hongyu pawnshop again. "Ha ha ha." And just as her words fell, Su Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You said that he left the city overnight for a tiny jade hairpin of yours. Isn't he afraid of dying outside the city? Isn't he afraid of coming back to be punished?" For Su Yushur's explanation, Su Yun did not believe half a word. Su Yushur bites her lip, looks squarely at Su Yun, and says back loudly, "This is true." Thinking of Sikong Jing's expression and eyes yesterday, Su Yushur couldn't help but be angry and hate Su Yun for not believing in Sikong Jing's character. "Su Yushur, you are really simple. That criminal husband of yours is simply an excuse to escape from the city. He just wants to get rid of you, the ugly one. You still think that if you are so ugly, he will treat you sincerely?" Su Yun sneered continuously, looking at Su Yushur like she was looking at a silly woman who was cheated by a bad man. And these words immediately made Su Yushur's heart twitch and she directly panicked. She herself is an ugly monster who was feared by everyone. How could anyone treat her sincerely? "Yushur, that criminal is a white-eyed wolf, a white-eyed wolf." Just as Su Yushur's mind was shaking, Mei Xiaofang's voice rang out from behind her, "He fled the city, it's impossible for him to come back. It's all a lie, marrying you is a lie, willing to accept you is a lie, 10 times the wages is also a lie. He is already a criminal of 10 evils, how could he risk going out of the city for you hairpin?" Along with Mei Xiaofang's mournful voice, Su Yueshi's brain rumbled and burst, and her tearful eyes couldn't stop flowing down. Herself, could it be that she was still the ugly monster that no one wanted? Congratulations, great auntie, you've gotten rid of that criminal. But regardless of whether he escaped or not, he is your recognized son-in-law, 10 times the wages must be returned to Aunt Li and the others. Su Yun's sharp and merciless voice pulled the desperate mother and daughter back to reality. Then, Aunt Li and the others laughed fiercely, "Mei Xiaofang, pay back the money." All the household servants stepped out, their faces livid. "We don't have any money, we'll find a way." Mei Xiaofang blushed with a big face and flew to protect in front of Su Yushur, who was in the midst of collapsing a little bit. The corner of Su Yun's mouth pulled out a long cold smile, drinking, "No money, right? Then you guys can move your stuff." As her words fell, Aunt Li and the others let out shrill laughter and rushed towards the various rooms in the courtyard without saying a word. At the same time, the onlookers' household servants also jumped at the chance, and with Su Yun's encouragement quite a few of them also followed and rushed in. Don't grab it. You bunch of, Zhenglong is still resting inside, you are not allowed to go in." Mei Xiaofang double madly rushed to the door of Su Zhenglong's room and dead guarded the door. Now, Su Zhenglong has just taken Dr. Sun's medicine has improved, such a mess will die. You are not allowed to touch my father's things. Su Yushur also put aside her pain and pounced on Su Zhenglong's room. "Huh, don't care, charge in for me." Su Yun let out a maniacal laughter. Inwardly, she laughed even more maniacally, now see if Su Zhenglong would not be infuriated to death. Suddenly, a violent wind flashed down, accompanied by the sound of monstrous anger. "What are you doing?" The voice carried a shocking anger. A straight and ferocious figure landed with a bang. It was precisely Sikong Jing who had just returned. He went home full of joy, ready to tell Su Yushur that the ferocious jade hairpin had been brought back, but what he saw was such a chaotic scene, his killing heart suddenly flared up. Chapter 32 Payment for Labor and Funeral Expenses, settled together. Sikong Jing, he's back? Su Yushur, who was fending off the household servants storming Su Zhenglong's room, froze in place as if her body had been struck by lightning. She heard Sikong Jing's voice appear within the courtyard. Was this an illusion? It must be an illusion, she just missed him too much. You're looking for death. Just as Su Yushur was suffering, Sikong Jing's voice sounded once again. This time it was true and real, just like explosive thunder. Boom! A berserk figure crashed into the hall and flashed down in front of Su Zhenglong's room door. Bang 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 bang. Dao-like shadows blasted out, flung towards the domestic servants who were surrounding Mei Xiaofang and Su Yueshio. Screams rang out continuously. One by one, the domestic servants were kicked out, and in the blink of an eye, all the domestic servants were cleared out. Sikong Jing again looked towards the two mother and daughter who were in a sorry state at the doorway and asked, "You sure, Lord Mother-in-law, are you guys all right?" The mother and daughter, both of them, stared blankly at the tall figure in shock and anger. Incredulity appeared in Mei Xiaofang's eyes. He actually came back, he didn't run away. As for Su Yushi, she could no longer speak, her body was motionless, so afraid that this was just a dream. At this time, Si Kongjing again heard the sound of other rooms in the courtyard still moving things, so he said, "Don't worry, I'll go and kill everyone out now, I'll also make them pay." Turning around, Si Kongjing killed out and rolled up, killing intent like a storm. Bang bang bang. Another roar, another scream. Si Kongjing traveled through the rooms, blasting out all the household servants. Listening to such sounds, Su Yushi finally reacted and asked, "Na, mother, we're not dreaming, are we? Si Kongjing, he really came back, he really did not want me?" Mei Xiaofang looked at her daughter, whose entire veil was wet with tears, and uncertainly returned, "Maybe he was caught back." With a slight tremor in her heart and mind, Su Yushi was bewildered again. The two of them, mother and daughter, had seen too much evil. It was really hard to imagine that there would be someone who would genuinely treat them well, and the other party was still a criminal. Criminals, are there really good people? At this time, all the household servants had already been cleared out by Si Kongjing, and all of them were thrown in the open space of the courtyard. Mei Xiaofang held Su Yushi's hand tightly and comforted, "Maybe he really couldn't bear to part with you, so he came back again." Looking at her daughter with a pained expression, Mei Xiaofang really couldn't bear to crack down any further. Then, Mei Xiaofang pulled Su Yushi out of the hall, silently praying in her heart that Si Kongjing wasn't caught back, and didn't have no choice but to come back to this home. Otherwise, the fragile daughter would not be able to carry it. "Criminals, didn't you flee the city? How come you're back again?" Inside the courtyard, Su Yun asked with glaring eyes. Si Kongjing stood before the hall, coldly sweeping towards the group of family servants who were screaming and rolling around in misery, and then fiercely raised his head. "Who told you that I fled out of the city? This is my Si Kongjing's home, why did I flee?" As soon as the words fell, the mother and daughter's hearts and minds trembled. Su Yun froze and laughed shamefully again, speaking in a grandiose manner, "I think you were caught back by the city guards, right?" She simply did not believe that Si Kongjing would really consider this a home. Who blind would look at Su Yushi? It must have been after leaving the city and being arrested back. Mother and daughter Su Yushi couldn't help but look at Si Kongjing again, wanting to hear his explanation. However, Si Kongjing let out a chilling laugh. "I'm too lazy to talk to you, I'll come back to teach you a lesson after I'm done with these household servants." After saying that, Si Kongjing looked towards Auntie Li and the others and drank. "You guys, how do you want to die?" He was truly enraged. If he had come a step late, God knows what would have happened to Su Yushi, and God knows if his father-in-law Su Zhenglong would have died in bed from anger. At this moment, he was bloodthirsty, he wanted to kill. Auntie Li finally endured the pain and viciously returned. "Criminals, you guys owe money and don't pay it back, do you still want to get us killed?" "Right, if you owe money and don't pay it back, of course we're going to move things." The other few household servants also sneered and opened their mouths. They were in the right, and there was Miss Su Yun to calm the scene, to be afraid of nothing. Ding ding ding. While the household servants were clamoring, Si Kongjing's hand appeared with gold crystal coins. One after another, they spilled onto the ground with a crisp sound. Instantly, all the household servants, including Auntie Li, stared wide-eyed. They had never seen so many gold crystal coins before, and the entire room fell silent. "I said I would return it tenfold, so I will definitely return it. Who told you to mess with my family's things?" Accompanied by the sound of gold crystal coins falling to the ground, Si Kongjing's tone was cold to the extreme. Because of his terrifying killing intent, Aunt Li and the others suddenly panicked. There was a house servant, whose voice trembled slightly as he returned. "You fled the city, how did we know that you would return?" "What I said was that I would return it today. If I really didn't come back today, it wouldn't be too late for you guys to rob it tomorrow." "Who told you guys to start robbing now?" Si Kongjing's last sentence contained a monstrous rage, like a divine general descending from the sky, and like a wild beast roaring. But the few family servants who were close to Si Kongjing directly spewed out blood, and were actually shocked and injured. In vain, Si Kongjing opened his hand and sucked it in. Auntie Li directly landed in his hands and was held in a death grip around her neck. Auntie Li's body was hanging in mid-air, struggling desperately again. "Let go of me, what are you doing? Who made you not come back earlier? You still have yourself to blame. Now hurry up and release me, and pay 10 times the wages, and this matter will be settled." The other household servants heard this and also surrounded them with all kinds of verbal attacks, all saying that Si Kongjing had come too late for them to rob things. Some even said, "Even if you robbed it, so what, you just owe the wages anyway." Ignoring all the voices, Si Kongjing coldly swept across the room and said coldly, 10 times? No, this time it's 20 times the wages. Exactly, I will give each of you 2 gold crystal coins. The moment these words came out, the commotion in the room suddenly disappeared, and everyone stared wide-eyed. Auntie Lee also stopped struggling, her eyes penetratingly bright as she asked, "Really? This criminal is really spineless," a face of anger, but still want to give each person 2 gold crystal coins, too funny and exciting. But it was also right, what else could he do as a criminal? Of course it's true. Click. As Sikong Jing's voice fell, a crisp sound came from Auntie Lee's neck as it was directly twisted off. All the household servants who were still in anticipation stepped back in fear, their eyes glaring and cracking. The scene was as quiet as a falling pin. And at this moment, Sikong Jing casually threw Auntie Lee's corpse on the ground again. He then sucked up 2 more gold crystal coins and placed them on Aunt Lee's corpse, and only after he was done did he look up at the fearful household servants and said morosely, 20 times the wages, and the rest is your funeral expenses. Puffing. One by one, the household servants' feet trembled and sat down hard on the ground. Finally someone shouted, You killed Auntie Lee." The one who spoke was none other than the middle-aged male house servant who had snatched Mei Xiaofang's silk 3 days ago. "More than that, I'm going to kill you." The words fell, Sikong Jing fiercely killed, the middle-aged male house servant was directly killed, and 2 more golden crystal coins were sucked in and thrown on his corpse. Flash again and kill again, in the blink of an eye 7 family servants belonging to Su Yusher's family, all dead. Chapter 33, This is my home. The courtyard was silent, and everyone's livers were scared to death. Cold light gleamed in Sikong Jing's eyes as he looked around at the dozens of household servants who had already been terrified, and then said morosely, "My family doesn't owe you any money for your work, and you're robbing my family, so you don't have any funeral expenses. Kill." Shadows rolled out, and screams rang out in bursts. When Sikong Jing landed on the ground, none of the household servants within the courtyard had survived. As for those family servants outside the courtyard who did not tolerate the forceful robbery before, they were all scared less and fled as if they were flying. In their eyes, Sikong Jing had transformed into a murderous maniac. Of course, Sikong Jing didn't pay any attention to them, he only kills the rightful owner. How would he kill the innocent? His eyes landed back on Su Yun's body. Su Yun was continuously backing up, trembling her fingers. "Criminal, how dare you kill so many household servants?" Snap. The figure flashed again, Sikong Jing smacked Su Yun to the ground, gazing down at her. "I still dare to kill you, but it's not the time yet. When your big brother Su Shan comes back to suffer death, then it's not too late to kill." Words fell, bang. Sikong Jing flew out and kicked Su Yun out of the courtyard. Su Yun rolled madly on the ground in pain for a while before climbing up and screaming, "Criminal, you're dead. Su Yu sure ugly, you wait for me. Don't think that this criminal is helping you guys, he was just caught back by the city guards, even he might have seen the opportunity and escaped back again. I'm going to report it to the officials now. I'll also report it to Grandpa and the others, you guys wait for death." Threatening in a chaotic manner, only then did Su Yun run away in shock and fear. Inside the courtyard, apart from the corpse, only Sikong Jing and Su Yusher's mother and daughter were left, and it was only then that they came back to their senses from the shock. Mei Xiaofang came back to her senses, her lips trembling as she said, "Sikong Jing, how could you kill so many domestic servants?" She was terrified. Aunt Lee and the others were killed, and not only that, she also killed dozens of others. This is really going to be a big deal. Su Xiafeng can't just sit back and watch anymore, he will soon bring people to kill over. Mei Xiaofang really couldn't imagine that Sikong Jing would be this crazy. "Lord Mother-in-law, you have already endured for too long, so long that a random household servant can bully your way to the head." Sikong Jing knew exactly what Mei Xiaofang was worried about. A low voice came out of his mouth and his eyes were sharp. Not only domestic servants, but those outside who were once friends and so on, could humiliate them. His own father-in-law, Su Zhenglong, was the Su family's grandpa. These words caused Mei Xiaofang's entire body to tremble. Thinking of all that had happened recently, her heart was saddened to the extreme, but she still shook her head and said, "Even if that's the case, we have to endure it." Her husband Su Zhenglong was seriously ill in bed. If she didn't endure, she would die and there would be no food to eat. "I understand, but now that I'm here, there's no need to endure anymore." Sikong Jing's voice, decisive. Mei Xiaofang twitched the corners of her mouth, wanting to say, "What's the use of having you around, you're just a small martial artist at the 4th level of the Ming realm." She still didn't know that 3 days later, Sikong Jing was already at the 7th level of the Ming realm. But at least Sikong Jing didn't escape, so he still retracted these heavy words and said, "Then you say what you're going to do now. You've killed so many domestic servants, Su Xiafeng and Su Jingtao's law enforcement hall will soon come." Sikong Jing's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he was about to explain something. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out from within the hall, "Soldiers come to block, water comes to drown." The three of them flew to look, only to see Su Zhenglong appear holding onto the doorframe. "Master! Father!" Mei Xiaofang and Su Yuexie screamed on at the same time and flew over. Yesterday really scared them to death. They thought that they were really going to be separated from Su Zhenglong forever. "I'm fine." Su Zhenglong smiled as he looked at the mother and daughter, and said in a low voice, "Jing is right, we can't hold back any longer, or else even a dog can ride on our head and these evil servants, well killed." Raising his head, Su Zhenglong was facing the oncoming Sikong Jing and said again, Jing, thanks to you this time." Sikong Jing shook his head and said back, "Father-in-law, this is what I should do." Then, Su Zhenglong's complexion straightened, "You don't have to worry about the next thing, and you don't have to make any more moves. I will let Su Zhengtao and the others know that Su Zhenglong, who is still alive, is still the once heavenly pride of Yunyi City." Cough, cough, cough. While saying this, Su Zhenglong coughed incessantly. "Master, just say less." Mei Xiaofang hurriedly patted his back and said with a bitter face. In such a state, it was really hard to believe that there was anything else he could do. In the end, Su Zhenglong, the former heavenly pride, still coughed so much that he was helped back to his room to rest. And instead of following him in, Sikong Jing threw all the corpses in the courtyard out the door. When it was done, Su Yushi was again seen walking out of Su Zhenglong's room alone, as if standing alone at the entrance of the hall. She, with a frozen expression, stared at herself. "You sure? What's wrong with you? You haven't spoken since I came back." Sikong Jing suspiciously walked over to ask. Su Yushi under the veil bit her lips tightly and still did not speak. Sikong Jing didn't know what his wife was thinking at this moment, and suddenly fished out a hairpin from his pocket and smiled, "Yushi, look what I brought back for you." As her eyes fell on the Feisher jade hairpin in Sikong Jing's hand, Su Yushi couldn't help but cover her mouth as tears gushed wildly. "Don't cry, I said I would bring back the Feisher jade hairpin." Sikong Jing smiled and wiped away Su Yushi's tears. However, the next instant, wow! Su Yushi suddenly burst into tears and fiercely jumped into Sikong Jing's arms. "I thought that after you left the city, you would never come back. I thought I would never see you again. I thought I was so ugly that I finally scared you away. I was so scared." As Su Yushi's voice cried out in pain, Sikong Jing froze, realizing that Su Yushi was actually afraid that she wouldn't come back. She had taken Su Yun's words seriously, but of course Sikong Jing could understand. Su Yushi had too low self-esteem, and her ugly face made her constantly self-doubt. In response, Sikong Jing, who was also not good at expressing himself, just hugged Su Yushi deeply and said, "This is my home." Alas! A sigh softly rang out from Su Zhenglong's room, and it was none other than Mei Xiaofang. Through the window, she saw clearly the situation of her daughter and criminal son-in-law outside. She then looked at Su Zhenglong, who was half lying on the bed, and said, "Master, I still suspect that this criminal was originally going to escape, but as Su Yun said, he was either caught and returned, or he ran back when he saw that the situation was not right." Su Zhenglong's eyes flickered at his words and did not reply. He really couldn't think of anything that his ugly daughter could be worthy of Sikong Jing, even if he was also just a criminal. Which man doesn't want his woman to be beautiful? Chapter 34, Several Crimes and Punishment, Death by Lynching. If we all die, can we really be assured of handing Yushi over to him? Mei Xiaofang's face was all agony and uncertainty. Su Zhenglong remained silent. Next, Su Xiafang and Su Zhengtao would surely come to deal with the murder of the family servant. He originally meant to explode all his strength and fight to the death. It was likely that he would die, and Mei Xiaofang would not live alone. But if they both died, could Sikong Jing really be trusted? Would he really take care of his daughter for the rest of her life? Let's observe and watch later. Su Zhenglong finally sighed. Rumble. Just at this time, heavy footsteps came from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a pale stern voice, "Surround them." As soon as the sound came out, Su Yushi's courtyard was instantly surrounded by the Su family's elite experts. And then the two family heads, Su Xiafang and Su Zhengtao, stepped into the courtyard in large strides. Their faces, gloomy to the extreme. At the same time, behind them also followed Su Yun, whose face was drawn red, but with a cold grimace. It was her report that caused Su Xiafang and the others to go out. This time, they would definitely make Su Zhenglong's family completely finished off. Su Yushi, who was still in the courtyard, immediately broke away from Sikong Jing's embrace and looked towards the grandfather who made her fearful and hateful. In the end, Su Yushi still lowered her head and called out, "Grandpa." Su Xiafeng didn't even pay attention to it. Instead, he drank into the depths of the courtyard. Su Zhenglong, get the hell out of here. Soon, Su Zhenglong was supported by Mei Xiaofeng, tremblingly walked out, his face pale as he said, "Father, forgive my son for not being in good health and not being able to see the ceremony." Humph. Su Xiafeng snorted coldly and said again, "I don't need a salute from your unfilial son either." He looked cold, not treating Su Zhenglong as a son at all. Then, Su Xiafeng didn't bother to talk nonsense and said bluntly, "Zheng Tao, you are the head of the Su family's law enforcement hall, so let's announce the decision to punish the criminal, Xikong Jing, in front of your big brother right now." As soon as the words fell, Su Yusher's face changed and called out, "Grandpa! Shut up, I don't have a granddaughter as ugly as you." Su Xiafeng broke off and shouted. Su Zhengtao, with a sardonic smile on his face, loudly stepped out and said, as the son-in-law of the Su family, Xikong Jing brutally killed dozens of family servants, to be executed. When these words came out, Su Yusher's body trembled. Still wanting to rush out to say something, but her hand was suddenly held, still in Xikong Jing's large hand. Just as Su Yusher was in disbelief and fear, Xikong Jing pulled her behind him and asked Su Shuefeng and the others rhetorically with a cold smile, "Don't you guys first ask why I want to kill these family servants?" This question made Su Zhengtao laugh and returned, "The matter is clear, it's that you guys don't pay the wages before anything else, and when the household servants asked for the wages, you guys brutally moved to kill them." When Mei Xiaofeng heard this, she was so angry that she was about to rush out and theorize with Su Zhengtao, and she was pulled back by Su Zhenglong. "If you want to commit a crime, why do you have to apologize?" It was useless to argue anymore now, it was better to observe and see how Xikong Jing responded. Xikong Jing shrugged his shoulders and asked again, "Then don't you want to ask why we don't have any wages to pay?" He already knew that it was Su Zhenglong who brought the Su family up from a second-rate family and became the four great families of Yunyi City. Even without any blood relationship, it was only right that Su Xiafeng raised the seriously injured Su Zhenglong's family. Not to mention, Su Zhenglong was still his son. This question immediately caused Su Xiafeng to be a little embarrassed, and he coldly said, "What a criminal, really good at presenting a mouthful, but do you think that this is the only crime you have committed?" Zhengtao, continue. Su Xiafeng drank heavily. Su Zhengtao grimaced and announced again, "Criminals Xikong Jing and Su Yusher, in order to pay back the money, went to the Hongyu pawn shop to cause trouble, injuring the Hongyu boss and a dozen other people, and robbing them of 100 gold crystal coins. Xikong Jing shall be executed, and Su Yusher has corrupted the Su family's honor, and shall be punished with 100 canes." With Su Zhengtao's announcement, Mei Xiaofeng's face changed again. She couldn't help but look at Xikong Jing and said, "Did you rob the golden crystal coins on you?" Too many things had happened before, and she hadn't realized how Xikong Jing had so many gold crystal coins. Unexpectedly, it was actually robbed from the Hongyu pawn shop. No, mother, it was the pawn shop owner who breached the contract first. Su Yusher hurriedly explained out, putting things into perspective. But without waiting for Mei Xiaofeng to open her mouth, Su Zhengtao interrupted heavily, "Cunning, invite the Hongyu pawn shop owner up." Soon, the Hongyu boss who had been smashed unconscious by Xikong Jing yesterday came out with a sneer. The more he thought about it after he came to his senses, the more angry he became, so he ran to the Su family to argue. It turned out well. Su Xiafeng believed him without hesitation and said that he would bring him as a witness to ruthlessly punish his criminal grandson-in-law and ugly granddaughter. As soon as he came out, shopkeeper Hongyu said, "When did I break the contract? It was clearly you who didn't have the money to redeem the Feisher jade hairpin, so you snatched back the jade hairpin on the spot, not to mention that you robbed me of a whole 100 gold crystal coins." Speaking here, the shopkeeper suddenly realized that Su Yusher's hand was holding that Feisher jade hairpin. Some couldn't figure out how she was able to buy it back, but it was just as he intended, pointing straight and saying, "Look, old Master Su, what your family's ugly is holding is exactly the Feisher jade hairpin that was originally pawned to me." At this moment, Mei Xiaofeng also realized the existence of the jade hairpin. Her mouth was open, confused as to whether what the shopkeeper said was true. On the other hand, the Hong Jade boss secretly sneered. If Xikong Jing and Su Yusher had not been able to buy back the jade hairpin, it was still a bit difficult to handle. Now that they had the jade hairpin in their hands, then of course it would be even easier for them to make false accusations. No, it's obviously not like that. Su Yusher was angry and anxious. This Hongyu boss was just reversing black and white. But Su Xiafeng said angrily again, "Simply bastardish." At this time, Su Zhengtao drank again. Xikong Jing forced his way out of the city as a criminal, causing a serious negative impact on the Su family. He should be executed. He didn't care about Su Yusher's defense, and slammed out another crime. Mutilating the family servants, robbing the hairpin and money, and forcibly breaking out of the city, the combination of several offenses shall be executed by lynching. Su Zhengtao announced heavily again, with a crazy hatred in his eyes, just to destroy and abuse Jing. The second son, Su Yang, is still not cured today, and he does not know if he can be cured. Before it was a frontal challenge and couldn't be descended upon, but there were ways to get Jing and Su Yushir killed. No, it's really not like that. Su Yushir was continuously backing up, tears streaming down her face. She must not let Jing suffer an injustice. She fiercely looked at Su Zhenglong. Father, things are not at all what they say. Su Zhenglong stared at Su Xiefeng and the others, his fists clenched. Originally, he still wanted to observe Jing. After all, he really didn't know if he was worth trusting as a criminal. But seeing his daughter in such pain, Su Zhenglong's heart instantly softened. Regardless, fiercely stepping out, Su Zhenglong let out a bellowing cry. It's all fake, Su Zhengtao. If you want to punish my daughter's son-in-law, first ask me if I'll answer before you do so. After saying that, his entire body's true qi rushed into the human realm with a roar, and he stared at Su Xiefeng with a deadly stare. He was going to fight to the death. Even if father and son were to be killed each other, there was nothing more to be done. Chapter 35 Jing, Reward for Merit. However, as Su Zhenglong erupted, a ghostly voice rang out, Su family Grand Master Su Zhenglong, are you trying to rebel? The moment the voice fell, a middle-aged man wearing the costume of a constable walked out from the crowd. Su Zhenglong's gaze instantly froze, like a pot of cold water poured on his head. His aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. On the opposite side, Su Yun couldn't help but laugh chirpily, giggle, are you trying to fight for your life, big uncle? Unfortunately, we are not going to give you a chance. This is Lord Han, the Sheriff Han of Yunyi City's patrol hall. He has already learned from the city guards that Jing forced his way out of the city. As soon as the words fell, Su Zhenglong and Su Yueshi's faces turned even paler. This was big trouble. That's right, Jing forced his way out of the city as a criminal. He should be executed. In Sheriff Han's tone, there was a wry smile. The Su family, as one of the four great families, can execute themselves. Finished, completely finished. Su Yushir's entire body was about to fall down. This time father didn't even have a chance to fight for his life. The plus constable had come off. And Su Zhenglong also gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. The next thing he could do was just to keep his daughter from being punished. Jing is 10 deaths. Report. In the next moment, a Su family house servant appeared in front of Su Xiefeng and reported, Family Master, City Guard General Qiu Yi seeks an audience. When these words came out, Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao and the others' eyes lit up. Su Zhenglong, even the City Guard General, Lord Qiu, has come. Let's see how else you're going to resist this time? Su Zhengtao's face wore a flare of frenzy. Qiu Yi must have come to bring down Jing's sins. Su Xiefeng also had a big smile on his face and shouted, quickly, please. Su Zhenglong inside the courtyard laughed bitterly. Even Qiu Yi had come, now there was even no chance at all. At the same time, Su Yushir tightly gripped Jing's hand and gritted her teeth. I will accompany you to die together. Jing's heart chambered as warmth surged throughout his body. He smiled and said to Su Yueshi, don't worry, nothing will happen, soon I will turn the situation around. Without waiting for Su Yushir to reply, Mei Xiaofang's voice rang out mournfully, what more do you need to turn the situation around? Who told you to rob the money? I think you are what Su Yun said, you were supposed to escape from the city. Now even head shopkeeper Han and General Qiu Yi are here, proving that Jing really did break out of the city and was caught back. What did he say about going to recover the jade hairpin? Clearly the jade hairpin was snatched back from the Hongyu pawnshop. You sure, stay away from him. This man is a criminal, he can rob money and hairpins, he must have been a gangster before he was exiled. Mei Xiaofang tugged hard at Su Yushir, a criminal whose viciousness was unchanged. It was impossible to hand over her daughter to him. With her mouth open, Su Yushir said, Mother, the matter of robbing money is really not what shopkeeper Hongyu said. She didn't expect that even her mother didn't believe Jing, but this matter was something she had seen with her own eyes. Mei Xiaofang stared at her daughter and smiled miserably, you're too simple, too simple. That's just it, when General Qiu comes in a while, you will naturally see his true colors. Saying that, Mei Xiaofang also stopped pulling Su Yueshi, but painfully returned to Su Zhenglong's side. In response, Jing likewise did not argue, but only secretly sighed inwardly. His own body of a criminal was indeed very easy for people to associate with evil. Perhaps, this was also what Yin Yuru wanted to see. She just wanted to see that even if she lived an ordinary life, she would still be subjected to blank stares and torture. But, how could she herself be defeated so easily? General Qiu Yi's great visit to the Su family, I'm sorry to have missed you. Su Xiefeng's voice came out, and immediately following was none other than Qiu Yi in military attire. At this moment, Qiu Yi also had a smile on his face, and was about to say something when he saw Sheriff Han and unexpectedly said, "Lord Han, why are you also in the Su family?" Sheriff Han hurriedly greeted him and smiled, "General Chiu, of course I'm here to apprehend the key criminal Sikong Jing who broke into the city." At these words, Shoya's face sank violently. However, Sheriff Han hadn't realized anything yet, and he straightened up and laughed. "I'm sorry General Chiu, you didn't catch up with Sikong Jing because he's back in the Su family, and I beat him to it." Speaking of this, Sheriff Han was smug. The matter of Sikong Jing forcing his way out of the city was already known by many in their circle. Shoyi personally led a chase but failed to catch him, and regardless of why Sikong Jing had to come back, this credit was his, Sheriff Han's. "You said, you came to apprehend Sikong Jing?" Shoyi had anger in his voice. Sheriff Han shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "What's the problem? General Chiu doesn't have to be jealous of me, I'm not going to give you the credit." Bang! Suddenly, Shoyi kicked the small abdomen of Sheriff Han so hard that the latter flew up with a wow scream. Meanwhile, Su Xiafeng, who was smiling broadly, was directly dumbfounded. How could he still fight? Su Jinglong's family was also stunned. Afterwards, Mei Xiaofang covered her forehead. This criminal son-in-law of his own is really one to grab and kill. Is the credit for apprehending Sikong Jing really that great? Xiu Yi, what the are you doing? Sheriff Han slumped to the ground, asking in frantic rage. Xiu Yi bulldozed up and violently pulled him up. Who the hell told you that you could apprehend Sikong Jing? Su Xiafeng, who was trying to persuade a fight, froze in place at the words. This sentence seemed a bit off. He forced his way out of the city. His criminal record is under the control of my patrol hall. Why can't I arrest him? Although Sheriff Han couldn't beat Xiu Yi, he was unforgiving in his reasoning. You city guards can't chase the person, but you still won't let me pursue him? Sheriff Han drank again from his head. Snap. Xiu Yi slapped him in the face again and drank coldly. Who told you that Sikong Jing forced his way out of the city? What? What did he do if he didn't force his way out of the city? Sheriff Han was dumbfounded. Xiu Yi let out a chilling laugh, ruthlessly threw Sheriff Han onto the ground, and blandly spoke. Of course Sikong Jing didn't force his way out of the city, but rather cooperated with my operation to clear out the beastly horse thieves. What? The entire crowd was stunned. What's this about? Xiu Yi also ignored the astonishment around him, but looked at Sikong Jing and said, although Sikong Jing is a criminal, but he is merited for cooperating with this purge of the mighty beast horse thieves regiment, he is hereby rewarded with 20 gold crystal coins. After saying that, he looked at his men, and a junior soldier quickly handed Sikong Jing the gold crystal coins. And under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Sikong Jing faintly said after receiving the money, many thanks to General Chiu. The whole scene, still and dumbfounded. It took a while before Sheriff Han reacted and shouted, Xiu Yi, what are you up to? This person clearly forced his way out of the city, and I received the report. Su Xiafeng similarly came back to his senses and stepped forward. General Chiu, have you made a mistake? What nonsense, how could Sikong Jing, a criminal, take credit? Chapter 36, Grandpa? You are not worthy. However, Xiu Yi was angry again and shouted, what did I get wrong? I've brought back all 200 heads of the Beast Horse Thief Regiment, including the leader beast, of which Sikong Jing deserves all the credit. Damn, let these people continue, their own great merits will be questioned. Open your mouth wide, even the heads are there, then there must be no mistake. At this time, Sikong Jing also pulled Su Yushi to step out, smiling indifferently. Su Shuefeng, letting you guys down, isn't it time to subtract one of the sins you imposed on me? Su Xiafeng and Su Zhengtao opened their mouths wide, precisely a picture of a eating ugly face. And at this time, Su Yan shouted unwillingly, even if you didn't force your way out of the city, you still committed a great crime. Constable Han, he also robbed the Hongyu pawn shop. The moment Su Yan said this, Su Yueshi, who had originally been relieved, was once again distraught, her palms sweating. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper of the Hongyu pawnshop then stood out with his head held high and said with a big grin, that's right, this criminal robbed me of 100 gold crystal coins and a jade hairpin, he shall be beheaded. Not seeing Sikong Jing being punished, the Hongyu pawn shopkeeper was extremely upset. 100 gold crystal coins? Xiu Yi had thought that his business was done, he didn't want to care about Sikong Jing's other sins, but these 100 gold crystal coins touched his nerves, they were given to him by Luo Ning. No one noticed Xiu Yi. Sheriff Han found an opportunity and drank again. Criminals, you are a criminal record still robbing, what should be the crime? Snap. Suddenly, Sheriff Han only felt another sharp pain on his face, and was once again jerked off the ground. Looking up, it was still Xiu Yi. He roared in anger, Xiu Yi, are you addicted to beating me? Believe it or not, I will go to war with you. Xiao Yi laughed coldly and ignored it, then looked at Si Kongjing and asked, "If I remember correctly, the jade hairpin was originally Miss Luoning's, right?" Upon hearing this, Si Kongjing was a bit surprised, but immediately relieved. "Must be Luoning," said something to Xiao Yi, nodded his head and replied, "Not bad. With the help of General Qiu, I successfully bought back the jade hairpin belonging to my wife. As for the 100 gold crystal coins from the Hanyu pawn shop, it's true that I robbed it, but that was his breach of contract in the first place." Casually explaining a few sentences, while Qiu Yi listened in a soothing mood. The repurchase of the jade hairpin of course had nothing to do with himself, but Si Kongjing said that it was repurchased with his help. This kid is very up to speed. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi droned at the Hanyu shopkeeper, the shopkeeper of the Hanyu pawn shop, right? Si Kongjing purchasing back the jade hairpin from eldest Miss Luo was something I saw with my own eyes. Do you dare to say that he snatched it from your pawn shop? Instantly, the Hanyu shopkeeper panicked. This was actually what Xiao Yi had seen with his own eyes. Speak the truth or not? Xiao Yi greeted the soldiers again and pounced on the boss. Pouncing. Boss Hanyu directly knelt down and cried, "General Qiu, forgive me, I was also abetted by the Su family master." Holy, Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao and the others almost cursed out loud. Sheriff Han's face was even more difficult to see. Hanyu boss was actually talking nonsense. The jade hairpin matter also just happened to hit Xiao Ye's gun. Xiao Yi faced grim, pointing at Han Constable again. The person who should be punished is Si Kongjing? Obviously this shopkeeper, right? Drawing the corners of his mouth, Sheriff Han could not speak. Boss Hanyu was in breach of contract before anything else, and now he was even forging testimony. The crime was compounded. Su Xiefeng, is it possible to subtract a second offense from me? Si Kongjing's voice rang out at the right time. With that, he looked at Mei Xiaofang again, mother-in-law, with General Vengeance's words, "You should also believe that I'm not a Jiangyang bandit, right?" Mei Xiaofang's expression froze, not knowing whether she should be happy or what. And Su Yushir finally revealed a smile for the first time, looking at Mei Xiaofang somewhat triumphantly, as if to say, "Did you see that? Si Kongjing is a good person, I didn't trust the wrong person." At this time, Xiao Yi then looked at Su Xiefeng and said, "Su family head, although your family has family rules, abetting people indiscriminately is also wrong." The corners of Su Xiefeng's mouth were twitching, his teeth almost biting out blood, but he could only answer yes again and again. Even Boss Hanyu had admitted it, he didn't dare to say it wasn't. Si Kongjing, the 20 gold crystal coins are just a reward from myself. Later on, when the head of the Mighty Beast Horse Thieves group is submitted, there might even be a reward, so I'll take my leave first. After Qiao Yi finished speaking, he left the Su family with his men. For his part, Sheriff Han stared at Si Kongjing with hatred. It was this criminal who caused himself to be beaten by Qiao Yi 3 times over. But there was no way around it, he could only end up escorting Boss Hanyu away. Within Su Yushir's courtyard, only the Su family remained. Suddenly, Su Zhengtao bellowed again and said, "Si Kongjing's brutal murder of a family servant must still be executed." With the above 2 offenses all gone, Su Zhengtao now only had this one left to use. Really? What responded to Su Zhengtao was Su Zhenglong's icy voice line, while the true chi of the human realm rushed up to the sky. If it was said that before, he was going to make a move because he couldn't stand his daughter Su Yushir's prayers, now Su Zhenglong was willing. The facts proved that Si Kongjing was completely trustworthy and his daughter was worth entrusting to him. "Su Zhenglong, do you want to fight me to the death?" Su Xiefeng stormed in front of Su Zhengtao. It was still the same words. In the Su family, the only one who could resist Su Zhenglong's fight for his life was him. As the words fell, Su Xiefeng's aura similarly reached straight to the human realm, pressing towards Su Zhenglong. The auras of the father and son collided madly inside the courtyard. Suddenly, Su Zhenglong was the first to speak. "Father, your birthday banquet is approaching. It's better not to make too much of a scene. Otherwise, if you don't even have a son by then this birthday banquet of yours will be quite tasteless, right?" Su Xiefeng had 2 sons, Su Zhenglong and Su Zhengtao. The meaning of the words was naturally that he, Su Zhenglong, would die if pushed any further, but Su Zhengtao would also die. Good, you are truly my good son. On the day of my birthday banquet, I hope you guys can bring me satisfactory gifts. Finally, Su Xiefeng still compromised and wasn't going to fight hard anymore. Taking another deep breath and looking at Si Kongjing, he said, "No matter what, you are still my granddaughter-in-law, you should call me Grandpa." This sentence, with an extremely cold tone, Su Xiefeng is not happy that Si Kongjing called him by his name. Even more so, he was displeased with his picture of a titanic calm. Si Kongjing raised his eyebrows and did not speak. Like Mr. and Mrs. Su Zhenglong, he would naturally respect them as elders, but Su Xiefeng was still far from this qualification. Seeing this, Su Yun immediately droned, still not calling grandpa? Laughing, Sikong Jing lazily said, "You are not worthy." 3 words that caused killing intent to boil in Su Xiefeng's eyes. But Sikong Jing took another heavy step, ignoring the former's killing chance, and coldly said, "The one who insults others is always insulted. Today's family servant may be the one who understands you and others. What a grandpa is very simple. Come up with your caring children and grandchildren. Look, I may be able to forget about it. On the contrary, with me Sikong Jing, those who dare to bully my family, kill without pardon." Chapter 37 Su Xiefeng, vomiting blood in anger. The above words were Sikong Jing's warning to Su Xiefeng, as well as a declaration to Su Yushi's family. After all, Su Xiefeng was Su Yushi's grandfather, and he didn't want to see a situation where Su Zhanglong was at war with his father and son, so if he could make peace, Sikong Jing was very willing to see it. But it all depended on Su Xiefeng's performance. No blame for the past? Kill without pardon? Who do you think you are? You're just a criminal, and Su Yushi is just a disgraced ugly. Unfortunately, Su Xiefeng smiled grimly and drank furiously. Finally, he then coldly threatened, "Su Shan will be back soon, and you little criminal will soon be gone. I'm just waiting for you to be beaten alive by Su Shan at my birthday banquet." After saying that, Su Xiefeng brought the crowd with his hatred and left Su Yushi's courtyard. Seeing them disappear, Mei Xiaofang also finally let out a long breath, her entire body softly collapsing to the ground. Su Yushi, on the other hand, cried with joy. The scene just now was too horrifying for her. The slightest mistake, the whole family would die. At this time, Su Zhanglong also withdrew his true qi with a pale face, his entire person shaking. The 3 of them didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly helped him back to his room to rest. Over here, Su Xiefeng and the others who left Su Yushi's courtyard were about to explode with anger. Su Zhengtao gritted his teeth and said, "This damned criminal obviously just forced his way out of the city. How did it become a merit?" This matter, they just couldn't figure it out even after grinding their heads, and could only attribute it to Sikong Jing being too lucky. It was estimated that after breaking out of the city, he happened to encounter Qiu Yi in action, which helped him a lot. At this exact moment, another family servant ran up to report, "Old master, Chu family head Chu Rongxian seeks an audience." Su Xiefeng froze, and then said in ecstasy, "It seems that Chu Rongxian has agreed." 20 years ago, in Yunyi City, there were only 3 great families. The Su family only rose to the top after Su Zhanglong's outburst, coupled with the fact that Su Shuefeng's own realm wasn't too weak, which stabilized the ranks of the 4 great families. However, the attitude of the remaining 3 great families towards the Su family, the latecomer, was still very unfriendly. Thus, recently, Su Xiefeng had deliberately been getting closer to the Chu family. Su Zhanglong had already proved to be incapable, without any possibility of recovery, and the Su family only had him as a human realm level expert, so of course, he could no longer carry on with the 3 great families, and needed to find a partner. Thus, a matter was mentioned to the Chu family. Now that Chu Rong first came to the door to seek an audience, it must be a promise. Next to him, Su Yun, who was originally in a very bad mood, hurriedly asked, "Grandpa, is it the matter of me marrying Chu Bo?" This matter that Su Xiefeng mentioned was precisely the marriage between the Chu family and the Su family, marrying Su Yun to the Chu family's eldest young master, Chu Bo. Not bad. Su Xiefeng nodded with a smile. However, Su Zhengtao said with some reluctance, "Although Chu Bo is the Chu family's eldest young master, but this person is usually a playboy and his martial arts are sparse, I'm afraid that it's not too good for Xia Yun to marry over there, right?" Su Yun was Su Zhengtao's treasure in the palm of his hand, so he felt that Chu Bo was not worthy. Heh, it's only when the martial arts Dao is scarce that it's good to control. Although Chu Bo is a playboy, he thinks he is the youngest master of the Chu family and has always wanted the position of the family head. And is also very disobedient to his younger brothers. Xia Yin can first blow the whistle after marrying over, and we can then wait for Su Shan to step into the human realm, then we can proceed to control Chu Bo step by step and help him remove all of his younger brothers and become the Chu family's family head. Finally, then turn him into a puppet of our Su family. Su Xiefeng explained triumphantly, his scheming crackling. His eldest grandson Su Shan's talent was extremely high, and in Su Xiefeng's eyes, it was completely no less than Su Zhanglong when he was young, so he was going to pave the way for Su Shan properly, and completely turn Yunyi City into the Su family's world. Hearing such an explanation, Su Zhengtao's father and daughter were relieved. As long as the plan was successful, Su Yun could have as many men as she wanted. What was there to be afraid of by commiserating for a while now? Soon, the 3 of them greeted Chu Rongxian at the entrance of Su Mansion. Su Xiefeng laughed, "Chu family master, I knew you would agree. Little Yun quickly come over to pay respects to your future eunuch." Su Yun smiled with a delicate smile on her face as she gently saluted, "Chu family master, little Yun is courteous." Snap! In the next instant, Chu Rongxian slapped Su Yun's face so hard that the latter's smile was gone and flew out with a miserable wail. Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao froze, and at the same time said in shock, "Chu Rongxian, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Chu Rongxian's killing spirit boiled over and said, "What for?" "I'd like to ask you, Su Xiefeng, what you want to do. My eldest son, Chu Bo, was forced to kneel on the street by your Su family's people, and he even shouted 3 times that Su Yushur is the #1 beauty in the world. Are you guys declaring war with my Chu family?" Chu Rongxian's voice snapped, his killing aura and true qi storming out at the same time. On the other hand, Su Xiefeng and the others were dumbfounded. What was the situation? "This slap is considered a little bit of interest, we'll see," Chu Rongxian said, turned around and left. Leaving behind a dumbfounded Su Xiefeng trio, Su Yun covered her face and shouted loudly, "What the hell is this? A ghost would force Chu Bo to say that ugly Su Yushur is the #1 beauty in the world." In response, Su Xiefeng was also confused and hurriedly sent people to check. When they looked into the matter of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, they couldn't help but roar angrily, "Criminals, it's that criminal again." But Su Xiefeng spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Just because that criminal forced Chu Bo to kneel, their wishful thinking had completely fallen through. "Asshole, Su Yushur, I will kill your whole family." Su Yun was so angry that she wowed. At this time, in Su Yushur's courtyard, another table of good wine and food was set up. With the gold crystal coins brought by Sikong Jing, they were finally no longer strapped for cash, but as the Su family's big house, they were now without even a single domestic servant, and had to do everything themselves. But at least Su Yushur was enjoying herself, and it was quite good this way. At this time, Mei Xiaofang sat down and said, "Although the money in hand now isn't small, but still can't spend it recklessly, it's important to treat your father. Dr. Sun said that the next medicines aren't cheap. One-time medicine is 3 gold crystal coins, this is simply burning money. Lord Mother-in-law doesn't have to worry, I can make money." Sikong Jing laughed. Now that there were still 2 lapis lazuli slabs in his hand, it was easy to burn out another 200 gold crystal coins. However, Mei Xiaofang glared at him in displeasure and grunted, "You think you're so lucky every time that you just happen to rob the Hanyu pawnshop of 100 gold crystal coins, and you don't have to pay it back?" Sikong Jing hurriedly replied, "You're mistaken, the Hongyu pawnshop's 100 gold crystal coins have already been used to redeem the Fei Shi jade hairpin." "Yes, mother, Sikong Jing's money is not robbed." Su Yushur also added, she had seen Sikong Jing take out many gold crystal coins with her own eyes. And at that time, they hadn't even gone to the Hongyu pawnshop yet. Crossing the 2 of them, Mei Xiaofang said again, "You guys don't have to sing as husband and wife, what's robbed is robbed, the Fei Shi jade hairpin is also because of the Mighty Beasts Horse Thieves group's matter, plus Choya's face to ask for it back for nothing, right?" Sikong Jing was speechless. I'm afraid that Mei Xiaofang wouldn't believe it even if she said that she could burn a yellow grade upper grade martial skill right now. Chapter 38 Eve of Show Banquet, 9th level of Ming Realm. "Mother, it really is." Before Su Yushur could finish, Mei Xiaofang interrupted again, "As for the matter of merit, this would be a once in 1,000 years occurrence. There aren't that many good things, much less a general as good as Qiu Yi." For Qiu Yi, Mei Xiaofang was grateful. Without his presence, today's matter would definitely not have been set right. This was definitely a great person. In this regard, Sikong Jing felt the need to correct him. Qiu Yi was not considered a good person at all. If any of the big or small generals under Sikong Jing dared to bend the law, they would be executed by decapitation. "Lord Mother-in-law, the fact is that I did the decapitation of the Fierce Beast Horse Thief Regiment alone. Qiu Yi is robbing me of my credit." With these words, even Su Zhanlong, who was sitting weakly, couldn't help but raise his head. And Mei Xiaofang instantly exploded, "What are you babbling about again? I really doubt that you were exiled for talking big. You're a tiny Ming realm, and you decapitated the entire Fierce Beast Horse Thief Regiment by yourself?" Opening his mouth, Sikong Jing was speechless again. At this time, even Su Yushur couldn't help but look over, those eyes full of strangeness, and of course felt that Sikong Jing had blown it too far. "Alright, I was wrong. Actually, I take at least half of the credit, but Qiu Yi only gave me a little bit of gold crystal coins." Now Sikong Jing could only say that, no one would believe it. That's more or less the same, don't complain, it's good that people can give you a criminal to even out the credit. Although Mei Xiaofang was still a little skeptical about the authenticity of half of the credit, she couldn't bear to hit this son-in-law anymore. After all, he did count Yushur as sincere. Su Zhanglong also raised his eyelids and said, "Yes, your personality is too straight, don't ever raise the matter of merit with Qiu Yi. In response, Si Jing could only nod his head and stop spoiling this wonderful banquet. Suddenly, Su Yun's voice resounded outside the door again. "So you sure, criminals, get your asses out here." The family looked at each other in disbelief. What is Su Yun up to again? Su Yushur was about to go out and ask to see, but Si Jing coldly pressed her hand and said, "There's no need to pay attention to the ranting of a mad dog. Come in and say what she has to say." Sure enough, when Su Yun saw that the two were not coming out, she quickly pounced in. When she saw that they were actually celebrating with good wine and food, she was even more furious and went mad, screaming, "Criminals, it was you who forced the Chu family's youngest master, Chu Bo, to kneel down in public, wasn't it?" This word, Su Zhanglong and Mei Xiaofang looked at each other. "Chu Bo, and what is the matter?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Si Jing then wasn't prepared to deny it, and wasn't surprised that Su Yun would come to the door. "How dare you ask if there's a problem? Do you know that I am preparing to marry Chu Bo? If you make such a mess, this matter will be yellow." Chu family head Chu Rong came to my door first, and even slapped me hard. Su Yun gasped non-stop, practically about to explode. While Si Jing shrugged his shoulders and spoke calmly, "That's a shame, Chu Bo is still a good match for you." These two, one fop and the other bratty and self-righteous, were indeed a natural pair. Su Yun stared dead at Si Jing, then fiercely looked at Su Yushur and said again, "How can you, this ugly monster, be so shameless? Even if you look ugly, you still let Chu Bo say in public that you are the most beautiful woman in the world." When these words came out, Su Yushur was stunned and filled with inexplicable wonder. "In my eyes, Yushur is the number one beauty in the world. Is there a problem?" Si Jing snatched the words again. Standing up again in vain, Si Jing said coldly, "I'll warn you once more, if you dare to say that Yushur is ugly again, I'm afraid that I really can't help but kill you right now. Get out of here immediately." Instantly, a dense killing chance pounced on Su Yun's body. The latter retreated back and forth until the doorway of the hall. "Fine," Grandpa said. "If the Chu family comes to the door to settle the score, you will be handed over for the Chu family to dispose of. You guys wait for death." After saying that, Su Yun hatefully walked away again. This time, Su Xiefang and Su Jingtao did not come together to ask for punishment. For the time being, they really had no way to take Su Zhanglong, and came to be aggravated. And Su Yun really can't bear to come. Inside the hall is calm again. Si Jing meets Su Zhanglong couple's puzzled gaze, said back, "Chu Bo dog-eyed, casually teach a lesson just." With these words, Si Jing spoke lightly. However, the corners of Mei Xiaofang's mouth twitched madly as she asked again, "What about the matter of Yushur being the number one beauty in the world?" Upon hearing this, Si Jing also said it truthfully. It was Chu Bo who lost the bet. He also mentioned the matter of burning the green jade slab, but Mei Xiaofang just couldn't listen anymore. You are simply nonsense. Yushur still needs to have a face. All know that Su Yushur is the number one ugly in the whole Cloud State. Now Si Jing is forcing Chu Bo to say so in public. It will be laughed at by the whole city. Doesn't he still think that Yushur's blows aren't enough? Yushur is the number one beauty in the world, Si Jing said with a serious expression. Next to him, Su Yushur's heart and mind trembled, biting her mouth with both sweetness and panic, and more than anything else, she was at a loss for words. Beauty and oneself are two parallel lines that can't possibly intersect. But Si Jing, this sentence, also let Mei Xiaofang cannot say, refute will let the daughter very hurt. After waiting for the meal to be finished, Si Jing took Su Yushur and left. Only then did Mei Xiaofang rub her aching head and said, "Master, I can see this criminal clearly. He is a douchebag who does things without regard to the consequences, although he treats Uxi with sincerity, but he is still very unreliable." Su Zhanglong laughed bitterly, and more importantly, was too capable of causing trouble. "Take a step and see what happens." Su Zhanglong let out a long sigh, and now he had no better solution. Meanwhile, in front of Su Yushur's room door. "Thank you, Si Jing." Su Yushur said softly. This thank you contained too many things. There was the risk of purchasing back the Feisher jade hairpin, there was today's raised eyebrow, and there was also the fact that he didn't abandon himself. "You are my wife, call me Brother Jing from now on." Si Jing had held her hand and said. Heart and soul trembling, Su Yushur opened her mouth, blushing to the root of her neck, her voice like a mosquito saying, "Brother Jing." Smiling, Si Jing was ready to wave his hand and return to his room. Suddenly, Su Yushur softly called out again, "Brother Jing, I'm not the most beautiful woman in the world, I'll really make a joke. When I say you are, you are." Si Jing didn't look back, his voice was rigid and powerful as he slowly disappeared under Su Yushur's gaze. Returning to his room, Si Jing's eyes flashed with essence, muttering to himself, "When the 9th level of the Ming realm is reached, I'll make you show off the world." Entering into cultivation, true qi rolled out, the monster-like dantian continuously exhaled and flowed throughout the body. Day by day, Su Yushi's family returned to peace. In the blink of an eye, it came to the night before Su Xiafeng's birthday banquet. The Su family was a bustling scene of banquet preparation. But Su Zhenglong's courtyard is cold and quiet. Mei Xiaofang sighs all day long. Su Shan will return. Si Kongjing's little life is hard to keep. Tomorrow will be the most difficult hurdle. Late at night, Si Kongjing opened his eyes in his room. His low voice rang out. 9th level of the Ming realm. Chapter 39. Su Zhenglong's birthday gift. The true qi in Si Kongjing's body rolled around, and there was a ferocious and savage aura that loomed. After reaching the 9th level of the Ming realm, he felt that the blood in his entire body took on a savage and overbearing aura, and the dantian in his body, which was like the head of a monster, was more solid, with a clearer brow. And his strength was much stronger than any Ming realm 9th level of the same rank. After feeling it for a moment, Si Kongjing slowly got up, brought a cup of water and dropped a drop of his blood. The crimson blood mixed with the clear water seemed to emit a bizarre and unpredictable feeling. Can my blood from the 9th level of the Ming realm really cure Yushi's poison? After murmuring, Si Kongjing left the room with the blood water in his hands, and then flashed into the humble room belonging to Su Yushi. He gently woke Su Yushi up. In his panicked, nervous and slightly confused eyes, Si Kongjing handed over the cup of water and said, "Yushi, drink it." The confused Su Yushi, through the moonlight projected through the window, saw the bright red color in the water that seemed to make people breathe, and subconsciously asked, "Brother Jing, what is this?" "This is your surprise after dawn." Si Kongjing did not explain. He was still not 100% sure if his blood could really cure the crimson spider poison. For the time being, he did not dare to give Su Yushi any hope. Su Yushi was still in a daze, but she believed that Si Kongjing would definitely not harm her, so she drank the blood that belonged to Si Kongjing without asking too many questions, and then she fell asleep again. While Si Kongjing was quietly guarding the bedside, half an hour later, he gently pulled open Su Yushi's veil. A peerless face was instantly reflected in Si Kongjing's eyes, and the room seemed to light up in the dead of the night. Under the moonlight, Su Yushi was the serene and dusty sleeping beauty, as if it was the most aesthetically pleasing coquette in the world. The ugliness on her face completely disappeared, so beautiful that even Si Kongjing was breathless for it. Even though Si Kongjing no longer judged beauty by looks, he couldn't help but be mesmerized. And this was precisely the wife he could not live up to. Compared to Su Yushi, 9th Princess Yen Ruyu is like a clown in both heart and appearance. Dawn, Su Yushi get up and wash. However, she never dared to look in the mirror, and today was no different. After washing up, Su Yushi still walked out with a thick veil, and when she met Si Kongjing she asked softly, "Brother Jing, did you give me something to drink at night?" Her voice carried a na demented whisper, unable to remember if it was a dream or real. Smiling, Si Kongjing held her hand and said, "I should have drunk it." Si Kongjing knew that Su Yushi had not yet realized the change in her appearance. Then, save this surprise for Su Xiafeng's birthday banquet. Si Kongjing wanted Su Yushi to be the heroine of today's birthday banquet, to make those who once looked down on her brighten their eyes. Su Yushi on the other hand blinked in confusion. "Drinking is drinking, no is no, what do you mean you should drink right?" Just as she was about to ask a follow-up question, Mei Xiaofang called out, "Si Kongjing, come and help." The two subconsciously looked over, and saw Mei Xiaofang dragging a human-sized box out from inside the room. She was panting with exhaustion at the moment. Seeing this, the two hurriedly ran to help. In the end, this large box was of course carried by Si Kongjing and came inside the courtyard. "Mother, what is this?" Su Yushi had already forgotten about the question she had just asked and instead looked at the large box strangely. Mei Xiaofang laughed, "Just open it and see." Su Yushi opened the box as instructed, and a statue that resembled a real person immediately appeared in front of her eyes. In an instant, Su Yushi froze. The statue was carved of a young woman, extremely beautiful and lifelike in appearance. "Mother, this is..." Before the words fell, Su Zhenglong's voice came from within the hall, "This is your grandmother who has passed away." Su Yushi was surprised. She had never seen her grandmother before. Her father said that when her grandmother passed away, even her sister Su Yuxian was not born. So grandma is so beautiful. Murmuring, Su Yushi's expression was slightly gloomy again, feeling so inferior. And once again, her hand was held by Si Kongjing. Si Kongjing similarly looked at the statue. It turned out that Su Yushi's looks were inherited from her grandmother, looking at least 7 or 8% similar. At this time, Mei Xiaofang said in a low voice, "This was carved by your father after spending several months. It was meant to be a birthday gift for your grandfather. Your father still hopes to make peace with your grandfather." Su Zhanglong sighed and took over. Blood is thicker than water. I really don't want to go to the point where father and son are at war. The two men's words caused Su Yushi's entire body to tremble. How could she not wish to be loved by her grandfather? Ah Jing ah, when it comes to the birthday banquet I hope you won't be impulsive anymore, and this gift will definitely save your life when Su Shan arrives. Su Zhanglong looked deeply at Si Kongjing again and said. Si Kongjing opened his mouth. He wanted to say that he had no fear of Su Shan, but he still kept his words back. It's not the right time to say it now, and it's not a beautiful thing to be able to turn a war into a peace. Su Zhanglong is trying to use the statue of Su Yushi's grandma to sensitize Su Shuefeng. More importantly, they were also trying to do everything they could to save their own lives. Even if he didn't need it, the favor was still profound. Thinking of this, Si Kongjing nodded seriously and said, I know father-in-law, I'll go prepare a gift as well. With that, Si Kongjing returned to his room. And then he took out the 2 green jade slabs left over from when he was in the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. A set of Xian grade lower grade martial skills flashed through his mind, and without hesitation, he proceeded to carve them, still succeeding in one go. Accidentally carved out the martial intent again, a bit out of control. Si Kongjing muttered to himself and took another breath. That's just it, if Su Xiefeng is able to repent, giving him transcendent martial intent will be given. Saying that, he quickly carved out a second green jade slab, which was precisely the second set of Xian grade lower grade martial skills, also with martial intent. After that was done, he found an old box from his room to put it in before he walked out of the room. Brother Jing, what gift have you prepared? Su Yushi went up and asked. Si Kongjing smiled. You'll know when we get to the birthday banquet, it will definitely make Su Xiefeng happy. At this Su Yushi was a little curious, but did not ask any more questions. Waiting for the time to be about right, the family of 4 brought their gifts and set off, soon arriving at the hall of the birthday banquet. At this time, the hall was already overcrowded. There were various relatives and friends of the Su family, there were family servants busy with their work, and there was also a large and small family of Yunyi City, while Su Xiefeng was sitting right in the center of the room, happily talking to the crowd. Hee, isn't this the Su family's heavenly pride, Su Zhanglong? You're still alive? Just as Su Zhanglong was about to go up to toast his birthday, a conspiratorial voice rang out, causing the 4 of them, Si Kongjing, to sink. At the same time, the entire birthday banquet hall fell silent. A gaze focused on Su Zhanglong's body. There were complex and also cold smiles and mockery. The entire Yun city knew that Su Zhanglong's life was not long to go, and was very much disliked by Su Xiefeng. Chapter 40 Tiger falls down and is bullied by dogs. The person speaking at this moment was a middle-aged man that Su Zhanglong recognized as the head of a second-rate family, the Luo family. His name was Luo Tong, and he had been severely beaten by Su Zhanglong more than once when he was young. So it's Luo Tong, Luo family head, you're not even dead yet. How could I, Su Zhanglong, die so easily? Even though Su Zhanglong was heavily injured now, he was still full of vigor when facing Luo Tong. Bang! As soon as Rant's words fell, a heavy thud came violently from Su Xiefeng's direction, only to hear him let out a pale voice. Su Zhanglong, how did you speak to Luo family master? Immediately make amends and apologize. Su Zhanglong was dumbfounded. His father had actually asked himself to make amends and apologize to a second-rate family, a former underdog, in public? And he himself was only fighting back verbally. Fists clenched tightly, Su Zhanglong coldly did not reply. Next to Su Xiefeng, Su Jingtao's slow voice rang out, Big brother, you don't remember that your serious illness would affect your hearing? Are you not listening to your father's words? And Luo Tong, who was sitting beside Su Xiefeng, was laughing coldly with a teasing face. The Su family hadn't been having a good time recently. The Chu family had cut off all communication with them, and the other 2 big families were equally not treating them well, so Su Xiefeng had to pay attention to these second-rate families of theirs. Wanting the Luo family to lean on the Su family's side, the condition was exactly that. Su Zhanglong had to treat himself better. Su Zhanglong gritted his teeth in death, thinking that he was here to make peace today. He finally lowered his voice and said, I'm sorry Luo family master. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Luo Tong gave an inch, his voice flaring up. At this time, Si Kongjing, who had already been unable to hold back, wanted to step out, but Su Zhanglong blocked him and said again, I'm sorry family master Luo, it's me who spoke out of turn and gave you a hard time. Ha. Luo Tong let out a loud, arrogant laugh. The entire crowd followed suit and laughed. This was the heavenly pride that had once fought all over the cloud field without any rivals. Suddenly, a new voice rang out, Su Zhanglong, I heard that your son-in-law is a criminal. I wonder what crime he committed? Su Zhanglong's teeth roots clenched tightly. Su Xiefeng continued to drink, answer if you have no problem with your ears. Taking a deep breath and forcing back his anger, Su Zhanglong returned as best he could, just offended someone, not committed any crime. He also did not know what crime Si Kongjing had committed to be exiled. But it was obvious that with his nature he must have just offended someone, definitely not really guilty. Master Su, your daughter looks so ugly, how can she still have the face to bring it to Elder Master Su's birthday banquet? Aren't you afraid of scaring all the guests away? Another middle-aged woman asked with a delicate smile. This woman was none other than Luo Tong's wife. At this moment, Si Kongjing's killing intent flashed violently, but he was still held back by Su Yueshi and Mei Xiaofang, who fought to shake their heads at him. Today they had to endure, in their hearts if they didn't, Si Kongjing would definitely die. Then, another question with a very humiliating nature smashed over. Su Zhenglong's chest was about to be crushed, and Mei Xiaofang was on the verge of crying from anger, her eyes red. As for Si Kongjing, he was keeping this face in his heart. What was more important was Su Xiefeng's reaction after he stayed to see his father-in-law's gift, whether he would be sensitized or not. Of course, regardless of whether Su Xiefeng was persistent or not, Si Kongjing would make these people pay the price. Alright, my son's body is not well, so stop asking. Su Xiefeng seemed to have just realized that he was also somewhat humiliated, so he stopped the crowd from continuing to ask questions. At this time, Su Zhanglong also finally let out a long breath and stared dead at Su Xiefeng. Father, wishing you longevity like the South Mountain and blessings like the East Sea, this is my son's birthday gift to you. With that, he let the hired workers push in the statue of Su Yushi's grandmother. Of course, at the moment, it was still inside a large box, and for the time being, no one knew what was inside except them. Su Xiefeng froze, then casually waved his hand again and said, "Such a big thing, your plea for forgiveness is quite heartfelt, put it away." Then he let the workers throw it in the corner, where the gift became a mountain. Seeing this, Su Zhanglong hurriedly asked, "Father, won't you open it and take a look?" As soon as his voice fell, Su Xiefeng said in a bad mood, "There are so many guests right now, how would I have time to look at your gifts? Your best gift right now should be to get this criminal killed for me." After saying that, he ignored Su Zhanglong, not to mention he wouldn't care what was inside that big box. "Grandpa, this is my birthday gift for you." At this exact moment, Su Yun walked out in a graceful manner and handed over a long box. A smile immediately returned to Su Xiefeng's face as he opened the box in front of everyone, presenting a knife inside. Without hesitation, Su Xiefeng took it out. Su Xiefeng laughed and said, "Good knife, Xiaoyun deserves to be Grandpa's little cotton-padded jacket, Grandpa likes it very much." Contrasting with Su Zhanglong in front, the before and after were simply two attitudes. At this time, Su Yun looked at Su Yushi again and asked triumphantly, "Su Yushi, what gift have you prepared for Grandpa again?" Su Yushi heard this and immediately looked at Si Kongjing. Without a second thought, Si Kongjing immediately handed Su Yushi the box he had prepared. Then, it was held by Su Yushi and came in front of Su Shuifeng. She said softly, "Grandpa, this is the gift from Brother Jing and I wish you." Before the words fell, Su Yun fiercely snatched the box from Su Yushi's hands and called out, "Show me what you guys sent?" Without waiting for Su Yushi to react, Su Yun opened it. She didn't believe Su Yushi could send anything good and opened it just to humiliate it in public. A green jade stone plate? And when Su Yun's gaze fell within the box, she subconsciously called out. The whole room was quiet once again, and then Su Yun took out the green jade stone plate again, and under observation, she said, "It's really a green jade stone plate, and it's the tightest kind, 3 pieces of 100 copper crystal plates." Su Yun had thought that Su Yushi's gift was poor, but did not expect it to be as poor as this. At the same time, Su Xiefeng's face was ugly to the extreme. Mr. and Mrs. Su Zhanglong, on the other hand, were dumbfounded and looked at Si Kongjing in disbelief. Didn't he say that this gift would make Su Xiefeng happy? Giving the Tias lapis lazuli slab, what was going on? No one believed that there would be anything good within the lapis lazuli slate, it simply couldn't burn a good martial skill. Ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Luo Tong hilariously laughed, "Old Master Su, is this granddaughter of yours trying to laugh me to death? It's not good to send anything, but to send this kind of thing, a lapis lazuli stone slab? Even a few sheets of top-quality lapis lazuli paper would be fine." It wasn't just Luo Tong, the entire crowd was laughing like crazy. Su Xiefeng's face turned red. He didn't feel ashamed when the crowd insulted Su Zhanglong, but he felt that his face had been disgraced when Su Yueshou and Si Kongjing gave away the lapis lazuli stone slabs. "Su Yun, smash the things for me." Su Xiefeng bellowed heavily, showing no mercy. Chapter 41, Feeling Good? "Yes, Grandpa." Su Yun let out a sardonic smile before he was about to slam the lapis lazuli slab towards the ground. "Wait." Si Kongjing's voice rang out as he stared at Su Xiefeng dead in the face and asked, "Aren't you going to take a look?" There were Xian grade lower ranked martial skills burned inside the lapis lazuli stone plate. Su Yun basically couldn't see it without martial arts. Moreover, the Xian grade lower rank was even more obscure after it was burned down, and the breath was not visible. Even so, as long as Su Xiefeng into the hand to touch, can certainly be found. For the sake of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Si Kongjing only forced himself to hold back his anger and reminded. However, Su Xiefeng became even angrier. "What are you looking at? Can the Tias lapis lazuli slab still reveal flowers? Smash it!" With a bang, Su Yun smashed the lapis lazuli slate into pieces. There was a second stone slab within the box, but Su Yun was also too lazy to look at it and directly smashed the box on the ground and ignored it. Su Yushir stood at the bottom of Su Shuefeng, dumbfounded as she watched the scene in front of her. Tears almost came down. Even if the gift really sucked, but how could it be smashed in front of so many people? She lost her mind and turned around and walked down. Mei Xiaofang greeted her, pulling her back again and exasperatedly drinking at Si Kongjing. You. We are desperately trying to repair this relationship, desperately trying to save your life. Why are you destroying it?" Obviously it was the Tias lapis lazuli slab. He even said that Su Xiefeng would be happy with it. He must have done it on purpose. He was deliberately trying to anger Su Xiefeng. How could Si Kongjing be so unintelligent? Si Kongjing shook his head and didn't reply. Instead he walked to Su Yushir's side and said softly, "Yushir, smashing our gift is Su Shuefeng's loss. It's him who doesn't know what he's talking about." "Holy, what else can the Tias lapis lazuli slab be?" Mei Xiaofang said in a frenzy of anger. Su Yushir bit her lip, not knowing what to say. She didn't believe that Si Kongjing would intentionally send this kind of thing, but the facts were right in front of her eyes. Suddenly, the family servant came to report, "Old master, there is an honored guest. Tianwu Pavilion Sub-Pavilion Master Dear Zhao came to celebrate his birthday." Bang! Su Xiefeng rose violently at the words, excited. Although Dear Zhao was only the sub-pavilion master of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion in Yunyi City, but everyone knew how much weight the Heavenly Martial Pavilion had. In the entire Great Shang dynasty there were branches that existed. Dear Zhao's position in Yunyi City was transcendent. And he had personally come to wish himself a birthday celebration. Was his face that big? Without saying a word, Su Xiefeng ran out to greet him, while Su Zhengtao and the others were even close behind. Soon the crowd warmly welcomed Dear Zhao in and walked smilingly to the topmost position. "Pavilion Master Dear, how can I, Su Xiefeng, allow you to personally wish you a birthday? I am terrified." Dear Zhao smiled at his words and secretly said, "Of course you Su Xiefeng don't have this qualification, but your granddaughter-in-law has a transcendent existence that is able to burn out martial intent. Even if I can't say much, I have to make a gesture to show goodwill." That's right, the reason why Dear Zhao came to celebrate his birthday was of course because of Si Kongjing. Just when he wanted to say something on the spot, suddenly Dear Zhao's feet gave a start and looked down. What is this thing? He stepped on a piece of gravel. There was even gravel at the birthday banquet. What was the Su family up to? Su Xiefeng's face changed and he quickly apologized. "Pavilion Master Dear, I'm really sorry, this is a trash gift from a criminal. I smashed it before I had time to clean it up." Saying this, he looked hatefully in the direction of Su Yushir and Si Kongjing. Damn it, if they upset Dear Zhao because of the matter of the shattered stone, they will definitely be made to look at them. Thinking of this, the furious man pointed at Si Kongjing again. "Criminal, why don't you come over here and clean up your rubble for me?" Si Kongjing didn't even move. The only thing he did was sneer. And Dear Zhao also followed Su Xiefeng's words and froze when he was facing Si Kongjing. Su Xiefeng, the head of the Su family, even bluntly called Si Kongjing a criminal, and that these rubbles were Si Kongjing's gift? And that it was a trash gift from him? Wait a minute, these crushed stones are lapis lazuli slabs. Si Kongjing's lapis lazuli stone plate. Dear Zhao's spirit was slightly shaken. That was half a bit not dare to slack off. Rush to pick up a piece of broken stone. When held in the hands of the whole body, huge shock. Even if it was shattered, one could still feel a faint martial intent coming from within. Su Xiefeng, who had yet to realize the problem, saw Si Kongjing not doing anything about it and said with great fury again, "Why don't you guys roll over and clean up the rubble?" Mei Xiaofang was about to faint with anger again. Even if it was smashed off, now she had to do this kind of underling's work in front of everyone? But there was no way around it. This was the pit that Si Kongjing had buried. She didn't expect Si Kongjing's foul temper to go over and clean it up, so she wanted to go up personally. However, at this time Si Kongjing spoke up and said, "Mother-in-law, no need to go." Si Kongjing had already seen at this moment that Dear Zhao's emotions were on the verge of exploding. Sure enough, Dear Zhao did not let him down. His frantic voice shook within the hall. "Su Xiefeng, the one who should roll is you. Dear Zhao's mind exploded. He again judged that inside the shattered lapis lazuli plate, it was actually a Xian grade lower ranked martial skill. Xian grade lower ranked was also highly valued in terms of him being a sub-pavilion master. Moreover, there is also transcendent martial intent inside, and Su Xiefeng, this old thing, even smashed it. Even if the thing was not his own, Dear Zhao still couldn't stand it. Once these words came out, Su Xiefeng was dumbfounded. The entire guests were also dumbfounded. Su Yun and the others who were preparing to see Si Kongjing's joke were even more baffled. What was Pavilion Master Deer suddenly mad about? Pavilion Master Deer, what are you? Bang! Before Su Xiefeng could finish, a piece of debris was ruthlessly smashed on his face. Dear Zhao coldly said, stare at the dog's eyes and take a good look. What is inside? Even though Su Xiefeng was a human realm expert, he was still hit by the gravel with raw pain and subconsciously held it in his hand again. Dear Pavilion Master, isn't this the Tias lapis lazuli stone sent by my trashy criminal grandson-in-law? Well, no. Su Xiefeng, who was holding the shattered stone, had his voice jammed and then was stunned. He finally sensed the aura inside the shattered stone. He also sensed the transcendent martial intent, and likewise could sense the Xian grade lower grade martial skill inside, but it had been smashed off, impossible to recover. At this time, Si Kongjing's voice rang out, Su Xiefeng, smashing away the Xian pin lower rank martial skill with martial intent, does it feel good? Buzzing. As his voice fell, everyone in the room felt their brains rumble. Then one by one, they stood up. A Xian pin lower grade martial skill with martial intent, still engraved within the green jade slab. Was there any mistake? Even Su Zhenlong was confused, subconsciously looking at Si Kongjing, asking, Jing, you said that this is a martial skill with a Xian pin lower rank, and it's also a lapis lazuli stone slab with transcendent martial intent? Yes, that's why I said Su Xiefeng would go crazy with joy after receiving the gift, but he smashed it. Si Kongjing shrugged his shoulders before looking at Mei Xiaofang next to him. Mother-in-law, this lapis lazuli stone slab of mine is really good. As the words fell, Mei Xiaofang was dumbfounded, the corners of her mouth twitching repeatedly. She seemed to have misunderstood Si Kongjing again. Chapter 42 Su Shan returns. Su Xiefeng, your Su family is really bullish, smashing a treasure like it's trash, awesome. At this moment, Dear Zhao couldn't help but to be violent. And Su Xiefeng's face at this time, green, red and white. Ghost knew that the Tias lapis lazuli slabs could have good things in them. Ghost knew that Si Kongjing, the criminal, could get his hands on such things. The heart is even more regretful. Had I known that, I should have just taken a look first. Why didn't he listen to Si Kongjing's reminder just now? Farewell, the Su family is hopeless with a family head like you. Dear Zhao was too lazy to say anymore and turned around. But then he stopped in front of Si Kongjing's body and said with a humble attitude, Mr. Si Kong, if you are free, please come to my Tianwu pavilion to have some fun, and if you need the green jade cylinder, I can get it as well. There was a strong hope in his eyes, an invitation from the bottom of his heart. He already knew that Su Xiefeng disliked Si Kongjing, but of course he didn't dare to meddle in the affairs of such a mysterious figure. I will go when I have time. Si Kongjing nodded and added, wait a moment. With that, Si Kongjing swaggered over to Su Xiefeng's body, where there was also a box that had been smashed on the ground, and he then pulled out a complete lapis lazuli stone slab from within. At this instant, everyone's breath seemed to stop. There was even a second piece within the box and it hadn't been smashed, so it must be a good one with transcendent martial intent as well. Si Kongjing held the lapis lazuli stone slab in his hands before gently reaching out to Su Xiefeng. Just as Su Xiefeng was about to take it in excitement, Si Kongjing sneered at him, withdrew it without hesitation, and threw it to Dear Zhao in the distance. It's for you. What? Su Xiefeng's entire body shook and his eyes turned red all of a sudden. Si Kongjing slowly spoke again. Good things should of course be given to those who know what they're doing. Those who are blind don't deserve it. At the same time, Dear Zhao, who had received the stone plate, gently felt it before his entire body shuddered violently. Sure enough, it was an existence of the lower Xian grade with transcendent martial intent. Thank you, Mr. Si Kong. Dear Zhao said and looked up at Su Xiefeng again and laughed loudly. Thank you, old Master Su, as well, you are so generous. After saying that, he let out a long laugh and once again said goodbye to Si Kongjing and left in large strides. With the sound of Dear Zhao's fading footsteps, the entire birthday banquet hall was eerily quiet. Su Xiefeng held back his anger, his tone slowed down as much as possible, and with a hint of anticipation, he asked, Jing, Grandpa did do something wrong, do you still have the same lapis lazuli slab on your hands? When these words came out, even Su Zhenlong looked at Si Kongjing. If he could continue to take out such a good thing, perhaps his own relationship with his father could be repaired. At this moment, his father, Su Xiefeng, had already apologized. It was significant that the strongest of the Su family was only a lower Xian grade martial skill, and whether it was one with transcendent martial intent or not. Shrugging his shoulders, Si Kongjing said without hesitation, "No more. Do you think this is a cabbage on the street?" He secretly sneered. To himself it was indeed a cabbage, but Su Xiafeng was not worthy of it. Of course, if Su Xiafeng could change his attitude towards his father-in-law and Su Yueshio and keep it up for a long time, he himself would definitely not treat him poorly. You bastard! Su Xiafeng exploded at the words. His attitude changed drastically. Why didn't you give me that piece just now? Do you want to die? His heart, it was dripping blood. Si Kongjing responded with a cold smile. I gave it to you, or you sure personally gave it to you, and it was also you who told Su Yun to smash it. Snap. Suddenly, Su Xiafeng slapped Su Yun's face and roared. Why did you smash it? Are you trying to piss me off too? Su Yun was dumbfounded by the slap, and wanted to say, old thing, wasn't it you who told me to smash it? But Su Yun didn't dare to offend her grandfather who was angry. She could only point to Si Kongjing and the others and said, Grandpa, they are purposely pissing you off. Why didn't they say so earlier since they wanted to give it away? Su Xiafeng's anger rose once again, staring dead at Si Kongjing and drinking. Come on people, get this criminal killed for me. As soon as the words fell, Su Zhanglong and the others' faces changed drastically. Suddenly, a loud, open-mouthed laugh came out. Grandpa, didn't you say that this criminal should be left to me to dispose of? The voice crashed into the hall. Su Xiafeng and Su Zhangtao and the other spirits wildly shook as they subconsciously called out, Xiaoshan. Just at this moment, only to see a young man with a ferocious aura striding into the hall. He looks a little bit like Su Zhangtao. It is the Su family's eldest son who has been traveling outside for a year. Su Shan. He had already received Su Zhengtao's letter and knew that his second brother Su Yang had his limbs broken by Si Kongjing. Big brother. Su Yun's eyes lit up and was the first to dart over. Su Shan hugged Su Yun, and then his expression froze, coldly said, Sister, who hit you? Big brother will break him into pieces. At this time, Su Yun's face, there was still an obvious five-fingered mountain. However, when these words came out, it made the entire room's expression stiffen, and Su Yun also pumped the corners of her mouth and said, It's Grandpa who hit him. Su Shan's aura immediately disappeared without a trace, his face twitching madly. Su Xiafeng, who was at the very top, had an expression of embarrassment to the extreme. And Mei Xiaofeng almost burst out laughing. Fortunately, Su Yun immediately explained the causes and consequences, and when he heard that it was the green jade stone slabs that angered Su Xiafeng, Su Shan said, Isn't it just 2 green jade stone slabs of the lower Xian grade? Grandpa, this time I gave you a birthday gift of green jade paper. Saying that, Su Shan then took out a piece of green jade colored paper from his bosom, which was permeated with a burst of Xian light. After striding forward and handing it to Su Xiafeng, Su Shan then said, Grandfather, the green jade paper has a Xian grade middle-ranked martial skill burned inside, which is incomparable to the shoddiest green jade slab. Su Xiafeng received the green jade paper, and his mood finally changed from cloudy to sunny. Although there was no transcendent martial intent within the green jade paper, he did not think about it for the time being and looked at Su Zhanglong. It's still Xiaoshan who understands the situation. Your family are all assholes who are eating out of the palm of their hands. Su Zhanglong and the others had a hard time in their hearts. Su Shan understands things when he sends them, and you smash things we send? Could it be that this is our problem? Thus, Mei Xiaofeng couldn't help but mutter, What's the big deal? Does the green jade paper have transcendent martial intent inside? Although the voice was small, it still reached inside Su Xiafeng's ears, and his heart was suddenly in a room. He was also clear that even if the green jade paper was a middle-grade Xian grade martial skill inside, it was still far inferior to the green jade slab that had transcendent martial intent. Still dare to talk back. Su Xiafeng stormed out, then looked at Su Shan and said, Xiaoshan, this criminal broke Xia Yang's limbs, now you can do it, I want you to fight to determine life and death. One sentence, detonating the whole scene. Here it comes, the most unwanted thing is still here. Su Zhanglong clenched his fists tightly and whispered, Father. Shut up, in your words this is a fair duel between juniors, if you dare to intervene don't blame me for clearing the door. It was impossible to leave any mercy before this. Now the matter of the green jade stone slab further made Su Xiafeng decide to get Si Kongjing alive. Chapter 43, A Battle to Determine Life and Death. No problem Grandpa, I will definitely make this person who dares to break second brother's limbs die a miserable death. Su Shan answered categorically and looked at Si Kongjing and asked, Criminals, life and death duel, dare you answer the battle? Su Yushur held Si Kongjing's hand tightly and shook her head vigorously, Brother Jing. You can't answer the battle even if you don't, you can't hide. Su Shan took a big step forward, his true chi exploded, ruthlessly pressing towards Sekongjing. Fifth level of the Dark Realm. Su Zhanglong subconsciously exclaimed out in shock. Su Shan's realm was out of his expectation, his previous judgment was only the third level of the Dark Realm. Fifth level of the Dark Realm, how old is Su Shan? The guests in the room looked at each other, each with a grave expression. Within Yunyi City, for Su Shan to reach the fifth level of the Dark Realm at his age, he was already considered a small heavenly pride. Luo Tong lowered his voice and said, "What kind of virtue did the Su family's ancestors accumulate?" After Su Zhanglong was seriously injured, another Su Shan even appeared, still not letting the other three great families be comfortable? Because of Su Shan's existence, the guests had renewed their importance to the Su family. This emerging one of the four great families, I'm afraid that in the future, it would override the other three great families and be unstoppable. Just as the entire audience was marveling, Sekongjing's voice sounded quietly, "Are you sure you want a life and death duel?" He, still had an indifferent tone. "What? Do you still want to beg for mercy?" It's too late." Su Shan continued to step forward, his true chi crushing. In the eyes of the crowd, Sekongjing seemed like a stormy boat in the midst of this true chi, and could be crushed at any time. "Wait!" Suddenly, Su Zhanglong's hoarse voice rang out. At this critical moment, he but appeared at the edge of his gift and stared dead at Su Xiefeng, saying in a deep tone, "Father, please spare my son-in-law." "Do you think it's possible?" Su Xiefeng showed no mercy. Bang! Su Zhanglong heavily pulled open the door of the gift box he was holding, and the statue of Su Yueshou's grandmother was instantly reflected in everyone's eyes. In an instant, Su Xiefeng, who had a cold expression, froze. "Father, this is the gift I gave you today, please spare my son-in-law for the sake of my mother. Zheng Tao and I were originally brothers, I am your son, we should have been a harmonious family, why must we fight hand to hand, why must we be put to death? I, Su Zhanglong, led the Su family to become one of the four great families, but I do not take credit for it. I only ask Father to give my daughter and son-in-law a fair treatment, I only ask Father that you care for them once in a while. If Mother is still around, she would definitely not want to see this situation, don't you think so?" Su Zhanglong's voice was sorrowful, his words were moving, and many of the guests around him were also touched by it. Then, Su Zhanglong looked at Su Zhengtao again and said, "Second brother, we are hand and foot brothers, big brother, I have never been able to figure out why you want to hold such a grudge against me, but feel free to. Please also look in front of Mother and let Su Shan stop." Su Zhengtao lowered his face, not saying a word as his gaze drifted over Su Xiefeng. He also did not expect Su Zhanglong to make such a move, if his father was persuaded, it would be troublesome. What hand and foot brothers, he didn't care. Su Zhengtao only knew that if his elder brother didn't die, he would never be able to walk out of his heart's demon, and would always be pressed under his halo. Suddenly, footsteps sounded, Su Xiefeng walked towards Su Zhanglong step by step, and then stood still, his hand gently stroked the lifelike statue of Su Yueshou's grandmother. Su Zhanglong, looking at Su Xiefeng with anticipation. The next second. Bang! The statue exploded into pieces in Su Xiefeng's hands. Instantly, Su Zhanglong's face changed wildly, yelling, "Father!" Su Xiefeng coldly turned back, "Su Zhanglong, you less threaten me with a dead man, old me I don't eat this." At that instant, Su Zhanglong kept retreating and sat on his butt on the ground. Why could father be so heartless to such an extent that even mother's statue could not sensitize him? He, to his surprise, destroyed mother's statue with his own hands. If you know the love of hands and feet, you shouldn't have let this criminal break Su Yang's hands and feet. If you don't want father and son to be at each other's throats, you shouldn't let this ugly bastard live in this world and disgrace the Su family. Su Xiefeng let out a stern cry and looked at Su Shan in vain. "Do it, kill the criminal." "Yes, Grandpa." Su Shan's face wore a crazy sardonic smile, a knife was held in his hand, precisely the starting gesture of the Golden Thunder 8 blades. "Criminal, you wasted my second brother's limbs, I'm going to chop off your arms and legs one by one." As the words fell, the knives rose. The first blade of Golden Thunder viciously slashed at Sekongjing, the blade seemed to carry thunder and lightning, tearing through the air. "Brother Jing." Between the blade awnings came Su Yueshou's mournful scream, she was pushed away by Sekongjing and landed in Mei Xiaofeng's arms, watching the unstoppable blade awnings chopping down. Next, Sekongjing's fate was predictable, it would be either death or injury. "It's over." Su Zhanglong sat next to the shattered statue of Grandma Su Yueshou and ruthlessly closed his eyes. Obviously the cause of breaking Su Yang's arms and legs was his challenge in the first place. "And you sure even if she is ugly is still your Su Shuefeng's granddaughter, why does she not deserve to live in this world? If Si Kongjing died, you sure would also break down. Clang! Just at the moment when Su Zhenglong felt that the entire sky was darkening, the sound of gold and iron clanking resounded within the birthday banquet hall, followed by a gust of low cries, "Impossible!" Su Zhenglong's entire body shook tremendously and subconsciously opened his eyes before being stunned. Only to see Si Kongjing in the middle of the hall. At some point, he was also holding a knife, while the knife in his hand was carrying Su Shan's golden thunderblade mantle horizontally, and a stream of true qi was coming out from Si Kongjing's body through his body. Ninth level of the Ming realm. At this instant, Su Zhenglong got up and shouted in shock. 10 days ago, Si Kongjing was only at the 4th level of the Ming realm when he wasted Su Yang. When did he reach the 9th level of the Ming realm? 9th level of the Ming realm? This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Su Zhengtao stared up. The same 10 days ago in the Su family's law enforcement hall, he had also sensed Si Kongjing's realm. And in Su Zhengtao's opinion, it was impossible to rush from the 4th level of the Ming realm to the 9th level of the Ming realm in 10 days. Obviously, Si Kongjing had hidden his strength before this. Right in the middle of the crowd's astonishment, Su Shan's blade awnings shattered, while he unexpectedly stared at Si Kongjing, the corner of his mouth gently raised. I didn't expect you to hide your strength, so you're at the 9th level of the bright realm. But, all under the dark realm are ants. As soon as these words came out, the blade aura flashed with hidden lightning in his greatsword, and Su Shan's aura became even stronger. Around them, the crowd that was originally a bit shocked sat down again. Luo Tong said indifferently, indeed it's useless, the dark realm and the bright realm is an impossible gap to cross, this criminal is dying. But it's also quite impressive, reaching the 9th level of the bright realm at such a young age is also enough to gain a foothold in Yunyi City. Unfortunately, he's going to die. No one in the surroundings felt that Si Kongjing could win, the 9th level of the Ming realm was just a bit more of a struggle to die. Chapter 44 Shameless. Su Zhenglong's eyes darkened again as he listened to the voices. Suddenly, Si Kongjing, who was holding the knife, ignored the arrogant Su Shan and instead pointed the tip of the knife at Su Xiafeng. Su Xiafeng, I can endure until now all because my father-in-law wants to give you a statue, he is very hopeful that he can sensitize you. Saying this, the tip of Si Kongjing's blade moved back towards the statue that was turned into rubble, his voice carrying a strong killing intent. Now that Grandma Yusher's statue was destroyed by your own hands, then you are equivalent to killing Su Shan with your own hands. You are heartless, then there is no need for me, Si Kongjing, to show any more mercy. A voice with shocking anger in its lightness resounded throughout the entire arena as Si Kongjing stood with his sword in his hand, his domineering aura exploding. Everyone stared straight at Si Kongjing before bursting into laughter. This criminal really knows how to mouth off, those who don't know would think that he's only at the 5th level of the dark realm. And without mercy, is he going to die without mercy? Su Zhenglong, this son-in-law of yours is really interesting, to die but also to die in such a bombastic and grandiose manner. The last sentence was again spoken by Luo Tong. He couldn't even help but cover his stomach, it really hurt to laugh. Su Zhenglong laughed bitterly, while Mei Xiaofeng couldn't say a word, secretly cursing and looking at her daughter Su Yuexi's miserable appearance. She couldn't help but cry and cry again. On the other hand, Si Kongjing was coldly listening to the sounds around him, unmoved. Suddenly the blade pointed again. Si Kongjing said, Su Xiafeng, now let you see, by your own mouth let Su Yun smashed off the lapis lazuli stone plate within the martial arts is what is. Battle skill, Berserk Blade Rage. With a low sound, Si Kongjing's body was like an explosion of thunder, his blade was like a wild charging horn on the battlefield, slashing at Su Shan. At this moment, Su Shan was similarly smiling, however, the moment he felt the power in the blade, his face suddenly changed, and he subconsciously chopped out the golden thunder second blade to fend off Si Kongjing's wild blade. Boom! Blade light splashed in all directions, Si Kongjing's true qi that was clearly only at the 9th level of the Ming realm condensed in the blade, chopping Su Shan's blade and exploding into the air. Su Shan retreated 3 times in a row, and the whole scene moved. Si Kongjing, on the other hand, landed on the ground with no expression on his face, and under everyone's horrified gazes, he droned again, Su Xiafeng, do you know why I'm giving you a gift? Because I don't want my father-in-law to fight with your father and son, and I also want you sure to be loved by her elder family members. But you, die unrepentant. As the words fell, Si Kongjing raised his sword and rose again. He stared at Su Shan and said again, there are equally high and low Xin Pin lower ranks, the Su family's golden thunder 8 blades are but the lowest of the Xin Pin lower ranks, now you properly see the strongest Xin Pin lower rank martial skill. The blade shook and flashed, Si Kongjing killed out with an invincible momentum, with a shocking cry, Mad Blade Town. Su Shan met the blade and roared, your martial skill is even stronger, but you are only a small Ming realm, I don't believe. Wow! Before the words fell, when it touched Sikong Jing's mad blade, Su Shan only felt a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth. The Dark Realm 5th level of True Chi was ruthlessly crushed. Sikong Jing's mad blade was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Retreating again and again, Su Shan had blood on his tiger's mouth, staring at Sikong Jing, who floated down to the ground again. At this moment, the whole field has quieted down, no more shameful laughter, a wide-eyed incredulous staring at Sikong Jing. With just 2 slashes, Su Shan lost again and again. Su Xiafeng was shocked and couldn't believe it, his old face reddened. Su Zhenglong's entire body trembled violently, dazed, his heart in his mouth. Su Yushir stood upright in Mei Xiaofang's arms. She saw her husband's hope to live, saw his invincibility. This set of Xian grade lower grade battle technique is a battlefield massacre technique called the Mad Blade Crossing. Sikong Jing's voice rose again. This set of battle technique was granted to him in his 2nd year of joining the Great Shang Army when he entered the elite battalion. At that time he was only 13 years old, yet he used the Mad Blade Rampage to march across the army. At that time, he was showing his first signs of greatness. The Mad Sword Rampage was the very foundation of Sikong Jing's true rise to power, when his enemies were killed by the Youngyam. There are only 6 blades in the Mad Blade Hengxing, and the transcendent martial intent within the lapis lazuli slab was carved by an unknown fierce general of the Great Shang. When Sikong Jing said this, pain and longing flashed in his eyes. Himself, he was precisely that unknown fierce general. In the territory of the Great Shang dynasty, in addition to the imperial city outside, very few people know that he is named Sikong Jing. All only know the invincible god general, only know that the legend of the invincible man. The name is almost not circulated. Now that I think about it, this might have been a deliberate act by Emperor Yin Tianma, in order to lower his own reputation. Collecting this thought, Sikong Jing looked at Su Shan again. There are still 4 more daggers, I wonder if you can take them? 3rd blade, Mad Blade Extinction. The blade light rose again, the aura seemed to break straight through the clouds, chopping. Su Shan gritted his teeth. He didn't believe that the 5th level of the Dark Realm would really lose to the 9th level of the Bright Realm. The Golden Thunder 8 blades madly chopped out. Boom! There was another roar. The berserk Golden Thunder in Su Shan's saber was chopped into pieces, and he landed heavily with a wow sound. At this moment, he spat out blood and lost. Little Mountain. At this moment, Su Zhengtao leapt to Su Shan's body, screaming in excitement plus shock. At the same time, Su Xiafeng also stepped over in large strides. He couldn't let them fight any longer, or else Su Shan would definitely die in the next slash. It's a pity that you only received the 3rd slash, it's really weak, but Su Zhengtao can just replace you. Sikong Jing's eyes gazed at Su Zhengtao, the culprit for such a miserable state of Su Yushir's family. Then, Sikong Jing raised his head and said, "Father-in-law, help me block Su Xiafeng." Su Zhanglong froze. Did Su Shan still want to fight when he was already defeated? Did Sikong Jing mean that even Su Zhengtao he also wanted to fight? Opening his mouth, he wanted to persuade, but under such a terrifying aura of Sikong Jing, Su Zhanglong couldn't say anything, and even ended up erupting his true chi straight to the human realm. A horizontal shift stopped in front of Su Xiafeng. "Father, since it's a life and death duel of the juniors, it's better for you to watch from the side." Su Zhenglong's voice was low and resolute. The moment his mother's statue was destroyed, his heart towards his father was almost dead. Su Xiafeng stopped in his tracks at the words. His human realm true chi blasted towards Su Zhenglong, coldly saying, "Get lost." At this exact moment, Sikong Jing's voice rose again, Mad Blade Extinction. Toward the direction of Su Zhengtao and Su Shan, Sikong Jing's 4th blade came out savagely, and at this moment, if there were any generals in the army who could see such a mad blade going across, they would definitely cry out in shock. Where is this still the original wild knife, as if between his brought the roar of the beast, as the claws that tear through the void. Su Zhengtao faced grim, holding Su Shan's knife as a horizontal slash, still Su family's Golden Thunder 8 knives, but Su Zhengtao's realm is the 8th level of the Dark Realm, the power is stronger. Boom burst, birthday banquet hall, countless tables and plates broken. While Su Zhengtao stood coldly, he blocked Sikong Jing's 4th blade and did not retreat. What a life and death duel, what a battle between juniors, could you guys be any more shameless? Mei Xiaofang's shrill voice rang out at this moment, sarcastically. This was simply hilarious, a promised life and death duel, but Su Zhengtao, as an elder, stepped in. Chapter 45 Su Xiafeng, do you regret it? At the same time, Su Zhanglong, who was blocking in front of Su Xiafeng, flashed a cold light. He followed up by opening his mouth to ask rhetorically, "Father, many guests in the birthday banquet are watching you? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Aren't you afraid of losing your face to all of Yunyi City?" At this moment, the shock in Su Zhenglong's heart towards Sikong Jing could be imagined. But he was equally well aware that Su Xiafeng was talking nicely. What one battle to determine life and death? That was for Si Kongjing and his own family. If Su Shan was defeated, then he definitely wouldn't be able to die. Su Xiefeng, Su Zhangtao and the entire Su family would definitely be strongly protected. In the Su family, there was no such thing as fairness to one's own family. Su Xiefeng's face was hard to see. He never dreamed that Si Kongjing would be so strong, and even more so, he never thought that Su Shan would lose. What could be more humiliating to me than your family? Of course he could not let Su Shan be killed, and then he droned heavily at Si Kongjing again. Immediately put away your sword, and give me your mad blade rampage, and I may no longer care about what you did today. The moment these words came out, the entire audience was cursing Su Xiefeng for being shameless. Su Shan had lost and still wanted to forcefully take someone else's battle technique. However, Si Kongjing smiled. Su Xiefeng, do you know what martial skill is engraved within the green jade stone slab I gave to Dear Zhao? Si Kongjing's voice gently floated around. For some reason, Su Xiefeng's heart panicked with an unspeakable fear. There were also no more sounds of shame in the entire arena, and many people even looked at Si Kongjing expectantly. The Mad Blade horizontal battle skill had already caused them to feel an unrivaled shock. Then what would be the martial skill within the second lapis lazuli slab? The guests were filled with anticipation. The battle techniques in the Great Shang army have both horizontal and subtle. The second set is none other than the assassination battalion's thrusting rock three swords. Si Kongjing's voice sounded once again, and then he moved. The great sword in his hand suddenly fell to the ground with a clanking sound. His figure strangely appeared in front of Su Zhengtao, and in his hand, at some point, he was already pinching a thin chopstick. Su Zhengtao was stunned and roared in a low voice, "Criminals, go to hell!" Out of his hand, he chopped down. However, he chopped in vain. Si Kongjing's voice unexpectedly sounded behind him. The three swords of the thrusting rock is an assassination technique. It's bizarre and unpredictable. You won't be able to see it with your 8th level of the Dark Realm. As the voice fell, Su Zhengtao turned back boldly, followed by a tiger's eye glaring and cracking. "Stop it!" Only to see Si Kongjing's chopsticks, already pointing at Su Shan's brow. As long as it was stabbed forward again, Su Shan would have no way to live. Therefore, Su Zhengtao only dared to roar, but did not dare to move. The entire audience watched this scene with open mouths as they looked at each other. This was the martial skill within the second lapis lazuli tablet that Si Kongjing had sent, the three swords of stabbing rock, but no one could see his movements just now. But how could a stabbing technique be so easy to see? Su Shan was not only defeated, he was defeated in a junior duel. He didn't even have the power to resist. Even Su Zhengtao made a move and couldn't block this criminal's killing move. This was too terrifying. Su Zhanglong, get lost! Su Xiefeng over there, his whole body's true qi rushed chaotically, about to break through Su Zhenglong's resistance, while roaring, "Criminal, if you dare to kill Xia Shan, I will definitely kill your family by 1,000 cuts." Su Zhenglong gritted his teeth in death. He actually did not want Si Kongjing to kill Su Shan. But he, too, could not let Su Xiefeng pass, otherwise Si Kongjing would die for sure. But in the next instant, the corner of Si Kongjing's mouth pulled out a cold smile. The chopsticks in his hand flashed violently, drilling straight into Su Shan's brow, and with a poof, blood splattered. Su Shan's eyes were wide open, and he broke off before he had a chance to speak. He had returned strongly, thinking that he was an even more heavenly existence than Su Zhenglong, but in the twinkling of an eye, he had died in the hands of Si Kongjing. Bang! Collapsing heavily to the ground, Su Shan stared at the ceiling of the hall as he died in peace. The entire room fell silent once again. It was a terrifying dead silence. Su Yushur in the distance covered her mouth, her eyes still on her husband who seemed to be brutal and merciless. Mei Xiaofeng's whole body shook wildly, her mouth was open and dumbfounded. She simply did not expect Si Kongjing to really dare to kill Su Shan. Su Zhenglong also froze his gaze. Not only did he not want Si Kongjing to kill Su Shan, in fact, he also felt that Si Kongjing should not kill. After all, it would completely enrage Su Xiefeng. It would also make it so that between his own family and Su Xiefeng, there would no longer be any room for reunion. However, Si Kongjing once again exceeded his own expectations, directly killed, did not leave half a bit of mercy. The entire audience was stunned. Su Shan, who had just been touted as the one who could run rushot over Yunyi City after Su Zhenglong, was just dead through and through. Little Mountain! Su Zhengtao reacted, vocalizing a wild roar and viciously pounced on Su Shan. At the same time, Su Xiefeng's whole body whiskers spread out, bumping away Su Zhenglong who was in a daze, and also pounced over. And at this time, Si Kongjing had unknowingly returned to Su Yushur's side. Su Zhenglong, who had reacted, also violently blocked in front of the three of them, staring at the wildly roaring and screaming Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao with a deadly stare. Su Zhenglong's heart was pounding. This was really going to be a father and son fight, immortal. Criminal, I will kill you. After checking that Su Shan was completely dead, Su Zhengtao stood up like a madman, his eyes reddening as he stared at Si Kongjing. Su Xiefeng held Su Shan's body horizontally, his whole body was trembling as he roared in vain, "Someone, someone!" Clattering. All the elites up and down the Su family swooped out, surrounding Su Zhenglong and the four of them, Si Kongjing. Su Zhenglong's heart and mind trembled, then he closed his eyes and said, Jing, you take Yushur and your mother-in-law and run away, I'll hold back here." When these words came out, Su Yushur's whole body trembled. Father definitely couldn't survive if he stayed behind, he was trying to leave a way for himself and brother Jing to live. At the same time, Mei Xiaofang sounded with a sobbing voice, "Master, I want to stay and accompany you." Su Zhenglong gazed at his wife who had been unfailingly devoted to him for the past 10 years, with a very hard mouth and a very soft heart, and finally nodded his head. To die, then to die together. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, none of us will die. Si Kongjing's rigid and powerful voice rang out. Since he dared to kill Su Shan, he naturally had the certainty of protecting the family. Mr. and Mrs. Su Zhenglong subconsciously gazed over. How could they break a situation like this? In fact, there were many ways for Si Kongjing to break the situation. For example, asking the surrounding guests if they wanted the 2 sets of martial arts just now. Another example, take down Su Zhengtao and threaten Su Xiefeng with his life. Stabbing the rock with 3 swords was enough to make Su Zhengtao a hostage. Therefore, Si Kongjing calmly moved forward and faintly asked, Su Xiefeng, do you regret it? Even if you had the slightest bit of penance when you saw Grandma Yushur, Su Shan would not die. As Si Kongjing said, the moment he destroyed Grandma Moon Xiao's statue, it was like Su Xiefeng personally killed Su Shan. At that moment Si Kongjing knew very well that Su Xiefeng was completely hopeless. Even if he left Su Shan's life behind, this old thing would never have an ounce of gratitude, there would only be endless consequences. Chapter 46 City Lord's Order, Cloud State Competition. What I regret the most is that I didn't bury you, a criminal, alive in a pig farm. A bloodlight brewed in Su Xiefeng's eyes as he brought Su Zhengtao forward step by step and bellowed, "Everyone listen to the order." Before the words fell, a vibrating sound came from outside. Su Xiefeng, Su family head, come out to receive the order of the city lord. This sound, originally still in the crazy brewing Su Xiefeng, as if a pot of cold water poured on the head, the whole body difficult to the extreme. At this critical moment, what is the city lord going to do? The entire audience of guests also looked at each other in disbelief. Doubts arose. What order is the city lord going to give at this time? Su Xiefeng, didn't you hear me? The voice from outside resounded again. Su Xiefeng forced himself to hold back his anger, gritting his teeth and staring at the 4 Si Kongjing. I'll let you all live a little longer. After saying that, he could only go out. Then, outside, the city lord's guard who was conveying the city lord's order, his voice rang out, the lord of Yunzhou is going to hold the Yunzhou Grand Competition, and your Su family, as the 4 great families of Yunyi City, must send out at least one of your young sons to participate. This voice crashed into the hall and the crowd was shocked that it was actually the Cloud State Grand Competition. However, we only have 3 slots in Cloud Wild City, so in 7 days' time there will be a selection for Cloud Wild City, prepare well. After saying that, the city lord's guard was about to collect the order and leave. And at this time Su Xiefeng was directly confused. Where else in his Su family could he participate in the grand competition? Su Shan is dead, Su Yang is seriously injured, Su Yun does not know martial arts. The other sideline descendants are even less able to fight than the heir then? But this grand competition is definitely very important. If we can get a place to Yunzhou, or even get a good ranking in the Yunzhou grand competition, then the Su family's position in Yunyi City will be even more solid. On the contrary, if the other 3 great families got a good ranking, they would definitely bite the Su family alive. Damn criminals, Su Shan, my Su Shan! Su Xiefeng roared furiously in his heart. If Su Shan hadn't been killed, one of the 3 places would have been a handful. Suddenly, a flash of light in his mind asked, Your Honor, please stay, I wonder if our Su family's granddaughter-in-law can participate? He was of course referring to Si Kongjing, and with this criminal's battle prowess being able to participate, he would definitely be able to get a spot as well. The city lord's guard stopped in his tracks and asked rhetorically, Your grandson-in-law? It wouldn't be that criminal that the lord of Yunzhou gave the marriage to, would it? Su Xiefeng gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Although he hated to destroy Si Kongjing, but nowadays, in this Su family, he was the only one strong enough to go to war. The corners of the city lord's guard's mouth twitched as he let out a furious cry. What are you kidding? If it's an ordinary granddaughter-in-law there's naturally no problem, but for something as important as the Yunzhou Grand Competition, you're letting a criminal participate. Opening his mouth, Su Xiefeng couldn't say anything. Criminals were indeed not qualified to participate, they couldn't even leave the city gates. Seeing the city lord's guards leave, Su Xiefeng returned to the hall with a gloomy face, staring murderously at Su Zhenlong and the others. The words just now, you all heard them too, right? Originally, I was going to give you all a chance to make up for your mistakes, but unfortunately, your son-in-law is just a damned criminal. In Su Xiefeng's heart, he hated it. And Su Zhenlong and Mei Xiaofeng also secretly sighed. Originally this was supposed to be the best chance for reconciliation. But Xikong Jing, why was he a criminal? Now you guys are still going to die. Su Xiefeng's killing aura reared its head. At the critical moment, Su Yun's voice rang out, Grandpa, I think we really should give them a chance to make up for their mistakes. What? Su Zhengtao incredulously looked at his daughter, Xikong Jing, but killed your elder brother, now the bones are not yet cold. Still want to give them a chance, what the hell is Su Yun up to? Su Yun, however, smiled heatedly and said, criminals can't participate, but his wife can. Eh? The crowd froze at the words and immediately looked at Su Yushur. Mei Xiaofeng opened her mouth wide and couldn't help but shout out, Su Yun, are you kidding, Yushur doesn't know martial arts. However, Su Xiefeng's eyes lit up, his mind surged and suddenly a plan came to him. Right, then this ugly will participate in the selection. Haven't you guys always said that I am heartless towards you guys? You guys killed Shaoshan, but as a grandfather, I can forget about it, and as long as Su Yushur takes the Yunyi City spot to the Yunzhou Grand Competition, I can even give you guys a great reward. Su Xiefeng spoke out word by word, his old face filled with a scowl, not knowing what calculations he was playing. Su Yun, who was in the distance, let out a long breath. Motherer, I was afraid that the Yunzhou Grand Competition would come to a point where the Su family's direct bloodline must participate, then apart from Su Yushur, only myself would be left. Of course he himself could not go and send himself to death, so Su Yushur could not die now. Impossible thing, Yushur doesn't know any martial arts, why don't you let Su Yun go? Mei Xiaofeng subconsciously retorted. Even the selection of Yunyi City was not a joke, it was likely that people would die. Furthermore, if you let someone who doesn't know martial arts go up to fight, won't you be humiliated by your opponent to the point of breaking down then? Even if Mei Xiaofeng died right now, she didn't want her daughter to be laughed at and humiliated by the entire city. I am willing to participate. Suddenly, Su Yushur's clear voice rang out. Her face under the veil was filled with determination. The only way to save her family was to agree to this condition, and to set aside her grandfather's anger over Su Shan's death, so she was righteous. As she said that, Su Yushur looked at Xikong Jing next to her and bit her lip, Brother Jing, please don't stop me. Xikong Jing froze, then laughed, I'm not prepared to stop you, since you want to participate, then participate. Now that Su Yushur's crimson spider poison had been resolved, the factor that had subdued her growth had disappeared, and last night Xikong Jing had even examined her body, her martial talent was definitely not weak. There were still 7 whole days left, enough time for himself to help her grow. Today, one would make Su Yushur stunningly beautiful. 7 days later, he or she will let Su Yushur. Martial extinction cloud wild city. Holy, Xikong Jing, are you sick? Mei Xiaofeng instantly exploded. However, Su Xiefeng gave a humongous smile, worthy of being my good granddaughter, come on, immediately go to the city lord's mansion to enroll Su Yushur. A Su family member received the order and hurriedly left the Su family, heading to the city lord's mansion. Su Zhenlong and Mei Xiaofeng opened their mouths wide, it was too late to stop them now. Everyone disperse. Seeing this, Su Xiefeng waved his hand again, and all of a sudden, all the Su family elites who had surrounded Xikong Jing's all retreated. This birthday banquet, surprisingly, inexplicably resumed again. If it wasn't for Su Shan's corpse still laying there, it really looked like nothing had happened. At this time, Luo Tong's voice rang out, congratulations to Grandmaster Su for getting this wonderful son-in-law, he was the one who personally destroyed the future of the Su family. When these words came out, Su Xiefeng almost rioted again, but still held it back raw. Sagittarius, when Elder Master Su did this, he definitely wanted this ugly bastard to die in the ring, and then a certain impulsive criminal would not be able to resist rushing up to save him, and then he would be hacked to death by a random knife. Luo Tong's wife, however, cackled, as if she had broken Su Xiefeng's mind with a single word. Chapter 47 Su Yushur, stunning and unrivaled. Looking towards Su Xiefeng, Luo Tong also gave a thumbs up and said, Hi, Elder Master Su is really high, after all, this criminal was given in marriage by the Lord of the Cloud State, killing him on the spot might lead to a great disaster. The couple sang and drank together, causing the entire audience to come to a realization. It turned out that Su Xiefeng actually had this intention. Judging by that criminal's impulsiveness, Su Yushur would definitely not be able to endure being humiliated when he got into the ring. When he rushed to the ring and was killed alive, it would have nothing to do with the Su family. Moreover, this kind of death would also make them suffer 100 times more, tortured during these 7 days of waiting, yet powerless to resist. Su Xiafeng himself would even gain the reputation of treating his family leniently. These voices also made Su Zhenglong and his wife understand, the original Su Xiafeng was so vicious, killing people but also killing their hearts. Su Yushi's small face went pale and subconsciously looked towards Si Kongjing. She knew that Mr. and Mrs. Luo Tong were right. If she went on the stage, then Brother Jing would definitely not be able to endure it. The only one in the entire room was Si Kongjing, who was blandly indifferent and secretly sneered, a bunch of clowns. At this exact moment, Su Yun slowly stepped out and pointed at Su Yushi. No matter what, I still helped you guys save your little lives. Ugly, how are you going to thank me? Su Yushi opened her mouth. Indeed, it was only after Su Yun brought it up that they were able to be safe for the time being. There were still at least 7 days left. Maybe they could come up with a solution? Snap. Just as Su Yushi opened her mouth to say something, a crisp sound came from Su Yun's face. She was slapped by a palm wind that viciously jerked her out, and of course, it was still Si Kongjing. Su Xiafeng's anger that had gradually subsided was reignited. Criminal, do you think that I really don't dare to kill you? He did consider the layer of the Lord of Yunzhou granting the marriage, plus the fact that, as Mr. and Mrs. Luo Tong had said, Su Yuexie would not be able to do martial arts for these 7 days was the most painful torture, so that was why he had this intention. But this criminal still dares to ignite himself. Su Yun covered her face and went crazy, pointing at Su Yushi and screaming, "Ugly monster, is this how you thank me?" Even Su Zhenglong and his wife had an incomparable headache. Si Kongjing was simply too capable of making a scene. Thud. Si Kongjing took a heavy step and pointed at Su Yun. I said that no one can say that you sure is ugly. At this sound, Su Yun couldn't help but scream, that's just the way it is, ugly can't be allowed to be said? At the same time, Luo Tong's wife also laughed shamefully. Su Jinglong's criminal son-in-law, ugly is ugly, the truth is the truth, can you still block our mouths? Yeah, everyone knows that your wife is the ugliest in all of Yunzhou. This criminal is also really deceiving himself and others. The voices in the room kept ringing out, laughing in shame, all thinking that Si Kongjing was just a normal man. Although he had accepted Su Yushi, he still couldn't accept her ugliness. In the next instant, Si Kongjing disappeared in vain. Snap, snap, snap. A crunching sound rang out, and everyone, including Luo Tong's wife, was rewarded with a hard slap from him. Si Kongjing's speed was bizarre to the extreme, leaving people defenseless. Right at the moment when the entire audience was shocked and enraged, he returned to Su Yushi's side, holding her hand and gazing at the entire audience. This slap is not only because of what you said about Yushi, it is also your punishment for humiliating my father-in-law. When they arrived at the birthday banquet site, Su Jinglong's tiger was bullied by a dog, and Si Kongjing remembered it all in his heart. If Su Xiafeng had been sensitized by the statue of Grandma Yushi, then naturally, there was no need for him to make a move, but Su Xiafeng was obstinate, so he was bound to take out this breath for his father-in-law. There is also the fact that Yushi is the #1 beauty in the world. The voice fell. Su Yushi was stunned again. How could Brother Jing say such words again? Swish. In the next instant, Su Yushi felt the veil on her face empty, and was actually ripped off by Si Kongjing in a raw manner. In an instant, a face that stunned the 4 directions was displayed. The air in the hall seemed to be frozen at this moment, whether it was Su Xiafeng who had his anger rekindled, or the guests whose faces were hot from being smacked and were about to lash out, or Su Zhenglong and his wife, all of them stared with wide eyes. All of them had one sentence in their heads, is this a heavenly immortal? Ah! Su Yushi screamed, frantically covering her face, shyly and chaotically saying, Brother Jing, quickly return the veil to me. She was the only one in the entire room who didn't realize how beautiful she was at this moment. Si Kongjing tenderly looked at Su Yushi and gently said, from today onwards, you no longer need to wear a veil, even if you are not the #1 beauty in the world, you are still the #1 beauty in Yunzhou. Saying this, Si Kongjing pulled away Su Yushi's hand that was covering her face and gently stroked it up and said, your face, restored. Buzz. A thunderbolt boomed in Su Yushi's brain. She was left with nothing but ignorance and disbelief. How could there be a sudden recovery? Yushi, quickly let mother take a look at your face. Without waiting for Su Yushi to react, Mei Xiaofang pounced on her, staring at her daughter with tears in her eyes, then kissed her face vigorously, and said in a seizure and frenzy, alright, your face is really better. Su Zhenglong burst into tears and laughed maniacally. He pointed at Su Xiafeng and said as if in a cathartic manner, Father, did you see that? Yushi's face is healed. Yushi is no longer the #1 ugly in all of Yunzhou. She won't disgrace the Su family anymore. Speaking here, he pointed at the entire room in a mighty and domineering manner. Did you all see that? Who still dares to say that my daughter is ugly? At this moment, Su Zhenglong seemed to have gotten the biggest release in his life, more excited than if he had immediately recovered from his injuries. Daughter, from now on no longer need to suffer because of her ugliness. Father and the entire Su family could no longer humiliate you sure with her looks. What else could make him happier than this? The entire room remained silent. They felt like they were dreaming. How could this be possible? Finally, Su Yun's scream rang out. Impossible, this is fake. This face is definitely fake. The recovered Su Yushur was too beautiful, so beautiful that Su Yun was burning with jealousy. Even the death of her elder brother Su Shan was not this angry. On what grounds, an ugly monster that people spit on could become so beautiful? Brother Jing, my face has really recovered? Su Yushur murmured in disbelief. Sikong Jing smiled and nodded his head, futilely opening his hand and sucking in a large knife, using the surface of the knife as a mirror to shine on Su Yushur's face. In an instant, Su Yushur saw herself within the surface of the knife. She covered her mouth as tears fell madly. Suddenly, Su Xiefeng's voice rang out, beautiful, very beautiful, indeed it won't disgrace our Su family anymore. He had the same shock and disbelief on his face, but this shock slowly collected back. Su Zhenglong smiled with satisfaction. The reason why his father had not been treating his family well was because Yushur was too ugly and disgraced him. Now, he finally had no excuse, right? I now order you all to not allow Yushur to share a room with this criminal. When the criminal dies, Yushur can go to Yunzhou City and find a noble gentleman to marry, honoring our Su family. Su Xiefeng's pale voice resounded throughout the room, his tone devoid of any emotion. Chapter 48, Sikong Jing still has treasures. At that instant, Su Zhenglong's excited face turned ugly layer by layer as his body stiffened. Mei Xiaofang stopped her light from freezing, the corners of her mouth twitching continuously. A cold light gleamed in Sikong Jing's eyes. This old dog was still truly unrepentant and incorrigible. Grandpa, if Brother Jing dies, I won't live alone either. Su Yushur's tone was light, but it was decisive. She tightly hugged Sikong Jing's arm, looked up and smiled. Brother Jing, let's go back. Sikong Jing nodded his head deeply and coldly swept across the entire room before turning around and leaving the birthday banquet site with Su Yushur. Father, for your birthday banquet next year, please place a pillar of incense for Su Shan. Su Zhenglong added with suppressed anger, and then also pulled Mei Xiaofang to turn around and leave. The grief and anger in his heart could be imagined. Even though Yushur had regained her appearance, she still could not see half a bit of surprise on Su Xiefeng's face. Could it be that his heart was really made of iron? Knowing that Yushur's looks were 7 to 8% similar to her grandmother, this couldn't even make Su Xiefeng feel something? What's with the tugging? Shouldn't Su Yushur fight for the Su family's honor? Isn't it a shame to marry a criminal? Su Yun's voice rang out from behind them, indignant. The cold light in Su Xiefeng's eyes kept flashing. In the end, he still let Su Shan's body be moved away first. The birthday banquet still couldn't be cut off. Father, how did Su Yushur suddenly regain her appearance? And how could that criminal be so powerful? It's obviously only the 9th level of the Ming realm. During the birthday banquet, after Su Zhengtao finished dealing with Su Shan's aftermath, he found Su Xiefeng who was alone to ask questions. He continuously gritted his teeth. The one who was the most devastated by this birthday banquet was him. His son Su Shan was killed, and because of the Yunzhou Grand Competition and the scruples in his father's heart, it prevented him from avenging his blood hatred in the first place. Su Zhengtao was going crazy from enduring it. The criminal is powerful precisely because he has a stronger martial skill, and I'm afraid that he has also comprehended a trace of essence from the transcendent martial intent. Su Xiefeng's pale voice sounded out, and his intestines turned green at the thought of those 2 lapis lazuli slabs. That was a terrifying battle technique that could allow the 9th level of the Bright Realm to cross over and defeat the 5th level of the Dark Realm. Why did he smash it? A cold light flashed in Su Jingtao's eyes as he asked again, how did that criminal come to possess those 2 green jade stone slabs? Obviously he didn't have anything when he was bestowed with the marriage. We did check it personally. As the words fell, the corner of Su Xiefeng's mouth gently pulled, coldly saying, there is only one possibility. Think about what timing this criminal could have gotten those 2 pieces of lapis lazuli stone boards after he was sober? Su Zhengtao frowned tightly, his whole body shook in vain. Mighty beast horse thieves? Yes, he only had this opportunity. Su Xiefeng nodded heavily. In these 10 days, this was the only time Sikong Jing had left Yunyi City. Those 2 green jade slabs must have been obtained from the hands of the fierce beast horse thieves. He was acting together with Xiao Yi, and how could Xiao Yi leave such a powerful lapis lazuli slab to him? Su Zhengtao looked up sharply when he said this. He took advantage of Choya's inattention and privately hid the green jade stone slab? There was only this possibility left. They would never have thought that the green jade tablet was burned by Si Kongjing himself. Not to mention that it contained transcendent martial intent. Even if it didn't, it wasn't something that could be burned by the tiny Ming realm. I'm afraid there's more to it than just privately hiding the green jade tablet. He went from the 4th level of the Ming realm to the 9th level of the Ming realm in only 10 days. I'm afraid that he also obtained some powerful pills. Even the recovery of Su Yushi's appearance was precisely because of what the criminal obtained in the mighty beast horse thieves. Su Xiefeng gusted with speculation. His tone was quite certain, otherwise it would be impossible for all the good things to come together. Hearing this, Su Zhengtao's face was shocked and doubtful, and he got up in vain. Damn, I'll go find Xiu Yi to tell on him right now. Stand still, don't be impulsive. Su Xiefeng stopped him and said again, do you know why I didn't kill that criminal on the spot? How could he not hate the death of his grandson Su Shan? The previous reason was in fact not enough to quell the anger. Su Zhengtao returned. Didn't you want Su Yushi to participate in the selection 7 days later, and then force the criminal to come down and be hacked to death by a random knife? This still needed to be asked. Luo Tong and the others had already analyzed it clearly before. No, the criminal must still have treasures in his hands. In the face of our siege, he was too calm. He dared to kill Xiaoshan. Surely has a card that can deal with us. I'm also afraid that you'll die. With the fall of Su Xiefeng's gusty words, Su Zhengtao's entire body chilled before he thought that Si Kongjing was indeed too calm before. Fortunately, his father had reacted in time, or else he was afraid that even he would die on the spot. Thinking of this, Su Zhengtao asked again, then what does father mean? For the time being, we can't let Xiu Yi know about this. The treasure in the hands of that criminal should belong to us. Find an opportunity and force him to spit it out. With Su Xiefeng's words, Su Zhengtao completely understood, and the calculations in his heart began to crackle. Meanwhile, within the old courtyard of Su Zhenglong's family, Su Yushi kept touching her face in the mirror as she asked with excitement and bewilderment, Brother Jing, is the person in there really me? Have I really regained my looks? I'm not dreaming, am I? Looking at the anxious Su Yushi in front of him, Si Kongjing laughed, of course it's true, you've asked 800 times. Even after asking 800 times, Su Yushi still felt incredible, it felt too unreal. Suddenly, she hit a jolt and stared straight at Si Kongjing. Brother Jing, what did you give me to drink last night? Su Yushi finally realized that that was by no means a dream last night. It was definitely after drinking that bright red water that she recovered. And that was what Brother Jing had given himself to drink. Su Zhenglong and his wife, who were also sitting in the room, also raised their spirits and looked towards Si Kongjing. They were also very curious about Su Yushi's recovery. Why didn't she recover earlier or later, but only today? Could it be that it was really because of Si Kongjing? That is, the solution to the crimson spider poison. Of course Si Kongjing wouldn't say it was his own blood, it was too shocking, so he could only say it was the antidote first. However, before the words were finished, Su Zhenglong's face changed, and he hurriedly interrupted, of course it's some kind of powerful medicine for resilience, Jing just happened to have a prescription for it so he gave it to the medicine. Instantly, Si Kongjing's face stiffened and he looked at his father-in-law in disbelief. However, he quickly relieved himself, afraid that his father-in-law did not want Su Yushi to know that her sister had poisoned her. No, Su Zhenglong desperately gave Si Kongjing a wink. Just when Si Kongjing was satisfied, Su Yushi said with a straight face, Brother Jing, what is crimson spider poison? The moment this question came out, Su Zhenglong's snorting face went dumbfounded. And Si Kongjing also secretly shook his head. It seemed that Su Yushi was not completely unaware of anything. It's just that before, she didn't dare to think about it more. After all, Si Kongjing no longer paid attention to Su Zhenglong, and took a deep breath to explain, it's the poison you've been hit by, a terrifying poison in the 10,000 Poisons Kingdom, refined from within the demonic beast Crimson Spider. Chapter 49, Your sister won't come back. So the reason I'm so ugly is because I've been poisoned by the Crimson Spider poison? Su Yushi asked blankly. Si Kongjing glanced at Su Zhenglong again, still nodding deeply. Su Yushi asked blankly again, but why was I poisoned? At this time, Si Kongjing's gaze went back to Su Zhenglong and sighed, Father-in-law, it's not good to hide this kind of thing. Alas! Su Zhenglong sighed painfully at his words, with memories and uncertainty in his eyes. You sure, 10 years ago it was me who asked your sister to take your place and was taken away by that noble gentleman. It was also me who personally gave the crimson spider poison to your sister. Finally, Su Zhenglong's hoarse voice sounded softly inside the room. With her mouth wide open, Su Yushur couldn't help but stand up, staring incredulously at her father, tears fighting madly in her eyes. The one who was taken away in her place was not the sister's own intention, but rather father's request. The face that she had been ugly for 10 years was actually because of father's poison. At the same time, Mei Xiaofang's face also turned white with a brush, staring at Su Zhenglong in disbelief. This matter, she was similarly kept in the dark. I'm sorry for you, and even more so for you, Xian. The room was silent. Su Zhenglong was already in old tears as he spoke, his voice constantly trembling as he said, "It's because I spoiled you too much, so I would rather let your sister be taken away than let you be hurt. It's that I'm too biased. While originally thought that after you were poisoned by the crimson spider, I could quickly find an antidote. But I was injured and no longer had the means to find the antidote, and it was also father who caused you to suffer for a whole decade." This matter, hidden in his heart for 10 years, was now finally spoken. If Su Zhenglong hadn't been seriously injured by that noble gentleman, then there was a sure way to get the antidote. Because, the crimson spider poison was originally his. But there were no ifs in the world. The eldest daughter Su Yuxian was taken away and died, the youngest daughter Su Yuexie became the most ugly in all of Yunzhou, and he has been lying in bed for 10 years. Every time he thought about this, Su Zhenglong was tortured mentally and suffered a lot of pain. Suddenly, Su Zhenglong looked at the tearful Mei Xiaofang again, his voice trembling. "Originally, I didn't want to say anything about this matter because I was afraid of breaking the fantasy in your heart that you always look forward to the day when Yuxian comes home. But she won't come back, she hates me, she must hate me as a father very much." Wow! A mouthful of blood was spat out. Su Zhenglong's face was pale to the extreme. He hoarsely said, "Xiaofang, I'm sorry for you too." After saying this, Su Zhenglong's white eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. Master! Father! The mother and daughter's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly rushed up to support Su Zhenglong. But no matter what they did, there was no way to get Su Zhenglong back to consciousness. Mei Xiaofang could only rush to find Dr. Sun. Soon, Dr. Sun came. And the results were very unsatisfactory. After using heavy medication, Su Zhenglong was still in a comatose state, his breath was very confused. Grandmaster Su was extremely sick at heart now. This is not something that can be solved by ordinary medicines. Whether or not he can hold out depends on whether or not he can still come to his senses in the next few days. After Dr. Sun finished speaking, he also secretly sighed and left. Mei Xiaofang lay on her stomach in front of the hospital bed and cried, vainly glaring at Su Yuxian with red eyes, saying miserably, "It's all your fault. Why did you have to be looked at by that noble gentleman? You're just a spoilsport. Yuxian won't come back, and your father is going to die, oh. Su Yushur was similarly in tears. She really didn't expect that the result of all this was caused by her father. At this time, Si Kongjing said, "Mother-in-law, if you want to blame, it should be that noble gentleman, everything is him." You shut up. Where could Mei Xiaofang listen now? She shouted, "If it wasn't for your sudden arrival that made Yushur's father erupt his true qi 3 times over, it wouldn't be possible that it would have turned into what it is now. Although our family was suffering before, at least they are all still alive." Opening his mouth, looking at Mei Xiaofang in such a great emotion, Si Kongjing knew that it was useless to say anything now. There were some things that were not for him to solve either. Also, 7 days later Yushur will be participating in the selection for the Cloud State competition, and she will be dead by then as well. What's the point of her suddenly becoming pretty? What's the point? Mei Xiaofang felt that the entire sky had darkened, there was completely no hope for her, and all sorts of things struck her in agony. She almost had no thoughts of surviving. Si Kongjing's face straightened at his words, and he took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, mother-in-law, I can let Yushur regain her appearance today, and I can also let her martial arts fly." The reason why he didn't stop Su Yushur from participating in the selection was because he wanted her to shock the whole city. Today's guests were still too few. Didn't everyone in the entire Yunyi city laugh at Su Yushur? Then let everyone know that Su Yushur had not only become beautiful, but her martial arts could also crush all. But such words only made Mei Xiaofang sneer a few times, something that was simply impossible in just 7 days. Si Kongjing was silent again. Since his mother-in-law didn't believe it, he would tell her with practical actions. So he pulled Su Yushur, left Su Zhenglong's room and solemnly said in the courtyard, "Yushur, do you believe me?" Su Yushur stared blankly at Si Kongjing and nodded heavily after a few breaths. She believed in Si Kongjing this time because he was her husband, and he had been giving himself unlimited surprises. "Good, then you come back to the room with me now." With that, Si Kongjing pulled Su Yushur to her room and said flatly again, "Take off your clothes first." Ah! Su Yushur's face, which was still streaked with tears, was directly dumbfounded, her heart a deer in the head. She anxiously and uneasily said, "Brother Jing, father is now that way. We are afraid, I'm afraid it's not very appropriate. Where is the reason to cave in now? Even if grandpa threatened not to allow a cave in, it's not okay. Time is urgent, nothing inappropriate. Si Kongjing shook his head and added, 7 days is enough time, but I can't just let you enough to fight, but also let you crush the entire Yun's young generation. I don't want to see you suffer a single injury. Opening her mouth, Su Yushur was filled with confusion. What does undressing have to do with 7 days later? Your martial arts talent is very strong. 10 years ago, with the help of father-in-law, has planted the seed of martial arts. Even if it is suppressed by the crimson spider poison, it is still growing secretly, even sharpening a very strong foundation. Si Kongjing then continued to solve Su Yushur's confusion. Now that the poison is dissolved, I'm going to help you channel this power. Hearing this explanation, Su Yushur came to a realization and asked naively, taking off my clothes, is to channel my true chi? Blinking his eyes, Si Kongjing queried, of course, what else would it be for? All of a sudden, Su Yushur's entire face turned red. Chapter 50 Su Yuexian. Looking at the bewildered Si Kongjing, Su Yuexian's absolutely beautiful face was about to drip blood. Of course she wouldn't say her guest that she thought that she was going to cave in now in broad daylight. She just nagged, then you turn around. Si Kongjing was stunned before realizing that this was no longer the military, nor was the military Iron Man in front of him, but his own wife. A stunning woman who had already regained her appearance. Thinking of this, he finally turned around with a stuffy face, listening to the sound of one piece of clothing falling to the ground. Si Kongjing followed suit with his heart beating faster, a feeling he had never felt before. After a long time, finally came Su Yushur's dry-mouthed voice, Brother Jing, I'm better, can you not turn around without? Before the words were finished, Si Kongjing subconsciously turned around, and then froze in his tracks. The heartbeat frantically exploded. Even the first time he went into battle, it had never beat so strongly. The Su Yushur in front of him was too beautiful, like a skillfully crafted work of art. I don't know how long had passed, but Si Kongjing hoarsely said, actually, you don't need to take it all off. Ah! In the next instant, Su Yushur's scream came from the room. A quarter of an hour later, inside Su Yushur's room. Su Yushur sat cross-legged in a thin nightgown, and behind her was Si Kongjing, who was also cross-legged. He placed his hands against his wife's back, his true chi probing into her body, guiding Su Yushur's martial Dao seed that had been dormant for 10 years. Buzz! Without knowing how long had passed, the martial Dao seed within Su Yushur's body was ignited, and a trace of true chi surged to all parts of her meridians. True chi, growing in strength. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Si Kongjing said again, Yushur, your talent is even stronger than I imagined. If you let your true chi roam freely now, you can at least reach the 3rd level of the Ming realm. But not yet, you don't have a proper technique yet, so you must first press your true chi at the 1st level of the Ming realm. For now, you stay in your room and suppress it first, I'll go get the gong method for you. Saying that, Si Kongjing stood up and left Su Yushur's room, then he walked out of the Su mansion. Merit techniques were very important to martial artists. The more powerful the technique, the more powerful it would allow the martial artist to exert more power at the same realm. Just like Si Kongjing's Emperor Chopper prison breaking technique, it was a terrifying existence that passed through the heavens and through the earth. Even if one surpassed an entire great realm, one could still have unrivaled battle power. However, there was the same question of whether the technique was suitable or not. It was obvious that Su Yushur did not have the blood of 10,000 beasts, and was definitely not able to cultivate the Emperor Zhendi breaking prison technique, and since she was a woman, it would be best to cultivate a female attribute technique. And at this moment, Si Kongjing already had a plan in his head, and had already made a plan for Su Yushur to cultivate. After leaving the Su mansion, he stepped in the direction of the heavenly martial pavilion. Suddenly, he brushed shoulders with a black-clothed woman on the street not far from the entrance of the Su mansion. With a slight lurch of his feet, Si Kongjing turned back and looked at the slender and cold back of the woman in black and secretly said, peak human realm. He did not bother to pay attention to the woman's looks just now. That glimpse only told him that she was young. It seems that Yunyi City is not that weak. It seems that there can't be a single ounce of slackness towards Yushur's growth. Si Kongjing secretly said, peak human realm and still young. This surprised him. One must know that his father-in-law, Su Zhonglong, could have become a heavenly pride of Yunyi City 10 years ago with the 7th level of the human realm. And Su Sefeng with the human realm could also sit as the head of one of the 4 great families. The sudden appearance of such a young peak of the human realm certainly made Si Kongjing have his guard up. Of course, the woman in black was most likely just passing through. Shaking his head, Si Kongjing no longer thought much about it and took large strides to the heavenly martial pavilion. And unbeknownst to Si Jing, the woman in black also slightly turned her head back when he was far away. Her looks were not bad, but there was a hideous and incomparable scar on her face. It made her look unusually wild. Fully dressed in black, she also carried a cold and gloomy aura, as if she carried a sense of being unapproachable. What a terrifying battle intent, what a terrifying killing intent, this man should have killed many people. Although the black-clothed woman's voice was melodious, it had a sense of oppression that came from the dark hall, giving people a depressing feeling. Why do you have this feeling when you are clearly only at the 9th level of the Ming realm? He came out from the Su family still has this kind of guest? Just after the words were said, the woman in black had stopped in front of the Su mansion's gate, her gaze staring, before the corner of her mouth gently picked up. Su Zhenglong, are you dead yet? As she said that, the scars on her face became more and more hideous. Suddenly, she disappeared in place. When she reappeared, she was already outside the courtyard of Su Yushi's family, and no one noticed her appearance. She flashed in like a ghost, first landing outside Su Yushi's room. Her eyes looked in through the window, right in front of Su Yushi, who was in the middle of cultivation with her eyes tightly closed. After a long time, the woman in black raised her hand and gently stroked her hideous scar, the corner of her mouth tugging lightly. Sister, you are so beautiful. After saying that, she turned around and left. She came to the door of the hall again, when a figure hurriedly ran out, and it was none other than Mei Xiaofang. She rolled and crawled, shouting, Dr. Sun, my master is vomiting blood again. The woman in black gazed at the fading back, her lips slightly trembling as she said, Mother, you've lost weight. After saying that, she flashed into the hall and flashed into Su Zhenglong's room, and to her eyes was a pool of blood on the floor, as well as Su Zhenglong, who was pale and breathing weakly on the bed. The black-clothed woman's teeth clenched heavily as she took a step over and stared at Su Zhenglong with a deadly stare. So, you're still alive? The woman in black had intense hatred in her eyes, slowly sitting on the edge of the bed, a mocking smile gradually appearing on her face. But you seem to be not far away from death, that's good. Saying this, her face twisted together with extreme madness. Su Zhenglong, do you know how I came over these 10 years? You don't know, all you know is to spoil your little daughter. Even after being injured so badly, you still went to find the antidote to the crimson spider poison for her. Do you know how jealous I am? Why is it that you can be so cruel to me and so spoiled for your sister? Her voice squeezed out from between her teeth. The woman in black was none other than Su Yuxian, who had been taken away by your son for 10 years. In her opinion, the recovery of Su Yuxian's appearance was naturally due to Su Zhenglong risking his life to fetch the antidote. She knew very well how difficult it was to get the antidote to the crimson spider poison, but Su Zhenglong still got it with a seriously injured body. Not knowing how long he had been sitting there, Su Yuxian stood up and mocked, It's just that, you're going to die anyway. I was just passing by to see how miserable you are, and now I see it. After saying that, Su Yuxian turned around. In the next instant, the unconscious Su Zhenglong behind him let out a wow sound and spat out another mouthful of blood out. Instantly, Su Yuxian's shoulders shook. Fiercely turning back, while then taking out an elixir from her belt, she stared at Su Zhenglong and said, I don't want to let you die too painfully. After saying that, the elixir popped into Su Zhenglong's mouth. In the next instant, Su Yuxian disappeared. Chapter 51, Xian Ice Jade Maiden Skill. After a while, Mei Xiaofang hurriedly came with Dr. Sun again. Then, after taking his pulse, Dr. Sun froze straight away. First Lady Su, what kind of elixir have you given to Grandmaster Su? Grandmaster Su's life is not in danger for the time being, and there is a medicinal energy in his body that is suppressing his injuries. Mei Xiaofang was stunned at her words, unable to believe. But suddenly, as if her heart felt something. She smelled a strange odor inside the room, and as if it was her intuition as a mother, she suddenly swooped to the window, and in that glimpse, as if she saw a shadow in the corner of the courtyard. She rushed to the shadow and tearfully exclaimed, Yuxian, are you back? Is it you? Hiding in the corner, Su Yuxian's heart trembled, and she finally closed her eyes and clenched her fists as she left. Inside the courtyard, only Mei Xiaofang's frantic calls remained. At the same time, inside Yunyi City's heavenly martial pavilion, Dear Zhao stared at Si Jing with an excited expression, and handed out 3 sheets of green jade-colored paper, saying, Sir Si Kong, these are the 3 sheets of green jade paper you asked for. May I ask if you want to burn another martial skill? Nowadays, Si Jing was an honored guest to Dear Zhao, a mysterious and powerful existence. When Si Jing came to the heavenly martial pavilion and proposed that he wanted to buy 3 sheets of green jade paper, Dear Zhao did not hesitate to take them out, and they were of the best quality. And of course no money. And in Dear Zhao's thought, Si Jing definitely wanted to burn martial arts. Yes, but one is to burn a technique, and the other two are martial arts. Si Kongjing did not hide it. One gongfa and two martial skills were all prepared for Su Yushi. Si Kongjing of course did not come to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion to purchase a gongfa martial skill. The things here were all too weak for him to look at all. The things that were to be given to Su Yushi were of course the best. Even if it was burned, he didn't want to use the highest lapis lazuli slabs, but the higher grade lapis lazuli paper. Dear Zhao was excited and asked again, I wonder if I can watch from the side? Being able to witness a transcendent expert burn martial arts kung fu was something countless martial artists could only dream of. Feel free, Si Kongjing said indifferently. Immediately, his eyes fell on the first piece of green jade paper, his eyes condensed on a point. The kung fu to be burned shook in his mind, and he immediately did it. The kung fu was precisely the Xian Ice Jade Maiden skill. This is only a Xian Pin lower grade technique, don't look at it as a low grade, in the Great Shan territory is unimaginable to many people. As far as women were concerned, this was the best basic gongfu. However, it did not come from the Great Shan dynasty, but rather from the Xianin kingdom and the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms. It was said that it was obtained by a certain royal court expert of the Xianin kingdom in the hands of a woman in distress 100 years ago. This woman, in turn, was a disciple of a certain ancient sect, and the Xian Ice Jade Maiden skill was precisely the introductory technique of this sect. It was also obtained by Si Kongjing when he was leveling the rebellion of the Seven Kingdoms. Because of the powerful attributes of the technique, he remembered it and prepared to give it to the ninth princess Yen Ruyu, so that the girls in the palace who had not practiced it could cultivate it, but unfortunately, before he could take it out, he was falsely accused and exiled. Fingertips condensed on the green jade paper, swish swish swish. A stroke fell, and the green jade paper bloomed with an intense light, and a single font floated out and was hidden within the green jade paper. In just less than half a quarter of an hour, the Xian Ice Jade Maiden skill was completed. Gently holding the green jade paper in his hands, Si Kongjing muttered another sigh, it's a pity that I'm not a woman, and I can't carve in the true transcendent martial intent of the Xian Bing Jade Woman technique. Dear Zhao, who was observing from the side, was shaken in spirit and stared at Si Kongjing incredulously. How was it possible that the technique he had carved was actually for a woman to cultivate and was not his own technique? Normally, even a transcendent master who wanted to carve a merit law that was not his own cultivation would have a much harder time, let alone carving a woman's merit law with a man's body. This was unheard of for Dear Zhao. Scary, too scary. Si Kongjing was definitely not just an ordinary transcendent, it was most likely above the transcendent three realms. While Dear Zhao was secretly shocked, Si Kongjing gently put down the green jade paper of the Xian Ice Jade Maiden technique, and took out a second piece of green jade paper and burned it again. Soon, the two pieces of green jade paper were also completed, and they were respectively a body technique that the woman cultivated, cloud dance light spirit steps. There was also a sword skill, the floating moon sword technique. The two martial arts were also of the lower Xian grade. It wasn't that Si Kongjing didn't want to burn higher grade martial arts, but the power of the ninth level of the Ming realm didn't allow it at the moment. After it was done, Si Kongjing bid farewell to Dear Zhao. Seeing him leave, Dear Zhao sighed repeatedly, if only I could take a look at the feats and martial arts inside the green jade paper. Si Kongjing, just what kind of existence is he, and what secret mission did he come to Yunyi City for? Just now, Si Kongjing's burn was too easy, that fingering technique made him unable to see anything but flowing clouds and water. And whether it was the previous 3 green jade slabs or the current 3 green jade papers, the success rate was 100%. Such a character, whoever dared to say that he was an ordinary criminal, Dear Zhao would be in a hurry with anyone. Just as Si Kongjing returned to the Su mansion with the green jade paper, the Su family's birthday banquet was about to come to an end. As everyone was leaving, suddenly a house servant excitedly reported, Old Master, Luo Shui Yuxing came to celebrate his birthday. Su Xiafeng froze, what Luo Shui Jade Bank? It's the Luo Shui Jade Row in Yunzhou City, and the one who came is still the eldest miss of Luo Shui Jade Row, Luo Ning. The house servant hurriedly returned. Spirit trembling, Su Xiafeng remembered. Luo Shui Jade Bank was a medium merchant bank in Yunzhou City, but for the tiny Yunyi City it was a big merchant bank, and the entire Yunzhou had their business, hurriedly getting up to greet them. When Su Xiafeng accompanied Luo Ning into the hall, the entire crowd who were ready to leave marveled again. Although Su Xiafeng died a grandson, but blessings and misfortunes come together, and I don't know how the Luo Shui Jade Bank came to be here. This old thing has kept quiet, but he even hooked up with a major power in Yunzhou City. Listening to the dark whispers of the crowd, Su Xiafeng was all smiles and complacent. He also didn't know why Luo Shui Yuxing would come to celebrate his birthday. Who cares, anyway, this was a heavenly good for the Su family. Elder Master Su, I'm late. It's a shame that I couldn't make it to the birthday banquet. Luo Ning chatted with Su Xiefeng for a bit of a scene, then signaled to the maid next to her, who quickly handed out a piece of paper. This is my small birthday gift, please don't mind. Luo Ning said with a smile and handed the paper to Su Xiefeng. Su Xiefeng took it suspiciously, and when he saw the contents inside, his whole body shook wildly. What Miss Luo means is to let our Su family become your partner in the area of Yunyi City? Responsible for protecting your safety, and also giving us 30% of Luo Shui Jade Company's profits in Yunyi City? That's something. A 30% profit would at least double the Su family's income. Yes, I wonder what old Master Su thinks. Luo Ning had a light smile on her face. Su Xiefeng, which brought hesitation. Even if they are the four great families, they still need money. This is where the fundamentals of development lie. Suddenly, Luo Ning's gaze turned and looked around again and asked, by the way, old Master Su, where is your granddaughter-in-law? She was indeed late, but there was no way around it. She had just heard that Su Xiefeng had organized a banquet before she hurriedly came. Luo Ning certainly wasn't specifically here to celebrate her birthday, but had something she wanted to find Sikong Jing to help her with. Chapter 52, Time to Wait for Me. Granddaughter-in-law? Which granddaughter-in-law? Su Xiefeng asked back. Blinking, Luo Ning asked back, does old Master Su have many granddaughters-in-law? I'm talking about the one who was given in marriage by the Lord of Yunzhou. So it was that damned criminal. And in fact, Su Xiefeng only had that one granddaughter-in-law. Thinking about Su Shan's death, he was enraged and said viciously, eldest Miss Luo, did that criminal offend you? No problem, I'll bring people to settle the score with him now. He's already rolled back home. A criminal and ugly bastard has no qualifications to attend my birthday banquet. The moment these words came out, Luo Ning's face directly solidified. She was from Yunzhou City, and she wasn't clear about the Su family's situation. It was mostly hearsay. And it was only at this moment that Luo Ning felt that she seemed to have gotten something wrong, and couldn't help but try to ask, I heard that for the Su family to be able to have the position of one of the four great families today, it was your eldest son, Su Zhanglong, who fought his way down, and he wasn't qualified for it either? After saying that, Luo Ning then stared at Su Xiefeng dead in the face. Of course he's not qualified, that sick bastard is just occupying a little bit of small merits to be cross with me, I hate to sober up the gateway. Su Xiefeng was indignant, and didn't realize that Luo Ning's face was getting uglier and uglier. At this time, Su Zhengtao was also adding fuel to the fire, cursing Su Zhenglong's family, Sikong Jing, and Su Yueshi all sorts of times. Especially when he mentioned Su Shan's matter, his anger was so great that he couldn't stop spraying furiously. After spraying for a long time before finally calming down, Su Xiefeng said, Big Miss Luo, now we'll go find that criminal. Tearing. Before the words were finished, Luo Ning suddenly snatched the paper contract that had just been handed out from Su Xiefeng's hand, and then under the two people's dumbfounded eyes, she tore the paper contract, ruthlessly, into pieces. As a matter of fact, your Su family is not qualified to cooperate with my Luo Shui Yuxing either. After Luo Ning finished speaking, she turned around with her people and left. In the blink of an eye, Luo Ning disappeared in front of the father and son, who looked at each other in disbelief. What is this Luo Ning up to? Playing with us? Su Zhengtao was confused and his mind was foggy. At this time, Su Yun ran out, revitalized. I know, it must be that criminal who has offended Luo Shui Jade House. The last time they had a jade hairpin, it was that criminal who borrowed General Chioye's power to snatch it back from Miss Luo. That's why Big Miss Luo was very angry, and even our Su family was angered. Su Yun's words caused Su Xiefeng's anger to be overwhelming. Other than that, they really couldn't think of a reason for Luo Ning to personally come and play with the Su family. But shameful laughter resounded continuously from the surroundings. Su Xiefeng really had bad luck in his 8 lifetimes to have such a criminal grandson-in-law. Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao's father and son's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bastard thing, it's that criminal again. Su Zhengtao cursed angrily. Right at this moment, a domestic servant hurriedly ran over and whispered something in his ear. Su Zhengtao's expression was instantly gloomy, then he and Su Xiefeng sent all the guests out the door before whispering, Father, Su Zhanglong is about to die, Dr. Sun has been in and out several times. Our people learned from Dr. Sun's medicine boy that Su Zhanglong can't carry on. After knowing that Sikong Jing still had the treasure in his hands, Su Zhengtao had sent people to keep an eye on it, and now the results were out. With a slight mental shock, a cold light flashed in Su Xiefeng's eyes. No, it's not the time to act, that criminal most likely has an undercard in his hands. Su Xiefeng had previously said that he would find an opportunity to force Sikong Jing to hand over the treasure that he had gotten from the fierce beast horse pirates. The opportunity was exactly that, the time when Su Zhenglong was unconscious and unable to resist, and Sikong Jing couldn't produce his bottom card. Su Zhengtao sniffed the corner of his mouth. That criminal just went out the door. Spirit shaken again, Su Xiefeng old fist clenched up tightly, caroled and drank low. Good, time is not waiting for me, now we will go and take Su Yushur and Su Zhanglong as hostages, forcing the criminal to hand over the treasure. After saying that, the father and son did not hesitate to kill towards the courtyard where Su Yuxian was. Yuxian ah. Mei Xiaofang was still crying and wailing inside the courtyard, calling out loudly. Suddenly, she heard footsteps outside the courtyard and snapped her head up in surprise. Yuxian, are you back? But her surprise instantly froze. The one who came was certainly not Su Yuxian, it was actually Su Xiefeng father and son. Mei Xiaofeng's face changed dramatically, stepped back and said, Su Xiefeng, what are you guys doing here? Her heart was pounding, definitely the visitors were not good, she knew that Su Shan's death could never be so easily fooled. Su Zhengtao stepped out in large strides, come on people, take it down. The Su family experts behind him burst out, directly detaining Mei Xiaofeng. While Mei Xiaofeng was yelling, Su Yueshi, who was still cultivating in her room, opened her eyes and rushed out the door. Mother! But in the next moment, Su Yushur was also taken down, and in the twinkling of an eye, she and Mei Xiaofeng were tied to a pillar. Staring at Su Xiefeng, Su Yushur excitedly asked back, Grandpa, didn't you say that as long as I participate in the selection for the Cloud State Grand Competition, you will no longer care about us? Why are you still doing this to us? She really couldn't figure out how her grandfather had gone back on his word again. Don't worry, I won't kill you guys, of course I still have to participate in the grand competition, now it's a different matter. Su Xiefeng had a sardonic smile on his face, then he stepped into Su Zhenglong's room without further explanation. Seeing this scene, Mei Xiaofeng yelled again, Old, you are not allowed to touch Yushur her father. But of course, Su Xiefeng ignored it and went straight in. And when he and Su Zhengtao re-emerged, they were already carrying the still unconscious Su Zhenglong in their hands, and amidst the grief and indignation of the mother and daughter, Su Zhenglong was casually thrown onto the cold ground by them. What the hell are you guys doing? You sure his father will not be able to stand it? Mei Xiaofeng was about to break down, tears filling her eyes. Daddy, Daddy, Su Yushur screamed in a gust. In the next instant, a straight figure flashed into the courtyard. It was none other than Sikong Jing, who had returned from the heavenly martial pavilion. He heard the screams of mother and daughter Su Yushur from afar. Upon seeing the appearance of the three people in the courtyard, Sikong Jing's entire body exploded with blood furiously. Su Xiefeng, I can fulfill you if you want to die. At this time, Sikong Jing was equally confused as to what Su Xiefeng suddenly wanted to do again, but couldn't care less. Su Yushur was still tied up. But right at this moment, Su Zhengtao fiercely pressed a large knife on Su Yushur's neck and coldly said, Criminals, you'd better not move. In an instant, Sikong Jing stopped, his fists clenched. Jing don't be in a hurry, Grandpa won't harm you. Moreover, Yushur is so beautiful now, how could I bear to do it, Grandpa, and still let her go to honor her ancestors? Speaking here, the corner of Su Xiefeng's mouth pulled out a hint of a smile, purposely putting on a benevolent look, then said, Grandpa did this because he had no choice, who told you to be too impulsive in your personality? Sikong Jing frowned slightly, indeed he couldn't feel any killing intent from Su Xiefeng, and coldly asked back, let go if you have a fart. The corner of his mouth picked again, Su Xiefeng revealed a picture of an old fox and said, Mad sword hunching and thorny rock 3 swords, these 2 pieces of lapis lazuli slabs you got from the hands of the mighty beast horse thieves, right? Sikong Jing was stunned, what was this old thing thinking? These 2 lapis lazuli slabs were burnt by himself, what the hell does it have to do with the fierce beast horse thieves? Chapter 53 The bottom card is myself. Su Xiefeng saw Sikong Jing's dazed look and thought he had guessed correctly. If Grandpa I'm not wrong, you still have treasures in your hands, right? And when you got these treasures, you hid them from General Qiuyi, right? Grandpa, I just thought if this matter lets General Qiuyi know, it will definitely be very troublesome, why don't you let me keep it for you first, so that Qiuyi can't find the evidence even if he looks for it. After saying that, Su Xiefeng stared at Sikong Jing with a smug look on his face, a look of I've eaten through you. Using Qiuyi to threaten, just ask you if you are afraid. As for Sikong Jing, after hearing this, he also realized that this old thing tying up Yushur and his in-laws was thinking that he still had a treasure in his hand and wanted to take it for himself. Looking at Sikong Jing's gloomy face, Su Xiefeng became more and more pleased, feeling that his guess was too accurate. Narrowing his eyes, Su Xiefeng continued to threaten, I know that you still have the undercard to fight me to the death, don't make it out, otherwise I can't guarantee the safety of my good granddaughter. With cold eyes, Si Kongjing also seemed to obediently put away his killing intent, his expression gradually calming down. He had faced countless battles of all sizes, and from time to time, he had to negotiate with the enemy country's experts and ministers. Today's situation was just a small matter to him. As long as Su Yushur was not in danger, Si Kongjing would be able to do so with ease. Thus, he asked rhetorically, "How did you know that I still have the undercurrent to fight for my life?" Without waiting for Su Xiefeng to open his mouth, Su Jingtao next to him smugly said, "Do you really think we are stupid? You dare to kill Little Mountain Society without any cards against us? Oomph, we were just putting up with you first before. Now hand over your base cards and all your treasures, or don't blame me for being merciless with my sword." Su Jingtao's anger was monstrous and his hatred was boundless. And at this time Mei Xiaofeng and Su Yueshi, who were tied to the pillar, also understood, and similarly felt that Su Xiefeng's father and son were right. Si Kongjing had said that no one would die when he was in the birthday banquet hall, so he must have the bottom card. What can be done about this? If they handed over the bottom card, maybe Su Xiefeng father and son would still flip out, and then there would be no power to threaten them. Hand it over, I promise not to kill you guys, and guarantee that you sure will be in the ring 7 days later. Su Xiefeng's gaze was awe-inspiring. Si Kongjing stared straight at the two of them and slowly took out 3 pieces of green jade paper that had just been burned and completed from his arms. Instantly, Su Xiefeng's eyes went straight. He roared in exasperation, "Good wow, you guys still say you want to reconcile with me, but you only gave me 2 inferior green jade slabs." Su Xiefeng's heart was both excited and upset. When Si Kongjing gave his birthday gift, he only sent the green jade stone slabs, the better 3 green jade papers just didn't come out. It was simply outrageous. Luckily, he was so wise and clever that he guessed everything correctly. At this time, Si Kongjing did not answer, but held the green jade paper and stepped forward. However, Su Jingtao's great sword pressed towards Su Yueshio at this time, and once again he droned, "Criminals, stand there and don't move, put the green jade paper on the ground, and then take out the bottom card." They didn't dare to let Si Kongjing get close, they had to clear his bottom card to do so. Si Kongjing stopped in his tracks and placed the green jade paper on the ground as he was told, and then he remained standing still. "Quickly, put the bottom card down. No, take off all your clothes." Su Jingtao shouted harshly, his face fierce. He couldn't trust Si Kongjing's, he had to strip naked to ensure that on his body, there wouldn't be anything that threatened him. Just at this time, Si Kongjing's gaze suddenly turned to Su Zhenglong, who had fallen to the ground, his complexion slightly shifted, and then he snapped his head up again, and said in a single word, "My bottom card is myself." As soon as the words fell, his figure flashed out strangely. Slap. He, surprisingly, slapped Su Zhengtao's face. Although Su Zhengtao took Su Yuexi as a hostage, but in the eyes of Si Kongjing is a lot of broken, he has also saved the hostage, then this is 100 times more difficult, 1,000 times. After drawing it out, Si Kongjing then ripped the ropes off Su Yushur's body with one hand and embraced her into his arms. All the actions were done in a flash of lightning. At this moment, Su Xiefeng's eyes widened as he furiously said, "Criminals, don't you want your mother-in-law's life?" Su Xiefeng was very shocked, he did not expect Si Kongjing to be able to save people. Fortunately, he had already defended himself, he still had hostages in his hands, and he was even a human realm expert. This criminal, even if he was even more heaven-defying, he would not be able to cross 2 great realms to save someone. Just when Su Xiefeng was furiously about to slash at Mei Xiaomei, Si Kongjing's voice sounded again, "Lord Father-in-law, you can move now." Buzz. Su Zhenglong violently opened his eyes, a violent true qi exploded on him, and a foot flew across Su Xiefeng's body. Caught off guard, Su Xiefeng flew out with a wow sound. In the next instant, Su Zhenglong also flew to untie Mei Xiaofeng's rope and embraced her into his arms, his face colored with anger. "Father, you seem to be treating me like a dead man once again?" Old master," Mei Xiaofeng stared at Su Zhenglong incredulously. "Father!" Su Yushur was also surprised and excited. The opposite side of Su Xiefeng was directly confused. Su Zhengtao was also confused. What is the situation? Didn't they say Su Zhenglong was dying? How come it felt even more dragon-like and vigorous than before, 100 times more energetic? Su Zhenglong, aren't you dying? Mother, are you deliberately letting Dr. Sun's medicine boy talk nonsense? You're playing with me? Su Xiefeng's chest was about to explode with anger. The main reason for this operation was that there was no Su Zhenglong as a big threat. However, Su Zhenglong frowned, not knowing what nonsense Su Xiefeng was talking about. He only said, "Thanks to your blessing, I don't know why I came back to life, perhaps it was my mother's spirit in heaven that blessed me. Now, you all get out of here. The voice rose up to the sky, extremely powerful, and the true chi was more solid and terrifying than any time before. As if between them, Su Zhanglong returned to his once heavenly pride. Su Xiefeng gritted his teeth, and his eyes subconsciously moved to the 3 pieces of green jade paper on the ground. But his feet appeared, and Sikong Jing picked the green jade paper back up in front of him. Su Xiefeng, want to try to spar with us? Sikong Jing shook the green jade paper in his hand and asked with a smile. With his heart in a chamber, Su Xiefeng didn't dare to put up a fight. He hadn't seen Sikong Jing's bottom card yet. Adding to that, he was not at all sure about the sudden return of Su Zhanglong like a flashback. In the end, Su Xiefeng could only hatefully threaten, fine, you guys are ruthless. Before Su Yushur participates in the Yunyi city selection, if I don't get a piece of green jade paper, I will definitely tell Qiu Yi about your hiding the Mighty Beast Horse Thieves group's treasure. Zheng Tao, let's go. Just like this, Su Xiefeng came in a great deal of anger and rolled away in ashes. While he did not want to find Qiu Yi to report to Qiu Yi for the time being, for the green jade paper in Sikong Jing's hands he was determined to get it, and would never give it up until he had no choice. Inside the courtyard, peace was restored again. At this time, Su Yushur broke away from Sikong Jing's embrace and pounced over to Su Zhanglong. Father, are you alright? Chapter 54 Reasons to Stay in the Su Mansion. To this question, Sikong Jing was also very puzzled. Before, Su Zhanglong's condition should have been very poor. Nowadays, although he was still far from recovering, his condition was several times that of when he first met him. Just now when he realized that he was suddenly awake, Sikong Jing was also very surprised. It seems like it's gotten a lot better. I don't know why it's like this. Su Zhanglong couldn't figure it out either. He had thought that he really couldn't wake up this time. Suddenly, Mei Xiaofeng's trembling voice rang out. It's Yu Xian, she's back, she gave you an elixir. Buzz. Su Zhanglong's body seemed to be struck by lightning, incredulously looking towards Mei Xiaofeng, his hands excitedly gripping her shoulders. Yu Xian came back, you saw her, she gave me medicine. She doesn't hate me anymore? Directly incoherent, Su Zhanglong didn't even know what he was saying. However, Mei Xiaofeng cried back, I didn't see it, but my intuition tells me that Yu Xian has returned. A single sentence that caused Sikong Jing and the equally excited Su Yueshi to look at each other in disbelief. Surprisingly, it was only intuition. Su Zhanglong's whole body stiffened, his face instantly darkened again, as if he had lost his soul again between them. How could intuition be that accurate? You guys don't disbelieve. If it wasn't for Yu Xian coming back, how could you have woken up? With Mei Xiaofeng's words, Su Zhanglong's whole body shook again. And at this time, Sikong Jing also flew up to take his pulse, followed by a flash of light in his eyes. Father-in-law, you must have taken some kind of elixir, and there is still the scent of the drug remaining in your body. Su Zhanglong's mouth was wide open, his face constantly changing. Could it really be that Yu Xian had returned? Other than her, who else would give himself medicine? If it's really Yu Xian, then she must still hate me, otherwise why wouldn't she see us? Su Zhanglong muttered. Mei Xiaofeng couldn't stop crying out again and scolded, it's all your fault. She doesn't even recognize me as her mother. At the same time, Su Yushur also carried a gloomy look, perhaps her sister also held a grudge against herself. Seeing this, Sikong Jing gently said, don't think too much for now, what should be seen will definitely be seen. Lord father-in-law, nowadays this Su mansion we'd better not stay. Su Xiefeng and the others always coming to make trouble is not a thing. The incident just now had taught Sikong Jing a lesson that he could not protect by Yushur's side at all times. In case something happened, it would be too late to repent. However, this proposal of his caused Mei Xiaofeng to explode on the spot. No, we must stay here. Sikong Jing froze in disbelief. He had actually wondered why he didn't move out since the Su family had treated them so badly. Especially after withholding the example money, why didn't they leave? At this time, Su Yushur's ghostly voice rang out. Because sister. If we leave, what if sister comes back and can't find us? Maybe she will go looking for us, but maybe not? This is the reason why father and mother have been unwilling to leave the Su mansion. Sikong Jing fell silent when he heard this. This reason made it impossible for him to refute, much less say the words to move out again. Perhaps it wasn't hard to find after moving out, but his parents they were afraid that Su Yuexian would just come back for a look, afraid that Su Yuexian, who hated them, wouldn't look so hard. Stay, only for that hint of perhaps untouchable waiting. Right at this moment, Su Zhanglong finally turned back out of his emotions and said in a deep voice, Jing, the biggest problem today is that you're hiding the Mighty Beast Horse Thieves group's treasure. As the words fell, Mei Xiaofeng also winced fiercely and stared at Sikong Jing. Yes, this is troublesome. Si Kongjing stared up at his eyes. Even they thought that he got his things from the fierce beast horse thieves? Brother Jing, Grandpa is going to force you to hand over the green jade paper or else he will report to General Chiuyi. What can we do? A worried look surfaced on Su Yushi's face again. The 2 green jade slabs, previously given as birthday gifts, were seen by many people, and could not be concealed even if they wanted to. Why don't we delay it until the day before Yushir attends the selection? At that time, you will find the worst green jade paper to deal with Su Shuefeng, and suppress him first. Mei Xiaofeng made a suggestion. Looking at the worried trio, Si Kongjing smiled back. Don't worry, you guys, this is not from the mighty beast horse thieves. The 3 froze at the same time, and Mei Xiaofeng subconsciously asked, then where did you get these treasures from? Si Kongjing took a deep breath and returned with a serious expression. As a matter of fact, whether it's the lapis lazuli tablet or the lapis paper, I burned them myself, and it has nothing to do with anyone. As soon as the words fell, Su Zhenglong and the 3 of them all froze. The reason why I allowed Yushir to participate in the selection 7 days later is because I can burn out the most suitable techniques in martial arts for Yushir to cultivate, which are these 3 pieces of green jade paper. Saying this, Si Kongjing shook the green jade paper in his hand again. However, the courtyard was still quiet. Mei Xiaofeng suddenly rubbed her aching head. Although my martial arts are sparse, I also come from a martial arts family. It's not that I have no insight. The paper in Si Kongjing's hand stopped, his mouth opened wide. I've said it so seriously, and you still don't believe me? Jing it's better to be down to earth as a human being. Su Zhenglong said in a serious tone, even if you are a genius, and you can cross the ranks to decapitate the Dark Realm's Su Shan, but saying such unrealistic words will be laughed at, and that's not desirable. The corners of his mouth continued to twitch, and Si Kongjing was messed up in place. At this moment, Su Zhenglong walked over and patted his shoulder. We're not blaming you, we all know that you're a good kid, and we also know that you're looking for excuses to avoid being sued, but that's something no one really believes. After saying that, Su Zhenglong pulled up Mei Xiaofeng and said, let's go in first and let Yushir and Jing have a good talk. After all, Si Kongjing was the one who wanted to save face, and it must not be easy in his heart to be exposed as a lie like this, so they didn't continue to be present. Eyeing Su Zhenglong's back that was filled with elders' concern, Si Kongjing was really so helpless. I'm telling the whole truth. Si Kongjing subconsciously looked at Su Yushir next to him, who blinked hard and said heavily, I believe you. Once these words came out, Si Kongjing laughed. Obviously, Su Yushir's eyes were still permeated with an inexplicable dissimulation, but that look of trying to make up her mind to believe in herself was truly adorable, which made Si Kongjing unable to resist embracing it into his arms. It's okay, it's normal for them to have this suspicion. Now let's go back to the room, you can officially cultivate right away. Taking Su Yushir's hand, the 2 of them re-entered the room. Then, Si Kongjing handed over the green jade paper with the Xian Ice Jade Maiden skill inscribed on it, allowing Su Yushir to start comprehending and cultivating while he instructed from the side. Inside the hall, Mei Xiaofeng asked, Master, Si Kongjing is quite good, but why does he always like to brag? He doesn't think about the fact that an inferior lapis lazuli plate can be burned by a normal person? Even if he got lucky and burned it, he doesn't think about the fact that it still contains transcendent martial intent. This is simply bragging. Chapter 55 Luo Ning has an invitation. Su Zhenglong rubbed his somewhat sore head inside. This should be a habit from childhood, a kind of heart problem. As elders, we should try harder to help him and set a correct life orientation for him. For this reason, Mei Xiaofeng was also determined to make sure that Si Kongjing would stop talking out of turn. Jing surely comes from a famous family. This exile has dealt him a very big blow, and will also always feel that our place is too small, and wish to have face and be praised by us like before. Take your time, I believe he will get better and better. Along with Su Zhenglong's words, Mei Xiaofeng also felt that she had gone too far before and shouldn't have revealed it too harshly on the spot. Then what next? How are we going to deal with Su Xiafeng's rebuke? Mei Xiaofeng asked again. A strange light flashed in Su Zhenglong's eyes, and he said in a chilling voice, now that I have recovered a lot with the help of Yuasian, I don't have much of a problem, at least for the time being, and I already have the qualifications to negotiate. At the mention of Su Yuasian, Mei Xiaofeng's face darkened again and she nodded heavily. At night, the family of 4 went to the table for dinner. Jing eat quickly, only when you eat can you make progress. Just after getting on the table, Mei Xiaofeng immediately pinched food for Si Kongjing and said with a big smile, our family will have to rely on you in the future. Si Kongjing was terrified plus confused, what's the situation? Before he could figure it out, Su Zhenglong chucked another chopstick of meat over and smiled, your martial talent is very good, it's okay if you didn't work hard in the past, but it's good that you can know shame now. What shame have I learned? I worked hard in the past as well. However, in Su Jinglong's opinion, Si Kongjing was able to defeat Su Shan, and that was a superbly gifted being. Even if he had gotten the treasure, it wasn't that simple to cross the ranks and win. Such talents still stayed at the Ming realm. That must be because he was too stubborn in the past. Now that he was struck by exile, he realized the importance of cultivation. Right, maybe you'll soon become the new Cloud Wild City Heaven's Pride. Your father-in-law and I are both very optimistic about you. Mei Xiaofang came over with another chopsticks, trying to get rid of her former stench of hard mouth. Si Kongjing stared at his eyes and said with a straight face, I know, I will work hard, thank you father-in-law and mother-in-law. Although he couldn't figure out the situation, Si Kongjing felt unspeakable warmth. The feeling of being cared for was really good. The corner of his eyes were wet as he was a 7-foot man. Su Yushi, on the other hand, smiled sweetly from the side. Although the days were still bitter, she was happy. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the knock on the door gently sounded, and a woman's voice came from outside. Excuse me, is Master Su Zhanglong Suin? At once, Su Zhanglong was alert in his eyes. Nowadays, within this Su family in Yunyi City, they were almost isolated. Who else would come looking now? Mei Xiaofang, on the other hand, trotted to the door and did not open it, asking, Who are you? I'm from Yunzhou City's Luoshui Jade House, ordered by eldest Miss Luoning. I have something to find Master Su. The female voice outside returned. Upon hearing this, Mei Xiaofang told her to wait a moment and ran back to the hall to explain. When Su Zhanglong heard that it was Luoshui Jade Rou, his brows furrowed. He had heard of Luoshui Jade Rou, but he hadn't crossed paths with them in any way. And it was also the Luoshui Jade Rou's eldest lady, which was even stranger. Suddenly, Si Kongjing got up and said, Lord father-in-law, Luoshui Yuxing is here to find me. Whom? Su Zhanglong froze. Mei Xiaofang couldn't help but say in a bad mood, Nonsense, how could Luoshui Yuxing be looking for you? You're not from Yunzhou City. Si Kongjing returned, Luoning should be here to thank me. I'll go out and take a look. Seeing that he actually did go out, Mei Xiaofang instantly had a bit of a chamber in her heart. Master, look at this brat starting again, and thanking him? What is the status of Miss Luoning? What's the point of thanking him? Patience, we have to be patient with Ah Jing. Su Zhanglong was also quite speechless and could only persuade. Saying that, they also rushed out of the hall. They heard the female voice outside say, Mr. Sikong, our big Miss Luo has specially come to thank you this time, and there is something else she would like to ask for your help. As the voice fell, Mr. and Mrs. Su Zhanglong looked at each other in disbelief. I don't know if Mr. Sikong can move, but big Miss Luo is waiting for you at Drunken Immortal Tower. The one outside was none other than Luoning's maid. She asked softly. Si Kongjing frowned slightly. He and Luoning were just casual acquaintances. The deal was already done. However, when he thought about the matter of forcing his way out of the city, it was also because of Luoning that he had the later deal with Zhou Yi. It was considered a personal favor owed. And Luoning may be able to get what he wants next. Good, you wait a moment. After saying that, Si Kongjing then turned back to look at Mr. and Mrs. Su Zhanglong, explaining, Father-in-law, Luoning is the one who purchased the Feisher jade hairpin. I'll go and come back. The two opened their mouths and subconsciously nodded. Only after Si Kongjing left did Mei Xiaofang ask, Didn't I ask for the Feisher jade hairpin back? Why are you thanking him? Su Zhanglong was confused. How could he know? Mother, I've told you 800 times, the Feisher jade hairpin wasn't returned for nothing by Brother Jing. The money from robbing the Hangyu pawnshop was all used to buy back the jade hairpin. Su Yushi couldn't help but rise up in a petulant voice, puffing up. Even so, but there was no need for people Luoning to thank him. Drunken Immortal Tower. Si Kongjing looked towards Luoning, who was sitting in the elegant room with a serene and dusty appearance, so he also sat down and asked, Miss Luo, I don't know what I'm looking for? He, opening the door. Before the Feisher jade hairpin was a deal, now in his eyes, Luoning is still just a traitor. Luoning raised her eyebrows lightly, and whispered back, Shouldn't Mr. Sikong be first thanking me for helping you smooth out the matter of forcing your way out of the city? As she said that, her beautiful eyes narrowed into a line. The last time she was at the post station was a hurried goodbye, but now it was the first time she observed Si Kongjing with her eyes, and in her heart, she secretly compared the male children and geniuses she had seen, but none of them could be compared to each other. Not Si Kongjing body has more noble temperament, but a kind of aura that she cannot say unknown. As if he was sitting there, he was as tall and heavy as a mountain. Si Kongjing's spine was straight, and he returned, It's just a matter of each taking what they need, and you're also going to set up the Lei Wen Merchant Company, and of course, this does save me a lot of trouble, or thank you, Miss Luo. Such light words made Luoning's eyebrows raise again. However, she gently poured another cup of wine before saying, "Since Mr. Seekong is quick to speak, then I won't hide it either." Lei Frost died, and although there was the kidnapping by the fierce beast horse thieves as an excuse, the Lei Win Merchant Guild still suspected it. "They want to meet the person who saved me, which is you." Seekong Jing gazed at Luo Ning. He had killed Lei Frost to avoid the trouble of being retaliated against, and now she was inviting trouble for himself. "These past few days, we have been in constant negotiations with the Lei Win Merchant Company. We finally settled on a hunting bed at the Cloud Entry Mountain outside of Yunyi City, and the target is precisely the demonic beast Qianyu Leopard in the Cloud Entry Mountain." A brilliant light appeared in his eyes. An adult Qianyu Leopard was a peak Dark Realm demonic beast. Seekong Jing knew this very well. At this moment, Luo Ning continued to explain, "According to the meaning of the Thunder Winning Merchant Company, the only way you will be willing to believe that you saved me at the hands of the fierce beast horse thieves is if you defeat them." Chapter 56: Seekong Jing's Conditions. This time, Seekong Jing completely understood. Lei Frost had been killed, and even if Luo Ning had said everything, the Lei Win Merchant Bank still didn't believe it, or even if they did believe it, they still had to find an excuse to give Luo Shui Yuxing a hard shock and retaliation. That was why Luo Ning approached herself, hoping that she could fight for Luo Shui Yuxing. Thinking of this, Seekong Jing then asked, "What if I refuse?" After saying that, Seekong Jing stared coldly at Luo Ning, fearing that she would push herself out to fight against the Thunder Winning Merchant Bank. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Lei Win Commercial Bank, but he had a family now and hated trouble. If Luo Ning really pushed herself out, Seekong Jing wouldn't mind taking Luo Ning down now and then negotiating with Lei Win Commercial Bank as well. The hidden killing chance that permeated through Seekong Jing's body caused the elegant room of Drunken Immortal Tower to instantly freeze. Luo Ning's heart was also instantly flustered, but immediately squared her face and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Seekong, if you refuse, our Luo Shui Jade firm will also fight on our own, and we will never drag you down." Upon hearing these words, Seekong Jing withdrew his killing intent and picked up the wine poured by the maid and slowly said, "I have conditions." At these words, Luo Ning secretly exhaled, "Please speak." "I want a Yuan Dan." After saying this, Seekong Jing once again looked at Luo Ning. The latter subconsciously stared up and couldn't help but say, "A Yuan Dan of the upper Xian grade?" Seekong Jing nodded heavily. In the Great Shang Dynasty, pills and weapons were similarly divided into the 4 grades of Heaven, Earth, Xian and Yellow, and the Yuan Dan was precisely the top grade of the Xian grade, which was extremely hard to come by within the boundaries of Yunzhou, and was expensive. "Upper Xian pin grade? Why don't you go grab it?" Luo Ning's maid couldn't help but scream out. Where was the good attitude she just had? Seekong Jing ignored the maid and spoke again, "I have a second condition." This sentence almost made the maid storm out. The Xian grade upper grade pill was already an inch too far for him. Luo Ning huffed and asked with an ugly face, "What else?" "After winning the bet, I want you to give me people. Around 200 Dark Realm 3rd grade, I'm going to hunt down another demonic beast. It should be in the depths of the Entry Cloud Mountain." As soon as the words fell, the entire elegant room was silent. In vain, the maid called out again, "I say, criminal, don't ask for a lion's share." A Dark Realm 5th weight Sushan could be considered a small heavenly pride of Yunyi City. Luo Shui Jade Bank could only be considered a medium merchant bank within Yunzhou. It was not for lack of having to come up with 200 Dark Realm 3rd weights, but they were afraid of losing them for nothing. That was in the depths of the Cloud Entry Mountain. It wasn't something you could just go in if you wanted to. "Xiao Wan, shut up." Luo Ning reacted, chiding the maid before looking at Seekong Jing. "Mr. Seekong, your conditions are a bit too big, I need to think about it." Seekong Jing nodded his head and smothered the wine in his hand in one gulp before saying, "Farewell." After saying that, he got up without any nonsense. When he walked to the door, Luo Ning couldn't help but stand up again and called out to Seekong Jing and asked, "Mr. Seekong, I wonder how much certainty you have about this betting match of ours?" Seekong Jing didn't look back, the corner of his mouth gently tugged and said, 100%. The dry jade leopard, it really wasn't a difficult task for him. Moreover, Seekong Jing was now the lord of all beasts, and although he hadn't tried it yet, he was definitely absolutely suppressed against demonic beasts. When he brought it up, he was certain that Luo Ning would agree. From Lei Frost's attitude towards Luo Ning, it could be seen that the Lei Winning merchant firm was overbearing in their dealings, and this time, they would definitely make Luo Shui Jade firm hemorrhage money, and there was even the possibility of destroying Luo Shui Jade firm. The only way for Luo Shui Yuxing to continue to arm wrestle with Lei Win Commercial Bank was to win the betting match. As expected, Luo Ning's face was frantically shifting before she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, I promise you." Seekong Jing turned back and asked, "Departure time?" "Early tomorrow morning," Luo Ning said. Alright, but I can't leave the city with my criminal body, you take care of this. Sikong Jing spoke lightly, before bidding farewell to Luo Ning and leaving the drunken immortal mansion. The Shen Grade Upper Grade Yuan Jindan was of course prepared for Su Yushi. Still, even if he could make Su Yushi a sure winner in the selection 7 days later, he didn't want his wife to suffer half a bit of harm. Yuan Jindan could enhance Su Yushi's battle power, to the point that she could reach the 4th or 5th level of the Dark Realm at least. As for the second condition, hunting down the demonic beast that entered the depths of Cloud Mountain, this was what Sikong Jing wanted to prepare for his father-in-law. The inner den of that demonic beast could suppress that rampant earth realm true chi in Su Zhenlong's body. These days he wasn't just smothering his head in cultivation, he had also been trying to think of a solution to Su Zhenlong's injuries, and the matter of that demonic beast deep inside the Cloudless Mountain was something that he had learned about from Dr. Sun. Both of his conditions were for the sake of the family. With Sikong Jing's departure, the voice of the maid Xiao Huan came from within the elegant room of the drunken immortal tower. Eldest miss, this criminal is too unblushing, why did you agree to him? Xiao Huan was exasperated, she had wanted to put all the blame on Sikong Jing for what happened to Lei Frost before. Because we can't afford to lose. Luo Ning returned with a shaky expression. Leaving the drunken immortal mansion, Sikong Jing did not return to the Su mansion at the first opportunity, but instead made another trip to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, with the purpose of getting Dear Zhao to send someone to protect Su Yushi's family during the time that he was away from Yunyi City. The reward is a piece of jade paper that has a Xian grade lower level martial arts skill engraved on it. Dear Zhao did not hesitate and agreed directly. Returning home to the Su mansion, Su Yushi's trio rushed to ask about Luo Yushuixing's request for help, and Sikong Jing laughed, "It's Luo Shui Yuxing who wants me to go out of the city to take part in a betting match to round up the Qianyu leopard of the entering Cloud Mountain." As soon as these words came out, Mei Xiaofang's eyes widened. "You're crazy, the Qianyu leopard is a peak dark realm demonic beast." Su Zhenglong also looked serious and stared straight at Sikong Jing. The Qianyu leopard was very famous in Yunzhou, not to mention that it was only at the peak of the dark realm, but its speed could tear down ordinary human realm demonic beasts. Sikong Jing froze, and after hesitating, he said, "I'm just going to go and join in the fun. The Luoshui Jade Bank side doesn't have quite enough manpower, and they'll give me a decent payout afterward, so I'll be able to get home and earn money at the same time, which is pretty good." He knew that if he told the truth, his father-in-law and mother-in-law and Su Yushi would definitely be worried, so he could only casually pull off a well-intentioned lie. In response, Mei Xiaofang came to the realization that she was here to pull heads. "In that case, Luo Ning invited quite a few people in the drunken immortal mansion, right? Not inviting you alone?" Sikong Jing twitched the corners of his mouth. It was true that one lie needed more lies to make up for it, so he could only nod helplessly in response. Letting out a long breath, Mei Xiaofang said, "Then you have to be careful, don't let Yushi be widowed." Such words made Su Zhenlong and Su Yueshi instantly speechless. Can't mother say something nice? Late at night, Sikong Jing brought Su Yushi in his room and stayed awake all night. Because this time he was leaving for at least a few days, he not only had to explain the gongfu to Su Yushi, but also taught the cloud dance light spirit steps and the floating moonsword technique, together in detail. On this night, the wind exploded in Su Yushi's room, and the sword roared. "Brother Jing, you must return safely." In the early morning, when Su Yushi saw off Sikong Jing, her little face still carried reluctance and worry. Chapter 57, Going out of the city again, unable to convince the public. Sikong Jing embraced her into his arms, kissed her forehead and said, "A dainty wife waits at home, how could I not come back?" Seeing her husband out and away, Su Yushi touched the wetness on her forehead, her heart filled with sweetness. At the city gates, Sikong Jing re-met Luo Ning. Beside her were two fierce generals in military attire and body, and both of them were peak dark realm existences for some reason. "Regarding you leaving the city, I have already obtained General Chioye's permission. But he said that he must routinely send 2 generals to watch over you, namely these 2 in front of me." Luo Ning pointed at the 2 generals and made an introduction. Sikong Jing was fine with this, and after nodding his head to the 2, they left the city together. The Cloud Mountain was not too far from Yang City, and Sikong Jing and Luo Ning arrived at noon that day. And there was a small town underneath the Entry Cloud Mountain, called Entry Cloud Town. This was the landing point for martial artists and caravans to enter the Inner Cloud Mountain for adventures, or to collect medicines and so on. Because there was a jade vein within the Cloud Mountain, Luo Shui Jade Company also had a not-so-small compound in the Cloud Town. Just after stepping into the compound, a murderous aura came over him. A small bearded man in his early to mid-30s greeted him and said, "Cousin, you're back." As soon as the words left his mouth, the man shifted his gaze to Sikong Jing's body and asked in a low voice, "Cousin, the expert that you ran to Yunyi City and even went so far as to exchange 30% of Yunyi City's profits for, is he the one?" After the small bearded man finished speaking, his face suddenly released a thick wave of hostility. The 30% profit was originally going to be given to the Su family, and this matter had also received a nod from the Luo Shui Jade Rose senior management, but Su Xiafeng's attitude toward Sikong Jing's family had immediately caused Luo Ning to change her plans. Now it had been changed to agreeing to Sikong Jing's two conditions, but this matter, at the moment, the people of Luo Shui Jade Bank did not know. Luo Ning didn't explain and said, "Cousin Xiao Wu, his name is Sikong Jing, it is him." Before the words fell, the small bearded man pointed at Sikong Jing and shouted in a low voice, "Kid, my cousin said that this betting fight will be dominated by you except for her. I want to know now, what qualifications do you have?" The voice carried a gust of fury, his eyes were wide, and the real energy in his body flowed out, the very existence of the 7th level of the Dark Realm. On the way here, Sikong Jing had already learned the rules of the betting match from Luo Ning's mouth. It was that each of the two major merchant houses would send out 100 experts under the age of 30 and below the human realm to fight. Whoever killed the Qian Yu leopard first would be the winner. The small bearded man in front of him was Luo Ning's cousin, the very strongest person from the Luo Shui Jade firm to participate in the betting fight this time. Of course he was unconvinced. Luo Ning herself was at the 6th level of the Dark Realm, but she was the eldest lady of Luo Shui Jade Ro, and what made this one called Sikong Jing able to overpower him? Even, he was able to receive such attention from Luo Ning's cousin? Staring at her cousin Xiao Wu, Luo Ning frowned but did not say anything. Instead, he slightly looked toward Sikong Jing. At least he had to show strength to convince his cousin and the others, right? This was very important for the betting fight. Of course, Sikong Jing also knew this, but shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then it's fine for you to be the main focus, I don't care." When these words came out, both Xiao Wu and Luo Ning froze. What did it mean? Just at this time, behind Xiao Wu walked out the second man, coldly smiled and said, "Count on you to be sensible, otherwise our big brother Xiao." Before the words fell, Sikong Jing interrupted, "When we enter the Qian Yu leopard's territory, I will act alone, I don't need to command anyone." He explained in a small way, the dry jade leopard was nothing to him, too many people were in the way instead. Since he wanted to obtain the Yuanjin Dan, of course he wanted to accomplish it quickly to avoid the Luo Shui Jade Bank's defeat at the hands of the thunder-winning merchant bank. Of course, the phrase "getting in the way" wasn't said so as not to blow people away. But even so, Xiao Wu exploded and asked with a scowl on his face, "Are you saying that we will be a burden to you?" Sikong Jing frowned before shrugging back, "I didn't say that, you said it yourself." After saying that, Sikong Jing looked at Luo Ning again and casually asked, "Can we leave now?" The corner of Luo Ning's mouth gently twitched. This Sikong Jing was still the same as when he was at the stagecoach station, speaking and doing things in such a direct and overbearing manner. Could it be that he had no scruples towards the Qianyu Panther? Or was his own character just like that? However, once she thought of Sikong Jing's terrifying battle power, Luo Ning still took a deep breath and replied, "When the thunder-winning merchant company arrives at Into the Clouds town, then we can set off." Then I'll find a place to cultivate first, call me when the Lei Win merchant company arrives." After Sikong Jing finished speaking, he went straight into the Luo Shui Jade Bank's separate courtyard and casually found a corner to cultivate. He didn't pay much attention to the betting fight, but the demonic beast that entered the depths of Cloud Mountain next was not that easy. Sikong Jing had to try to raise his realm to the Dark Realm before chasing down that demonic beast. "Big brother Xiao, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to beat him." The man who had opened his mouth earlier couldn't help but roar lowly. This Sikong Jing was too crazy. Xiao Wu also had a cold light in his eyes at this moment, staring at Sikong Jing in the corner with his fists clenched. However, Luo Ning's voice rang out, "Shut up all of you, you can't beat him." The scene of Sikong Jing slaughtering the mighty beast horse thieves group was still vivid in Luo Ning's mind even after the past few days. Saying that, Luo Ning stared at Xiao Wu again and warned heavily, "Cousin, don't make unnecessary arguments with Mr. Sikong, whether we can win this time or not must depend on him." After saying that, Luo Ning then also turned around and entered the other room. Xiao Wu's heart was hard to the core, looking at Sikong Jing again, his fists clenched to the point of clacking. Looking up to him, on what grounds? But Xiao Wu, no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to disobey Luo Ning for the time being. Although he was Luo Ning's cousin, he was only the head of the guards in Luo Shui Yuxing, his status was not high. He could only hold his breath and prepare to wait until he entered the Cloud Entry Mountain. An hour later, the Lei Win Merchant Company arrived. Luo Ning led the people out of the private courtyard, and the one who came face to face was none other than the Lei Win Merchant Company's team of 100 people, with a young man at the head of the team. At this time, when Luo Ning saw Si Kongjing getting up and walking, she introduced him in a small, alert voice. This is Lei Frost's older brother, Lei Dong, and although his force is not ranked in Yunzhou City, he is still in existence at the 8th level of the Dark Realm. Si Kongjing sized up Lei Dong. His face full of meanness was almost carved from the same mold as Lei Frost. Retracting his gaze, Si Kongjing said, "You are wrong, he is already at the peak of the Dark Realm. Martial artists generally hide their aura, but it is very difficult for a weak person to hide in front of a strong person, and conversely for a weak person to try to see through a strong person's realm, it is also a nearly impossible thing to do." But Si Kongjing was an exception. He was a heavy cultivator and could see through what realm Lei Dong was at a glance. His 9th level of the Bright Realm, on the other hand, was very difficult to be seen through as long as he did not explode his true chi in the situation. Peak Dark Realm? Luo Ning was stunned. Next to him, Xiao Wu then snorted coldly and said in a gloomy tone, "If you don't know, don't pretend here. I only fought with Lei Dong 2 days ago during the negotiation, and he's the 8th level of the Dark Realm." At this, Luo Ning also nodded her head. Si Kongjing must have been mistaken. Chapter 58, 9th level of the Ming Realm, such a weakling. At the same time, the 100 experts from Luo Shui Yuxing looked at Si Kongjing with gusts of contempt and ridicule. "Trying to pat our Miss Luo's ass, now you've patted the horse's leg, right? He, someone thinks he's very powerful, he hasn't even seen through someone else's realm yet, he's still pretending to be powerful. I don't think he can even compare to me, a tiny Dark Realm 1st level, right?" The bursts of shameful laughter made Luo Ning's face look a little ugly. How come they were infighting before they even started? This was not a good sign. In her heart, she also secretly wondered if she was wrong to find Si Kongjing. "Ha, my beautiful Miss Luo Ning, long time waiting." Right at this moment, Lei Dong's maniacal laughter came from the opposite side. "You guys are bound to lose. I have specially taken a Yuan Jindan for this bet, and now I am already at the peak of the Dark Realm." After saying that, his entire body's aura exploded as the power of the peak of the Dark Realm rolled and pressed over. And at this instant, Luo Ning's gaze froze, and the guards' laughter of shame came to an abrupt end, each of them dumbstruck. They looked incredulously at Si Kongjing, and were surprised that he was right. Lei Dong had really been at the peak of the Dark Realm. Si Kongjing's eyes were cold as he spoke indifferently. "Luo Ning, your Luo Shui Jade Rose strength is at least one step behind the other party. Don't do unnecessary losses after entering the Cloud Entry Mountain, and try not to start a conflict with the other party. There is also too much talk and too much noise. It is also easy to cause demonic beasts to mob." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Wu and the others' faces were on fire, both uncomfortable and frantic. Si Kongjing seemed like he was doing them a favor, but inside his words were all smacks in the face. He was completely looking down on them. At this time, Lei Dong had already led his men to kill in front of Luo Ning and Si Kongjing. He pointed his long sword. "Luo Ning, that person who saved you but did not save my sister Lei Frost, has he come yet?" The voice resounded around. Lei Dong was sinister and venomous. The Lei Wen merchant house was skeptical about the truth of Lei Frost's death, but even if what Luo Ning said was all true, why did that rescuer only save Luo Ning and not Lei Frost? This made the top and bottom of the Lei Weiwei Merchant Guild extremely angry. Luo Ning took a deep breath and stared at Lei Dong. "Here, it's this one next to me." Instantly, the people of the Lei Wen merchant firm looked at Si Kongjing angrily, and a terrifying aura, led by Lei Dong, pressed over. Thud. Lei Dong took a heavy step and viciously questioned, "Kid, why didn't you save my sister at that time?" "Why did I save your sister?" Si Kongjing tilted his head and asked in return. One sentence completely ignited Lei Dong. His entire body's true chi exploded again, killing Si Kongjing in front of him at once. "Because that is my sister, the eldest miss of the Lei Wen merchant firm. If you don't save her, you are working against us." Killing intent unabashedly penetrated his body, overbearing and incomparable. Luo Ning's face suddenly changed, and she immediately drank. "Cousin, prepare to protect Mr. Sikong." However, when her voice fell, there was silence behind her. Turning back to take a look, Luo Ning was almost furious. Xiao Wu and the others had retreated a dozen steps back at some point, completely leaving Si Kongjing alone in front of Lei Dong. Luo Ning called out in disbelief, "Cousin, what are you guys doing?" "Cousin, since this Mr. Sikong is so powerful, he will definitely be fine," Xiao Wu said slowly. He couldn't wait for Si Kongjing to be hacked to death by Lei Dong's sword right now. Si Kongjing, on the other hand, returned a cold smile and did not bother to reply. Suddenly, Lei Dong took another cold step back and looked at Luo Ning. "Don't worry, since I have already set up a betting match, I won't make a move right now, but I have to check his strength. It has to be below the human realm." This was the rule of the betting fight. Speaking of this, an ancient mirror appeared in Lei Dong's hand and shone it at Si Kongjing. This thing was a realm identification mirror, which was generally used for the detection of various grand competitions. However, it was ineffective for high-level martial artists, but as long as they were not above the human realm, their realm would have nothing to hide. At once, the aura of Sikong Jing's body was emitted under the light of the appraisal mirror. Everyone, including Xiao Wu, stared straight at Sikong Jing, wanting to see how strong this expert that made Luo Ning pay attention was. 9th level of the bright mirror? In the next instant, everyone was stunned and cried out incredulously. Whether it was Xiao Wu or Lei Dong on the opposite side, or even the two generals watching Sikong Jing from afar were all dumbfounded. It wasn't because Sikong Jing was too strong, but too weak. Ha 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 ha. After a long time, Lei Dong couldn't help but burst out laughing maniacally as he blurted out, "Luo Ning, are you being funny? 9th level of the Ming realm, you're saying that he's the one who saved you before Chioya's arrival and killed quite a few of the mighty beast horse pirates? In fact, he slaughtered the entire horse thief group." This was what Luo Ning added in her heart, as well as the hearts of the two generals who were monitoring Sikong Jing. However, the corner of Luo Ning's mouth pulled gently as she returned, "Yes, it's Mr. Sikong." She wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, but the truth was the truth. Sikong Jing was just so terrifying. Drawing the corners of his mouth, Lei Donghan gazed at Sikong Jing with a smile. "Luo Ning, I kind of believe your words. It is indeed hard to save my sister being so weak. He was dragging you along and hiding at that time, right?" Being able to save Luo Ning, Lei Dong believed it. But Sikong Jing killed many people from the mighty beast horse pirates. He didn't believe half a word of it anymore. No matter what the situation was at that time, he deserves to die for not saving my sister but saving you first. Saying this, Lei Dong then turned to Sikong Jing and said grimly, "Kid, I will chop your head off within the inner cloud mountain and take it back to worship my sister." Sikong Jing, on the other hand, did not utter a single word. He did not want to waste his breath on a little person like Lei Dong. At this time, Lei Dong turned around and greeted the crowd as they left the town of Entering Clouds. To him, it no longer mattered how his sister Lei Frost died. All but Luo Ning would die in today's betting match, while Luo Ning would be tied back to the Lei winning merchant firm and become a bargaining chip to exterminate the Luo Shui Jade firm. After Lei Dong left with his men, Luo Ning also took a deep breath and prepared to call for his men to depart. But right at this moment, Xiao Wu said, "Cousin, is it really appropriate to waste a betting quota for a certain weakling? Going out to battle was 100 people, and Sikong Jing had taken up one slot, so it was indeed a waste." And with these words, all of Luo Shui Jade Rose people laughed and squinted at Sikong Jing. This kid was too capable of pretending. He had just seen through Lei Dong's realm and thought that he was really powerful, but surprisingly, he was only at the 9th level of the Ming realm. There wasn't a single person present in the Luo Shui Jade Row who was below the Dark Realm. To be able to see through Lei Dong's realm, it must have been the two Cloud Wild City generals over there who told him. However, Luo Ning's face sank as she coldly said, "Cousin, don't underestimate anyone, remember my admonition." After saying that, Luo Ning gently ambled towards Sikong Jing and said, "Mr. Sikong, these people of mine are rough men, please don't bother with them, I will still have to look up to you when the time comes." Xiao Wu's words were too hard to hear. Luo Ning was truly afraid that Sikong Jing would get angry and leave. However, Sikong Jing said expressionlessly, "As long as you don't mess up for me when the time comes, let's set off." Xiao Wu and the others were likewise dispensable little people in his eyes, so how would a dragon make a verbal argument with an ant? Moreover, Sikong Jing was used to seeing the truth on the battlefield. If the enemy taunts, cut them down. If your own people are not convinced, then let them kneel down and worship, but if they dare to mess up and make things bad, then the same. Direct beheading is done. Chapter 59, Entering the Cloud Mountain, as the King's Beast descends. Luo Ning let out a long breath and hurriedly accompanied with a smile, "Duke Sikong has a huge amount of sea, my daughter admires it." After saying that, Luo Ning coldly swept towards Xiao Wu and the others and droned, "Depart." She took the lead and walked out side by side with Sikong Jing, and behind her was Xiao Wu's gloomy and incomparable gaze. What the hell was cousin Luo Ning up to? It was obvious that Sikong Jing was only at the 9th level of the Ming realm. Why did she still say that she had to rely on him? At this time, Luo Ning's voice rang out from the front, "Mr. Sikong, when did you reach the 9th level of the Bright Realm?" Eyes brightening, the first time he saw Sikong Jing was at the 6th level of the Ming realm. He easily defeated himself then. And then he had also seen him break through to the 7th level of the Ming realm with his own eyes, and with 2 punches, he had blown away the 3rd level of the Dark Realm's Mighty Beast leader and slaughtered the entire Mighty Beast Horse Thief regiment, and now that he had reached the 9th level of the Ming realm, he must be even more formidable. It was also Sikong Jing who was in such a realm that Luo Ning no longer regretted inviting him to come, and was even more fearless in berating Xiao Wu. Reached it 2 days ago. Sikong Jing casually replied. Luoning lightly laughed. Mr. Sikong is so powerful, reaching the 9th level of the Ming realm in just a few days. My daughter is even more impressed. Xiao Wu and the others following behind him almost stumbled and fell to the ground. What exactly is so powerful about the 9th level of the Bright Realm? Why don't we know? At the same time, the two surveillance generals behind them also looked at each other in dismay. One of them asked, Old Zhang, isn't General Qiuyi making a big deal out of it? The 9th level of the Bright Realm is just the 9th level of the Bright Realm, and there is still a need to send two of us, the peak of the Dark Realm, to spy on it? It's Miss Luo Ning who said that he slaughtered the entire Mighty Beast Horse Thief Regiment, and General Qiuyi also said that he's at least at the 7th or 8th level of the Dark Realm. Old Zhang naively opened his mouth, his face full of confusion. According to Qiuyi's judgment, a character who could slaughter the entire Fierce Beast Horse Thief Regiment was at least in existence of the 7th or 8th level of the Dark Realm. Qiuyi, again, had not personally tested Sikong Jing's realm. The first general who asked the question huffed and stared at Luoning's back and said, a woman's mouth, believe the hell out of her. The two men clearly knew that the credit for the Mighty Beast Horse Thieves was given to Qiuyi by Luoning. At that time, it was a made-up situation, and I'm afraid that this criminal slaughtering the Fierce Beast Horse Thieves Regiment was also something Luoning said blindly. Forget it, since we're already out of the city there's no need for us to go back, keep an eye on it. Saying this, the two of them swaggered to follow. Soon the Luo Shuiyu Xing crowd also walked out of the Cloud Entry town and arrived at the foot of the Cloud Entry mountain. And at this time, Lei Dong and the others were already waiting here. Of course, there were also a few senior figures from the Luoshui Jade firm and the Lei Winning Merchant firm, all of whom were human realm experts, and the betting fight was to be completed under their watchful eyes to ensure that no unstable figures would be mixed in. For the sake of this betting fight, the two major merchant houses had also temporarily sealed off the entry Cloud Mountain, preventing others from entering and exiting. And they, of course, had discovered the presence of the two generals. The two generals didn't explain about spying on Sikong Jing. They just casually said that they had official business to attend to when they arrived at the entry Cloud Mountain. In response, the two major merchant houses did not dare to stop them. Time's up, the betting fight begins. With a command from the senior figures of the two major merchant houses, the two teams stepped into the Cloud Entry Mountain. Of course, they didn't enter from the same mountain path, but were separated by 10 kilometers, so as to avoid the two teams clashing right from the start, with the target being only the Qian Jade Leopard. On the side of Luoshui Jade Row, the moment Sikong Jing stepped into the entry Cloud Mountain, he directly stiffened on the spot, his entire body froze. His eyes carried an inexplicable strange movement. Sir Sikong, what's wrong with you? It wasn't until Luo Ning turned back and asked suspiciously that Sikong Jing came back to his senses. Nothing, it just feels like this is where I should exist. Sikong Jing's eyes were deep and his voice was slightly hoarse. At this moment, it was as if he could clearly hear all sorts of beasts chirping around him, filled with a sense of intimacy. He was, as if he had truly returned home. The true chi in his body was also unconsciously running with added bands, and he felt that his breathing was actually proceeding at the same rhythm as the clouds rolling in and out of the entry Cloud Mountain, and his entire being fell into a marvelous feeling. Luo Ning couldn't figure out the meaning of Sikong Jing's words. And at this time, the sound of a shameful laugh resounded again. Cousin, maybe the person has never entered this kind of demonic beast mountain before, and his legs are weak from fear. The one who spoke was still Xiao Wu. Luo Ning sniffed and looked up fiercely, then stretched out his hand. Snapped. With a heavy slap, he smacked Xiao Wu's face. In the latter's moment of confusion, Luo Ning's eyes coldly said, Cousin, I've warned you many times. And yet you have offended Prince Sikong over and over again, so the next time, you'll get the hell out of the Luoshui Jade Row. After saying that, ignoring Xiao Wu Di, he looked at Sikong Jing and apologized again. But today's Sikong Jing obviously didn't bother to pay attention to this, but continued to feel the surrounding aura. A few breaths later, he advanced without a word. He won't be angry, right? Seeing this, Luo Ning somewhat panicked and chased after him. Behind him, Xiao Wu covered his fiery face, his whole body trembling with anger. I must kill this weakling. Time passed little by little, and as he went deeper and deeper into the mountains, that marvelous feeling of Sikong Jing became deeper and deeper. It was as if every step he took brought with it a marvelous rhythm. Without realizing it, it was already nightfall. Inside the pitch-black Cloud Entry Mountain, demonic beasts hissed incessantly, as if they wanted to devour all unfamiliar life. Mr. Sikong, the night's entry Cloud Mountain is very dangerous, are we stopping for a while? Luo Ning asked after him. But Sikong Jing didn't answer, he had already fallen into the same rhythm as the entry Cloud Mountain and continued to step forward. In response, Luo Ning frowned. She couldn't figure out what Sikong Jing was doing, but could only follow. Behind them, although Xiao Wu and the others were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say much with the warning of the slap they had just received. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, it was late at night again, and the coldness around the crowd increased. Luo Ning was a bit scared. However, Sikong Jing in front of her was still striding forward. What the hell is he doing? The doubt in Luo Ning's eyes grew even more. And at this time, neither Luo Ning nor Xiao Wu and the others behind her realized that the surroundings were too quiet. After coming in for so long, there wasn't even a single approaching demonic beast. What's more, they didn't realize that some of the small demonic beasts around them were lying on their backs shivering and worshipping in Sikong Jing's direction. Roar! Suddenly, a demonic beast's roar exploded in the surroundings. Luo Ning subconsciously looked up and her face suddenly changed drastically. Qianyu leopard. They had unexpectedly arrived at the Qianyu leopard's territory without realizing it. According to the original plan, they should have started rounding up the Qianxia leopard only at noon tomorrow, because that was the time when the Qianyu leopard finished eating its food and took a good nap. Whereas in the late night, it was the time when the Qianyu leopard was the most ferocious and the most difficult to deal with. Even in existence at the first or second level of the human realm wouldn't dare to face the Qianyu leopard with its terrifying speed in the darkness of the late night. Cold hairs exploded all over the crowd's bodies as they raised their weapons on guard. At this time, Luo Ning held her sword and said, "With so many of us, the Qianyu leopard won't necessarily dare to attack, it will definitely go around." If the Qianyu leopard attacked now, they were afraid that they would be killed or injured. One could only secretly pray that the Qianyu leopard would never come over. Roar! But just as her words fell, another roar came out, and then a leopard with jasper-colored spots scurried out from the jungle and appeared in front of the crowd, sinister and terrifying. Chapter 60. Tearing a leopard with both hands. Who's the leopard? With her mouth wide open, Luo Ning instantly panicked. It was obvious that the Qianyu leopard didn't go around, it was rushing towards them. She hurriedly said, "Cousin, quickly form a formation and prepare to meet the battle." However, it was quiet behind her again, and she subconsciously turned back. She saw that Xiao Wu and the others had actually backed up a long way as they had previously done in the other courtyard. And Xiao Wu was still calling out nervously, "Cousin, come here quickly. What are you guys doing? Going to let Mr. Sikong face the Qianyu leopard alone?" Luo Ning shouted with glaring eyes. Even if she knew that Sikong Jing was powerful, she didn't think that facing the Qianyu leopard one-on-one would have a chance of winning. At this moment, Sikong Jing was still standing at the front of them. "Cousin, it wasn't me who said this, it was Mr. Sikong himself. Have you forgotten that he said that he was going to act alone after entering the Qianyu leopard territory, and was afraid that we would become a burden to him?" Xiao Wu's expression was exaggerated, and behind him, the crowd of Luo Shui Jade Row also nodded their heads heavily, a picture of this being the case. And of course Luo Ning remembered, this was indeed what Sikong Jing had said. "Not good, the Qianyu leopard is going to attack, we absolutely cannot disturb Mr. Sikong." Suddenly, Xiao Wu's face suddenly changed drastically. Rushing forward he forcefully pulled Luo Ning back, then he made another beckon. Nearly 100 Luo Shui Jade Row's experts actually surrounded Luo Ning. While Luo Ning was shocked and furious, Xiao Wu said loudly, "Mr. Sikong, the Qianyu leopard is in your hands, make sure you win." As the words fell, Xiao Wu's eyes were grim to the extreme. "I'll ing let you go wild, let you be self-righteous, let you kiss my cousin's ass. Let you cause me to suffer my cousin's slap for nothing. I'm going to watch you get swallowed into your stomach by the Qianyu leopard now, and I'm also going to let Luo Ning see with her own eyes that you're just a weak chicken." Xiao Wu thought about it for a long time along the way, and still couldn't understand why Luo Ning would pay so much attention to a tiny ninth level of the Ming realm, perhaps because she was favorably impressed by being saved by him once. Anyway, this time he was dead. Regarding Sikong Jing being able to save Luo Ning at the hands of the mighty beast horse thieves, after seeing Sikong Jing's realm, Xiao Wu was also of the same mind as Lei Dong, when it was this kid who pulled Luo Ning into hiding or something like that. "You guys, assholes." Luo Ning was about to go crazy with anger, but Xiao Wu and the others wouldn't let her go over, so she could only watch as the Qianyu leopard approached Sikong Jing. And right at this moment, Sikong Jing, who hadn't said anything along the way, suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth to ask, "You want to eat me?" This sentence, of course, was said to Qianyu Panther. "Oh." Qianyu leopard let out a whimpering sound, as if responding to something. And the corner of Sikong Jing's mouth flicked. "You still want to drink my blood? You also don't think about whether you can digest it or not." Although he did not understand the beast language, he was able to understand the Qianyu leopard's meaning in this instant, an ability he did not have before. Sikong Jing knew that it was precisely because he had become the lord of all beasts. Small demons and beasts could only pay obeisance to themselves, but the Qianyu leopard, as an existence one great realm higher than himself, carried a strong ambition and desire, and it had already sensed the unearthliness in its own blood. It was simply impossible for it to go around, it was rushing towards itself. As for itself, it was like the cub of a ferocious divine beast, a low-grade demonic beast would never let go of it as long as it had the chance. But I can understand you, rich and powerful, after all, you can evolve by drinking my blood. Come on then. In the dark night, Sikong Jing's voice was especially clear and bright. However, it left the nervous Luoning in a daze. How could he still have the heart to communicate with the Qianyu panther and speak as if it was true? Roar! Right at this moment, the Qianyu leopard moved, like a black shadow lightning pouncing towards Sikong Jing. The terrifying speed caused Luoning and the others to stare in disbelief, they couldn't see it. Cousin, we must go, many people will die if we stay here. Xiao Wu was frightened, the Qianyu leopard was even more terrifying than they had imagined, even he didn't dare to watch Sikong Jing's misery anymore. However, in the very next second, all of them froze. Only to see that Sikong Jing also moved, his body still permeated with the aura of the 9th level of the bright mirror, and his speed wasn't much faster, but it was that instant that he avoided the attack of the Qianyu leopard. The dry jade leopard was born to pounce, unable to stop its speed as it killed Luoning and the others. In an instant, it scared everyone to the point where they sat down on the ground. But the Qin jade leopard didn't care about them at all, it only had Sikong Jing, the cub of the Lord of 10,000 Beasts, in its eyes, and only wanted to swallow him for evolution. With a turn back, it displayed its butt and tail in front of Luoning and the others, and whistled as it pounced on Sikong Jing once again. At this moment, there was some gravity in Sikong Jing's eyes, the gap between realms was a bit big. Old Zhang, should we make a move? Two generals hid in a tree, one of them asked. Old Zhang spoke quietly, if it's dead, it's dead. General Chiu, you didn't say that he would save his life, and this criminal is really stupid, facing the Qianyu leopard alone, simply. He suddenly stopped when he said this, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Only to see that Sikong Jing had actually collided with Qianyu Bao, and it wasn't Sikong Jing who was kicked away, but Qianyu Bao. Are you kidding me? The 9th level of the Bright Realm kicking away the peak of the Dark Realm, and it's also the Qianyu leopard that is known for its speed? The first general who spoke up opened his mouth wide in disbelief. In the next instant, there was something that made them even more unbelievable appear, only to see Sikong Jing's body suddenly slump down in an odd and incomparable pose, and the pose looked a bit familiar. How come it looks like he's also like a Qianyu leopard? Old Zhang subconsciously blurted out. At this moment, Sikong Jing, who was in the midst of the fierce battle, spoke, Qianyu leopard, I've already seen how the demonic power in your body operates, and it seems that I can learn it as well, so I'm going to give it a try. As soon as the words fell, Sikong Jing pounced out, as if he had transformed into a second Qianyu leopard. Roar! The roar of the real Qianyu leopard resounded with intense anger as it also lunged forward. The intense battle started, and the next thing that happened was that the entire crowd was shocked and almost dropped their jaws. Only to see under the pale star and moonlight, they seemed to see two Qianyu leopards fighting, one head of peak dark realm demonic power, and the other head is a small bright realm 9th level. However, the 9th level of the Ming realm brings with it a weird and incomparable feeling, and that speed, although slightly slower, is more flowing. Old Zhang, who exactly is the Qianyu leopard? The first general asked. Who? I don't know. Old Zhang exclaimed with a dazed look on his face. At the same time, Luoning also stared, she couldn't see anymore, the speed between the two was too fast. And Xiao Wu and the others were already dumbfounded, they were equally unable to see. But the aura of the 9th level of the Ming realm was real. Who knows, at this time, Sikong Jing was feeling great, the first time he touched the Qianyu leopard, it was as if he had carved the other party's demonic power operation into his brain. Subsequently, the Emperor Chopper prison breaking technique within his body changed. Surprisingly, it could operate according to the other party's way, and it was even stronger and more violent, as if in between he had learned all of the Qianyu leopard's killing techniques, and it seemed to have formed a special martial art. The more he fought, the stronger he became, as if he had become the final evolved version of the Qianyu leopard. Qianyu leopard, although I am only a cub, a tiger cub is likewise a tiger. The blood in my body is not something you can compare to, so you die. Sikong Jing's ghostly cold voice resounded in the dark night, his hands turned into claws and clamped down on the Qianyu panther's claws, tearing them apart heavily. Chapter 61 I'm in the 1st level of the Dark Realm. Roar! A heaven-shattering miserable wail resounded through the mountains and forests in the dark night. The Qianyu leopard was unexpectedly torn in half by Sikong Jing. The beast's blood spilled out, drenching Sikong Jing in blood red. The two halves of the body were still twitching when they hit the ground. 2 breaths later, Sikong Jing's body that resembled a leopard slowly moved upwards, and all of a sudden, it became straight as a blade again. He opened his hand and sucked it, and the inner dan of the Qianyu leopard fell into his hand, putting it in his mouth and gently gnawing on it. This scene made the surrounding people's whole body chilled, as if seeing a real ferocious beast. Sikong Jing was not like a human being at this moment. But he immediately removed the inner dan again. The bloodline is too weak, swallowing it will only affect me itself. Sikong Jing's voice was slightly hoarse. This was the intuition and judgment of being the lord of 10,000 beasts. After saying that, he casually tossed the inner dan to Luo Ning and said, "It's for you, now I need to cultivate, protect me." Sitting on his knees, Sikong Jing immediately entered a state of cultivation. The feeling of a dragon entering the deep sea after stepping into the Cloud Entry Mountain, coupled with the way of utilizing the Qianyu Panther's demonic power, the true qi in Sikong Jing's body continued to grow and was boiling out of control. Soon he would be able to break through and reach the Dark Realm straight away. And at this time, the surrounding was silent as a deathly prison. After several breaths, Xiao Wu's voice trembled. "Cousin, are you sure he's human?" Gulu. Nearly 100 Dark Realm experts from the Luoshui Jade Row collectively swallowed their saliva. They also had the same question. With the 9th level of the Bright Realm, they had torn apart the Peak Dark Realm's Qianyu Panther. Was this something that a human being had done? Holding the Qianyu leopard's inner elixir and looking at the teeth marks on the surface gnawed by Sikong Jing, Luo Ning did not dare to be sure for a while. Even if he was a human, he was still a humanoid monster. Suddenly, Luo Ning squared her face again and said, "Cousin, now do you see? Duke Sikong is not someone you can offend. When he finishes his cultivation, you must apologize for your previous rudeness." Her words were decisive. If she felt that she would die if she offended Sikong Jing when she slaughtered the mighty beast horse thieves, then now that she was looking at Qianyu Panther's miserable condition again, Luo Ning didn't dare to imagine it anymore. As for Xiao Wu and the others, their faces also became unsightly. Sikong Jing's terror was once again like a slap that ruthlessly smacked them in the face. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a creepy sound came from the darkness, instantly causing Luo Ning and Xiao Wu and the others to explode with chills all over their bodies. Could it be that there was a second Qianyu leopard? In the next instant, a swaying silhouette flashed out from the grass, reaching 100 people in the blink of an eye. When Luo Ning saw the person at the head clearly, she exclaimed in a low voice, "Lei Dong." The one who came was of course not Qianyu Pao, but their opponent in the betting match, the 100 experts from the Lei winning merchant firm. "Hee, you guys are so bold that you dare to act in the dead of night?" Lei Dong also looked at Luo Ning and the others unexpectedly. For the sake of this victory and because he was confident enough, Lei Dong likewise acted in the dead of night. They had rushed over after hearing the hissing sound of the Qianyu leopard, but they did not want Luo Ning to be one step ahead of them. Suddenly, Lei Dong's gaze fell on the ground and his eyes snapped when he saw the corpse of the Qianyu leopard that he had not yet had time to clean up. "Impossible!" He subconsciously exclaimed in shock. The Qianyu leopard was unexpectedly dead and had been torn in half. At this time, Luo Ning also came back to her senses and coldly stared at Lei Dong. "Sorry, we have already decapitated the Qian Jade leopard, and this betting match was won by our Luo Shui Jade Row." As she said that, she also shook the inner elixir in her hand with a hint of smugness. She was really shocked just now. She had forgotten that the betting fight was the main event, and everything was just as Sikong Jing had said. He had a 100% chance of winning, and at the moment, he had already won the betting fight for Luo Shui Jade Row. On the contrary, Lei Dong, his face was ugly to the extreme. To have lost so outrageously? However, his gaze snapped up, sensing something. Suddenly taking out his realm appraisal mirror and shining it around, he quickly spotted the 2 generals staying in the trees and coldly said, "Generals of Yunyi City, didn't you say that you were here to conduct official business? Why are you helping the Luo Shui Jade Bank?" Lei Dong simply did not believe that Luo Shui Yuxing was able to decapitate the Qianyu leopard in the night, much less that they did not lose a single person. It must have been, then, these 2 generals hiding in the trees that did it. If he did not have the realm appraisal mirror with him, he would have really been fooled by Luo Shui Yuxing. Then, Lei Dong looked at Luo Ning again and said, "How dare you cheat? Does the Luo Shui Jade Bank really want to start a full-scale war with us?" This bet was to avoid the 2 major merchant houses going to war, but now Luo Ning had angered him. "Let go of your mother's bull." In the next instant, old Zhang landed on the ground and directly cursed. Ah Hu, on the other hand, stood on the tree and coldly said, "We're just going through the routine now, but we didn't put up a fight. The two were very upset. Lei Dong dared to make false accusations for something they had not done. Impossible. If it wasn't you guys, what makes it possible for the Luo Shui Jade Row to decapitate the Qianyu leopard? Lei Dong was not even convinced. Staring at old Zhang and Ahu, he sinisterly said again, "You are nothing more than a small general officer of Yunyi City. Believe it or not, I can use my power to send you to prison." At these words, old Zhang stormed out, "How dare you!" At that instant, the two generals on Lei Dong's side were at swords drawn, causing Luo Ning and the others to be dumbfounded. Suddenly, a deep and vast voice came from the darkness. "Why can't we decapitate the Qianyu leopard?" The voice rang out, causing everyone to stare, and it was none other than Jing. One could only see that he had already finished his cultivation at an unknown time, standing upright before the corpse of the Qianyu leopard, like a god of death in the cold night. Lei Dong looked away angrily. "Ninth level of the Bright Realm, this is no qualification for you to speak." Footsteps sounded as Jing walked over step by step. "You are wrong, I am already at the first level of the Dark Realm." In just a moment, Jing had successfully broken through the bottleneck of the Bright Realm and reached the Dark Realm. The true chi of his entire body had undergone a qualitative change. However, Lei Dong huffed and impatiently said, "The first level of the Dark Realm is also a piece of, get the hell out of my way and wait for me to clean up these two ungrateful generals, then I will come back to get you killed." Lei Dong's entire body and mind were annoyed. He did not want to talk to a weakling like Jing at all. However, in the next instant, Jing disappeared. Snapped in place. A crisp and unmistakable sound came from the dark night, and when Jing landed on the ground, Lei Dong had already flown out and landed heavily. "Now, do I have the qualifications to speak?" Jing asked rhetorically with cold eyes. The scene froze for a split second, and then nearly 100 experts from the Lei-winning merchant firm called out loudly, "Yun Lei." Nearly 100 people surrounded Lei Dong and angrily pointed at Jing. "Little Ming Realm, you're looking for death, you dare to sneak up on Lei Deshao." They couldn't change their minds for the time being and still subconsciously thought that Jing was at the 9th level of the Ming realm. Wait. Just as nearly 100 experts were about to surround Jing, Lei Dong let out a low gulp, only to see him covering his face and crawling up, staring at Jing in a torrent of rage. "Dare to sneak attack me, I'll kill you with my own hands." Jing remained expressionless as he returned, "Against you, there is no need for a sneak attack." His voice was flat, but in the eyes of Lei Dong and the others it was wild to the extreme, making people want to swallow his flesh and drink his blood. However, in the eyes of Luo Ning and the others, what Jing said was the big truth. Chapter 62 Beast Technique, Leopard Strike. Lei Dong's anger intensified as he stepped towards Jing with his handheld longsword. "When my sword decapitates your head, let's see if you still dare to talk big when you go to the King of Hell." In an instant, it was a situation where swords were drawn. "Everyone listen, surround Luo Ning and those two damn generals, kill them if they dare to disturb me." As he advanced, Lei Dong sent another order to the crowd of experts from the Lei Win merchant firm. "Wait." At this exact moment, Luo Ning opened her mouth and called out. Lei Dong stopped his steps and asked back with cold eyes, "Luo Ning, do you want to beg for mercy?" "Humph, this Bright Realm brat must die. The Qianyu leopard is also ours. Even if you have two more Peak Dark Realm members, it is useless." The two Peak Dark Realm, of course, referred to old Zhang and Ahu. This time, the people they had brought from the thunder-winning merchant firm were very strong, and they were absolutely crushing against the Luo Shui Jade firm. As for the two tiny Yunyi City general officers, the gongfu they practiced was definitely the weakest yellow product, whereas he, Lei Dong, as the youngest master of the Lei Win merchant firm, practiced the middle Xian product gongfu. At the same realm, he had absolutely no problem fighting 2-on-1. Not to mention that Luo Shui Yuxing had now beheaded the Qianyu leopard first. Even if they hadn't, Lei Dong wasn't prepared to let anyone else other than Luo Ning go back alive in this betting match. Killing this brat who did not save his sister Lei Frost, then slaughtering the entire Luo Shui Jade Row, and then robbing the Qianyu leopard. This was Lei Dong's current thoughts. Over here, Luo Ning took a deep breath and squared her face. "Lei Dong, I don't want to go into a full-scale war with the Lei Win Merchant Company, so stop. If you charge up now, you will definitely die. Duke Sikong can't even persuade me." "What?" Luo Ning actually wasn't begging herself to spare the kid with the compound surname Sikong, but was afraid that she would go up and die? After Duke Sikong kills you, the thunder-winning merchant firm and the Luo Shui Jade firm will be at full-scale war, so for the sake of your life, for the sake of the thunder-winning merchant firm, admit defeat and retreat. Luo Ning's voice was genuine. She thought of Lei Frost at the time of the stagecoach. That was how she was killed by Jing. The South at that time could not persuade Jing at all. And just as Luo Ning's voice fell, the scene was silent. Luo Ning was like a bitter persuader, persuading Lei Dong not to go up and send himself to his death. That look was so serious. However, Lei Dong blew up, his entire mind exploded. Luo Ning Xiao, are you humiliating me? A furious roar shook out viciously from Lei Dong's mouth. He was going to be furious. Luo Ning even said that he would be killed by a Dark Realm first-level kid? Simply treating himself like a little cutie. Looking at. No, I'm telling the whole truth. Luo Ning still spoke seriously. Lei Dong's entire body's true chi went berserk as he roared, "Little, I will let you see what reality is now." After saying that, he killed straight towards Sikongjing. A picture of no one coming is useless. Luo Ning had a bitter smile on her face, and hurriedly said again, "Mr. Sikong, please don't be too hard on your hands. Even if you leave Lei Dong with a breath of air, I guarantee that you definitely won't be in trouble afterward." Since she could not persuade Lei Dong, Luo Ning could only try to persuade Sikongjing. It can be done. Sikongjing agreed to Luo Ning's request, his tone flat. However, Lei Dong's nose was askew as his sword flashed briskly, showing no mercy. This was a Shen grade middle grade sword skill, and no one in the room could resist it other than old Zhang and Ahu. However, in Sikongjing's eyes, Lei Dong's sword skill was slow, and with the peak Dark Realm's true chi it was indeed enough to stab himself, but he couldn't stab, and avoided it with a gentle dodge. Still has some skill, but still dead. Lei Dong was somewhat surprised and casually stabbed again. His sword seemed to form an impenetrable sword shadow, surrounding Sikongjing inside, all of a sudden looking like he was in a precarious position. Such a scene caused Luo Ning's eyes to condense slightly, somewhat surprised. "Cousin, Sikongjing doesn't look that powerful, your worries just now were unnecessary. He should be skilled at killing demonic beasts, but against humans he's pretty average." Xiao Wu walked next to Luo Ning and spoke conspiratorially. Inwardly, he lightly exhaled. He admitted that Sikongjing was very fierce, but not fierce enough to defeat Lei Dong. The gap between the peak of the Dark Realm and the first level of the Dark Realm was far too great. Luo Ning did not reply, but stared somewhat nervously at both sides of the battle, secretly thinking, could it really be like what cousin said? Old Zhang and Ahu also glanced at each other. Ahu said, "Mother, those who come out of big forces are different. This peak Dark Realm is enough to deal with both of us. This little criminal is in danger." Old Zhang also nodded. Even if it's dangerous, he's still proud enough of himself. To be able to support himself for so long under the peak of the Dark Realm with the first level of the Dark Realm, if he could survive, he could indeed brag about it. However, none of them knew that Sikongjing, who was in the shadow of the sword, was thinking about things. The way the Qianyu leopard pounces, it's obvious that it can inspire even more power in me, so that it can be transformed into a kind of battle technique for human killing, or can be used to fight against humans. When he used it to tear down the Qianyu leopard before, he was too much like a leopard himself, and it looked too odd. What's more, he was human, and his power was not 100%. In that case, let's take this opportunity to remodel it. As Sikongjing thought of this, his mind whipped through all the ways of pouncing of the Qianyu leopard, which then continuously fused in his human body, and finally raised his head. "Lei Dong, catch my beast skill, leopard strike." As soon as the words fell, his hands turned into claws. "What, leopard strike or not, do you think you have a chance to counterattack?" Lei Dong was already impatient with the fight. Sikongjing was too slippery and he decided to use his strongest sword technique. Suddenly, the Sikongjing in front of him let out a low roar. Leopard strike 5 consecutive tears. He abruptly killed out, followed by a ding. The first strike clamped down on Lei Dong's sword, the second strike gripped Lei Dong's arm and pulled it like a panther's claw. With a bang, Lei Dong's body protection true chi was torn to shreds. The third strike was like a swinging tail, a foot swept horizontally at Lei Dong's waist. In the instant he flew out horizontally, Sikongjing followed closely. The fourth strike and the fifth strike blasted out consecutively. With 2 thuds, Lei Dong flew out like a kite with broken strings, smashing heavily on a large tree, his body landing vertically. Wow! Several mouthfuls of blood were spat out, and in the blink of an eye, Lei Dong's entire body was already in a half-dead state. Rustle. The only sound left in the surroundings was the sound of the wind blowing the fallen leaves. Whether it was the people from the 2 major merchant houses, or old Zhang and Ah who all stared in disbelief with their eyes wide open, and their mouths opened as if they could stuff down a few eggs. Sikongjing won just like that? What just happened? After Xiao Wu froze, he felt like he was going crazy. He had just said that he was average at dealing with humans. The transformation of everything was too fast. Sikongjing won too cleanly, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Young Master Lei. After several breaths, the people from the Lei Wen Merchant Company finally reacted, and one by one, they pounced to Lei Dong's side. and after probing his nostrils to prove that he was still alive, they administered all sorts of first aid. And Lei Dong finally came to his senses. I lost? No, it's impossible. Ah! After sobering up, Lei Dong is a wild cry, he can't face the cruel reality, but just when he wanted to move, he triggered the injuries on his body, which hurt him to death. Chapter 63 Returning from a Great Victory. At this moment, Sikong Jing's voice rang out, Lei Dong, now do you believe that I can kill Qian Yu Pao? Luo Ning snapped back to her senses at those words and also spoke coldly, Lei Dong, we didn't cheat, Qian Yu Ba was killed by Mr. Sikong. Then, old Zhang and Ah Hu also snapped out of their shock. Ah Hu said with a fierce face, Lei Xiao, we are here on a routine basis, stop saying that we are out for Luo Shui Yuxing. The three voices caused Lei Dong to spit out blood again. But he had actually lost to the hands of a Dark Realm first level, how could he still have a face when it was spread out? In vain, he raised his head and a command was sent out, kill all the people from the Luo Shui Jade firm, leave no one behind. Instantly, the experts of the Lei Wen merchant firm rose upright, the weapons in their hands clanking. In the next instant, Lei Dong looked at old Zhang and Ah Hu again and threatened, since you are here for official business, you better not make a move, or else don't really blame me for being merciless. Kill. Once the order was given, the crowd of experts from the Lei Wen merchant firm let out a gust of strange cries and killed Luo Ning and Xiao Wu and the others. Luo Ning on this side, her face became ugly. Not expecting Lei Dong to be so unreasonable, she could only clench her pink fist and hurriedly called out, cousin, form a formation to meet the enemy. In the next instant, a silhouette flashed out from her side, and it was clearly none other than Sikong Jing. He casually dropped his words, there's no need to form a formation, these people are just scattered sand, no threat at all. After saying that, Sikong Jing had already pounced into the nearly 100 experts of the thunder-winning merchant firm. Luo Ning froze, and was about to say that the experts of the thunder-winning merchant firm were not the fierce beast horse thieves, or were they a scattered sand? But before the words came out, miserable screams rang out. With her mouth open, Luo Ning saw Sikong Jing's figure weaving in and out of nearly 100 people, killing them as if they were chopping up melons and vegetables. She had never thought that killing could be so simple. In the blink of an eye, the Lei Wen merchant firm's side was killed, while Lei Dong was of course stunned. Escape, quickly take young Master Lei and escape, this one is not human. Suddenly, I don't know what kind of person in the Lei Wen merchant firm let out a strange cry, and immediately separated a few people to carry Lei Dong and run away, while the rest of the people fended off Sikong Jing's attack. After only a few breaths, all of them landed on the ground with no survivors. The smell of blood permeated the mountain forest in the dark night, and Sikong Jing stood amongst the fallen leaves like a butcher, in the form of a demon. Eldest Miss Luo Ning, the mission is complete, we can go back. In the middle of the morning, Sikong Jing's voice came from the darkness, causing everyone to fiercely shiver. It seems that completely won. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Shui Yuxing's group returned the same way with the corpse of the Qianyu leopard, and by Sikong Jing's side, in addition to the excited Luo Ning, he was also followed by old Zhang and Ah Hu. Brother Sikong, thanks to your outburst this time, otherwise we wouldn't be able to wash away even if we jumped into the Yellow River. Ah Hu cupped his fists and said. A Dark Realm first level decapitating the Qianyu leopard, no one would believe it if they said it out loud. If it wasn't for Sikong Jing, Lei Dong would have only needed to operate a little, and the two of them would have definitely had a hard time. To be exact, at that time, Lord Sikong was only at the 9th level of the Bright Realm. Luo Ning said with little stars sparkling in her eyes. It was too shocking, tearing down the Qianyu leopard, defeating Lei Dong and finally slaughtering nearly 100 people from the Lei Winning Merchant Company. Such a battle performance was even more terrifying than slaughtering the mighty beast horse thieves. By now, Luo Ning felt like she was dreaming. Even if she had pinned all her hopes on Sikong Jing when she came, she did not expect it to be so simple. Suddenly, Ah Hu asked, Brother Sikong, what level of martial skill was that beast technique you just defeated Lei Dong with? It was too strong. This question caused everyone, including Xiao Wu who had a sullen face, to look over. Could it be an earth grade or above martial skill? Only such a terrifying martial skill could cross so many ranks to defeat Lei Dong. Sikong Jing faintly froze, I don't know yet. Don't know? The crowd was puzzled. Could it be that when Sikong Jing was cultivating this beast skill, the green jade paper and so on did not state the rank inside? Well, I just created a battle skill, so I haven't set a grade yet. Sikong Jing returned in a flat tone. What, you just created it? Everyone almost fell to the ground on their heels, even Luo Ning or the two generals felt that Sikong Jing was bragging. He had only just reached the Dark Realm from the Bright Realm, how could he have created such a terrifying battle skill? But then again, it seems that he has turned so many impossibilities into possibilities. At this time, Sikong Jing explained again, the beast technique leopard strike still has some flaws, I might still have to tweak it a bit, try to see if I can reach the middle level of the earth grade, it's not enough at the moment. One by one, the corners of their mouths twitched, they really didn't know if Sikong Jing was talking nonsense in a serious manner. Anyway, you're awesome, we don't dare to question you for the time being. The time to return to the circuit always passes quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was dawn, and the crowd approached the exit of the cloud-entering mountain. Coming. At this moment, the high-level figures of the Thunder-winning merchant firm and the Luoshui Jade firm were still here quietly waiting for the outcome of the betting match, and when they sensed the rustling sound, they couldn't help but be shaken in spirit. The high-level representative figure of the Lei Win merchant firm this time was none other than Lei Dong's uncle, named Lei Dinghai. Only to hear him laugh out loud, Luo Kuan, it seems that it is our Lei Dong slaying leopard who has returned, we have one. The high-level representative of the Luoshui Jade firm on the other hand was an old man who was the deputy proprietor of the Luoshui Jade firm and Luo Ning's granduncle. His face became extremely hard to see when he heard this. The plan set by the Luoshui Jade Row was to arrive at the Qianyu leopard's territory only at noon today, and now Luo Ning and his party were afraid that they hadn't even seen the shadow of the Qianyu leopard. The one who came back now would definitely not be their Luoshui Jade Row. If they lost the betting fight, Luoshui Jade firm would pay a heavy price, and their business would have to give up at least half of their business to Thunder-winning merchant firm. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared from the mountain, and the leader was clearly none other than Luo Ning. Luo Kuan couldn't help but stand up with an excited face. At the same time as the citation, a senior member of the Thunder-winning merchant guild on the opposite side called out, "What the hell? Didn't the young master say that he would up the people of Luoshui Jade firm to the point where only Luo Ning was left? How come they're all back?" He opened his mouth with a big grin, completely unafraid of being heard by Luo Kuan and the others. It seems like they were afraid, so they came back early. Luo Ning's little mind is not bad. Lei Dinghai looked displeased, feeling very dissatisfied that he hadn't finished off the Luoshui Jade firm's crowd. Lei Frost was the treasurer of the entire Lei Win merchant bank, how could he not kill some people to comfort her spirit in heaven? And Luo Kuan's excitement also instantly disappeared without a trace. Coming back now surely did not bring back the Qianyu leopard. The person Luo Ning had found was really unreliable. "Uncle Ancestor, we won." Just as Luo Kuan was suffering, Luo Ning's voice came from far away. Instantly, the faces of the people from the two major merchant houses changed, all of them looking incredulous. Right at this moment, Luo Ning received a bag from his men and was the first to rush out, and poured out the contents of the bag. The two pieces of the Qianyu leopard's corpse were instantly reflected in everyone's eyes. Chapter 64, The Conspiracy. What? The crowd of executives from the Thunder-winning merchant firm made incredible noises. At the same time, Luo Kuan also crouched down excitedly, confirming that it was none other than the Qianyu leopard's corpse. "Ha ha, worthy of being Xiao Ning." Luo Kuan laughed out loud, and then proudly looked at the crowd of the Lei-winning merchant firm. "Lei Dinghai, now what else do you have to say?" Surprisingly, he had one. Then according to the negotiations between the two sides, Lei Win merchant firm must also completely concede the business around Yunyi City. Lei Dinghai's face turned blue, his fists clenched to the point of cackling, and he shouted in vain, "Impossible, you guys must have cheated." At this moment, Lei Dinghai's heart was about to explode. In his heart, he also made up his mind that even if he did lose, he must bite the bullet and say that it was the Luoshui Jade firm that cheated. At the same time, the other people from Lei Win merchant firm also drank one after another. "Yes, you guys cheated. Uncle Dinghai." Suddenly, a voice that tore through the air interrupted the chiding of the Lei Win merchant guild's crowd. A dark realm expert dressed by the Thunder-winning merchant firm ran out of the mountain in a frenzy. "Uncle Dinghai, we lost. That bastard who saved Luo Ning at the stagecoach station killed the Qianyu panther before us, he also injured young Master Lei, and even slaughtered all of our people." As the voice fell, this dark realm expert rushed to Lei Dinghai's body, a picture of scared out of his wits. He was, precisely, one of the people who had previously carried Lei Dong and fled. It was only when the words fell that the higher echelons of both sides quieted down. Lei Dinghai and the others had a eating ugly color on their faces, staring at the panting dark realm expert in front of them, cursing, "What the hell are you doing rushing out at this time? How else are we going to bite Luo Shuei line cheating?" At this time, Luo Ning asked with a smile on her face, "May I ask the Lei family elders, what have we done?" The corners of his mouth twitched continuously. Lei Dinghai and the others couldn't say a single word, their faces burning hot. A while later, Lei Dong Lei Deshao was also carried out of the cloud entry mountain by a few people. Lei Dinghai coldly grunted as he hurriedly rushed over, growling grimly and incomparably after the inspection. what a ruthless tactic, did you do this? His gaze pierced through the crowd and hit Si Kongjing squarely. And at this time, Si Kongjing didn't say anything, he just looked faintly at Luo Ning. What happened next wasn't under his control. So what if it is, so what if it isn't? Luo Ning stepped out and blocked in front of Si Kongjing, coldly saying, Lei Dong not only wanted to snatch our Qian Yu leopard, he also wanted to kill us. It's already a mercy from us that we are still alive even though we are not as skillful as we are now. At the same time, Luo Kuan also stepped out and said, this is a betting match, do you want to go back on your word and make the entire Yunzhou a laughingstock? The scene was instantly tense again, both sides looked at each other like lightning flashes. Humph. Finally, Lei Dinghai still stopped saying anything and left with a cold snort. Even if they were overbearing, Lei Win merchant firm wouldn't dare to openly go back on their word. If they lost the betting fight and then lifted the table to fight, then no one would really dare to cooperate with them in the future, and no one would trust them again. Now they can only go back and think of other ways. Seeing Lei Dinghai and Lei Dong and the others leave, Luo Yushuixing's people let out a long breath, but did not cheer. Other than Luo Ning and Luo Kuan and the other high-ranking people, Xiao Wu and the other nearly 100 people couldn't be happy because this time there was nothing for them to do and they were also swollen by Si Kongjing's face several times. In any case, the Luo Shuiyu trip was a win, and the people returned to the town's courtyard. Luo Ning arranged a temporary room for Si Kongjing, and then happily said in the room, Mr. Si Kong, thanks to you this time, I'll go and do your 2 conditions right away. Need to wait for 1 more day, can I? Si Kongjing nodded, he could afford to wait for 1 day. Turning to the night time again, Luo Ning personally brought wine and food again, intentionally accompanying Si Kongjing to drink a few cups. She was even more curious about Si Kongjing's origin before he was exiled. However, Si Kongjing did not say much less mention half a word, and the meal was somewhat awkward. But the people staring at the room from afar had no idea what was happening inside. Damn dog thing. At this time, a hateful voice rang out in the other courtyard, Big Brother Xiao, if this goes on, Miss Luo is someone else's wife. The people staring at the room were none other than Xiao Wu and his men. Xiao Wu liked Luo Ning very much and strongly wanted to get Luo Ning, although he was a cousin but not half-blood related. His aunt was only Luo Ning's second mother. In other words, Luo Ning's father married 2 wives and Luo Ning was born to the first wife. Because his aunt was only the second wife, Xiao Wu's cousin's status in Luo Shui Jade Row wasn't very high, and the only way he could really raise his eyebrows was to marry Luo Ning. But now, Luo Ning was clearly interested in this dog with the compound surname Sikong. Xiao Wu's face was gloomy to the extreme, and he couldn't wait to kill him now, but he couldn't beat it. Suddenly a silhouette flashed, it was the house servant of Luo Shui Yuxing, and also stuffed a note to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu froze after unfolding a look. Inside is, Xiao guards, I am Lei Dong, in Lei Wan the courtyard waiting for the big ride. An unexpected color flashed in his eyes as Xiao Wu's face kept changing. What was Lei Dong looking for himself at this time? Soon after, he noticed another small line underneath the note, which was precisely, to help you hold a beautiful woman. His whole body shook. Xiao Wu gritted his teeth after hesitating for a long time and turned around to leave the Luoshui courtyard, and when he reappeared, he was already in the Lei Win Trading Company's courtyard in the town of Entering Clouds. In front of him sat none other than last night's enemy, Lei Dong. Only his face was as pale as paper, his entire body was bandaged solidly, his eyelids were loose, and he looked like he had just woken up a short while ago. Lei de Xiao, I don't know what you were looking for me for. Xiao Wu was a little nervous and full of stubbornness as he emphasized, I am not going to betray the Luo Shui Jade Bank. At this moment, Lei Dong was containing a smile, a picture of seeing through Xiao Wu. Don't worry, I won't let you betray the Luo Shui Jade Bank, but we can work together. I can help you climb up the status in Luo Shui Jade firm, and even after marrying Luo Ning, you will have a chance to become a great proprietor. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Wu's face instantly glowed red, and his heart had already begun to fantasize. The big boss of Luo Shui Jade Bank only had Luo Ning as a daughter. Marrying Luo Ning would make the entire Jade Bank his own by then. However, Xiao Wu knows that there is no such thing as white food under the sky, and asked vigilantly, what do you want? I want to. Bang! Speaking here, Lei Dong suddenly threw the teacup in his hand on the ground, his face grimacing, I want to kill that little person with the compound surname Sikong, and I want to do it openly and honestly, without giving anyone an excuse to gossip. After saying that, he signaled to his men and another note was handed to Xiao Wu. Lei Dong said again, it has my entire plan on it, so nod your head if you agree. Xiao unfolded it and then his eyes grew grim and agitated. I think your aunt is also very willing to see you marry Luo Ning, so that she, the second lady, will no longer be inferior in Luo Shui Yuxing. Seeing Xiao Wu's appearance, Lei Dong's face brought out a smile, determining that Xiao Wu would agree. As he expected, Xiao Wu nodded heavily. Chapter 65 Luo Shui Yuxing, going back on her word. Early the next morning, when Luo Ning walked out of her room, she froze. Nyang, why are you here? In front of her was a beautiful middle-aged woman, none other than her second mother, Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei raised a hint of a smile at her words. I heard that Xiao Ning and Xiao Wu won a big victory this time, so I came over to take a look under my happiness. She was Xiao Wu's aunt, it was normal for her to come and have a look for fun. Luo Ning smiled and nodded, pointing to Xikong Jing's room again, happily saying, Cousin Xiao Wu and I are just going through the motions, it's still Mr. Xikong who we really look up to. After praising her, Luo Ning smiled again and said, Nyang, I still have things to do, you can talk to Cousin Xiao Wu first. One of the two conditions she promised Xikong Jing had already arrived. 200 experts around the third level of the Dark Realm had been brought over by Nyang herself. The Yuan Jindan, however, had been obtained by her own means. Right now, Luo Ning was preparing to head to an elixir store within the entry cloud town to fetch it and give it to Xikong Jing. Xiao Mei smiled and watched Luo Ning leave the other courtyard. In vain, her eyes turned cold, and at that moment, Xiao Wu slowly appeared beside her and said, Auntie, the Thunder-winning merchant company is almost here. Very well, round up that one with the compound surname Xikong. Xiao Wu, whether or not our aunt and nephew can raise their eyebrows in the Luoshui Jade Bank depends on today. The reason why Xiao Mei came to entering Cloud Town was of course not just to take a look, and even more so, she didn't just come with 200 Dark Realm triple triaders, but she had received Xiao Wu's notification and was ready to execute Lei Dong's plan together. A cold light gleamed in Xiao Wu's eyes as he immediately gave the order and rushed outside Xikong Jing's room with his men. At this moment, Xikong Jing was still cultivating. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, sensing the intense killing opportunities coming from all around the room. In the next instant, Xiao Wu's voice rang out, Xikong Jing, come out. Xikong Jing frowned as he slowly got up and stepped out of the room. To his eyes, there were 200 to 300 experts around the third level of darkness, and in the middle of these people stood Xiao Wu, and by his side, there was also a beautiful woman that Xikong Jing did not recognize. But it was obvious that the visitors were not good. At the same time, old Zhang and Ahu, who had been arranged by Luo Ning to stay next door, also walked out with puzzled faces, and then were shocked by the scene in front of them. What was the situation? At this time, Xiao Mei said daintily, You're Xikong Jing, you have great guts. The last sentence, fiercely shouted out. The entire Luoshui Jade Bank thought that it was you who killed the Qianyu Panther and won the betting match for us, but it was clearly these two general officers from Yanyi City who killed him, and the Lei Win Merchant Bank has already found the evidence. It's you guys that caused the Luoshui Jade firm to lose face within the Yunzhou territory. Now I must kill you and these two general officers to give Lei Win Merchant Bank and its partners an explanation. A stern cry came out from Xiao Mei's mouth. Her face was arrogant and wild, hideous without any semblance of beauty afterward. This desire to commit a crime was as real in Xiao Mei's mouth. Old Zhang and Ahu's faces, all of a sudden, changed. Among them, the hot-tempered Ahu jumped out violently and loudly drank, Bull, you still dare to splash us with dirty water? Last night Xikong Jing had already proved his strength, and Lei Dong had suffered a lot. But the good Luoshui Jade Bank had suddenly snapped, wanting to once again trap himself and old Zhang in iniquity. Although the situation is not clear, but Ahu extremely angry. At this time, Xiao Wu took a heavy step and sneered, Dirty water? We were all present when you chopped down Qianyu Leopard, will nearly 100 of us still throw dirty water on you? We are not blind. As soon as these words came out, the nearly 100 Luoshui Jade Row experts who had participated in the betting match walked out with cold smiles. That's right, the Qianyu Panther was killed by you guys. We all saw it with our own eyes. Although you guys helped us, you also caused the Luoshui Jade Bank to lose face and be laughed at. Luoshui Jade Row lost when they lost, there's no need to cheat. One by one, they opened their mouths, all of them were Xiao Wu's direct subordinates, and had long since scurried up their confessions. Old Zhang and Ahu were so angry that their faces turned red and they roared in anger. And although Xikong Jing's face was calm, a blazing fire lit up in his eyes as his low voice rang out, How dare Luoshui Yuxing go back on his word and bite me back? Very good, very good. Where is Luo Ning? Xikong Jing's gaze swept across the room, his killing chance climbing forward little by little. He was truly enraged. With Luo Ning it was just a deal. After the deal was done there wouldn't be any semblance of a relationship, but now Luoshui Jade Bank was actually trying to kill himself, and it was obvious that he was still scuttling with Lei Win Merchant Bank to trap himself in unkindness and injustice. This made Xikong Jing think of before he was exiled. He returned from the Seven Kingdoms Rebellion, his achievements were unrivaled, but he was greeted with a butcher's knife. How similar this situation was. What are you doing? Just at this time, a scream rang out from outside the other courtyard, and it was Luo Ning who had returned from fetching the Yuanjin Dan. Looking at the scene before her, she was stunned. As soon as Xiao Wu saw her, he immediately flashed over and said, "Cousin, something has happened in the east window. The matter of the two Cloud Wild City generals helping us to decapitate the Qianyu leopard was known by the Thunder Winning Merchant Company, and they're going to spread it all over the entire Cloud State." Xiao Wu's expression was exaggerated, a picture of something big and bad. Luo Ning, on the other hand, froze and called out incredulously, "Cousin, what are you babbling about? The Qianyu leopard was killed by Mr. Sikong. What is this all about?" At this time, Xiaomei walked over in a graceful manner and said, "Xiao Ning, there is no need to put on a show anymore. It is really known by Lei Weiwei Merchant Bank, and the only way to kill these three people in front of us now is for Lei Weiwei Merchant Bank to promise that they will not publicize this scandalous matter." Luo Ning was completely dumbfounded, shaking her head vigorously. "Ernyang, you also follow the nonsense." However, what responded to her was Xiaomei and Xiao Wu's sneering laughter. "It's just nonsense, what can you do about it?" Ha ha ha. Right at this time, a cold and loud laugh rang out, accompanied by the dense sound of footsteps. The Lei Wen merchant firm's crowd, led by Lei Dong, appeared outside the courtyard. The injured Lei Dong was sitting on a bamboo chair, carried in by two big men. Beside him were his uncle Lei Dinghai and several other experts of the Lei surname at the human realm, each of them smiling coldly. After coming in, Lei Dong said with a cold smile, "Luo Ning, you should stop arguing. Even your second mother and cousin said that it was these two generals who beheaded Qianyu Panther. What are you still acting for?" Between the words, Xiao Wu slowly walked towards Lei Dong, clasping his fists and clapping his hands. He said, "Young Lei, I've caused you trouble." At this time, Luo Ning finally understood. She looked at Xiaomei and Xiao Wu in disbelief and trembled. "You guys dare to collude with the Lei Winning Merchant Company? Are you guys crazy?" Luo Ning completely understood. Ernyang and Xiao Wu were doing it on purpose. They were bribed by Lei Win Commercial Bank. They colluded to get everyone to bite the bullet that the Qianyu leopard was killed by the two generals, bite the bullet that the Luoshui jade firm cheated in the betting fight, and Xiao Wu and Xiao Mei would then testify from there. Then, as long as Sikong Jing and the two generals died, this matter would be completely solidified. Even if he lived, he would still be unable to defend himself. Chapter 66, Owe me another Yuanjin Dan. Can you do this to my father? Luo Ning's screams tore through the air. She believed that this matter was unknown to her father, otherwise it would be impossible to allow it. Shrugging her shoulders, Xiaomei smiled and spoke, "Don't worry Xiao Ning, master will only be happier when he finds out because we've completely solved the threat of the Thunder Winning Merchant Company. As long as this Sikong Jing dies, Lei Win Merchant House will still give us what we lost in the betting match." After Xiaomei finished speaking, Xiao Wu added, "And young master Lei Dong also promised to give me 10 Lei Win Merchant House stores, which will also go to the Luoshui Jade House. You should be happier with such a good thing, cousin." They finally bared their fangs and brought things out into the open. Next, they would even become an object supported by the Thunder Winning Merchant Bank, and then they would be able to walk sideways in the Luoshui Jade Bank. The Luoshui Jade Bank was already smaller than the Thunder Winning Merchant Bank, and Xiao Wu's aunt and nephew would have unlimited benefits as the lead between the two main merchant banks, and Luo Ning's her father could only pay attention to it, not combat it. This plan is a preemptive strike. Luo Ning her father must recognize even if he pinches his nose at that time. Besides, if we don't kill Sikong Jing, the fact that we cheated will spread. Xiao Wu said this with a wry smile all over his face. With him as a witness, black can be said to be white. Snap. At this exact moment, Luo Ning slapped Xiao Wu's face hard and hissed, "You guys are seeking skin with a tiger. You're going to get the entire Luoshui Jade firm killed this way." How could the Lei Win Merchant House have any good intentions? Even if Xiao Wu and Xiao Mei succeeded, they would be swallowed up cleanly at that time. After utilizing them, Lei Dong would definitely just flip out. Xiao Wu touched his fiery face and grimaced in vain. "I couldn't care less. I don't just want to kill Sikong Jing, I also want to get you. Someone come, take Missy to the side to rest. Now let's execute Sikong Jing and the two generals, right? Please also ask Big Young Lei and Uncle Dinghai to help us." As soon as the words fell, they immediately detained Luo Ning at the expert. And Lei Dong also slowly spoke, "Uncle Dinghai, this compound surname Sikong is a bit weird, don't let him escape." Lei Dinghai took a step out and laughed. "We 4 human realms and hundreds of dark realms are still afraid that he won't escape?" Along with his voice, the people from the 2 major merchant houses in the room all surrounded the 3 of them, Sikong Jing. To be dragged away, Luo Ning fought to struggle and yelled, "You guys deserve to die." She was angry and panicked, tears streaming down her face. Yesterday, ancestral Uncle Luo Kuan and the others left, and now inside the separate courtyard, apart from herself, all of them were Xiao Wu and Xiao Mei's people, as well as the 4 terrorizing human realm experts from Lei Wen merchant firm. This time, it was really hopeless. Mr. Sikong, I'm sorry, quickly find a way to escape. Luo Ning screamed continuously. And at this time, Sikong Jing's eyes became slightly milder as he looked at Luo Ning, so it turned out that the matter at hand had nothing to do with her. Even if it was just traitors, he hated betrayal. Brother Sikong, what do we do? Old Zhang and Ahu, on the other hand, turned pale with fear. His grandmother, they were here to spy on this criminal, and they ended up having the bad luck of 8 lifetimes to be falsely accused of something that would kill them. For human realm experts and hundreds of dark realm, they wouldn't be able to survive at all. Even though they were older, they lost their backbone for a while and could only rely on Sikong Jing. Sikong Jing's eyes were cold and his face was as calm as ever. To him, the scene in front of him was still just a small one. It wasn't difficult for him to escape if he wanted to, but it wasn't easy to escape with Ahu and old Zhang. He wasn't used to getting people involved, and he was even less used to leaving the innocents behind and escaping alone. It was just that nowadays, he was only in the first level of the Dark Realm, so trying to fight back in a situation like this was not an easy task. In a sudden flash of inspiration, he looked at Luo Ning and asked in a low voice, Yuan Jindan, have you brought it? The struggling Luo Ning froze. What time was it that he still had the heart to care about the Yuan Jindan, but still nodded his head heavily. Already retrieved it, it's in my belt. Buzz. In the next instant, Sikong Jing's figure disappeared in place, and in the instant when everyone didn't react, with 2 thuds, he kicked the heads of the 2 Dark Realm experts who had detained Luo Ning, directly exploding them. Afterward, Sikong Jing reached into Luo Ning's belt and took out the bottle of Yuan Jindan. He directly poured the Yuan Jindan into his mouth, then said under Luo Ning's astonished gaze, You owe me another Yuan Jindan. This Yuan Jindan, which was originally prepared for Su Yushur, was now gone when he swallowed it himself, and all of this was caused by Luo Shui Yuxing. Luo Ning no longer knew about it but also had an unshirkable responsibility. Then she naturally had to owe herself another Yuan Jindan. Asshole, you still dare to kill my people. Right at the moment Sikong Jing swallowed the Yuan Jindan, Xiao Wu's voice rose up in fury, Come on people, all of you, get on me. With a clamor, 200 to 300 Dark Realm experts immediately rushed towards Sikong Jing. Some of them were still wailing from their mouths, Sikong Jing wants to take Miss Luo as a hostage, let's save her quickly. They had already taken nonsense and utilized it to the extreme. At this time, Sikong Jing pushed Luo Ning out and looked at Xiao Wu and the others head on. The true qi in his body was rolling because of the Yuan Jindan's entry into his body, constantly growing and improving. Boom! Before Xiao Wu's people could kill him, he rushed to the second level of the Dark Realm under the medicinal power of the Yuan Jindan. Immediately after, Sikong Jing's voice rang out, 2 old generals, if I'm not mistaken, what you're practicing should be the most common Iron Dragon Fist in the Great Shang army, now watch. As soon as the words fell, Sikong Jing's fist clenched heavily, and he met the incoming crowd of killers with a fist blast. Boom! It seemed as if a flat and uninteresting fist was carrying a terrifying shocking force, like a dragon coming out of the sea of clouds and whistling long in the sky. The dozens of people who rushed in at the head of the crowd were blown back with a bang, wailing. Old Zhang and Ahu's whole body shook and exclaimed with wide tiger eyes, This is. Sikong Jing's voice sounded again, it's the same Iron Dragon Fist, but it was transformed by an unknown fierce general from the Great Shang once, and that fierce general named the new Iron Dragon Fist the Earth-Shaking Dragon Fist. The unknown fierce general was still himself. The Earth-Shaking Dragon Fist was altered by himself and implemented into the major armies of the Great Shang 2 years ago, and it was a martial skill of the lower Xian grade. However, its effects were extremely strong, and more importantly, it was simple and easy to learn. Most of the soldiers in the army had average talent, so even if they were given the lower Xian grade martial arts skills, they might not be able to learn them, which was why Sikong Jing, who was an invincible divine general, had introduced the strong and easy to understand Earth-Shaking Dragon Fist. It could be said that this gave the Great Shang army a level of power, forging the Great Shang's invincible division. However, the Earth-Shaking Dragon Fist was currently only stored in the elite army, and not many armies within the territory of Yunzhou were qualified to practice it, as in the case of Yunzhou. Old Zhang and Ahu, of course, did not have this qualification either. You guys have been stuck at the peak of the Dark Realm for several long years because your techniques and martial arts are too poor. Now see clearly, I will use the Earth-Shaking Dragon Fist to help you break through to the human realm. Sikong Jing's voice was pugnacious and strong, like a divine general descending from the sky. Buzz! With a single step, Sikong Jing killed the crowd, blasting the Dark Realm experts of Luo Shui Yuxing with the earth-shaking dragon fist. His fists reached the flesh, and each punch was like a tiger's roar and a dragon's roar. Chapter 67 Dark Realm 4th Level, Gun Beheads Human Realm. Young Lei, this kid is ferocious, hurry up and make a move. Xiao Wu was broken his guts and yelled. Lei Dinghai said deeply, this son is indeed terrifying, and I don't know where he came from, he must not be kept. Because Luo Ning hadn't said anything from the beginning to the end, the people from the two major merchant houses didn't know yet that Si Kongjing was the very same criminal that the Lord of the Cloud State had given the marriage to, and they all only knew that he was a person from Cloud Wild City. No matter what, he must die. As the words fell, Lei Dinghai made a beckoning gesture, not caring if it would make people laugh, for human realms struck out to kill Si Kongjing at the same time. And at this time, Si Kongjing once again broke through, reaching the 3rd level of the Dark Realm. At the same time a set of earth-shaking dragon fist had finished, looking at the 4 Lei Dinghai who were killing head-on, he drank, 2 old brothers, now you help me block the 2 human realms. And you guys must break through or you will die. Old Zhang and Ah who glanced at each other, sensing Si Kongjing's surging aura and battle intent, their entire body's blood seemed to boil as if they were energized, and at the same time, they droned, kill. The 2 of them struck out, killing the 2 human realm experts behind Lei Dinghai. They had to battle and break through, they didn't want to die. Little Peak Dark Realm, how dare you make a move? The 2 human realms sneered out, flashing towards old Zhang and Ah Hu. Taking a deep breath, old Zhang and Ah Hu simultaneously drank, earth-shaking dragon fist. Boom boom boom. Because this was an upgraded version of the Iron Dragon Fist, it was simple and easy to understand, they would know it after watching it once. A set was struck against the 2 human realm experts, but their double fists couldn't withstand the human realm true chi, and when the moment they finished, the tops of their double fists were already covered in blood, and there was blood seeping out from the corners of their mouths as well. But boom! At the moment they finished fighting, the true chi in their bodies rushed, breaking through to the human realm at the same time. Kill! The 2 men's entire bodies shook tremendously as they killed out, their auras even more frenzied. On Si Kongjing's side, he was facing Lei Dinghai and another human realm expert, of which Lei Dinghai was a powerful existence at the 5th level of the human realm. In terms of realm, the gap between Si Kongjing and him was very large. And there was also a 3rd level of the human realm next to him. The 2 of them instantly suppressed Si Kongjing and roared lowly, kid, even if you're evil, you're bound to die, you should never have interfered in the betting fight between the 2 major merchant houses, and even more so, you shouldn't have killed the Qianyu Panther. As soon as their words fell, the true chi in Si Kongjing's body from the Emperor Chopper prison breaking skill broke through once again, reaching the 4th level of the Dark Realm. At the same time, the medicinal power of the Yuan Jindan also disappeared with it. However, the 4th level of the Dark Realm was already enough for Si Kongjing. Retreating in vain, he opened his 5 fingers and said, Luo Ning, gun. At this time, Luo Ning had already been squeezed to the edge and happened to land at the place where the weapon rack was placed in the courtyard. At the word she subconsciously gripped the gun on top of the weapon rack and threw it in the direction of Si Kongjing. Buzz! As the spear entered his hand, Si Kongjing's entire aura changed, and in this instant a spear momentum broke through the clouds. In Luo Ning's eyes, it was as if Si Kongjing had transformed into an invincible general in the army, facing thousands of enemies while going forward. Si Kongjing looked towards Lei Dinghai, holding his snatch and said, so what if the 5th level of the human realm, so what if there are hundreds of people, who is my enemy with a single gun? Kill! The mighty and arrogant voice resounded throughout the entire courtyard. The long spear in Si Kongjing's hand was like a thunderbolt, carrying the Zhang Di breaking prison technique's invincible true chi stabbing out, a spear with rolling thunder, stabbing towards Lei Dinghai. Upper Xian grade, thrilling thunder lance. At the same time, old Zhang and Ah Hu exclaimed in shock at the same time. This was an extremely powerful gun technique in the military, not something that ordinary people could obtain and cultivate, and they were fortunate enough to have seen it once in Yunzhou City. However, their eyes changed again. The time they had seen it was wielded by a Yunzhou general, but compared to the Si Kongjing in front of them, the shocking thunder gun technique in that general's hands was simply not something that could enter their eyes. Even if they didn't quite understand it, they could still judge the strength and weakness. Puff! At this moment, the thunder shocking gun pierced into Lei Dinghai's true chi shield, and the latter's pupils shrunk violently as he flew back. His eyes were filled with incredulity. Even if this brat had reached the 4th level of the Dark Realm, it couldn't be this strong? If you dare to retreat, your people will die. Si Kongjing's voice rang out as he swept his spear across the room. The dozen or so Dark Realm experts who had rushed up were all cut off at the waist, screaming miserably. If you dare to retreat, the 3rd level of the human realm will have to go to hell first. After Si Kongjing finished speaking, he stabbed a gun at the thunder-winning merchant firm's human realm third-level expert, who subconsciously resisted, but the shocking thunder's gun extinguished his true chi and stabbed him in the heart. To death. You and the others think that this point of people can kill me? Bring 10 times as many next time. However, you don't have a next time anymore. Si Kongjing's voice was emotionless, drew his gun and flashed out, killing into the crowd. One after another fell to the ground, one after another was killed and broken. The whole of the other courtyard was only left with miserable screams. One man, one gun, turning the situation around. Impossible, how can he be so strong? Lei Dong was still sitting on the bamboo chair. He was outside of the battle, but his face, which was originally snow white due to his severe injuries, turned even whiter as he saw his men continuously fall. The entire person was confused and felt like he was dreaming. Ah! At that exact moment, a shocking scream rang out. It was followed by Ahu's maniacal laughter. Brother Sikong, I've killed a human realm, and heck, he dared to frame me. Si Kongjing didn't even look back. Not bad, continue if you want to kill, otherwise you won't have a chance. No chance meant exactly that it would be slaughtered by him first. Kill. Without saying a word, Ahu killed into the besieging Dark Realm experts, and one by one, they were blown away by his earth-shaking dragon fist. At this time, Old Zhang also decimated the human realm of the thunder-winning merchant firm under Si Kongjing's battle chi, and similarly killed his way into the crowd. The three of them were like chopping and slicing, killing in a gusto. Lei Dinghai's guts were going to break. He also felt like he was dreaming. He stared at Si Kongjing like he was looking at a monster. Lei Dong and himself, what on earth had they provoked? Watching their men fall one by one, Lei Dinghai finally lost the last vestige of his fighting spirit. He violently turned back and landed at Lei Dong's side, roaring in panic, "Go!" If he did not leave, both he and Lei Dong would die. Uncle Dinghai, you can't leave. Maybe this bastard with the compound surname Sikong will soon run out of strength. Xiao Wu was equally scared out of his wits as he ran to Xiao Mei's side and screamed strangely at Lei Dinghai. However, Lei Dinghai cared about him to death. Holding Lei Dong in his arms, he flashed towards the outside of the other courtyard. Unfortunately, Si Kongjing's voice came like a demon hypnotizing. Lei Dinghai, right? You probably don't know that you can't show your back when facing me, and the result is you're dead. As the words fell, a gunshot rang out behind Lei Dinghai, and with a poof sound, the gun that was thrown out of Si Kongjing's hand pierced through Lei Dinghai's heart, and by the way, it also went through the head of Lei Dong, who was being held in his hand. One shot, two lives. The Lei family uncle and nephew both stared at the same time. The body smashed down in front of the entrance of the courtyard, dead in peace. Chapter 68, Meeting the Woman in Black Again. The entire room was silent in this instant, and then it was, escape. Lei Dinghai was dead. Where was the life left behind? Whether it was the people from the Luoshui Jade firm or the Lei Win merchant firm, they roared and fled in all directions. However, it was all in vain as Si Kongjing flashed out with Old Zhang and Ahu, beheading each and every one of the fleeing people. They had to all be slaughtered, otherwise there would be a lot of trouble. The thunder-winning merchant company would definitely retaliate back, but by killing them all, no one would know who killed them. So, all of them died. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Wu and Xiao Mei's aunt and nephew were left alive in the courtyard, and of course, there was Luo Ning who sat down next to the weapon rack. Although the three of them were in different moods, they were all dumbfounded on the spot. The first two are scared, while Luo Ning is shocked. Such a hellish scene was caused by Si Kongjing, and originally this should have been a situation where he had no chance of survival. The reversal was so simple, just by a small Yuan Jindan, and his invincible battle power. At this point Luo Ning's mood was hard to describe. Footsteps sounded. Si Kongjing's whole body was dyed in blood, walking towards Luo Ning step by step. On the other hand, Old Zhang and Ahu walked towards Xiao Wu's aunt and nephew. Of course they wouldn't make a move, they just watched over the two first. Without words, they comprehended Si Kongjing's meaning. The two generals didn't know why this was so, as if a single look from Si Kongjing was enough for them to comprehend. They didn't know that Si Kongjing was once a peerless divine general, and his words and actions were enough to infect the entire army. Sir Sikong, I'm sorry. Luo Ning didn't know what to say and could only desperately apologize. The situation in front of her was caused by her, and although it wasn't her fault, Xiao Wu was her person. Si Kongjing didn't say much. Instead he reached out and held the large sword on top of the weapon rack and threw it in front of Luo Ning and said, although it's not your fault, you said before that you wouldn't cause me any trouble, but the trouble is still here. So these two people, it's up to you to kill them. After saying that, Si Kongjing pointed at Xiao Wu's aunt and nephew. The two people's entire bodies cold hairs inverted firm. Xiao Wu directly fell to his knees and yelled, "Cousin, I was wrong. Xiao Mei, on the other hand, said, Xiao Ning, I am your second mother-in-law. You cannot kill me, otherwise your father will be angry. At this time, Luo Ning held her large sword. She knew exactly what Sikong Jing meant. He still didn't want the trouble that followed, so everyone in the other courtyard except for himself would have to die. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ning dragged the greatsword forward, her eyes firm and determined. The moment you colluded with the thunder-winning merchant firm, you have already betrayed the Luo Shui Jade firm and betrayed my father. You have done this to yourselves. Pooh. A knife fell, and 2 people's lives fell on the spot. After the beheading, Luo Ning's whole body trembled violently. She didn't expect that the people who were still her closest relatives yesterday would die under her own blade today. And the reason for their betrayal was all due to ambition, interest, and cynicism. Taking another deep breath, Luo Ning looked at Sikong Jing again and handed over the large knife. Please dispose of it, Mr. Sikong. Someone like Sikong Jing who hated trouble so much might even silence himself along with him so that no one would know anymore. Luo Ning's heart was a little scared, but she still handed over the knife without knowing why. What she was afraid of was that Sikong Jing was so terrifying. What if he slaughtered the entire Luo Shui Jade row along with him? However, Sikong Jing shook his head and did not take the knife. You still owe me a Yuanjin Dan. Although the situation at hand is due to you, you are a trustworthy traitor. You just trusted the wrong person. Speaking here, Sikong Jing secretly smiled bitterly. How could he not be the same as Luo Ning? If he did not trust the great Shang Emperor in Yan Ruyu too much, how could he end up in today's situation? Luo Ning let out a long breath. I will definitely get the Yuanjin Dan, but I'm afraid that your second condition, 200 people cannot be honored. The 200 experts promised to Sikong Jing all died here. It was impossible for Luo Shui Yuxing to find any more experts in a short period of time. Then you owe me once. As for the death of so many people, you figure it out. After Sikong Jing finished speaking, he left the other courtyard straight away. Of course, Hu and old Zhang chased after him. They were the watchers. Of course, they also knew very well that there was no use in spying now. If Sikong Jing wanted to leave, 10 of them wouldn't be able to stop him. In any case, they wanted to follow Sikong Jing, and they had the idea that they would do nothing to stop him. Sikong Jing's trio left, leaving Luo Ning alone in the courtyard to face the corpse. She sat down softly on the ground. Only Sikong Jing's appearance of just holding a gun and killing the enemy remained inside her mind, murmuring, what kind of character was he before he was exiled? On this side, Sikong Jing went straight out of the Cloud Entry town and arrived at the foot of Cloud Entry mountain, frowning. Brother Sikong, what's so difficult? Old Zhang couldn't help but ask. They had the same thought as Luo Ning. How terrifying must this fierce man have been before his exile? What was certain was that Sikong Jing was definitely someone from the Great Shan army. I'm going to chase the flowing cloud flying squirrel in the depths of the entering cloud mountain, but the flowing cloud flying squirrel can go up to the sky and down to the ground, so I need people. Originally, Luo Ning would give me people, but now it's gone. Sikong Jing explained that the one that could suppress the earth realm true qi in his father-in-law Su Jinglong's body and still stabilize his internal organs was none other than the inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying rat, but just as he said, this rat needed human hands to set up a trap. Otherwise, it would be easy for it to escape. That's just it, maybe I don't need someone now. Sikong Jing suddenly spoke again, perhaps as the Lord of 10,000 Beasts himself could see through the way the flowing cloud flying squirrel's demonic power operated just like he did with the Qianyu leopard, thus turning into an existence that was more capable of ascending to the heavens and entering the earth than the flowing cloud flying squirrel. However, he then looked at old Zhang and Ahu and said, two old brothers, I wonder if you dare to come in with me. The two looked at each other. Entering the depths of Cloud Mountain, in the past they would not quite dare to go in, but now there was no hesitation. It was as if Sikong Jing was able to give them endless confidence. And just as the three of them had stepped into the Cloud Entry Mountain, footsteps sounded in the mountain. Sikong Jing stopped, only to see a black-clothed woman walking head-on. Her face had long hideous scars, her body was permeated with peak human realm's true qi, and she carried an icy coldness that no one should approach. It's her. A person shook in Sikong Jing's mind, the very same woman he had met outside the Su mansion after Su Xiafeng's birthday banquet. At that time, Sikong Jing did not get a good look at her, but he could still tell from her aura. However, he did not have any interactions with this woman and brushed past her without any greeting, darting into the mountains. And of course, Sikong Jing did not know that the woman in black was none other than Su Yuexian. The moment the three of Sikong Jing disappeared, Su Yuexian's footsteps slightly lurched. He just killed someone, killed a lot of people. Shaking off her head, this matter was likewise unrelated to her. Su Yuexian murmured again, the flowing cloud flying squirrel is too cunning, I can't capture it by myself, I have to recruit some manpower within the town of entering clouds before I can do so. Chapter 69, Using His Body as Bait, Flying Mouse of the Flowing Clouds. Suyu Xian entered the town and looked for someone to inquire about where she could recruit, at least 200 Dark Realm triple. Then, she learned that the mountain was sealed because of the two major merchant houses' gambling fight, although it has been unsealed now, but for the time being, many adventurers have left the town of Entering Clouds, so it is estimated that it will take a day or two to do so. The two major merchant houses have sealed the mountain, so let's go find them to borrow people. With that, Suyu Xian asked the passers-by and arrived at the entrance of Luo Shui Jade Bank's separate courtyard. In an instant, she stopped in her tracks. The extremely strong odor of blood was coming from inside the separate courtyard. The image of Sikong Jing shook in her mind, and then she flashed in through the outer wall. To her eyes, there were corpses all over the place, bloody and horrifying. Even though Suyu Xian had seen many murderous scenes, she couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. Too brutal, and judging from the corpses, the killing was very clean. Obviously, it was a horrible person who had been doing massacre work for a long time. The appearance of Sikong Jing, who had just entered the mountain, once again shook out in his mind. He had obviously just killed so many people, but his expression was without any color. This is definitely a poor and vicious existence. Who are you? Suddenly, a slightly panicked voice rang out, and it was none other than Luo Ning. She had just run into the room to wash her face and calm herself down, but just after coming out, she saw this unfamiliar woman in black. With panic in her heart, she wondered if it was someone from the Thunder Winning Merchant Company. Passing by, "Are you a survivor?" Suyu Xian asked. Hearing this, she let out a long breath, but Luo Ning still had caution in her eyes and casually responded, "Yes." Strictly speaking, she was indeed a survivor. If Sikong Jing was a little more ruthless, I'm afraid that she herself would have died. Suyu Xian looked at Luo Ning, whose small face was pale and colorless, and mused, "I have no intention of meddling in the affairs of others. I originally wanted to come and find you guys to borrow some manpower, but it seems that you guys have no one else either." After saying that, Suyu Xian landed on the wall with a flash and paused again. "If they are targeting you, then you'd better leave into the Clouds Town as soon as possible. That massacred person might still come back." Leaving a cold voice echoing, Suyu Xian disappeared. Luo Ning was confused, and secretly said, "This woman is so cold and strong, but her heart seems to be quite good." Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Luo Ning had no way to deal with them. However, she had already sent a pigeon message to her father, and Luo Shui Yuxing would immediately send someone over. But no matter how it was disposed of, there was one creed: one could not betray Sikong Jing. On this side, Suyu Xian re-entered in front of the Cloud Entry Mountain and sighed, "Forget it, let's go in and try once more." After saying that, she flashed into the mountain. After a whole day and night, Sikong Jing finally arrived at the depths of the Cloud Entry Mountain, which was the territory of the Flowing Cloud Flying Squirrel. Traces of someone having been here, it's still very new. This is troublesome. The Flowing Cloud Flying Squirrel is definitely frightened. Just after arriving, Ahu made his judgment, and could see the human traces left in the surrounding jungle not long ago. Legend has it that the Flowing Cloud Flying Squirrel is very cunning. Usually after being frightened once, it won't come out again for a month. Old Zhang also said. The Flowing Cloud Flying Squirrel was also a very famous demonic beast around Yunyi City. The main reason was that its entire body was a treasure. The inner den could be used to cure most internal injuries, the fur was the favorite of many noble women, and the flesh and blood carried a powerful energy that could boost qi. Sikong Jing then asked Dr. Sun what was nearby that could directly treat his father-in-law, and got this answer from it. However, the flying squirrel of the flowing cloud is too cunning. Even the most powerful hunters, even the experts of the earth realm or even the heaven realm, do not dare to guarantee that they can capture it, and the ones that can flow into the market are even more rare. Sikong Jing had also seen the introduction of the collection in the Great Shang Emperor's treasury, and had an understanding of the attributes of the flowing cloud flying squirrel. More than a month, I once heard that the previous Lord of Yunzhou personally led a hunt for the flowing cloud flying squirrel in the Cloud Entry Mountain in order to please a beauty, and as a result, he failed to capture it when he first set out. Who remembered a story and introduced, and then the frightened flowing cloud flying squirrel didn't come out for a whole year, and in the end, the previous Lord of the Cloud State could only return in defeat. Speaking of this, both of them looked at Sikong Jing. Old Zhang proposed, "Brother Sikong, why don't we go deeper and look for other flowing cloud flying squirrels?" Sikong Jing's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. It wasn't impossible to continue deeper, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it back in time when Suyu Shi participated in the Cloud Wild City selection. But the frightened flowing cloud flying squirrel, it's a bit troublesome. Suddenly, Sikong Jing raised his head and said, "There is no need to go deeper, let's try here for 2 days, if we still can't find it, then we will go back." The two of them looked at each other. This is afraid to be useless. "Now you guys come with me." After Sikong Jing finished speaking, he flashed into the jungle. Soon, he arrived in front of a huge boulder that was tens of feet tall. Sikong Jing directly leaped up and landed on top of the boulder before saying, "I will be in a cultivation state now, so you guys will be around to guard me. Just act like you're not here for the flowing cloud flying mouse." Ah? The two men froze in disbelief. Old Zhang subconsciously asked, "Do we need to hide?" "No need, just strut around." "That's right, your true chi should flash out from time to time, and kill any demonic beasts that come close again or something." With Sikong Jing's words, they understood that it was to act like the most loyal guards, but what's the point? The boulder was so obvious, how could a flowing cloud flying squirrel possibly appear? All hunters try to hide when facing a flying squirrel, but Sikong Jing is doing the opposite. Wasn't this too naive? Without waiting for them to ask for the reason, Sikong Jing had already sat down on the boulder and began to exhale, while secretly thinking in his heart, "Flowing cloud flying squirrel, will you try to eat me like the Qianyu leopard?" Not bad. What Sikong Jing was going to do now was to use his body as bait and use the blood of the 10,000 beasts to lure out the flowing cloud flying squirrel. He was the lord of 10,000 beasts, and likewise, he was only a tiny cub, a super tonic in the eyes of many demonic beasts. As a peak human realm demonic beast, the flowing cloud flying squirrel, seeing him, a tiny cub that was only at the 4th level of the dark realm, and with only 2 small guards that were at the 1st level of the human realm, would be able to hold back? With anticipation in his heart, Sikong Jing deliberately exuded his body's aura and entered the cultivation state. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye another day and night passed. The surrounding area is very quiet. Flowing clouds flying rats territory general demonic beasts do not dare to come in, so the three were not disturbed by half a point, but the old Zhang and Ah were getting more and more confused. In the end, what is the use of this look? Coming, on guard. Suddenly, Sikong Jing's voice resounded heavily, causing the two to be mentally shaken, and in their hearts, they wondered what was coming. It couldn't be the flowing cloud flying rat. But in the next instant, a squeaking sound rang out. A snow-white rat that was only the size of an arm, spreading out 2 short wings that were connected to the body, swooped up against the boulder. Its speed was much faster than that of the Qianyu leopard, and in a blink of an eye, it flashed past the eyes of the two of them in front of Ahu. Brother Sikong. The two men's faces changed drastically, and they subconsciously turned back. Then the scene in front of them made their eyes bulge out violently, only to see that Sikong Jing actually held the flowing cloud flying squirrel with one hand, and laughed in a low voice. "Flowing cloud flying squirrel, you're also tolerant enough, surprisingly letting me wait for a whole day." Chapter 70 Beast Technique, Streaming Clouds. Squeak! The flowing cloud flying mouse struggled frantically in Sikong Jing's hands, letting out a squeaky, unwilling sound. Although it was a peak human realm demonic beast, its combat power was not strong, and its realm was completely reflected in its speed and cunning. At this time, old Zhang and Ah were directly confused. Fake, right? What kind of joke is this? The flowing cloud flying mouse was so simple to get into. Of course it wasn't that simple. Suddenly in Sikong Jing's hands, the flowing cloud flying squirrel let out a mournful scream. Its original arm-sized body suddenly shrunk, flashing out like a loach. Instantly, it turned into a snow-white meteor from the boulder above, faded away. In the blink of an eye, the flowing cloud flying mouse landed on a large tree dozens of meters away from the boulder, and squealed at Sikong Jing with a strong sense of unwillingness and anger in its eyes. After squeaking a few times, the flying squirrel scurried into the grass and disappeared. Old Zhang and Ah looked at each other in dismay and rushed to Sikong Jing's side, saying regretfully, "Surprisingly, it escaped." Although he couldn't figure out why this flowing cloud flying squirrel had suddenly changed its nature and even took the initiative to attack Sikong Jing, he was still not happy in his heart when he was escaped even though he had clearly gotten his hands on it. "No matter, it's in my expectation that it will come back again." Sikong Jing had a smile on his lips, everything was within his grasp. The squeak of the flowing cloud flying mouse just now, Sikong Jing understood it. The general meaning was, "I won't let you go, just wait for me, I will definitely eat you." However, old Zhang and Ah swooned again. Impossible, right? It was almost caught by you and it still dares to come back? Sikong Jing of course wouldn't explain too much, but instead re-sat on his knees and said, "Let's wait and see." Glancing at each other and looking at the closed eyes of Sikong Jing, both generals had odd looks on their faces. If the previous Sikong Jing was a ferocious and berserk general, now it was cloaked in a layer of mystery. This exiled criminal was too different. What they didn't know was that when Sikong Jing entered his cultivation, the Jindi prison breaking technique true chi in his body changed again and began to flow according to a bizarre route. It was precisely the way the demonic power of the flowing cloud flying squirrel operated. The moment he held the flowing cloud flying squirrel, Sikong Jing had indeed seen through its mode of operation just as he did when he faced the Qianyu leopard. Sikong Jing didn't think that he would be able to catch the flowing cloud flying squirrel the first time. The other party was still a peak human realm demonic beast, but there was still a second time to come, and the flowing cloud flying squirrel would be able to experience the terror of the Lord of 10,000 Beasts. Time passes again. Half a day later. Roar! Suddenly the sound of a demonic beast came, surprisingly resounding from all directions. A head of demonic beasts drilled out of the jungle and burst out, and they came galloping in the direction of the giant stone, a terrifying scene. What is this situation? Old Zhang and Ahu were dumbfounded again. How could there be a large group of demonic beasts coming to surround the territory of the flowing cloud flying squirrel? Among them, he saw several Qianyu leopards, while most of them were demonic beasts of one level of Qianyu leopard, numbering in the hundreds. Sikong Jing opened his eyes and said with a flash of cold light, "It's the flowing cloud flying squirrels driven against me, meet them." The two generals were confused again. When did the flowing cloud flying squirrel have a hobby of driving away demonic beasts? We haven't heard of it. What exactly is so good about Sikong Jing that could make the flowing cloud flying squirrel so eager? None of them knew that Sikong Jing, who possessed the blood of 10,000 beasts, was too tempting for demonic beasts, and all demonic beasts would change their usual habits when given the chance. They would even do anything just to get the chance to evolve. Kill! Sikong Jing let out a low shout, and old Zhang and the two of them woke up as if from a dream and met the demonic beasts that pounced on them. Hundreds of Dark Realm demonic beasts, and many of them were peak Dark Realm existences. This was not easier than before in the Luoshui villa. The three of them fought in a bloodbath for half an hour before beheading all the demonic beasts. Among them, Sikong Jing had decimated at least 70 to 80%, but old Zhang and Ahu were still too tired to move. Z. Right at this critical moment, Z's voice rang out. Immediately, chilling hairs exploded all over old Zhang's two bodies, and when they looked up, they saw a snow-white flowing cloud-flying mouse landing on the corpse of a demonic beast. In its rat eyes, it unexpectedly carried a hint of cunning and smugness. The corners of Ahu's mouth twitched madly. The flowing cloud-flying rat has really come. Brother Sikong, can you still fight? When they finished asking, the two men's eyes protruded, only to see that Sikong Jing was also tired and lying on the ground, a picture of being unable to move. Now, what can be done? They were completely understanding that the flowing cloud-flying squirrel was driving away the demonic beasts to consume the strength of their own three, and then it could come swinging to deal with Sikong Jing. The flowing cloud-flying squirrel, too cunning. In the next instant, the complacent flowing cloud-flying squirrel moved, shooting towards Sikong Jing like snow-white lightning. Brother Sikong, be careful. Old Zhang and Ahu exerted their last ounce of true qi and fought to try to stop it, but their speed was still far from enough, and in a split second, the flowing cloud-flying mouse flashed through their midst. And then they saw it open its sharp teeth and bit down on Sikong Jing's neck. Instantly, the two generals' eyes slid open and they let out a furious cry, "Brother Sikong!" But, the next scene shocked their jaws off again. Only to see that Sikong Jing, who was originally too tired to move, reached out his hand in vain and held the flowing cloud-flying mouse that was about to bite down for the second time, and mockingly said, "Caught you again." So Brother Sikong was pretending. Old Zhang and Ahu looked like they didn't know what to say, but they also let out a long breath in their hearts. If Sikong Jing died, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to survive. Squeak! And only then did the flowing cloud-flying mouse realize that it had been fooled, and let out another squeaky, strange cry, once again shrinking suddenly as before, and flashing out of Sikong Jing's hand with electricity, its angry voice tearing through the sky. As if saying, "We'll see again. This time, you can't leave." Sikong Jing opened his mouth, and then his entire body's true qi exploded, and his bizarre and inexplicable aura was displayed in front of the two generals. Then, he chased after the direction where the flowing cloud-flying squirrel had fled and flashed out with electricity as well. Swish swish. Two figures, one small and one large, kept shuttling between the jungles, sometimes burrowing into the ground, sometimes floating between the trees. Their speeds were surprisingly comparable, and all that was left around was the squeaking sound of the flying squirrel of the flowing clouds. Old Zhang and Ahu stood on the boulder stunned, in which the old Zhang said, "Ahu, Sikong brother, how to become a flying mouse again?" Ahu said, "Is the legend of demonic beasts transforming into humans true? Brother Sikong's original body is a flying squirrel with flowing clouds?" The Sikong Jing in their eyes was transformed into a flying squirrel constantly chasing after the real flying squirrel. How similar this scene was to the time when he tore down the Qianyu leopard. Not to mention old Zhang and Ahu, no normal person could understand this situation. In the jungle, Sikong Jing's entire body's true qi flashed out according to the way the flowing cloud-flying squirrel operated, and while observing the flowing cloud-flying squirrel, he began to create a new beast skill, one that could be completely applied to the human body. Flowcloud flying squirrel said can go up to the sky, in fact, the wings are too small is not able to fly, can only stick to the leaves of the ground and so on gliding. I don't know how long I've been chasing after it. Sikong Jing's mouth gently picked up the corner of his mouth and said, Beast technique, flowing cloud. Chapter 71, Make a Price. His body suddenly changed in a sort of flying squirrel pattern, speeding up. And in this instant, it was as if Sikong Jing had become the final evolved version of the flowing cloud flying squirrel again, more flying squirrel than flying squirrel. Sikong Jing saw through the next move of the flowing cloud flying squirrel. His movements were one step ahead of that, and several dashes appeared on the flowing cloud flying squirrel's escape route. In an instant, the rhythms of the flowing cloud flying squirrel were completely messed up. Squeak! Suddenly, a frantic scream resounded in the jungle. The flowing cloud flying squirrel was gripped by Sikong Jing for the third time, and its peak human realm demonic power was trying to explode Sikong Jing's blockade, but to no avail. It was still the same, the flowing cloud flying squirrel was not strong in combat. And now Sikong Jing, who was even more of a flying squirrel than a flying squirrel, saw through all of its movements, and with a grip in advance, the flowing cloud flying squirrel instantly snapped. When Sikong Jing returned to the boulder, old Zhang and Ah who were already too shocked to speak. The flowing cloud flying squirrel had really been caught and killed by Sikong Jing. The bizarre demonic beast that the last Cloud State Lord had spent a year to obtain, this young exiled criminal had spent only a day and a half to easily obtain it. He, on the other hand, was only at the 4th level of the Dark Realm. It's done, pack up the inner pills of the surrounding beasts and demons and the things that look good, let's go back. As if Sikong Jing had done something insignificant, he casually said to the two. Muna nodded his head as the two of them flew to deal with the materials of the hundreds of demonic beasts around them. But just at this time, the sound of rustling around them resounded once again, and a black silhouette walked out from the jungle, and it was clearly the same black-clothed woman they had encountered when they entered the mountain. Old Zhang and Ah Hu stopped their movements at once, the color of vigilance flickering in their eyes. Flowing cloud flying squirrel, I can't believe you caught it. The woman in black was of course Su Yuxian, who stared at the flowing cloud flying mouse in Sikong Jing's hands with incredulity written all over her face. After re-entering the Cloud Entry Mountain, Su Yuxian went straight to the deeper depths, the territory of the other flowing cloud flying squirrel, to make an attempt. As old Zhang and Ah Hu said, the frightened flying squirrel would hide very deep, and this territory was one she had previously visited, so it was impossible to get another chance. However, on her second attempt, Su Yuxian still ended in failure. When she decided to give up, she just happened to pass by and smelled the smell of blood, so she came over to take a look. The result left her in disbelief that this murderous young man had taken down the flowing cloud flying mouse. Sikong Jing was slightly stunned. This was the third time he had encountered the woman in black and also had the first exchange. He nodded his head and replied back, so you're here for the flowing cloud flying squirrel as well. Luckily for me, I've got it. It was then that Sikong Jing realized that the human traces left here before were left by the woman in black. Su Yuxian subconsciously asked, how did you do it? When she was at the entrance of the Su mansion, she had felt Sikong Jing's realm, only the 9th level of the Ming realm, even if her breath was not visible now, but it could never be more than the human realm, and the two middle-aged men beside her were only the 1st level of the human realm. With such a configuration and such an ability, it shouldn't and couldn't have succeeded. Sikong Jing raised an eyebrow. Sorry, no comment. Of course he wouldn't tell a stranger, I am the lord of all beasts, I can see through all the movements of the flowing cloud flying squirrel. And at this time, old Zhang and Ah Hu had finally finished collecting the hundreds of demonic beast materials around them. Seeing this, Sikong Jing faintly spoke, let's go back. After saying that, the three of them stepped towards the path they came from. Wait. Suddenly, Su Yuxian vocalized and called out. Something else? Sikong Jing stopped his steps and asked. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuxian said expressionlessly, I want the flowing cloud flying mouse in your hand, name your price. Sikong Jing was not surprised by this, but he shook his head, sorry, I'm not prepared to sell. This was to be used to treat the injuries of his father-in-law, Su Zhenlong, and Sikong Jing would not trade it out even on the best terms. Su Yuxian took another breath and stepped towards Sikong Jing step by step and said, I can give you a satisfactory condition, feel free to mention it, as long as I can do it. However, Sikong Jing still shook his head and refused. With a clench of her pink fist, Su Yuxian's body unearthly emitted an aura of the peak of the human realm, and her voice turned slightly cold, I only want the inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying mouse, I don't want the rest. Sikong Jing froze and similarly returned, unluckily, I also only want the inner Dan. Saying this, Sikong Jing had turned back to face Su Yuxian, the other party's killing chance was so obvious, of course he sensed it. What if I have to ask for it? Su Yuxian's voice became unusually cold. Si Kongjing narrowed his eyes and coldly returned, "You can try." Buzz. In the next instant, Su Yuxian shot out like an arrow off the string, a soft sword in her hand clanging all around with a shocking sound. The black residual shadow flashed to Si Kongjing and said, "I won't kill you, I only need the inner Dan." The soft sword suddenly straightened, stabbing at Si Kongjing's arm that was carrying the flying mouse of flowing clouds. A cold light flashed in Si Kongjing's eyes, and he coldly drank, "Beast technique, flowing cloud." His figure twisted strangely, and in an instant, he detached himself from Su Yuexian's sword shadow. And the color of shock flashed in Su Yuexian's eyes. She had already seen through Si Kongjing's realm. It was precisely the fourth level of the dark realm, a huge gap compared to her own peak of the human realm. But he, surprisingly, dodged it. However, Su Yuexian didn't believe that she couldn't take it. Her figure suddenly flashed out and chased after him. But the next scene stunned Su Yuexian. It was as if she had encountered a streaming cloud-flying mouse. The man in front of her was too slippery. After dozens of moves, he hadn't even touched a single corner of his coat. "What in the world are you?" Su Yuexian couldn't help but ask in shock. Si Kongjing coldly responded, "You guess?" With a flash of cold light in his eyes, in vain Su Yuexian's gaze fell on old Zhang and Ahu. His body twisted again and his sword shadow lunged at the two of them with a gust of sword wind. "You dare!" Si Kongjing saw through her movements at once, his body gliding against the ground. Before Su Yuexian approached the two, a heavy fist blasted out, colliding with Su Yuexian's soft immortal in a single collision, chirping gusts of sound. The gap between the realms was too great. Si Kongjing felt his whole body's true chi fluttering around. His fists were raw and painful, but he still dragged Ahu and old Zhang backward. Immediately afterward, he protected in front of the two people again. His eyes gradually became ice cold as killing chances splashed out. "Dare to touch my friend, are you prepared to die?" Si Kongjing did not have any favorable or unfavorable feelings towards Su Yuexian, and it was normal to fight for treasures in such a mountain forest, but to move his own people was to ignite Si Kongjing's anger. The rolling killing chance seemed to cover the entire forest. He was at the fourth level of the Dark Realm, but his hands were stained with an unknown amount of blood from the great merchant enemy nation. His dantian and meridians were wasted, but something as intangible as a killing chance could not be wasted. At this moment, whether it was Su Yuexian or the two beside him, Ahu, it was as if they were plunged into the nine ghosts. Si Kongjing was like a god of death, and a god of death that slaughtered billions of people. Su Yuexian was stunned, staring at Si Kongjing with a deadly stare. Previously still underestimated him, only knew that he killed without blinking an eye, but now more than without blinking an eye. "I'm afraid that the corpses in his hands are piled up." The body involuntarily trembled, a sense of fear arose. Gritting her teeth, Su Yuexian resolutely said, "I don't want to kill anyone, I only want the inner Dan of the flowing cloud-flying squirrel, even if the fish dies." Her voice was decisive, carrying the determination of certain death. Chapter 72 Heaven Realm Demon Beast. Si Kongjing stared back at her. "You are an assassin, and a very powerful one at that, but you should be aware that it's common for assassins to kill people beyond their rank, and I can also take your life in the guise of an assassin." From the aura and movements of the woman in black, Si Kongjing could easily tell that she was an assassin. In the next instant, Si Kongjing disappeared in place and burrowed into the jungle. The raging killing machine around him also followed and disappeared without a trace. Whether it was Su Yuexian or old Zhang Ahu, all of a sudden, they couldn't find him, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. Or rather, he had once again transformed into the flowing cloud flying mouse. Because of the creation of the beast technique flowing cloud, Si Kongjing was a flowing cloud flying squirrel in the jungle. Coupled with the experience of having killed countless people on the battlefield, it was impossible for Su Yuexian to discover him. In the next instant, Si Kongjing appeared, right behind Su Yuexian. In the instant before Su Yuexian could realize it, a voice rang out, "Not everyone has the qualifications to fish out of water." At that instant, Su Yuexian's entire body exploded with cold hairs, and turned back with a sword. However, Si Kongjing had already retreated and re-entered the jungle, his voice resounding again, "You want to threaten me by killing my two friends, but your cultivation is still far from enough." Su Yuexian's face was flustered, constantly looking around, but couldn't find it. The other party's voice was as if it was coming from all directions. "If I had just wanted to kill you, it would only be a blink of an eye." Suddenly, Si Kongjing's voice appeared behind Su Yuexian again, and the latter turned back violently. But it disappeared again in the blink of an eye, and when she looked again, the other party appeared in front of the two generals again, simply as fast as it could be. Gulp! Su Yuexian swallowed her saliva, and a thick fear arose. Then, Si Kongjing said again, "Seeing as you're just eagerly seeking the Dan, I'll leave you alive." After saying that, he gestured to old Zhang and Ahu and turned around to leave. Su Yuxian was left alone in the jungle, bewildered and confused. Her mind shook over her assassin instructor, over all the assassins she had seen, but there had never been one as terrifying as this man in front of her. And he was only at the 4th level of the Dark Realm. This was too much. Looking at the ever-distant trio, Su Yuxian suddenly called out, "Wait a little longer."
Xikong Jing turned around, eh?
Logically, the woman in black should have lost her will to fight. Since she was an assassin, she should understand how big the gap was.
Su Yuxian's face kept changing, and suddenly with a clench of her teeth, she knelt down in Xikong Jing's direction.
In an instant, Xikong Jing's expression was astonished beyond measure. "I beg you to give me the inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying mouse, even if it's on any condition."
Su Yuxian's voice carried a tremor.
Xikong Jing fell silent. He could be ruthless and cold in the face of any enemy, but he couldn't stand such a move. His heart was not cast in iron. The black-clothed woman's expression was genuine and without artifice. Her plea was real. But this was for his father-in-law, so he still shook his head.
Just as Su Yuxian's expression was miserable, Xikong Jing followed up by asking, "What do you want to use this inner elixir for?"
Su Yuxian froze, then slowly lowered his head. His voice squeezed out from between his teeth. "I want to save my father, even though I hate for him to die. I still want to save him. I'm such an asshole." Xikong Jing's face was puzzled. It was expected that he wanted to cure people to save their lives, but the words that followed filled him with strangeness. Hating his father to death and wanting to save his life. "I'm an assassin. I hardly have any free time. This time it's hard to have a little bit of time. I mustn't miss out on the inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying squirrel, or else I'll never see him again." A tear in Su Yuxian's eyes fell onto the leaves on the ground, and gently slid down again, blending into the soil. She had given her father an elixir, but that could only provide temporary relief. She had checked his physical condition, and when the elixir lost its potency, her father would die without any leeway. With this bit of free time, the only thing Su Yuxian could find to renew her father's life right now was just one of the inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying squirrel. "Unfortunately, this inner elixir I also used to save the life of someone close to me. I cannot give it to you," Xikong Jing slowly said. Su Yuxian raised her head, her eyes all bitter and desperate. In the next instant, Xikong Jing said, "Wait for me here for half a day. I'll give you the second inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying rat."
"Ha?"
Su Yuxian couldn't help but cry out in shock, her face full of incomprehension.
And at this time, Xikong Jing had already flashed in towards the deeper direction of the Cloud Entry Mountain, naturally going to capture the second flowing cloud flying squirrel, and in the twinkling of an eye, he disappeared in front of Su Yuxian and old Zhang Ahu. "Brother Xikong."
Old Zhang and Ahu opened their mouths to call.
"You're just going to leave us here to face the terrifying peak human realm female assassin in front of us? We are scared, ah."
Su Yuxian looked at the disappearing Xikong Jing in dismay, slowly got up, and looked at old Zhang and Ahu again and asked, "Can he really get the second inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying squirrel?"
Glancing at each other, Ahu said, "As long as there is still a flowing cloud flying squirrel within the inner cloud mountain, it cannot escape."
Thinking of the way Xikong Jing captured the flying squirrel earlier, which flying squirrel could escape the capture of the large flying squirrel?
Half a day passed as Su Yuxian waited nervously. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the Cloud Entry Mountain, shaking even the earth.
Su Yuxian stared up at her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "A heaven realm demonic beast." Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of Su Yuxian's trio. It was none other than Xikong Jing, who had left for half a day, only to see that he was indeed carrying the second flowing cloud flying mouse in his hand, and threw it directly to Su Yuxian. Without waiting for her to react, Xikong Jing said, "Quickly go, the heaven realm demonic beast is coming after me." After saying that, he signaled to Ahu and old Zhang, and the three of them quickly disappeared into the jungle. Su Yuxian held the heavy flowing cloud flying mouse and was dumbfounded in place. Then she felt the terrifyingly oppressive aura of the heaven realm demonic beasts coming at her, and with no time to be surprised, she also chased after the direction of Xikong Jing's three people and fled. The four of them kept dashing through the jungle. But right at this moment, Xikong Jing stopped and said in a low voice, "No, the gap in realms is too big. Quickly throw away the things in your hands and find a place to hide." With that, he brought along Ahu and old Zhang and looked for a crack in the earth to drill into. Behind him, Su Yuxian also gritted her teeth and followed suit, drilling inside the crack. "The two old brothers stick close to me. Conceal your breath to the deepest level and close your breath." Xikong Jing spoke quickly, while a breath that was similar to that of the jungle radiated from his body, covering the two of them. After doing so, he asked Su Yuxian, who was not far away, "Are you all right?" Su Yuxian nodded and did not reply. The four of them then closed their breath in the large crack, while at this time, the terrifying heaven realm demonic beast pressure had already come down. A huge beast suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and through the crack, the four of them could see that it was a pure golden-colored huge tiger. It was actually a terrifying demonic beast between the heaven realm and transcendent, the cracked gold steel-toothed tiger. This was the king of the jungle, and was an invincible existence in the inner cloud mountain. Chapter 73, Returning to the City. Roar! The crazy roaring sound tore the sky and earth. The cracked gold steel-toothed tiger was furious because it couldn't find anyone and shook the surrounding trees and so on into powder and dust. Sikong Jing's four people didn't even dare to move, and Hu and old Zhang's faces were as pale as paper. Roar! The roar continued. Sikong Jing could still hear the words of the cracked gold steel-toothed tiger. Exactly. Get out, I'm going to devour you, I want your blood, give me your blood. The cracked gold steel-toothed tiger, of course, was also here for Sikong Jing, the little cub of the Lord of 10,000 Beasts. Sikong Jing composed himself and didn't move a muscle. A full half-hour passed before the cracked gold steel-toothed tiger left angrily and returned to the mountain. Puff! It wasn't until the danger disappeared that old Zhang and Hu flopped down and sat on the ground, their entire bodies dehydrated. Suyuxian also leaned tightly against the stone wall, her entire face snow white, the hideous scars on her face all weakened a lot as a result. The heaven realm demonic beast's pressure was too terrifying. Don't all relax, the cracked gold steel-toothed tiger won't give up easily. Sikong Jing reminded. The three instantly exploded with chills and went back on alert. As expected, as Sikong Jing had said, in the twinkling of an eye, the terrifying pressure appeared once again, and it was the split gold steel-toothed tiger that went and returned. This time, it stayed for half a quarter of an hour, and only after determining that no one could be found did it really leave. And the four people in the crack in the earth is still a quiet piece. The three people then look at Sikong Jing, meaning can they relax? It's ready, hurry up and leave the entry cloud mountain. Sikong Jing was the first to flash out while still flying away. When they arrived outside of the cloud entry town, they were completely deflated, and even Suyuxian, who was at the peak of the human realm, couldn't help but gasp for breath. Brother Sikong, is the split gold steel-toothed tiger sick? What's the point of chasing us to death? Whose voice line carried the aftermath of the robbery, truly terrified. Sikong Jing shook his head and said, maybe I accidentally moved something on it. This time, Sikong Jing made an excuse. The secret of the Lord of 10,000 Beasts made it necessary for him to be vigilant. Any demonic beast stronger than himself would want to swallow himself to evolve. With the blood of 10,000 beasts in his possession, he could learn their beast skills like the Qianyu leopard and the flowing cloud flying squirrel, and any demonic beast. Mountains and forests were full of opportunities and power for himself. But there are equally terrifying crises. The split gold steel-toothed tiger shouldn't have been close to him, but after it sensed him, it came after him. Looks like I need to be more careful in the future. Hiding my scent isn't enough, I also need to hide the flavor of the blood of 10,000 beasts. Sikong Jing secretly admonished himself, if he had encountered a true transcendent demonic beast this time, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so lucky. Taking a slight breather, Sikong Jing said, let's go back to the town to rest and recuperate, then it's time to go home. These words, of course, were addressed to Hu and old Zhang. As for Suyuxian, Sikong Jing didn't bother anymore. It's not like he knew her name was Suyuxian. Please wait, are you really giving me this flowing cloud flying mouse? Suyuxian called out to Sikong Jing. Sikong Jing replied back, well, I gave it to you for the sake of your piece of filial piety. As soon as the words left her mouth, Suyuxian's face changed and she suddenly exclaimed, nonsense, how could I possibly have filial piety? I can't wait for him to die right away. I'm sorry. Speaking here, her voice went weak again before she thought of the man in front of her giving himself this rare and great gift. I'll repay you when I have the chance, farewell. After saying this, Suyuxian carried the body of the flowing cloud flying mouse and disappeared in front of the three men. Old Zhang said, why is this female assassin like a psychopath, obviously wanting to save her father but still hating him to death, split personality, right? Hu also looked at Sikong Jing and asked, Brother Sikong, why are you helping her? She, reminds me of someone. Sikong Jing smiled and said, it also makes me think of my family's situation, since they all kneeled down and begged me, let's help if we can. After saying that, Sikong Jing turned around and walked into the clouds town. What he thought of was of course not Suyu Shi, but his mother-in-law Mei Xiaofang, with the same deadly hard mouth and extraordinarily soft heart. Within the entry cloud town, the streets were sparsely populated and many stores were closed. Strange, how did the entry cloud town become so cold and clear? Hu looked around for a while oddly. At this moment, a hurried silhouette came over.
Don't you guys know yet?
4 days ago, after the gambling fight between Lei Win merchant firm and Luoshui jade firm, I don't know which murderous person I offended, and killed all the people from the two major merchant firms. When these words came out, Hu and old Zhang subconsciously looked at Sikong Jing. This was that fierce person. It is rumored that only the eldest Miss Luoning of the Luoshui jade firm is still alive. She was lucky to escape with her life by running to the pharmacy to buy medicine. The passerby spoke quickly again.
At this time, the second passerby sneered, the two major merchant houses really think they're bullish? Still sealing the mountain for gambling and fighting, offended, right? Hurry up and go, God knows if that murderous man is still within the town. The two passers-by said and hurriedly left.
And Sikong Jing smiled bashfully. It seems Luoning found a good excuse. This matter has nothing to do with us. We also went with Luoning to buy medicine and survived. Hu and old Zhang nodded their heads. They didn't want to get caught up in trouble and be retaliated against by Lei Win Merchant Company. Obviously, Luoning honored her promise and did not spread the word about this massacre. It's been 6 days since I left Cloud Wild City. Tomorrow is the selection for the Cloud State competition. I have to hurry back. Sikong Jing watched as night had fallen, so he hurriedly set off to rush back to Yunyi City. Because the thunder-winning merchant firm and Luoshui jade firm had many people slaughtered, there were some twists and turns on the way back, and they were stopped by the officials and soldiers of Yunzhou City who were chasing the murderers, and came inside the post station. In the post station they met Luoning again, and under his confirmation, the three of them were naturally free from suspicion. Of course, the main thing was that Hu and Lao Zhang were both general officers of Yunyi City, and Sikong Jing was only at the 4th level of the Dark Realm, so of course no one associated them with the murderer. And at this time, Sikong Jing also obtained the second Yuan Jindan from Luoning's hands. In the end, they were picked up by General Chiu Yi again and returned to Yunyi City, but by this time, it was already morning.
The Yunzhou Grand Competition in Yunyi City's selection was about to begin.
At this point in time, Sikong Jing also did not return to the Su Mansion, but hurriedly rushed to the selection venue.
Cloud Wild City's Martial Arts Arena. The Martial Arts Arena is on the east side of the City Lord's Mansion, and at the moment it's full of people, inside and out. The Cloud State competition was a rare event, and as one of the 28 cities in Cloud State, Cloud Wild City was extremely concerned about it. Who would be the proud son of heaven who would fight on behalf of Yunyi City? At this moment, on the south side of the martial arts arena, beside the Su family, one of the 4 great families of Yunyi City, gathered. Among them, Su Yushir was wearing an ethereal blue battlesuit, still covered with a thick black veil. She was preparing to enter the battle. Suddenly, Su Yushir's pale voice came from Su Shuefeng's ears. Yushira, did you forget to give me the green jade paper? When these words came out, Su Yushir and the Su Zhenglong couple next to her changed their faces slightly. What was to come was still to come. Su Xiefeng had not forgotten to force the matter of the green jade paper. Chapter 74 Su Yushir, Number 1.
7 days ago, Su Xiefeng threatened Su Yueshou's family to hand over the green jade paper by telling General Chiu Yi. They believed that all of Sikong Jing's treasures were hidden from General Chiu Yi and obtained from the corpses of the fierce beast horse thieves. As long as they complained to Chiu Yi, Sikong Jing, the criminal, would die without a burial place. At that time, Su Xiefeng had also put down the harsh word that he would at least get a piece of green jade paper from their hands before the great competition selection. Last night, Mei Xiaofeng was half dead with nervousness at home, but she did not wait for Su Xiefeng to bring someone to get it. She did not expect that this old thing would open his mouth to force for it before the start of the great competition selection. Su Yushir bit her lip and stared at Su Shuefeng. Grandpa, Sikong Jing said that the green jade paper wasn't obtained from the mighty beast horse thieves, so we don't need to give it to you. She gritted her teeth, firmly believing in what Sikong Jing had said.
Ugly, you've got the nerve after having a husband, huh? Do you believe that we will tell General Chiu Yi now?
Su Yun walked out from behind Su Xiefeng, still calling Su Yushir an ugly. Even if Su Yushir was more beautiful now, in Su Yun's heart she was still ugly. Su Yushir clenched her pink fist without saying a word, her eyes firm.
At this time, Su Xiefeng spoke again. Yushira, no matter what, I am your grandfather. Isn't it right for you to take the green jade paper to honor me? I only need 1 sheet.
Saying this, he smiled and stared at Su Yushir, putting on a benevolent appearance. But Mei Xiaofeng almost made a vomit. Filial piety to no one but you. But now the handle is held in the hands of others. How can she dare to open the scolding? Can only look at her daughter and said, Yushir, how about? Suddenly, Su Yushir categorically said, Grandpa, I'm going to fight for the Su family in the next few days. If I lose, it will prove that I'm not qualified enough to get the green jade papers. I'll give them all to you.
If I win the next one, please don't make things difficult for us anymore, can you?
Su Yushir's eyes were firm. This was the only way to solve the problem. She didn't want to hand over the green jade paper, but she was also afraid that Grandpa would pester her again, causing Daddy to explode his true chi once again. That would aggravate Dad's injuries. Su Yushur was afraid that what happened 7 days ago would happen again. And after 7 days of cultivation, Su Yushur was certain that she would win at least one match. Just you, a punk ugly, still want to win? Su Yun sniffed but couldn't help but scoff. However, Su Xiefeng immediately stopped her and continued to say kindly, "That's right, how can a grandfather forcefully take something from his granddaughter? Alright, as long as you win one game I won't make things difficult for you guys anymore." He readily agreed, while next to him, Su Zhengtao also pulled Su Yun with a big smile. How could Su Yushur win a match? She didn't even know martial arts, she didn't even have a bit of true chi, when my ass win. Since they could get all 3 green jade papers without fighting hard with Su Zhenglong, why wouldn't they be happy about it? If I win one game, please also ask Grandpa to stop being so harsh to our family in the future, and I will try my best to fight for the Su family. Su Yushur stared at Su Shuefeng again and said. And Su Xiefeng's reply was also very sharp. No problem, all according to you. At that time, not to mention that I won't ask for your green jade paper anymore, I'll also give you back all the treatment you have at home. When these words came out, Su Zhenglong stared blankly and asked, "Is this true?" In response, Su Xiefeng was very dissatisfied and said, "Thanks to you being my son, when have I ever spoken without taking it seriously?" Just after these words fell, a guard officer from the city lord's mansion happened to stand out within the martial arts arena and loudly announced the start of the selection process. And then it was announced that the drawing of lots would begin, for all the young talents participating in the selection to enter the center of the martial arts arena. "Father, Mother, I'm going up." Su Yushur held a sword in her hand and walked step by step towards the center of the martial arts arena, while her eyes were firm as never before. No matter what, she had to win the next one, for herself and her family. Also for the sake of Grandpa's promise. Just how come Brother Jing hadn't come back yet? Would he not be able to rush back to watch his first match? Silently thinking in her heart, Su Yushur had already arrived at the center of the martial arts arena and reported her name, drawing a piece of paper from the lottery box, and froze when she unfolded it to see that it was number 1. This also meant that she was going to be the first to make an appearance. Who is number 1? Right at this moment, an aggressive voice came from the contestants. Su Yushur subconsciously looked over, only to see a tall man shaking the paper in his hand and looking around angrily. And the number on the paper in his hand was none other than number 2. In other words, he was his opponent in the first match. Su Yushur was inexplicably nervous. She did not reply, but tightly gripped the sword in her hand. At this moment, Su Yin from the direction of the Su clan let out a light laugh. "Isn't that silly big guy Luotong's son, Luoji? Luotong can often brag that his son has reached the first level of the Dark Realm. He is very powerful. I don't know which unlucky person drew number 1, and he is going to be ate off in the first match." At this, Su Xiefeng didn't care much. Luotong, this second-rate family head, was none of his business. He was already fantasizing now about what awesome kung fu the 3 sheets of green jade paper would be after Su Yushur lost. Mr. and Mrs. Su Zhenglong likewise didn't care about Luoji, they only wanted to know what number Yushur drew and who her opponent would be. Secretly praying that it must be like Yushur, the kind that comes to make up the numbers. In their eyes, although their daughter Su Yushur has been practicing her sword desperately for the past 7 days, but how can it be that easy? What flowers can be practiced in 7 days? If you go up, you will definitely lose. Unless one met a more scrappy kind than her, preferably a softer woman. At this exact moment, the city lord's guards announced, "The drawing of lots is complete, number 1 and 2 will stay, the others will go down to the field and wait first." The many contestants dispersed with a roar, except for Luoji of number 2, and Su Yushur of number 1. At this time, Mei Xiaofeng from the direction of the Su family called out, "Yushur, what are you still standing stupidly up there for? Quickly come down." Su Yushur's whole body shook slightly and returned to her senses. "Mother, I am number 1. What?" Mei Xiaofeng was dumbfounded, and Su Zhenglong also stared with an unsightly expression. This was big trouble. Su Zhenglong had beaten Luotong to the point where his mother didn't even recognize him when he was young. 7 days ago Luotong's wife was even slapped by Si Kongjing. It would be strange if Luoji could make Su Yushur feel better. Ha ha ha. At this exact moment, Su Yun's maniacal laughter rang out. "Ugly monster, you also have enough bad luck." Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao glanced at each other with smiles on their faces. The 3 sheets of green jade paper and Si Kongjing's undercard treasure would all be in their hands. Just now there was still a hint of worry yet, hearing that Su Zhenglong had made some sudden boosting method for Su Yueshio. But now, this worry is completely eliminated. 7 days' time Su Yushur can't beat the Dark Realm even if he sits on the Divine Dragon.
Luo Ji, that's Su Jinglong's daughter in front of you, I want you to beat her half to death.
Luo Tong's voice also rang out in the arena, both triumphant and exhilarated.
Chapter 75 One Sword Shocking Rainbow. And as the bout was about to begin, the entire arena was set ablaze. An audience member asked, "Who is that veiled woman?" "You don't know?" "She's the ugly one from the Su family, the one who was the ugliest in all of Yunzhou. It's rumored that she doesn't know martial arts and still carries on with the Su family's head of the family every day, and that's why she was thrown up here to participate in the grand competition," someone said back. The spectator in front was surprised and turned back. "I did hear that this ugly one recovered her appearance." "I don't know if it's true or not." "Of course it's fake, how could it be that easy to recover?" Many people around said that it was just a rumor. It's impossible for the number one ugly in Yunzhou to become beautiful, there's no such thing as that life, no? But right at this moment, another thick voice rang out. "Of course it's true, Su Yushur is now the number one beauty in Yunzhou." The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see a straight silhouette suddenly emerge from their midst, with a face like a knife, and a glittering essence in his eyes, giving people a daunting feeling. And he, of course, was Sikong Jing, who had rushed to the martial arts arena after returning to the city. "You're being funny, right? If Su Yushur is the number one beauty in Yunzhou, I'll stand upside down and eat." The spectator who had just said it was a rumor said it viciously and swore a poisonous oath. The surrounding crowd also laughed in shame, thinking that this was simply impossible. The people who attended the Su family's birthday banquet were, after all, just a drop in the bucket compared to the entire Yunyi city, and not many people believed the words they spread, treating it as an impossible laughing matter. Sikong Jing was too lazy to argue. In his eyes, Su Yushur was not only the number one beauty in Yunzhou, but also the number one beauty in the world. His eyes gleamed as he stared at Su Yushur in the martial arts arena, looking forward to her first battle. This was not only a battle to get rid of the ugly name, but also a battle to build confidence and no longer feel inferior and weak. "Both sides prepare, you may begin." With a command from the city lord's guard officer, Luo Ji and Su Yushur on the martial arts arena stood opposite each other. The battle was about to begin. "Concede defeat, you sure you're about to admit defeat?" Mei Xiaofang's voice came from below the field. But Su Yushur was unmoved, there was no way she would admit defeat. At this time, Luo Ji on the opposite side licked the corner of his mouth and laughed chillingly. "Su Yushur, I didn't expect that you would be the first one I encountered. It's a pity that you're not that criminal husband, or else I'd have to dismantle him in a big way." The tall Luo Ji's face was as fierce as a giant bear. Su Yushur nervously gripped the sword in her hand and returned, "You don't stand a chance, much less a match for my brother Jing." Even Su Shan had been killed by brother Jing, Luo Ji would just mouth off. In fact, Luo Ji also knew that he was no match for Sikong Jing. But he was angry, his mother had been slapped by that criminal at the Su family birthday banquet, this revenge must be avenged. Since he couldn't beat that criminal, would he still be unable to beat Su Yushur? "Humph, did you just hear my father's words? I'm going to beat you to death." Luo Ji let out a roar, holding a huge wolf tooth stick in his hand, he swept it at Su Yushur. Mei Xiaofang under the field directly didn't dare to look at it. Compared to the tall Luo Ji, Su Yushur was like a delicate little willow branch. With this bat, was there life left? Su Zhenglong clenched his fists tightly, he didn't dare to look either, but he had to. "Eldest uncle, you rushed out to save that ugly monster every time, now you rush up to save it." Su Yun laughed a few more strange sarcastic laughs. Now that it was the selection for the Yunzhou Grand Competition, who would dare to rush up to save someone? Su Yushur by this stick down, not dead, will also remove half of the life. Wow! Just as Su Yun's words had just fallen, the voices in the entire arena were like a landslide and a tsunami. Everyone, including Mei Xiaofang and Su Yun, flew to stare at the situation in the field, only to see that Su Yushur, who was originally supposed to be blown away by the baton, was actually standing on Luo Ji's wolf tooth baton and pointing at Luo Ji with his sword outstretched. "What just happened?" Su Yun asked with glaring eyes. Su Zhengtao incredulously replied back, "First level of the Dark Realm, how could Su Yushur also be a first level of the Dark Realm?" A single sentence ignited the entire Su family crowd. Su Xiafang was stunned, Su Zhanglong and Mei Xiaofang also opened their mouths wide, and Su Yun's face directly turned livid. "Why? Impossible thing. The ugly monster is actually at the first level of the Dark Realm, why couldn't we sense it just now?" On the other side, the crowd of the Chu clan of the four great families revealed a shocked look. The face of Chu Bo, the Chu young master who had been forced to kneel on the street by Sikong Jing, had become extremely ugly, and he was still thinking of personally avenging the recovery of Yushur. More importantly, he was number 3. If he won the first match, then his opponent in the second match would most likely be Su Yushur.
On the other two sides, the people from the two great families, Ren family and Hai family, also looked at each other. They similarly couldn't sense Suyusher's previous realm, which didn't fit in with common sense. One must know that the two great masters were all human realm experts. Only Si Kongjing in the audience seat smiled bashfully. This was the greatness of the Xian Ice Jade Maiden technique. This ostensibly Xian Pin lower rank technique had powerful attributes, worthy of being the introductory technique of an ancient sect. At this moment, not only was the entire audience shocked, Luoji in the middle of the field was also shocked. He looked at Suyusher, who was floating on his wolf-tooth rod, and gave a shocking roar, "Get the hell down!" With a shock of his true chi, Suyusher couldn't help but fall down, and even took a few steps back with an unsteady foothold. "Die for me!" Seeing this, Luoji swung his wolf-tooth stick and blasted at him, the stick shadows gusting. Suyusher's small face went pale, and her body constantly flickered. Every time, she just managed to avoid the stick shadows, and every time, it was a close call and a thrilling one. Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang under the field were nervous again. This was too dangerous. It was obvious that although Suyusher had reached the first level of the Dark Realm, her experience in battle was too scarce. She simply couldn't fight in the same realm. Su Xiafang also let out a light breath, almost scared to death, thought Suyusher could win. The eyes couldn't help but fall on Su Zhenglong's body. Damn, what kind of heaven-defying treasure did that criminal get? Surprisingly, he was able to turn Suyusher, who doesn't know martial arts, into a Dark Realm first level in just 7 days. Get it, must get it. Meanwhile, Suyusher's whole body was sweating. She couldn't find a chance to use her sword at all. What should I do? Brother Jing, what should I do? In vain, as if her heart felt something, she inexplicably looked towards the audience. It was as if a familiar aura had been conveyed there. As far as her eyes could see, a straight figure was so obvious. Wasn't he the brother Jing she had longed for? Spirit cat steps, floating moon third sword. Right at this moment, Si Kongjing let out his mouthpiece, the very moves he had given Suyusher from the 2 sets of martial arts. And Suyusher's heart was surging, as if she was not afraid of anything with brother Jing around. Her gaze back to the right, and then it was just as Si Kongjing had said, Spirit cat step, the third sword of the floating moon flashed out. Buzz! Spirit cat avoided the wolf tooth stick, a sword like a shocking rainbow, straight through Luoji's shoulder, poof sound blood splash flying, and then Su Yuesho drew the sword and then fast, floating moon first sword, moon shadow tail strike. This sword with sword flesh collapsed on Luoji's head. With a wow sound, Luoji's whole person was swept out. It landed heavily outside the ring. Chapter 76 Stunning the whole city, words are like farts. At this moment, the entire venue was dead silent. The crowd was fixed on the veiled slender figure, revealing unbelievable gazes. Suyusher unexpectedly won, and what a beautiful sword technique, what a wonderful figure. This scene was unforgettable to countless people. And Si Kongjing looked at Suyusher with a pleased smile. She had officially taken the first step in the martial extinction cloud wild city. First battle, Suyusher of the Su family wins. After a long time, the presiding city lord's attendant announced. At that instant, the clamor rose, and the roar was like a sea. And Luoji finally reacted. He roared, "No, there's no way I'm losing to this ugly monster. I want to fight again." However, he was dragged down by the city lord's guards. A loss is a loss. The whole audience was watching. However, just at this time, Luo Tong's voice rang out. "Lord Servant, I question. I suspect that this Suyusher is a fake. She didn't know any martial arts 7 days ago. I hope that you will remove her veil and examine her." The voice carried a strong sense of unwillingness. He, Luo Tong, was beaten by Su Zhenglong when he was young, and now even his son had to be beaten by Su Zhenglong's daughter. Was there any justice left in this? So he suspected that Suyusher was a fake. Having an ugly monster take off her veil in front of the whole city, there's something so exciting? The Chu family's grand young master Chu Bo couldn't help but think darkly, and then excitedly stood up and shouted, "That's right, our Chu family also questioned Suyusher's identity, and we must verify this woman's true identity." Speaking here, Chu Bo's eyes were full of sardonic smiles. Mother, he was forced to kneel down in the heavenly martial pavilion and still shouted 3 times that Suyusher was the most beautiful woman in the world. Now he was going to retrieve the scene and make this woman, who was the most ugly in the entire Yunzhou state, publicized to the public. Along with Chu Bo's words, the good people in the room also voiced out to see the number 1 ugly in the entire Cloud State. At this time, a middle-aged city lord's guard officer walked out. He raised his hand to suppress the voices of the entire audience, and opened his mouth. "Indeed, it is time to check the identity. The Yunzhou Grand Competition is not a child's play, it must be a talent from Yani City." Speaking here, he looked towards Suyusher and said, "Miss Su family, take off your veil." Su Yusher's whole body trembled, and then she reached out and slowly held the veil. Even though she was now looking in the mirror every day, afraid of when she would wake up and become ugly again, in front of almost the entire city, she was still afraid. What if she became ugly again? What if after removing the veil, she was greeted with the ridicule of the entire audience? Su Yusher's gaze fell back to the audience, where she could vaguely see Brother Jing's silhouette. He was smiling and nodding to himself, giving himself confidence. Taking a deep breath, Su Yusher finally pulled off the veil with force. At this time in the audience, a man laughed shamefully at Seokong Jing. Quickly open your dog eyes to see what the number one ugly in all of Yunzhou looks like. If she's not ugly, I'll stand upside down and eat. Just halfway through his sentence, the man turned back to look at Su Yusher with a sardonic smile, just in time to see her veil fall off. A shocked curse boomed out of his mouth as a stunning face was displayed in front of him. The clamor of the entire room disappeared, leaving only the sound of swallowing saliva. All the people who were sitting all stood up, and the Chubo Chudajie who was preparing to avenge his blood hatred was dumbstruck. The middle-aged guard officer next to Su Yusher was also wide-eyed. Only those who had seen Su Yusher's restored appearance at the Su family's birthday banquet were able to be slightly calm, but not absolutely calm, because it was just too beautiful. And they, too, were only looking at it for the second time. Seokong Jing smiled as he looked at Su Yusher in the arena. Now who dares to say that his wife is ugly? From today onwards, the name of ugly will be completely erased. I don't know how much time passed before the city lord's guard officer came back to his senses and asked, "Are you really Su Yusher of the Su family?" Su Yusher didn't have a mirror, so she didn't know what the crowd was viewing right now. The surroundings were too quiet. She had in some fear that this was the image of being shocked after seeing her ugliness. Hearing this, Su Yusher gently returned, "Of course I am Su Yusher. How come you are not ugly anymore?" The city lord's guard officer pursued again. "Not ugly anymore, really not ugly anymore." Su Yusher's mood instantly relaxed and returned, "Because my husband, his name is Seokong Jing, he is the treasure given to me by the Lord of the Cloud State, he is the one who cured my face." At this moment, Su Yusher's voice became louder, every word clear, just wanting to tell everyone about this. His name was Seokong Jing, he was his husband, so what if he was a criminal? At this time, two figures rushed onto the ring. It was none other than Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang. They said with great triumph, "My lord, she's our daughter, that's right, she's Su Yusher." The city lord's attendant officer hesitantly looked at Su Xiaofang again, who grimly and heavily nodded his head. Now naturally there would be no mistake, and many people at the birthday banquet could attest to it. Even Luo Tong gritted his teeth and stopped saying anything. Since the identity is confirmed, go down and wait for the second match. The city lord's guard officer said no more words after that, while Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang tugged Su Yuexi and went down to the arena in high spirits. But just at this time, Su Yusher stopped her steps and looked at the audience again. However, she did not find Seokong Jing's figure anymore, and only heard a group of people yelling something. Upside down and eating. So strange, why do such a disgusting thing? And at this time, Seokong Jing naturally left the position he had just been in and walked in the direction of the Su family's crowd. Over here, Mr. and Mrs. Su Zhenglong had already pulled Su Yusher and came before Su Xiaofang and the Su family crowd. Mei Xiaofang said condescendingly, "Elder Master Su, isn't it time for you to announce the restoration of all our family's treatment?" Even now, her address to Su Xiaofang seemed strange. And Su Yusher also looked at Su Shuefeng excitedly. He himself had already won the next match, so it was time for Grandpa to fulfill his promise. At this moment, Su Yusher finally felt useful. She could finally do something for her father and mother and brother Jing. Su Xiaofeng's gloomy expression gradually recovered, the corners of his mouth full of frowns suddenly pulled together, and he faintly said, "Yushira, you used 7 days to go from not knowing martial arts to the first level of the Dark Realm. What kind of elixir did you take?" This question filled even Su Zhenglong and his wife with curiosity. "It's what brother Jing reached after he gave me 3 sheets of green jade paper and instructed me to cultivate." Su Yusher returned truthfully. With another raised eyebrow, Su Xiaofeng said, "So, 3 sheets of green jade paper is very powerful?" "Well, it should be very powerful." Su Yusher still nodded her head. "Then, hand it over." Suddenly, Su Xiaofeng stretched out his hand in a tone that turned cold. Su Zhenglong couple and Su Yusher's face changed greatly. Mei Xiaofang exclaimed, "Old thing, didn't you just say?" "What did I say? Did you guys hear that?" Su Xiaofang interrupted without hesitation. Su Zhengtao and Su Yun and the rest of the Su family walked out. One by one, they shook their heads with a cold smile and answered at the same time, "I didn't hear it, I just heard that Su Yusher must hand over the green jade paper, not a single piece of it should be missing." Chapter 77 Storming Su Xiaofang. Su Xiafang laughed coldly. How could he possibly keep any bold promises? 3 sheets of green jade paper could make Su Yushur, who didn't know martial arts, so strong. The heaven-defying degree of that green jade paper could be imagined. Of course he himself had to get it. It was useless for anyone to come. Old undead, is your speech a fart? Mei Xiaofang couldn't help her eyes turning red as she roared at Su Xiafang. Su Zhenglong was so angry that his whole body was shaking, his upper and lower lips trembling continuously. And Su Yushur's brain buzzed. She knew that her grandfather was shameless, but she didn't expect it to be shameless to this extent. 7 days ago, when Brother Jing fought Su Shan to determine life and death, his words were like dog, and what he promised 7 days later was still like dog. Why is Grandpa such a person? Being cursed by his daughter-in-law, Su Xiafang's old face couldn't hang on, roaring, if you don't hand over the green jade paper, I'll send someone to Chioya's place to complain, and we'll part ways. Here we go again. Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang's faces suddenly paled. And that's when Su Yushur finally exploded. She screamed with an open red face, go ahead and sue, I'm not afraid. Brother Jing said that this didn't come from the mighty beast horse thieves, it's useless even if you sue the Lord of the Cloud State. Su Yushur had been holding it in for too long, she couldn't take it anymore. The scene was quiet for a moment. Su Xiafang didn't expect this granddaughter with low self-esteem would suddenly be so hardened. For a moment he couldn't make up his mind. If he really sued up, the 3 pieces of green jade paper would be nothing for him. It will definitely be taken by Qiu Yi. Suddenly, a hurried footstep sounded, and an expert of the Su family whispered a few words in Su Xiafang's ear. Instantly, Su Xiafang's eyes lit up and he laughed out loud, good death, great death. His eyes returned to Su Yushur. Su Shuefeng laughed fiercely and said, you open your mouth and close your mouth, Brother Jing. Now I'm telling you a big news, your Brother Jing is dead. What? Su Yushur stared up with her eyes. Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang also rushed out, their faces pale. 5 days ago, the 2 major merchant houses of Luoshui and Lei Wen in the town of Entering Clouds gambled and sealed off the mountain, offending a terrifyingly ferocious person, and all of them were massacred inside the Luoshui Jade House's compound, except for eldest Miss Luoning, who had gone out to buy medicines. Su Xiafang's voice took on a strong smugness as he asked, your good son-in-law, he also followed Luoning to the gambling fight, right? Buzz. Su Yushur's brain was like being struck by lightning, her entire body tingling and trembling continuously. Brother Jing is the one who went to participate in the gambling fight along with Miss Luo, he died? And Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang couldn't stop their teeth from clenching. They also knew that Si Kongjing went to participate in a gambling fight to put together a head for Luo Shui Yuxing, and as a result, he really put together a head, and he was killed. No, I just saw Brother Jing in the audience. Su Yushur suddenly looked up, having long since burst into tears. Su Yun laughed shamefully, you didn't see a ghost, did you? He was massacred 5 days ago, if he's alive can he not come back? All of a sudden, Su Yushur was bewildered again. She hadn't looked very clearly, and she hadn't seen Brother Jing again when she finally went down. Could it be that it was really just the ghostly image of Brother Jing? Hand over the 3 sheets of green jade paper. Right at this time, Su Yun suddenly rushed towards Su Yushur. She opened her 10 claws and grabbed at the latter's face. Su Yun wanted to take advantage of Su Yushur's collapse to disfigure her once more. Splat! In the next instant, a straight silhouette flashed down in front of Su Yushur's body before slapping Su Yun heavily. A crisp sound rang out, and Su Yun landed on the ground after spinning a few more times in mid-air. Next was a voice that was cold to the core, Su Yun, you want to ruin Yushur's face? Very well, then you'll disfigure me. As the words fell, Si Kongjing opened his 5 fingers, and several channels of true qi came out through his fingers, flashing at Su Yun's face. Puff puff puff. The true qi was like sharp claws digging into Su Yun's face, blood soared out. Su Yun's entire face was drenched in blood. Brother Jing. At the same time, Su Yushur's voice rang out from behind Si Kongjing with trembling. Ah Jing, you're not dead? Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang shouted at the same time. And Su Xiafang and Su Zhengtao and the others froze. Are you a human or a ghost? Si Kongjing ignored him and turned back. Of course I didn't die, why would I die? He was puzzled. He had just come from the audience and saw Su Yun making a move on Su Yushur. Si Kongjing didn't know anything else yet. How could you not be dead? Aren't the 2 major merchant houses all dead except Luoning? Su Zhengtao ghostly shouted. Only then did Si Kongjing come to his senses and sneered, unfortunately, I also followed Luoning to buy medicine at that time, and I went into the Cloud Mountain afterwards, your news is lagging behind. With the idea of not inviting trouble to his family, Si Kongjing still said this reason.
The corners of Su Xiefeng and the others' mouths twitched crazily. This criminal's luck, why is it so good? Suddenly, Su Yun's scream rang out, "Father, grandfather, my face is ruined, quickly avenge me." With a huge shock in his whole body, Su Xiefeng said with a grimace, "Fine, fine, it's good that you're alive, hand over the 3 sheets of green jade paper and all the treasures you've gotten, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. I'll kill you first." Su Zhangtao was not as calm as Su Xiefeng. His most favored daughter was disfigured. Su Shan was killed, Su Yan was wasted. At this moment, he completely exploded, holding his sword and chopping towards Sikongjing. "Su Zhangtao, how dare you!" Su Zhanglong burst out in rage and wanted to strike. "Father-in-law, leave it to me." At this exact moment, Sikongjing spoke in a cold voice. His figure made a sprinting dash to bombard Su Zhangtao. A straight punch hit the latter squarely in his lower abdomen, and his true chi was blasted into pieces. Wow! Su Zhangtao flew out backwards with a miserable scream and fainted after a few landings. Behind him, Su Zhanglong stopped his true chi and was stunned for a moment. How did Jing become stronger again? The aura he just had seemed to be at the 4th level of the Dark Realm. It's only been 7 days, it's too perverted, isn't it? Zheng Tao. Su Xiefeng let out a strange cry and hugged Su Zhengtao, only to see that the latter was already unconscious from his serious injuries. His entire body trembled violently. Su Xiefeng turned back to look straight at Sikongjing. His entire body's true chi dispersed, reaching straight to the 8th level of the human realm. "Criminal, suffer death!" Su Xiefeng roared and then killed Sikongjing. His rage was monstrous. Sikongjing's eyes stared. He could decapitate Lei Dinghai, who was at the 5th level of the human realm, but the 8th level of the human realm was indeed a bit difficult. Of course, it wasn't impossible to kill if he wanted to. But after all, Su Xiefeng was still the father of his father-in-law, Su Zhanglong, so whether or not he wanted to lay his hands on him would also depend on his father-in-law's wishes. So he looked towards Su Zhanglong and said, "Father-in-law, let's team up on him." Su Zhanglong's entire body shook as the 7th level of the human realm erupted and said, "I'll go first." Clenching his fists, he rushed up, while the corner of Sikongjing's mouth picked up as he followed closely. Bang 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 bang. Su Xiefeng father and son were just a flurry of punches at the edge of the martial arts arena, although the former was 1 weight higher, but don't forget that Su Zhanglong was a former Heaven's Pride, and crossing a small order in battle power was not a problem. At this time, Sikongjing had already seen through Su Xiefeng's cracks, and circled around to punch Su Xiefeng squarely in the back. Su Xiefeng wanted to turn back because of the pain in his back. Su Zhanglong saw the right time to throw a right hook, hitting Su Xiefeng's brow bone. Bang bang bang. Next, the father-in-law and son-in-law, 2 people one after another on Su Xiefeng is a punch after a punch, a flurry of violent beatings. Chapter 78 General Cho, to death. Su Xiefeng screamed miserably and wailed. Suddenly a miserable cry rose up to the sky and Su Xiefeng cried out furiously. "Someone come, help! My Su Xiefeng's ungrateful children and grandchildren are beating me, an old man, help, Lord City Master, come out and save me." At this moment, Yunyi City's selection was still continuing, and the 2 young men were fighting in full swing in the ring. But the focus of the entire audience was no longer on top of the ring, but was staring straight in the direction of the Su family's crowd, all of them looking excited. The battle in the human realm could be far too exciting. However, it immediately turned into a one-sided thrashing. The old man who was beaten was solidly miserable. Quickly save the old master. At this moment, the Su family's crowd reacted and killed over. Sikongjing raised his eyebrows once more and said, "Lord father-in-law, you fight first, I'll deal with the people around." With a flash, there was another bang 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 bang. The Su family did not have a single person who had entered the human realm besides Su Xiefeng and Su Zhanglong. Where could they be Sikongjing's opponents? All of a sudden people toppled over, screaming miserably. After all of them were dried over on the ground, Sikongjing turned back again and continued to cooperate with his father-in-law to continue to violently beat up Su Xiefeng. "What are you guys doing?" Finally, the people from the city lord's mansion reacted, and under the leadership of the middle-aged guard officer, a group of people rushed over to dissuade the fight. Pulling Su Zhanglong and Sikongjing to the side, while at the same time holding Su Xiefeng. However, the first 2 were half injured, but it was Su Xiefeng whose entire face had turned into a pig's head as he slurred, "Lord Servant Officer, what is the penalty for the crime of a rebellious son hitting his father?" He was so angry that his whole body trembled, pointing at Su Zhanglong and Sikongjing, a pair of eyes red. Our great Shang dynasty doesn't seem to have the crime of unfiliality," the middle-aged guard officer huffed and said. Too tragic, Su Xiefeng was actually beaten into a pig's head by his own son and grandson-in-law,
and he was still the head of the Su family, the four great families. I'm afraid that he will become the laughingstock of the whole city today. I. Surprisingly, there was no crime of unfiliality. Su Xiefeng was so angry that he was about to explode. Su old family lord, do you want us to help you out? Right at this moment, a long laugh came out as Chu Rongxian, the Chu family's family head, stepped forward with narrowed eyes. Then there was another long laugh, and the people from the two big families, the Rin family and the Hai family, also gathered around to watch the joke. Su Xiefeng of course couldn't possibly agree to let them help, but his entire old face was almost squeezing blood. It was too damn humiliating. He clenched his old fists and coldly said, "This is our family matter, so I won't bother you all, let's go." After a pause, he then looked at Su Zhenglong and Si Kongjing, rebellious son and grandson. "We'll see." Just like that, the Su family's crowd helped each other out of the martial arts arena. On the other hand, the gazes of the three great clans landed on Su Zhenglong's body. One by one, they let out a cold laugh before leaving. There was nothing to say between them and Su Zhenglong. This was just a person who was about to die. In their eyes, Su Zhenglong would be the fatal poison that would drag the Su family to death. In the blink of an eye, only Si Kongjing and Su Zhenglong were left on the Su family's side. At this time, Su Yueshi ran up and gently held Si Kongjing's hand. Her eyes were red, but she did not say anything. She still had palpitations in her heart. Just now she really thought that he died in Incline Town. "Cool, so damn cool, Master Arjing. You guys should have let me go up and slap him." Mei Xiaofang laughed out loud, a picture of a fist rubbing his hands, really hated to go up and beat Su Xiefeng as well. While Su Zhenglong is a bitter smile, cool is cool, but his own estimate really want to become the unfilial son in the mouth of the people. He is really, do not want to get to this point today. But good words, even the mother's statue were moved out, even Yushur also for the Su family glory, but still cannot. Su Xiefeng was just so heartless, he even doubted if he was his own. Oh no, after all this, Su Xiefeng is afraid that he'll fish out of water and really go to Qiu Yi to complain. Right at this moment, Mei Xiaofang's face turned deathly white as fear set in. Su Jinglong's face also sank. This was really troublesome. Si Kongjing helplessly said, "Those things of mine, I really didn't take them from the mighty beast horse thieves. Why is it that you guys just don't believe it?" Su Yushur, second match. Just as Su Zhenglong and his wife were worried, the presiding attendant roared. Su Yushur's heart tightened, and then under Si Kongjing's gaze, she stepped onto the ring step by step. Her opponent was none other than Chu Bo, the youngest master of the Chu family who had also won the first match. "I admit defeat." Chu Bo huffed. He conceded without saying anything. He was just the 7th level of the Ming realm to fight Su Yushur. What the hell? Then, round after round was fought. And Su Yushur more and more confident, all the way through, and officially entered the Cloud Wild City of the top 10. But the top 10 battle will be fought again on the gallows day. In the end, 3 geniuses would be chosen to represent Cloud Wild City in the battle. With that, everyone dispersed. Si Kongjing and Su Yushur held hands and followed behind Su Zhenglong and his wife as they left the martial arts arena and headed back to the Su mansion. Along the way, countless spectators turned back from time to time, gazing at this Su Yushur who was once the number 1 ugly in Yunzhou, and nowadays, not daring to say the number 1 beautiful woman in Yunzhou but at least certainly one of the beautiful women. Not only had her person become beautiful, her martial arts were also beautiful to the extreme. Then one by one, they looked at Si Kongjing again, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. This criminal, so lucky. At the same time, in Yunyi City's city guard general's mansion, Zhou Yi stared down at the people below and asked, "Are you telling the truth? That criminal Si Kongjing is hiding the treasures of the mighty beast horse thieves group, the 3 sheets of green jade paper?" The person below was none other than Su Yang. He came on crutches. It was his grandfather Su Xiefeng who had asked him to sue. 1,000 times true, that criminal not only got 3 sheets of green jade paper, he also got 2 green jade slabs. Many people saw it at the birthday banquet, and one of them was given to Tianwu Pavilion Master Dear Zhao. And I'm afraid there are also pills to treasure. He has already reached the dark realm. There is also his wife Su Yushur who has not only restored her appearance, but also reached the 1st level of the dark realm. As Su Yang explained in bursts, the color of indignation in Qiu Ye's eyes grew heavier and heavier. Bang! Tapping the table heavily, Zhou Yi stood up and said, "Men, follow me to lead the troops to Su Mansion." Upon hearing this, Su Yang smiled grimly. "Su Zhenglong, criminal Si Kongjing, let's see if you still die this time." Just shortly after Qiu Yi left with his troops, old Zhang and who also came to the city guard general's mansion. They were originally given a day off by Qiu Yi, but having reached the human realm, they really couldn't help but want to come and pretend. As a result, the general's mansion was empty, only a few officers on duty remained, and they hurriedly went over to seek advice. Do the 2 generals still not know? That criminal named Sikong Jing, who actually hid the loot of the mighty beast horse thieves group. General Chiu was very angry and has led his troops to kill the Su mansion. Hearing this, old Zhang and Ah Hu looked at each other, their entire faces changed, and they rushed towards the Su mansion without looking back. General Chiu, this is a death wish. Chapter 79. Which side are you on? At this time, Sikong Jing and Su Yushir had already returned to the Su mansion's own courtyard. However, they had just stepped into the courtyard with their front feet, when they heard chaotic footsteps with an angry shout, "Surround it!" The entire courtyard was surrounded by officials and soldiers, while the gate of the backyard was kicked open heavily. Xiao Yi, accompanied by the bruised and swollen Su Xiefeng, strides in. The first thing he saw was Sikong Jing. Xiao Yi let out a bellow, "Little criminal, how dare you, dare to hide the loot of the mighty beast horse pirates, kneel down and give an honest account, offer me all the loot." Here it comes, the most feared thing has still come. Mei Xiaofang stared at Xiao Yi with a pale face, while then trembling as she held Su Zhenglong's hand. Su Zhenglong tightened his fists, but he did not speak. Now, I'm afraid that the only way to really get by is to give an honest account and offer the things up. It was just a matter of letting Ah Jing receive a lesson, and it would be good to stop bragging in the future. If Xiao Yi went too far, he himself would go out of his way to fight him, and then negotiate a deal to fight to the death to do his bidding. He was at the 7th level of the human realm, so he believed that Xiao Yi would agree. Seeing that Sikong Jing was unmoved, Su Xiefeng was furious. "Criminal, are you deaf? Why don't you kneel down and give a clear explanation?" However, Sikong Jing stared faintly at Xiao Yi and finally spoke. "Xiao Yi, the green jade paper and all the other things in my hands have nothing to do with the fierce beast horse thieves." When these words came out, Mr. and Mrs. Su Zhenglong's hearts and minds trembled. Sikong Jing still has to talk tough. Although the things are good, but you have to have the life to enjoy them. Doesn't he understand this reasoning? Xiao Yi's face sank, coldly said, "You no longer have anything other than handing it over. Even if it is relevant, even if I really got it from the corpse of the mighty beast horse thieves, it has nothing to do with you." Sikong Jing's voice also gradually turned cold, interrupting Xiao Yi's words. If he was still in the position he was once in, Xiao Yi's current behavior would surely be decapitated. Such a fierce attitude again caused Su Zhenglong's heart to twitch. Ah Jing was really too impulsive. Su Zhenglong felt that he had to come out and say something, but Sikong Jing said again, "Have you forgotten that the entire fierce beast horse thief regiment was butchered by me? You just happened to steal my credit." With a huge mental shock, Su Zhenglong stared at Sikong Jing incredulously. And Xiao Yi's face gradually twisted. Of course he wouldn't forget about this, but the 3 sheets of green jade paper as well as the sudden promotion of Sikong Jing and Su Yushir were too tempting. How could he let go of this opportunity to get treasures for nothing? "Criminals, what are you talking about? Beware of trouble coming out of your mouth." Xiao Yi's voice was cold to the core. The matter of the merit had already been reported and rewarded. If Sikong Jing uncovered it, he would be in big trouble. Woe? Who has woes? Do your part and get back. Sikong Jing's eyes became stern, and all of a sudden he seemed to have returned to the appearance of the 10 million soldiers and generals he once had under his command. Xiao Yi, who was the general of the tiny Yinyi city, also seemed to have returned to the time when he was a junior soldier, looking up at the commander-in-chief who was high above him. The cold hairs on his body stood up one by one. An unprecedented fear arose in his heart. Even the commander-in-chief of Yunzhou was not as terrifying as Sikong Jing in front of him. He backed up. But in vain, he came back to his senses, and his face twisted again. "Criminals, who are you talking to? Damn, how could one suddenly be afraid of a tiny criminal?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. There were still people around watching? The way he just behaved would be disgraceful. Xiao Yi said viciously again, "Don't you dare threaten me. So what if you slaughtered the mighty beast horse thieves group? You a criminal who will believe?" When the words fell, the entire audience was stunned again. What Sikong Jing said was actually true. He slaughtered the mighty beast horse thief regiment all by himself? Especially Mei Xiaofang, she was dizzy for a moment. Before she had questioned that Sikong Jing was talking big, it was impossible for him to slaughter the entire horse thief regiment by himself, and now it was Xiao Yi himself who had confirmed it. "Su Xiefeng, do you believe it?" Xiao Yi didn't care if the crowd was shocked or not. He looked fiercely to the side again and asked. Su Xiefeng's whole body shook and smiled wryly back. "Of course I don't believe it, no one will believe it." The corner of his mouth pulled out an extra large arc. Xiao Yi gave a shameful laugh and said, "Luo Shui Jade Firm has messed with a murderer. It is difficult to protect itself, and if Luo Ning dares to say it, Luo Shui Jade Firm will also face the blow of Thunder-winning merchant firm. Does she dare?" The voice was getting louder and louder. Xiao Yi was certain of Sikong Jing. Regardless of whether or not the things are from the mighty beast horse thieves, they must be given to me, filial piety. A voice pressurized Su Zhenlong and Mei Xiaofang to the point where they couldn't breathe. Xiao Yi was too overbearing and unreasonable. It's really a tiger falling down and being bullied by a dog. Xikong Jing's voice slowly rose, opening his eyes in vain, but you, a dog, are not qualified enough to bite me. The words fell, Xikong Jing figure disappeared in place, bizarrely appeared in front of Xiao Yi, stretched out his hand. Snapped. A slap on Xiao Yi's face, Xikong Jing bizarrely returned to the original place, blandly said, if I want to kill you, you just died, now. Roll. Xiao Yi's realm was only at the 5th level of the human realm, and Xikong Jing was able to make him unable to see his movements clearly with his beast technique flowing cloud. Even if they fought head-on and Lei Dinghai was dead, Xiao Yi would surely die. The whole audience was stunned. Xiao Yi was actually slapped by Xikong Jing, this. How did he do it? And Xiao Yi was also confused, the whole person was messy and incomparable. Then his chest directly exploded with anger, you dare to hit me, come on people, get this asshole for me. Clattering, the people that Xiao Yi had brought with him ran out one by one, their battle knives flailing. Zhenlong, what to do? Mei Xiaofang asked. Su Zhenlong huffed and clenched his fists. Next, not to mention the Su mansion, I'm afraid we won't even be able to stay in Yan City. Ah Jing was too impulsive. What else could we do? We could only fight and kill our way out, and then the family would die. Just when the situation was tense to the extreme, two figures suddenly landed on the ground. One person had an arm around Xiao Yi and said, General Qiu, don't be impulsive. The people who came were none other than old Zhang and Ah Hu. Upon hearing that Xiao Yi was going to surround Xikong Jing, their guts were scared out of their wits. People would die, and the one who would die was definitely not Xikong Jing, but General Xiao Yi, and then things would get big, very, very big, and the Xikong brothers would transform into fierce men, and there was no telling how many more people would die. They had to stop it, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. You two came just in time, get this criminal for me. Xiao Yi didn't know what old Zhang and Ah Hu had gone through in the past 7 days, pointing at Xikong Jing and roaring. General Qiu, you must not. Old Zhang called out. Ah Hu followed and called out, General Qiu, let's discuss everything, don't be impulsive. The two said, dragging Xiao Yi's arm tightly, a picture of bitterness. What are you two doing? Still discussing my ass, I've been slapped by him. Xiao Yi was furious, pointing at the 5-fingered mountain on his face, his mouth sprayed the two of them straight in the face. At that moment, the corners of Ah Hu's and old Zhang's mouths twitched furiously, the Xikong brothers were really fierce enough. General, no matter what is must be discussed. Right, the Xikong brothers cannot be moved. The two gritted their teeth, and then were firm beyond measure, they had seen the terror of Xikong Jing, this must be suppressed. Holy, still Xikong brothers, which side are you guys on? Xiao Yi was simply going to be furious, these were two of his own capable generals, they had turned against him, it was simply outrageous. Chapter 80, Our Good Intentions. Which side? Ah Hu and old Zhang looked at each other. Suddenly, at the same time, they let go of Qiu Yi's arm before turning to Xikong Jing's body and kneeling on one knee, they said, if General Qiu must force brother Xikong, then we are brother Xikong's side. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two of them rose up boldly, 2 strands of human realm true chi erupted out and clenched their fists. The mighty pressure emanating from the earth-shaking dragon fist itself went straight towards Xiao Yi. Su Zhenlong and Mei Xiaofang looked at each other with a dumbfounded expression. When did Xikong Jing conquer the two generals? On the opposite side, Su Xiafang was stunned. What's the situation? So the city guards of the city guard general's mansion were dumbfounded, the swords in their hands were a bit unsteady in their grips, and they looked blankly at Xiao Yi. Old Zhang and Ah Hu are also their commanding generals, are they going to fight each other with their swords? Xiao Yi directly froze in place, staring at the two in disbelief. He slowly stretched out his fingers, continuously pointing at old Zhang and Ah Hu, his voice straightly trembled, you guys are simply looking for death, reversed, you've reversed the heavens. Go on get these two traitors killed for me. Xiao Yi's heart and mouth are going to explode, how can he not figure out what the two powerful generals are suddenly mad? The corners of the mouth of the crowd of city guards twitched, really want to go on? Still not going on, are you all going to rebel? Xiao Yi vocalized and roared. Finally a few of Xiao Yi's cronies took the lead to kill up, the others could only harden their heads and go up together when they saw this. Old Zhang and Ah Hu glanced at Xikong Jing. When they saw that his expression was pale and he didn't say anything, their hearts trembled slightly. It seemed that this meant that they were really going to let the two of them fight against Xiao Yi. No longer weighing the pros and cons, Lao Zhang and Ah Hu killed out, earth-shaking dragon fist blasted out.
One punch one, a few of Qiu Yi's cronies were blown away, followed by a few punches, bang 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 bang.
Bursts of screams resounded in Su Zhenglong's courtyard. The two of them were like bulldozing against the city guard minions, unrivaled. Qiu Yi was dumbfounded again. When did these two goods become so strong? Even if they reach the human realm, they should not be The city guard minions originally had no intention to fight. They were completely dispersed by such a bombardment. One by one they kept retreating. In the blink of an eye there wasn't a single one that could stand beside old Zhang and Ahu. "You two assholes, I'll kill you." At this time, Qiu Yi finally couldn't help but kill up. Old Zhang and Ahu looked at each other again. If they really fought the general, things were afraid that they would not be set right. In vain, a silhouette appeared in front of the two. It was none other than Jing. Then he saw him slap out again. The crazy Qiu Yi suddenly had a crunching sound on his face. His whole person spun and flew out, landing heavily with a bang. Covering his face and getting up, Qiu Yi was going crazy. This was already the second slap. Just when he was ready to fight for his life, Jing's voice faintly rang out. "Two old brothers, you know everything about the fierce beast horse thieves. If Qiu Yi is still stubborn, you guys can sue up there." As soon as these words came out, Qiu Yi's body violently stopped and stared at the three people in front of him. Mighty Beast Horse Thieves Group. He was the one who robbed Jing of his credit. At that time, old Zhang and Ahu were present, and with their status, if they sued upwards, they would be finished. Old Zhang smiled bitterly and said, "General, let's put things to rest." "Yes, General, making a scene won't do anyone any good." Ahu also persuaded. You guys. Qiu Yi's face was so hard to see that it was going to crack, and he went crazy and screamed strangely, "This criminal, what benefits did he give you guys? He just can't figure it out. Why before are good, sent to monitor this criminal 7 days they directly against themselves? Benefits? Of course it's the earth-shaking dragon fist. And as you can see, there's no way we could have knocked over the whole field 7 days ago like we are now." But these words they didn't want to explain more, or by old Zhang lowly returned, "We all do it for the good of the general. General, don't make the mistake of blaming us for our good intentions." He himself had been slapped twice by this criminal, and he still said that he was doing it for his own good. Who was he going to find to justify this? Well, this won't be over. You two don't return to the general's residence either. Qiu Yi has no way out. Lao Zhang and Ahu threatened themselves by reporting to the top. What else can they do? He could only wait to go back and think of other ways. After putting down his harsh words, Qiu Yi didn't bother to greet Su Xiefeng and turned around with the crowd of small soldiers. In the blink of an eye, inside Su Zhenglong's courtyard, other than their family and the two general officers, only Su Xiefeng was left standing there alone. The corner of his mouth twitched. How come even Qiu Yi had walked away in disgrace? "Old undead, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry back to apply the medicine?" Although Mei Xiaofang was confused, she would never let go of an opportunity to strike Su Xiefeng. "Even General Qiu Yi dares to hit, you guys wait for death." Su Xiefeng could only put down harsh words and leave. Inside the courtyard, Su Zhenglong let out a long breath, cupped his fists and looked at Lao Zhang and Ahu, "Two generals, this time, thanks to you presiding over justice, otherwise we are afraid that we won't be able to get through this today." The two also returned Su Zhenglong's hug, who said, "It should be, Brother Sikong is our benefactor." Hearing this, Su Zhenglong glanced at Jing again and hurriedly said a few polite words. At this time, Su Yushir suddenly asked, "The two adults, now that you can't return to the general's residence, what can you do?" The two had helped their family. Su Yushir was worried about their future. Old Zhang smiled back, "If he, Qiu Yi, tells us not to go, we won't go? It's not like he appointed us to our official positions. If you want to abolish us, you have to have an order from the Yunzhou side." "Yes, Sikong younger sibling need not worry," Ahu also said with a smile. Then the two of them looked at Jing again, ready to bid him farewell. At this time, Jing said, "Thanks for what just happened. You guys go wait for me at the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, I'll give you something." When these words came out, the two men's whole bodies shook tremendously and they thanked him. Afterward, they hooked shoulders and left. Jing looked at the backs of the two men and smiled faintly. Although he could have easily solved Qiu Yi's matter without them, but after all, there would be more trouble, he accepted this favor. To the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, naturally, he would send them more powerful martial arts. The two of them would definitely not have it so good in the general's residence after this, but as long as their strength increased they would be able to set things right. Jing, how did you become the benefactor of the two generals this time out of the city?" With only their family left, Su Zhenglong asked curiously. Jing smiled and replied back, "I'm the identity of a sin registration. Qiu Yi sent them to keep an eye on me, and the massacre of the two major merchant houses, if it wasn't for me, they would have died." He spoke lightly and did not explain too much. Truly a good person who knows what's good for him. There's still justice within the city guard general's mansion.
Mei Xiaofang couldn't help but exclaim.
The corner of Si Kongjing's mouth twitched. You also said that Chiu Yi was a good person before, now you see the truth, right? However, of course, Si Kongjing won't reveal it to his face. People with extra hard mouths are usually especially facetious, and smiled again. Father-in-law, let's go into the house first, I brought you a gift this time. The four of them entered the house, and when Su Zhanglong saw Si Kongjing's gift, the whole person was dumbfounded. Surprisingly, it was the flowing cloud flying mouse.
Chapter 81, Her Codename, Scapegoat. Su Zhanglong was shocked and delighted, unable to believe it.
Regarding the fact that the inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying squirrel could cure the serious injuries on his body, Dr. Sun had mentioned it more than once. However, the difficulty of capturing the flowing cloud flying squirrel was also clear to Su Zhanglong.
Ah Jing, how did you do it?
Su Zhanglong's voice was trembling, knowing that with the inner dan of the flowing cloud flying squirrel, he wouldn't have to worry about dying. Even if it couldn't truly heal himself, suppressing that terrifying Earth Realm true chi in his body would allow him to live for another 10 to 8 years with absolutely no problem, and he wouldn't have to be always unconscious in bed. Si Kongjing smiled and said back, I entered Cloud Mountain to capture the flowing cloud flying squirrel, and I was lucky enough to catch one. The moment these words came out, the entire room fell silent. Suddenly, Mei Xiaofang rubbed her aching brain and said, Jing no matter what, your father-in-law and I are very, very grateful to you, but the streaming cloud flying squirrel, I heard, is something that even the previous Lord of Cloud State couldn't capture.
Si Kongjing was bragging again, when will this habit change?
However, Mei Xiaofang's tone was as soft as possible, trying to point out the problem a little sideways. She only hoped that Si Kongjing would quickly change his habit of bragging. Si Kongjing froze, which couldn't hear the meaning of the words, let out a bitter smile and said, it's just that there happened to be a heaven realm demonic beast, that is, the cracked gold steel-toothed tiger injured the flowing cloud flying mouse, so I took advantage of its inattentiveness to take it and run away.
Too helpless.
I, Si Kongjing, a peerless divine general, have never done anything so sneaky, and as a result, I've made myself obscene.
Take it and run, this really isn't my style.
Hearing this explanation, Su Zhanglong also revealed a smile as he patted Si Kongjing's shoulder and said, the depths of the entry cloud mountain are also too dangerous. The next time you encounter a heaven realm demonic beast you won't have this kind of good luck.
You mustn't mess around in the future, I'm this old, death is death.
Su Zhanglong's words from the bottom of his heart made Si Kongjing feel that everything was worth it, lewd is lewd. Next, Su Zhanglong needed to take a good rest and get ready to take the inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying squirrel. And Si Kongjing took out the inner elixir with his own hands, and made the fur of the flowing cloud flying squirrel into a scarf and gave it to Su Yushi.
Thank you, brother Jing.
Su Yushi, who received the scarf, smiled sweetly and happily. She wrapped the scarf around her neck before pulling it upwards, masking her fairy-like face tightly. Seeing Si Kongjing's puzzled face, Su Yushi hurriedly pulled the scarf down and spat out her little tongue, getting used to it. The Su Yushi at this moment was cute to the extreme. Si Kongjing couldn't help but pull her into his arms and kissed her on the cheek before saying, there is still a gift for you in the evening, I'll go to the Tianwu Pavilion first now, don't let the two old general officers wait for a long time. Seeing Si Kongjing leave the courtyard, Su Yushi's face almost reddened with happiness. In the Tianwu Pavilion, dear Zhao handed Si Kongjing 3 more sheets of green jade paper, while beside him were old Zhang and Ahu. Soon, under the eyes of the three, Si Kongjing inscribed something on the green jade paper and handed one to dear Zhao. This is the payment that I promised to give you 7 days ago. Dear Zhao's face was revitalized, and then he hurriedly said, Mr. Dear suffers from a sense of shame, and didn't help much. Although he had sent people to protect Su Yushi's family, nothing had happened during that time, but instead, it was this morning when something happened in the martial arts arena.
He, on the other hand, still didn't help with anything.
Si Kongjing shook his head and hardened it. He naturally did what he promised, he couldn't pay again after something happened, right? And then, Si Kongjing handed 2 sheets of green jade paper to old Zhang and Ahu, and then explained, this is a customized gong method for you after I observed you. Before long, your strength will surpass Chiu Ye's, so don't worry about any trouble. Along with Si Kongjing's words, the two of them also received the green jade paper, and when their consciousness penetrated into it, their whole body shook. Inside it was actually inscribed with a shin pin middle grade technique, and they sunk into it in an instant. It was truly seamless and perfect for them. In less than half an hour, the two of them had broken through to the second level of the human realm. When they opened their eyes, they could no longer find Si Kongjing.
Duke Si Kong has already left, 2 lords. Do you know Duke Si Kong's identity?
Dear Zhao asked carefully.
The two raised their eyelids and shook their heads heavily.
They were messy and confused at this moment. Sikong Jing had torn the dry jade leopard with both hands, slaughtered the experts of the two major merchant houses, easily captured the flowing cloud flying mouse, and just a moment ago, they had witnessed him burn down the Shin grade middle stage's gong technique.
Especially burning a merit law, this was something the fourth level of the Dark Realm could do? Every time, it was so shocking and incomprehensible awe. But they were glad that their choice to rebel against Shou Yi was the right one. With the merit law they even had a chance to enter the Earth Realm. Meeting the Sikong brothers was an opportunity they couldn't have imagined before.
After Sikong Jing left the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, he did not return home at the first opportunity. Instead, he went to the weapon store to pick a long spear that he could use, and originally wanted to buy a good sword for Suyushur, but Yunyi City was just too small, and after strolling around he still wasn't able to find one that caught his eye. I had no choice but to call it quits. It was getting a little late. Sikong Jing took a shortcut to get home in time for dinner. So he took a small alley. Suddenly, there was a faint killing sound coming from the next alley, and there were people talking, only to hear a sinister male voice say, "Substitute, where have you been these past few days? Why can't I contact you? Scapegoat?" It should be someone's code name, Sikong Jing thought silently. However, this kind of matter had nothing to do with him, so he naturally pretended to be deaf and continued walking in the direction of the Su mansion. But right at this moment, another female voice sounded back, "Ripple Hunt, it seems like I don't need to report to you where I'm going, right?
As long as I'm free to move around during the time when I'm not on a mission."
It was her. Sikong Jing suddenly stopped in his tracks. This voice, it was from the black-clothed woman who had begged for rats for her father.
Snap.
In vain, a crisp voice resounded in the alley, and Ripple Hunt viciously said, "If you are an assassin, you don't have the qualifications to move freely, and without a mission, you must stay put." Suyuxian did not cover her face, nor did she speak, her eyes remained firm.
"And as an assassin, you cannot lose contact, this is our organization's guideline." Ripple Hunt's voice was morose to the extreme.
In vain, he rushed forward and pulled the package in Suyuxian's hand, coldly saying, "Show me what's inside you." Suyuxian's face changed drastically, catching the parcel in death and said, "Don't touch my things." Tear. The package shattered between pulls, and the corpse of a snow-white demonic beast instantly fell to the ground. Ripple Hunt fixed his eyes on it and let out a cry of shock, "Flowing cloud flying rat." Shock was written all over his face before he looked up incredulously and said, "You actually went to capture the flowing cloud flying squirrel these past few days, and you managed to catch it." As the words fell, Ripple Hunt opened his hand and sucked it in, and the corpse of the flowing cloud flying squirrel instantly fell into his hands. Suyuxian's face changed again as she screamed and pounced on him, "Give it back to me."
Chapter 82 Stand Up and Join Hands.
At this moment, Suyuxian was like an angry black she-cat, her whole body exploding as she pounced out.
Ran Tattoo Hunt let it pass with a dodge and laughed.
"That's great, your luck is surprisingly so good. But now the flowing cloud flying squirrel is mine, so you'll use it to offset your being out of touch for a few days." However, Suyuxian still twisted her face, her body flashed again to kill Ripple Hunt. "I'm calling you, give it back."
Bang!
Ripple Hunt suddenly raised his leg and fiercely blasted on Suyuxian's belly, and the latter flew backwards to the ground with a wow sound. Afterward, Ripple Hunt grabbed Suyuxian's hair with a flash and pulled her head up.
"Substitute, don't refuse to eat wine until you've toasted it."
"I'll give the flowing cloud flying mouse to the Gongzi, maybe I'll even give you a few good words in front of the Gongzi." Suyuxian's neck was tugged upwards to raise her head, her whole body trembled violently and said, "Give the flowing cloud flying mouse back to me." To her, it didn't matter at all if it was a male or not, she only wanted the flowing cloud flying mouse back.
Ripple Hunt heatedly laughed, then returned, "Know why your code name is Double? Because you were just the replacement of the person that the male wants. Since you came, the male can have a proper look at you a bit. Now there's a chance for me to give you a good word, don't miss it." After saying that, Ripple Hunt threw down Suyuxian's head with force. Sure carried the flowing cloud flying mouse and turned around to leave, but at this instant, his gaze suddenly froze, only to see a young man holding a long spear standing at the entrance of the alley. A killing light flashed in Ripple Hunt's eyes. They were assassins, and anyone who had seen their conspiracy had to die. At that moment, Ripple Hunt's killing heart rose. He, step by step, walked towards the direction of the man holding the spear, and the man holding the spear also met him step by step. Suddenly, Ripple Hunt stopped right in front of the man holding the gun, the corner of his mouth gently pulled and said, "Has anyone ever told you that meddling in other people's business and eavesdropping will get you killed?" At this moment, Suyuxian, who was lying on the ground in straight tears, also saw this scene. But the alley was too narrow, she couldn't see who the man blocked by the tattooed Hunt was, she only saw him holding a long spear. She smiled miserably, not only had she lost the flowing cloud flying mouse, she had also dragged someone down with her. Ripple Hunt was an Earth Realm level assassin, he could not fight himself. And within the tiny Yunyi city, other than the city lord, there wasn't even a single Earth Realm level. This man holding the gun, the only thing he could do was die. Suddenly, a voice line that Suyu Xian was familiar with rang out, and he heard the man holding the gun say, "Then did anyone tell you that the flowing cloud flying mouse in your hand was captured by me, and was also sent out by me?" It was actually that butcher, the man who had sent out his own flowing cloud flying mouse, who had resumed his surname, Sikong. Ripple Hunt froze and subconsciously looked at Suyu Xian behind him. Suyu Xian's eyes widened as she screamed, "Quickly go, you're no match for him, you'll die." Even if this person with the compound surname Sikong was even more bizarre, the gap between the fourth level of his dark realm and the Earth realm was absolutely impossible to bridge. An expert who entered the Earth realm level was already out of the range of ordinary martial artists. However, the corner of Sikong Jing's mouth pulled, maybe if it was somewhere else, but inside the narrow alley, I can't die. Boom! Berserk killing machines, battle chi, and the beastly pressure belonging to the Lord of 10,000 Beasts emanated out from within Sikong Jing's body, condensing into a giant torrent inside the narrow alleyway and crushing out crazily. Ripple Hunt's expression instantly froze, and the color of fear flickered on his face. It was as if he had stepped into a yellow spring road. Shocking thunder, run! Sikong Jing's voice exploded in his ears, and the gun in his hand went forward with the terrifying aura. With a boom, Ripple Hunt was hit hard, and his entire body flew backwards as if his entire body was falling apart, smashing on the ground of the alley with a few starts and stops, and was about to smash out of the alley in the next second. But, clanking sound. The long spear like thunder caught up with Ripple Hunt's flying body. After a ringing sound, Ripple Hunt's body also hit the barrel of the gun, and then bounced back, landing not far away from Suyu Xian. In the next instant, Sikong Jing floated down on the gun barrel, pointing at Suyu Xian, "You're called the double, right? Stand up and join forces to kill him." Suyu Xian froze, and then got up and fiercely launched his sword, pointing at Ripple Hunt. And at that moment, Ripple Hunt spat out blood with a wow. But he still slowly stood up and looked at Suyu Xian with a cold face. "Substitute, how dare you point your sword at me?" The killing machine was like a tidal wave, instantly causing Suyu Xian's heart and mind to tremble. Ripple Hunt was her superior and instructor in the assassin organization, as well as the direct subordinate of the Gongzi. Ever since she was taken away 10 years ago, she had been trained by him, and all sorts of horrifying training methods had inexplicably given birth to a sense of fear in Suyu Xian's heart. "You actually want to join forces with an ordinary man? Funny, too funny. You are my assassin. Now I order you to kill this man with your own hands, or else you will be worse off than dead." Ripple Hunt wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and pointed towards Sikong Jing, who was standing on the gun barrel. Suyu Xian's heart trembled again, looking at Sikong Jing before staring at the flowing cloud flying mouse in Ripple Hunt's hand, the sword in her hand trembling continuously. Suddenly, Sikong Jing's voice rang out. "The flowing cloud flying squirrel is meant to cure your father, right? Do you think that your father's life is important, or is it the job of an assassin? And are you, by any chance, a willing assassin?" Taking a hard jolt, Suyu Xian's hand that was holding the sword suddenly stopped shaking. His voice is as if it carries magic, and of course he is not a willing killer, he is thinking of leaving this killer organization all the time, and he wants to go home all the time. Ripple Hunt violently turned around at the sight and stared at Sikong Jing with a deadly stare. Fourth level of the Dark Realm, such terrifying explosive power and killing power, and also able to break my spiritual oppression, who the hell are you? At this moment, Ripple Hunt finally looked squarely at Sikong Jing. Just now he was spiritually oppressing Suyu Xian. This was the tactic of an upper-level killer, the oppression of a lesser killer. Yet this man in front of him easily broke this oppression in a few words, allowing Suyu Xian to detach herself from her fear. And of course, Tattoo Hunt didn't know that it was too easy for the once invincible god to break this small oppression. Sikong Jing smiled blandly. "I am the one who killed you." When the words fell, Sikong Jing pressed down the barrel of his gun. His entire body was like a cannonball running straight towards Ripple Hunt. His 5 fingers opened back, the long gun automatically flew into Sikong Jing's hand, and he threw down another shot. "Tiny Dark Realm 4th level, do you think you can be as lucky as just now every time?" Ripple Hunter laughed out coldly. The first time he was blown away by Sikong Jing was just unexpected, this time he would never want to win. However, just as he was about to make his move, the cold hairs behind him exploded, and he turned back with a sword. Clang!
It was Su Yuxian who had struck her sword at him. Ripple Hunt said with a mixture of shock and anger, "Substitute, you really dare to make a move against me? All of your family's files are in Gongzi's hands. Do you want your family to die without a burial place?" When Su Yuxian heard this, even more monstrous anger welled up in her heart, and she drank lowly, "Kill."
Threatening oneself with one's own family, then the tattoo hunt deserves to die even more. Chapter 83 Duplicate Surname Sikong, Mysterious and Unexplainable.
Seeing that Su Yuxian was able to be so determined, Si Jingjing also appreciated a smile as his lance roared. However, he didn't completely do his best. Instead, he bombarded and smashed wildly, holding back Ripple Hunt to let Su Yuxian be the main one. Not knowing how long had passed, not knowing how many swords had come out, Su Yuxian's sword finally pierced into Ripple Hunt's heart. "Substitute, you'll die an ugly death. Gongzi will kill your entire family." Ripple Hunt was incredulous before collapsing to the ground and dying. How could Ripple Hunt not expect that he would die in a place like this, just because of a flowing cloud flying rat? There was also this Dark Realm 4th level man holding a gun. What in the world was he, and why would Cloud Wild City have this kind of genius? However, he was dead, don't want to know anything. Who? Su Yuxian sat down softly on the ground, constantly gasping for air. Suddenly, she thought of something else and flew to hold the flowing cloud flying mouse in her arms, clasping her 10 fingers tightly. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out from outside the alley, and there were also people yelling. It was obvious that someone had found out about the battle and was rushing over to see it. Su Yuxian stood up in a panic and said to Si Kongjing, "Let's quickly go." Si Kongjing shook his head and pointed at Ripple Hunt's corpse. "If you leave like this, your organization will definitely find out that this corpse is your modus operandi. You have not been too careless." After saying that, Si Kongjing sliced through with a single shot, and Ripple Hunt's corpse was instantly severed in two with a single shot, and his face was completely disfigured. Su Yuxian froze, only then realizing that her 10 years of career as an assassin would have made this kind of low-level mistake. If it wasn't for the reminder from the man with the compound surname Sikong, not only would she die, but she would also involve her family. She took a few more breaths and said deeply to Si Kongjing, "Thank you." "No need, just happened to be passing by." Si Kongjing shook his head. Suddenly he looked at the sword by the side of Tattoo Hunter's corpse, his mind moved and casually sucked it away. After nodding his head to Su Yuxian again, Si Kongjing then stuck to the wall and eerily disappeared. Su Yuxian stood frozen in place, looking at the flowing cloud flying mouse in her hand. She owed him once again. And who is he, really? Whether it is killing, butchering, hunting, or dealing with the experience of a killer of this level of tattoo hunting, it is so horrible. The compound surname Sikong, killing people, mysterious and unpredictable. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuxian disappeared in place. Soon, the sounds of chaos resounded within the alley, but all of this was none of Su Yuxian's business. She carried the flowing cloud flying mouse and took a shortcut in the direction of the Su mansion, and suddenly she stopped at the door of an ironworker's store again, and was surprised to see Si Kongjing once again. And he was rolling up his sleeves with a bright smile, holding a sledgehammer and hammering the sword of Tattoo Hunter. He was, surprisingly, forging a sword. "Little brother, this sword of yours looks quite good, why are you still beating it?" the blacksmith from the iron smithy asked. Si Kongjing smiled and replied back, "This is meant for my wife, so of course I need to beat it a bit more showy." Upon hearing this, Su Yuxian's heart trembled slightly, silently thinking, so he has a wife. For some reason, the heart was empty and a little hard to bear. Su Yuxian did not go over to greet him, but left step by step. The blacksmith's voice came again, "Little brother, your ironworking skills look so powerful." "Ha, average, just casually learned for 3 months." Si Kongjing replied with a big smile. Of course his iron smithing skills were awesome. He had exchanged with the strongest smith god of the Great Shang dynasty and had studied for 3 months in order to improve the weapons of the Great Shang army. Perhaps the weapons created were not as good as the smith god, but they were definitely not much worse. Of course, his true chi is too weak now, and what he can build is not strong enough. As for this sword, in addition to being showy, of course, it is also in order to avoid trouble to make changes. God knows what kind of killer organization that Tattoo Hunt is. Si Kongjing doesn't have the leisure to mess with it. Su Mansion, outside Su Zhenlong's courtyard, a black slender figure gently fell down. Su Yuxian came carrying the flowing cloud flying mouse. "Su Zhenlong, if you knew that your eldest daughter, whom you had once mercilessly abandoned, had brought you something that saved your life, would you feel a tinge of guilt towards me?" Su Yuxian's eyes were red as she muttered. Then, she silently flashed inside the courtyard. Su Yuxian leaned against the wall, yet what came from inside was not a worried voice, but slightly happy words. "Really, why isn't Ah Jing back yet?
It's already dark.
This was the voice of her mother Mei Xiaofang, but Su Yuexian's eyes were filled with doubt. What kind of person was Jing? Brother Jing should still have things to do. Mother, if you're hungry, eat first.
Sister Su Yushi's voice also came out. Su Yuxian's eyes became even more doubtful. Brother Jing, called so affectionately?
Then it dawned on him, perhaps it was Su Yuexian's man.
Where am I hungry?
Count that brat's luck, if I was hungry I would have eaten it all first. Mei Xiaofang heavily retorted Su Yuexian's words. However, just as her voice fell, gurgling sounds rang out from her stomach. Su Yuexian couldn't help but laugh at her words. Mother's mouth was still as hard as before. Obviously she was hungry but still dead set on not admitting it. While her face was smiling, her heart was aching. She was so envious.
At this time, a thick voice rang out. Jing hasn't come back yet?
Then wait first. Her heart trembled. Su Yuexian took a deep breath, and then she stepped from the edge of the wall and slowly walked in the direction of the main door.
Wait a hair, I'm hungry, I'll eat first.
Right at this time, Mei Xiaofang picked up her bowl in annoyance because her stomach was growling.
But suddenly, Mei Xiaofang's entire being was dumbfounded.
She saw a slim shadow reveal itself in front of the gate. The shadow was drawn long, and then a woman in black slowly walked out, her expression cold and indifferent. Su Zhenglong and Su Yuexiu also froze, looking suspiciously at the woman with a hideous scar on her face.
Bang!
The bowl in Mei Xiaofang's hand slammed heavily on the ground as her tears slid down like a column of water. You Xian.
Buzz!
Su Zhenglong's brain suddenly roared. The whole person pulled himself up off the ground, old tears wildly soaring out. Xian, you are Xian? Sister, Su Yuexian covered her mouth, and her tears couldn't control them.
Time, as if fixed in this moment. Wow!
My moon immortal, you have indeed returned. Mei Xiaofang could no longer control herself, rolling and crawling, she rushed out the door and heavily hugged Su Yuexian.
A rush that almost knocked Su Yuexian out.
Her hands were clasped onto Su Yuexian's back in death, as if she never wanted to let go in her life.
Su Yuexian's entire body trembled. Reaching out her hand, she finally hugged Mei Xiaofang and called out lowly, Mother.
The gentle two words were like a shock of thunder. Mei Xiaofang cried out, Yuexian, Yuexian. At this time, Su Zhenglong's entire body shook and walked over, stretching out his hand to Su Yuexian and said, Yuexian.
Let father look at you, father. Is sorry for you.
He said and then stretched out his hand and touched Su Yuexian's face. 10 years, the Su Yuexian who left at that time was only 9 years old, and she was only 1 year older than Yushira.
In vain, Su Yuexian's expression turned cold as she pushed Mei Xiaofang away and drank. You stand still. Su Zhenglong's entire body trembled, standing upright in place. Chapter 84 Hooking a finger and there it is.
At this moment, Su Zhenglong was at a loss for words. He knew that Su Yuexian must hate himself very much. And he was also in a state of remorse all the time.
Su Zhenglong, you seem to be living a good life right now? Your injuries are healed, right?
Su Yuexian bit her lip, and then the corner of her mouth pulled out another cold smile, looking Su Zhenglong up and down, mocking. Yuexian, it's the elixir you gave me last time, otherwise father would have died. Su Zhenglong hurriedly replied back. With another cold laugh, Su Yuexian sarcastically said, I just didn't want you to die so easily.
The heart and soul trembled again. The last elixir was indeed given by Yuexian. Su Zhenglong's heart went numb.
But you're so powerful, dragging your severely injured body still for my good sister, to find the antidote to the crimson spider poison, aren't you afraid of your mother's widowhood?
Su Yuexian let out another shameful laugh, but each sentence felt like it was squeezed out from between her teeth.
Naturally, she still thought that Su Yuexian's restoration of her appearance was the antidote that Su Zhenglong had risked his life to fetch. Upon hearing this, all three of them froze. Su Yushi hurriedly said, Sister, it's not like that, father he. You shut up. You are not qualified to speak to me.
Su Yuexian glared angrily at Su Yueshi, and looked her up and down again and asked, which family's son is Brother Jing? My sister is so beautiful looking, could it be a gentleman from Yunzhou City?
Her sister Su Yushi was just too beautiful. With her look she would definitely be able to marry a wealthy male gentleman. It's not a male gentleman, Brother Jing is just a. Su Yushi still wanted to say something, but was heavily interrupted by Su Yuxian again. I don't have the time to listen to your love story. I only came here today wanting to tell you guys that I'm still alive and well. Saying this, she touched the scar on her face, her fists clenched. At this time, Mei Xiaofang cried again and said, Yuxian, can you sit down and talk properly first? It's not easy for our family to reunite, we really miss you too much.
No good. Su Yuxian drank categorically, causing Mei Xiaofang's entire body to freeze in place.
Then, she coldly looked at Su Zhanglong. I'm passing through. I'm now the most favored woman beside that noble gentleman. I'm really grateful for your ruthless abandonment 10 years ago, otherwise how would I have the glory and wealth I have now? The three hearts and minds in the hall trembled, not knowing if what Su Yuxian said was true or not. I'm here today to give you an item. When she said this, the body of the flowing cloud flying mouse was taken out and shaken by her, asking, Su Zhanglong, want it? All of a sudden, the three people in the hall were all stunned. It was actually another flowing cloud flying squirrel. After a while, Su Zhanglong suddenly winced fiercely. He quickly moved a few steps and took the inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying squirrel that was placed on top of the table and had yet to be swallowed into his hand, and placed it tightly behind him. And only then did he look at Su Yuxian and said back, want, as long as it's something that Yuxian wants to give to daddy wants everything. Never let Yuxian know that he already had an inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying squirrel in his hand. The moment he saw the flowing cloud flying mouse, Su Zhanglong was completely moved. He knew that although Yuxian spoke harsh words, she was still his own hard-mouthed, soft-hearted eldest daughter. What she said next was what she said, but if she knew that she already had the inner elixir, she would definitely turn around and leave. Su Yuxian didn't notice Su Zhanglong's small movements and mocked again, what if what I give you is poison? With a straightened expression, Su Zhanglong returned without even thinking, no matter what daddy wants, even if it's poison, it's the right thing to do. If he could let Su Yuxian go home, Su Zhanglong would be willing to die. However, Su Yuxian's face grimaced. This was not the outcome she expected. In her imagination it should have been Su Zhanglong chastising himself expressionlessly and hurrying to send him the flowing cloud flying mouse. But why was he a picture of being willing to eat even poison? Could this so-called guilt be feigned? Suddenly, Su Yuxian laughed again. I know, you want to curry favor with me after seeing me in all my glory now, right? You want to favor me with something to give to your little daughter, right? When these words came out, Mei Xiaofang said, Yuxian, don't misunderstand. Sister, it's not like that. Father has always been very guilty. Back then father he. Su Yuxie also opened her mouth to explain. All of you shut up, I don't want to listen. Su Yuxian's entire face was livid. Hearing this, Su Yuxie opened her mouth. Her sister seemed like she couldn't listen to anything. But forget it, the flowing cloud flying mouse is nothing to me anyway, just hook my finger and I'll have it. Consider it as something for me to cut you guys off, it's also a way to bring the first half of my life to a close. Saying this, Su Yuxian casually threw the flowing cloud flying mouse on the ground, turned around and directly left. Her heart hurt so much, she really didn't want to leave, and she didn't want to make a clean break, but she just said it. Yuxian, please don't go. Mei Xiaofang screamed loudly. Su Jingrong also flew. Yuxian, don't go, you're a flowing cloud flying squirrel, father is ashamed of it. The flowing cloud flying squirrel was something that was cut in two, not to mention that he already had one in his hand. Even if he didn't, he could never take it. With that said, Su Zhanglong and his wife both frantically chased after him. Su Yuxian's body trembled straight and said in annoyance, I've told you all, the flowing cloud flying squirrel will be there when I hook my finger. Bang! The words just fell. The courtyard door that was originally broken because of Qiuya's arrival was pushed open, and two middle-aged men walked in carrying wine jars, yelling under their breath, Master Su, see. How is it you? The ones who came were naturally old Zhang and Ah who had just made a breakthrough in the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, and they had brought good wine to thank Sikong Jing. As a result, before they could finish their words, they saw Su Yuxian. At the same time, Su Yuxian was stunned and stared straight at the two men. Both of them were brown men in the army and didn't think that much. Who laughed out loud and said, this is really coincidental, yesterday you were kneeling down and begging for the flying mouse of flowing clouds, and today we meet here again. When these words came out, Su Zhanglong and Mei Xiaofang were directly dumbfounded, kneeling down and begging for the flowing cloud flying squirrel. Didn't they say that it would be there with a hook of the finger? Su Yuxian's face reddened layer by layer, and the entire person was messed up. However, old Zhang didn't have any problems and laughed again. Right, we were all almost killed by the Heaven Realm demon beast cracked gold steel-toothed tiger yesterday. For the flowing cloud flying squirrel you are really risking your life. Still risking his life, Su Zhenglong's heart trembled wildly, old tears were in his eyes. And Ah was still tigerishly smiling again. That's right, we are considered to be living and dying together. Why don't we stay and drink a few mouthfuls? The next instant, Su Yuxian let a roar ring out. Bastard, you guys shut up. Why did these two suddenly appear in their own home at this time, and not saying anything else, just saying these words? If you guys keep talking, where will I put my face? Chapter 85, Can I hit him? Old Zhang and Ah whose brains were confused. What is this killer chick suddenly mad about again, or telling the truth?
Yu Xian, you've had a hard time these past 10 years, haven't you?
Please stay, your father and mother, I look forward to your return every day. Mei Xiaofang also understands at this time that what glory and wealth are all fake, and hurriedly walks up to pull Su Yuexian's hand. However, Su Yuexian violently shook it off and cried, "None of your business." After saying this, she made a flash and ran out the door.
Yuexian!
Su Zhenlong shouted and chased after her. And Su Yuexi and Mei Xiaofang also flew to catch up, but their speed was certainly not as fast as the first two came. Inside the courtyard, old Zhang and Ah Hu were left alone with a dumbfounded look on their faces. What in the world had happened? At the entrance of the Su mansion, Si Kongjing had already forged the sword that he was going to give to Su Yushi, when suddenly he saw a black shadow sprinting towards him, with another person chasing after it. And the black shadow in front of him was clearly the woman in black. Could it be that she was exposed to be chased by the assassin organization? At the same time, Su Yuexian also saw Si Kongjing and instantly brightened up. "Brother Si Kong, right? Help me stop that person behind me, I owe you one more time." Si Kongjing was a bit helpless when he heard this, but the next instant he was dumbfounded. The person chasing behind him was actually his father-in-law, Su Zhenlong.
What happened? Could it be that the woman in black was trying to assassinate her father-in-law and was still being chased back by him?
A cold light flashed in Si Kongjing's eyes. Without saying a word, he turned back with his gun, his long spear crossed in front of Su Yuexian's face, and he said in a cold voice, "I'm sorry, you can't help you again even if you owe me 10 times 100 times. Joke, dare to lay hands on his own father-in-law. How could Si Kongjing let go of this black-clothed woman who met him in passing?"
Su Yuexian was directly stunned and couldn't help but shout, "Why are you stopping me?"
At this time, Su Zhenlong at the back also saw Si Kongjing stopping Su Yuexian. He lightly let out a breath and was about to say something to Si Kongjing. However, because he had just chased after him too quickly, he exerted too much force, but a mouthful of reverse blood gushed up, and he could not make a sound for a while. "Why did I stop you?" Si Kongjing tilted his head and coldly said, "Your father needs the flowing cloud-flying squirrel. You kneeled down and begged me for it, so I fetched it for you. You are an assassin with painful ordeals in past. You dared to kill even the top superior assassin for your father. But your father is a father. Is someone else's father not a father?" Si Kongjing's voice gusted out. His eyes grew colder and colder as his killing chance went straight to the clouds. Father-in-law was Su Yuexian's father, and also half of his own father. Even if he sympathized with Su Yuexian again, Si Kongjing would kill him as usual. But right at this moment, Su Zhenlong could open his mouth, and he clearly heard Si Kongjing's words. "Yu Xian, you actually became a killer? You even killed the top superior assassin for Daddy. Daddy really deserves it." When he said this, Su Zhenlong was already sobbing uncontrollably. His heart was like being stabbed by needles. He was both touched and blaming himself. How bitter was the life of an assassin could he not know? Now Yu Xian had even killed the top superior killer. This was killing him.
Su Yuexian was messed up again. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
She stared dead at Si Kongjing in front of her. Why did she always encounter them? It was even if the two generals in front of her blindly told the big truth, even this one with the compound surname Si Kong said so.
Yu Xian?
And Si Kongjing also realized his father-in-law's appearance in this instant. In vain, his whole body shook tremendously, staring at the woman in black in disbelief. Could she be Yushi's sister, Su Yuxian? Meeting her in front of the Su mansion, father-in-law suddenly taking the elixir to wake up, kneeling down under the entering cloud mountain to beg for the inner elixir of the flowing cloud-flying squirrel, and still dying of a stiff upper lip. A series of images linked together. Wasn't this Su Yuexian's situation? One hadn't even realized it before. Su Yuexian was furious and anxious as she shouted at Si Kongjing, "You, get out of my way." With that, she frantically rushed over. She was bypassed because of the shock in Si Kongjing's heart and disappeared into the building in the twinkling of an eye. At this time, Su Zhenlong shouted urgently, "Ah Jing, quickly chase after her, she is Yu Xian, Yushi's sister Ah." Wow! A mouthful of blood was spat out. Su Zhenlong had already collapsed softly in front of the Su mansion's main gate, but still said to Si Kongjing, "Don't mind me, quickly chase after her and explain clearly, make sure to leave Yu Xian behind." Si Kongjing hesitated, but still turned around and chased after him. The beast skill flowing clouds was utilized by him to the fullest. A while later, Su Yuexian saw Si Kongjing behind her and exasperatedly said, "What are you doing chasing after me so closely? Su Yuexian, say what you have to say properly." Si Kongjing said back as he chased after her. Su Yuexian's whole body shook as she gritted her teeth and said, "So you know Su Zhenlong as well, but I have nothing to say to him. He abandoned me back then and only favored his little daughter." Si Kongjing was speechless. This was Su Yuexian's not in her heart. in this regard he could only be considered an outsider. In vain, Si Kongjing stopped his chasing steps and looked in the direction of Su Mansion and said, "Oh no, Su Xiefeng is actually going to make a move again."
"What did you say? Who is my grandfather going to make a move against?"
Su Yuxian asked as she stopped her footsteps upon hearing this. Si Kongjing sensed the aura in the direction of the Su Mansion and returned, "It's not just Su Xiefeng, there's also another existence at the 8th level of the human realm." After saying that, he looked at Su Yuxian again.
"Don't you know? Your father has been oppressed by the Su family up and down these 10 years. Su Xiefeng also doesn't know what kind of wind has gone through his head, expecting your father's bad luck all the time." Su Yuexian's entire body shook, staring at Si Kongjing in disbelief. "Your mother didn't even have a single copper crystal plate on her because she was bullied. She groveled to countless of her once so-called friends, and even the household servants could scold her and rob her." Taking a deep breath, Si Kongjing gazed deeply at Su Yuxian before saying, "Now that your father has collapsed at the doorstep of the Su Mansion, Su Xiefeng will surely not let go of this great opportunity. I must go back." After saying that, Si Kongjing turned around and flashed back to the Su Mansion. Su Yuxian stood frozen in place. How could father and mother have lived such a miserable life these 10 years? Was all of this true? But this mysterious man with the compound surname Sikong had no reason to lie to himself. After a good burst of changes on her face, Su Yuxian finally gritted her teeth and turned around to kill her way back to the Su Mansion. Su Mansion's entrance. A middle-aged man walked up to Su Zhenlong's body with a big grin and laughed strangely. "Hee, isn't this the once heavenly pride Su Zhenlong? You were so horizontal back then, you even challenged my high family at our door and beat us to death." Su Zhenlong relapsed from his serious injuries and fought to raise his head to look at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was none other than the Hai family's family head, Hai He. And around Hai He, there were several experts from the Hai family. At the same time, Su Xiefeng also stood at the entrance of the Su Mansion at an unknown time, looking like he had come out to greet Hai He. Seeing that Su Zhenlong didn't say anything, Hai He then looked at Su Xiefeng and asked, "Su family head, may I beat up your son?" Chapter 86, Carved from the Same Mold. Su Xiefeng let out a grim smile and said indifferently, "Since I was the one who proposed the cooperation, the current Su Zhenlong is the sincerity of my cooperation. You guys can do whatever you want, I'm not going to ask. But don't beat him to death. Su Zhenlong must be my son after all, I still need to save face." If Su Zhenlong died in front of the Su Mansion, he, Su Xiefeng, would still be laughed at by the entire city. And as soon as Su Xiefeng's words fell, Hai He laughed loudly and stepped on Su Zhenlong with one foot and said, "Su Zhenlong, I didn't expect you to have today, I'm going to make you like a dog." What kind of person? Halfway through his words, Hai He suddenly changed his face and roared. And then he saw a gun shadow falling heavily. If not, he retreated fast, will be directly pierced by the long gun. In the next instant, Si Kongjing landed on the barrel of the gun and said coldly, "Kill your man." With a flick of the gun barrel, Si Kongjing blasted out in the direction of Hai He. "A tiny 4th level of the Dark Realm, you also presume to kill me, get you killed." Hai Hyuk didn't care what Si Kongjing was, in his eyes this kid was a small mole in the 4th level of the Dark Realm. How dare he attack himself and say that he wants to kill himself? It was simply a big statement. But just after exchanging hands, Hai Hyuk issued that he was wrong. This Dark Realm 4th level was a bit scary. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, Hai Hyuk and Si Kongjing were a flurry of punches against each other. Although Hai Hyuk had the upper hand in terms of true chi, he couldn't match Si Kongjing in other aspects. Every time, Si Kongjing could make it very difficult for him. Hai He was unusually annoyed by the fight, and with a viciousness in his heart, he droned to a few Hai family experts beside him, "A few of you go up and give Su Zhenlong a hard lesson first." A few Hai family experts let out a sardonic laugh at his words and walked towards Su Zhenlong step by step. As for Su Xiefeng, he was still standing in front of the Su Mansion's gate with a smile on his face, just looking on indifferently. And everyone didn't realize that Su Yuexian's black figure had already landed on the wall not far away. She saw everything that had happened in front of the Su Mansion's gate and her eyes were filled with incredulity. The Hai family's family head, Hai He, she recognized, and had challenged her father to a doorstep when she was a child. At that time, Dad was in a great state of splendor. And Grandpa Su Xiefeng also really, as the man with the compound surname Sikong said, watched Dad being bullied. A thick fire burned in Su Yuexian's heart. When seeing a few experts of the Hai family to lay hands on Dad in an instant, Su Yuexian could no longer hold back, and in vain. Clanked. Drawing his sword, he rushed out, his sword light flashing out. Plop plop plop. Dao blood sprayed out from the necks of several Hai family experts, and in an instant, several people held their necks and fell to the ground dead.
The black figure landed on the ground, and the sword light pointed right at Su Xiefeng. This scene stunned Su Xiefeng on the spot, and also stunned Hai, who was in the middle of fighting with Sikong Jing, as he flew back and stared at Su Yuxian with rage, drinking, "Dare to kill my Hai family's people, who are you?" Su Yuxian ignored him and instead pointed her sword at Su Xiefeng. "Why did you allow your son to be bullied?" At this moment, Su Xiefeng looked at Su Yuxian dumbfounded, then he coldly replied, "Who are you? The affairs of my Su family have nothing to do with you, don't provoke unnecessary matters." Su Xiefeng did not recognize that this was his eldest granddaughter. However, Su Yuxian's chest rose and fell as she asked again, "I'm asking you, why did you allow your son to be bullied by outsiders?" Being questioned by a young woman in such a manner, Su Xiefeng instantly became enraged and roared, "He's my son, I still hate for him to die, what the hell do you care you?" Snap. However, Su Yuxian had already disappeared in place and slapped Su Xiefeng across the face, her voice resounding like a demon. "I am Su Yuxian, my good grandfather, do you think I care?" Bang 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 bang. After saying that, he threw a bombardment of punches at Su Xiefeng, smashing him and making him wow. Su Xiefeng was at the 8th level of the human realm, while Su Yuxian was at the peak of the human realm, and was also a trained killer, plus Su Xiefeng himself had been violently beaten by Su Zhenlong and Sikong Jing. Where was he a match for her? In an instant, he was blasted to the ground and rolled around. It was only after a while that Su Yuxian withdrew her hand and said coldly again, "If you weren't my grandfather, you'd already be dead." After the words trailed off, she fiercely looked at Hai at the bottom of the steps again, "And you're not my anything, so die." As soon as the words fell, the terrifying killing move flashed towards Hai. The latter's dead soul flared up, and without saying a word, he turned around and fled. But right at this moment, a gun shadow stabbed in front of Hai's body, and the latter bounced back heavily to the ground after crashing into it. And Sikong Jing also appeared right after him, holding his gun and pointing it straight at Hai. In vain, Su Xiefeng, who was lying on the ground, shouted with force, "We can't kill, or else the Hai family will declare full war with our Su family." "It's none of our business if the Hai family declares war on the Su family?" Sikong Jing and Su Yuxian droned at the same time. They then stabbed into Hai's heart with a gun and a sword, and with a poof, blood splattered everywhere. Thus, the family head of the 4 great families, the Hai family, died in front of the Su mansion's main gate. Hai's eyes were wide open and he died without resting in peace. The entire front of the Su mansion was silent. Su Xiefeng was on the ground with his head up, his entire face green. And right at this moment, a mournful voice rang out, "Where is this old dog blocking the way on the ground?" The one who spoke was clearly none other than Mei Xiaofeng. With Su Yushi's support, Mei Xiaofeng finally rushed out of the Su mansion, and with a glance, she saw Su Xiefeng, who had fallen to the ground, and after letting out a foul curse, she stomped on him fiercely twice. And before rushing out, Mei Xiaofeng yelled, "Yu Xian." Su Yuxian's body trembled slightly as she gripped her sword and turned back. "Mother, I still have things to do, I'll come back to see you when I have time." After saying that, Su Yuxian turned around and flew out, disappearing. She didn't dare to stay, she didn't know how to face this. "Yu Xian, Yu Xian." In front of the Su mansion, only Mei Xiaofeng's calls remained. At this time, Su Yuexi then ran to Sikong Jing's side and hugged his arm. "Brother Jing, sister, is she still gone?" Nodding at Su Yushi, Sikong Jing didn't know what to say. This matter left him scratching his head. He had dealt with thousands and thousands of military matters, but he had never dealt with this kind of deeply entangled family matter. However, judging from Su Yuxian's behavior just now, she would definitely come back. In the end, Sikong Jing could only help Su Zhenlong walk in the direction of the courtyard first, while Su Yuxian could only support her mother Mei Xiaofeng, who was crying with red eyes, and followed step by step. When passing by Su Xiefeng, Mei Xiaofeng stepped on 2 more feet ruthlessly. "This old dog doesn't know how much it hurts, and is still lying in front of the door in the way." Su Xiefeng was so angry that his 3 souls were coming out, but he was temporarily unable to move due to Su Yuxian's beating. The only thing he could do was to roar angrily. His voice was mournful and pierced through the sky. When the family of 4 returned inside the courtyard, old Zhang and Hu were embarrassed beyond measure. Although they didn't know what had happened, it didn't seem like it was the right time to find the Sikong brothers for a drink, so they could only bid farewell and leave first. "Yu Xian still holds a grudge against me." Inside the hall, the food had already gotten cold. Su Zhenlong covered his head in pain, thinking of Su Yuxian's attitude was so hard. And at this time, Sikong Jing also understood what happened and smiled and comforted, "Father-in-law, Su Yuxian's sister-in-law may still hold a grudge against you, but she knelt down in order to beg for the flowing cloud flying mouse from me. As you know, her character is more like that of Lord Mother-in-law, it's just that she still has some knots in her heart that are not yet opened.
Chapter 87 Heavenly Realm Beast Technique, Another Breakthrough.
At this moment, Si Kongjing thought of all the things Su Yuxian had done before. His heart was a bit amused. No wonder he reminded himself of his mother-in-law at that time. Their character was simply carved out of the same mold.
Listening to Si Kongjing's words, Mei Xiaofang shouted in a bad mood, "What's wrong with being like me? My daughter can't be like me?"
In response, Si Kongjing and Su Zhanglong exchanged glances, understanding each other.
By the way, how did Moon Immortal ask you for the flowing cloud flying mouse? Could it be that you got 2 of them? Mei Xiaofang suddenly asked.
Si Kongjing didn't even think about it before he replied. The situation was that the Heaven Realm demonic beast split gold steel-toothed tigers seriously injured 2 of them, all of which I got my hands on, and then Yuxian's great aunt begged me for one. Almost told the truth, but no one believes it when the truth is told. Helpless, Si Kongjing could only make up nonsense again. Next, he explained the matter of Su Yuxian encountering the top superior assassin, the Ripple Hunt snatching the flowing cloud flying mouse.
Listening to Si Kongjing's words, Su Zhanglong felt another pang of heartache.
Yuxian even risked her life so much for me. Fortunately, Jing, you destroyed the corpse, otherwise it would have been dangerous.
I'm really too sorry for her.
Killer, how did she live these 10 years? Listening to Su Zhenglong's bitter complaint, Mei Xiaofang whimpered again. How could her eldest daughter have such a miserable life? Father-in-law, it is imperative that you hurry up and take the inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying squirrel to recover your strength. Suddenly, Si Kongjing reminded in a low voice. Su Zhenglong's whole body shook tremendously, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light and said, "Not bad." Su Xiefeng even invited the Hai clan to his door, and Hai died at the hands of you and Yuxian. I must restore my strength to cope with everything. After Si Kongjing's reminder, Su Zhenglong felt a thick crisis. Su Xiefeng brought Xiu Yi to his door to seize the green jade paper during the day, and then brought Hai He to the Su family in the evening. Especially the latter, the relationship between the Su family and the Hai family had always been at odds. I'm afraid that Su Xiefeng was already going crazy. In order to deal with his own family, in order to get the 3 green jade papers in Jing's hands, he had already started to do anything and everything. Now the only way to deal with the next terrifying onslaught was to restore his own strength. After tempering then, Su Zhanglong returned to his room and took the inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying squirrel. Which was of course the one brought by Si Kongjing. At the same time, Si Kongjing also brought Su Yushi back to her room. Brother Jing, so many things happened today. Sister, she seems to have misunderstood me as well. Su Yushi quietly lay in Si Kongjing's embrace and spoke softly. Nodding his head, Si Kongjing said, "Your sister's heart is definitely towards her family, but she is still being controlled by the assassin organization, and her leader should be that noble gentleman who wanted to take you away." Her body shook slightly. Su Yushi thought of that noble gentleman's appearance and hated and feared him. If it wasn't for him, his own family wouldn't be in the current state, and his sister wouldn't have hated father and wouldn't have suffered for 10 years. She wouldn't have become ugly, and grandpa wouldn't have gotten crazier and crazier. All because of that noble gentleman's sudden appearance. How could Su Yushi not hate it in her heart? Don't worry, give me some more time. Whether it's your sister or that noble gentleman, I will solve it. Si Kongjing comforted another sentence, then smiled. Do you still remember that I said that I would give you a gift? Hearing this, Su Yushi forgot about the rest, her eyes filled with anticipation. Clang! An ice blue sword appeared in Si Kongjing's hand, which was precisely transformed from Tattoo Hunter's sword. What a beautiful sword, Brother Jing, thank you. Su Yushi received the sword, her eyes joyful beyond measure. At this moment, Si Kongjing added, "There is a second gift, Yuan Jindan." With that, Si Kongjing took out the second Yuan Jindan that he had asked for from Luoning, handed it out, and told Su Yushi to take it. Then, Su Yushi began to receive the Yuan Jindan's medicinal power under Si Kongjing's protection and continuously broke through. In the blink of an eye, she reached the 5th level of the Dark Realm. Yushi, your talent is even higher than I thought. But medicine is medicine, no matter how powerful it is, it will have an attached effect. Next you will consolidate your true chi first. Si Kongjing gave an explanation, then walked out of Su Yueshi's room. He then looked towards Su Zhenglong's room. At this time, his father-in-law had already suppressed the rampant earth realm true chi in his body under the effect of the inner elixir of the flowing cloud flying squirrel, and there were hidden signs of a breakthrough. With a flash of light in his eyes, Si Kongjing returned to his own room and took out a piece of green jade paper. This was of course what he had asked for from dear Zhao. Darkly regulating his breath, Si Kongjing then burned a Xian grade middle grade technique into the jade paper. The gungfu was called martial dragon technique. It belonged to the top Xian product middle rank gungfu in the Great Shang army. Of course it was meant for his father-in-law Su Zhenlong, who was now practicing the Su family's Xian product lower rank golden thunder technique. In Si Kongjing's eyes, it was too weak. Su Zhenlong was once the pride of Yunyi City. 10 years ago he was already at the 7th level of the human realm, and today he was still at the 7th level of the human realm. If he wasn't seriously injured, he would definitely be at the earth realm. However, the Golden Thunder skill belonged to the weakest type of the lower Xian Pin rank, and even if he reached the Earth realm, he wouldn't be able to achieve very much. Therefore, Si Kongjing wanted to give him a makeover, to make his father-in-law's martial arts talent completely explode. Unfortunately, right now, he was still only at the 4th level of the Dark Realm, and at the highest, he could only carve out in Xian Pin middle grade technique, otherwise it would be more than just the martial dragon technique, which could only make do for the time being. Taking the engraved green jade paper, Si Kongjing knocked on Su Zhenlong's room door. Opening the door, Mei Xiaofang poked her head out suspiciously. "I have another piece of green jade paper here. The gong method inside is just right for Lord Father-in-law," Si Kongjing explained. Mei Xiaofang froze, received the green jade paper and went back to her room. Looking towards Su Zhenlong, who happened to open his eyes, he said in a puzzled manner, "How much green jade paper did Jing get from the mighty beast horse thieves? Here's another one, and he even said it's suitable for you." Saying that, Mei Xiaofang handed it to Su Zhenlong. The latter took it suspiciously, and the moment his consciousness penetrated into the green jade paper, his whole body shook tremendously. Boom! Su Zhenlong directly broke through. Si Kongjing stood in the center of the courtyard and smiled faintly after sensing Su Zhenlong's breakthrough, while a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Beast technique, split gold." Roar! A low roar vibrated out of Si Kongjing's mouth as his fist blasted out like a tiger's roar in a gust. This was his new beast skill, precisely what he had learned from the Heaven Realm demonic beast, the cracking gold steel-toothed tiger. Although he wasn't close at that time, he could still see the way the demonic power within the rift gold steel-toothed tiger operated, and he had been simulating it in his head for the past 2 days, and also tried to run his true chi in the same way as the rift gold steel-toothed tiger. But the Heaven Realm demonic beasts were still a bit difficult for him right now. It wasn't until now that he truly comprehended something and struck the third beast technique that belonged to him. After a set, Si Kongjing secretly shook his head again and said, "Unfortunately, it's not the complete way of running the split gold steel-toothed tiger yet. There are some flaws, but it's good enough for the current me." At that time, he still hadn't seen it clearly, so the current beast technique cracking gold could only be considered as a half-finished product. In vain, Si Kongjing's entire body shook. When the true chi in his body returned to the normal operation of the Emperor Chopper prison breaking technique from the operation of the cracking gold steel-toothed tiger, the true chi had unexpectedly grown by 1 round. Boom! The true chi tumbled and a barrier was broken as Si Kongjing reached the 5th level of the Dark Realm. Chapter 88, He is not my seed. However, the 5th level of the Dark Realm wasn't the end of the line. The true chi impacted upwards again, reaching the 6th level of the Dark Realm. In the end, it settled at the 7th level of the Dark Realm before stopping. Si Kongjing's stance stood straight in the courtyard, feeling the rolling true chi in his body. Instead of my true chi becoming weak due to the Yuanjin Dan, it has consolidated and broken through due to the beast technique splitting gold. Could it be that as long as I learn a stronger way of running a demonic beast, I can become stronger? Essence flashed in his eyes, tempted to enter the 10,000 beasts' heavenly prison to seek answers from the terrifying beasts inside, but thinking of their skeptical attitude towards himself as a human, Si Kongjing suppressed this impulse alive. When he had the chance, he would go to the depths of the Cloud Mountain and get the complete operation of the cracked gold steel-toothed tiger, then he would try it again. Taking a deep breath, Si Kongjing continued to hone his beast skill. Just as Si Kongjing's family was cultivating for a breakthrough, the inner courtyard of the Su mansion. Su Zhengtao worriedly looked at Su Xiefeng, who was lying on the bed with a blue face, and asked, "Father, Su Yuxian has surprisingly returned as well, and she is still at least at the peak of the human realm. Now we are in big trouble." Everything that had just happened in front of the Su mansion, Su Zhengtao was dumbfounded upon learning about it. Su Yuxian had returned strongly. Back then, the matter of her being taken away by the mysterious noble gentleman, the entire Su mansion knew about it, and it was taken away in place of Su Yuxian, and with that noble gentleman's attitude all thought that Su Yuxian would be tortured to death. But instead of dying, she had brought with her enough power to crush the entire Su family. She also killed the Hai family's family head. This can't end well. Su Zhengtao was flustered beyond measure. If Su Yuxian wanted to them, the Hai family would definitely want to their Su family as well, and even the Chu family wouldn't make things easy for them.
To them, the Su family was now in trouble both internally and externally. What are you panicking about?
Su Xiefeng coldly crossed his eyes and said, "It's not like I'm the one who killed Hai. It's Su Zhenglong and the others. If the Hai family comes to the door to settle the score, just let them go directly to Su Zhenglong. And what attitude I have towards Su Zhenglong, the entire Yunyi city knows." Hearing this explanation, Su Zhengtao only slightly stabilized his emotions, but immediately said, "What about Su Yuexian?" Pulling the corner of his mouth, Su Xiefeng said, "Su Yuexian is at most at the peak of the human realm. There are many ways to deal with her. You'll know when the Hai family's people come to your door to make a mess." Although Su Xiefeng said this, Su Zhengtao was still scared. Not long after, a roar rang out from outside. The Hai family's people had indeed come to kill with great vigor. Previously, family head Hai was invited to the Su mansion and then was left with a corpse that was sent back by the Su family. It would be strange if they didn't come to settle the score. The Hai family was led by a young man, who was none other than Hai's son, Haiku, the Hai family's young family head. "Su Xiefeng, how did my father die?" As soon as Haiku entered, he roared with a fierce face, "If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll slaughter your entire Su family." The Hai family members who came to the Su residence were all dead, so the entire Hai family still didn't know how Hai died. Su Jingtao's heart trembled at his words. The Hai family had several human realm experts alone, which was not something they could compare to the Su family. Even if Hai was dead now, it still wouldn't be difficult for the Hai family to destroy the Su family. Puff. Suddenly, Su Xiefeng was kneeling at the Hai family's crowd and said with old tears, Su Xiefeng, I'm sorry, Hai family head." With this action, both the people of the Hai family and the Su family were all stunned. "Junior nephew Haiku, it's all my Su Xiefeng's fault. I gave birth to a rebellious son and 2 rebellious grandchildren." Su Xiefeng changed his previous calmness, said with a sniffle and a tear, "It was my rebellious grandson Su Yuexian who killed the Hai family head. I wanted to stop it but I couldn't. She left 10 years ago, now she is at least at the peak of the human realm." The moment these words came out, all the people of the Hai family froze. Peak human realm? This would be troublesome. At this time, Su Xiefeng pointed to the bruises on his face again and cried, "You all know how this face of mine was beaten like this. That rebellious son, he wanted to kill his father." A crowd of Hai family members looked at each other in dismay. The scene in the martial arts arena during the day they still remembered clearly, and they still regarded it as a joke. "Haiku little nephew, I also want to kill my family in a big way, but I can't. I'm only asking you guys now to find a way to help me. Please help me go to the Chu family, go to the Ren family, and say that I, Su Xiefeng, will fight with that rebellious son." With Su Xiefeng's gusty words, the people of the Hai family opened their mouths, confused. After a while, Haiku frowned and asked, "Su Xiefeng, are you telling the truth? You really want us to help you in a big way?" "Of course." Su Xiefeng raised his head and said without hesitation, "Little nephew, tomorrow is the top 10 battle for the Cloud State Grand Competition Cloud Wild City selection. At that time, you will look for an opportunity to fix Su Yushi to death. At that time, Su Zhenglong and that damned criminal, and of course, Su Yuexian will definitely rush out. Our 4 great clans will then join hands and eradicate them." Speaking here, Su Xiefeng's eyes were gleaming with murderous intent, his face crazed to the extreme. Haiku froze and asked in a cold voice, "Su Xiefeng, on what basis do I trust you?" Su Zhenglong was his son. God knows whether Su Xiefeng was being sincere or acting now. Could it be that in front of the entire city, I still dared to take Su Zhenglong's side? Su Xiefeng said in self-evidence, "Moreover, Su Yuexian is already at the peak of the human realm. My position as the family head is going to be unprotected." His entire body shook slightly. Haiku's expression changed a few times before he finally nodded in satisfaction. "Good, I'll believe you once." Immediately afterward, Haiku waved his hand at the Hai family's crowd again and said, "I'll go visit the Chu family and the Ren family right now." After saying that, he turned around, but immediately, Haiku turned back and said with a smile, "Su Xiefeng, you're also really ruthless. Even your own children and grandchildren can be counted on to be eradicated. I really don't know how you think." If one utilized Su Yuexian, the Su family could easily become the overlord of Yunyi City. But he, Su Xiefeng, surprisingly did not want it. "My most adorable grandson Su Shan died in the hands of that criminal. What do you think I think? Su Zhenglong was injured by the horrible noble son. To correct him as the head of the family, do I, Su Xiefeng and the Su family, still want to live? That criminal, God knows what he is, hurry up and die to get rid of this trouble." Su Xiefeng flew into 3 explanations, which made the Hai family crowd unable to say anything. Indeed, Su Xiefeng was also miserable enough, always encountering these crap. Just like this, Haiku led the people to leave. Su Xiafeng also slowly stood up with Su Jingtao's support, and then he coldly said, "There's another reason, Su Zhenglong isn't my seed, their whole family deserves to die." As soon as these words came out, Su Jingtao was stunned, staring at his eyes and asked, "Father, what did you say?" "Nothing, just pretend you heard it wrong." Su Xiafeng glanced at him and said lightly again, "Tomorrow is the main event. Su Zhenglong, Su Yuexian is in a firefight with the three great families, our Su family will reap the benefits." However, Su Zhengtao was still shocked at what he had just said. Su Zhenglong was not father's seed, was he not his own big brother? Chapter 89, Cannot Admit Defeat. As dawn broke, Si Kongjing, Su Yushi, and Mr. and Mrs. Su Zhenglong went out of the Su Mansion's gate without anyone stopping them. And at this moment, other than Mei Xiaofang, the other three had all changed. Su Zhenglong was in high spirits, the abusive Earth Realm true qi in his body had been suppressed, and his true qi that had not progressed in 10 years had broken through after practicing the martial dragon technique, reaching the 9th level of the human realm. With a few more days of consolidation, he would reach the peak of the human realm. Su Yushi was holding an ice blue sword and was wearing a snow-white flowing cloud-flying mouse scarf, making her unforgettable and beautiful. Si Kongjing, on the other hand, hadn't actually changed much. But for the time being, no one knew that his realm had already reached the 8th level of the Dark Realm after continuously practicing the beast technique Cracking Gold, and if he could observe the full workings of the Cracking Gold Steel-Toothed Tiger again, he would reach the human realm straight away. Nowadays, Si Kongjing and his family were enough to stand proudly in Yunyi City. Between the roads, Mei Xiaofang said, "Yushira, now we are completely broken with Su Shuefeng. If you stay and feel unbeatable, you can just admit defeat. There's no need to stand up for the Su family." This time, Yunyi City's selection was a fight on behalf of the Su family, and was also a promise to Su Shuefeng's conditions. But now it had changed. Su Xiafeng's various performances had completely chilled their hearts, and it was impossible to fix it. Su Zhenglong's heart and mind wanted to ease the relationship, but in the end, it would not help. Alas, if it wasn't for the fear that Yu Xian would come back again and not be able to find us, we would have moved out of the Su mansion by now. Su Zhenglong sighed. Su Yueshi nodded, but when she looked at Si Kongjing she tightened the sword in her hand. She wouldn't admit defeat easily. She had promised Brother Jing that she would woo Jie Yun City. The martial arts arena has arrived, and at this moment it is even more lively and crowded than yesterday. The top 10 battle, selecting 3 of the strongest geniuses to represent Yunyi City out of the strongest, made countless people go crazy. More importantly, Su Yushi's beauty had spread far and wide, and more people wanted to see for themselves just how beautiful the once Cloud State's #1 ugly was now. "Look, that's Su Yushi." Upon seeing the 4 of them, Si Kongjing, a gush of shocked cries rang out as all eyes focused on Su Yushi's body. Too beautiful, how could she be so beautiful? What on earth made her regain her appearance? I heard that it was that criminal who dug up the treasure. I wonder if it's true or not. I did hear that it was the criminal who did General Chiu Yi a favor but had the audacity to hide the treasure to cure Su Yushi's face. All sorts of rumors resounded all around. Su Yushi couldn't stand such gazes and gently pulled up her snow-white scarf again. However, her gaze fell on Si Kongjing's body. The antidote to the crimson spider poison was given by Brother Jing and formulated by him. It wasn't some private treasure at all. He was the greatest gift from the heavens, the prince who appeared because he was watching himself suffer too much. Otherwise, why would it be such a coincidence that Brother Jing just happened to know how to cure the spider poison? Just like this, the 4 of them stepped into the martial arts arena under all sorts of exclamations, and what greeted them were icy cold gazes. The 4 directions within the martial arts arena happened to be the temporary landing spots of the 4 great families. Including the Su family, the 4 great families stared eerily at the 4 people of Si Kongjing, and there were others licking the corners of their mouths. It was as if the 4 great families wanted to swallow them alive. Brother Jing. Su Yushi's face instantly turned white. She had never seen such a terrifying array. "It's fine, it's all expected." Si Kongjing held Su Yushi's hand tightly and said, as Su Shuefeng said at the birthday banquet, "They want to use you to force me to impulse out, and then they will have an excuse to be able to beat and kill us. You just need to not lose or admit defeat." Hearing this, Su Yushi nodded heavily. At this time, Su Zhenglong then said, Jing, I'm afraid that the 4 great families still have a backhand. If they really make a scene later, you can just protect Yushi and your mother-in-law, and leave the rest to me to deal with." Si Kongjing nodded his head at the words and did not argue too much. The 4 of them came to the side of the martial arts arena and did not have any contact with Su Xiafeng and the other Su family members. After a while, the city lord's guard officer came up to the ring and said, "All the top 10 geniuses come up to the stage to draw lots." Upon hearing this, Su Yushur gripped her ice blue sword and stepped onto the ring, while she stood alone on one side, as the other top 9 were all from the 3 great clans, and she was the only one who represented the Su family. But she had now also become a thorn in the Su family's side. The drawing of lots began, and Su Yushur drew still number 1, and her opponent coincidentally, was none other than the Hai family's Haiku. Number 1 and number 2 stay, the others will retire first. The presiding city lord's guard officer lightly shouted, and the ring was left alone with Su Yushur and Haika staring at each other. Yushur, admit defeat. Mei Xiaofang's voice once again came from the edge of the arena, admitting defeat and walking away now was the best way to deal with the situation. Haika was the Hai family's young family head, rumored to be a 4th-level Dark Realm existence. It was impossible to win. Coupled with the deep hatred of last night's death of Haika would surely lay down a death sentence. However, Su Yushur held her sword and stood, still with the same words. It was impossible for her to admit defeat, and she would not lose. And right at this moment, the voice of the city lord's guard officer suddenly rang out. You can't admit defeat in the top 10 battle. Since we have already entered the top 10, there is not much difference in realm and strength. The city lord has ordered that we fight and sharpen ourselves. With these icy words, Mei Xiaofang's entire face went white. And Su Zhenglong also tightened his fists, his forehead sweating. At this time, Su Zhengtao suddenly appeared in front of the 3, and he smiled insidiously. Big brother, do you know why you suddenly can't admit defeat? Of course it's the operation of our 4 great families. As soon as the words fell, Su Zhenglong's spirit was slightly shaken. Su Zhengtao looked at Sikong Jing again and said again, Su Yushur will be screwed over very badly soon. You must hold back. Your criminal body must not rush to the ring to mess up, otherwise you will be hacked to death by a random knife. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Su Zhengtao let out a crazy laughter. It was only at this time that Su Zhenglong realized that the situation was even worse than they had imagined. The 4 great clans had really joined forces. They had given the city lord's office pressure and favors, and intentionally made it so that this top 10 battle could not be conceded. If we had known, we wouldn't have come. Mei Xiaofang was flustered to the extreme, not knowing what to do. However, Sikong Jing said blandly, Su Zhengtao, you're underestimating Yushur too much, watch well. Su Zhengtao was stunned at his words, and then sneered again. Good, then I will stand here and watch while how my good niece is being screwed over, and how long you guys can endure it. Saying this, Su Zhengtao didn't go back to where the Su family crowd was, but instead looked towards the ring from where he was. At this time, Haika had already gripped his sword and pointed it at Su Yushur, and said grimly, Su Yushur, your criminal husband and your sister, Su Yuxian, killed my father. Right away you'll know how serious the consequences are. I will play until you collapse. Su Yushur's realm was clear to everyone, and yesterday, she plainly showed that it was precisely the 1st level of the Dark Realm. Chapter 90 Great Merchant, Shadow Sect. Su Yushur was completely incomparable to his own 4th level of the Dark Realm. Whether it was the new rule of not being able to admit defeat or the drawing of lots, it was all underhanded maneuvering done by their 4 great clans to the city lord's office personnel. He, Haiko, was to face Su Yushur in the first match. I'm going to make you cry and beg for mercy continuously in the ring, in front of the whole city, in front of your criminal husband. Su Yushur, you've gotten prettier, haven't you? Ha, I'm even more excited. Haika's face grimaced, then with his sword out, he said, First of all, I'm going to make you kneel down for me. The sword light flew rapidly and coldly stabbed at Su Yushur. And Su Yushur, who hadn't opened her mouth, raised her beautiful eyes and took a deep breath. The ice blue sword aura stabbed out along with her hand, the floating moon sword technique. The sword aura flashed out like a blue curved moon. With a bang, Hake's sword light was chopped into pieces, but the blue curved moon's momentum did not decrease. But in a flash, the entire body of Haiko, who was still intoxicated with himself, froze. His shoulder had a flash of the blue curved moon, and blood sprayed out like the shape of a fan. Haika's hand that was holding the sword was instantly struck by a sharp pain and weakness. Ding! The long sword landed on the ground, and Haika retreated a few steps back to cover his shoulder in death. Unable to bear the burden, he knelt down on one knee. And this kneeling made the clamor of the entire room for a room, and instantly it was silent. Su Zhengtao, who stood in front of Su Zhenglong, his smile disappeared in an instant, and he was directly dumbfounded. In the direction of the Su family's crowd, Su Xiefeng, who was rubbing his fists, was dazed in place. Swish swish swish. The rest of the 3 big families stood up in unison, staring at the ring in disbelief, their mouths wide open. And Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang's mouths were shaped like circles. How could their daughter be so powerful and settle it with a single sword? Dark Realm 5th level. In vain, a voice from nowhere rang out, and then the silence was broken by the clamor of the entire room. Everyone was incredulous.
Yesterday, it was clearly still only the first level of the Dark Realm. How could it be the fifth level of the Dark Realm now? Only Su Zhenglong thought of something. He fiercely looked at Si Jing, who was as calm as ever next to him, and asked, Jing, did you give Yushir something to eat? Mei Xiaofang also naively asked, could it be that in your hands, there's still the mighty beast horse thieves treasure? Twitching, how long has the mighty beast horse thieves group been dead? When will you guys forget about it? Si Jing rubbed his aching head and returned feebly, it's not the mighty beast horse thieves, it's the fact that when I left the city this time, Luoshui Jade Bank gave Yuanjin Dan as a reward, and I gave it to you sure to consume. The words above were, of course, the truth. Impossible, Yuanjin Dan, what kind of treasure don't you know? Why should Luoshui Jade Bank give it to you? Su Zhengtao also heard Si Jing's words clearly, and his entire face twisted. His force ranking in the Su family was getting lower and lower, Su Yuexian, Si Jing. And now even Su Yuexie was going to surpass him. Bastard, unwilling ah. Si Jing sneered coldly, why did Luo Ning survive the massacre? Because I was the one who saved her. The matter of the massacre of the two major merchant houses was clear to Su Zhengtao, and when he heard this he was completely speechless. It turned out that the reason why Luo Ning was able to escape the massacre was because of Si Jing's rescue. Then it made sense for her to give Yuanjin Dan as payment for saving her life. With these words, Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang also came to a realization, their faces all agitated. Good you brat, how dare you hide it even from us? Su Zhenglong couldn't help but laugh and curse, his mood was completely relaxed. At the fifth level of the Dark Realm, there was no one else within Yunyi City who could stop Yushir from taking the 3 spots, nor would he lose to anyone. At this time, Su Yushir's melodious voice rang out in the ring, my lord, did I win? Naturally, it was addressed to the city lord's guard officer, who only sniffed before returning to his senses and then declared Su Yushir's victory. Su Yushir also no longer looked at Heike one more time, walked down the ring in a graceful manner, and then took off the scarf that covered her face, and quickly ran toward Si Jing, happily saying, Brother Jing, I won. Si Jing hugged her and scratched her nose, saying, I knew it, my Yushir can definitely win. The two of them, just like this, were showing their love like no one else. On the other hand, Su Xiafeng, Heike who was helped off the field and the people from the 4 great clans were all soaring with anger. When he learned from Su Zhengtao that Si Jing had actually gotten the Yuanjin Dan because he had saved Luo Ning, Su Xiafeng was unable to stop his stinking curses. Xiao Yi, this stupid X, why did he let that criminal out of the city? It's been 2 times already. If Si Jing didn't go out of the city these 2 times, where would they be able to buck the trend? Bastard it's all Xiao Yi's fault. Father, what now? No one has won over Su Yushir. Su Zhengtao was depressed to the extreme. Their plan was going to fall through, they were going to force Si Jing and Su Zhenglong to enter But within these top 10, the strongest was Haiku, the 4th level of the Dark Realm. No one could beat Su Yushir. There must be a way, we can't let it go like this. Su Xiafeng kept ferrying his steps, and just at this time the people from the Hai family sent a note. The words on it shook his spirit. Then, Su Xiafeng collected the note and looked at Si Jing and the others. He, I'll let you guys be happy for a while longer. Obviously, the Hai clan side already had a plan, but it would have to wait a little while before it could be executed. Meanwhile, the ring's second top 10 battle started. Si Jing and the others, on the other hand, had temporarily turned into spectators, and they didn't yet know that there was another plot coming their way. In vain. Si Jing's entire body exploded with cold hair as he fiercely looked towards the entrance of the martial arts arena. There were 2 people there, 2 men in black, and they were slowly walking over in their direction. There was a token hanging from their waist, shaking as they walked, with the word Shadow engraved on it. Great Shang Dynasty, Shadow Sect. Si Jing said in a low and cold voice, then he took a deep breath and said, You sure, I suddenly thought of something that I need to take care of, you guys wait here for me first. After saying that, Si Jing glanced at the 2 black-clothed men, and then the beast technique, Lu Yun, flashed out and drilled into the audience. The 2 men in black froze and looked at each other, chase. Over here, Su Yushir on the other hand looked blankly at the direction where Si Jing suddenly disappeared, an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. There was a river within Yunyi City, also called Yunyi River. Now that the genius battle within the martial arts arena was in full swing, both ends of the river were empty. On the bridge in the middle of the river, Si Jing stood straight, his eyes stared eerily at the 2 black-robed men under the bridge, and he asked in a cold voice, Shadow Sect, are you here to kill me or to catch me? The Shadow Sect of the Great Shang Dynasty was a terrorist organization that carried out assassinations externally and investigated Great Shang dignitaries internally. Before Si Jing had been exiled, he had also hung himself as the lord of the Shadow Sect.
Now naturally, he disappeared with being exiled and demoted, and the shadow sect was coming, obviously aiming at himself. This terrifyingly sharp knife was about to stab itself.
Yan Tianma and Yan Ruyu changed their minds? Si Kongjing glared and asked heavily. Chapter 91 Hands down defeated, Yuan Guan. Is it that the great Shang Emperor Yan Tianma and the ninth princess Yan Ruyu have noticed that they have restored their Dantian meridians and want to abolish them once more? Or, to catch themselves back? Si Kongjing's heart, cold to the core. It wasn't because the arrival of the shadow sect made him fearful, nor was he afraid of death, but he was afraid that he would have to leave Suyushur, and leave this home. Just at this time, a black-clothed shadow sect expert had a shameful smile on his face as he faintly returned, Si Kongjing, it seems that you were not in a low position before you were exiled, and you even know that we are from the shadow sect. Si Kongjing froze, they unexpectedly did not know his identity before his exile. Then, the second shadow sect expert laughed proudly again, we are neither here to kill you nor capture you, we only want the palm of your right hand. Slightly raising his eyebrows, Si Kongjing asked in disbelief, sending you guys here and only wanting my palm? What did Yan Tianma's father and daughter want? Wasn't it enough to waste their Dantian and meridians, but they also wanted to torture themselves little by little? Today it was the palm of the hand, tomorrow would it be the palm of the foot? But with their viciousness, it wasn't like they couldn't do something like this. Yes, the shadow sect's order is to cut off the right palm of your right hand and take it back to the imperial city in 100,000 times. The shadow sect also told us to leave you a message that doing so was only because your right hand had held the hand of someone you shouldn't have. The second Shadowgate expert wore a smile on his face as he explained a sentence to Si Kongjing. Si Kongjing smiled and stood upright on the bridge, then he smiled and couldn't help but laugh out loud. So that's it, Yan Ruyu is really poisonous and ruthless enough, she has a new love, this is something to do to her new love, right? Ha, I am also too dirty and would love to cut off her palm. He had once sworn an oath with Yan Ruyu and held hands as they traveled the imperial city. At that time, facing the bustling crowd, Yan Ruyu whispered in his ear that she wanted to hold hands like this for the rest of her life and never let go. And now, she is coming to take her own palm because she has held her hand. Thinking of all the things that had happened, a wave of nausea ran through Si Kongjing. He laughed as if no one else was there, laughing at the fact that he had misjudged the wrong person, laughing at the fact that Yan Ruyu's heart was like a snake's. Si Kongjing just wanted to laugh maniacally a few times. Si Kongjing, no matter what your previous status was, you've already called out the ninth prince's name for the second time. We're afraid we'll have to tear your mouth apart. As soon as the words fell, two shadow sect experts flashed out, pinning Si Kongjing front and back. What is my identity, don't you guys as shadow sect know? Si Kongjing collected his laughter and asked coldly. There weren't many people in the shadow sect, and most of them recognized themselves. Why do we need to know? In our shadow sect's eyes, other than Yuan Guan, the invincible divine general of the Great Shang, the one-word parallel king, and the lord of the shadow sect, as well as his majesty and the 9 princesses, no one is unkillable, no one is untouchable. When the words Yuan Guan were said, the two shadow sect experts showed a look of reverence in their eyes, and their eyes were filled with fervor. On the other hand, Si Kongjing's whole body was shaken, staring at the two of them with a deadly stare. You guys said that the invincible god general is called Yuan Guan? All of these names in their mouths belonged to them, were obtained by the bloody battles they had fought, yet now in the mouths of the two men from the shadow sect, all of these things had become Yuan Guans. Yuan Guan, the pride of heaven of the Yuan family, the first noble family of the Great Shang, was once known as the first genius of the Great Shang. However, it was defeated in his own hands 3 times. Being stepped on by himself, from then on, he no longer had the name of genius, and from then on, he was pressed by himself. And now, he had taken all of his own merits in a dignified manner. Of course it's Divine General Yuan crown. Divine General Yuan used to be notorious. It wasn't until after he pacified the 7 Kingdoms rebellion that his name was truly proclaimed to the outside world, and he is the Great Shang dynasty's greatest meritorious servant. Yuan Guan is, the Great Shang's #1 general in the ages. The two shadow sect experts spoke excitedly, the reverence in their eyes growing thicker as if they were talking about the absolute Son of Heaven. Ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Si Kongjing let out another long laugh, his entire body's veins popping out, leveling the chaos of the 7 kingdoms. He, Yuan Guan, is also worthy? Clang! 2 shadow sect masters suddenly launched their swords. The first shadow sect master said with hatred, Si Kongjing, you are the first one in Deshang who dares to insult the invincible god general. If it is not said from above that you cannot be killed yet, you will definitely die now. The second person then said, now, we will take your palm.
After saying that, the two men flew and killed like shadows, slicing at Sikong Jing's right palm.
Clang!
In vain, Sikong Jing gripped one of them's knife and said coldly, "Peak human realm, when did the shadow sect absorb people with your kind of strength to come in?
You guys are too weak."
As the words fell, Sikong Jing's true chi poured into the shadow sect expert's hand along the blade, grabbing the knife in the process and chopping backwards. With a shocking sound, the second shadow sect expert attacking from behind was knocked back heavily. "Those who are not in the transcendent realm are not allowed to enter the shadow sect. This is the rule," I said. "How long has it only been broken?" Sikong Jing stared at the shadow gate experts in front of him, his chilling voice gurgling. After he had assumed the position of the shadow sect's lord, he had set the rule that the shadow sect's people should be refined rather than numerous, yet the two people in front of him were only at the peak of the human realm.
"You set the rules, what are you?"
"Kill!" The shadow sect expert behind him who hadn't been robbed of his sword shouted angrily, and his sword was like a shadow as it roared and chopped. The shadow sect's shadow-killing blade illuminates thousands of things, like a ghost or a devil, yet you've only learned the skin of it. Sikong Jing lightly drank back and chopped out a knife. Immediately countless knife shadows attacked the shadow sect expert, as if emitting a ghostly whistling sound.
Poo poo poo.
The only thing left to greet that shadow sect expert was the sound of the blade shadows passing through. Blood splattered as if his body had been slashed dozens of times, and he stopped on the bridge for a few moments before collapsing to the ground. Sikong Jing turned around with his sword in his hand, facing the shadow sect expert whose sword he had seized.
The latter's eyes showed an unrivaled fear as he said in a trembling voice, "Why do you know the shadow-slaying blade? Who were you before?"
More than knowing the shadow-killing blade, this person was still only at the 8th level of the Dark Realm, yet he had killed his own companion.
This was too terrifying. "Who am I?"
"I am a person who has lost all of his codename credits, but I am still called Sikong Jing." Sikong Jing drank again, and the shadow of his blade chopped out. Instantly the second shadow sect expert's neck splattered with blood as his pupils continued to shrink and move.
The strongest strike of the shadow-slaying blade, Ghost Shadow Blood Blade. Shouldn't this be something that only the Lord of the Shadow Sect can cultivate?
Leaving behind these words, the second shadow sect expert fell to the ground and died, with only a strong doubt in his eyes. Sikong Jing closed his eyes deeply and threw down his sword, his whole body trembling violently.
Boom!
Suddenly, thunder rolled in the sky as if it was beeping for Sikong Jing. The majestic rain fell like bean dots. Sikong Jing was alone, listening to the sound of the river, the sound of the thunder and the sound of the heavy rain that sounded like sobbing. His heart, cold to the freezing point.
Chapter 92 Jinmen, Brothers.
Yen Ruyu sent someone to take his palms, and the defeated Yuan Guan seized everything that once belonged to him. In response, Sikong Jing did not care, and once his strength arrived, he took their heads. But now that he had killed two men of the shadow sect, his palm had not gone to Yen Ruyu's hands, and she would come back again. Yen Ruyu would also realize that she had recovered her dantian and meridians. She would be afraid and could not possibly let herself go on. The poisoned blades would stab over, and she would be faced with what she was facing, the end of her life. Sikong Jing is still fearless, but he cannot give up.
Cannot give up Su Yueshi, cannot give up home. Knock knock knock.
Suddenly, dense footsteps sounded. Stepping out of the water, a group of red-clothed people appeared on both sides of the bridge. Sikong Jing looked up and said in a cold voice, "Deshan, the Jin sect. If the Shadow sect specializes in assassination and inspecting the work of the great Shang VIPs, they are the sharp knives in the darkness, then the Jin sect is the positive reflection of the Shadow sect, and is known as the Heavenly Sun's golden sword of the great Shang. For punishing the wicked and eliminating the evil, they are famous all over the world." A young man held an umbrella and slowly walked out from the crowd of the Jin sect. His white face and beautiful eyebrows gave the impression that a man was more beautiful than a woman. Sikong Jing stared at him and slowly spoke, "Sui Imperial Sui Prince, long time no see." The beautiful man named Sui Yu is the son of the Sui family of the 5 great families of the Great Shang dynasty, is a hangdog, often does the ridiculous thing of molesting beautiful women on the street, is a famous playboy. However, he had been taught a lesson by Sikong Jing more than once. On several occasions, Sui Yu followed Sikong Jing's side, but every time he was punished for being too much of a fool. Sikong Jing had whipped him countless times, but he still remained unchanged, like a piece of mud that couldn't be helped. Apparently, he had now been transferred to the Jin sect and had become one of the commanders in the Jin sect.
"Are you also here to take my palm?" Sikong Jing asked indifferently.
At this time, Sui Yu gazed deeply at Sikong Jing, took a deep breath in vain, and droned heavily, "All of you turn around." The crowd of Jin sect personnel heard the order and turned around without hesitation, all with their backs to the bridge.
Puffing.
In the next instant, Suiyu knelt down heavily in Sikong Jing's direction, the umbrella falling to the ground as he did so, his lips constantly trembling as he said, "Last General Suiyu, see Divine Commander Sikong." Raising his head, Suiyu's tears mingled with the rainwater, and his eyes were as red as vermilion sand. Sikong Jing moved, then said, "I am no longer a divine marshal, and you are not my general, get up." Only those closest to him at the side in the beginning would call themselves God Marshal. Suiyu had never been called so before this. On the surface, he had been calling him randomly, "What stinking generals, lousy marshals," and so on. But secretly he called him Big Brother, and the number of people who knew that Suiyu called Sikong Jing this way would not be more than 5 fingers in the entire world. In everyone's eyes, Suiyu was one of the people who hated Sikong Jing the most. As stated above, Suiyu had been taught too much by Sikong Jing, and he was still a playboy character. Even if this scene in front of him was spread out, no one would believe it. If anyone saw it, they would also be amazed that Suiyu was actually kneeling down to the exiled Sikong Jing. At those words, Suiyu raised his head, his voice continuing to tremble. "Big Brother, everyone went to prison. Those who died, those who were imprisoned, I'm the only one left by your side. I'm the only one left ah." Suiyu's voice squeezed out from inside his teeth, as if every word he said was shaking, as if he could see his heart dripping blood. Sikong Jing's entire body shook tremendously, and every inch of his skin began to tremble. With his eyes closed, he knew what Suiyu was talking about. It was all the people close to him, those who had been with him in life and death, brothers and sisters in times of trouble, people who had made great achievements for the great Shang dynasty. They had all been robbed because of themselves. They were mercilessly sent down by Yen Tianma and Yen Ruyu, and of course, Yuan Guan, with poisoned knives. Sikong Jing never dared to think about it these days, but in his heart, he knew very well that if he was falsely accused and exiled, then his closest brothers and sisters would also be implicated, and no one would be able to escape. Cackling. Teeth were constantly rubbing and cackling. A mouthful of reverse blood was spat out from Sikong Jing's mouth. Turning his mouth full of bright red, his heart ached to the extreme. In vain, Sikong Jing opened his eyes and looked at Suiyu, his hoarse voice resounded in the rain. "Then you still dare to kneel me? You still dare to come to Yunzhou? Immediately get the hell out of here, the farther away the better." Suiyu used to say with a flowery mouth that Big Brother Sikong loves me when he beats me and scolds me and teaches me lessons, but I definitely can't be that close to Big Brother on the surface, and I'm going to mess with Big Brother. Hey, at least what happened in the future, Big Brother and I can have a care around. Sikong Jing laughed at the time, then let him go. But now he was really the only one left, and just because he escaped because he hated himself on the surface, Yen Tianma and Yen Ruyu did not treat him as one of their own. I won't roll. Big Brother, these people are my personal guards. Let's leave the great Shang dynasty together. We'll go to the Xia kingdom, to the Zhou kingdom. With your accomplishments, you can definitely get preferential treatment from them. Suiyu suddenly burst into tears as he stared at Sikong Jing with an agitated face. He wanted to follow Big Brother Sikong in his wanderings to the great Shang dynasty. His heart was already dead. But the blood in Sikong Jing's eyes became more and more dense. A root kept coming out, a furious shout, "Asshole, what about your Sui family if you follow me? That's the crime of having the whole family killed and having all 9 clans involved." At these words, Suiyu's crying stopped, and his showy face completely collapsed. "If I leave now, what about those brothers and sisters who are still alive? They will be dragged to the border of the great Shang and be beheaded in front of me, in front of us. I Sikong Jing, can you Suiyu? Bear it?" Sikong Jing again. Gusts of heavy sounds spewed out along with the rain. Suiyu directly sat down on the ground, letting his whole body get wet. His whole heart was ice. How could he not know these truths? But the moment he saw Sikong Jing, he wanted to care about nothing else, just thinking about leaving this merciless great Shang dynasty and going to a place where there was no injustice. He also wants to follow Sikong Jing to kill back, holding the butcher knife to chop off all the blood-stained people, to avenge his brothers and sisters. But he had attachments, the Sui family, and his buddies who were still in prison. At this time, Sikong Jing's expression regained its calmness, walked step by step to Suiyu's body, squatted down and pressed his hands on his shoulders. "Listen to what Big Brother said, collect your tears and stand up. As long as I am still alive there is hope." Suiyu raised his head just like a child, staring dead at Sikong Jing's rigid and resolute face. "Big Brother only has you left as a brother, and you can help me." Sikong Jing's voice rang in his ears, pointing at the 2 corpses at the shadow gate. "Yen Ruyu wants to take my palm back, and you can help me set this right. The sky is high and the emperor is far away in the borderland cloud state. Yen Tianma's ears aren't that perceptive, but they'll definitely send people to spy on me. You can then tamper with these ears and eyes, so that I remain in their eyes and live on.
Chapter 93 Top 5 Battle, Unfair Rules. His entire body shook. Suiyu gazed deeply at Sikong Jing and instantly understood what he meant. In the eyes of Yin Tianhua and the others, my dantian and meridians have been wasted, and it's impossible to recover from being dug out. As Sikong Jing's words fell, Suiyu stared up in disbelief again. Directly digging away the dantian and meridians, how could this still be lived? But, I have recovered now, no one would think that I could recover to retrain. Sikong Jing said this and then asked a rhetorical question: how much time do you think it will take for me to return to the peak of transcendent mortality? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Suiyu wouldn't have believed that someone whose dantian had been dug out could still recover. He excitedly stretched out 3 fingers, but immediately suppressed one more. Sikong Jing nodded deeply and said, 2 years, perhaps it will take less than 2 years, can you afford to wait? I, of course, can afford to wait. Suiyu responded without hesitation. Pulling him up, Sikong Jing said heavily again, brothers and sisters in prison, you find a way to save one is one, but don't take any chances, you must stay alive without being exposed, no? I believe that the brothers and sisters also never want to see you in prison. Nodding his head deeply, Suiyu understood what he had to shoulder. At this point, Sikong Jing then hammered a fist towards Suiyu's chest and laughed loudly, before long, we will be drinking freely together, eating meat together and killing thousands of enemies together. Thank you for letting me know that not everyone betrayed me. After saying that, Sikong Jing turned his back again and looked in the direction of the martial arts arena again. Thank you as well, for allowing me to not have to leave my family. With Suiyu's arrival, he could continue to stay in Yunyi City for the time being. As he said, killing the 2 men from the shadow sect, Suiyu could find an excuse to set things right, and with the sky high in Yunzhou and the imperial merchants far away, Suiyu could also turn everything that happened here into what he wanted Yen Ruyu to see. Of course it was dangerous, but Sikong Jing and Suiyu had no choice. If he really did die, then his brothers and sisters who were still in prison would die, and one by one, Yen Ruyu would be pulled out to force himself to show up, and even Suyu Shur and his in-laws would have a disaster on their hands. Family? Suiyu had a puzzled look on his face. Sikong Jing smiled and said, you'll know when we get back, first accompany me to the martial arts arena. With that, the 2 of them took a step together and walked towards the martial arts arena. As for the 2 shadow sect corpses, they would naturally be disposed of by Suiyu's men cleanly and without any traces. Along with Sikong Jing and Sui Imperial's footsteps, the heavy rain stopped, and golden sunlight poured down on Yunyi City. At the same time, inside the martial arts arena, the city lord's attendant officer stepped onto the stage and bellowed, now, we have an invitation for the top 5 talents to rejoin the ring. The 5 top 10 battles had already ended, deciding the 5 strongest young talents of Yunyi City, but Yunyi City Land only had 3 seats to participate in the Cloud State Grand Competition, so 2 more had to be eliminated. Suyu Shur ascended the ring under the watchful eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Su Zhanglong. She was still standing alone on one side, while the other 4 were exchanging words and staring at Suyu Shur in shame. Among the 4, there were 2 from the Chu family, while the other 2 were from the Hai family and Rin family. The city guard attendant slowly swept over the 5 people and said softly, the rules for the next top 5 battle will be a grade melee. The moment these words came out, everyone's hearts chambered and they looked at each other in disbelief. All 5 of you will be in the ring, and all of you will melee until 2 of them fall. During this period, you cannot admit defeat, you cannot get out of the ring, you must fight until the last moment. Wow! As the words of the city lord's attendant officer fell, the entire room let out a burst of clamor. This was too exciting, this was definitely a bloodbath. However, Su Zhanglong's face instantly paled. He stood out in vain and questioned loudly, Lord Squire, this is not fair, if 4 of them team up to knock out one person first, wouldn't that waste one of the strongest geniuses for nothing? Hearing these words, Mei Xiaofang, who hadn't reacted yet, immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, 4 of them were all from the 3 great clans, they would definitely team up and take out Yushur first. This so-called rule was targeting Suyu Shur, targeting his own daughter. Mei Xiaofang glared fiercely at Su Xiafang, who returned to look over, revealing a smug and incomparable smile. On the ring, the city lord's attendant officer floated Su Zhanglong a glance, and blandly replied back, then it can only be blamed on the fact that this person isn't talented enough, and will only be a mere embarrassment to us, Cloud Wild City, when he arrives at the Cloud State competition. His voice, cold and unfeeling. Su Zhanglong gritted his teeth and roared lowly, even more disgraceful is better than the other 3. As soon as these words came out, the city lord's attendant officer crossed over with a glance and said coldly, this is the rules set by the city lord, you have no right to refute them, if you dare to question them again, believe it or not, I'll make you take a trip to the city lord's mansion. Su Jinglong's entire body was chilled. It was obvious that the city lord was on the side of the four great families. This so-called top 5 battle rule was premeditated. Big brother, I advise you to stop talking about it. In case it's going to trigger the injuries in your body, it won't be good. Su Zhengtao happily walked over again, his face all teasing. On the opposite side, Chu Rongxian, the Chu family head, also opened his mouth and laughed. Su Zhenglong, don't disturb the normal conduct of the selection. Haika's body was wrapped in a gauze bandage, and he heatedly laughed. Su Zhenglong, you should have let your eldest daughter go out to battle. She's at the peak of the human realm, so she can definitely take down the 4 people easily. Saying this, Haika's gaze moved and did not find where Su Yuxian was. Then, the city lord's guard officer opened his mouth again and ordered, "Come on, guard the ring. Any who dare to break into the ring will be killed without amnesty." At the same time, as long as there is no Ren to go to battle but dares to go down to the ring's talent, also throw them back up for me. Clattering. A group of city lord's guards emerged from all directions and surrounded the entire ring. After that was done, the city lord's servant officer then said, "The final selection battle officially begins." As his words fell, there was a clanking sound. The 4 young talents from the 3 great families drew their weapons, and one by one, they looked at Su Yushi with wry smiles. Soon after, the young man from the Hai family lightly droned, "Go together, don't give her any chance." 4 people stepped towards Su Yushi at the same time. The strongest was at the 4th level of the Dark Realm, the weakest was also at the 3rd level of the Dark Realm. While Su Yushi's 5th level of the Dark Realm faced the 4 people, it was simply impossible to win. Su Yushi fearfully gripped the ice blue sword in her hand and stepped back until the edge of the ring. Kill. On the opposite side, the 4 voiced at the same time, killing Su Yushi. And Su Yushi could only clench her teeth and put out her sword to resist. But her combat experience was still too weak. Where was she a match for the 4, and she was in danger all of a sudden. The young man from the Hai family laughed loudly. "Su Yushi, once the number 1 ugly, now the number 1 beautiful woman in Yunzhou, we are not going to let you fall so quickly. We will definitely inherit my brother Haika's will. To play until you collapse." With a swish sound, a sword sliced through the clothes on Su Yushi's arm, and a red line appeared on Su Yushi's hand. Faint blood seeped out. Chapter 94, No need to endure anymore. The scene in front of him caused Su Jinglong's eyes to crack as he roared furiously, "Assholes, you several big men bullying a girl in front of the entire city, do you still want to efface?" Upon hearing this, Haiku on the opposite side of the room, however, said in an old-fashioned manner, "Martial arts do not differentiate between men and women, there is only skill that is inferior to others." Their face skin, it was that thick. Watching her daughter Su Yushi being bullied like this, Mei Xiaofang's eyes were red as she yelled, "This is bullying, this is unfair, I want to see the city lord, we want to see the city lord." No one paid any attention to her, whether it was the city lord's guard officers or the people from the 4 great families, all of them only laughed coldly. At this time, Haika got up and walked towards Chu Rongxian, and of course, the Ren family's head of the family, and hemmed and hawed at the 2. This time, let's see if Su Zhenglong can still endure. We're ready to move at any time. As long as they dare to move, kill. Chu Rongxian and the Ren family's family head nodded with a chilling smile. Su Zhenglong daring to move was defying the city lord, and no one would be able to say anything if they were killed. Moreover, since the city lord accepted their ploy, he was letting them off the hook. Then, Chu Rongxian added, "Junior nephew Hake, when we exterminate Su Zhenglong we will go to the Su family together and exterminate Su Xiefeng as well." Ren family's family head Zhong also laughed strangely. "Su Xiefeng, this old thing is really stupid, having a genius like Su Yuxian even wants to unite with us to have a great justice, ridiculous. Young city will soon return to the state of the 3 great families again." At this, of course, Haiku agreed without hesitation, the Su family must be exterminated. To the Su family, the newly promoted 4 great families, what they were most afraid of was still Su Zhenglong, the former heavenly pride. Even though he had not yet recovered from his serious injuries, he was still feared and untouchable. As long as Su Zhenglong was dead, the Su family was no threat at all. Su Xiefeng was simply giving them head. On the Su family's side, Su Xiefeng also stared sinisterly in the direction of the 3 great clans and laughed coldly. "Zhengtao, the 3 great clans are thinking of waiting for Su Zhenglong's death and then coming to exterminate us. Unfortunately, they are wrong. Everyone thinks that the Su family is only one Su Zhenglong who is powerful, but I, Su Xiefeng, am not a cutie pie. When Su Zhenglong and Su Yuxian make their move, we will go and beg the city lord to save the lives of my good children and grandchildren." While listening to Su Xiefeng's words, Su Zhengtao was puzzled for a while. Why would the city lord agree? The city lord's modification of the rules of the top 5 battle was clearly toward the 3 great families. "We won't be able to get the 3 green jade papers, but we can use them to offer them to the city lord."
A hideous and incomparable look flashed across Su Xiafeng's eyes. This was his wishful thinking. When Su Zhenglong's family went to war with the three great families, he would use the fact that Si Kongjing had 3 pieces of reverse celestial green jade paper to flatter the city lord. This way, he could suppress the 3 great clans and also gain the favor of the city lord. Even he, Su Xiafeng, could reap the reputation of loving his children and grandchildren and disregarding previous suspicions. It was really exciting. "Ha, so you sure, if I destroy your face again, I wonder if your criminal husband will go crazy?" The 4 young men from the 3 great families on the stage laughed out loud, and the Chu family talent slashed his sword towards Su Yusher's face. Su Yusher fought to retreat, but the sword still stabbed her face, but it stabbed on the fur of the flowing cloud-flying squirrel. The fur of a peak human realm demonic beast protected Su Yusher's face. "Hee, this scarf of yours is surprisingly a treasure as well, show me." The high family talent fiercely reached out his hand and was about to tug at Su Yusher's scarf, but this time it fell short. Su Yusher dodged hard with her cloud dance light spirit steps. "Humph, I'll see how much longer you can hide." The Ring Clan talent stabbed from behind, hitting Su Yusher's arm squarely, and another line of blood was cut out and flowed down. Most of the people in the audience couldn't bear to watch. The talents of these 3 great clans, it's too much. Alas, who let them be the 3 great families, who let Su Yusher marry a criminal and be loathed by old family master Su? Just watch, the 3 great families definitely have some kind of conspiracy. At this point, even the spectators could see the problem, but they only dared to talk about it in secret. "Bastard, asshole." Su Zhenglong clenched his fists in death under the ring and cursed out, but what to do? At this time, Luo Tong's voice rang in his ears. "Su Zhenglong, you must not be impulsive. This must be a big plot by your father Su Xiafeng and the 3 big families to get rid of you. You must hold back." Su Zhenglong subconsciously looked at Luo Tong, but it was obvious that this bastard was talking out of his ass. And how could he not know right now that when he couldn't help but strike, it would be the time for his family to perish? The 4 great clans were forcing himself and Si Kongjing to go up to save the others, to go up to their deaths. "I don't care, I'm going up to save you, sure." Mei Xiaofang let out a scream as she rushed towards the ring, yet what greeted her was a cold kick from the city lord's guard. With a wow sound, she was kicked back. "Mother!" Su Yusher in the ring screamed when she saw this scene, then because of the distraction her back was sliced out with another bloody scar. Su Zhenglong was going crazy. If he didn't go up, his daughter was going to collapse. If he went up, the whole family would die. Luo Tong continued his bouts of sarcasm. "Su Zhenglong, you can endure, but can your criminal son-in-law endure?" "Ha, where is your criminal son-in-law?" "He turned out to have just come ah." Speaking of this, Luo Tong suddenly saw the gate of the martial arts arena walk in 2 men, one of whom was none other than Si Kongjing. He walked over with a big smile and said, "Criminals, you must hold back or else your whole family will die." Si Kongjing ignored Luo Tong. His gaze was fixed on the ring. Su Yusher was in danger. The 4 talents from the 3 great clans were laughing strangely, their mouths were dirty, and their vicious words were heading towards their wives. Boom! A monstrous rage rolled out from the bottom of Si Kongjing's heart as killing machines blasted out as if they were substance. "Big brother!" Suiyu beside him was shocked. He felt from Big Brother Si Kong's body like a demon's roar, which he had never experienced even when he was once in the toughest times on the battlefield. "Criminals, don't be impulsive." Luo Tong also felt Si Kongjing's killing intent and his expression became more and more exaggerated. "Ah!" In the next instant, Si Kongjing stretched out a foot and ruthlessly blasted Luo Tong, who was blocking the front, out, and then the whole person was like a ferocious beast with the wind killing towards the ring, and the ghosts cried out wherever he passed. "Ah, Jing!" Su Zhenglong was startled and wanted to block Si Kongjing, but he was still a step too late. His son-in-law's figure flashed right past him, bang 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 bang. Before those city lord guards surrounding the ring could react, they were all blown away. One by one, they scattered around like sand. At this time, the Chu family talent had not yet reacted. His hand gripped Su Yusher's scarf and laughed strangely. "This scarf of yours is mine, let me take a closer look at your face." However, his hand holding the scarf suddenly got stuck, clamped down by a hand like a claw. When he looked up, the Chu family talent saw a face that looked like the judge of hell, and it was as if he had seen the god of death. Click! A crisp sound came from the Chu family talent's hand as his hand was directly twisted off by Si Kongjing. In the next moment, miserable screams rushed out of the ring. Chapter 95 As You and Others Wish. The scream stunned the entire audience as Si Kongjing was cold and domineering. Heike fiercely stood up and laughed with an arrogant expression. "It's that criminal, he finally couldn't help but strike."
Grand Duke Chubo next to Chu Rongxian laughed. Father, Su Yuesho's criminal husband finally couldn't hold back. Su Zhanglong and Su Yuexian will also be unable to hold back. We can go on. He stared at Si Kongjing in his sinister and incomparable manner, never forgetting the shame of being forced to kneel in the street. Ren family director Zhong said indifferently, wait first, after he rebels against the city lord's servant officer, it's not too late for us to strike with justice. On the other side, Su Xiefeng's eyes lit up with a glance as he got up and said, let's go, let's hurry to the city lord. All the situation was within his expectation. After Si Kongjing struck with Su Zhanglong, now was the time to go and beg the city lord to come and save his good son or grandson. When everyone's attention was on the ring, Su Xiefeng took Su Jingtao and trotted to the city lord's mansion not far away. Brother Jing. At this moment, behind Si Kongjing came Su Yushi's weak and joyful voice. As soon as Si Kongjing threw the Chu family talent away, he turned back to look at Su Yushi, and when he saw the trails of blood cut out of her body, and when he saw that her clothes were tattered, a pair of eyes turned red. Yushi, I'm late. Si Kongjing deeply stabbed Su Yushi into his arms, his heart aching. In the next instant, a furious shout rang out, bold criminal, how dare you interrupt the Yunyi city selection, and also injure someone, do you want to die? The voice came precisely from the mouth of the presiding city lord's guard officer. He was only seen with a furious expression on his face as he walked in large strides. By this time, the four talents had gotten together, and one of them, the Chu clan talent who had his hand twisted off, cried and said, Lord servant, make sure that this criminal is executed on the spot. Meanwhile, Su Yushi, who was in Si Kongjing's arms, had a panicked look on her face. Brother Jing, this is their conspiracy. The city lord intentionally made the rules for the grand melee of the top 5 battle. The 3 great families and grandpa are trying to force you and dad to rush to the ring. They want to drive our family to extinction. Su Yushi quickly twisted out of Si Kongjing's arms and screamed nervously. Then, she quickly blocked in front of Si Kongjing's body and looked at the oncoming city lord's guards officer. My lord, I will continue to fight, please don't make things difficult for my brother Jing. Although she knew that if she continued to fight, she would definitely be miserable, she could not harm brother Jing. If this matter didn't work out, brother Jing would be an enemy of the city lord and the 4 great families. Keep fighting? This criminal has already twisted the arm of one of the contestants, how else can we fight? The city lord's guards officer had a grimace on his face as he pointed at Si Kongjing, however, it's not unforgivable. When these words came out, Su Yushi's face showed a color of hope. The criminal kneels down and apologizes to the city lord in front of the entire city, apologizes to everyone, and abolishes his own meridians to admit his mistake. The voice of the city lord's guard officer was cold and merciless. Su Yushi's face instantly went white. Not only do they have to kneel and apologize, but also scrap their own meridians? This was simply not leaving them a way out. Just when Su Yushi wanted to say something, Si Kongjing held her hand and blocked her behind him and said, the rules of the best 5 battle set by the city lord allow 4 people to surround one of my wife? When he left the martial arts arena, it was still a one-on-one duel. Su Yushi wouldn't lose if she fought a few more times. When he came back, it was 4 against 1, it was simply bright bullying. Right, siege is just one of the rules, as long as the others didn't violate the rules. The city lord's guard officer who was presiding had long been bribed by the 3 great clans, so he announced the rules without mercy. Eyes narrowing again, he continued, your wife can also join forces with the others, who told her not to. Who didn't know that the 4 great clans were trying to exterminate their own family, so how could Su Yushi join forces with the others? At this time, a vicious laugh came out from the mouth of one of the guards under the ring. That's right, as long as your wife climbs into the beds of these gentlemen, is it still hard to join forces with her looks? Ha ha ha. The guards surrounding the ring let out maniacal laughter, but in the next instant, the laughter came to an abrupt end. Bang! The guard who opened his mouth suddenly broke a bloody hole in his forehead, blood gushing out wildly, and he fell to the ground dead without even screaming. The entire arena was silent, and what everyone saw was that Si Kongjing was making a motion of popping out his true chi in the ring. He, surprisingly, killed a city lord's guard on the spot. At this moment, some people opened their mouths wide in shock, some were pleasantly surprised, and some couldn't help but cheer. Su Zhanglong held Mei Xiaofang tightly and said deeply, child her mother, you immediately blend inside the audience, next, Jing and I are going to fight to the death, you must not be caught. It couldn't be good, Jing had killed the city lord's guards, this battle must be fought. Mei Xiaofang bit her lip and nodded heavily, she knew that next was a life and death crisis for her family. Letting go of Su Zhanglong's hand, she trotted and rushed towards the audience. Criminals! Finally, the ring city lord's guard officer reacted and said in a gust of anger, you still dare to kill my city lord's guards, are you trying to rebel?
Ran Sikong Jing smiled coldly at him and spoke faintly, I still dare to kill you.
Bang! With a foot stuttering on the ground, Sikong Jing's speedy body rolled towards the city lord's guards.
The 8th level of the Dark Realm's Jindi prison breaking technique True Chi rose up in a smooth manner, gripping the latter's neck and lifting him up alive. The city lord's guard was wide-eyed, he was at the 6th level of the human realm. However, just as he was struggling to break free from Sikong Jing, he realized that his True Chi was like a stone sinking to the bottom of the sea, and could not splash out when he poured it into Sikong Jing's arm, and all that was left of him was struggling. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out, Bold criminal, you dare to make a move against Lord Squire. A young figure wrapped in a gauze belt killed its way onto the ring, and behind it were hundreds of experts from the Hai family, none other than Haiku. Then, Chu Rong first led the Chu family's experts onto the ring, and behind him, Chubo said, Criminals, why don't you quickly put down the Lord Squire, or else your entire family will die. Renjong didn't say anything, but he also led the crowd of Ren family's experts to kill them. In the blink of an eye, Sikong Jing and Su Yushur were surrounded by the people of the 3 great families. However, Sikong Jing loomed large, his grip on the city lord's servant officer did not waver for a second. He coldly swept over the people of the 3 great families and said, Don't you all just want to kill our family? Don't you want to use the bullying of Yushur to force my father-in-law and I to make a move so that you can besiege us openly and honestly? As you wish, you may begin. As soon as the words fell, Sikong Jing slammed the city guard squire in his hands on the ground with futile force, followed by a foot stepping heavily on his knee. With 2 clicks, one of the city lord squire's feet was directly wasted. A mournful sound resounded through the clouds. The only thing left in the entire ring was the miserable screams of the city lord's guard officer. The entire arena was quiet at this moment, no one expected Sikong Jing to be so ruthless. However, it was exactly what the 3 great families wanted. Chu Rongxian coldly said, Come on, kill this bold fanatic and save Lord Servant. Chapter 96 City Lord. Kill. A killing sound came from the experts of the 3 great clans. Of course there were also the city lord's retainers in the entire room, all of them killing Sikong Jing like a tidal wave, no one wanted to lag behind. There would be a heavy reward for beheading the criminal and saving the Lord Squire. Boom. In vain, a terrifying True Chi that was enough to crush the entire arena rose up into the sky, and a thick voice resounded throughout the martial arts arena. Chu Rongxian, Ren Zhong. Do you take me, Su Zhenlong, as a pose? Su Zhenlong's silhouette landed in front of Sikong Jing and Su Yuexi, his True Chi of the 9th level of the human realm emanating out. He coldly swept across the entire arena, Today I will let you all see who is the heaven's pride of Yunyi City. Everyone's feet lurched as they stared at Su Zhenlong in disbelief. He was actually at the 9th level of the human realm, and there was no longer a trace of serious injury visible on him, so terrifying. So what if he's at the 9th level of the human realm? There are so many of us, killing him is like killing a chicken. Ren Zhong fumed fiercely. They had prepared to deal with the peak human realm Su Yuxian. And now, Su Yuxian didn't appear, only Su Zhenlong was insufficient to be feared if he was the only one, killing him would be. The siege was not interrupted and continued to crush. Su Zhenlong's face was grave as he said, Jing, protect Yuxian and find a way to escape Yunyi City, leave this place to me. His voice rose into the air, Su Zhenlong carried the will to die. He knew that he couldn't fight, so he was the only one who could block everyone and allow Sikong Jing to escape Yunyi City with Yushur and Xiaofeng. Boom boom boom. As the great battle started, Su Zhenlong seized a large guan blade and majestically slashed out horizontally. Blood sprayed out and heads fell to the ground. At the same time, the city lord's mansion. A middle-aged man with a big belly was attentively tending to the flowers in his yard. And behind him was an old man. Lord City Lord, listening to the sounds over at the martial arts arena, it seems that the 4 great clans have begun to besiege Su Zhenlong. The obese middle-aged man was none other than the city lord of Yunyi City, named Duan Chengshan. Smiling at the words, he nodded his head, not caring at all. The old man was the head of the Cloud Wild City's patrol hall, which was also the Cloud Wild Grand Constable, and also the most caring person beside the city lord. He asked again, City Lord, is it really good to bully Su Zhenlong like this in front of the entire city? Duan Chengshan's hand slightly lurched as he shook his head and laughed, Criminal Crocodile, are you old and afraid of things? The old man's name was Criminal Crocodile, and he had always been nicknamed Crocodile in the patrol hall, which stood for ferocity and precision. Remember, this is just a small matter. When Su Zhenlong dies it will soon be forgotten, and it's just as well that the criminal was killed. He was given in marriage by the Lord of Yunzhou, and God knows what kind of terrifying background he has. This is like a knife hanging over my head, the trouble will be gone when I die. If the Lord of the Cloud State blames it, then just push out the 4 great families and that's it, it has nothing to do with us.
Duan Changshan was like a shrewd fox, as if he was narrating something that couldn't be more ordinary.
Moreover, this time, the person who will represent Yunyi City in the grand competition is not the 4 great families, but my son, Duan Chun. When he gets a good ranking, who else from those lowly city folk will remember today's events? They will only be singing praises to me, singing praises to me. Saying this, Duan Changshan lowered his head and continued tending to the flowers in his hands. Suddenly, an old voice rang out outside the city lord's mansion. City lord, I am Su Xiefeng, I beg you to save my children and grandchildren. Duan Changshan froze at his words, a little surprised, and then laughed. It seems that this Su Xiefeng isn't stupid. Let's go out and see what kind of backbone he has to make me help his Su family and not be exterminated by the 3 great clans. With that said, Duan Changshan brought criminal Crocodile to meet Su Xiefeng outside the main gate of the city lord's mansion. Lord City Lord, it's 100,000 times urgent. If you're willing to save my children and grandchildren, I'm willing to offer the Su family's 3 green jade papers to Lord City Lord. Su Xiefeng did not speak nonsense. He was afraid that if he was late, Si Kongjing and the others would be killed. When these words came out, Duan Changshan directly froze. 3 sheets of green jade paper? Exactly, and I'm afraid there are more than 3, there are more treasures. Speaking of this, Su Xiefeng hurriedly told the reason why Si Kongjing and Su Yueshi could make such progress. Naturally, it was still the treasures that they had gotten from inside the mighty beast horse pirates. Duan Changshan's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but stink. Shou Yi is really bold, this kind of good thing was not even reported to me. Shou Yi knew that there were 3 powerful green jade papers in the hands of the criminals, but he didn't even tell himself, this is treasonous. Come on people, set up the martial arts arena. Without hesitation, Duan Changshan immediately made a decision. How can he make that criminal hand over the treasures before dying? Su Xiefeng lowered his head and smiled ghastly. Everything was in his plan. In the martial arts arena, Su Zhanglong chopped out slices of blood with one of his large guan blades, but there were just too many people. The human realm experts that surrounded him exceeded 10, and it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Ah Jing, quickly take you sure and go. Su Zhanglong knew that he was bound to die in this battle and roared furiously at Si Kongjing behind him. And at that moment, Si Kongjing seemed to obediently pick up Su Yushur and went down to the ring. Seeing this scene, Su Zhanglong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Jing, Yushur, if you guys ever see Yu Xian again, please tell her for me that daddy loves her very much, he just can't tell her he's sorry anymore. After saying that, he held his sword and chopped. A Chu family's human realm expert's head fell to the ground. Si Kongjing was speechless, still leading Su Yushur to land beside a brocade-clothed handsome man, saying, Suiyu, call sister-in-law. Suiyu, on the other hand, smiled happily and said to Su Yushur without hesitation, hello sister-in-law. Opening her mouth, Su Yushur only nodded slightly before nervously saying to Si Kongjing, brother Jing, we can't leave father behind, we must find a way to. Woo! Just as he said this, Si Kongjing put both his fingers against her red lips and said back, of course I won't leave father-in-law behind, it's just that it's been 10 years, and a lot of people have forgotten about the might of father-in-law back then, so of course we have to let him kill him. Ah? Su Yushur looked at Si Kongjing in confusion. What did it mean? Now I will go back and take the heads of the 3 great families. Si Kongjing explained with a smile, feudal long spear into his hand. Step by step he re-entered the ring, then paused and said, Suiyu, if your sister-in-law has any slip-ups, you'll be the only one to be held accountable. Suiyu lazily returned, don't worry big brother, who dares to touch sister-in-law, I kill his whole family of men. As for the women, leave them all behind. Si Kongjing sniffs and draws the corners of his mouth, this bastard is still the same virtue as before. However, he laughed again, Suiyu should be of such a virtue, how could he himself make a playboy change his nature? Clang! The long spear flew out in Si Kongjing's hand and zapped towards the ring with a shocking thunderclap. A Chu family realm expert suddenly stopped in front of Su Zhanglong, the lance poured from his head into the ring under his feet, the head of the lance deeply penetrated into the ring, and was pierced into a ham on the spot. And with that, Si Kongjing's figure fell and stood on top of the spear. He looked down on the entire arena and said, Lord father-in-law, let my son-in-law take over next. Chapter 97 Losing the chance to negotiate. Su Zhanglong's face changed drastically as he called out, Ah Jing, why are you back again? He was shocked and afraid. Si Kongjing came back, what about you sure? How can she still escape from the city? If both men in the family die here, the 2 women will surely be horribly humiliated, then how can he himself die in peace? Father-in-law don't worry, you sure is safe now, and how can I let you fight for your life alone? Si Kongjing knew what Su Zhanglong was worried about and calmly comforted him. He then drew out his spear and flung out the corpse of the Chu clan's human realm expert. Crossing his spear, he swept over the people of the three great families around him and coldly said, "From today onwards, there will no longer be three great families in Yang City." Buzz! As soon as the words fell, the spear in Sikong Jing's hand was flung towards a pouncing High Family realm. With a shocking roar, the High Family's human realm expert was flung squarely by the head of the spear, and his entire head exploded into a rotten watermelon. Dark, 8th level of the Dark Realm. It was not until this time that Su Zhenglong realized that his son-in-law's realm had risen again, surprisingly reaching the 8th level of the Dark Realm, and this was less than a month since he had married Yushur. However, the 8th level of the Dark Realm was still a bit weak. Sikong Jing was even more demonic. He definitely couldn't stop the siege of so many people. But he still had himself. When Su Zhenglong thought of this, he heavily shouted, Jing, today, we'll have our father-in-law and son-in-law together, and we'll blow up the whole city." After saying this, the great Guan blade slashed straight through, and the Chu Rongxian on the opposite side was viciously chopped back. The corners of Sikong Jing's mouth twitched slightly, wanting to say that I'm actually enough alone, but how could he bear to strike his father-in-law's heart to fight to the death? He could only slightly withdraw his strength and let his father-in-law play. Just like this, the father-in-law and son-in-law both had one gun and one Guan sword, killing the whole place with a lot of shrieks and all their guts broken. Chu family master, quickly summon people to form a formation. We can't be scattered anymore. Su Zhenglong is not even a problem. This criminal is clearly only at the 8th level of the Dark Realm. Why is he so terrifying? There's also a Su Yuxian, she must not come. The people from the three great clans each shrieked in shock. The strongest among them was Chu Rongxian. He was also a human realm 9th level expert, but there was still a considerable gap between him and Su Zhenglong, a heavenly pride, in the same realm. Ren Zhong was at the 8th level of the human realm, and there was also a Ren family elder who was also at the 8th level of the human realm. Now, the only way to fight was to form a formation with the three of them at the head. But even so, they were still being killed by Sikong Jing and Su Zhenglong, who kept retreating, and if they added another Su Yuxian, they would die a horrible death and collapse. But as luck would have it, Su Yuxian did not arrive. Brother Jing, father, Su Yuxian stared at the chaotic scene, her nervous palms sweating. Suiyu squared his face and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, brother Sikong and your father will be fine. It's useless to come back with 10 times as many people." At this moment, his heart was surging, although his big brother was only at the 8th level of the Dark Realm now, but only just the results of his recultivation for less than a month, he was still the same big brother, the invincible Sikong Divine Commander. Regardless of whether it was the 8th level of the human realm, or the 9th level of the human realm, Big Brother could break the heavenly code that it was impossible to cross over. Suddenly, Suiyu asked, "Sister-in-law, your father treats Big Brother Sikong very well, right?" Suyushur froze and gently asked back, "Why do you ask?" Laughing, Suiyu lightly smiled back, "Because Big Brother has collected his strength. If it were before, the enemy across the street wouldn't have the slightest bit of power to resist. He rarely plays assistance for others." In the entire room, only Suiyu was able to see that Sikong Jing was paving the way for Su Zhenglong's kill. The only person who could make his big brother do this was the one who made him give all his heart, even if he himself had only been given the opportunity once. Suyushur was even more puzzled. Could it be that brother Jing was even stronger than what he saw? Ranzhong, die. Right at this instant, Su Zhenglong suddenly slashed at Ranzhong's waist. The latter's protective true chi shattered and the knife went into his abdomen, his wide-eyed disbelief followed by his broken breath. Another family head of the 4 great families, dead. At this moment, the audience was in an uproar. They had seen the battle between this pair of father-in-law and son-in-law again today. Yesterday it was a violent beating of Su Xiefeng, but today it was even hotter. They were fighting against the 3 great families. Before this, no one thought that they could win. They all thought that they were dead, but the moment Ranzhong broke, everyone seemed to realize that they were invincible. "Su Zhenglong, I want you to die." The Ren family's crowd roared madly, charging even more crazily. "Dare to touch my father-in-law, die." Sikong Jing's ice-cold voice rang out, and where the lance passed, pieces of blood were seen. "Kill, kill, kill." A human life fell to the ground. Su Zhenglong was in charge of the Heaven's Pride stance, Sikong Jing was in charge of reaping the harvest. They killed the livers of the 3 great clans, and killed them as they exited the ring. In the blink of an eye, the 3 great clans, led by Chu Rongxian, were overwhelmed. He turned around and saw that there were only 3 human realm experts left. His heart was completely messed up. How else was he going to fight? "Su Zhenglong, stop fighting, let's make peace." Chu Rongxian understood that the momentum was gone and frantically called out. Su Jinglong's expression stiffened slightly, somewhat hesitant. This was after all Yunyi City's martial arts arena. The city lord would definitely take into account, if he made peace, there might still be a slight chance of continuing to stay in Yunyi City. He didn't want to be wanted, he didn't want to wander and flee with his family, he still had to wait for Yu Xian to truly return. Chu family master, there is no need to make peace, look at what kind of person I have in my hands. At this exact moment, a voice came from the direction of the audience, and it was definitely Luo Tong again. At the same time, it was accompanied by a scream, "Master!" Si Kongjing turned around and an angry light flashed on his face. His mother-in-law Mei Xiaofang had unexpectedly fallen into Luo Tong's hands. In an instant, Chu Rongxian brightened his eyes, and immediately changed his words and laughed. "Luo Tong, Luo family master, well done, wait, after today my Chu family will certainly help your Luo family to become one of the 4 great families." When these words came out, Luo Tong let out a long laugh. He took down Mei Xiaofang to be this sentence. Everyone was focused on the fight in the ring, only he felt something was wrong and noticed Su Zhenglong's wife, who was mixed into the crowd. By taking it down, he could tie up with the 4 great families and avenge the blood hatred of the previous heavy. And get more than he thought. Xiaofang. Mother. The voices of Su Zhenglong and Su Yuexiu screamed from different directions. At this time, Zhurong first looked at Su Zhenglong and heatedly laughed straight. "Su Zhenglong, I'm not making peace and want your wife." Before the words fell, Si Kongjing looked at Suiyu in vain. "Kill." Suiyu smiled faintly and casually flicked out a true chi. With a bang, Luo Tong, who was originally arrogant and limitless, directly froze, and his entire head heaved. The spectators around him saw that Luo Tong's temples seemed to have been shaken through by something, from this side of his temples to the other side, and blood rolled from both sides of his head. Father and daughter Su Zhenglong and Su Yuexi were stunned and inexplicable, not knowing who made the move. The voice of Chu Rongxian, who had resumed his arrogance, stuck. "How did Luo Tong die?" "It's Su Yuexian, she must be around." Haika hid in the corner and yelled out, his whole body shivering. The corner of Si Kongjing's mouth twitched slightly. "Where is the Su Yuexian? It's clearly Suiyu," but of course he wouldn't explain. Instead he pointed his spear. "Chu Rongxian, you've lost the chance to negotiate." Chapter 98, City Lord? A slap. Su Zhenglong came back to his senses, a monstrous rage emanating from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for his daughter Su Yuexian in the dark, Xiaofang would have been taken as a hostage and the consequences would be unimaginable. He also recognized Haika's words. It must have been Yuxian in the dark, otherwise no one would have helped them within this Yunyi city, and no one would have been able to easily penetrate Luo Tong's solar plexus and do it without a sound. Chu Rongxian. Su Zhenglong gritted his teeth and gripped his great guan blade in stride. The two of them, son-in-law and old father-in-law, were bathed in blood, pulling the long soldiers in their hands and stepping step by step towards the people of the 3 great families. The 3 great families retreated in fear. Chu Rongxian and the others, their hearts were like ashes. Now in the dark there is also the peak of the personal realm Su Yuexian. They completely have no way to live, their intestines also regret to the green. Luo Tong, this vermin, why did he take Su Jinglong's wife as a hostage? Chu Rongxian had already forgotten, he had just laughed more than anyone else. City Lord arrives. Just when the 3 great clans were at the end of their tethers, a shrill cry came from the gate of the martial arts arena. Instantly, Chu Rongxian and Haik and the others' entire bodies shook as they saw hope. Su Jinglong's face, on the other hand, turned ugly as he looked in the direction of the gate, but unfortunately, he was blocked from seeing it by the ring. While the others saw that City Lord Duan Chengshan walked in from the gate with Grand Constable Criminal Crocodile, and a group of guards, a kind smile hanging on his obese face. He lightly swept the entire scene, and sure enough, the ground was filled with blood and corpses. It was truly a great battle. Right at this moment, 2 figures flashed out from behind Duan Chengshan, and it was definitely Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao. They, in unison, knelt down towards Duan Chengshan. Su Xiefeng cried out miserably, "Lord City Lord, please save my children and grandchildren. Lord City Lord, please save my big brother's family." Su Zhengtao also said heavily, trying to squeeze out a tear. However, when they lowered their heads, they revealed eerie and incomparable smiles. It was to put on a show in front of the entire city, letting everyone see how much he, Su Xiefeng, loved his children and grandchildren. However, the entire audience was quiet. One by one, the corners of their mouths twitched. "Do your children and grandchildren need you to ask for help right now?" Unfortunately, Su Xiefeng hadn't realized anything yet, subconsciously thinking that Si Kongjing and Su Zhenglong must be dying right now. Si Kongjing and the others were at the back of the ring, blocked by the tall ring. Thus, Su Xiefeng said again, "Lord City Lord, as long as you save my son and grandson, I would like to offer 3 sheets of green jade paper." He purposely spoke his words very loudly so that Si Kongjing and Su Zhenglong could hear him.
He, aren't you guys unwilling to give me the green jade paper? Don't you guys want to possess yourselves? Now let's see if you'll give it to me. How dare you beat me up?
I'll make you guys get nothing and still be grateful to me.
Duan Changshan similarly didn't see the situation at the back of the ring. He smiled and said, "Get up, I'm going to take a look at the situation first."
After saying that, he led his men to leap over Su Xiefeng's father and son and walk towards the ring.
City Lord, City Lord.
A miserable cry rang out, only to see the City Lord's servant officer, who had both his legs wasted by Si Kongjing, climb down to the ring and cry, "Lord City Lord, I'm wasted, that damn criminal wasted me."
Duan Changshan's gaze halted. This retainer officer was his own close confidant. He coldly looked at Su Xiefeng behind him and said again, "Su family lord, your criminal grandson-in-law has gone too far, he even abolished someone I valued, it's really hard for me to do this. A small crony is just a small crony, if it's wasted, it's wasted. But Su Xiefeng wants to save the person, then he has to add money."
Su Xiefeng heard this and said without hesitation, "Lord City Lord, that criminal grandson-in-law of mine must still have great treasures in his hands, I'll let him hand them all over to you, as long as you save their lives." Hearing these words, Duan Changshan nodded his head in satisfaction and slowly stepped onto the ring. And when he saw the battle on the side of the ring, his eyes, squeezed up by his fat, glared fiercely open. The situation was not right. At the same time, Si Kongjing naturally saw Duan Changshan. However, he didn't even pay any attention to it. Instead, he directly stabbed into the chest of a Ren family realm expert with a single shot, and the mournful screams went straight up to the sky, causing everyone to stare in disbelief. The entire audience were stunned. At this time, Criminal Crocodile also saw the scene in front of him and bellowed, "Bold fanatic, how dare you kill in front of the city lord?" In the next instant, Su Xiefeng also shouted furiously, "My son! Who was killed?" Listening to this scream, "It's a male, it must not be that criminal, or else he'll be in big trouble if he can't find the 3 sheets of green jade paper," he thought as he rushed to the ring while trying to cry out, "My son! Ah!" When he saw the scene in front of him, his voice directly jammed. He only saw Si Kongjing and Su Zhenglong still standing there properly, while Chu Rongxian and the others had faces like ashes and were cornered. "It's not right, it shouldn't be like this." Su Xiefeng rubbed his eyes hard. At precisely this time, Haika flung himself to his knees and screamed miserably, "Lord City Lord, save us, Su Zhenglong and his criminal son-in-law are going to kill all of our 3 great clans, they are too ferocious." Then, one by one, they followed and knelt down. Chu Bo was also miserably incomparable as he said, "Lord City Lord, kill these 2 murderers and save us." The corners of his mouth twitched as Duan Changshan finally reacted, but how could this be? Shouldn't Su Zhenglong's family have been screwed over miserably? How did they beat the 3 great families? But suddenly, Si Kongjing resolved the kneeling person with another shot, not putting the city lord in the least. Ah Jing! Even Su Zhenglong was confused. This temper of Ah Jing's was too impulsive. All of a sudden, Duan Changshan's face sank, while Criminal Crocodile killed out in a violent rage, "Still dare to kill, do you think the city lord doesn't exist?" The words just fell. The Criminal Crocodile has already killed in front of Si Kongjing. Bang! What greeted him was Si Kongjing's heavy shot. Criminal Crocodile was at the 7th level of the human realm, but at this instant, he unexpectedly felt a terrifyingly huge force coming at him and instantly retreated 3 steps. His hands trembled violently as he stared at Si Kongjing in disbelief. How could he be so strong? At this moment, Si Kongjing ignored him, but carried his gun and walked towards the ring step by step, naturally targeting Duan Changshan. Su Zhenglong's heart trembled, a bad premonition arose. But nowadays, he had to suppress Chu Rongxian and the others first, and could not give them any chance to counterattack. More importantly, with these people in hand, he would be qualified to negotiate with the city lord. Seeing Si Kongjing walk over step by step, Duan Changshan's eyes narrowed again, wanting to see what he was going to do. Suddenly, Su Xiefeng stood out and drank, "Criminals, you've gone too far, and you even dared to kill in front of Lord City Lord. I order you, now kneel down immediately and offer all your treasures to the city lord." Although he didn't know how they won the fight, he couldn't let the plan fall through and force Si Kongjing to offer his treasures. But Si Kongjing ignored him as well, and instead stared at Duan Changshan and asked, "You are the city lord of Yunyi City? Not bad, are you the criminal who was given a marriage by the lord of Yunzhou?" Duan Changshan asked back with a cold smile, his heart calculating how to force them to offer their treasures. As for his strength, as long as it didn't exceed the human realm, it wasn't in his consideration. As the city lord, Duan Changshan's realm was the 3rd level of the earth realm. Snap!
But suddenly, Sikong Jing raised his hand and slapped Duan Qingshan's face. A crisp sound resounded through the entire arena. Chapter 99 Duan Qingshan, Scared Stupid. Countless people stood up, staring incredulously at Sikong Jing. Su Xiafeng was dumbfounded, Mei Xiaofang covered her mouth, Su Yuexi's red lips slightly opened, and a pair of beautiful eyes stared with watery eyes. Su Zhanglong, who was still suppressing Chu Rongxian, had the corners of his mouth twitch and let out a long sigh. Another life and death battle. This time, we have to fight with the city lord to the death. Jing is really too reckless. Suiyu was the only one in the whole city who had a bland expression and said indifferently, Big brother is big brother, still the same unchanged appearance as before. As for Duan Qingshan, he was dumbfounded. As the city lord, it was the first time he was beaten up, and the one who beat him up was even a criminal, and in front of the whole city. Where was the amiability on his face just now? He directly blew up. His true chi of the third level of the earth realm blew up. Criminal, you dare to hit me, I'll kill you. Duan Qingshan's face turned green as he swung out a palm and blasted at Sikong Jing. But Sikong Jing had anticipated this. His beast technique flowing cloud was activated, sticking to the ring like a ghostly shadow as he retreated. Making the rules of the best 5 battle against my wife, shouldn't you fight? Receiving favors from the 3 great families to bully my family, shouldn't you fight? Sikong Jing's voice issued out coldly as he stared at the city lord and said word for word, Now are you still going to defend the 3 great families? The voice questioned, making the entire audience feel great, but unfortunately, he could not fight the city lord as a small criminal. Within this young city, the city lord was the sky. You're right, I'm damn well going to screw over your family. I'm the city lord, what can you do to me? Duan Qingshan's anger hadn't subsided and he chased after Sikong Jing and slapped again. However, Sikong Jing still disappeared like a shadow, avoiding Duan Qingshan's angry strike. Duan Qingshan stopped in his tracks, a cold light flashing in his eyes. What a powerful stance! It seems that Su Xiafeng didn't deceive himself, he really does have a powerful green jade paper martial skill in his possession. However, if he chased further and still caught up with someone, he would lose even more face. That's why Duan Qingshan suddenly let out a low shout, Come on people, surround this bold criminal for me. Clattering. The city lord's guards heard the order and immediately surrounded Sikong Jing. Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, Chu Rongxian let out an unrestrained laugh and stared at Su Zhanglong. Is this criminal son-in-law of yours here to be funny? Surprisingly, you even dared to beat up the city lord, you're dead this time. Su Zhenglong's face turned pale and he tightly gripped the great guan blade, but he didn't know what to do. It's useless for anyone to come today, criminal, you can't be spared. Seeing that Sikong Jing was surrounded by his men and not afraid of being slipped away again, Duan Qingshan took a step up, morose and incomparable. In vain, a lazy voice rang out, Duan Qingshan, right? You said it's useless for anyone to come? Only to see a showy, beautiful man suddenly float down on top of the ring, the corners of his mouth pulling out an evil smile. What are you? Right, no matter who comes, it's useless. Duan Qingshan roared angrily and whistled furiously, even if the heavenly king comes, this criminal must die. The beautiful man, however, laughed and stretched out a hand and drew it out of thin air. Pa! A slap hit Duan Qingshan squarely in the face, and after a miserable wail, Duan Qingshan flew out fiercely, crashing down on the edge of the ring. The entire arena was stunned again. Who was this beautiful man, and how was he so terrifying that he smacked Lord City Lord away with a single slap? The beautiful man was, of course, Suiyu, and after receiving Sikong Jing's look, he willed his way onto the stage, his lazy voice resounding once more, May I ask City Lord, does he still have to die? Duan Qingshan raised his head from the ground, his entire face turning green with fear. The beautiful man was too strong. The feeling of that slap just now seemed to be more than the heaven realm, it was transcendent. Who are you? What are you doing? I'm the city lord who holds the papers of the great Shang dynasty. Duan Qingshan was instantly scared, and he issued a threat at the first opportunity, using the great Shang dynasty to pressure. Suiyu continued to smile, walking up step by step, and suddenly a token dangled down from his hand, flashing in front of Duan Qingshan's eyes. The word Jin was reflected inside Duan Qingshan's eyes. Who do you say I am? Suiyu asked in a cold voice. At that instant, Duan Qingshan was directly confused, cold sweat sliding silently down his forehead as his entire body trembled violently. My god, how could it be someone from the Jin sect? Crazy, finished. After messing around for a while, Duan Qingshan realized something and hurriedly climbed up, kneeling down heavily and said, My lord, it's my little one who has eyes but doesn't recognize him, Nitai. Jinmen, that's the golden sword of the Son of Heaven. As the Lord of Yunyi City, how could he not recognize it? I am not the Son of Heaven, may I ask if he must still die when I come? Sui Yu asked indifferently.
Duan Qingshan's sweat fell like a waterfall as he thumped his head. My lord, I know my mistakes, I know my mistakes. He was so scared that he could only desperately beg for forgiveness, secretly regretting why he had just said something about the Heavenly King. And this scene fell in the eyes of the entire audience, one by one, surprised and incredulous.
Beautiful man, what exactly is his identity?
I have seen all the situations here, may I ask, where are you wrong?
Sui Yu asked again.
Teeth cackling, Duan Qingshan said lowly, I shouldn't have accepted the benefits of the three great families, I shouldn't have bullied anyone in my capacity as a city lord, I deserve to die. He understood that it was useless to retort now, it was all seen by others. The only way to save a small life was to confess. Shrugging his shoulders, Sui Yu collected the token and said, You should be thankful that I'm just passing through, and also be thankful that I'm not from the Shadow Sect, or else you'll go to jail.
What to do next? You don't need me to teach you, right?
After saying that, Sui Yu turned around, leaving the ring step by step and disappearing inside the martial arts arena.
Duan Qingshan was stunned again, just like that? Nothing happened to him?
Soon Duan Qingshan and suddenly realized, Jinmen does not ask about the business of the positions of the Great Shang, they just hold the golden sword of the Son of Heaven and punish the wicked, mainly against the people in the rivers and lakes, martial arts families and sects and so on. Long breath, really fortunate is not the Shadow Sect, otherwise it would be finished. At this time, the criminal crocodile's voice suddenly rang, Criminals, what else do you want to do? He saw that Sikong Jing even turned around with his gun after the beautiful man left, to rejoin under the ring. It looked as if he was going to continue killing people. However, Criminal Crocodile and a group of city lords guards were still surrounding him, each with a cold sword. Stop, all of you, back off. Seeing this, Duan Qingshan immediately bellowed. Lord City Lord? Criminal Crocodile asked in confusion. Duan Qingshan didn't explain, but instead bellowed again, I'm telling you all to stand down. He was anxious in his heart, how should he deal with the struggle of the three great families that don't need to be taught by a beautiful man? Naturally, the struggle of the three great families is counted as a Jianghu vendetta, the Jin sect is to get rid of the evil, and the situation in front of him is the evil of the three great families. As the lord of the city, he cannot and dare not manage again, now can only stand by and watch. Just like that, everyone retreated behind Duan Qingshan. Sikong Jing, on the other hand, returned to Su Jinglong's side without saying a word. Lord Father-in-law, you can now kill freely, let's exterminate the three great clans, now. Chapter 100 My Little Brother. Su Jinglong was still confused. But he knew that the beautiful man was definitely someone from the great Shang dynasty, and that he could make Duan Qingshan not dare to meddle in his affairs. Gripping the large guan blade in his hand, Su Jinglong bellowed, Kill! City Lord, save your life. City Lord, you can't just ignore it. City Lord. A burst of ghostly cries and howls spread across the entire field, but Duan Qingshan only treated it as if he couldn't see it. Su Xiefeng stared dazedly at this bloody scene, watching Sikong Jing and Su Jinglong kill each other in a big way, his whole body cooled down. Let's go, let's hurry home. Suddenly, Su Xiefeng called out. He was afraid that Su Jinglong and Sikong Jing would come to kill him after killing the three great families, so he hurriedly ran. Finally, the screams subsided. The main members of the three great families were almost all dead, but there were still 4 people left who were not dead, and they were the 4 young talents who had humiliated Su Yueshio in the ring, and Sikong Jing had thrown them onto the ring one by one. Then, he looked at Duan Qingshan again and said, Yunyi City's selection is not yet over, shouldn't it continue? Duan Qingshan touched the fiery pain on his face and wanted to destroy Sikong Jing, but he didn't dare. It's true that the selection will continue, but I need to reformulate the rules. Duan Qingshan held his tongue. Not only did he not dare to start a conflict with Sikong Jing, he can only change the rules for a fair selection. Shaking his head, Sikong Jing said, the rules are still the original rules, but I want to add another. Life and death rule. When these words came out, Su Jinglong couple, as well as the entire audience were filled with surprise. If they still followed the original rules, wouldn't it be that these 4 talented people could still continue to surround Su Yueshio? If the battle of life and death was added, then wouldn't Su Yueshio still have to be killed? This criminal is sick, right? All listen to you. Duan Qingshan couldn't figure it out either, but Sikong Jing said whatever he wanted now and didn't dare to resist. God knows if that beautiful man from the brocade sect is still staring in the dark.
Si Kongjing walked towards Su Yushur under the ring and said with a smile, "Yushur, I said that I would let you martialize Yunyi City. I can't go back on my word, so you'll have to go up and fight again." Su Yushur stared blankly at Si Kongjing, again not understanding what Brother Jing was thinking. "Don't worry, I'll teach you how to kill with the floating moon sword technique and cloud dance light spirit steps." Si Kongjing pulled her hand and said. Looking at Brother Jing's eyes filled with tenderness, Su Yushur nodded her head with confidence. In the blink of an eye, the ring was emptied of corpses, and Su Yushur re-entered the ring, while her 4 opponents were still rampant as they were just a moment ago, and each one of them had a face like death. Suddenly, Si Kongjing's voice rang out, "If you guys can win, you can live." The whole body shuddered, although they couldn't figure out why Si Kongjing wanted to screw his wife like this, but this was their only chance to live. At once, the 4 talents' true chi surged wildly, putting up a fight. "Ah Jing, what the hell are you up to?" Mei Xiaofang ran down the stage and asked with an unkind face. Just then, the ring battle resumed, and Si Kongjing opened his mouth and said, "Spirit mouse step, 3 inches down on the left side, floating moon second sword." With his words, Su Yushur's entire body shook slightly and moved along, followed by a sword to seal her throat. With just one sword, the first talented person was killed on the spot. Spirit eagle steps, drifting moon fourth sword. A sound rang out in Si Kongjing's mouth. 4 words, Su Yushur stabbed out 4 swords, and all 4 people died. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Su Yushur, martial extinction cloud wild city. Stepping onto the stage, Si Kongjing pulled Su Yushur's hand up to face the whole city, just like a divine couple, absolutely unrivaled. The clamor, the applause rang out, the entire audience wildly chanted Su Yushur's name. And Su Yushur's eyes gradually reddened. She gazed at Brother Jing's face. Not long ago she was still the most disliked Cloud State's first ugly monster, but now she was in the limelight. And all of this is given by Brother Jing. Su Yushur has never been so happy, feeling that everything in this life is worth it. After a while, Si Kongjing brought Su Yushur and left the martial arts arena under the watchful eyes of everyone. Su Zhenglong and his wife naturally followed closely behind, the 2 of them glowing. After today, there would be no more 3 great families in Yunyi City, only the Su family would remain, and only the Heaven's Pride Su Zhenglong would be the only one strong. As this family of 4 disappeared, Criminal Crocodile asked with a face full of iron, "Lord City Lord, who exactly was the beautiful man just now?" Duan Chengshan trembled and returned, "The Jin sect." His entire body shook tremendously, and cold sweat dripped furiously from Criminal Crocodile's forehead in fear. Then, Duan Chengshan said with an ashen face, "Too unlucky, how could I meet someone from the Jin sect passing by, damn it?" Criminal Crocodile raised his eyes and asked, "Will he have anything to do with that criminals?" Duan Chengshan opened his mouth, nodded his head and shook it again. "It's possible, but not necessarily. This matter must not be publicized, no one can say anything, we must pretend to know nothing, otherwise neither side will be pleasing to the eye." In an instant, Criminal Crocodile understood. If that beautiful man from the Brocade sect really had a relationship with the criminal, but since he didn't say anything on the surface, Duan Chengshan would be dead if he vocalized it. If the 2 were not related, they would still only be dead if they publicized it. It doesn't matter if Duan Chengshan still dares to make rumors, it's only strange if Jinmen Beauty Man doesn't kill him. On the streets of Yunyi City, Mei Xiaofang came back from her excitement and suddenly chided, "Ah Jing, why are you still so impulsive? Even the city lord dared to whip us, and we almost all died. That slap from Si Kongjing just now was just too frightening." "Yeah, Ah Jing, if it wasn't for the fact that a powerful and beautiful man just happened to appear, we were afraid that we wouldn't be able to pass this level." Su Zhanglong also had palpitations in his heart, and said in a good way, "I know that you used to come from a rich and noble family, and naturally you don't take Duan Chengshan seriously, but now that you're a sinful citizen, you can't do things the way you used to do them. Some things must be endured even if they are unjust." Next to him, Su Yushur didn't wait for Si Kongjing to open his mouth, then said with a delicate smile, "Father, Brother Jing that wasn't impulsive, that beautiful man called Brother Jing Big Brother." "Ah?" Su Zhanglong stared up in disbelief. However, Mei Xiaofang did not have the good sense to say, "You sure, less excusing your Brother Jing, if it was the beautiful man's big brother, why did he leave without saying hello? It was obvious that it wasn't." Su Yushur did not expect her mother to not believe her, argued, "But he clearly called me big." "You sure, we know a Jing's good, but he also has shortcomings, you can't indulge him." Mei Xiaofang directly interrupted, surely Si Kongjing had blown some bull to his daughter again. This kind of character really can't continue, otherwise it's too hurtful. Just as the words fell, a smile rang out, "Big brother, sister-in-law." Looking up, Mei Xiaofang stared open-mouthed at the person standing in front of the street. Who else could it be if not that beautiful man? He actually did call Si Kongjing big brother. uncle, auntie.
Then, Sui Yu greeted Mr. and Mrs. Su Zhenglong cordially, and the two of them were directly petrified.
Chapter 101, Identity.
Si Kongjing smiled and greeted him. Sui Yu, you just performed well. With the current situation, they couldn't show too much familiarity in front of people, and without having exchanged any communication before, with just one look from Si Kongjing, Sui Yu knew what to do and did it perfectly.
He.
Sui Yu instantly laughed like a happy child. Where was the horrible look of suppressing Duan Chengshan in the ring? At this moment, Su Yushi puffed out her cheeks and squinted at Mei Xiaofeng in dissatisfaction. Mother, can you give brother Jing a little more trust? Just now this brother kept calling me sister-in-law. It was only when she said the word sister-in-law that Su Yushi reacted and two red clouds floated up on her face. The feeling of being called sister-in-law, so shy. There was also a marvelous feeling of being brought by brother Jing to meet his family, the ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws, a little nervous. In response, Mei Xiaofeng was naturally dumbfounded. For the so-called distrust of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Si Kongjing had also long gotten used to it, and it was also a bit amusing. He did not say much or reveal it, but instead said to Sui Yu again, we'll talk about our matters later, your sister-in-law and I have to go back to the Su mansion right away, there's an old dog that should be dealt with as well.
Old dog? Do you want me to?
Not waiting for Sui Yu to finish, Si Kongjing shook his head and interrupted, no need, it's just a small person.
The old dog, of course, referred to Su Xiefeng.
Previously not dealt with because the realm of strength is not enough, father-in-law is also in the middle of serious injuries, now even the three great families are destroyed, naturally will not leave Su Xiefeng again for the sake of harming his own family. Su Zhenglong heard the whole body shook, he understood Si Kongjing's meaning, finally still have to come to this step. Sui Yu left, the four members of the family also returned to Su mansion. And right at the gate they met Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao, and of course there were the siblings Su Yang and Su Yun with their family members to run. If Si Kongjing came a step late, he definitely wouldn't be able to find anyone.
Su Zhenglong, what are you doing? I am your father.
Seeing the aggressive four people, Su Xiefeng's face instantly turned white. It was because he was afraid that Su Zhenglong and Si Kongjing would come back to kill him that he had to run. God knows they came back so fast, it was all the family's fault. If they hadn't been too slow to pack up, how would they have been bumped into?
Big brother, don't mess around, we even kneeled down and begged for mercy. Su Zhengtao's legs were also trembling in fear.
The scene of the decapitation of the three great families was still in their minds, this pair of son-in-laws was just too ferocious. No good fortunately, he had just begged for mercy for Su Zhenglong's family by mistake.
But how could Su Zhenglong not know what they were pleading for?
In the martial arts arena they could have made it clear that they wanted to offer the city Lord Jing's treasure, and if it wasn't for Jing's little brother appearing at the right time, I'm afraid that they would have been the first to turn against him, or even to fall down the well.
Let's go in and talk.
Su Zhenglong held back his anger and spoke coldly.
However, Su Xiefeng chilled his face and growled, I'm not going in, why should I listen to you if I'm your father? Bang bang.
What greeted Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao was none other than Si Kongjing's two consecutive kicks, and the two wailed miserably as they flew backwards into the Su mansion. If they had let Si Kongjing handle it, they would have died on the spot by now. After a while, the Su mansion's door slammed shut. In the front yard of the Su mansion, Su Zhenglong closed his eyes deeply, his expression constantly struggling, and in vain, he opened his eyes and drank, since you're my father, why are you treating our family like this? His fists clenched and cackled, this was something he had never been able to figure out. Even if you favor your second brother, I'm not trash, and you sure is also your granddaughter. Su Zhenglong couldn't hold back his tears, this 10 years their family had lived too hard, the blow was too great. He had brought the Su family to become one of the four great families, he had blown up the whole city, he had brought supreme glory to the Su family, could he still not be able to resist Su Xiefeng's favoring of his second brother? The corner of his mouth twitched a few times, Su Xiefeng coldly grunted, in my eyes, you guys are trash. It's best to let me go, or else I'll make you bear the name of patricide, so that your family will never be able to raise their heads. Su Xiefeng laughed coldly, knowing Su Zhenglong's character too well, he would never dare to kill himself.
But
however, just at this time, a long spear ruthlessly stabbed into Su Yang's heart, and blood splashed out all over the place. Instantly, Su Yang fell to the ground and died in disbelief.
Little Yang.
Su Xiefeng coldly laughed and disappeared, shouting madly together with Su Zhengtao. Looking up, of course it was Si Kongjing who killed him, the two roared, criminals, I'll fight you.
However, what greeted them was Si Kongjing's icy cold lance, smashing them back out.
The head of the gun pointed at Su Yan's throat again and said coldly, I am a criminal with a lot of evil, I certainly won't let my father-in-law bear the name of patricide, but killing all the people you value has no psychological burden.
Pooh. Another shot stuck into Su Yun's throat. At this point, Su Zhengtao's 3 sons and daughters were all destroyed.
But it wasn't over yet. Si Kongjing's gun pointed at Su Zhengtao again. The smile outlined on his face was like a ghost or a devil.
Stop.
Seeing this, Su Xiefeng desperately rushed towards Si Kongjing again, but of course, he was kicked away by Si Kongjing again. And at this time, Si Kongjing asked with a cold face, Su Xiefeng, it seems like you still have some affection, you're still worried that your son will die, but why are you treating my father-in-law so badly?
Both being sons, the difference in treatment was so great that even Si Kongjing found it unbelievable.
In this, was there some hidden agenda? Su Xiefeng slumped on the ground, his whole body trembling violently, still gritting his teeth. I'm just upset that Su Zhenlong was a picture of not putting me in his eyes in the first place. What do you care you? Mei Xiaofang sniffed angrily, old dog, when we don't put you in the eyes, when it was not respect you. 10 years ago, although Su Zhenlong killed the 4 directions, but no matter what the row is to let Su Xiefeng out of the limelight. Since you have said so, then Su Zhengtao died, you only have one son left. At that time, there will only be my father-in-law to see you through. I'd like to see how you're still biased. Si Kongjing's voice was even colder as he raised his gun in vain. Seeing this, Su Zhengtao directly went crazy with fear and shouted, don't kill me, Su Zhenlong is not my father's seed. With these words, Si Kongjing's gun suddenly stopped. Su Zhenlong's eyes were wide open. Mei Xiaofang and Su Yuexia both covered their mouths incredulously, staring at Su Zhengtao in disbelief. And Su Xiefeng's eyes were red, his old face twitching continuously. At this time, Su Zhengtao stared at Su Zhenlong and begged for mercy. Don't kill me, I don't know anything, it was father who unintentionally said it, if you want to ask him. Su Zhenlong looked at Su Xiefeng dumbfounded, he was not even his son, then why didn't he say it earlier? He himself was in middle age, why did he still hide it? Under everyone's gaze, Su Xiefeng finally opened his mouth and shouted, yes, you are not my seed. Su Xiefeng himself confirmed. Su Zhenglong's entire body was like falling apart, staggering and asking, even if I'm not your own son, there's no reason for you to do this to us, why? He still couldn't figure it out. What reason did Su Xiefeng have to raise himself and want to die quickly? Chapter 102, Retribution. Why? Su Xiefeng stood up, his face twisted together as if the past had made him crazy. Your mother came to the Su family with a few months of you, she was like a noble saintess that I didn't dare to look at the beginning I was as good as a dog to her, but she wouldn't even let me touch a single finger. For her sake, I even killed Jingtao's own mother. His whole body shook again, and Su Zhenlong realized that not only was he not his son, even Yushi's grandmother had never been touched by him. No wonder at the birthday banquet, he could mercilessly destroy the statue of Yushi's grandmother. And Su Zhengtao was also stunned. Damn, his own mother was killed by his father, no wonder he never dared to tell himself. If you don't let me touch her, I'll drug her, I'll make her raw. But she even shocked out of the medicine at the critical moment. From then on I really became her dog, Su family up and down all her say, why she stayed in my Su family, but also to make me call. Si Kongjing hard draw the corner of his mouth, you have given people drugs, but also want people to be good to you not? I simmered and simmered, finally simmered until she died. I finally don't have to pretend to be your father anymore, I can finally finish you off, ha, I was so cool at that moment. But you're only in your teens and you're already at the peak of the dark realm, I can't beat you. Hearing this, Si Kongjing and Su Yushi glanced at each other, one could imagine how devastated Su Shuifeng was at that time. In the blink of an eye, you became the heavenly pride of Yunyi City, bringing the Su family to become one of the 4 great families. The entire Yunyi City only knows of you, Su Zhenlong, and doesn't know that there's me, Su Xiefeng, simply bastard. Saying this, Su Xiefeng stared at Su Zhenlong, his face full of hatred. Su Zhenlong digested these words and asked again, 10 years ago I was seriously injured, since you hate me so much why don't you kill? Su Xiefeng gritted his teeth and said, do I dare to kill? 10 years ago I was only in the 3rd level of the human realm, how could I live if you died? The 3 great clans wouldn't have swallowed me without even a bone left, it's all your fault for storming the whole city. Only then did the crowd understand that leaving Su Zhenlong alive 10 years ago was to deter the 3 great clans so that they wouldn't dare to move. And Su Zhenlong was glad that he survived back then, otherwise it would have been unthinkable. I finally survived for another 10 years, the Su family has risen to power, and you can almost die. But why did the Lord of Yunzhou bestow a marriage, and gave such a criminal? I'm not willing. Speaking here, Su Xiefeng pounded his chest and spat out blood in anger. He had been simmering all his life, simmering to death Su Zhenglong's mother, simmering until Su Zhenlong was seriously injured, and then he ended up simmering another Si Kongjing.
At this moment, Su Xiefeng was about to collapse. Why didn't you explain my birth when my mother died? Su Zhenglong asked again. You said at that time, just by virtue of the fact that you raised me, I will still treat you as my real father. Not knowing about his birth until he was this young, Su Zhenglong was helpless. Tell you? God knows what your mother's identity is and who she offended? She is always reminding me not to ask about her past. I tell you the truth, you are not going to check, you check to provoke someone. I am not dead? She has been seriously injured, even so she can exterminate me with a single finger. To Su Xiefeng's answer like this, even Si Kongjing couldn't help but rub his head. How in the world can there be such a selfish and self-interested person? Su Zhenglong was also speechless. Only at this point did he also recognize this so-called father. And now it's even more impossible to say, said you know I'm not your real father, wouldn't it be impossible for you to bear the name of patricide? You can then kill me. Bye. Speaking here, Su Xiefeng realized that he had already said everything. Now that Su Zhenglong killed him, it would no longer be patricide. So, you don't know half of my mother's past? Su Zhenglong lazily ignored him and instead asked again. The corner of Su Xiefeng's mouth twitched. I know, I told you she won't let me ask. Su Zhenglong, I'm telling you, you can't kill me, otherwise it's still patricide. I can raise you. At this time, Su Xiefeng stared at Su Zhenglong in fear. Closing his eyes, Su Zhenglong stared at Su Xiefeng with a deadly stare and said, not everyone is as heartless as you, Jing. Help me waste them and throw them to the Su family's pig farm. After saying that, Su Zhenglong lost his mind and left. The next thing he knew, two miserable screams came from the Su family's front yard. Su Xiefeng and Su Jingtao's father and son had their meridians wasted by Si Kongjing. However, while traveling to the Su family pig farm, an accident occurred. Su Jingtao, why did you have to say that Su Zhenglong is not my seed? Now that we are completely wasted, we still have to raise pigs. If you don't say, he Su Zhenglong, even if he wastes me, he will eat and live well to provide for me. Father and son, surprisingly, quarreled halfway. If I don't say it, I'll be killed by that criminal. Also, why didn't you even say my birth, causing me to worship a fake mother every year? Su Jingtao was indignant, always thought that Su Zhenglong's real mother was also his mother. It was not at all. It's me who killed your real mother, I told you. What if you seek revenge on me? After I drugged Su Zhenglong's mother, I was ruined by her down there. If it wasn't for the fact that I could no longer give birth to a son, do you think I would still keep you and spoil you? It turned out that Su Xiefeng was already half a eunuch. Holy, you killed my own mother and still want to kill me? Is there such a thing as you being a father? When Su Zhengtao said this, he was so angry that he smashed his fist on Su Xiefeng's face. Rebellious son, you dared to hit me? Su Xiefeng also punched back. Both father and son were deprived of their true qi and wrestled together, resulting in both of them knocking into rocks and dying on the spot. When Mei Xiaofang received the report, she couldn't help but feel great, good death, retribution. In response, Si Kongjing, however, secretly smiled. In fact, it was him who patched up the two to make them die so cleanly. Even without this twist, Si Kongjing would not let them live through tonight. During the night, Su Zhenglong stayed in the room where Grandma Yushir used to live and did not come out. Outside the room, Mei Xiaofang sighed at the two of them to Si Kongjing and said with a sad face, alas, your father told me not to worry, but after receiving such a big blow, how can I not worry? Si Kongjing hurriedly comforted, your father-in-law should be searching for clues about Grandma Yushir's past. From Su Xiefeng's narration, it could be seen that Grandma Moonshield had fled the country. And the fact that she didn't even say anything about her own son proved that her enemies were extremely terrifying. Her wish should just be for Su Zhenglong to spend his life in mediocrity. Grandma Yushir knew Su Shuifeng's nature very well, so she insisted until Su Zhenglong had the power to fight Su Shuifeng before she was willing to die. She even guessed that Su Xiefeng would never tell Su Zhenglong about his real life and his entire life. But things are unpredictable. No one would have thought that 10 years ago something like that would happen, and 10 years later a Si Kongjing would be bestowed because of Su Yushir's ugliness, which allowed everything to come to light. But since Grandma Yushir wanted her father-in-law to be ordinary, would she really leave clues? Chapter 103: A Change in the Jade Hairpin. Late at night, Mei Xiaofang was left alone outside Grandma Yushir's former room. She was carrying a midnight snack in her hand, waiting anxiously. The door opened, Su Zhenglong walked out like a lost soul and sighed, no, nothing is left. Mei Xiaofang stepped forward to comfort, forget it master, it's been decades, it's good for our family to live peacefully. She also didn't want any more ripples in the family, it was hard to settle all the troubles. But now that he knew the truth, Su Zhenglong was very reluctant. Ah! In vain, a scream rang out from within the old courtyard where they lived.
Su Zhanglong and his wife's faces changed in shock. They looked at each other and exclaimed, "You sure?" At the same time, Si Kongjing met Suiyu inside the small pavilion in the Su family's courtyard. "Big brother, I've already found a perfect excuse to muddle up the death of the two people from the Shadow Sect. I've also begun to set up my people within the Cloud State. And the reason why I came to Yunzhou this time is not specifically to seek you out, but I have an important mission to fulfill. According to reliable information, the Heavenly Dragon Villa in Yunzhou is colluding with the Xia Kingdom, raising horse bandits privately and committing many evil deeds. I was sent here to purge the Heavenly Dragon Villa." Suiyu told Si Kongjing everything that needed to be recounted, and just as Si Kongjing was about to instruct a few words, he similarly heard Su Yushir's screams, and without thinking, his beast technique flowing cloud flashed out. Si Kongjing arrived one step ahead of Su Zhanglong and his wife, and when he saw Su Yushir in the room, he froze. It wasn't the enemy, but a strange picture. One could only see Su Yushir standing helplessly by the bedside, while in front of her floated a jade hairpin, the very same facial jade hairpin that was recovered last time. The facial jade hairpin was still emitting a jasper-colored glow, mysterious and unpredictable. Seeing Si Kongjing's arrival, Su Yushir's small face blanched as she said, "Brother Jing, I was packing up my things in preparation for moving out, when I was accidentally stabbed by the facial jade hairpin and bled, and I became like this. I can't move." Su Yushir added. Si Kongjing had not seen such a scene either, but he could feel that a vast and pure aura emanated from inside the jade hairpin, and 4 words flashed through his mind: "Treasure recognizes its owner." Si Kongjing wanted to get closer, but was immediately pushed back by the jasper-colored light. The power in the jade hairpin surprised Si Kongjing, and even a thought bubbled up in him that even his own self when he hadn't been recultivated couldn't get close to it. This was definitely a power above the transcendent. "Brother Jing, I saw weird silhouettes in the jade hairpin, still chanting something." Su Yushir called out in surprise again. Si Kongjing hurriedly asked, "Yushir, do you feel that the jade hairpin is malicious or well-intentioned?" "Well-intentioned, as if the jade hairpin is already a part of my life." With Su Yushir's answer, Si Kongjing's whole body shook. It was indeed a treasure recognizing its owner. He hurriedly told Su Yushir to sink his heart to feel all that was in the jade hairpin. And Su Yushir did as she was told. Slowly, the jade hairpin's jasper-colored light enveloped Su Yushir. Su Yushir also unconsciously closed her eyes. The whole person exudes a holy atmosphere. The beautiful face penetrates not to be blasphemed. And with a slight movement of the blood of 10,000 beasts in Si Kongjing's body, he could feel that the bloodline in Su Yushir's body was sublimating. Yushir. At this time, Mr. and Mrs. Su Zhanglong also arrived. They were also stunned by the scene in front of them, and were pushed back even when they wanted to rush up. When Si Kongjing informed that it was a treasure recognizing its owner, the two of them were directly dumbfounded. Treasures recognizing their owners only existed in legends, no one had actually seen it. But now cannot be disturbed, also cannot be disturbed, can only wait anxiously. A full 2 hours passed. At dawn, facial jade hairpin suddenly chirped, a spinning tie into Su Yushir's hair, became Su Yushir's head beautiful headdress. The jasper-colored light disappeared, and Su Yushir slowly opened her eyes, blankly looking at the surrounding crowd. "Brother Jing, what a strange feeling, the jade hairpin became inseparable like the flesh and blood on my body. It seems like I've changed, but it seems like I haven't." Si Kongjing sniffed and walked up, pulling up Su Yushir's hand to take her pulse. And then he was surprised to find that Su Yushir's meridians and dantian seemed to have been transformed, becoming pure and incomparable. The blood veins in her body also became vast. This was a sign of superb martial talent. Su Zhanglong similarly ran up to investigate and also found this problem. He naively said, "Yushir's martial Dao talent is afraid to exceed mine by 10 times, or even 100 times as huge." Mei Xiaofang opened her mouth and said, "But although the jade hairpin is worth a lot, how did it become a treasure?" Before that, Si Kongjing had heard Su Yushir speak about it. When they were young, Su Yushir's sisters discovered that there was a small hole inside a huge stone used to decorate the yard at home. Inside the small hole from time to time flashed bright light, so Su Yuxian and Su Yuexi, curious, begged Su Zhanglong to blast the stone, and took out what was clearly this facial jade hairpin. Thinking of this, Si Kongjing asked, "Father-in-law, do you think the jade hairpin could have been rooted into the boulder by Grandma Yueshi?" Su Zhanglong's entire body trembled, and an intense light shone in his eyes. "I remember, indeed I have seen this scene when I was very young." Grandma Yushir murmured something at that time, and then she stuck the jade hairpin on her head inside the boulder. Several people looked at each other. Si Kongjing took a deep breath and said, "I'm afraid that all of Grandma Yushir's secrets are within this facial jade hairpin." With such a guess, Su Zhanglong's knot in his heart was slightly eased. And then Sikong Jing hurriedly sought to ask Su Yushur what changes she had made, what she had seen within the jade hairpin and so on. It seems like chanting something, but I didn't hear it clearly. It seems to let me enhance my power. Su Yushur returned. At once, Sikong Jing understood. Su Yushur was similar to his own 10,000 beasts heavenly prison, which needed to be elevated to a certain realm before he could obtain the secrets inside the Feisher jade hairpin. No matter what, this is a good thing. Yushur, your future martial achievement will definitely not be bad. What emanated from the jade hairpin was power above the transcendent. At this moment, Sikong Jing was naturally overjoyed for his wife. After explaining to Su Yushur to enter cultivation immediately, Sikong Jing and Suiyu left first. At the entrance of the Su mansion, Suiyu deeply said, "Big brother, then I'll leave first. I'll come back to look for you after I destroy the Heavenly Dragon Villa." Sikong Jing gave him a heavy hug and whispered, "Take care. The tiny Heavenly Dragon Villa is just that, it doesn't matter." Suiyu smiled and spoke, only there were tears in his eyes as he turned around. He would not necessarily be able to return to Yunyi City after completing his mission, and he could not let anyone suspect him, or else he, big brother Sikong, the Sui family, and his brothers in prison, could all be doomed. The next time they met, there was no telling when it would be. Sikong Jing looked at his departing back and muttered, "I, Sikong Jing, am sorry for you all." His fists clenched and cackled. Sikong Jing couldn't wait to reach the peak of transcendent mortality and kill his way back to the Great Shang Imperial City. As dawn broke, Su Zhenglong announced Su Xiefeng's death to the public, and then he naturally became the Su family's family head, and those who used to follow Su Xiefeng, all of them submitted. The Su family also officially became the strongest family in Yunyi City. Chapter 104: The Road to Hell. Great Shang Imperial City, outside the gate of a golden palace in the inner courtyard of the Imperial Palace. A beautiful woman with a slender figure and red court dress was standing in the company of her palace maid. Her beauty shot through all parties. She was like the most noble goddess in the world. She was the 9th Princess Yen Ruyu, who was known as the first beauty of the Great Shang dynasty. At this moment, Yen Ruyu was waiting for someone outside the Golden Palace. The Golden Palace was not an ordinary palace, but the strongest treasure of the Great Shang dynasty, the only one that surpassed the heavenly products and needed to be recognized by the owner, called the Golden Soul Palace. The Golden Soul Palace has always been held in the hands of the Great Shang Emperor, and every emperor must first allow the Golden Soul Palace to recognize its owner when he ascends to the throne. Inside the hall was the strongest place of cultivation in the Great Shang dynasty, requiring a large amount of resources to open it once. Even Sikong Jing, who had accomplished such great feats, had never entered it. Emperor Yen Tianma had promised Sikong Jing before he left for his expedition to quell the rebellion of the 7 kingdoms that as long as he returned in triumph, he would personally open the Golden Soul Palace for him and help him break through to the transcendent realm. Now, of course, this was a joke. Rumble. Suddenly, the door to the Golden Soul Hall opened, and a young man with a shirtless body stepped out from within the hall. A treatment that even Sikong Jing hadn't had was opened for a young man. At this time, a palace maid came forward to put on the man's outerwear. And Yen Ruyu also stepped forward with a delicate smile and said, "Brother Crown, congratulations on coming out." This man was none other than the son of the Yuan family, the first noble family of the Great Shang, who had taken all of Sikong Jing's achievements for himself, and had become Yuan Guan, the first general of the Great Shang in all of history, as rumored by word of mouth. Now he was also the Golden Sword Emperor's son-in-law, and Yen Tianma had bestowed Yen Ruyu in marriage to him. Yuan Guan loosened his shoulders and made a clicking sound, then kneeled on one knee. "Yuan Guan, see Princess 9. Brother Guan, you come less often." Yen Ruyu let out a pout and hurriedly pulled Yuan Guan up, her charming eyes asking, "Brother Guan, after swallowing Sikong Jing's dantian, how much longer until we break through to transcendence?" After digging up Sikong Jing's dantian, it was then handed over to Yuan Guan by Yen Ruyu herself, who swallowed and fused it. Finally, the Golden Soul Hall would then help him break through. Yuan Guan proudly said, "It will take less than a year to break through to transcendent." "Great, congratulations Brother Guan." Yen Ruyu smiled happily, then added, "Brother Crown, in order to congratulate you on this breakthrough, I have prepared a very special gift for you, someone. Pass the Shadow Striker." Soon, a black-clothed middle-aged man arrived in front of the two, only his face was pale. Yen Ruyu faintly asked, "Shadowfront, where is that person's palm?" "Palm?" Yuan Crown was a bit surprised. "Yes Brother Crown, that earth barbarian Sikong Jing once held my hand and I'm already your woman. If I don't take his palm, I'm afraid you'll think it's dirty," Yen Ruyu said daintily. After saying that, she then looked at Shadowfront, which was the Shadow Sect commander in charge of the direction of Yunzhou. Pouncing.
Shadowfront knelt down, thumping his head straight and said, "Nine princesses, forgive me, the two people I sent out had a situation and were killed by the horse bandits from the Heavenly Dragon Villa, and I've only just received the news." This was of course the false news that Sueyu had spread. "I'll send someone to fetch it again, this time to ensure." Ah! Before he could finish, Shadow Striker died. Yen Ruyu had already stretched out a finger at this time, pointing in his direction, and a finger on penetrated Shadowfront's brow. Afterwards, Yen Ruyu grimly withdrew her finger and stared coldly at Shadow Striker's corpse. "What's the point of going to fetch it again? This is a special gift to be given to Brother Crown for his release." After saying that, she immediately resumed her petite appearance and said, "Brother Crown, my fault, I'll send someone to fetch it again." Before she could finish speaking, Yen Ruyu was pulled into Yuan Guan's arms. Yuan Guan said with a chilling look on his face, "This matter is not urgent, I shouldn't take long to travel to Yunzhou, right? At that time, I will personally go and take the palm of the Sikong Earth Barbarian." His voice was like a cold prison, and Sikong Jing's appearance shook in his mind, remembering how he had once been trampled under his feet and hated it. After Sikong Jing was exiled, he had yet to see him in person. The matter of fetching the palm made Yuan Guan look forward to it very much. Well then, Sueyu will arrive at Tianlong Villa soon, and he doesn't yet know that this is his path to hell. He won't know that the Xia Kingdom's Grand Prince is now inside the Heavenly Dragon Villa. When he kills the Xia Kingdom's Grand Prince, all of the Xia Kingdom's arrangements in Yunzhou will definitely be unleashed. Sueyu will surely die. Yen Ruyu's voice grew more and more eerie and terrifying. When she looked up at Yuan Guan again, she resumed her delicate smile and said again, "At that time, Brother Guan will be able to lead his troops to quell the chaos, and then he will have the excuse to kill his way out of Yunzhou and seize the Xia Kingdom's rocky state, forging a great achievement." Yunzhou was the frontier of the Great Shang Dynasty, and adjacent to it was the Xia Kingdom, an existence not weaker than the Great Shang Dynasty. Although there was friction between the two, they hadn't really clashed for a long time. Yen Ruyu precisely received the Heavenly Dragon Villa, for the Xia Kingdom set up in Yunzhou chess pieces, and now the Xia Kingdom's eldest prince also disguised to come to the Heavenly Dragon Villa, which sent Sueyu to go to clean up. In order to give Yuan Guan a big feed after absorbing Sikong Jing's Dantian. Yuan Guan answered and laughed, "I'm going to use Sikong Jing's Dantian to go on a campaign under his nose in the name that should have been his. I want him to see me being sung about when I return from a great victory." Ha 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 ha. He laughed freely, as if he had already seen Sikong Jing spitting blood in anger. Suddenly, Yuan Guan asked again, "Sueyu is the one who hates Sikong Jing the most, why do you still want him to die?" "LOL, who let him be the son of the same 5 great families as you, that virtue of his to be compared to Brother Crown is a sin, of course he deserves to die." Yen Ruyu's words seemed to be taken for granted. Yuan Guan laughed again, indeed deserved to die. 2 days later, Yunzhou Rock Cloud City. It was a city that was tens of times larger than Yunyi City, second only to Yunzhou City within Yunzhou. This was because it was the only trade route between the Great Shang Dynasty and the Xia Kingdom. The Sky Dragon Villa, on the other hand, was the strongest martial force within Rock Cloud City, and was also famous in Yunzhou, yet at this moment, there were cries of ghosts and wolves, as Sui Imperial led the people of the Jin sect to kill the Sky Dragon Villa with blood flowing into the river. Colluding with the Xia Kingdom doesn't matter to Sueyu, but raising horse bandits is a crime that deserves death. After the massacre, Sueyu led his men to leave the mountain village. However, just as Sueyu was about to step out of Rocky Cloud City, a roar rang out. "The Grand Prince is dead." Boom! Dao auras rose up in the sky within Rock Cloud City, and the gates of the city slammed shut. "It's the Great Shang Jin men, they killed the Great Prince, all the generals of Great Xia listen to the order, tear off the disguise and exterminate them." As this frenzied roar rang out, Sueyu's face changed. The Heavenly Dragon Villa was actually hiding the Great Prince of Xia, and the prince must be accompanied by experts when he traveled. Entering the Great Shang Dynasty in disguise was no small matter, this was big trouble. Chapter 105 Enlisting Sikong Jing. A few days later, 3 uninvited guests suddenly arrived at the Su family in Yunyi City. It was none other than City Lord Duan Chengshan, Patrol Hall Master Criminal Crocodile, and City Guard General Qiu Yi. Su Zhenglong greeted them headlong, saying, "City Lord visiting the Su family, Mr. Su has missed the welcome." He didn't know what Duan Chengshan's sudden business was, but it seemed like he was coming from a bad place. Duan Chengshan was still a picture of amiability with narrowed eyes as he asked with a smile, "There's 1 more month until the Yunzhou Grand Competition, I wonder how Su family lord's daughter has prepared? Not forgetting to cultivate every day." Su Zhenglong returned. In just the next instant, Duan Chengshan's face chilled as he heavily said, "Call your son-in-law, I have important matters."
His entire body shook slightly. Su Zhenglong was uncertain, but he could only call for Si Kongjing. Inside the Su family's great hall, Duan Chengshan stared at Si Kongjing, the beautiful man who appeared in the martial arts arena that day. Do you know who he is? A cold aura flashed in Si Kongjing's eyes and he didn't answer. Su Zhenglong, on the other hand, tensed up. That beautiful man was Jing's little brother. Could it be that something big had happened? Duan Chengshan continued, he is a person from the great Shangjin sect. Now he is in deep water. He was trapped in Rock Cloud City for 3 days after killing the great prince of the Xia kingdom within the Rock Cloud City's heavenly dragon villa. So far his life and death are unknown. As soon as these words came out, Si Kongjing raised his head fiercely, a little bit of killing intent surging out of his eyes. No one would have thought that there is actually a royal son of the Xia kingdom within the heavenly dragon villa. Now that the Xia kingdom has lost a great prince, the entire Yunzhou has begun to be in turmoil. The Xia kingdom's army is pressing down. The Xia kingdom's secret sons within Yunzhou have all been unleashed, and horse bandits are running rampant. We, Cloud Wild City, received an order from the Lord of Cloud State to unite with the remaining 27 cities in Cloud State and send troops to Rock Cloud City. We must retake Rock Cloud City as soon as possible and beg for the people of the Brocade sect. Saying this, Duan Chengshan closed his voice to stare at Si Kongjing, but the smile on his face grew stronger. He, of course, did not come specifically to inform Si Kongjing. When he received this news, Duan Chengshan's heart was the height of pleasure. That beautiful man from the Jin sect who was staring at him was trapped in Rocky Cloud City and was most likely dead. Then this damned criminal, regardless of whether or not he was related to the beautiful man, he could take it as he pleased. Thus, Duan Chengshan came to the Su mansion at the first opportunity to explain everything. Si Kongjing looked back at Duan Chengshan and asked indifferently, I'm just in exile, what does this have to do with me? In his heart, he was secretly anxious for Suiyu, but he was not yet sure what Duan Chengshan meant, whether he found out about his identity, or whether he found out about Suiyu's relationship with him, hence the question. I heard from General Chiu Yi that you performed excellently in clearing out the fierce beast horse thieves, so I've come here to enlist you. Duan Chengshan finally stated the purpose of this trip. Instantly, Su Zhenglong beside him froze and shouted back, Lord City Lord, Jing hasn't served as a soldier again, so I'm afraid he'll drag his feet. Surprisingly, he had come to conscript Si Kongjing. Wasn't this asking him to send him to his death? Duan Chengshan was here to take personal revenge. Just because that beautiful man's little brother was going to die, he had nothing else to care about. Don't want to go, right? It's not impossible. Duan Chengshan's eyes narrowed while he then stormed out, offer 3 sheets of green jade paper and all the treasures you have in your hands, and I'll be able to accommodate. As soon as the words fell, Su Zhenglong couldn't help but curse, so he was still thinking about Jing's treasures. Now I'm afraid that I can only hand them over, otherwise in a battle of this magnitude, it would definitely be a death for Jing to go. I'll go. However, just as Su Zhenglong was thinking about how to bargain with Duan Chengshan, Si Kongjing opened his eyes and spoke heavily. All of a sudden, the entire room froze. Criminal crocodile couldn't help but drink. Criminal, do you want the treasure or not? In their opinion, Si Kongjing definitely didn't dare to go, so he could only obediently hand over the treasure. Then they would see how the battle went, and if that beautiful man was surely dead, they would screw Si Kongjing to avenge his blood hatred. But this criminal, surprisingly, didn't bring the slightest hesitation. Right, I don't want to give you guys the treasure even if I die. Si Kongjing casually said. Nima. Xiuyi couldn't help but burst out, but he was pulled back hard by Duan Chengshan and asked again, Are you sure you want to go? Yes. Si Kongjing's voice was still decisive. Suiyu's life and death was uncertain. How could he not go when there was such an opportunity? Even if Duan Chengshan did not come to intentionally enlist, Si Kongjing would still find a way to go out of the city to meet and rescue Suiyu. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched viciously. Suddenly, Duan Chengshan laughed out loud, Not bad, not bad, even if you're just a criminal, you're still a good son or daughter of our great Shang dynasty, so get ready, and meet at the city gates in 1 hour. And you will be General Chiu Yi's subordinate. After saying that, Duan Chengshan left with the 2 of them. While Chiu Yi was leaving, he was still smiling coldly at Si Kongjing, his eyes as sinister as vipers. Jing, how could you agree? After Su Zhenglong sent them out the gate, he said quickly, This is a war between the Xia kingdom and the great Shang dynasty, and more importantly staying under Chiu Yi, he will screw you over. Why is Duan Chengshan no longer forcing you to hand over the treasure? Because you have plenty of opportunities to force it once you're gone. Su Zhenglong thought through the tactics of Duan Chengshan and the others very thoroughly. Without waiting for Si Kongjing to reply, Mei Xiaofang also heard the news and killed, Jing, are you crazy? You want to make Yushur a widow? And Su Yushur also came. She stood frozen outside the door, her eyes red.
Sikong Jing took a deep breath and said, Suyu is my little brother, I have to go. With these words, Su Zhanglong and his wife realized that the beautiful man was Sikong Jing's brother, and he was going to save him. But, how can you possibly save it? That beautiful man was obviously a powerful person, and he also killed the great prince of the Xia kingdom. Sikong Jing was so weak to save. As long as Suyu is not dead, I can definitely save. Sikong Jing's eyes were firm. In vain, he turned back towards Su Yushur and said, I'm sorry Yushur, I really have to go. After freezing, Su Yushur suddenly laughed, You should go, if there is no Suyu brother, none of our family can survive. Sikong Jing's eyes widened, he did not expect Su Yushur to say this. If you know a favor, you should repay it, father and mother, don't you think so? Su Yushur asked. The couple opened their mouths, they didn't know how to persuade when Yushur had said this. At this time, Sikong Jing heavily embraced Su Yushur into his arms and said with deep emotion, Don't worry, even if it's for you, I will definitely come back alive. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? In fact, Su Yushur was selfish as well as she should be, but she tearfully promised for the sake of not being alive and self-blame. How could one not love such Yushur? Soon after Su Yushur's 3 farewells, Sikong Jing carried his spear and stepped out of the Su mansion's gate, disappearing step by step. Chapter 106 Going on an expedition, horse bandits on the rampage. Alas! Su Zhanglong let out a heavy sigh. For Jing to be able to call himself a brother with a figure like Jin Men, he must have been an incomparably noble figure before he was exiled. He's so affectionate, whoever tells me again that he was exiled because he committed a crime, I'll be in a hurry with them. Su Yushur held onto the doorframe of the Su mansion as tears finally managed to drip down. Brother Jing, if anything happens to you, I, Su Yushur, swear that I will definitely kill Duan Chengshan and the others, kill all your enemies, and then accompany you to your death. As Su Yushur said this, her true chi suddenly flashed, and she was clearly already at the peak of the dark realm. The sudden recognition of the Fei-Shur jade hairpin had caused her martial arts style to continue to climb. At the entrance of the city guards of Yunyi City gathered, amounting to 30,000 people. Xiaoyi was clad in battle armor and was majestic. Upon seeing Sikong Jing striding in his cloth clothes, Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said indifferently, Old Zhang and Ahu, little brother Sikong's battle prowess is outstanding, and he's now the commander of your group. When Old Zhang and the two of them heard this, their faces turned slightly ironic, but they could only take the order. They certainly weren't angry because Sikong Jing had become their commander, but rather, their group was all old and weak. Depart! With Xiaoyi's order, 30,000 soldiers and horses stepped out of the city gates in unison. Some had mounts, while others could only follow behind at a run to catch up. With the seniority of Ahu and Old Zhang, they should have had mounts, but after offending Xiaoyi, of course they didn't. Sikong Jing naturally didn't have one either. Brother Sikong, I'm afraid that our trip will be very unpredictable. As soon as Sikong Jing entered the group, Old Zhang stepped forward and said. Whose face was also hard to see as he sighed, Brother Sikong, you shouldn't have come. After they received the Gongfu martial skills taught by Sikong Jing, they thought that they would be able to suppress Xiaoyi if they stayed up for a while longer, but no one expected that a major event would happen so soon and they would have to go out on an expedition. This gave Xiaoyi a chance to retaliate against them, and it was difficult to resist with their current strength. However, a smile spread across Sikong Jing's face as he did not reply, and there was even a feeling of enjoyment and nostalgia. Such an expression made Old Zhang and Ahu look strange. Suddenly, Sikong Jing laughed crookedly, in this battle, I'll let you guys get promoted and become rich. Opening their mouths, the two looked at each other. Brother Sikong was too optimistic, going into battle was not a solo fight, even if his power of slaughter was incomparably strong, even if he used to be a member of the Great Shang army, what was the use of having a poor soldier in his hands? More importantly, Xiaoyi also came with malice. Sikong Jing, however, did not explain, he enjoyed and missed the feeling of having just gone into battle once. How many years had it been since he had advanced on foot like this, and how would he be afraid of having too poor a soldier in his hands? To Sikong Jing, as long as there were soldiers, it was fine. All the way forward in the direction of Rock Cloud City, half a day later, a scout suddenly came to report, General Chiao, up ahead is the Iron Mountain town, but it has already been ransacked by the horse bandits, and all of the people in the town died horribly. A cold light flashed in Xiaoyi's eyes as he asked, Is there any news about this group of horse bandits? Yes, looking at the means it should be the Iron Horse walled village near Iron Mountain town. They used to be good people, but now they have transformed into horse bandits. They must be the hidden spies that the Xia kingdom set up a long time ago. The scout spoke quickly. The Iron Horse walled village straddles between the Iron Horse Ridge. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. It will hinder our advance. It's hard to do.
Xiao Yi said this, but his eyes narrowed and he drank in vain. Where is Sikong Jing? Sikong Jing sniffed and stepped out. I'll give you 2 hours to level Iron Horse Fortress, Xiao Yi ordered heavily. As soon as this order was given, old Zhang and Ah Hu's faces changed. The faces of the old and weak behind them also changed. This was asking them to go to their deaths. The Iron Horse walled village was very famous in the neighborhood. Everyone practiced martial arts and was incredibly strong, and there were at least 3,000 people in the entire village. They also possessed the right place and the right time. How are they going to fight? If you can't step on it within 2 hours, you guys will bring your heads. Xiao Yi smiled ghastly, not caring what Sikong Jing and his party felt. Then, without waiting for Sikong Jing to open his mouth, Xiao Yi changed his tone again and said, "Of course, if you feel unsure you can say so. As long as the reason is sufficient, I can arrange some more people for you." Everyone's gazes converged on Sikong Jing's body. Some sneered, some were nervous. And how could Sikong Jing not understand that the so-called reason was to hand over the 3 green jade sheaths so that he, Xiao Yi, could retract the order he had just given and not let them go to their deaths? However, Sikong Jing said without any ado, "Receive the order." All of a sudden, the old and weak behind old Zhang and Ah Hu directly clambered up, one by one, their eyes wide open. At the same time, Xiao Yi froze, the corners of his mouth twitching up continuously as he droned heavily. "All right, come back in 2 hours to resume orders, set off." Sikong Jing coldly retreated back into the ranks, and with a command, the crowd rushed to Iron Horse Ridge with him. But one by one, they were all breathless. If they weren't afraid that resisting would get them killed by Xiao Yi, they would have laid down on the spot. Seeing the group leave, an old man came to Xiao Yi's side and said, "General Xiao Yi, this damn criminal really doesn't want to see the coffin. He wants the treasure and doesn't want to die." The old man was none other than Criminal Crocodile, who had also traveled with the team. "He will definitely come back alive. With his strength he can't die. At that time we will dispose of him with military orders. Let's see if he still hands over the treasure, damn it." Xiao Yi clenched his fists and let out vicious words. No one thought that Sikong Jing would be able to defeat the Iron Horse walled city, and if he couldn't, he would be carrying his head. Even if Sikong Jing came back alive, it would be up to him, Xiao Yi, to kill or die. "The only thing I'm worried about is whether he'll escape." Xiao Yi's brows furrowed again. If Sikong Jing escaped, he couldn't afford it. It was the marriage bestowed by the Lord of Cloud State. Criminal Crocodile, however, laughed coldly. "He won't escape, so you sure is his life." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's brows stretched again and he let out a burst of unrestrained laughter. Heading towards the Iron Horse Ridge, old Zhang worriedly said, "Brother Sikong, what should we do next?" Their group only had 3,000 people as well, and they were weak as dregs. How could they possibly take down Iron Horse Fortress? Old Zhang and Ah Hu really couldn't figure out why Sikong Jing agreed. With the strength of him and the two of them, it wasn't like they didn't have a chance to resist Xiao Yi, so how could they just let him take them? Sikong Jing looked at the two men and casually said, "Give me the map of Iron Horse Ridge, and all the information about Iron Horse Walled City." The two men looked at each other in dismay, wanting to say that this is not what we asked for. "You still really want to attack Iron Horse Fortress?" But there was no way around it. They were convinced of Sikong Jing. After giving the map and all the intelligence, Ah Hu added, "Brother Sikong, we don't have the slightest chance at all. 3,000 against 3,000, even if they charged flat out, their group couldn't beat them." As soon as the words fell, Sikong Jing suddenly closed the map and smiled faintly. "If I say that we can massacre the Iron Horse Fortress without losing a single soldier, do you believe me? Open your mouth wide, we believe you the hell ah." Chapter 107. Who else is there? Sikong Jing saw that old Zhang and the two were full of disbelief, but he just smiled without explaining. According to the intelligence, the Iron Horse Wall's big boss was only in the 6th level of the human realm, although each of them practiced martial arts, and there were very many experts in the dark realm, but for Sikong Jing, he could slaughter all of them by going into the Dragon Tan alone. However, he still needed to practice, so naturally he wouldn't go solo. "Continue on your journey." Sikong Jing said no more and waited until he did. But just at this time, someone behind him shouted, "We're not going. Going is just sending us to our deaths. We might as well die here." At this sound, old Zhang and Ah Hu's face changed greatly. The most feared thing happened. Mutiny. These old, weak, sick and disabled people couldn't see the slightest hope of life, and after breaking away from Xiao Yi's intimidation, they were bound to rebel. If it was just ordinary soldiers perhaps they wouldn't dare, but there were also some pricks released from inside the prison mixed in with this group of 3,000 people, and they would agitate the group and produce a huge change. "Right, we're not going. I heard that you guys have offended General Xiao Yi. He's going to let you guys die. Why should we accompany? And that exiled criminal, what makes you our commander? With the first person kicking off, the crowd erupted in revolt, speaking ill of Sikong Jing's three, among them, old Zhang and Ah, whose offense against Xiuyu was already a well-known matter in the city guard general's mansion. Seeing the group of people enraged, old Zhang asked with a pale face, "Brother Sikong, what should we do?" They were only the city guard generals of the tiny young city. How had they ever seen such a scene? And for a moment they were at a loss for what to do. Expectedly, I was waiting for them to come up with such a show. Sikong Jing's eyes narrowed, calm and collected. He then turned around and walked step by step towards the person leading the group. This was a middle-aged man with dense tattoos on his body, and at a glance, he knew that he was not a good person. This person looked at Sikong Jing as he walked step by step and also puffed out his chest, a picture of "what can you do to me?" Behind him were more and more people, each one sneering at Sikong Jing. Old Zhang whispered behind Sikong Jing and reminded, "This person's name is Lu Chang, he came out of prison and was a big prick in prison." Ah, who also explained, "This person used to be from a bandit background as well, and his strength has reached the first level of the human realm. Xiuyu got them here, ostensibly to count more people, but in actuality, I'm afraid it's so that they can find us to cause trouble, and in the meantime, clear out Yunyi City's prisons." Sikong Jing listened to these reminders, but was non-committal. He came to Lu Chang and casually asked, "You guys don't want to go?" Lu Chang laughed coldly, "Yes, why should we accompany you guys to your deaths? It's better to be deserters here." Sikong Jing smiled at his words, smiling happily, but making people shudder. "Do you know what happens when you desert in battle?" Listening to Sikong Jing's question, Lu Chang, "A picture of what can you take me for?" He smiled and said, "The big deal is death." Before he could finish his sentence, the word death stuck in his mouth as a spear pierced into his chest. Lu Chang stared incredulously at Sikong Jing and said blankly, You dare to kill me?" "But..." Sikong Jing drew out his lance and wiped the blood on it again and said back, "Those who flee from battle are beheaded, those who abet mutiny are beheaded. Shouldn't you have expected that you would die when you instigated it?" Lu Chang's eyes widened as his body landed heavily and was no longer silent. At the same time, Sikong Jing looked at the dozens of people who followed Lu Chang, only to see where they still had the same aura they had just had. All of them were pale, some of them were from the prison, and some of them were soldiers who didn't want to go to their deaths and thought they were smart. No matter who they were, they didn't expect Sikong Jing to be so ruthless, to be able to be so absolute. In the opinion of a group of people, Sikong Jing, this exiled criminal, has never led a soldier. Lao Zhang and Ah were worried about this and that. They are so chaotic, the only thing the three people do not know what to do. But the reality is that Lu Chang is dead, and Sikong Jing's gun is so merciless and cold as a cold prison. Anyone else who wants to be a deserter, step forward. Sikong Jing suddenly bellowed, a fierce battle aura rose up in vain and rolled viciously in all directions. No matter who it was, they all felt their chests gasping for air, as if they were pressing down on a huge stone. On the other hand, Ahu and old Zhang were like looking at a terrifying peerless war general. At this moment they wanted to submit. Suddenly, a youth roared lowly, "There are so many of us, what are we afraid of?" This person was Lu Chang's brother, but just as his voice fell, the lance swept across the room and a large good man's head flew up into the sky. The youth didn't even have time to scream before his head hit the ground. Ah! Such a scene caused the surrounding 3,000 people to let out cries of shock in unison, chills rising throughout their bodies. Sikong Jing gripped his spear and pointed straight at the surrounding. Who else? No one dared to make a sound anymore, each face as pale as paper, silenced. But just at this time, a veteran soldier stepped forward. He said weakly, "Commander Sikong, we are willing to go, but knowing that we will surely die, is there any other way?" He said it euphemistically, why fight a battle that is bound to be lost? Sikong Jing narrowed his eyes at him and slowly spoke, "I guarantee that I will not lose a single soldier in this battle. You will not die as long as you follow my orders. Believe it or not, it's up to you. And don't believe it, also have to follow, otherwise the original place to chop." After saying that, Sikong Jing turned around and left, then added, "Old Zhang Ahu, who dares to disobey orders, beheaded." After a pause, Sikong Jing then pointed to Lu Chang's corpse and said, "In the future, this kind of certain death, there is no need to report his name to me, the dead. Don't come with names." Seeing Sikong Jing back to the forefront of the group, old Zhang and Ah Hu looked at each other, their hearts inexplicably shaken. Sikong Jing is really a person in the army of the great merchants. Everything is so smooth, but doing all this can only temporarily suppress the team's heart of resistance. The next Iron Horse Fortress is the real test. As long as there is a little wrong, the people under the Iron Wrist will run around and collapse. In the blink of an eye, Iron Horse Ridge arrived. In front of him, a solemn killing, like a horrible hell that wants to devour everyone, the 3,000 soldiers directly trembled. "Where is old Zhang Ahu?" Suddenly, Sikong Jing gave a low shout. The two looked at each other and cupped their fists. The last general is here. Extend the route I outlined on the map in a quarter of an hour, split the troops into two and kill the Iron Horse Ridge, targeting the Iron Horse Walled City. After saying that, Seekong Jing threw the map that he had outlined 2 lines with his pen back to the 2 men. And then he held his gun alone and stepped into the Iron Horse Ridge. The 2 men froze and hurriedly asked, "Brother Seekong, where are you going?" "To kill and slaughter." Seekong Jing slowly uttered 2 words as his figure gradually disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. Who opened his mouth and said, "Brother Seekong wouldn't want to break into the dragon pool alone, right?" Remembering the situation back in the Jadewalker's special courtyard in Luoshui, the corners of old Zhang's mouth twitched as he said, "Definitely." The 2 of them looked at each other in dismay. This time, there were not just hundreds of people, but 3,000, and it was 3,000 who had prepared for it earlier. "Brother Seekong, isn't it too much of a trust?" Chapter 108, Returning to the Iron Hooves. Meanwhile, in the canyon of Iron Horse Ridge. On both sides of the canyon, a bearded man received a report from a scout and laughed freely. "Xiao Yi even sent 3,000 soldiers to test us. Ridiculous, I'm going to let them have no return. And the 30,000 men under Xiao Yi, I'm also going to let them die at Iron Horse Ridge without leaving a single one of them behind." The bearded man was none other than the second leader of the Iron Horse Walled City, named Tai Hang. At the 5th level of the human realm, he was ferociously famous even in the past. And he had another layer of identity. He came from a family of soldiers and generals in the Xia Kingdom. After the Grand Prince was killed, he received an order from the Xia Kingdom to finish his hibernation, light up his butcher's knife, and disguise himself as a horse bandit to avenge the mortal Grand Prince. At this time, a boy smiled grimly and said, "Second boss, after we finish off the 30,000 soldiers and horses of Yunyi City, we will kill Yunyi City, kill the men and bring the women back to the Xia Kingdom to sell them. Our Iron Horse Walled City will be the first dark son of the Xia Kingdom to capture a city within Yunzhou." Tai Hung sniffed and let out an unrestrained and incomparable laughter. It was exciting to think about it. However, in the next instant, an icy cold voice rang in their ears. "Sorry, your spring and autumn dreams can wake up now." "What people?" Tai Hang's smile froze, his entire body's cold hairs exploding as he looked towards the source of the voice. Only to see a young man holding a long spear, who at some point had already stood 3 feet away from them. Boom! The young man's true chi erupted, holding the spear. Tai Hung directly froze again. 9th level of the Dark Realm, so weak? He had thought that the one who came would be some strong person from Yunyi City or Yunzhou City, but he didn't expect it to be a scum of the 9th level of the Dark Realm. That's right, the person who came was none other than Seekong Jing, and he had also broken through to the 9th level of the Dark Realm in the past few days. At this time, all the people in the surrounding Iron Horse Walled City let out a long breath, and that boy patted his chest and said, "I thought it was some horrible person, but it turned out to be a little cutie who didn't know how to die." A 9th level of the Dark Realm dared to sneak in. It wasn't a little cutie. What is it? Second Lord, I'm afraid this is some brain-dead little genius of the great merchant who thinks war is child's play. Not bad looking, I like it. Don't kill him first, I'm going to tie him under the horse and pull him around. One by one, voices full of harmonic banter came from all directions. No one took Seekong Jing seriously. Tai Hung also couldn't help but laugh, waving his hand and saying, "Fine, play as much as you want, play dead and throw it to Xiao Yi. Then I'm on." After the boy finished speaking, he impatiently killed Seekong Jing, a playful smile all over his face. Suddenly, he couldn't laugh anymore. Looking down, a spear had been inserted in his chest at some point. He felt life draining out of him, and there was only one sentence in his head: "Impossible, I'm already at the 2nd level of the human realm. What makes him the 9th level of the Dark Realm to kill me without a sound?" This question of course went unanswered. And the surroundings became silent as the Iron Horse Fortress crowd stared at Seekong Jing in shock and anger. "Seek death." Tai Hong reacted, heavily slapping the boulder underneath him, and the 5th level of human realm's true chi crushed up. Puff! What greeted him was still just a shot. Tai Hang's aura dissipated in no time, and then he said tremblingly, "Impossible, what are you, why can you kill me?" After saying that, his head tilted and died as well. The surrounding area was even more terribly quiet, everyone was in chaos. Finally, some people screamed "Avenge the second master" and came to kill, while others screamed "Hurry" to inform the big master and left. But no matter what, they were all answered by Seekong Jing's low voice, "Kill." Not long after, both sides of the canyon flowed with blood, with no survivors. As if he had done something insignificant, Seekong Jing lifted his spear and left, naturally aiming for the Iron Horse Fortress base camp. At the same time, outside the Iron Horse Ridge, who droned lowly, "Quarter hour is up, set off."
It was the order that Sikong Jing gave when he left, led by Lao Zhang and Ahu respectively. The troops were divided into two groups to step into the Iron Horse Ridge by the two routes that Sikong Jing had outlined on the map, targeting the Iron Horse Fortress. At first the crowd was cautious and trembling, but slowly their faces became odd and surprised. On the road were corpses, all caused by long spears, and the manner of death was a single shot. It was butchered by Brother Sikong. Old Zhang spoke in a low voice, gasping for air. And behind him, the 1,500 soldiers looked at each other in dismay. This was too horrible, too many deaths. Moving forward, they surprisingly arrived outside the Iron Horse Fortress without any obstacles. Old Zhang and Ahu arrived almost at the same time, only that one was at the main gate and the other at the back. And at this time, both gates were destroyed, and there were all sorts of cries inside the Iron Horse walled city, with curses and cries predominating, and then the two of them separately led people to kill into the walled city. In vain, the pupils shrunk, only to see the dense Iron Horse walled members surrounding a tall building. On the high building, a young man was holding a gun in one hand and a wine jar in the other. Who else could it be if not Sikong Jing? And on a pillar next to him, a middle-aged man was tied up, unknown. Brat, immediately release our big boss, or else kill your entire family. Asshole, how dare you drink our wine? Kill him, quickly find a way to save big boss. As the angry voices rang out, Ahu and Old Zhang and the others came to a sudden realization. So it turned out that after Sikong Jing killed his way into the Iron Horse walled city, he directly tied up the other people's big boss and was still cozily drinking their wine. This was too much of a disregard for the Iron Horse walled city. This was too powerful. The fearful old and sick people suddenly became unafraid, and their eyes changed when they looked at Sikong Jing. This criminal was so powerful. At this time, Sikong Jing of course saw the arrival of Ahu and Old Zhang. He carried the wine altar and laughed. You guys made me wait for a long time, now listen to my order. Kill, leave no one behind. As soon as the words left his mouth, a single shot decapitated the head of the Iron Horse walled Grandmaster. Sikong Jing said again, now that their big boss is dead, if you can't kill them all, it's your death, kill for me. The soldiers looked at each other in slight panic. However, Ahu and Old Zhang were the first to react and rushed out after giving the order. Wherever they passed, there were pieces of blood. The soldiers were instantly energized, their eyes were red as they killed the crowd under the leadership of the veteran soldiers. They were still a bit confused, but at this moment, the people of Iron Horse walled village were more than confused, they were panicked. The big boss is dead, the second boss is also dead, they are leaderless. Kill, kill, kill. The old and sick seemed to be transformed into invincible iron warriors, killing the Iron Horse walled people, crying. Many people want to escape, but they found that the front and back doors are occupied, simply cannot escape. For the old and the sick, what was originally a certain death has turned into a one-sided massacre. Yunya's 3,000 soldiers were in high morale. In just 3/4 of an hour, the battle was won. Sikong Jing was still standing on a high building drinking wine, while the people around him already had a bit of the look of real soldiers. Their faces were overflowing with the wonderful faces after a great victory. At this time, Sikong Jing suddenly leapt down from the high building, landed on a blood-stained warhorse, and said indifferently, the Iron Horse walled village has nothing else but a lot of horses, so all of us will seize the horses and go back to find Vengeance Wild to resume our lives. In another 1/4 of an hour, with Sikong Jing as the leader, all of them mounted their horses and headed straight to the outside of Iron Horse Ridge. Chapter 109, A Battle of 1 against 10. Old Zhang and Ahu rode after Sikong Jing. Their shock could no longer be described in words. In less than 2 hours, the entire team had changed drastically, as if they had turned into elites. And this is the masterpiece of Sikong brothers. He has the strength to massacre the Iron Horse village alone, but he only tied up the village chief and waited for them to kill them to gather people's hearts. Brother Sikong, too strong. Not far from Iron Horse Ridge, Shoyi looked at the time and laughed at Criminal Crocodile. 2 hours are coming up, that criminal should also be coming back soon. I wonder how he will beg me to spare him? Criminal Crocodile laughed out loud. Of course, he will beg for mercy on his knees and give away his treasure. How can he fight with us as a petty criminal? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound of the earth shaking rang out. The avenue raised rolling smoke and dust. There were iron horses stamping their hooves right in front of them. In a flash, Shoya's laughter was gone, and his pupils dramatically shrunk. Eyesight is 3,000 iron horsemen. It must be the people of the Iron Horse walled village who killed them. It is that criminal who angered them. This. Shoyi couldn't help but curse and drank again. Everyone listened to the order. To meet the enemy. However, just when everyone was fully loaded and ready to meet the battle, the two people, the nervous Shoyi and the Criminal Crocodile, suddenly froze. Criminal Crocodile said dumbfounded, General Shoyi, do you see that the person at the front looks like that criminal? Very much so.
How come the two people behind him also look so much like Ahu and old Zhang? Xiao Yi blinked his eyes and said. When the 3,000 war horses got a little closer, they saw it completely. Wasn't it those three people? Finally, Xikong Jing pulled his horse and stood. He stared at Xiao Yi and said, General Qiu, fortunately, the Iron Horse Fortress has been completely emptied, with no survivors. Xiao Yi was stunned, and Criminal Crocodile was dumbfounded. The crowd of Yunyi city generals behind them rubbed their eyes to make sure they hadn't misread. They didn't just recognize Xikong Jing at the front, they also recognized the old and sickly people riding behind them. But how was this possible? What kind of joke was this? How did a group of rabble defeat the Iron Horse Walled City in 2 hours? Could it be that the people of the Iron Horse Walled City, one by one, ran out and cut off their own heads to offer them? The whole scene is silent. I do not know how long it took. Xiao Yi asked, how did you fight down? Xikong Jing smiled. Once we fought, Iron Horse Walled City didn't have any resistance. Open your mouth, I believe you. Could it be that the big main force of Iron Horse Walled City was not in the Walled City? It must be so, otherwise Xikong Jing would not have been able to fight it down. Thinking about this, Xiao Yi's face was ugly. This criminal's luck was just too good. He looked grimly at the soldiers behind him, and then at Xikong Jing in front of him, and slowly spoke, that's really something to celebrate. Congratulations to brother Xikong, but there are still a lot of true warriors who don't have a warhorse. I now order you to dismount and offer all your horses. With 30,000 soldiers, there aren't many that can own a warhorse. And how could Xiao Yi let Xikong Jing and the others ride on horses and get away with it? The moment he said this, other than Xikong Jing, the hot blood on the faces of the others instantly rose up. On what grounds? Some hot-tempered ones directly roared out, these horses were the ones they had seized. Not waiting for Qiu Yi to speak, but Criminal Crocodile was the first to open his mouth and drank. Just because Qiu Yi is a general, you guys should listen to the order and dismount, or else you will be punished for disobeying the military order and be killed without amnesty. The 3,000 old and sickly people directly trembled. We are the ones who defeated Iron Horse Fortress. Shouldn't we be rewarded for our achievements when we return? Even if you want a horse, you should speak in a nice voice, not so cold. But military orders are military orders, and those who disobey them will be beheaded. However, everyone's gazes fell unwillingly on Xikong Jing's body, naturally looking to see what he would do. Xikong Jing, you criminal still not dismounting? Believe it or not, I'll behead you now? Seeing that the crowd in front of him was still unmoved, Xiao Yi directly became enraged, waving the greatsword in his hand and pointing it at Xikong Jing. The soldiers and generals behind him similarly drew out their weapons, their killing machines converging and pressing towards Xikong Jing and the other 3,000 people. At this time, Ahu whispered behind Xikong Jing, Brother Xikong, a good man will not be defeated beforehand, just endure him for now. 3,000 versus nearly 30,000, a tenfold difference, not to be outmatched. Moreover, Xiao Yi is a proper Deshang general. If he resists, he is equivalent to a rebel, which is too serious. Upon hearing this, Xikong Jing however shook his head and laughed. Brothers, are you interested in accompanying me in a battle of 1 against 10? The moment he said this, everyone on either side froze. What did Xikong Jing want to do? In vain, Xikong Jing disappeared from his warhorse, and when he reappeared, he was already on Xiao Yi's horse's head. He held Xiao Yi's sword in front of everyone and directly twisted it into a twist. In the moment when Xiao Yi had not reacted, he stretched out his hand and snapped. A slap on Xiao Yi's face before he flew back and pointed his lance after landing on the warhorse again, drinking lowly. Is there any interest in accompanying me in a battle of 1 against 10? Answer me immediately. The voice spread far and wide, shaking the entire arena. The crowd's whole body shook wildly, their hot blood surging, and they didn't know who first shouted out, I am willing. As this voice rang out, 3,000 old and weak responded. I am willing to follow Commander Xikong and beat up Qiu Yi's mother. I've long been displeased with Qiu Yi, only collecting favors every day. We were supposed to be well settled when we were injured, but as a result, we still have to be sent to our deaths. We're human beings too. Finish off Qiu Yi. The voices shook the sky. Obviously it was only 3,000 soldiers, but at this point, their aura had far surpassed Qiu Yi's side. Qiu Yi covered his face and stared madly at Xikong Jing. How ing dare you hit me, I'll kill you. He had been smacked by Xikong Jing when he was in the Su mansion, and now he was being smacked in front of so many of his men. Where could he put his face? If he didn't kill Xikong Jing, it would be hard to resolve his heart's hatred. On an impulse, Xiao Yi killed towards Xikong Jing. Splat! He was greeted by another slap from Xikong Jing, this time directly knocking him off his horse. Xikong Jing looked down at him. If it was a real battlefield, you would have died 10,000 times already, but you can't die yet.
After saying that, Sikong Jing raised his head and ordered, "Follow me to kill in."
Sikong Jing took the lead and killed his way into Xiaoye's nearly 30,000 soldiers and horses. Behind him, old Zhang and Ah Hu glanced at each other, and after a slight hesitation they gritted their teeth and killed in unison. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 old and weak soldiers and remnants charged like mad, under the leadership of Sikong Jing, making the enemy collapse at the first blow. One by one, they killed with great bloodlust, and their falling swords were merciless. On the other hand, Xiaoye's nearly 30,000 soldiers, when Xiaoye landed on the ground, has been sharply reduced, and then was killed and broken the guts. All of a sudden it is a plate of scattered sand. Some people have already screamed to escape. Suddenly, Criminal Crocodile said with urgency and anger, "Criminals, you really dare to make a move? I'll go back to Yunyi City right now and report to the city lord, so that they can kill your wife and get your Su family killed." As soon as the words fell, Criminal Crocodile turned his horse around and rushed out. Poof! However, just after running a few steps, Criminal Crocodile felt a pain in his heart. A lance unexpectedly pierced his heart from behind, followed by Sikong Jing's voice that was getting closer and closer. "You should never have used my family to threaten me, so you die."
Chapter 110, After Reconciliation, Take Your Dog's Head.
Sikong Jing appeared beside Criminal Crocodile, who stared at him with wide eyes, his pupils gradually lax. In the next instant, Sikong Jing drew his gun and chopped off Criminal Crocodile's head, and raised it high to the audience, saying, "Those who surrender will not be killed." This scene was too shocking and frightening. Xiaoye was jerked off his horse, and now he can't even find where he is, and may have been trampled into pieces by the iron hooves. The great constable, Criminal Crocodile, was directly beheaded. Nearly 30,000 soldiers and generals were emboldened, their love of war disappeared without a trace, holding the weapons in their hands and shivering. "Drop your weapons, those who surrender will not be killed." Sikong Jing drank again. Bang bang bang. The sounds of dropping their weapons rang out one after another, accompanied by gusts of fear. "I surrender, don't kill me." Then, Ah Hu and old Zhang immediately understood, and with 3,000 soldiers, they began to roar in a circuit. "Drop your weapons, those who surrender will not be killed." And some of those who wanted to escape were directly cut down by them. Obviously their numbers were 10 times as many, but at this point they were like trapped beasts under 3,000 people. No one dared to fight. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone surrendered, and their weapons were collected and piled up. One by one, sitting on the ground with a miserable gray face, they are still a little confused until now, how to just go out of the Cloud Wild City to become a prisoner, and the ones who messed with them are still the old, weak, sick, and disabled people who looked down on them before. Suddenly, someone reported, "Commander Sikong, we found Xiaoye." Sikong Jing raised his head at the words and said coldly, "Tie him up for me and bring him here." Xiaoye's luck was good, he wasn't trampled into mincemeat by the iron hooves and was still alive and well. It was just that his nose was bruised and swollen, and his eyes were fearful and angry. When being tied up and pulled in front of Sikong Jing, Xiaoye gritted his teeth and roared, "Bold criminal, how dare you commit a crime against your superiors? You're committing the crime of rebellion, you're rebelling." His entire body was also confused, it was only less than a day he was dead. And how did 3,000 old and sickly people metamorphose? How could they his nearly 30,000 people into this? Xiaoye tried to grind his scalp, but he couldn't figure it out even if he wore it out. No matter what, Sikong Jing's current behavior was that of a rebel. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings suddenly stirred up, and the 3,000 old and sick people then realized that this battle was one of their own people fighting their own people, and the one who fought was still Xiaoye, the rightful general. Seeing this, Xiaoye immediately became excited, hem and haw and laughed, "You'd better put down your weapons, otherwise this is not only a big crime of killing the head, but to be implicated in the 9 clans." These words again made the commotion even more intense, chilling people to the core. Snap! And just when Xiaoye was all smug, Sikong Jing rewarded him with another slap. Xiaoye was furious and yelled, "Criminal, you're going to be straitjacketed by 9 ING clans and you still dare to hit me, believe it or not, I'm going to report it up right now, so that you can die, so that your entire family can all die." For this gush of threats, Sikong Jing shrugged, "You now, report it up?" Watching the pickup was dumbfounded again, he was tied up, who else to report to? "If you don't report up, who knows that I've turned against you?" Sikong Jing's expression was bland. "Moreover, I didn't rebel, and your Xiaoye didn't die, so how can you say that I rebelled?" The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what Sikong Jing was talking about. In the next instant, Sikong Jing pointed a gun at Xiaoye's throat in vain, raising his eyebrows, "As long as you die, I am the one who truly rebelled. Do you want to die or live?" Instantly, Xiaoye froze. He asked in fear, "What do you mean?" "It's very simple, everything that just happened never happened, criminal crocodile was killed by the people of Iron Horse Fortress. And you are still the general of Yunyi City, you just have to follow my orders. Sikong Jing explained, his killing machine pouncing on Xiaoye's body. Reacting after his face frantically changed, Xiaoye shouted incredulously, "You're asking me to be your puppet, or I nominally lead the troops while you're the real commander?"
Right. Sikong Jing returned. You're dreaming about something.
Xiaoye was about to retort, but Sikong Jing's lance was already pointing over. As long as he dared to refuse, it was death, there was no second way. And this criminal was too ruthless and ferocious, simply killing without blinking an eye. Sikong Jing stared at him with a smile. "Now you will announce to everyone that we have made up."
Gulp.
Looking at the cold light on the tip of the gun at the mouth of his throat, Xiaoye knew that if he struggled any longer, he really wouldn't have a chance, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. And then, he announced to the nearly 30,000 soldiers under everyone's gaze.
"This is a misunderstanding, Brother Sikong and I have reconciled."
And given Brother Sikong's superb ability to lead the troops, the next actions are all under his command.
An uproar rose in the room, some people's eyes shifted, but most people exhaled a long breath.
They didn't care who was in command, as long as they didn't die. Furthermore, Xiaoye had ordered so they had no choice but to obey. At the same time, the 3,000 old and sick people also let out a long breath. As long as they were reconciled, it was no longer a rebellion and would be fine. Next, Sikong Jing got up and ordered everyone to retrieve their weapons and move on. When 30,000 people stepped into the Iron Horse Ridge, I really saw blood everywhere. The entire Iron Horse Fortress is full of corpses. The original restlessness of the heart completely calmed down. 3,000 old and sick really is not a joke. Then Sikong Jing gave the order to seize all the horses in the Iron Horse walled city, and quickly whipped forward.
3,000 old and sick people surrounded Sikong Jing, spirited. When they came out, they were sent to their deaths and were regarded as pigs and dogs, but now they are raising their eyebrows, and this is all because of Sikong Jing's existence. Their eyes were filled with awe. That night, 30,000 soldiers from Yunyi City were stationed in the Cloud Iron Forest not far from the Iron Horse Ridge. The forest was quiet, with only bonfires sprouting everywhere. Xiaoye and dozens of personal guards gathered together. One of the personal guards said, "General Qiu, should we just let it go?" One by one, they were indignant. Why should they have to wipe his ass and listen to his orders after he, Sikong Jing, turned against him? This is rebellion. As long as the report goes up, his whole family will die. Count? How can it be counted?
Xiaoye's voice chilled to the extreme as he looked in Sikong Jing's direction, revealing a sinister smile and said, "He, this brat is still too young. He thinks that a single threat can make me afraid? When we get to Rock Cloud City and meet Lord Commander of Cloud State, we'll sue him." The crowd of personal guards sniffed and a cold light flashed in their eyes. The one who spoke before returned. "At that time, except for those 3,000 trash old, weak, sick and disabled, all of them will be our witnesses, and the crime of his rebellion will be condemned to death." Sikong Jing's counter-killing of them was something that everyone had seen, and everyone could give evidence.
"Unfortunately, you guys don't have a chance."
However, just as Qiuyi and the others were hemming and hawing, a slightly eerie voice rang out. Cold hairs exploded all over the crowd's body, and they looked up to see none other than the trio of Sikong Jing, Ahu, and Old Zhang.
Bang bang bang.
Suddenly, the campfires within the campground thumped and all of them went out cleanly.
The 30,000 people let out a burst of alarm. Enemy attack. Is it an enemy attack?
In the darkness, Sikong Jing stared at Qiuyi and the others. Keeping you alive before was just to appease the 30,000 generals. Now in their minds we have reconciled, so you can go to hell.
Chapter 111.
Xiaoye's eyes widened in fear as he exclaimed, "You dare?" As soon as the words fell, he died under Sikong Jing's gun.
Sikong Jing, of course, dared.
At the same time, Ahu and Old Zhang also swooped out, cutting down one of Qiuyi's personal guards under their swords, and immediately, there were screams of misery in the darkness, causing the 30,000 generals to chill in panic.
"Go!"
Seeing that all of them were decapitated, Sikong Jing spoke indifferently, and the three of them disappeared into thin air. Sikong Jing's voice then resounded again amongst the 30,000 generals, "Don't panic everyone, there aren't many enemies, quickly light up the torches." With Sikong Jing's voice, the crowd calmed down.
Bang bang bang.
As the firelight lit up, everyone looked at each other, but they didn't see a single enemy. Suddenly, a scream, "General Qiuyi is dead." With this scream, Sikong Jing rushed over with his men. When he saw Qiuyi's body, his face was gloomy. He examined the body and then said in a deep voice to the crowd, "What a ruthless tactic, all of them were killed by a single slash." Who also roared, "Damn, it's the Cloud Forest bandits from the Cloud Iron Forest. Slaughter them and avenge General Qiuyi's blood hatred." Old Zhang roared in a gust of anger. Humph, do the Cloud Forest bandits think that killing General Qiu Yi will turn us into a scattered mess?
Unfortunately, they are wrong. We still have Brother Sikong.
Yes, we still have Commander Sikong.
Let's go and slaughter the Cloud Forest bandits and avenge General Qiu Yi.
A burst of roars rang out. The crowd immediately gazed at Sikong Jing, their battle strength and morale rising in vain.
Destroy the Cloud Forest bandits overnight.
Sikong Jing looked around and gave an order. 30,000 generals roared out to kill, their aura surging to the sky.
The Cloud Forest bandits were small bandits hiding in the Cloud Iron Forest, usually robbing homes and doing bad things.
However, their power was still weak. It was equivalent to the mighty beast horse thieves only, and it wasn't exactly the Xia Kingdom's secret sons inside the Cloud State, but this time, they had fallen on 8 lifetimes of bad luck, and were killed directly and cleanly.
Before dying, the leader of the Cloud Iron bandits cursed, Qiu Yi's death is none of my business, I'm wronged. However, he is already dead, and the crowd has also avenged Qiu Yi.
Although General Qiu Yi died, but we are the soldiers of Yunyi City, we can't slack off, we must head to Rock Cloud City as soon as possible.
Everyone rest and reorganize for 3 hours and set off immediately at dawn.
Sikong Jing looked at the invigorated crowd and gave an order, then he went off to find a quiet place to cultivate alone. Old Zhang and Ahu glanced at each other. The Sikong brothers were not only great at fighting, they also had horrifyingly underhanded methods. In just a twinkling of an eye, Qiu Yi's threat had dissipated. Moreover, Qiu Yi's death was utilized to make the 30,000 generals more cohesive, and most importantly, Qiu Yi had previously announced a reconciliation, and had also handed over all the command to Sikong Jing's hands. In less than a day's time, Sikong Jing had rightfully taken control of Yunyi City's army.
The two of them, Old Zhang and Ahu, looked back on it as if they were in a dream. On the side of the Cloud Forest bandits' fortress, Sikong Jing stood on a large tree, looking out in the direction of Rocky Cloud City, his gaze deep and profound. Sui Yu, you mustn't die, you must hold on, trust big brother. His mood was heavy. If even Sui Yu died, then he really had no face to face his brothers under the spring. But Sikong Jing's time of recultivation was still too short now. If he wanted to save Sui Yu, he had to borrow strength, he had to have soldiers in his hands, and now he had already accomplished the first step, gathering the soldiers of Yunyi City in his hands. The second step is to kill wildly all the way to Rock Cloud City, and during the period to collect more power. To create 100,000 soldiers in a short period of time. Sitting on the tree to practice, at dawn Sikong Jing ordered to set off, all the way to the Rock Cloud City, wherever they pass, whether it is the dark sun of the summer country of horse bandits and so on, or ordinary bandits, all of them are chilled. Kill, kill, kill. No one could stop Sikong Jing's footsteps, no one could stop this army in metamorphosis. When it was still half a day's journey from Rock Cloud City, the 30,000 generals in Sikong Jing's hands had already turned into 50,000, most of which were the remnants of another city that had been beaten down by the horse bandits and taken in by him. And the 50,000 people's essence had long been different, they had never thought that war could be so simple. The generals of Yunyi City had a great reputation along the way. But in Sikong Jing's heart 50,000 people is not enough, he wants 100,000. In vain, Ahu came to report, Brother Sikong, an urgent report has come from Qingyun City. The city guard general has suddenly mutinied, he is surprisingly also from the Xia Kingdom, now the city lord has been killed and the city has been taken. Sikong Jing raised his head fiercely. Qingyun City was the closest city to Rocky Cloud City, and there were numerous Xia Kingdom's secret sons inside in anticipation. However, the fact that even the city guard general was also a secret agent of the Xia Kingdom made him a bit surprised. Under slight contemplation, Sikong Jing droned, pass on my order to retake Qingyun City. Turning his horse's head, Sikong Jing led 50,000 people to kill Qingyun City, and now all of them had war horses, all of which were taken from various places. In Sikong Jing's hands, there were 50,000 cavalry. In the blink of an eye, Qingyun City was underneath. Sikong Jing saw that the city was full of beacons and smoke, and there were still sounds of killing inside the city. And on top of the city, there stood an imposing middle-aged man, who looked at the 50,000 soldiers and horses under the city, and his eyes gazed at Sikong Jing, who was at the head. Surprisingly, it's not Qiu Yi, who are you? Who stepped forward and explained, Brother Sikong, he is Xia Hong, the city guard general of Qingyun City, he is acquainted with Qiu Yi. Sikong Jing nodded. Xia Hong was the chief rebel general within Qingyun City.
He must have received scouts that Yunyi City's generals had killed over, while waiting on the city. For the sake of it, to negotiate with Qiu Yi or something like that. However, Xia Hong was surprised for a moment when he realized that the general of Yunyi City had changed. Thinking of this, Sikong Jing stared at Xia Hong and faintly returned, you don't need to know who I am, all you need to know is that Qiu Yi is dead, and you will die soon.
Xia Hong froze. What did it mean?
Vainly Sikong Jing disappeared on his horse, the beast's skill flowing clouds running out. He was like a flowing cloud flying mouse clinging to the city wall. Before Xia Hong could react, Sikong Jing's voice sounded behind him, "I'm here." When he turned back, Xia Hong's head had already spun and was flying high, blood soaring. Sikong Jing then gripped his head and let out an explosive roar into Qingyun City. "Xia Hong is dead. All those from the Xia Kingdom who surrender will not be killed, otherwise none will be left behind." The fighting throughout the city instantly subsided, and people from either side were stunned. Just now General Xia Hong had said that he was going to see how powerful Yunyi City's soldiers and horses were, only to die in the blink of an eye? This is not too fast. Suddenly, Sikong Jing threw Xia Hong's head up high and pierced through it with a shot, while his people killed into the city along with him, blowing away all of Xia Hong's men who were escorting the city gates, and pulling them open with one hand. Then, Sikong Jing rekindled back on top of his warhorse from inside the city, pointing at the city gate and shouting, "Generals of Yunyi City, listen to the order, kill into Qingyun City and execute the rebels." Chapter 112, Cross-Examination. Kill. With Sikong Jing's command, 50,000 generals stepped on their horses and charged. They were already accustomed to Sikong Jing's terrifying methods, and their aura was like a torrent as they killed their way into the city. 1 hour later, the battle in the city completely subsided, and all of the Xia Kingdom's secret sons and bandits were cut down to the ground. 2 hours later, Sikong Jing resumed killing his way out of Qingyun City. And behind him had turned into 100,000 soldiers and horses. The extra 50,000 were naturally people from Qingyun City who had joined in. The 100,000 soldiers and horses that Sikong Jing wanted were reached at this moment. After another half a day, Sikong Jing led 100,000 soldiers and finally saw Rock Cloud City from afar. At this moment, the Rock Cloud City is full of smoke, for city gates are closed. On the city wall there are a lot of golden armored strong men. Of course, they are the people of the Xia Kingdom. Some of them are the masters who came after the Grand Prince of the Xia Kingdom. Some of them were experts who followed the Great Prince of Xia. Some of them were the secret sons of Xia who had been hiding in the Rocky Cloud City as ordinary people. There were also quite a few who had converged from all parts of the Xia Kingdom and Yunzhou after the Grand Prince was killed. Now that they had seized the city and sealed it, they mobilized all of the Xia Kingdom's people inside and outside of Rock Cloud City to defend and die in Rock Cloud City. They didn't leave for no other reason than because Sui Yu was still alive. At the same time, they also had to use the lives of all the people in Rock Cloud City to negotiate with the Great Shang Dynasty, and had to make the Great Shang Dynasty pay a heavier price. The death of the Grand Prince was not something that could be offset by a single life of Sui Yu. On the contrary, outside Rock Cloud City, there are about 200,000 soldiers and horses stationed. The war flag is raised high. It is the sign belonging to the Great Shang Dynasty Cloud State War Office. There are already various cities within the Cloud State came to the Rock Cloud City. Yunyi City, where Sikong Jing was located, was not the one that came the fastest. Just as Sikong Jing was observing, a group of cavalry rushed in from within the Yunzhou military camp, and the man at the head of the group droned, "Who's coming?" Sikong Jing replied back from his horse, "Yunyi City, Sikong Jing." The cavalry stopped in front of Sikong Jing's 100,000 soldiers and horses, and the middle-aged man at the head asked suspiciously, "Of Yunyi City? Where is Qiu Yi?" At a glance, there were 100,000 behind Sikong Jing. Where did it look like the tiny Yunyi City could have them? When Qiu Yi gave his report, he clearly only said that he could put together 30,000 soldiers and horses. At this time, Ahu came forward and reported, "My lord, General Qiu Yi was assassinated by bandits within the Cloud Iron Forest." Saying this, Ahu tried to squeeze out a bit of misery on his face, and pointed to Sikong Jing. "This is brother Sikong Jing Sikong. He was the temporary commander of Yunyi City that Lord Qiu Yi personally appointed before his death." The middle-aged man sniffed and stared at Sikong Jing for a few breaths before asking, "What's going on with so many people behind you?" Ahu hurriedly explained that naturally, they were the remnants of the soldiers collected along the way, and there were also 50,000 people who had just followed from Qingyun City. In the end, Ahu sent his general officer order again, and another general officer from Qingyun City also sent his general officer order. After getting the two general officer orders, the middle-aged man looked at them for a few moments before saying in a slightly softer tone, "You wait in place and are not allowed to advance half a step further, or else you will be treated as rebels." After saying that, he turned his horse around and went back to the camp to report. Even though Ahu had said so, the sudden appearance of 100,000 people was still quite suspicious, especially since the two city guard generals, Qiu Yi and Xia Hong, were all dead, so people had to be on guard. Citing the group back to the camp, old Zhang worriedly said, "Brother Sikong, I'm afraid you'll be asked about your identity next. What's the best thing to do?" Sikong Jing was still staring in the direction of Rocky Cloud City before he sniffed and retracted his gaze, saying, "Improvise." In response, old Zhang and Ah Hu glanced at each other with hidden worries. They already knew Sikong Jing's determination to fight back to Rock Cloud City to save the people of the Brocade sect, in order to, I'm afraid, re-establish a great merit so as to clear his body of the crime of being exiled, but how easy would it be to talk about? I'm afraid that as soon as the Cloud State commander learns of his criminal identity, the first step will be to take down his position as commander. About a quarter of an hour later, thousands of cavalry rushed out from within the camp. The leader had been replaced with an old man, his white hair flying up, looking refreshed and full of vigor. Seeing this person, Ah Hu hurriedly explained to Sikong Jing, "That old man's name is Mo Yang. He is one of the deputy point men of Yunzhou. This person is good for nothing, he is very harsh to his subordinates, many people do not like him." Old Zhang also picked up the conversation. "I'm afraid he's not that easy to deal with."
Sikong Jing nodded in understanding.
In the Great Shang Dynasty, there were dozens of states, and each state city would set up a war government, with the highest executive officer of the war government being the commanding envoy. In each city below the state city, there is a city guard general's residence, and all the city guard generals are under the jurisdiction of the commanding envoy of the war mansion, and below each commanding envoy, there are a few deputy commanding envoys.
In the middle of the conversation, Mo Yang had already arrived with thousands of his cavalry. He narrowed his old eyes and swept over the 100,000 soldiers before slowly and leisurely looking at Sikong Jing, his old voice resounding, "You are the temporary commander of Yunyi City?" Sikong Jing replied back, "Exactly, I am Sikong Jing." After saying that, he stared at Mo Yang, but it was obvious that the latter had not heard of his name. This name, Sikong Jing, was truly wiped clean by the Great Shang Dynasty, and from the very beginning, they never wanted him to be famous. In vain, Mo Yang drank. "You say you are the temporary commander is the temporary commander? When you say that Qingyan City was fought back by you, that's what you fought back? Now that the two city guard generals, Xiao Yi and Xia Hong, are dead, what do you have to prove it?"
Several questions slammed out in a row. Mo Yang's aura continued to pull up, the aura of an Earth-realm powerhouse emanating out. His pale eyes were like poisonous snakes. Old Zhang and Ah Hu and the others were instantly pressurized. Only Sikong Jing remained calm as ever as he returned, "The 100,000 soldiers and horses behind me can all prove it for me."
Compared to Mo Yang, Sikong Jing's aura was obviously much better.
As his words fell, behind him, the generals of Qingyun City and another city that had left behind its remnants walked out.
"Vice Commander Mo Yang, we can all attest to this."
As the words fell, the 100,000 generals also drank in unison, "We can all attest." Such a neat vocalization shook Missouri Yang's brain. What with his Earth-realm aura being smashed back at once, his old face changed drastically as he stared incredulously at the 100,000 soldiers and horses. He had never seen Yunzhou's soldiers with such a powerful aura. The soldiers of the various states of the Great Shang Dynasty were only internal soldiers, which meant that they generally didn't have to go into battle, and targeted the bandits and demonic beasts within the states, so neither their strength nor their composition was strong enough.
It was especially obvious in borderlands like Yunzhou.
For example, although Qiao Yi was a city guard general, compared to generals who had actually gone to war, he was simply weak as dregs. And because Yunzhou was adjacent to the Xia kingdom, internally, there are the state soldiers of the battle palace, and externally, there is a real border city guarding the border with the Xia kingdom, and the soldiers and generals there are the real elite troops.
And the 100,000 soldiers and generals in front of him even had an elite aura?
However, Mo Yang quickly flashed through the feeling of extreme displeasure. The deputy commander of the Yunzhou battle palace was actually yelled at to break his aura.
The old face grimaced down. Mo Yang slowly asked to Sikong Jing, "What was your original identity?" Chapter 113 Relying on the Old, Who are you? The son-in-law of the Su family of Yunyi City, temporarily recruited into the team by City Lord Duan Chengshan and General Qiao Yi. Sikong Jing remained as calm as ever, casually stating his apparent identity. However, the Su family was famous in Yunyi City, but a character like Mo Yang had certainly never even heard of him. Deadly staring at Sikong Jing, Mo Yang basically believed in Sikong Jing's words, but the corners of his mouth pulled up in vain. "So it's a Jianghu person, that's still suspicious. I suspect that you're a spy for the Xia kingdom." As soon as these words came out, the generals around Sikong Jing glared, and there were flashes of true qi from their bodies. "What are you going to do?"
The general officers behind Mo Yang then drew their weapons as they saw this and shouted angrily. Old Zhang and Ah Hu looked towards Sikong Jing, their faces red. They had fought all the way over, although it wasn't difficult, but they had killed the momentum. But as soon as they arrived, they were accused of being spies for the Xia kingdom. Who could bear it? Shouldn't they be appreciative and applaud them? Sikong Jing, on the other hand, was expressionless, waving his hand at the generals behind him, placating. Now that the situation is serious, it's normal for Vice Commander Mo Yang to suspect my identity, I just don't know how else I'm going to prove it? Seeing that Sikong Jing was still on board, Mo Yang narrowed his eyes and returned, it's very simple, you and all of your general officers will follow me back to the camp to be questioned, and the remaining 100,000 soldiers and horses will wait in place. Upon hearing this, old Zhang and Ahu's faces changed again. This I'm afraid that if you go in, it won't be so easy to come out. If the vice commander with a better reputation they certainly trusted, but Mo Yang was too stinky. It can be. Sikong Jing, however, did not have the imagined refusal or resistance, and drank to the 100,000 soldiers and horses behind him. All generals and officers listen to the order, follow me into the camp, and no one else is allowed to act without authorization. Once the order was given, the general officers could only step out. Then almost 1,000 or so general officers joined Sikong Jing and followed Mo Yang back to the camp. On the way, old Zhang came over and said, Brother Sikong. Before the words fell, Sikong Jing stopped it. No need to say more first, all speculations are useless, but you guys don't need to worry, no matter what Mo Yang wants to do I have a way to deal with it. My aim is just that, to fight my way back to Rock Cloud City as soon as possible and rescue the people of the Jin sect inside. After Sikong Jing finished speaking, he looked out at Rock Cloud City again. At this moment, the shouts of killing could still be faintly heard inside, proving that there was a battle within the city, so the possibility that Sui Yu was still alive was extremely high. Everything was just aimed at saving Sui Yu. Old Zhang and Ahu looked at each other. Based on the current situation, they really couldn't think of any means that Sikong Jing could have to fight his way back to Rock Cloud City, and even after passing Mo Yang, Sikong Jing wouldn't be able to play a decisive role in this war. He is only the commander of 100,000 soldiers at most. He can't kill Mo Yang again to seize the power of the army, right? Above Mo Yang, there is still the commanding general, and above the commanding general, there is still the commander of the border war city Ah. With such doubts, the 1,000 generals and Sikong Jing entered the camp. Just at this time, Mo Yang in front of them turned around fiercely and bellowed in vain, Men, surround them for me. In an instant, the thousands of cavalrymen who had been prepared for this made a counterattack and surrounded Sikong Jing and the other 1,000 people. The 1,000 generals immediately panicked, however, when they saw that Sikong Jing was still calmly on his horse, the sense of panic disappeared. They weren't from the Xia kingdom, they were walking straight and standing upright, so what were they afraid of? At this time, Sikong Jing looked at the oncoming Mo Yang and faintly asked, Deputy Commander, what do you mean by this? Mo Yang's eyes were slightly eerie as he said, You guys have killed quite a few people from the Xia kingdom along the way? You also recaptured Qingyun City and made a great contribution, am I right? Sikong Jing nodded slightly, indicating that everything was his doing. If I say right now that your actions were all directed by me, and that taking back Qingyun City, exposing Xiahong, and so on were all due to me, will you agree? The voice slowly and leisurely sounded. Mo Yang looked at the gradually indignant crowd in front of him with a teasing face. All of a sudden, Ahu and all the other generals all understood, Mo Yang was actually trying to take away their merits and make this journey over his, so that he could be promoted and become rich. Then what are they? What are the Sikong brothers? Simply outrageous and filthy. A cold light flashed in Sikong Jing's eyes as he asked rhetorically, What if I don't agree? Clang! As soon as the words fell, the surrounding thousands of cavalrymen suddenly drew out their weapons, emitting a cold light that was morose and incomparable. Seeing this, Mo Yang laughed again, If you don't agree, well. You will only have one end, you are a spy of the Xia kingdom, everyone behind you is sent by the Xia kingdom, to be executed on the spot. Asshole, we came all the way here desperately, how did we become Xias? What proof do you have? A hot-tempered general officer went mad and screamed strangely, shaking with anger. However, Mo Yang was still old and calm as he returned, You all came all the way here just acting, in order to gather 100,000 soldiers and horses to work inside and outside with the Xia people inside Rock Cloud City, to finish off all the generals in Yunzhou. You're spitting blood. The hot-tempered one went crazy and almost rushed out. But Mo Yang didn't put them in his eyes at all, and looked at Sikong Jing again with a smile, Little friend, you're just a Jianghu person, it's useless to ask for so much credit, just give it to me, I'll give you the benefits. Sikong Jing's face was expressionless as he blandly asked, What if I fight to the death? Ha ha ha. Mo Yang laughed out loud, What is the purpose of separating you generals from the 100,000 soldiers? It's to deny you the chance to fight to the death. You only have two paths, to be executed as Xia people or to accept my conditions. As soon as the words fell, thousands of knights around him pulled their horses and stepped, pressing over ruthlessly. All the generals behind Sikong Jing also drew their weapons and looked around with urgency, anger, and madness, chills rising in their hearts. And Sikong Jing asked again, "Where is the Cloud State War Office commander?"
You still want to see the Lord Commander? Ha, if he's inside the camp, how could such a good thing be my turn?
Kid, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You're still young. There are some things that you should endure when you need to endure them, and when you need to let them go, so that you can have a future, and if you die, you'll have nothing left. Mo Yang said this, a picture of eating up Sikong Jing.
The generals all looked at Sikong Jing. Would he endure?
I'm afraid that he would only have to endure. Under the eaves of people, he had to bow his head off. Suddenly, a report came out, Deputy Commander Lord, an urgent report came from within Rock Cloud City, Lord Jinmen, who is guarding the Heavenly Dragon Villa, is in danger, we must find a way to save him. As soon as this urgent report came out, Sikong Jing suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing wildly with killing intent. However, Mo Yang said indifferently, if the Gene Gate is dead, it's dead, Rock Cloud City is so difficult to attack, and Lord Commander is not here, what can I do, just let them fend for themselves. After saying that, he waved his hand to let the person reporting back down, and then looked at Sikong Jing and asked, how is the consideration? At this time, Sikong Jing slowly inserted the lance in his hand under his horse. The crowd all secretly sighed when they saw this. It seemed that Brother Sikong had compromised, even throwing down his weapon. But in the next instant, Sikong Jing stepped on his horse and flew, approaching before Mo Yang could react, and slapped him on his old face, a crisp sound resounding through the entire arena. Then Sikong Jing stood upright on Mo Yang's horse's head and coldly said, leaning on the old, how old are you?
Chapter 114 Princess Butterfly Love.
Looking at Sikong Jing, who stood tall on the horse's head, the entire crowd was stunned. No matter which side the people were on, they were all dumbfounded. This young man had actually smacked directly into Mo Yang's face. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Mo Yang was also dumbfounded by the whip. Covering his old face, he roared in vain, kid, you dare to whip me? I'll kill you. After saying that, he wanted to rise up in the air. But just at this time, Sikong Jing's foot exerted force, heavily stepping the war horse's head down, the horses but suddenly raised high. Mo Yang was caught off guard, the whole person threw out. In an instant, he turned into a rolling gourd, but Mo Yang was an Earth Realm expert and leapt up again. Gun! Sikong Jing opened his hand in mid-air, and the lance that was originally inserted on the ground buzzed, and came hurtling in his direction. At the same time, it slammed heavily into Mo Yang's body. The latter's body, which had just jumped up, was hit squarely by the lance and rolled to the ground again with a cry of pain. And then the lance also turned into a spinning windmill, flying in mid-air without stopping. Sikong Jing turned back with a precise grip on the lance and sat back on top of the warhorse, saying to Mo Yang who was covering his chest, the salt you eat may be more than the rice I eat, but the people I have killed are 1,000 times 10,000 times 1,000,000 times as many as you. It doesn't matter if you want to take credit from me, but if you abandon the people of the Brocade sect and ignore them, you should be executed. A furious voice rang out from Sikong Jing's mouth as he drank in vain, generals, listen to the order, kill the camp and converge on the 100,000 troops. After saying that, he turned his horse around and killed back. The stunned crowd opened their mouths, and then, driven by Ahu and old Zhang, followed Sikong Jing to kill back. Just one by one, they were all dazed. The Sikong brothers were too ferocious, especially the Qingyun city generals who had just joined. They felt like their bodies were not like their own, as if they had done something terrible. Gosh, the Sikong brothers are going to rebel against Vice Commander Mo Yang, is this really good? But even for the general officers of Qingyun city, they were riding a tiger right now, they would be dead if they didn't stay with. With Mo Yang's nature, how could he let them go? Kill! Sikong Jing's lance rolled, stabbing the riders surrounding their path. Thousands of general officers converged behind him, blasting all the cavalrymen blocking their way out, and killing their way out of the camp. At once, the camp was in chaos. Many unknown Yunzhou soldiers looked out at this group of 1,000 and wondered, what happened? Mo Yan wanted to take Sikong Jing's credit. Naturally he would not let all the soldiers know, so most of the soldiers did not do much, they were just confused in place. Inside the camp, Mo Yang came back to his senses and looked at Sikong Jing and thousands of others with rolling smoke and let out a furious roar, bastard, they're rebels, all the generals gather in crusade against the rebels. Only then did the 200,000 soldiers and horses in the camp wake up as if from a dream and hurriedly get ready. On this side, Sikong Jing had already killed his way back to the front of his 100,000 soldiers and horses with an order, Vice Commander Mo Yang is a member of the Xia Kingdom, follow me to kill back and execute Mo Yang. You say I am a rebel, I also say you are a rebel, come but not go is not polite. 100,000 soldiers and horses heard the words and their whole body trembled. The eyes of Qingyun city soldiers who had not yet fused into the ranks were directly red. Their city guard general Xiehong was a person of the Xia kingdom, and he had killed many of his brothers. Now, even Mo Yang was also from the Xia kingdom. Damn it. Kill. The killing sounds were earth-shattering, and 100,000 soldiers and horses killed the camp like a tidal wave. And at this time, the soldiers in the camp were not ready and were directly routed. However, Mo Yang's thousands of cavalry had long been ready to meet the attack. Mo Yang shouted in a cold voice, "So what if there are 100,000 soldiers, but they are just the small city guards of Yunyi City and Qingyan City? They can't be compared to my thousands of elite cavalry, and they are going to be a level behind in terms of martial realm." Thousands of cavalrymen were all dark realm experts, while Xikong Jing only had 1,000 generals who were dark strength, and the rest were all bright realm minions. There was a huge gap between the two. However, what responded to him was Xikong Jing's cold voice: "If the realm is decisive on the battlefield, what is the point of having a general in command? What's the point of having a soldier's morale? War is not a solo battle." Boom. The words fell impact. 100,000 soldiers and horses, 50,000 had 100% faith in Xikong Jing, 50,000 with anger. Their actions were surprisingly unified. When they blasted into the thousands of cavalry of Mo Yang, it was like breaking bamboo. The screams were flying. What with thousands of dark power experts, they were instantly leaked in 1,000 miles, like paper mache. The arrogant Mo Yan was rushed away, and the others were also rushed into scattered fireworks. Some fell off their horses and were trampled into meat paste, some were shaken out, and some turned and ran, variously gathering 200,000 troops. But it was useless. The 100,000 soldiers and horses had formed a whole, and there was only wailing wherever they passed. Not to mention just fighting one against two. Now even if there were 10 times more soldiers and horses in the camp, in the absence of preparation, they would only be torn to pieces under Xikong Jing's gusting iron hooves. The chaotic scene underneath Rock Cloud City stunned the golden armored war generals of the Xia kingdom who were guarding on Rock Cloud City. 2 gold armored middle-aged men came together, and one of them said, "What are they up to, infighting?" The other one said back, "Should we kill our way out of the city and wipe them out?" The first golden armored middle-aged man frowned and shook his head. "I'm afraid that there's a deception. Let's report it to Princess Butterfly Love first." Inside Rock Cloud City, the Heavenly Dragon Villa. Inside the manor and outside the manor there were sounds of killing, there were terrifying true chi clashing in the sky. It was precisely the duel of transcendent powerhouses above the heaven realm. On an elegant restaurant outside the manor, a beautiful woman in full body power suit was standing on the attic, looking out of the window in the direction of the Heavenly Dragon Villa. She was none other than Princess Butterfly Loves of the Summer Kingdom. Even Yen Ruyu didn't know that this time, not only did the Summer Kingdom's Grand Prince come to the Heavenly Dragon Villa, but there was also a princess. However, during Suiyu's massacre of the Heavenly Dragon Villa, Princess Butterfly Love was not in the villa, but had gone out on the streets to play. Thus, she was lucky to escape with her life. The Xia power within Rock Cloud City now was naturally headed by her. "Princess, the Heavenly Dragon Villa should be knocked down soon, so we can soon avenge the blood hatred of the Grand Imperial Prince." Next to Princess Dai Lian, there stood an imposing female guard with a very strong aura. The words above were exactly what she said. Upon hearing this, Princess Butterfly Loves returned. "The person who killed my Grand Imperial brother this time is truly a good opponent, both in terms of force and ability to unify troops are extremely strong. Surprisingly, it took me a full 8 days to take it down." 8 days had already passed since the Grand Prince was killed. The female guard's eyes were slightly gloomy. Others might not know, but as Princess Butterfly Love's personal guard, she was well aware that Princess Butterfly Love was not the delicate one rumored to be outside, but rather, she was super strong. Not only in martial arts, even the ability to unify soldiers was one of the best in the Xia kingdom. If Princess Dai Lian was present when the great Shangjin sect killed the Heavenly Dragon Villa, she would never have been easily defeated by them. However, this time, under such adversity, the commander of the Brocade sect was still able to gather the people of the great Shang dynasty in the city, and held on to the Heavenly Dragon Villa for a full 8 days. In the female escort's mind, it had long been unbelievable. "Is there any information on the commander of the Brocade sect inside yet?" Princess Butterfly Love asked. To this day, she still did not know who the person who killed her big imperial brother was. Chapter 115 Steamroller. According to not-so-reliable sources, the commander of the Jin men inside is Suiyu, the son of the Sui family, one of the 5 great families of the Shan kingdom. However, this person is a playboy who didn't have any battle achievements while following the invincible god general of the Shan country. Instead, he was often punished. If it weren't for his identity, I'm afraid he would have been beheaded by the invincible god general long ago.
The female escort's face straightened as she reported Sui Yu's situation to Princess Dai Lian, the invincible god general of the Shang Kingdom.
Princess Butterfly Love's eyes flashed with a strange gleam as she sniffed. I've studied the invincible god general's methods and art of war for 2 whole years. This time, the Brocade sect commander within the Heavenly Dragon Villa does have a few of his tactics, but they are still much too young. Speaking here, she murmured again. To be able to learn such a layout by merely being punished often, the invincible god general of the Shang Kingdom, I really want to meet him for a while. There was longing, excitement, and a trace of strong scorn in Princess Butterfly Love's eyes.
Perhaps we can soon engage him on the battlefield.
From the situation in front of her, Princess Dai Lian smelled a hint of intrigue, making her more and more alert and expectant. Suddenly, a golden-armored middle-aged man appeared and reported, Your Highness, the soldiers and horses of the Yunzhou warhouse outside of the city are infighting. Should we send out troops to wipe them out?
Revitalize my Xia prestige?
Princess Dai Lian froze, and then she laughed coldly and shamefully. Wanting to use infighting to lure us out of the city to buy life for the people of the Jin sect, there seems to be some decent characters mixed within this group of trashy wastes in the Shang Kingdom's Yunzhou, but how will I fall for the plan? At those words, the golden-armored middle-aged man was stunned, and then his face changed drastically as realization dawned on him. This was actually a treacherous plan. There's no need to pay attention, the ones outside the city can make as much noise as they like, I haven't put the soldiers of the Cloud State Battle Palace in my eyes. Princess Dai Lian indifferently waved her hand and added, It won't be too late to kill them all after dealing with the people from the Jin sect. The golden-armored middle-aged man received the order and turned around to disappear. Outside Rock Cloud City, the 200,000 soldiers and horses in the camp had been charged by Si Kongjing's men, wailing and wailing. However, Si Kongjing suddenly stopped his horse, looked in the direction of Rock Cloud City with a slight gravity, and said in a low voice, It seems that the Xia commander inside Rock Cloud City is extraordinary, and has already seen through my intentions. That's right, just as Princess Butterfly Love said, when Si Kongjing heard that Sui Yu was in danger, he made the decision to storm the camp to trigger infighting to draw out the Xia defenders in Rock Cloud City. Unfortunately, this plan was seen through, and so far there has been no movement.
Just then, Mo Yang's ghostly cry rang out.
Si Kong boy, if you dare to touch a single cold hair of mine, you're dead. Unless you kill all 200,000 soldiers and horses right now, you will never be able to clear your name. It turned out that Mo Yang had already been surrounded by Si Kongjing's 100,000 soldiers and horses, and at this moment, he was openly roaring furiously with a red old face. He kept issuing threats, afraid that Si Kongjing would really kill him. Brother Si Kong, to kill or not to kill? Ah Vu's voice was a little shaky, even if he gave Mo Yang a rebel charge, it was still difficult. When the commander of the Yunzhou War Office arrives, he will definitely be questioned, and the charge of exile on Si Kongjing's body makes it impossible for him to gain half the upper hand, and he will have no chance of survival then. Even Hu and old Zhang were wondering if Si Kongjing was too impulsive. Si Kongjing coldly swept a glance at Mo Yang, while then heavily shouted, Everyone listen to the order, follow me to attack the city. What? The crowd was not able to react at once, how did they suddenly have to attack the city? Sui Yu's side is in a great hurry, at any time, his life may fall within the Heavenly Dragon Villa, since one plan fails to accomplish the second plan, as long as the gates of Rock Cloud City are attacked, I don't believe that the other party won't come. Si Kongjing wants to take advantage of the other side of the city defenders to watch a good show, relaxed mentality, break into the city. Although the crowd could not figure it out, they still followed Si Kongjing's orders, dropping Mo Yang like garbage and following Si Kongjing all the way to the gates of Rock Cloud City. Looking at the 100,000 soldiers and horses of Si Kongjing that suddenly rolled out, Mo Yang and the others were stunned. Someone asked, Deputy Commander Mo, why did they suddenly retreat, what's wrong with them? The corner of Mo Yang's mouth twitched continuously, gently touching the head still on his neck, grumpily saying, How would I know? Grumpy to grumpy, but it's so good to be alive, just now I thought I was really going to die. Look, they're running towards the city gates, as if they're going to attack the city? A cavalryman shouted up, and the whole crowd was stunned. Who are you kidding? 100,000 soldiers want to attack the city. This was simply impossible. Meanwhile, on the walls of Rock Cloud City, the golden-armored middle-aged man who had reported to Princess Butterfly Love returned and was narrating Princess Butterfly Love's orders to the others. But suddenly, his gaze froze. What are they going to do? Staring at the 100,000 soldiers and horses below the city, the golden-armored middle-aged man froze for a while. The second golden-armored middle-aged man said nastily, It seems like they're coming at us? To attack the city?
All the defenders of the Xia kingdom looked at each other in disbelief, feeling that it was unthinkable. They were now defending the city according to the city, not to mention the 100,000 soldiers. Even if they were 10 times more, they wouldn't be able to attack in, unless there was a super strong person who appeared. But obviously, this 100,000 soldiers do not even have an earth realm. How to attack? There is only one word in the minds of the many golden armored war generals. Moths to the flame. Underneath the city, Sikong Jing was in the lead, his eyes covered in blood. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Nowadays, wanting to follow the method of taking down Qingyun city to break the city again was absolutely impossible. With his current strength, even if he had the beast technique flowing cloud, going up to the city alone would be a dead end. Those golden armored war generals were either in the heaven realm or the earth realm, and those two golden armored middle-aged men, they were even transcendent powerhouses that surpassed the heaven realm. No matter how few Xia people were inside Rock Cloud City, as long as there were hundreds of heaven realm experts present, he would not be able to attack. However, since Sikong Jing dared to attack, he naturally had an idea. He only heard him say in a low voice, "Blood of 10,000 beasts, Jindi broken prison skill, now let me see your true power." Fists clenched tightly, Sikong Jing opened his mouth wide and let out a roar in vain. Roar! Like the roar of a ferocious beast, it shook out from Sikong Jing's mouth. Afterward, the 100,000 warhorses underneath them suddenly let out a mournful cry, giving Sikong Jing the emotion of fear in response. It seems that my guess was correct. Any demonic beasts below my realm will be deterred by me, the Lord of 10,000 beasts. Sikong Jing secretly vocalized, then drank to the people around him. All listened to the order, dismount. Once this order was given, the people dismounted, even though they were unsure. Roar! Another ferocious beast roar emanated from Sikong Jing's mouth, and the 100,000 warhorses wailed even more dramatically. As if they had heard some order, they rushed towards the city gates as fast as they could. Boom! The first horse slammed hard into the city gates, directly killing itself head-on. But the second, the third horse continued to impact defiantly, followed by countless warhorses crashing into the city gates, dying head after head, and in the blink of an eye the front of the city gates were full of horse corpses. Under the frantic attack of the horsepower, the thick city gates began to loosen, while the warhorses were still crashing, still charging. Boom boom boom! 10,000 horses galloped like madness, and the earth trembled. Chapter 116 Breaking the City, no one can stop it. The scene before them stunned those on the city walls. The ones outside the city were no different. One by one, their jaws dropped in shock. Ah Hu and old Zhang and the others watched in awe, 10,000 horses galloping and brazen, too shocking. Finally, the two golden armored middle-aged men on the city wall reacted and roared, "Quick, stop this group of crazy horses!" An aura of the heaven realm and earth realm intertwined together, and they killed them. But there were simply too many horses, and they were rushed out just as they came down, and some of them were drowned to the point that not even crumbs were left. What heaven realm, what earth realm, was as small as sand at this moment. Click! In vain, the city gate made a cracking sound. Sikong Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he said to the 100,000 generals lying prone on the ground, "The city will be broken, all of you charge with your horses." With a rumbling sound, the city gates were completely broken open. 10,000 horses ran into the city, while Sikong Jing and the other 100,000 soldiers and horses also killed into the city right behind them. The two golden armored middle-aged men stared wide-eyed, their entire faces messed up. The solid rocky cloud city was broken just like that? Why did 10,000 horses gallop? Why were the horses just not afraid of death? Roar! At this moment, they heard another roar like a ferocious beast, still from Sikong Jing. But this time, it was to stabilize the warhorse. In an instant, the warhorses that had entered the city slowed down their advance. Seeing this, Sikong Jing shouted again to the 100,000 generals, "All of you listen to the order, follow me onto the horses." At this time, each one has long forgotten what fear is. Now what Sikong Jing said is what, simply do not care if the warhorse is still crazy. Each one jumped on the horse. 100,000 cavalry, regrouped. At this time, Sikong Jing droned lowly, "Are the people of the Great Shang Dynasty present? We are Sikong Jing of Yunyi City, leading the way to Tianlong Villa." At that instant, a few people fell on the street that was originally devoid of a single person. "General Sikong, please follow us." These few people were naturally the great merchant scouts hidden in Rock Cloud City, and when they saw the city being broken through, where did they bring hesitation? They immediately flashed out and led Sikong Jing and the other 100,000 generals to kill towards the Heavenly Dragon Villa. As for Sikong Jing, of course they didn't recognize him, but who cares? Crap. The two golden armored middle-aged men were more than messed up.
they were also panicked. If they let the 100,000 soldiers and horses arrive at the Heavenly Dragon Villa, they would be able to meet up with the experts of the Gene sect inside, and then the situation would be out of control. And there is also a noble Princess Butterfly Love. She can't have another accident, otherwise their whole family being executed would be considered light. You go and report to Princess Butterfly Love, I'll bring people to slow them down. After the two of them agreed, one of them flashed in the direction of the Heavenly Dragon Villa, while the other gathered the strongest men of the Xia Kingdom and rushed before the 100,000 soldiers under his leadership, to block Xikong Jing's way. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him, Ahu trembled. What a terrifying martial aura, Brother Xikong, can we charge through? The golden-armored middle-aged man was a transcendent master, while the hundreds of people around him were either Earth Realm or Heaven Realm. On the contrary, the highest on their side was only 2 or 3 levels of the human realm. The Summer Kingdom's golden-armored war general's mere aura was very despairing. Xikong Jing coldly said, their force is strong, but we have horses and 100,000 more people, they will never want to block. Although the Xia Kingdom had captured Rock Cloud City, this was after all the great Shang Yunzhou, so how much more people could the Xia Kingdom have? They were only strong enough in their individual martial arts. Moreover, most of them were still besieging the Heavenly Dragon Villa right now, there weren't many left. But you have to absolutely follow my orders next, otherwise I will be targeted. Xikong Jing's voice was slightly cold. How was one going to win when faced with more soldiers and horses than one's own? Xikong Jing's previous several great battles had already been explained very clearly. The first thing to do is to capture the thief first, kill the leader first as the group of dragons without a leader, turned into a scattered sand. Now Xikong Jing is the leader of 100,000 soldiers and horses, in a very dangerous situation. Sure enough, as soon as Xikong Jing's words fell, the golden-armored middle-aged man who stayed behind droned, kill the young man who was the leader. The killing chances of hundreds of strong men gathered on Xikong Jing's body, and then the Dao Heaven Realm True Chi blasted out as the silhouettes killed. Xikong Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance as he droned, listen to my order, condense True Chi in front of me and explode. As soon as the words fell, the generals behind him condensed their True Chi and all of them struck in front of Xikong Jing's body. Wow! The dozen or so Heaven Realm experts who pounced on Xikong Jing screamed miserably and spat out blood. Even if most of the 100,000 troops were tiny Ming realm, all the True Chi converging into a single point was terrifying, and that kind of chaotic True Chi impact couldn't even be blocked by an ordinary transcendent powerhouse. Unless it was a battle-hardened existence like Xikong Jing. The golden-armored warriors in front of them might also be battle-hardened, but they were facing the invincible divine general Xikong Jing. Next, Xikong Jing continued to lead the charge. The golden-armored middle-aged man and hundreds of other Xia powerhouses were forced to keep retreating, and several attempts to decapitate Xikong Jing failed unanimously, and even the golden-armored middle-aged man had blood seeping from the corners of his mouth after striking out, his face hard to see. This young man, who in the world is he? The golden-armored middle-aged man gritted his teeth. In the face of a small dark realm martial artist, the hallowed transcendent powerhouse unexpectedly developed an emotion of despair. At the restaurant near the Heavenly Dragon Villa, Princess Butterfly Love suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the city gates. What's that sound? Suddenly, the golden-armored middle-aged man who had just gone and returned reported, Your Highness, something has happened, Rock Cloud City has been breached. What did you say? Princess Butterfly Love was directly stunned. Just now it was said that there was infighting outside the city, how come the city was broken now? The female escort hurriedly asked, Did some terrifying expert come from the Shang Kingdom? The golden-armored middle-aged man fought to shake his head and recounted how the city was broken. After listening, no matter Princess Butterfly Love or the female guards were so shocked that their red lips opened, 10,000 horses rushed and crashed through the city gates to kill their way in, and the other side still only had 100,000 soldiers and horses, and none of them were even able to exceed the Earth realm. This is too unimaginable, Princess Dai Lian is not even heard of such. Who is the commander? Kill him immediately. Princess Butterfly Love drank. As soon as the words fell, another golden-armored war general of the Heaven Realm flashed from the front, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, the conductor claimed his name to be Xikong Jing, a young man whose age is comparable to that of the princesses, we can't kill him. Wide-eyed, Princess Dai Lian asked, why can't we kill him, is he strong? No, he is only the peak of the Dark Realm. When these words came out, both Princess Butterfly Love and the female guards, even the golden-armored middle-aged man were stunned. Peak Dark Realm? What the hell is this? A martial artist of this strength couldn't be killed, what kind of joke was this? His ability to lead an army is too strong, he can see through our assassinations every time. He even used the strength of 100,000 people to force us back with serious injuries each. We're afraid that we won't be able to stop them. The golden armored war general gritted his teeth and said that this situation was too humiliating. Princess Butterfly Love's pink fists were slightly clenched for a while before she hoarsely asked, how long before they kill their way to Sky Dragon Villa? I'm afraid it will take less than half a quarter of an hour.
The Heaven Realm Golden Armor returned. Chapter 117 Big Brother is here, why fear?
Her pretty face turned white for a while. If they were allowed to kill them here, the people of the Brocade sect would immediately receive a response and would make a final life and death struggle, and then the inside and outside would cooperate, and the Xia Kingdom would surely lose this battle. Princess Butterfly Love's pink fists clenched tightly and cackled, unwillingly looking towards the Heavenly Dragon Villa. Pass on my order to withdraw from the Heavenly Dragon Villa, and the main force will kill the 100,000 soldiers of the Cloud State Battle House. Her eyes were reddened. She saw that she could avenge the blood hatred of her big imperial brother, but she was unexpectedly forced to withdraw her troops. But so what if she was no longer willing? As a commander, she would have to make the most precise decision. Otherwise, she would not be the only one to die. Slaughter, make sure to slaughter that damned 100,000 soldiers, don't give them any chance to live.
But that one called Jing, I want to capture him alive.
The voice was almost squeezed out from inside her teeth. For this commander called Jing, she hated him to the bone. In the streets of Rock Cloud City, Jing advanced while staring grimly in the direction of Sky Dragon Villa. At this moment, a powerful aura flashed out from within the Heavenly Dragon Villa. Jing secretly let out a breath. It seemed to have caught up, forcing the Xia Kingdom to withdraw from the Heavenly Dragon Villa to meet himself.
Everyone listen.
Seeing this, Jing's voice spread throughout the entire army and said, slow down your charge and be ready to leave the city at any time.
Ha!
The crowd of generals who were charging with vigor couldn't help but let out a voice of disbelief. A few scouts leading the way were even more puzzled and asked, General Sikong, why are we retreating? We haven't saved anyone yet.
Already saved.
Jing replied back, now that the main force of the Xia Kingdom has exited the Heavenly Dragon Villa, they will be killing towards us and we can't stop them. The only thing we can do is to retreat first, or else we will be wiped out. Speaking here, Jing then looked at a few scouts. You guys first hide into the surroundings, and then find a way to inform the people of the Brocade sect at the Heavenly Dragon Villa, say that the one who is leading the troops is me, Jing, and that the next time you hear any movement, you will kill your way out to join me.
The scout nodded with a half-understanding and flashed back inside the buildings in Rock Cloud City.
The footsteps of the 100,000 soldiers and horses charging forward, on the other hand, kept slowing down. Jing stared, feeling the aura of Xia's main force inside Rock Cloud City, 1 breath, 10 breaths, 30 breaths.
All listened to the order, retreat.
Taking the lead and turning his horse around, Jing brought 100,000 soldiers and horses with him and retreated without a hint of hesitation. They galloped and killed their way back out of the city. At the same time, the thousands of Xia's main force that had exited the Heavenly Dragon Villa rushed over under the leadership of Princess Butterfly Love. But the moment they saw the 100,000 soldiers and horses rushing out of the city, they were all bewildered. There was even an urge to curse. At this time, the golden-armored middle-aged man who stayed in place flashed and reported, Your Highness, the other party seems to have anticipated that we would come and escaped. Princess Dai Lian stared at the rolling smoke at the city gates with a sulky expression, her face changing wildly.
The female guards hurriedly asked, Your Highness, what do we do now? Kill our way back to Sky Dragon Villa or chase them out?
Upon hearing this, Princess Dai Lian clenched her silver teeth tightly and droned, The siege has been broken, and killing back to the Heavenly Dragon Villa is not likely to be an easy victory. Chase, give me to exterminate the 100,000 soldiers of this Yunzhou battle house. With an order, thousands of main forces chased out, vowing to slaughter Jing and other 100,000 soldiers into meat paste. And Princess Butterfly Love did not follow the group in pursuit, but stood in place, her chest rising and falling. What kind of character is this one called Jing? How is he able to grasp everything with such precision? Princess Butterfly Love gasped for breath. Why did the tiny Dark Realm character have such strong judgment? If he had exited the city any later, he would have died for sure, but he was not too late or too fast, and held it just right. Unfortunately, no one had heard of this name, even though the intelligence network of the Xia Kingdom was already deeply rooted inside the Cloud State, who would pay attention to a small Dark Realm figure. As for the invincible god general of the Shang Kingdom, of course no one associated him in that direction. The Shang Kingdom had recently publicized his name as Yuan Guan. Inside the Heavenly Dragon Villa, Suiyu and his Brocade sect henchmen sat down amidst a field of corpses, each of them bathed in blood and gasping for breath.
My lord, it seems like we survived again.
A Jin sect henchman looked at Suiyu, who was already covered in scars, and said with eyes full of incredulity. Everyone thought that they would surely die in this battle, but the experts of the Xia kingdom suddenly retreated. These 8 days had been too tough for them, and if it wasn't for the fact that Prince Sui Imperial had a martial realm that surpassed what the outside world thought, and even more so, an even more mind-boggling ability to unify the troops, he was afraid that he would have died long ago without even the dregs of the dregs of the dregs of the dregs remaining.
It seems like we've survived, but how did we survive? Suiyu asked in a confused manner. He had been hiding his true martial realm, and no one in the outside world knew how far he had traveled on the transcendent path, nor did anyone know that he, a playboy, even had the style of a great general. If it wasn't a last resort, Suiyu didn't want to explode his true power, but rather to remain hidden. Otherwise, if Yen Ruyu knew about it, he would definitely be suspected. However, this battle at the Heavenly Dragon Villa had forced him to explode with all his might. Even so, he still couldn't see any hope in this battle just now, and as a result, Xia's main force inexplicably retreated, and he was completely confused as to what the situation was. Of course, there was no one who could answer this question for him, but it certainly wasn't that the people of the Xia kingdom suddenly didn't want to avenge the Grand Imperial Prince. Suddenly, a small demonic mouse appeared in the hands of a Rock Cloud City local powerhouse that had been assembled by Suiyu. And on the body of the little demonic mouse was a note.
This person took it out and unfolded it. His whole body shook slightly before he quickly handed it to Suiyu. Suiyu was not surprised that this local powerhouse was in contact with the scouts, and hurriedly took the note. Then his pupils kept shrinking and moving, and the tears in his eyes suddenly became uncontrollable. Big brother, it's too dangerous for you to do this. The note was exactly what had just left Sikong Jing's several scouts, using the little demonic mouse to pass it on. It was exactly what Sikong Jing had said, that the next time there was a movement, he wanted Suiyu to take advantage of the situation from the inside, and to kill the Heavenly Dragon Villa. But why did Big Brother report his name? If Yen Ruyu knew about it, there would be death. It is not difficult to conceal it within Yunyi City, but after rescuing himself, it will be 1,000 times more difficult to conceal the true situation of his recultivation of martial arts. Big Brother is using his life to save himself. But he is also clear, if Big Brother Sikong does not report the name, he will not be fully convinced, may lose the hope of life. Containing his eyes, Suiyu Li drank. All people immediately rest, we are ready to fight for our lives. No matter what, Big Brother was there, why would he be afraid? Outside the city, Mo Yang's 200,000 soldiers and horses that had been killed in a chaotic manner had finally regrouped. But of course they didn't dare to follow them into the city. From the time when the 10,000 horses galloped to the time when the city was really broken, they were all confused. Sikong Jing really broke down the city gates and really killed his way in. This kind of impossible thing was actually done by him. It was just like a dream.
Vice Commander Mo, what do we do now? A cavalry general asked.
If they didn't do anything now, they might really be considered as rebels, but charging in didn't seem to be any different from looking for death. They were still very self-aware.
Knock knock.
Not waiting for Mo Yan to make a decision, only to see a burst of hooves coming from the city gates. The 100,000 soldiers and horses led by Sikong Jing had unexpectedly re-killed out again.
Chapter 118 Shameless Old Bastard.
In vain, Sikong Jing came with an angry look and drank to the 200,000 troops. Mo Yan, your chance to truly make a mark has arrived. The people of the Jin sector no longer in danger for the time being, and now you will get the credit for killing the Xiagua army behind you. After saying that, Sikong Jing did not look back and led 100,000 soldiers and horses, galloping towards the distance. Mo Yang froze, and sure enough, he saw thousands of people killing out after Sikong Jing. And at this moment, inside Mo Yang's brain was only the great merit, only everything that Sikong Jing's mouth stated, all he even subconsciously drank: uniformly charge me, kill these Xiagua army. Mother no matter what, there must be some performance, otherwise he will be bitten to death by Sikong Jing. And just as Mo Yan led 200,000 troops to block the thousands of Xia's main force, a roar came from the opposite side. A bunch of trash, get the hell out of my way. In the blink of an eye, miserable screams rang out from the 200,000 troops that were blasted into slag by thousands of Xia's main force. In just a dozen breaths of time, a bloody path was killed. And these main forces of the Xia kingdom ignored Mo Yang and continued to chase after Sikong Jing's 100,000 troops.
Mo Yan looked at the blood all over the ground, as well as the terrifying aura of thousands of Xia's main force, and was directly dumbfounded in place, his legs trembling madly straight.
Mother Sikong Jing is using me as a shield. It was only at this time that Mo Yang reacted to the fact that these thousands of Xia main forces were simply unrivaled, and Sikong Jing's words just now were using himself to slow down these people's pursuit. If he, Mo Yan, hadn't been lucky just now, he would have been rushed to his death as well. In front, Ahu rode his horse furiously, and after looking behind him, he said, "Brother Sikong, Mo Yang is really a waste of space, he only blocked it for a mere moment, what should we do? If they were chased down like this, they would all be done for. There's no harm, the main force of the Xia kingdom doesn't dare to chase them too far. They don't know that Mo Yang is a waste of space, they will definitely be afraid of the 200,000 strong army entering the city." Sikong Jing looked calm and collected. As expected, after chasing out a dozen kilometers or so, the thousands of main forces of the Summer Kingdom received the order to return to the city. However, as they killed their way back to the city, they slaughtered thousands more of Mo Yang's people to vent their anger. Saved. The 100,000 soldiers and horses exhaled a long breath, and again, as Sikong Jing pulled his horse to a halt, they looked far away in the direction of Rocky Cloud City, listening to the shouts and killings there, and their complexions shifted. One by one, they again gazed at Sikong Jing at the forefront, who was simply anticipating things like a god. Clenching his fists, the 100,000 people were all just tiny city guards, never imagining that there would be such a wonderful and exciting day. "Brother Sikong, what do we do next?" Although the matter came to an end, there were still a lot of hidden dangers to follow, especially since this old thing, Mo Yang, was still alive. Sikong Jing did not answer, but instead looked in another direction. "Someone is coming again." When the crowd heard this, they followed his gaze, and sure enough, tens of thousands of soldiers and horses appeared, but it didn't look like they were soldiers from other cities within the Yunzhou territory, and the direction was also from Border War City. Could it be the elite troops of the Border War City? When this tens of thousands of soldiers and horses approached, old Zhang's gaze froze and said, "It's the personal soldiers of the Cloud State Battle Palace commander." Seeing clearly, it was not the elite of the Border War City. The crowd's heart chambered, new trouble had come. How was Sikong Jing going to deal with the Cloud State Battle Palace commander next? Previously waving his sword at Mo Yang, no matter what the reason was, it was not a small matter. At the same time, among the commanding envoy's personal soldiers, at the head was a middle-aged man with a thin face. His name was Fan Chong, and he was none other than the Lord Commanding Envoy of the Cloud State Battle Palace. "Lord Fan, the Xia countryside has a huge army pressing down on us, it's raging, and the Border War City is simply unwilling and unable to give us any real elite troops, so how can this allow us to save the people of the Brocade sect?" By Fan Chang's side, there were also two deputy commanders trailing behind. They were also very self-aware. With the city guards of each city, they simply couldn't defeat Rock Cloud City and could only borrow troops from the Border War City. But this trip they came back in ashes, not even borrowing a single hair. 8 days had passed, and if the people from the Brocade sect had died in Rock Cloud City, each and every one of them would be finished. Fan Chang's face was incredibly gloomy and annoyed. But in vain, his eyes glazed over, only to see rivers of blood flowing outside Rock Cloud City, and what he couldn't believe was that the city gates had broken open, and they were still violently broken open. This. Who broke Rock Cloud City? The eyes of the two deputy commanders also stared round in disbelief. Lord Fan Ah. Just at this time, a pale voice came from outside Rock Cloud City, only to see Mo Yang rushing over with the remaining soldiers and horses. Fan Chong and the others looked at him dumbfounded. It couldn't have been him who broke the city, right? At this time, Mo Yang approached. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Fan Chong asked sharply, "Mo Yang, what's going on in Rock Cloud City? Who broke the Rock Cloud City gate?" When Mo Yang heard this, he squared his face, his eyes slowly swept towards the shocked and expectant crowd, and reported heavily, back to Lord Fan, "It was the district under me who broke the city gates." When these words came out, tens of thousands of commanders and ambassadors' personal soldiers were all stunned. How is it possible? I Nima. Far away in Sikong Jing's side of the Yahoo and other people all open curses, have seen shameless, have not seen so shameless. "Brother Sikong, let's go kill him now." "Yes, behead this shameless old thief, I'll also go to his house to kill his old mother." One by one, the 100,000 generals were so angry that their faces turned red. They had managed to make an unearthly achievement, but it was going to be snatched away by Mo Yang. But Sikong Jing was different. He had a faint smile on his face and shook his head. At this time, Mo Yang, however, proudly looked in Sikong Jing's direction, raising his head and chest with unrivaled confidence. "Even though I was ed over by you guys, I'll grab the credit now, so what can you guys do? You guys wielded your swords and killed me, the deputy commander, so now you'll only have to obediently give me the credit in order to quell your rebel charges, or else it's a case of the fish dying in the net. If you don't give me the credit, I will sue you. Hey, then see who can get the benefit?" Over here, Fan Chong was confused for a while before asking, "Mo Yan, how did you break Rock Cloud City?" To this question, Mo Yang had already thought about it and immediately replied, I acted immediately after I received an urgent report from inside the city that the adults at the Gene Gate were in danger, feeding the warhorses madness pills and causing them to storm the city gates. The city gates were thus broken open by a stampede of 10,000 horses. Then, I led my troops to kill inside the city, forcing the main force of the Xia kingdom to give up on the adults besieging the Gene Gate, and then I made an immediate decision to kill back outside the city again, and then Lord Fan came.
Mo Yang was foaming at the mouth, speaking incomparably brilliantly.
And Fan Chong and the others really noticed that there were horse corpses piled up at the city gate.
However, one by one, they still stared at Mo Yang like they were looking at a monster. Was this really his doing? How could it be? Who didn't know that Mo Yang was an old gangster? By the way, Lord Fan, I have one more thing to report.
If it wasn't for Yunyi City's lead-time commander Sikong Jing disobeying orders and temporarily fleeing with his troops, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. This Sikong Jing deserves to die. Just when the crowd was shocked, Mo Yang suddenly had a crazy bite and bit at Sikong Jing.
Chapter 119: A Nest of Snakes and Rats.
As soon as Mo Yang's words came out, the 100,000 soldiers and horses of Sikong Jing in the distance immediately stirred with rage.
Don't stop me, I'm going to kill this old thing. Each and every one of them went crazy, they couldn't wait to eat Mo Yang alive.
All shut up your voices. Just when the 100,000 people were incomparably indignant, Sikong Jing's voice shook out heavily, and the crowd calmed down violently again.
Now Sikong Jing's majesty had reached its peak.
And then he saw Sikong Jing slowly turn back and swept towards the 100,000 soldiers and horses. I will now give you another lesson, whether it's on the battlefield or off the battlefield, you must be calm when you encounter anything. The only way to become a truly mature team is to be calm, to become a truly invincible division. After Sikong Jing finished speaking, his eyes swept sharply over everyone, and everyone subconsciously lowered their heads. His aura made the crowd fear from the bottom of their hearts. And we have to defy the enemy in terms of aura, and emphasize the enemy in terms of tactics. Trash like Mo Yang doesn't even have the qualifications to be defied by us, you guys just regard it as dung. Even if he steals the credit now, so what? You can let him die on the battlefield tomorrow. Those who are incapable and come out strong die the fastest. Sikong Jing's every word went straight to the heart, and the 100,000 soldiers and horses nodded their heads like little children. Those who grabbed credit on the battlefield would often be sent out to do things he couldn't possibly do, and then he would die a horrible death, and then who would believe that it was him who took the credit?
Commander Fan Chong is not a little cutie. One more thing, what were you guys worried about before? Wasn't it that we were worried that if we attacked Mo Yang, we would be dealt with as rebels? How are we going to deal with the commander?
Now he, Mo Yang, has already said in person that we are not rebels. As soon as these words came out, the crowd came to a sudden realization, and one by one, the way they looked at Sikong Jing changed again.
Could it be that Mo Yang's move to grab the credit was also expected by him?
Sikong Jing, come here for me. Right at this time, Fan Chong naturally saw their 100,000 soldiers and horses and drank heavily.
The crowd's hearts chambered as they looked worriedly at Sikong Jing. Remember, defy Mo Yang.
Sikong Jing gave another heavy explanation, and then he pulled his horse and led the people towards Fan Chong. And when Fan Chong saw the 100,000 soldiers and horses, he directly froze. This is the city guards of Yunyi City and Qingyan City? How come it didn't look like that at all? Instead it was more like the elites inside the border war cities. However, this thought only flickered before he angrily asked, are you the temporary commander of Yunyi City, Sikong Jing? Sikong Jing clasped his fists at his words, Sikong Jing, meet Lord Commander. His tone seemed very flat, and naturally, he would not have any respect for Fan Chong.
When Vice Commander Mo Yang broke the city, you disobeyed orders and even fled with your troops? Fan Chong gave another bellowing question.
He had already heard Mo Yang's introduction of Sikong Jing, a man from the Jianghu, who was temporarily pulled in by Yunyi City's Qiu Yi to make up the numbers. Later, when Qiu Yi died, this person became the temporary commander, and seemed to be able to lead the troops quite well. However, this time, leading the troops to flee is unforgivable, otherwise, he might have already fought down Rock Cloud City and rescued Jinmen's adults. Sikong Jing smiled back, Mo Yang is the deputy commander, what he says is naturally what he says, I wouldn't dare to refute it. He shrugged indifferently, his tone light to the extreme. And such an attitude immediately made Fan Chong and the others suspicious.
They knew Mo Yang too well. If this old punk could really take down Rock Cloud City, it could only be because his family's ancestral graves were smoking. There was no second possibility. What do you mean you don't dare to refute? You are unable to refute. Mo Yang sniffed and viciously sprayed. Yes, 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 I can't refute it.
Si Kongjing still opened his mouth indifferently and added, "Whatever you say is what you say, and I am willing to accept any punishment. But Lord Fan, Vice Commander Mo is so powerful, you must send him into the city again." As soon as these words came out, Mo Yang, who was preparing to continue biting Si Kongjing furiously, his old face directly changed, and his whole body chilled furiously. At this time, Ahu cheerfully said, "Yes, Lord Mo's mighty and domineering, the model for us, must enter the city again." Then 100,000 soldiers and horses laughed wildly, praising Mo Yang repeatedly. Some even said that Mo Yang's entry into Rock Cloud City was simply a great use of his talents, and that he should be sent to the battlefield of Xia. Mo Yang's face was getting darker and darker, more and more fearful, more and more panicked. Suddenly, he cried out miserably, "Agu, I was just bombarded by an expert from the Xia kingdom, and my internal injuries recurred, so I need to recuperate for at least 10 days. After saying that, he endeavored to make his body shake up, and his mouth squeezed out white foam, a shaky appearance. Such a scene was seen in the eyes of Fan Chong and the others, and one couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch. When they looked at Si Kongjing again, all of them understood at once that they were afraid that Mo Yang had robbed Si Kongjing of his credit. Bullying others is just a temporary commander. Taking a deep breath, Fan Chong pondered down and said, "Since Vice Commander Mo was so seriously injured, then go back to rest first." Mo Yang hurriedly answered yes and ran away without daring to stay for a moment, fearing that Fan Chong would really let him lead his troops into the city right now. Then, Fan Chong stared at Si Kongjing again, scrutinizing up and down. "If there's anything you have to say, you can just say it." Si Kongjing smiled and stared back at Fan Chong, shaking his head. "What I say may not be true, it's better for Lord Fan to check for himself." After saying that, Si Kongjing ignored Fan Chong, waved his hand at the 100,000 soldiers and horses and left. "Bastard thing, you even defied." A deputy commander couldn't stand Si Kongjing's attitude like this and wanted to come out and shout at him. However, he was suppressed by Fan Chong, who gently said, "Don't be impulsive, let's inquire about everything before we do so." It didn't take long for Fan Chong to learn all the circumstances, and his face was filled with astonishment. This Si Kongjing is afraid that he is a genius in using the military, but he is still young, his personality is too impulsive. Fan Chong looked at the report in his hands and said to the two deputy commanders beside him. In the report, it included Si Kongjing leading his troops against Mo Yang's suppression, and also how he broke the city. It was simply wonderful to the extreme, making Fan Chong feel incredible. To be able to kill Mo Yang's ass with 100,000 soldiers at the beginning of leading an army, and to be able to break Rock Cloud City, was absolutely genius. However, rebelling against Mo Yang and the way he had just treated himself was too unruly. At this time, a deputy commander said, "Lord Fan, this is a great achievement, should it be given to a Jianghu person?" Breaking down Rock Cloud City with 100,000 soldiers and giving the Gene Sex Lord a chance to catch his breath, this credit was too big, too big. Not only Mo Yang, anyone would want to take it for themselves. Fan Chong eyes slightly cold, for a while before raising his head, he laughs. "Young people cannot be too out of the limelight, should be a good knock a little, so big credit is also easy to be cynical, or buy us to bear it for him." This word out, two deputy commanders all laughed. Chapter 120, Si Kongjing, I'll remember you. Let's go, we should also go and pacify this talented young man before he does something impulsive again. Fan Chong said this and led the two vice commanders to meet Si Kongjing. Facing the tiny Si Kongjing in their eyes, Fan Chong and the three of them didn't hide and directly opened the door, saying that he was too young to be in the limelight, and that he would easily be remembered for revenge or something like that. The way he was moved and reasoned with, that means of grabbing credit can be much more skillful than Mo Yang. Finally, Fan Chong added in a serious tone, "Of course, I won't treat you poorly, I hope you can understand." "It doesn't matter to me, Lord Fan." Si Kongjing shrugged back. "Ha, a child can be taught, when the war subsides you'll come to report to the Yunzhou War Mansion." Fan Tian laughed a few times, satisfied with Si Kongjing's attitude, and turned to leave after promising to support Si Kongjing. Seeing them disappear, Ahu said angrily, "Cloud State Battle Palace, how come every one of them is like this? Pissed me off, all snakes and rats, not a single good thing." Old Zhang was also panting like a cow, robbing the Sikong brothers of their great merit and still making the Sikong brothers grateful, really killing 1,000 knives. Si Kongjing's gaze was ghostly as he said, "I've wronged you all, the truth is that this was expected, and I don't want to be famous." Just as Sui Yu was worried, if he was too famous then Yen Tianma and Yen Ruyu would know about it, which would be unfavorable for him at the moment. He just wanted to save Sui Yu. The reason why he would give his name was because Si Kongjing knew that he was not the only one that Mo Yang would want to grab for such a great credit. His name, too, would eventually be submerged without a trace, and no one would mention it.
And he, Sikong Jing, would not care about this credit? He was destined to destroy the Great Shang dynasty, destined to be a rebel of the Great Shang dynasty, so what was the point of asking for credit? Outside of Rock Cloud City calmed down, soon after Sikong Jing was called by Fan Shong to discuss whether to bring troops to kill the city again. After all, now that the city gates have been broken open, the chances are not small. But in the end, he still felt that Yunzhou's troops were too small to be sure. After the discussion, Fan Shong ordered, after the troops from each city arrive, we will kill our way into the city again. At this, Sikong Jing naturally did not express any opinion. After having broken the city once, the people of Xiaoguiyu Yenyun City were very, very careful. If the number of people was too small to kill in again, it really would not be able to curry favor. Another day passed, and the city guards of another 10 or so cities arrived. Although there were still some cities that hadn't arrived, Fan Shong ordered, we can't wait any longer. Our existing army of 600,000 is enough to fight against the Xia Kingdom's powerhouses in the city. Pass on my order, everyone gather. In the blink of an eye, all the soldiers and horses assembled, with Fan Shong as the leader standing underneath Rocky Cloud City, with a fierce momentum. Looking at the 600,000 troops, Fan Shong cleared his throat and stood on the horse to deliver a pre-war speech. All the generals and soldiers of Yunzhou, I am Fan Shong, the commander of Yunzhou Warhouse, and you are just the despised city guards' pawns. Once these words came out, the expressions of the 600,000 troops were all a little less than favorable, having been poked and prodded. But so what if we are city guard minions? We can still break through the Rock Cloud City Gate. See that broken city gate? That's me, Fan Shong, leading the troops to break it open. Fan Shong pointed at the broken gates of Rock Cloud City with great vigor, speaking without blushing or panting, a picture of what he took for granted. As for the 100,000 soldiers and horses behind Sikong Jing, each of them gritted their teeth, their faces red with anger. Mo Yan, who deliberately made his face pale, was also panting like a cow. Fan Shong, this bastard, is even more ruthless than me. Surprisingly, he stole Sikong Jing's credit in public, bastard. The 100,000 or so remnants of the soldiers who had seen Sikong Jing's performance with their own eyes also huffed, but no one dared to say anything. Finally, those city guards from the various cities that had just arrived changed their faces dramatically. One by one, they looked at Fan Shong adoringly, their complexion excited beyond measure. So it turned out that their city guard minions could really break Rock Cloud City and could attack the strong Xia Kingdom soldiers inside Rock Cloud City. All of a sudden, the essence was all up. Fan Shong looked at the city guards in front of him with a satisfied expression. However, he had to continue to emphasize and increase his authority. With me, Fan Shong, what is Rock Cloud City? What's a Xia Kingdom powerhouse? With 300,000 I can break open Rock Cloud City, with 600,000 I can kill the Xia Kingdom's strongmen and make them cry. Saying this, Fan Shong slowly swept towards the 600,000 troops in front of him again to greet their attention. In vain, a clear and seemingly ice-cold female voice came from the walls of Rock Cloud City, Sikong Jing, I'll remember you. Fan Shong, who was in the midst of his awesome bombardment, had his face startled at the words, and looked at the city wall in vain, only to see that at some point a beautiful power-dressed woman had already stood up there, while thousands of strong men followed by her side in a mighty and domineering manner. At the same time, Sikong Jing, who was originally unconcerned, also looked fiercely toward the city wall, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. In this instant, he judged that this woman was the Summer Kingdom's chief commander within Rock Cloud City. At this moment, the power suit woman also found Sikong Jing under the fingers of the golden-armored middle-aged man, her eyes clear and cold. You are very good. With the power of the Peak of the Dark Realm, with 100,000 troops you broke my arrangement in Rock Cloud City, slowing me down and giving me a taste of defeat, you managed to make me remember you. When these words came out, those newly arrived 300,000 or so troops had blank faces and looked at each other. And then one by one, they looked at Fan Shong. Didn't Lord Commander say that he was the one who broke open Rock Cloud City? And what kind of character was this Sikong Jing? Why would the enemy remember? And Fan Shong stared with wide eyes, angry and hateful. Who the hell is this woman? What's the point of jumping out and saying something about remembering Sikong Jing now? Isn't this slapping me in the face? I am trying to build prestige. If I let the new one know that the person who made the achievement is not me, then what is the face of my fan someone? Thinking here, Fan Shong to the butterfly love princess heavy voice, little niece, I am Fan Shong, you. The words did not fall, butterfly love princess interrupted, you a trash goods, not qualified to talk to me. This sentence, Princess Butterfly Love blasted out with a transcendent martial realm, carrying a strong vibratory sound, shocking Fan Chang's face pale, almost falling off the horse. Then, Princess Butterfly Loves looked at Seekong Jing again and said, "Stand out and lead 600,000 troops to attack me, I will defeat you with my own hands." The corners of Seekong Jing's mouth twitched slightly as he slowly replied back, "I'm just a temporary commander, I'm not as powerful as you think, you don't need to remember me, it's more important to remember Lord Fan." He really didn't want to be famous, God knows how this Xiao woman had memorized his name, all by herself. He had given his name to a few scouts when he entered the city, it was just a little louder. Fan Xiong heard, his face slightly better, thinks Seekong Jing is still quite good, and again raised his head and chest said, "Xiao small country, less to my people to point fingers, the person who broke the rock cloud city is me, all is my command." However, Princess Butterfly Love would not believe it, all of Seekong Jing's actions before were in the eyes of the two golden-armored middle-aged men. And this Fan Xiong makes her annoyed, stretching out her hand on the city, a slap was drawn out of thin air, as if the palm composed of wind appeared in front of Fan Xiong, heavily snapped. With a slap, Fan Xiong was drawn off his horse and let out a miserable wail. Chapter 121, Waiting for the Right Time. The entire 600,000 soldiers and horses were stunned. This young woman was so terrifying that she smoked Commander Fan out of thin air. Lord Fan. Two deputy commanders, as well as some higher status generals rushed forward, excitedly helping Fan Xiong up. Princess Butterfly Love on the city looked as if she had done something insignificant, still staring at Seekong Jing. Then, she pointed at Fan Xiong. "Seekong Jing, this kind of trash you also rolled out as a shield, trash that can't even catch a slap from me. If this is also your ploy, then I, Xiao Dai Lian, will take it, I'd like to see how you're going to save the people of the Jin sect." In Princess Dai Lian's opinion, Seekong Jing hiding in the midst of a 600,000 strong army and launching a punk, Fan Xiong, to be the leader could be a treacherous ploy, and she directly exposed it on the spot. Seekong Jing, however, is somewhat helpless. "I really don't want to be famous, can you not always target me?" Forget it, what she said is what she said, just don't answer. Fan Xiong, on the other hand, covered his face and got up, growling at Princess Butterfly Love, "I'm a heaven realm can't catch you transcendent powerhouse is strange? He, Seekong Jing, is only at the peak of the dark realm and can catch a slap from you?" He was mad with anger, it was supposed to be an important scene to inspire the whole army, but now his face was lost to his grandmother's house. Fan Xiong was not happy, what made him say that Seekong Jing could catch her slap? Waste. And what was given to Fan Xiong was still Princess Dai Lian's two cold words. Seekong Jing could use 100,000 soldiers and horses to gather strength to catch the assassination of a transcendent master, why couldn't he catch his own attack? He, Fan Xiong, had an army of 600,000 soldiers, but he was still smoked by himself. What was it if he wasn't a waste? Xia generals listened to the order, block the city gates, anyone who comes close slaughter all. Suddenly, Princess Dai Lian heavily ordered, then directly left the city wall, disappeared in front of the crowd. Waste two words, will Fan Heavy hit the whole person shaking, a mouth of reverse blood almost sprayed out, he growled at the city wall and said, "Xiagua small, lousy immediately let you know who was waste." Said and fiercely looked toward the 600,000 army, loudly shouted, "Where is Seekong Jing?" Seekong Jing stepped out, in. "I now order you to feed the war horses madness medicine again and storm the city gates." Fan Xiong roared angrily. In everyone's opinion, the previous 100,000 warhorses impacting the city gates was because they had been fed crazy pills. And Seekong Jing, naturally, would not say that it was driven by his lord of 10,000 beasts, it was considered a tacit admission. Hearing a flash of light in his eyes, Seekong Jing said quietly, "Lord Fan, this method is no longer useful." "Why?" Fan Xiong asked with glaring eyes. Seekong Jing pointed to the dozen or so large demonic beasts on top of the city wall and returned, "The people of the Xia kingdom are not little darlings, and won't allow us to repeat the same trick. They have long prepared heaven realm demonic beasts to deter the warhorses. If we feed the warhorses crazy pills again, the result will be our own destruction." He was the lord of 10,000 beasts, but he was currently only an ungrown cub, so if he once again exploded his bloodline to drive the warhorses, the ones who would go crazy first would definitely be the dozen or so heaven realm demonic beasts on the city walls. They would frantically come down and ruthlessly devour themselves. Staring blankly, Fan Xiong also understood the high-level suppression that the heaven realm demonic beasts had on the warhorses, especially the crazy warhorses. Then it was only instinct that was left, they would be afraid of the high-level demonic beasts and thus become confused. Then what do you say, how are we going to attack the city? The reason why Fan Xiong was so confident was because he thought that with crazy horses charging the city, this battle would be won. He didn't realize that he had already been seen through by the Xia kingdom and was at a loss. Xiagua's heaven realm experts were guarding the city gates, and inside such a narrow space, the effect of piling up numbers of people was minimal. Even if there were more people, they would be blasted out as soon as they entered the city gates.
Sikong Jing raised his head and smiled. Just follow the regular method to attack the city.
Instantly, Fan Chong froze and asked, will this work? Lord Fan, I'm just a Jianghu person, making suggestions based on my intuition.
Sikong Jing shrugged back. After saying that, he retreated back into the group. Fan Chang's face changed dramatically. He felt very hung up in his heart, but he had just been called a waste and had his face smacked. He had also made a huge declaration. If he didn't fight, it was even more humiliating. Thinking of this, Fan Chong gritted his teeth and drank. Good, all generals listen to the order, direct attack on the city. The so-called conventional siege is to send soldiers to surround the entire Rock Cloud City and use ladders and other instruments to pounce on the city walls. With Fan Chang's order, the 600,000 troops began to build ladders and use all sorts of siege equipment to attack the city. As for the city gates that were broken open, Fan Chong of course also sent his men to keep storming the city. Not seeking to be able to break through, but they could consume the battle power of the Xia Kingdom's strongest warriors within the city gates. Rock Cloud City, inside the city building. Conventional siege, this is the advice that Sikong Jing gave to the Cloud State Battle Palace commander? After receiving the report, Princess Butterfly Love's eyebrows gently raised as she whispered, could it be that I'm overestimating him? In this kind of conventional siege, coming up with one with their Xia Kingdom's powerhouse could be easily killed. As long as the 600,000 troops didn't all surge up to the city walls at once, they could kill them as if they were chickens. And the ordinary Bright Realm small soldiers certainly can't go up to the city directly with the true chi and blast them down. Fall into the slag. With her head bowed in thought, Princess Butterfly Love delicately said, no matter what, keep an eye on Sikong Jing. For Sikong Jing, this little dark realm, Princess Butterfly Love not only hated it, but she was also very afraid of it. After thousands of Xia's main force retreated back to the city yesterday, she once again led her men to kill the Heavenly Dragon Villa, but the result was as she expected, the aura had been broken, so even after another day and night of fighting it still didn't come down. Inside the Heavenly Dragon Villa, the experts of the Deshang Jin sect, one by one, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, killed like crazy. The person suspected to be Suiyu even laughed at himself and said that he couldn't even beat the Dark Realm. Thus Princess Butterfly Love could not help but come out and call out Sikong Jing only when she heard the report that the Yunzhou Warhouse had assembled 600,000 troops to attack the city. She has always had a heart higher than the sky, how could she endure this kind of defeat? In short, this battle, one must be careful of this Sikong Jing. Outside the city, the siege equipment was still being prepared. Ahu asked, Brother Sikong, will this work? Sikong Jing's eyes narrowed slightly as he instructed, secretly tell our 100,000 generals, just tell them to find a way to survive the siege and pretend to be dead amongst the corpses, wait for my order. At these words, Ahu and old Zhang looked at each other and hurriedly received the order. There was only one end result of a conventional siege of the city by an army of 600,000, total annihilation. But what Sikong Jing wanted was to fight for an opportunity to kill the city with an army of 100,000. He had his own plans. And at this time, Sikong Jing suddenly felt a few gazes that had been focusing on his body, and secretly said, the female leader of the Xia Kingdom can be so troublesome, she's really staring at me. Being stared at, if there was any action, the other party would definitely react at the first opportunity. However, Sikong Jing still couldn't see any difference on the surface, he didn't move for the time being and waited quietly. Chapter 122 The Second Breaking of the City. In vain, the siege began, boom boom boom. The 600,000 troops began to frantically storm the city walls. And the Xia Kingdom powerhouses on the city walls were separated into groups, constantly striking out true chi and arrows to reap the rewards. A miserable scream rang out as a constant stream of Yunzhou city guards were knocked down and smashed into meat paste. A quarter of an hour passed, the faces of all the generals were hard to see, there wasn't even the slightest chance. Fan Chong couldn't help but hold his pale hand, constantly trembling. In vain, he shouted at Sikong Jing, what kind of bull method are you talking about? If this battle is slaughtered by all of them, you're the only one who will be held accountable. Losses are too great, if this continues, not to mention 600,000, even 6 million are not enough for others to slaughter. If the whole army is slaughtered, he, Fan Chong, will definitely be punished, so the first thing he did was to push this onto Sikong Jing. That is to say, I will grab the credit, and you will bear the crime. Sikong Jing, what are you still standing here for? Why don't you go attack the city? A second pale and angry voice rang out, only to see that Mo Yang had become energized at some point. He just wanted Sikong Jing to hurry up and die in the siege. However, Sikong Jing shrugged his shoulders and returned, if I die, who will take the blame for Lord Fan, you Mo Yang?
With one sentence, he directly made Mo Yang speechless and hurriedly retreated far away. Seekong Jing ignored this old punk and paid no attention to anyone else, still gazing at the city walls. Time passes. The generals, the city guard generals of each city began to advise Fan Chong that they must retreat immediately, they can't continue to lose anymore. And Fan Chong huffed, if it wasn't for being called a waste, he would have retreated long ago. But now also really can't go on like this, all almost lost 300,000 people and the strong people of the summer country still seem to be leisurely, this is not a level of war. In the midst of helplessness, Fan Chong finally said breathlessly, retreat. As the horn of retreat rang out, the army began to stop attacking the city, and one by one, they ran faster than a dog, without any semblance of wariness. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, the Xia Kingdom's powerhouses on the city walls let out crazy jeers. Similarly at this time, Seekong Jing, however, moved. In vain, he flashed into the group of soldiers that retreated like a tidal wave, weaving through like a bizarre and cunning streaming cloud flying mouse. The first time he came into the midst of the crowd of warhorses, he exuded a trace of the aura of the Lord of 10,000 Beasts. This trace of aura was not only unable to be sensed by the Heaven Realm beast demons on the city walls, but was also able to be sensed by the warhorses that were close by. At that instant, the warhorse roared long and loud. Go, storm the city gates. Seekong Jing was among the warhorses, sending out a realization that they could understand. At the same time, the Xia Kingdom's powerhouse staring at Seekong Jing above the city wall shook his entire body and shouted in a low voice that Seekong Jing has disappeared. Quickly, report it to Her Highness the Princess. The second Xia strongman reacted and rushed towards the city tower. Dun 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 dun. The warhorses let out frantic footsteps at this moment, storming in the direction of the city gates. It was a stark contrast to the retreating Yunzhou soldiers. On the city wall, the jeers of the Xia Kingdom's strongest men came to an abrupt end, and someone immediately took control of the Heaven Realm demonic beast and said, quickly, shock the warhorse. At once, the warhorses were even more out of control, turning into a mess in front of the city gates. However, there were still quite a few warhorses that rushed inside the city gates and collided with the Xia Kingdom's strongest men guarding the gates, but they were immediately killed into horse corpses that continued to pile up and stack up high. Generals listened to the order, I am Seekong Jing, mount up and charge the city. An explosive sound rang out from the chaotic scene, and one by one, the soldiers pretending to be dead hidden in the corpses underneath the city opened their eyes as they sprang out alive, leaping onto their warhorses as if they were flying. The deterrent power of the Heaven Realm demonic beasts could not completely suppress the group of horses, and with their masters, the warhorses immediately stabilized their emotions. At this time, Seekong Jing also leapt onto a warhorse and waved his spear, charge. Kill! 100,000 generals let out sky-high shouts of killing as they rushed inside the city gates along with Seekong Jing. At this moment, the horse corpses and living warhorses in the city gates were crowded together, deadlocking the sightlines of the Xia Kingdom's powerhouses. Before they could react, the horse corpses in front of them suddenly shattered into flesh and sprayed their faces. Lances appeared, harvesting lives. The warhorses and generals impacted, rushing the hapless Xia Kingdom powerhouses. The thousands of generals behind Seekong Jing, including Ahu, had long since heeded Seekong Jing's previous instructions, sweeping their weapons outwards as they impacted, beheading as many as they could. If they couldn't, they could also force the Xia Kingdom's powerhouses back temporarily. In the blink of an eye, within Rock Cloud City, led by Seekong Jing, a warhorse rushed out and the sound of killing resounded through the city. Where are the scouts? Seekong Jing roared out as soon as he entered the city, there is no need to come out. Notify the people of the Brocade sect of the Heavenly Dragon Villa to kill and come out to join me. When the scouts in the dark heard this, a small demonic mouse was released. More and more warhorses rushed into the city, converging into a river stepping towards the Heavenly Dragon Villa, their momentum was like a torrent. Outside the city gates, Fan Chong, Mo Yan and all the generals were stunned. From the chaos of the horses, to the sudden resurrection of the dead, to Seekong Jing leading his troops into the city, it was only a dozen breaths of time. Everything happened too fast, so fast that they couldn't even react. Finally, a deputy commander angrily said, it's that kid Seekong Jing, he even secretly has his own calculations. He clearly secretly fed a small amount of madness medicine to the warhorses, and still said that this method is useless. He's using us, using this 600,000 strong army to consume the power of the Xia Kingdom's crowd of powerhouses, and storming the city gates alone when they relax their guard, And the soldiers in his young city, all of them are playing dead waiting for his orders. One by one, they finally came back to their senses and roared angrily, making all of Seekong Jing's ploys clear.
At this time, Mo Yang furiously said, "This little bastard cake, he is actually using Lord Fan to grab a big credit, otherwise why didn't he tell us about this ploy earlier, too unseemly." Another deputy commander said with great hatred, and his Yunyi city soldiers, they also didn't take Lord Fan seriously at all. Fan Chong listened to the roar, his face was so blue that he could almost squeeze out juice. "Sikong Jing, I'm going to kill him." Fan Chong was so angry that he went crazy. There was such a good plan that he didn't tell himself. It was clear that he was upset that he had robbed him of his credit, and instead, he wanted to continue to perform and continue to make great achievements. This kid was so obedient before, all is pretend. However, Fan Chong does not know if Sikong Jing really told him the plan in advance, not by the Xia strongman to see it is strange. Moreover, after Fan Chong learned of the plan, the people used to attack the city and consume it would definitely be the 100,000 soldiers and horses of Yunyi City and Qingyun City. How would Sikong Jing let his people lose them for nothing? Suddenly, Sikong Jing's voice came out from within the city. "Fan Chong, if you want to prove that you're not a waste, immediately re-attack the city to drag the Xia Kingdom's strongest soldiers to their deaths, or else we'll all die with our entire army. After rescuing Lord Jinmen, I don't want the credit, I'll give it all to you." Chapter 123 Brothers Gathering, Order to Retreat. When the voice fell, Fan Chang's expression suddenly froze and his face rose in shock. If Sikong Jing failed to save his people, then the remaining remnants of their army would only be slaughtered cleanly by the angry Xia powerhouses. If Sikong Jing succeeded, at least the matter of the brocade sect would come to an end. And as the commander of the Yunzhou Battle Palace, even if the credit is not the biggest, it will be the second biggest credit. Listen to the order, re-attack the city. Fan Chong was still a bit of a brain, and immediately reordered. On the city wall, Princess Butterfly Love's face was blue. When she received the news that Sikong Jing had disappeared, she frantically rushed out of the city building, but it turned out to be too late. Sikong Jing had already brought his troops to kill in. And when she said that she would gather her strength and blast Sikong Jing's 100,000 troops, Fan Chong had re-attacked the city. If she sent all her main forces to attack Sikong Jing now, then the 300,000 troops outside would surely kill in, and if she didn't go out with all her main forces, would it be possible to stop Sikong Jing? Half of the people stay behind, the other half will follow me to blast Sikong Jing. After only a moment of hesitation, Princess Butterfly Love made a decision and brought half of her main force to kill Sikong Jing. In fact, she had no choice. Quickly, don't make any stops, kill the Sky Dragon Villa. Sikong Jing drew his horse and galloped, and the 100,000 soldiers behind him clapped their horses in pursuit. At the same time, inside the Heavenly Dragon Villa, Suiyu received a report from a scout's little demon mouse and immediately droned, "Everyone follow me to kill out and join the soldiers and horses of the Yunzhou War Mansion, fight to the death to get out." There were also experts from the Xia Kingdom guarding outside the Heavenly Dragon Villa, even laying down battle formations, and there were quite a few of them. But Suiyu must rush out and join up with Sikong Jing. Kill, kill, kill. Outside the Heavenly Dragon Villa, Suiyu led the Jin sect and Rock Cloud City's local crowd of experts to kill the Xia Kingdom's experts who were suppressing them. Above the streets, Sikong Jing sensed Sui Imperial's aura and his speed did not decrease. He knew that he had to rendezvous with Sui Imperial and had to hurry before the Xia Kingdom powerhouses behind him caught up, otherwise the entire army would die. Only Sui Imperial and the Jin sect's experts, plus 100,000 soldiers could truly fight against the Xia Kingdom's powerhouses. Similarly, Princess Butterfly Love also sensed the aura of the Heavenly Dragon Villa, and she chanted, "Guard the Heavenly Dragon Villa, it must not be broken." Anxious to the extreme in her heart, she was likely to fail. However, Suiyu's desperation was no joke, and having been trapped inside the Heavenly Dragon Villa for 9 whole days, now that they saw the hope of leaving alive, how could the Jin sect's crowd not go crazy? In vain, they let out a wild whistle, "Big brother, we broke out." Sikong Jing looked in the direction of the Heavenly Dragon Villa, a look of excitement on his face. Finally hearing Suiyu's voice, finally confirming that Suiyu was not dead and his brother was still alive. Fast, 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 fast. The sound of hoofbeats, 100,000 soldiers and horses finally converged with Suiyu and nearly 1,000 other brocade sect remnants the moment Princess Butterfly Loves and other powerhouses caught up with them, and Sikong Jing and Suiyu exchanged glances. After that, Suiyu took the lead and droned, "Defend the Cloud State Battlehouse soldiers against the Xia Kingdom's strongmen." Sikong Jing, on the other hand, droned, "Listen to the order, continue the onslaught and kill the Xia experts who are chasing after the brocade sect." The two teams staggered. Suiyu with nearly 1,000 experts blocked the main force of the Xia Kingdom such as Princess Butterfly Lovers, while Sikong Jing led 100,000 soldiers and horses to impact those Xia Kingdom experts who were chasing after them from the Heavenly Dragon Villa. Boom, boom, boom. At once, the fierce battles continued, Suiyu and other strong men against strong men. Sikong Jing's side, on the other hand, the onslaught was continuous, with killing sounds, ruthlessly dispersing the Xia experts who came after Sui Imperial. After a wave of onslaught, Suiyu and the other Jin sect powerhouses retreated and fell amongst the 100,000 soldiers, and in this regard, Sikong Jing's team finally had transcendent and heaven realm powerhouses sitting in their ranks, and were no longer all city guards and pawns. They coldly confronted with Princess Butterfly Love in front of them, and the horrible oppressive force went up to the sky, as if black clouds covered the sky. Princess Butterfly Love also stopped launching attacks, but her icy cold eyes scanned the people of the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty in front of her, and finally found Sikong Jing. She said with a furious look, Sikong Jing. 3 words, as if carrying her unusually complex and shocked emotions, defeated again, surprisingly successful by their convergence. 2 consecutive days, 2 consecutive disastrous defeats, making the high-minded and proud Princess Butterfly Love furious. He could not let anyone target Big Brother Sikong, and he himself must now escort his big brother so that he could successfully recultivate. Seeing Sikong Jing's body being blocked, Princess Butterfly Love said with even more anger, well, this is the first time I, Xia Butterfly Love, have been defeated so miserably, but it doesn't matter, I'm going to live you and others today. She really didn't want to kill Sikong Jing, but was eager to catch home and see what was so special about this tiny peak dark realm. Meanwhile, Sikong Jing was quietly behind Sui Imperial and said a few words. After Suiyu expressed his understanding, he laughed at Princess Butterfly Love's beauty. Now that you've been defeated, you're still mouthing off? Laughing uproariously, Suiyu let out his voice in vain. The one outside is Cloud State Battle Palace Commander Fan Chong, right? Now that you are leading the troops into the city, you take the first credit. The voice traveled far out, reaching the outside of the city. Outside the city, Fan Chong, who originally didn't have a strong fighting heart, had a huge tremor throughout his body, and the light of excitement in his eyes burst out. First prize? What Sikong Jing said was all true, he was going to give himself all the credit. This kid is reliable. Everyone listen to the order. Commander Sikong has already joined up with the adults of the Brocade sect. Kill them and there will be a heavy reward. As the words fell, one by one, as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, they rushed into the city with their troops. Princess Butterfly Love's face changed, so did the faces of the Xia Kingdom's powerhouses. The Sikong Jing and Suiyu in front of them were already not easy to deal with, and if they were to add in the morale-boosting 300,000 Yunzhou Battle Palace's army, their defeat was almost set. However, just as Fan Chong was about to kill his way into the city, a voice rang out, Fan Chong, Lord Commander Fan. Hearing this voice, Fan Chong immediately pulled his warhorse to a halt to look at the source of the voice, and asked in surprise, Commander Lan, why are you here? The person who came was actually the inner house chief administrator of the Lord of Yunzhou, a figure who was not in a high position but represented the Lord of Yunzhou. This person's surname was Lan, and his name was Lan Shou. Lan Shou smiled and spoke, I bring you good news, the people of the Brocade sect in the inner city of Rock Cloud don't need to be saved, retreat. As the words fell, Fan Chong couldn't believe his ears, to come to give this kind of order? Why? Fan Chong was at a loss, seeing that a great feat was about to be achieved. Lan Shou shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know why, this is the order of the Lord of Cloud State, you should be happy too. With Fan Chang's ability, it was impossible to take down Rock Cloud City, and retreating would be a great thing for him. But Chief Lan, look at how close we are to succeeding. With a tiger's face, Fan Chong pointed at the city gates and said. Only then did Lan Shou notice the situation around him, and seeing the city gates that had broken open behind the horse corpses, the whole man's mouth was wide open in shock. Fan Chong actually broke the city successfully, he was not dreaming, right? No, this shouldn't be something he could do. Chapter 124, Do Not Surrender. Fan Chong said with a dark face, Chief Lan, I sent 100,000 troops into the city, and now I've already met with the Lord of the Jin Gate, so as long as I lead my troops to kill them again, I'll be successful, and now you're asking me to retreat? Lan Shou froze again, to think that he was really close to rescuing someone? His face changed a bit, took a deep breath and said, Fan Commander, still can't be saved, this is the Great Shang Imperial Order. Lan Shou finally stopped saying that he didn't know anything, but emphasized heavily. When these words came out, Fan Chang's whole body shook in disbelief. That is to say, the people of the Brocade sect were originally meant to be sent here to die. The fact that they were able to hold out for 9 days already made the people who sent them to die very surprised, and in the beginning, the Lord of Yunzhou didn't know about the sending to death thing, thus sending you guys to rescue them. Ran has just received an imperial order from the Great Shang. Not to be rescued, and the people of the Brocade sect inside must die at the hands of the Xia Kingdom. Lan Shou explained word by word. With his mouth wide open, it was a while before Fan Chong winced fiercely.
To think that if he really saved the people of the Jin sect, he would be ruthlessly offending a horrible person who was able to use the imperial order of the Great Shan. Cold sweat dripping down, Fan Sheng swallowed and asked, "Then what do I do now? What about the 100,000 soldiers inside?" Upon hearing this, Lan Shou revealed a gloomy and incomparable gaze. "Since the 100,000 soldiers and horses have already entered the city, let them all die in the city along with the people of the Jin sect. And you and I will wait here first, and if there are any people from the Brocade sect who rush out, we will also have to make up for them, and then frame them at the hands of the people from the Xia kingdom. For now, first all retreat far away and observe and act." After saying that, Lan Shou stared at Fan Sheng, urging him to quickly order a retreat. And at this time, Sui Yu's voice inside resounded once again, "Commander Fan Sheng, why don't you quickly lead the troops into the city?" Taking a deep breath, Fan Sheng did not reply, but ordered the troops to retreat. However, his heart was dripping blood as he secretly growled, "My great merit." In the blink of an eye, Fan Sheng's 300,000 troops retreated to a few kilometers away from Rock Cloud City, staring silently at Rock Cloud City along with Lan Shou. On top of the city walls, the strong Xia Kingdom warriors who were preparing to meet the battle watched the scene with dumbfounded eyes. Inside the city, Sui Yu's expression was very ugly as he said, "What's going on with this Cloud State Battle Palace, Commander? There's no movement?" Behind him, Xikong Jing also frowned, unable to judge for a moment. On the opposite side, Xia Dai Lian on the other hand received a report from a strong member of the Xia Kingdom on the city wall. A brilliant light flashed in her eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, she coldly smiled as she swept towards Xikong Jing and Sui Yu and the others, and spoke crisply, "To tell you all the bad news, the Yunzhou Battle House soldiers have already retreated." "What?" Sui Yu and the other Jin sect experts and 100,000 soldiers shouted in unison in disbelief at the words. It was clear that as long as they killed their way into the city, they had won. A cold light gleamed in Xikong Jing's eyes. With Fan Chang's mentality of standing up for success, it was impossible to retreat. Something must have happened. It was someone who ran to convey the order so that the Yunzhou Battle House soldiers had to retreat. At this moment, Xia Dian's eyes became smirking, and she also helped analyze, "I think this is your Shan Kingdom's imperial order to have all of you die here, to give an explanation to my great Xia." With a huge shock throughout their bodies, Sui Yu and the others looked at each other. This possibility was extremely high. The Xia Kingdom had a dead grand prince. If they wanted to quell this war, the culprit himself would have to die, so that there could be negotiations between the two countries. "You guys are also quite pitiful, being sacrificed like this." The smile on Xia Dai Lian's face became even brighter as she looked at Xikong Jing in vain. "Are you not chilled? Playing superbly, fighting for your life and then unexpectedly being given up. Very angry, right?" Xikong Jing sniffed, his face expressionless. "Chilled? Anger? Compared to the trumped-up charges, compared to the erasure of one's achievements and even one's name, compared to the digging up of one's own dantian and the shattering of one's own meridians, what is it now?" However, Xia Dai Lian didn't know this, and drank in vain. "Xikong Jing, kneel down and submit, and spare your 100,000 soldiers and horses from death." She was slightly agitated in her heart. She had wanted to capture Xikong Jing alive, but now she was able to submit without a fight. If Xikong Jing was truly a war genius, then this was still a great gift from the Shang Kingdom. Then, she daintily bellowed again, "I, Princess Xia Dai Lian of Dixia, promise that as long as you, Xikong Jing, submit to me, I will definitely train you with all my might, so that you can one day personally lead the army and kill your way back to this merciless Shang Kingdom." The voice was resolute, while Sui Yu and everyone else stared wide-eyed. Xia Dairen was actually the princess of the Xia Kingdom. Xikong Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance as he stepped forward and asked, "If I surrender, what will happen to the people of the Jin sect?" "Death." Xia Dairan didn't even hesitate for a second and said with a murderous gusto, "They killed my eldest royal brother, this hatred is not shared." The people of the Jin sect began to be in disarray. Their hearts were already chilled from being abandoned, and now that they didn't even have any hope of survival, it made their morale weaken to the extreme, and one by one, they could only look toward Sui Imperial. Sui Yu, on the other hand, stared at Xikong Jing in a complicated manner. Perhaps there was a good opportunity in front of him. As long as brother Xikong arrived in the Xia Kingdom, he would inevitably let his light shine again, causing Yen Tianma and Yen Ruyu and the others to regret it, and one day he would also bring the Xia Kingdom's division and stab into the great Shang dynasty. At the same time, 100,000 soldiers and horses also stared at Xikong Jing. They were bewildered and panicked. Nowadays, if they wanted to live, the only way was for Xikong Jing to defect to the Xia Kingdom. There was no second way. In fact, it wasn't as if they didn't have the power to fight. However, whether it was the people of the Brocade sect or the 100,000 soldiers, all of them had lost their will to fight because they had been abandoned, so it was simply impossible to fight. Finally, Sikong Jing crossed his spear and stared at Xia Dian and drank. I, Sikong Jing, will not surrender. Buzz. Sui Yu's brain roared, and then he clenched his fists tightly. He knew that Big Brother Sikong was making the decision for the sake of his brothers and sisters who were still in prison, or the words he had said. If he left, all of his brothers and sisters would not have a single chance of survival. The people of the Jin sect similarly had their brains roaring in gusto as they stared incredulously at Sikong Jing. They could hardly believe that such a young commander of Yunzhou could refuse the temptation of the princess of Xia. Why could he? The people of the Jin sect had been abandoned by the Great Shang dynasty, yet they had not been abandoned in Sikong Jing's case. The crowd originally did not put the peak dark realm Sikong Jing in their eyes either, but now they were filled with red eyes and moved by it. And the 100,000 soldiers and horses froze, their faces snow white and snow white. Why didn't Commander Sikong surrender? For the sake of the people of the Brocade sect? But we were abandoned by the Great Shang dynasty, why can't we find another way to live? Xia Dian's original expression of determination directly solidified, staring at Sikong Jing and asked, why don't you surrender? Could it be that the Shang kingdom, the Great Shang dynasty in your eyes, which is so reckless with your lives, is still worth your life? With incomprehension in her eyes, Xia Dian could not figure out what reason Sikong Jing had for not surrendering. Sikong Jing returned word by word, because I have family, I have brothers and sisters inside the Great Shang dynasty, if I surrender, they will die, they are my Sikong Jing's life. Chapter 125 Xia Demonic Beasts, Killing Each Other. At that instant, the 100,000 soldiers and horses who were originally thinking of surrendering had a huge shock throughout their bodies, and their eyes reddened. Who doesn't have a family? Who doesn't want to go home? Who would like to see their family killed? Who is not fighting for the sake of their family? 100,000 soldiers and horses originally dispersed the will to fight, regrouped, the momentum suddenly born. Xia Dian was stunned. As a genius in commanding troops, she could not see the changes in this team. With just a few words, Sikong Jing had revitalized the soldiers and horses that had lost their fighting spirit. Not daring to be slow, she drank with a reddened face. All of you are from Yunzhou. I, Xia Dian, in the name of the great Xia princess, promise that as long as you surrender to me, I will lead my troops to pounce on Yunzhou and bring you and your family members into my great Xia. With one sentence, another 100,000 soldiers and horses were shaken all over, and the flames in their eyes began to show signs of being extinguished. Ha ha! However, Sikong Jing let out a big laugh and drank in a standing voice. I, Sikong Jing, believe you, but I will hold my fate in my own hands. I will personally bring my soldiers and horses back home peacefully. The 100,000 soldiers and horses' whole bodies shook again, and they stared blankly at Sikong Jing. Remembering all the images of killing along the way, a strong sense of conviction arose. With Commander Sikong around, there would be nothing that could be done. So people prepare, cooperate with the experts of the Brocade sect, guard. Sikong Jing ordered in vain, his voice infecting everyone. The clanging sounds of gold and iron resounded continuously, and the battle spirit rose once again. Even the people of the Brocade sect subconsciously obeyed his orders. If they wanted to live, the only way was to die in battle, and Sikong Jing's non-surrender gave them, the people of the Brocade sect, the opportunity to die in battle. Xia Dian incredulously swept the entire field, and then indignantly looked at Sikong Jing, and droned, well, I would like to see what you guys, who have been given up, have that can withstand the power of the strongest men of my great Xia. At this moment, all of the Xia strongmen on the city walls had also arrived. Sikong Jing and the others were going to face all of the Xia kingdom's experts in Rock Cloud City, and the difficulty could be imagined. At this time, Xia Dian swept the hair on her forehead and floated on top of a date-red Pegasus with 2 wings. Sucking out 2 short spears from the back of the Pegasus, she stared at Sikong Jing and drank again. I repeat, as long as you surrender, you will be my Grand Xia Princess's redhead, and I can give you this Transcendent Realm's warhorse as well. Xia Dian did not want to give up, and even used the Transcendent Mortal Warhorse underneath her to persuade Sikong Jing to surrender. A Transcendent Mortal Warhorse, who wouldn't love it? A Transcendent Mortal Warhorse? Sadly, it's going to die. However, what responded to Xia Dian was Sikong Jing's low voice. Without waiting for Xia Dian to react, Sikong Jing opened his mouth in vain and let out a ferocious beast-like roar before staring at the Transcendent Mortal Warhorse. At that instant, the eyes of the Transcendent Warhorse reddened. All of a sudden, only Sikong Jing was left in its eyes, no one else. The Transcendent Warhorse's mind only had an instinctive realization that it must swallow this human, swallow this person who could make itself super evolved. His blood was so delicious. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, the various powerful demonic beasts among the Xia kingdom's strongest also let out roars. Instinct also told them to swallow this human. As long as they ate him, they could evolve. Ah Hong, what's wrong with you?
Xia Dian's face suddenly changed, feeling the violent emotions of the transcendent warhorse underneath her. She called out in surprise. This was one that she had tamed with her own hands. It was impossible for it to rebel. Roar! The transcendent warhorse had long forgotten that Xia Dian was its master, and without a hint of hesitation, it roared and pounced on Sikong Jing. The Xia Dai Rin on its back was naturally followed by being brought towards Sikong Jing.
Sui Yu, whatever happens next, don't mind me.
Sikong Jing looked at the transcendent warhorse that came at him head-on, and immediately gave a heavy explanation to Sui Yu at his side. Then, he looked at Ah Hu and old Zhang again and said, "Everyone listen, retreat first." As soon as the words fell, Sikong Jing leapt high into the air and met the transcendent warhorse to kill it. Staring at the getting closer and closer Sikong Jing, the transcendent warhorse suddenly opened its mouth. A wave of demonic power transformed into suction from its mouth and ruthlessly sucked Sikong Jing inside its stomach. This terrifying scene caused Sui Yu and the 100,000 soldiers and horses to all be dumbfounded. "Big brother!" Sui Yu couldn't help but cry out furiously, but his body held back immobility and death. Big brother Sikong Jing had explained that no matter what happened, don't mind him, and the situation in front of him was definitely within his expectations.
Big brother was an invincible god general, nothing would ever happen.
At the same time, Sikong Jing entered the body of the transcendent warhorse, and the terrifying demonic power around him almost tore him to pieces. And he could still feel the strong emotions coming from the transcendent warhorse. "Swallowed you, I'm going to evolve, I'm going to become a divine beast." The transcendent warhorse transmitted an extremely excited emotion, as if it had seen a bright future. Sikong Jing operated the Zhendi breaking prison technique True Chi to the extreme and roared lowly, "Too bad you don't have a chance, you're going to die." Roar! The roar of a demonic beast came from outside, and in everyone's eyes, these heaven-realm demonic beasts pounced on the transcendent warhorse with no desire to die. They wanted to tear the transcendent warhorse into pieces. At once, another strong emotion came from the transcendent warhorse, as if it was saying to the surrounding demonic beasts, "You trash, you dare to rob with me?" Unfortunately, evolution was the instinct of demonic beasts. If you can become a divine beast by swallowing the Sikong realm, even if you are a transcendent, we heaven realm demonic beasts will still have to fight for it. All the heaven realm demonic beasts, and even the earth realm and human realm demonic beasts bit frantically at the transcendent warhorse. All of a sudden, the demonic power within the transcendent warhorse that was going to devour Sikong Jing decreased drastically, and it had to fend off the bombardment of the surrounding demonic beasts. Inside the transcendent warhorse, Sikong Jing's pressure lightened, and in vain, a desire arose again in his heart, precisely, swallowing the heart of the transcendent warhorse, swallowing the inner Dan of the transcendent warhorse, could help himself break through. This was food, very good sustenance for the current self. Licking the corners of his mouth, Sikong Jing instinctively opened his hands and tore open the flesh and blood of the transcendent warhorse's body. Outside, both the enemy were all staring in disbelief at the chaotic battle of the demonic beasts. The heaven realm and earth realm and other demonic beasts surrounded the transcendent warhorse. The transcendent warhorse continuously resisted, while the Xia Dai Lian on the warhorse waved the double guns, killing the demonic beasts for the transcendent warhorse. But everyone just couldn't figure it out. They were all tamed demonic beasts of Xia. Why did they have to kill each other? What are you all waiting for? Quickly save Her Highness. After a while, the transcendent powers of the Xia kingdom finally reacted, one by one killing the demonic beasts in the chaotic battle. Ow! And at this time, it was the moment when Sikong Jing was inside the transcendent mortal warhorse, tearing apart its flesh and blood. The transcendent mortal warhorse futilely let out a miserable wail, and the terrifying demonic power ruthlessly shook out. In an instant, it quaked the Xia kingdom powerhouse, quaking the surrounding demonic beasts far away. And the Xia Dai Lian on its back bore the brunt of the shock, being shaken to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face snow white. As the mount of the Grand Xia Princess, the transcendent warhorse was not an ordinary transcendent demonic beast, but a terrifying existence that had already reached the transcendent third realm, and its demonic power was incomparably strong. No one present other than Sui Yu could surpass its realm. Chapter 126 Devouring the Beast's Heart, Princess as Hostage. Ah Hong, what the hell are you mad about? Xia Dian frantically pacified the warhorse underneath her. However, what she didn't know was that the Sikong Jing inside the transcendent warhorse had already bitten its heart, and then sucked its blood like crazy. The transcendent warhorse could not feel Xia Dian's appeasement at all, but became even more frenzied and kept crashing madly. Xia Dairen wanted to detach herself from the horse, but the demonic beasts came charging in defiantly, forcing her to grit her teeth and pull on the warhorse.
She was like a small pendant on the transcendent warhorse, swaying with the wind. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the transcendent mortal warhorse, Sikong Jing's true chi roared before he broke through. He rushed up to the human realm, and then the first, second, and third levels of the human realm. He drained the essence blood from the heart of the transcendent mortal warhorse, and then looked at its inner Dan, and opened his mouth to bite again. The true chi in his body was once again running wildly, the dantian that looked like a ferocious beast was roaring and gulping. Outside, the transcendent warhorse died, twitching on the ground. Many demonic beasts also died, crushed alive in place by the transcendent warhorse's last mad force. What the crowd saw was a field of beast corpses. Finally calming down, Xia Dian stood on the corpse of the horse, staring blankly at everything around her, which was hard for her to understand. Tear. In vain, the corpse of the transcendent warhorse cracked open. A figure whose entire body was dyed red with blood broke out through the horse corpse, and as soon as he did, he gripped the bewildered Xia Dairen and laughed in a low voice, "Princess of the Xia Kingdom, you are now my hostage." The voice was horribly hoarse, and with the tragic situation around him, Sikong Jing was like a horrible demon. The surroundings were silent, and whoever was there stared incredulously at this scene. Big brother. Finally Suiyu stared in disbelief as he looked at Sikong Jing, who had actually come out from within the transcendent warhorse. "See, brother Sikong?" Ah Hu and old Zhang's pupils shrank violently. Although they couldn't figure out why the demonic beasts were in a chaotic battle just now, they were swallowed by the transcendent demon beast, but they were still alive. Brother Sikong, was he still human? Commander Sikong. 100,000 soldiers and horses exclaimed in shock, an intense light igniting in their eyes. Your Highness. The Xia Kingdom's powerhouses were also stunned. This person who was bound to die had emerged from inside a horse corpse and was now holding the princess. After being shocked, how could one dare to slow down, frantically killing out to save Xia Dailian? However, Sikong Jing, who was covered in blood, held Xia Dairen and turned back violently, opening his bloody eyes and said, "One step closer, and your Highness Princess will be able to go to hell to accompany your Grand Prince." Instantly, the Xia Kingdom powerhouses stopped in their tracks and roared in anger. Xia Dian was equally stunned, and only then did she react, screaming, "Asshole, let go of me." She struggled frantically, but she was already injured from the attacks of the transcendent warhorse and the various demonic beasts just now, and at this point in time, Sikong Jing also snapped a few times, accurately slapping at various vital points of her body. Wow! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, Xia Dailian felt weak all over her body, and various key nodes in her meridians were slapped by Sikong Jing. If she was in a situation where she was not injured, with Sikong Jing's realm naturally had no effect on her. However, she was seriously injured, and these few slaps from Sikong Jing almost took half of her life. In the end, Xia Dailian could only fall softly into Sikong Jing's arms, staring at him with indignant eyes. If eyes could kill, Sikong Jing would have died many times already. At this time, Sikong Jing lowered his head and said, "Princess Dailian, you'd better not struggle, or else I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself to break your neck." After saying that, Sikong Jing carried Xia Dairen and flew into the 100,000 soldiers and horses. Throwing Xia Dairen onto a horse, and then he himself mounted his war horse, coldly looking at the strong men of the Xia Kingdom and asking, "Do you want your princess's life?" As the words fell, Suiyu, who had reacted, stood to kill in front of Sikong Jing's body, and his transcendent true chi rushed up to the sky, sweeping the surroundings. It was still for Sikong Jing, escorting her. The face of the summer country's strong men is difficult to see the extreme, how they did not expect to become like this. The heart still cannot figure out why the demonic beasts will suddenly rebel, and now how to do If the princess dies, they will all be killed. This Sikong Jing martial arts realm is weak, but definitely is a ruthless person, definitely will not be soft because it is the princess. At this moment, a golden armored middle-aged man droned lowly, "Put down the princess and I will let you leave." There was no second way for the Xia Kingdom powerhouse to do anything but compromise. But as soon as the golden armored middle-aged man's words fell, Xia Dailian, who was on Sikong Jing's warhorse, raised her head in vain and fumed fiercely, "No one is allowed to let them leave, they don't dare to kill me, they don't have the guts to do so." With a strong cold light in her eyes, Xia Dairen stared at Sikong Jing and said, "If you kill me, no matter if it's my Xia or your Dishang dynasty, there's no place for you, and there's no place for the 100,000 soldiers and horses behind you." When these words came out, the corners of Suiyu's mouth twitched. It was indeed the truth. Killing the Xia Kingdom's Grand Prince himself had already been abandoned by the great Shang dynasty. If he killed the princess of the Xia Kingdom, even if he returned to Yunzhou, what would greet Sikong Jing and the other 100,000 people would only be the butcher's knife of the great Shang dynasty. "Sikong Jing, I still say that, surrender to my great Xia."
Xia Dian bit Sikong Jing to death, staring at him close at hand, laughing shamefully, otherwise we'll just spend our time here. As long as the news spreads out, my Grand Xia will immediately send another expert to come to the rescue, or even directly bring troops to kill Yunzhou, while your Grand Shang dynasty. Ha ha ha. The sharp laughter showed everything. Sikong Jing simply couldn't wear her out. The Xia kingdom would send people to save them, but the great Shang dynasty would only watch Sikong Jing and everyone else, all of them, die. Of course Sikong Jing understood this, and took a deep breath and asked, Elder Brother Ahu, what is the closest mountain range to here? I want the mountain range with the most demonic beasts and the most people to be discouraged. Ahu froze and returned with a low voice, it's the Dark Dragon mountain range that spans between Yunzhou and Xia. Which direction is the closest? Sikong Jing asked again. Ahu returned again, from the Rock Cloud City Gate we broke open all the way to the northeast, a distance of about 50 kilometers. Sikong Jing closed his eyes deeply and opened them in vain. Alright, everyone set off with me and enter the Dark Dragon mountain range. The voice caused the entire body of the generals to shake, and then they saw Sikong Jing pointing his spear at the Xia kingdom's strongest man and drinking, if you dare to block us, I'll remove one of your princess's arms first. After saying that, Sikong Jing held his spear in one hand and Xia Dai Lian's arm in the other, riding his horse. However, the Xia country's strong man gritted his teeth and blocked Sikong Jing to death, refusing to move. Click. In response, Sikong Jing showed no mercy, and then Raleigh removed one of Xia Dai Ren's arms. Then again, amidst Xia Dai Lian's miserable grunts, amidst the roars of the Xia kingdom's powerhouses, Sikong Jing said in a chilling voice, don't force me to kill, if Princess Dai Lian dies, you all will likewise have no place to stay. One by one, the faces of the Xia country's powerhouses turned white, but in the end, they still clenched their fists and made way for Sikong Jing and the others. Chapter 127 Sikong Jing, really scary. Sikong Jing rode his warhorse forward with great strides. Sui Yu guarded his left and right sides, defending against the secret attacks of the Xia experts. The people of the Golden Gate and 100,000 soldiers and horses followed closely behind, their speed getting faster and faster. Seeing that the city gates were about to arrive, Xia Dai Lian called out, all of you, catch up with me, Sikong Jing is going to utilize the ferocity of the Dark Dragon mountain range to get rid of us, give me a death grip on him, don't let up for a moment. Notify our Grand Xia again, the army is killing its way into Yunzhou. Saying this, Xia Dian raised her head once again, Sikong Jing, I won't let you go easily, I will definitely take you in. The sharp pain coming from her arm was a constant reminder to Xia Dairen that she must not be eaten to death by Sikong Jing anymore. Sikong Jing's gaze was cold, not responding to Xia Dairen's threat. A few kilometers outside of Rock Cloud City, Fanchong and Lanshou were stationed with a 300,000-strong army. Strange, other than the roar of the demonic beasts just now within Rock Cloud City, why is there no movement again? Fan Chang's head was marked with several question marks. It was expected that there should be true qi going crazy and strong people roaring. A cold light flashed in Lan Shou's eyes as he said in a low voice, it's possible that the genius you're talking about, Sikong Jing, has defected to the Summer Kingdom. At once, Fan Chang's whole body shook slightly, this possibility was extremely high. Lan Shou said again, stay no matter what people come out, as long as they are from our great Shang dynasty, kill them all for me, I'm afraid that there are people from the Jin sect disguised and mixed in, none of them can go back alive. Regarding the matter of having the Jin sect sent to their deaths, the Lord of the Cloud State explained that the person who had issued the Great Shang Imperial Decree did not want anyone to be able to return alive. There were people from the great families inside, and the matter of sending them to their deaths could not be made known to their background forces for the time being. Remember, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Lan Shou emphasized heavily. Mo Yang, who heard this, nodded his head and smiled heatedly, Commander Lan, this matter is on me, I will definitely kill them to the point that they cry out, I will definitely let that Sikong Jing die without a burial place. As soon as the words fell, a deputy commanding officer shouted strangely, look, it's coming out. The second deputy commander ambassador then said, it's really that Sikong Jing, he really came out alive, he must have defected to the Xia kingdom. Seeing this, Lan Shou immediately said, Commander Fan, kill, slaughter them all. In response, Fan Chong waved his fist high, ready to order. But before his voice could be heard, he saw more and more people coming out of the city, and all of a sudden, 100,000 soldiers and horses rushed out. And among them, mixed with the people of the Brocade sect which has no disguise. That powerful aura, the Jin sect's costume was so conspicuous. Fan Chang's high-raised fist froze and said in vain, Mo Yang, you go on. I'll go on, you Malagobi. Mo Yang was a deputy commander anyhow, or would he not be able to see that the situation was not right, and could not help but curse furiously in his heart.
As for Lan Shou, he is frankly just the chief administrator of the inner palace of the Lord of Yunzhou. He can't see what's going on. Dissatisfiedly drank. Mo Yang, still not on. Didn't you just say that this is wrapped up in you? I. Mo Yang almost gave himself a big mouth. What did he just show off? But who would have thought that facing the strong men of the Xia kingdom, how could Xikong Jing still charge out of the city intact, whether it was the Jin men or 100,000 soldiers and horses, not even one loss ah. Even if Xikong Jing defected to the Xia kingdom, the 100,000 soldiers and horses and the people of the Jin sect should have died, most of them. The situation in front of him is incomprehensible. Lord Fan, Xikong Jing is rushing towards us. Suddenly, a deputy commander shouted out. His eyes almost cracked. Fan Xiong really saw Xikong Jing killing with the Jin men and 100,000 soldiers and shouted, "Everyone listen to the order, run." Lan Shou's face darkened. Run for what? You 300,000 people still can't beat 100,000 people? Can't beat Nima? Not to mention how terrifying Xikong Jing is, there are still all the experts of the brocade sect inside. Chief Lan, the people from the Jin sector mixed inside, we can't beat them. Fan Xiong could only patiently explain, I'm afraid that all of them have surrendered to the Xia kingdom, they're coming to kill us to vent their anger. All of a sudden Lan Shou froze again, but then shook his head and laughed coldly. Impossible, the Xia kingdom will not let go of the people of the Jin sect who killed their grand prince, that Xikong Jing can surrender, the Jin sect can't surrender. I guarantee that all those people from the brocade sect mixed inside are fake, or only a few are real. Twitching the corner of his mouth, Fan Xiong felt that it seemed to be the truth, but should he take the risk? Kill them all, never let them go back alive. Lan Shou droned. Taking a deep breath, Fan Xiong was riding a tiger. He could only order 300,000 soldiers and horses to meet them out, the reason naturally being that Xikong Jing had already defected to the Xia kingdom, so he must kill them all. 300,000 soldiers and horses moved, but Fan Xiong and Mo Yang did not move. Several commanders looked at each other for a few moments and saw the meaning in their eyes, one wrong and run. Over here, Xikong Jing and Sui Yu naturally saw the 300,000 troops killing over. The two of them glanced at each other. Sui Yu was the first to speak. Big brother, it seems that the great Shang dynasty's order is not only to sacrifice me, but also to let all of the Jin sects die here, none of them can return alive. Xikong Jing nodded his head and returned, perhaps you have been exposed, perhaps you have offended someone. I'm afraid that Yen Tianma has already known about the matter of the Summer Kingdom's Grand Prince being at the Heavenly Dragon Villa. All of a sudden, rolling chills emerged in Sui Yu's heart, his teeth clenched. Yen Tianma deliberately sent himself to die because he knew he was Big Brother Xikong's man? Don't think too much first, kill your way out. Xikong Jing spoke to Sui Yu before leading his troops to charge the 300,000 strong army. In fact, he wasn't rushing towards Fan Xiong, but the route to the Dark Dragon Mountain range was this one. At Fan Chang's side, Lan Shou laughed coldly and straight. This one called Xikong Jing really doesn't know his own strength. 100,000 soldiers and horses dare to stand up to 300,000 troops. Even if there are a few Jin sect masters mixed in with him, he's bound to die. The next instant he finished speaking, his gaze froze. Only to see Xikong Jing's 100,000 soldiers and horses like a terrifying tide, killing the 300,000 people like cutting grass. Miserable screams kept coming. Even if Lan Shou didn't understand war anymore, he knew who was strong and who was weak. What the hell, why are they so strong? Lan Shou asked. Fan Xiong draws the corners of his mouth. People, Xikong Jing is this strong, you just realized it? Looking at it, Lan Shou suddenly stormed out, Commander Fan, what are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you go up and command? Taking a deep breath, Fan Xiong returned, Mr. Lan, Xikong Jing is very scary, retreat? Retreat? Can you afford it? If you dare to retreat, go back to Yunzhou and ask to be executed. Lan Shou said condescendingly, if you don't go over there and take command, do you believe I'll go back to Yunzhou and take you to court? Fan Xiong was so angry that he stared up with his eyes and suddenly roared, if you want to go to your own death, I'll fulfill you. After saying that, Fan Xiong suddenly picked up Lan Shou, mounted his horse and rushed into the battle, then threw him hard on the battlefield, then ran back without going back and said to Mo Yang and the others, quick, hide. I just saw the strong men of the Xia kingdom chasing out. Xikong Jing seems to have taken that female leader of the Xia kingdom as a hostage and killed them. When these words came out, Mo Yang and the other 3 commanders died. Without thinking, they dug a hole and buried themselves. Chapter 128 Dark Dragon Mountain Range. In the middle of the battlefield, Lan Shou looked around with a face full of confusion and roared, Fan Xiong, I'm Nima. Puff. In vain, Lan Shou's shoulder was picked by a long spear, and his entire body was propped up high. What are you? Why did Fan Xiong throw you over? Answer me.
Lan Shou looked up, and it was the Sikong Jing that Fan Chong had spoken of.
Sikong Jing, I'm the chief of the inner mansion of the Lord of Yunzhou. If you're sensible, let me go. Lan Shou's shoulder ate the pain and issued a threat to Sikong Jing.
He was usually used to being the Lord of Yunzhou's dog and developed an arrogant nature. The Sikong Jing in his eyes was just a small Jianghu man born in Yang City with a good talent for leading soldiers. Even if Sikong Jing defects to the Xia kingdom, he can make him fearful by reporting his own identity.
A small person, how strong could his heart be? You're the one who came to tell Fan Chong not to attack the city, why?
Sikong Jing coldly asked.
Why?
Of course it's to make sure that all the people of the Jin sect have to die here, and none of them can go back. Kid, if you have the sense to release me immediately, and point out all the people of the Jin sect mixed in your soldiers and horses, I might be able to save your life, so that the Lord of Yunzhou will no longer pursue the matter of you surrendering to the Xia kingdom. Lan Shou was trying to convince Sikong Jing to take things to the serious side in order to save his life. This is the Great Shang Imperial Order, it's not something that you, a small Jianghu person, can afford. Let me go, or the whole family will be killed.
Great Shang Imperial Order.
Sikong Jing and Sui Yu glanced at each other, chills rising in their eyes.
Immediately, Sikong Jing drank. So that's how it is, thanks for informing me, you die.
With a flick of his spear, Lan Shou died on the spot.
His eyes were wide before he died. He couldn't believe that Sikong Jing really dared to kill him. Wasn't he forced to surrender to the Xia kingdom?
As long as he pointed out all the people of the Jin sect, he could have saved his life off.
Of course he didn't know that Sikong Jing was not a small person.
No longer looking at Lan Shou one more time, Sikong Jing led his troops out to kill, heading straight for the Dark Dragon mountain range. The Xia kingdom's powerhouses clung on at the back, but right at this moment, a golden-armored middle-aged man coldly said, "Leave some of your men behind, slaughter all of these Yunzhou battle mansion soldiers, and don't leave half of them behind to report the news. Butterfly Love Princess cannot be lost. If you let people go to the border war city to report the news, maybe the Great Shang dynasty will change the order, no longer pursue the people of the Brocade sect, and take the Butterfly Love Princess to negotiate with their great Xia. Kill, kill, kill." 300,000 troops were slaughtered without a single one left, and Rock Cloud City was left partially sealed. Half an hour later, a few kilometers outside of Rock Cloud City, there were signs of the earth loosening, and 3 deputy commanders, including Fan Chong and Mo Yang, poked their heads out from inside the earth, gasping for air. And when looking around, the 4 almost dropped their jaws in shock. It was too horrible, too bloody.
Lord Fan, what are we going to do? Mo Yang's legs were trembling wildly. They were now in a dilemma left and right.
It had already been established that Sikong Jing had taken the female leader of the Xia kingdom as a hostage and fled, and that he was with all the Jin sect's bigwigs.
If Sikong Jing and the Jin sect escaped back to Yunzhou City, it would be a death sentence for them to return to Yunzhou City.
The big shots of the Brocade sect would not spare them. What was even more frightening was that if all the people from the Jin Gate didn't die, then the big shot from the Great Shang dynasty who wanted the Jin Gate to die would also be very angry, and at that time, he, the commander of the Yunzhou War Office, would also be very miserable. To put it bluntly, Sikong Jing was also his subordinate, and he, Fan Chong, was the boss of this siege battle. No matter what, first determine how Sikong Jing's people from the Jin sect are doing. The Xia kingdom powerhouses won't let them go. Only then did Fan Chong clench his teeth and make a decision. And they just seemed to have heard talk of traveling to the Dark Dragon mountain range, so the 4 of them secretly chased after them. When they arrived at the Dark Dragon mountain range, they really saw the traces of 100,000 soldiers and horses.
Sure enough, they went in. The only thing we can do now is wait.
It would be best if Sikong Jing and the people from the Brocade sect died inside, but if they didn't die and successfully escaped the pursuit of the Xia kingdom's strongest men, let's flee the Xia kingdom. The 3 deputy commanders lamented and cursed Sikong Jing furiously. One day passed, the 4 people guarding outside the Dark Dragon mountain range suddenly heard a commotion and were stunned when they glanced at it, only to see that the Xia kingdom's army had suddenly killed them, and they couldn't see the edge of it at a glance. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them dug another pit and buried themselves. A whole day, they only emerged from the earth again, face fear to the extreme. They heard the conversation of the Xia army inside the earth. Yunzhou's border war city was broken by the Xia army. The female leader of the Xia state in Rock Cloud City that Sikong Jing took as a hostage was even the Butterfly Love Princess of the Xia state. Now, millions of elite armies from the Xia kingdom had killed their way into the Dark Dragon mountain range just to save their Butterfly Love Princess. Sikong Jing is simply a psychopath.
Mo Yang's face twitched.
It was too scary. They hadn't encountered anything so frightening. The people of the Jin sect had killed the Xia kingdom's grand prince, and Sikong Jing had taken the Xia Kingdom's princess as a hostage. This was simply stabbing the sky. The Xia Kingdom's army has breached the border war city. Yunzhou is going to be in chaos,
a deputy commanding envoy said.
The second deputy commanding envoy said, as soon as they rescue the princess of the Xia Kingdom from the Dark Dragon Mountain range, they will kill their way into Yunzhou.
Fan Chang's breathing was rapid to the extreme. The three vice commanders all looked at him. What should they do next?
All of you remember, we have never breached Rock Cloud City, and we don't know this person Sikong Jing. The 600,000 troops from Yang City and Qingyun City and so on were all destroyed by the Xia Kingdom's army. We brought our 600,000 troops to fight in a bloody battle, and we couldn't even withstand it. Now let's go back and gather the troops that arrived from the other cities and make a show of it. As for why the Xia Kingdom's army entered the Dark Dragon Mountain range, we don't know. Not a single word is allowed to be mentioned, understand? With Fan Chang's words, the three deputy commanders nodded their heads. They knew very well that there were some words that if they said them, they would die a miserable death. At this time, Mo Yang asked, Lord Fan, if Sikong Jing and the people from the Jin sect walk out alive. Lied my ass, millions of Xia's elite army killed into the Dark Dragon Mountain range, even if Sikong Jing is the great Shang invincible god general? With 100,000 trash city guards, there is no way to live. Fan Chong directly interrupted and ran away without looking back. The three deputy commanders rushed to catch up. No one felt that Sikong Jing and the people of the Jin sect could still survive. Dark Dragon Mountain range, Sikong Jing had already been in for 2 days. 100,000 soldiers and horses had stepped into the depths without any pause. One by one, they were tired and panting like oxen, but they couldn't stop because the millions of troops from the Xia Kingdom had already chased them in. Sikong Jing, don't make any more fearless struggles, you now have only one way to surrender to my great Xia. Xia Dian was still in Sikong Jing's hands, sneering at him.
Was the Dark Dragon Mountain range terrifying?
Yes, but it was still not enough to stop millions of Xia's army. Sikong Jing and the others had no second way to live other than surrendering.
Chapter 129, Do you believe in miracles?
The deeper into the mountain range, the terrain would become more and more treacherous, and the demonic beasts would become stronger and stronger. The 100,000 soldiers and horses would struggle, and would eventually be surrounded and annihilated by the millions of Xia's army. But Sikong Jing ignored Xia Dai Lian and squeezed out a little bit of blood, handing it over to Sui Yu next to him. Then, Sui Imperial used his transcendent true chi to wrap the fresh blood and beat it inside the land.
The too small action was not noticed by anyone.
And all the way over, Sikong Jing and Sui Imperial would make such small movements every bit of distance.
And even Sui Yu did not know what Sikong Jing was up to.
Without realizing it, time came to the 5th day of entering the Dark Dragon Mountain range. Sikong Jing and the others were already very deep into the Dark Dragon Mountain range, and finally at this time, the millions of troops from the Xia Kingdom caught up.
The terrifying aura pressed down on the 100,000 soldiers and horses. It wouldn't take half an hour for them to be surrounded by the millions of Xia's army. Sikong Jing, at this point, are you still not giving up resistance?
Xia Dian, who was a hostage, said once again. Everyone was watching Sikong Jing. One by one, they had long been exhausted, and they didn't want to resist anymore. It really was just a moth to the flame, it really was just striking a stone with an egg. In the words of Xia Dairen, who had come all the way over, the Xia army even treated them as playthings, practicing in the Dark Dragon Mountain range. If they weren't afraid that Sikong Jing would just give up his 100,000 troops and horses and sneak into the mountain range after total despair, or if they were afraid that he would finish off Xia Dai Lian, the real powerhouses of the Xia Kingdom would have long since caught up with them. The millions of troops that would follow would leave everyone with no way to escape, and even Sui Yu would never want to use the terrain to leave.
Brother Sikong, you've been very good, surrender to the Xia Kingdom, no one will blame you. There were experts from the Jin sect who let out a lamenting voice.
Even if they were Heaven Realm or even transcendent experts, they already had respect for Sikong Jing. And now they were also very tired, they didn't know how many demonic beasts they had killed along the way, and they were ready to give up.
Yes, Brother Sikong, none of us will blame you.
It was still the same sentence. Sikong Jing and the 100,000 soldiers and horses could all live, but they, the people of the Jin sect, could not. The people of the Jin sect opened their mouths. Sikong Jing had done everything he could to save them. At this moment, Xia Dai Lian, the people of the Jin sect, the 100,000 soldiers and horses, and even the thousands of Xia Kingdom powerhouses that were clinging to them, were all staring at Sikong Jing with dead eyes, waiting for his final decision. Suddenly, Sikong Jing smiled. Do you believe in miracles? Everyone's gazes froze up, not understanding what Sikong Jing meant by that. I believe, so next I will take you all to witness a miracle. Si Kongjing slowly swept over everyone and finally landed on Suiyu's body, nodding his head in a gesture. Suiyu immediately understood what it meant. Big brother Sikong wanted himself to detonate the blood buried in the land along the way. Those drops of Si Kongjing's blood were all buried after being surrounded by his true chi, and only he himself could detonate them all, and then the true chi would carry the blood and explode into the clouds. Suiyu absolutely obeyed Si Kongjing, and he was curious to know what the miracle was. Fists clenched violently, bang 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 bang. All of Si Kongjing's blood, which was encircled by Suiyu's true chi, was detonated. Although it blew up into the clouds, neither the blood nor the true chi was that strong, so no one noticed it for the time being. Even the millions of troops of the Xia kingdom, no one saw it. But at this instant, roar! Roars rang out in the Dark Dragon Mountain range, then the roars became more and more violent, more and more, the entire Dark Dragon Mountain range shook, countless demonic beasts rushed up to the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with demonic beasts. Everyone in the Dark Dragon Mountain range was stunned. Xia Dai Lian on this side, as well as the crowd after the shock, all looked at Si Kongjing. This is a miracle? Why is it a miracle? What exactly did he do? The miracle is, the beast tied in the Dark Dragon Mountain range. Of course Si Kongjing wouldn't explain in detail, but instead let out a cold and arrogant voice. His own blood exploding up into the clouds and emitting it with Suiyu's true chi would instantly attract the attention of the demonic beasts in the entire Dark Dragon Mountain range, and they all wanted to eat him. They were triggered by their own exploded blood, triggering their instincts. Then the beast tide would come, and they would follow the fresh blood and search for themselves in a frenzy. Beast tide? Xia Dieyan's face suddenly turned as pale as paper. It was fine for millions of troops to enter the Dark Dragon Mountain range. That was because the demonic beasts all had their own territories. It was impossible for the demonic beasts to unite. But when the beast tide came together, the millions of troops would die and be heavily injured. Yes, it's the beast tide. Si Kongjing coldly opened his mouth, and at this time, the roars grew louder and more terrifying, and the entire Dark Dragon Mountain range's demonic power swept wildly. It was really just like the beast tide in the records, and it started when it was said to start. Xia Dieyan's red lips trembled madly as she screamed, quickly inform the army to retreat, retreat. If millions of troops were destroyed because of herself, then she would be a sinner of the great Xia. The Xia powerhouses that clung to Si Kongjing were filled with confusion, and a few of them rushed madly towards the catching up Xia army, their voices shaking the sky. Pass on the princess's order, the army is retreating, the beast tide will rise. Boom boom boom. The true chi of the Xia kingdom's army converged and rose up to the sky, and then there was nothing but panic. The beast tide had a horror legend that no one knew about, no one was unaware of. Looking at the chaotic true chi of the Xia kingdom's army, Xia Dai Lian stared at Si Kongjing with trembling eyes and screamed, "You're crazy, you knew that a beast tide would occur in the Dark Dragon Mountain range. How dare you come in here? What good would it do you to die together?" If the millions of Xia's army perished, his 100,000 soldiers and horses of Si Kongjing would likewise be torn to pieces by the beast tide. Who said I want to die together? Si Kongjing was bashful, then droned lowly. Everyone listened to the order. Kill the horse and hide it in the horse's belly, next feed on the horse's blood and flesh, and hold on until the time when the beast tide passes. After saying that, he took the lead in killing a warhorse, and then threw Xia Dairen inside the horse's belly. With the lance still pointed at her, he then droned to the surroundings, action. Everyone immediately acted, following Si Kongjing's method of killing the horse into its belly, and in the blink of an eye, there was only Si Kongjing left alone still outside, pointing at Xia Dairen and staring at the opposite Xia kingdom's powerhouses. The beast tide had truly begun, and Princess Dai Lian was still in Si Kongjing's hands. They couldn't even put up a fight. Kill the horse and enter the belly. The golden-armored middle-aged man clenched his teeth in death, and could only follow Si Kongjing's method to avoid the beast tide. At the same time, this method was also passed on by them to the Xia kingdom's army, but of course they couldn't have millions of warhorses, and the aura of the army was too powerful to be seen as a thorn in the side of the demonic beasts. Even if this method worked, it was too late. The Xia kingdom's army, already under siege by the demonic beasts, could only fight and retreat and hide. Si Kongjing looked at the insanely roaring Dark Dragon Mountain range, hiding his body's bloodline aura to the deepest level as he took a deep breath and said, "The blood of 10,000 beasts is truly a double-edged sword. If I'm not careful, I'll be doomed." After saying that, he looked at the tidal wave of demonic beasts behind him, and no longer cared about Xia Dai Lian. He chopped off a warhorse and then hid in it. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye 2 days passed. The surrounding is still not so calm. The beast tide did not really recede, but Si Kongjing suddenly stabbed the horse out. Chapter 130, Farewell, Suiyu goes first. listening to the roar of the surrounding beasts, looking at the surrounding densely packed horse corpses. Sikong Jing took the lead in pulling Suiyu out, while later pulling Ahu and Laozhang out of the horse carcasses, whispering, "Don't make any noise, pull everyone out and go." Suiyu froze and asked, "Beast tide?" Sikong Jing interrupted in a low voice, "The beast tide is close to subsiding, but we can't wait for it to truly subside before we leave, or we will still be greeted by the remnants of the Xia Kingdom's army." As the lord of 10,000 beasts, even if he was hidden within a horse corpse, Sikong Jing instinctively judged the situation of the beast tide. Others could not. Including Xia Dian, including the terrifying experts of the Xia Kingdom, none of them dared to rush out from the horse corpses before the beast tide had truly subsided. In the blink of an eye, the 100,000 soldiers and horses and the people of the brocade sect quietly retreated into the distance. Staring at the horse corpses where Xia Dian and the crowd of Xia Kingdom powerhouses were hiding, Ahu asked, "Brother Sikong, do you want to continue taking this Xia Kingdom princess away and drag her home to be your daughter-in-law?" Old Zhang sniffed and brightened up, "Brother Sikong, letting the Xia Kingdom princess give you a few babies, tsk. Drawing the corners of his mouth, Sikong Jing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, almost giving the two a big mouth. "What are you thinking about? I'm the one with a wife, and I'm not interested in princesses." When Sikong Jing said this, his mind shook out Su Yushi's appearance. She was still waiting for him to go home. "Then should we kill it?" a person from the brocade sect asked in a cold voice. Sikong Jing shook his head and said, "If Xia dies another princess, then it will definitely go crazy, then the situation in Yunzhou will not be able to be controlled. I'm afraid that we will all be categorized inside Xia's must-kill list. And this Xia Dairen is quite powerful, used to hold back certain people in the Great Shang dynasty, it should have a good effect. Xia Dairen couldn't be killed, or else the Xia Kingdom would go crazy searching for him, which would be very unfavorable to him. On the contrary, Xia Dian would want to continue to take himself in, thus not vocalizing his existence. And these days, Sikong Jing also talked to Xia Dairen a few times. He was surprised to find that this princess was extremely capable of commanding troops. When the time came for the Great Shang dynasty to send people to fight, it would not be that easy. The more chaotic Yunzhou was, the better it would be for Sikong Jing. "Let's go, let's leave the Dark Dragon Mountain range," Sikong Jing ordered. The very next day after Sikong Jing left, the beast tide completely subsided and the Dark Dragon Mountain range returned to peace. Xia Dian and all the powerful people of the Xia Kingdom broke their horses and left. After 2 or 3 days of recuperation, Xia Dairen had already regained some of her strength in the belly of her horse, and the first thing she did was rush towards the warhorse that Sikong Jing was on, slicing viciously. Her eyes widened in vain. Where was anyone else inside? Other Xia Kingdom powerhouses also checked the horse carcass that the 100,000 soldiers and horses were hiding in, but not a single person could be found. After a while, a Xia strongman reported, "Your Highness, we found the trail left behind by Sikong Jing's 100,000 soldiers and horses. They should have broken their horses and left a day ago." When these words came out, Xia Dailian almost spewed out a mouthful of reverse blood and indignantly said, "A day ago, damn it. Your Highness? Should we chase after it?" the Xia powerhouse asked. "Chase what? How can we chase after a day has passed? Are you all just eaters? A whole 100,000 people are gone, and you guys didn't even find a single cent inside the horse's belly?" Xia Dailian was so angry that she sprayed furiously. The crowd of Xia powerhouses huffed. They were afraid of the beast tide. One slip up and the whole army would be wiped out. Inside the horse's belly, they could only hide their breath to death, not daring to let out half a bit, so how could they discover what was in the outside world? Clenching her fists tightly, Xia Dailian hated, "Now hurry up and find our de Xia's army and see how many people are left." 2 hours later, the Xia's army that had entered the Dark Dragon Mountain range gathered together. While only 2 million people were left alive, nearly twice as many had died. The loss was incomparably heavy. Xia Dian's 10 fingers gripped pale. "Sikong Jing, I must subdue him. Defeat, defeat, defeat." From the first day Sikong Jing appeared, she had been losing. The hallowed princess of Daxia, who was known as Daxia's future divine general in command of the army, was tortured to death by an unheard of Sikong Jing. And not only was her big brother's revenge not avenged, but she also suffered a heavy loss. The most infuriating thing was that he himself had been a hostage in her hands for several days, being scolded by him whenever he wanted to, and beaten whenever he wanted to. "Your Highness, do you want to issue a wanted notice now?" the golden-armored middle-aged man asked in a cold voice. "No way." Xia Dian droned without hesitation. "No matter what, Sikong Jing has already chilled his heart towards the Shang Kingdom. What I want is not to kill him. Such a talent must be used for my grand Xia. Wanting him will only make him serve the Shang Kingdom again. The crowd's hearts were clear. The chilled Sikong Jing was bound to have no good feelings towards the Shang kingdom, and subjugating him was not an impossible task.
Although they all hated Sikong Jing, they couldn't help but admire him.
Under Transcendent, with 100,000 trash city guards, who could do what Sikong Jing did to destroy 2 million Xia troops? It could be said that this battle was a miracle that belonged to Sikong Jing. What happened these days must not be spread abroad. The crowd understood even more. Princess Dai Lian lost so badly, spreading it out would have no face left. Moreover, it would hit the morale of the great Xia kingdom. Moreover, she had also been a hostage for some days. In case there were crazy words spread out, it would not be washed away.
Luckily, the Sikong Jing is still upright and didn't do anything out of the ordinary to Her Highness.
Another golden-armored middle-aged man said with a palpitating heart. When the words fell, Xia Diawan's face suddenly stiffened. Not only did he not do anything out of the ordinary, he also didn't even look at me as a woman.
Am I that unattractive? Bastard!
A few days later, Sikong Jing arrived at the edge of the Dark Dragon Mountain range with 100,000 soldiers and horses and the people of the Jin sect. However, they did not leave immediately, but stopped.
Big brother, you can't leave the Dark Dragon Mountain range for now.
Wait until I return to the Imperial City to scout for news, Suiyu said.
To this day, Sikong Jing didn't know what Yen Tianma had asked Suiyu to come and die for. Was it because he had exposed his relationship with himself, or was it something else?
Therefore Suiyu had to go back to the Imperial City first and secretly investigate everything. If he was really exposed, then Sikong Jing would have to make other preparations. It was even possible that he really had to defect to the Xia kingdom. Not killing Xia Dai Lian was also a backway that Sikong Jing left for himself and his family.
Sikong Jing solemnly said, "No matter what, you must live."
After staring at Sikong Jing with a cold expression for a few moments, Suiyu flashed away, stepping onto a demonic beast that he had just caught and speeding off in the direction of the Great Shang Imperial City. The other people from the Jin sect stayed behind with Sikong Jing and waited for Suiyu's news. 2 days later, the Great Shang Imperial City. Sui family head, Suiyu's father, Sui Wenjiang stood at the entrance of the one-character side-by-side king's mansion, and in front of him stood a pair of handsome men and beautiful women, namely Yuan Guan and Yan Ruyu.
Divine General Prince, 9 princesses, what exactly is the situation of my son Suiyu? Sui Wenjuan lowered his voice and asked. Chapter 131. What a wicked dog and daughter.
As one of the 5 great families of the Great Shang dynasty, Sui Wenjuan was of course clear that Yuan Guan was not really an invincible divine general at all, much less a one-word parallel king, but rather someone who had taken away everything from Sikong Jing. However, he did not dare to mention it, and no one in the entire Great Shang Imperial City dared to mention it, and they all could only regard Yuan Guan as a divine general.
A number of days passed. Suiyu and Yunzhou is no news at all.
Yuan Guan also simply do not give half a bit of news to the Sui family. Sui Wen war every time to ask all get a sentence, military affairs, shall not ask more.
But today Sui Wenjuan really can't help it, inner flame straight up, desperately want to ask a clear understanding.
However, Yuan Guan sneered and did not say a word, the eyes are empty. Instead, it was the 9th princess who said with a smile, Sui family master, I'm sorry to tell you that Suiyu war is dead. With a huge shock throughout his body, Suiman Battle clenched his fists and asked, what did you say? Suiyu mistakenly killed the Summer Kingdom's Grand Prince and was trapped in Cloud State's rocky Cloud City for some days. He held out for a long time, and eventually the Xia Kingdom's army broke through our Cloud State's border war city and killed their way into Rock Cloud City.
Suiyu, too, died in battle.
Yan Ruyu's tone was emotionless, as if she was narrating an insignificant matter. All of these circumstances were naturally passed over from the Cloud State, and in fact, it was Fan Chong and the others who reported them to the Lord of the Cloud State. Although he hadn't seen Suiyu's body, but having killed the Summer Kingdom's Grand Prince, it was impossible for Suiyu to still be alive. At this moment, Yuan Guan finally spoke, condolences, Sui family lord. Sui Wenjuan gritted his teeth in death and raised his head in vain, why? My imperial son hated Sikong Jing the most.
Boom!
Before the words were finished, Yuan Guan's face changed in vain as he blasted out a fist. Sui Wenjuan immediately felt the terrifying pressure and immediately swung his fist to resist, but with a wow sound, the whole person flew out heavily and retreated dozens of steps before coming to a stop, with blood pouring out of his mouth. The head of the Sui family of the 5 great families, but could not catch a fist of Yuan Guan.
In Sui Wenjuan's heart, chills rose.
At this time, Yuan Guan ruthlessly pressed, let me hear that name again, I will not only kill you, but also destroy your Sui family.
Sui Wenjuan's whole body trembled violently, and finally wiped the blood and said, I just want to know why? He wasn't a little cutie.
Sui Yu's death must have been a deliberate act by Yuan Guan and Yen Ruyu, otherwise, the Sui family should have been notified at the first opportunity when Sui Yu was trapped and died in Cloud State's rocky Cloud City. Instead of some secret, much less letting Sui Imperial consume until now to be killed alive by the Xia Kingdom. Sui Yu was one of the people who hated Xikong Jing the most, so why let him go to his death? Sui Wenjuan really couldn't figure it out. At this time, Yen Ruyu suddenly smiled coldly and returned, because Sui Yu does not deserve to be the son of your Sui family, and more importantly, his personality does not deserve to be compared to my crown brother. Sui Wenjiang looked up in shock. What the kind of reason is this? Which of the remaining 4 sons of the 5 great families of the Great Shang Dynasty are not handsome? Only your family Sui Yu is a wasteful dude, him living would only dishonor my crown brother's reputation. Yen Ruyu said with a smile, telling Sui Wenjuang that it was no big deal, the Sui family ranked last among the 5 great families. At this time, Yuan Guan then waved his hand and said, Sui Wenjua, your Sui family has quite a few geniuses, choose another one to be the son of the world. Sui Wenjuan's fists clenched and tightened and loosened, and said in a low voice, just because Sui Yu is too useless, he deserves to die? Right, if he wasn't wasted, shouldn't he have escaped? Yen Ruyu blinked her beautiful eyes and said rightfully, as long as he escapes, I naturally won't bother with him anymore, and I'll recognize that he won't tarnish my crown brother's reputation. For these words, Sui Wenjuan's whole body only shook. What else can he do when his imperial son is dead? Fight back? Even the truly invincible god general Xikong Jing was tortured to death. What could his Sui family do to rebel against the entire Great Shang Dynasty? Cough. Just at this time, a dry cough sounded. At that instant, Sui Wenjuan's whole body shook wildly, incredulously looking towards the source of the sound, only to see a beautiful man with a mouth full of evil smiles was striding over. Who was it if it wasn't his own precious son, Sui Yu? At the same time, Yuan Guan and Yen Ruyu were also stunned, especially Yen Ruyu, her smile completely disappeared. Is this bastard a human or a ghost? Pops, so you're here. Son almost couldn't see you, son almost died in Yunzhou. Speaking here, Sui Yu suddenly burst into tears, frantically hugging Sui Wenjuan and lying on his shoulder wiping his nose in tears, but the eyes of his back to Yuan Guan and Yen Ruyu were constantly flashing differently. At this moment, he sighed fiercely in relief. He heard the conversation between the two and his old man and knew that he had not been exposed, so he appeared. It was a while before Sui Wenjuang asked, Imperial son, how did you survive? At once, Sui Yu immediately broke away from his old dad's embrace, wiping his nose and flinging himself fiercely in front of the royal residence. That can be too wonderful, I have luck against the sky. Surprisingly, the siege of me is the butterfly-loved princess of Xia. I find the right time to make her a hostage, and run into the inside of the Dark Dragon Mountain range, but Xia's millions of troops chased me for 5 days and 5 nights. I all thought I was going to die. The result is that the Summer Country's army chased too hard, and even triggered the beast tide of the Dark Dragon Mountain range. Simply laughed me to death. I escaped back just like that. That's right, the beast tide also killed 2 million Xia Kingdom troops, so damn exciting. Speaking of this, Sui Yu suddenly said happily, Divine General Yuan, Brother Yuan, Your Highness the Ninth Princess, shouldn't this great merit be credited to me? Shouldn't you also get me a real general? Opening their mouths, Yuan Guan and Yen Ruyu exchanged glances. They had naturally received the report from Yunzhou that the border war city had been broken and the Xia Kingdom's army had been killed within the Dark Dragon Mountain range for unknown reasons, and only now did they realize that it was Sui Yu who had done it. Or else, it's fine to completely hand over the brocade sect to me? Seeing that the two didn't say anything, Sui Yu excitedly said again. The corners of his mouth kept twitching up. Yuan Guan finally returned, Go back and wait for news. In response, Sui Yu revealed a picture of dissatisfaction. However, he still nodded fearfully to Yuan Guan, and finally added unwillingly, Be sure to give me a promotion. Only after saying that did he reluctantly pull his old man away. Seeing the Sui family's father and son leave, Yen Ruyu hatefully said, Garbage waste, I really want to slap him to death. Your Highness, this kind of garbage waste doesn't need to bother with your brain, wanting to get rid of him is just a matter of snapping your fingers. Yuan Guan shook his head and said, not putting the dangling Sui Yu in his eyes at all. At once, Yen Ruyu's mood also relaxed, pouting, Brother Guan, all told you to call me Ruyu in private. Ha laugh, Yuan Guan embraced Yen Ruyu into his arms. On this side, Sui Yu had just returned home and immediately sent someone to notify Xikong Jing in the Dark Dragon Mountain range as fast as possible. Xikong Jing, who had been waiting in the Dark Dragon Mountain range for 4 days, received the news, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Just because you think Sui Yu is not worthy of being on par with Yuan Guan, you want to get him killed? What a pair of vicious dogs.
Chapter 132, Your brother Jing is dead.
Sikong Jing closed his eyes deeply for a while before regaining his emotions. In any case, Suiyu not being exposed was a great thing. Next, he announced to the 100,000 soldiers and horses and the people of the brocade sect that they could go home, and one by one, they cheered excitedly. Sikong Jing left the Dark Dragon Mountain range with 100,000 soldiers and horses.
As for the people of the Jin sect, Suiyu had his own arrangements. When they returned, 50,000 people separated from Sikong Jing to return to Qingyun City, another 20,000 people returned to the other cities in Yunzhou, and Sikong Jing only brought 30,000 people with him, rushing back in the direction of Yunyi City. Along the way, the horse bandits were more serious, mixed with the Xia soldiers and generals. The whole Yunzhou was in a mess. Wherever Sikong Jing's 30,000 soldiers and horses passed, there was a piece of bloody corpses, and he was returning to the city. Yunyi City, City Lord's Mansion.
Suyusher stood anxiously in front of the mansion door. Her face, covered by the fur scarf of the flowing cloud-flying mouse, was as pale as paper. Suddenly, she saw a group of people walking out of the city lord's mansion, the leader of which was the obese city lord, Duan Chengshan.
Suyusher hurriedly rushed up and asked, "Lord City Lord, is there any news about my brother Jing?"
A whole 20 days had passed, and there was no news from brother Jing. What was even more terrifying was that more than half a month had passed since the millions of troops from the Xia kingdom had broken the border war city of Yunzhou. Ever since the news of Xia's army attacking Yunzhou came, Suyusher had to run to the city lord's mansion every day to ask for news of brother Jing, but the answer she got was, no news for the time being. Another new day, Suyusher ran to ask again. Duan Qingshan's expression chilled as he coldly stared at Su Yueshi, letting out an angry cry in vain.
"What time is it? You still come to ask about such irrelevant matters? Didn't you hear the shouts outside the city? The horse bandits mixed with Xia's army have already started attacking the city. Now Yunyi City is in danger, don't you know that?"
After saying that, Duan Chengshan led his men to bump off Su Yueshi and went straight to the city wall.
Suyusher's eyes reddened. How could brother Jing's life and death be an insignificant matter?
Clenching her pink fists tightly, Suyusher didn't know what to do, and in the end, she could only brazenly chase after them, closely following Duan Chengshan to the Yunyi city wall, and then her pupil shrank. Only to see a group of tens of thousands of horse bandits outside of the city, tightly surrounding Yunyi City, each one of them smiling maliciously.
"Lord City Lord, what should we do?
Yunyi City has less than 5,000 soldiers left now." A city lord's guard officer asked in horror. The expressions of the people panicked. Xiao Yi had taken away 30,000 city guards to support Rock Cloud City. Yunyi City only had less than 5,000 small soldiers left. If it was ordinary horse bandits, they could still fight to hold them off, but the ones mixed in there were Xia's elite.
Duan Qingshan's face was gloomy to the extreme, and he looked at Su Yueshi beside him in vain.
"Quickly go and call your father here, and then I'll send someone to Yunzhou City to ask how your brother Jing is doing." In an instant, Suyusher opened her mouth and went home without hesitation.
"City Lord, why don't you tell this Miss Su family the news that the criminal is dead?" a guard official asked.
As early as 10 days ago, Duan Chengshan already knew that Fan Chang's 600,000 troops, including Yunyi City's 30,000, had all died under the iron hooves of the Summer Kingdom, but he just didn't tell Suyusher. Duan Chengshan smiled chillingly at his words. "Suyusher is getting more and more beautiful the more I look at her. I promised my son, Duan Chun, that I would get a beauty for him." When these words came out, the guard's officers froze. It would be too troublesome for her to seek death if she knew her criminal husband was dead.
Duan Chengshan said indifferently.
"And that criminal was given in marriage by the Lord of Yunzhou. His status is rather special. It's not good for me to send out privately to die. It's better to wait for the horse bandits to attack the city and then say that he died in Yunyi City before we can explain to the Lord of Yunzhou." The guard officers looked at each other and came to a realization. "Lord City Lord." It didn't take long for Su Zhenglong and Su Yueshi to arrive. Duan Chengshan turned back and opened the door. "Su Zhenglong, now that Yunyi City is in danger, there are too few soldiers and horses, and since you are the head of the largest family in the city, you will lead the crowd of Jianghu people to fend off the horse bandits. There's no problem with that, right?" Frozen, Su Zhenglong looked at the densely packed horse bandits below and could only agree. If the horse bandits broke through the city, the entire Yunyi City would be devastated. Next, Su Zhenglong followed Duan Chengshan and recruited the martial artists in the city, plus 5,000 soldiers and horses to guard the city. During this time, Suyusher once again asked Duan Chengshan when he would send someone to ask about brother Jing's situation. However, the answer he received was that he didn't have the time, and that he would wait until he defended Yunyi City. Suyusher was anxious and helpless. She could only bite her teeth and die waiting. 1 hour later, the horse bandits outside began to attack the city. However, even with the addition of the Jianghu people, Yunyi city was still very critical, and soon there were horse bandits killing the city. The battle continued, killing sounds were heard, and the people in the city were terrified. At this time, Duan Changshan droned lowly, "We can't go on like this, Su Zhenglong, let's go down together and behead the leader of the horse bandits." Su Zhenglong's entire body shook at the words and returned, "Good." Instantly, a dozen or so human realm experts, plus Duan Changshan, an earth realm ready to stare at the horse bandit leader below the city, went down together to kill him. But right at this time, Su Zhenglong felt something was wrong in vain. When landing at the bottom of the city, he looked back and saw that none of the 10 or so human realm experts such as Duan Changshan had even come down. "City Lord, what are you doing?" Su Zhenglong asked with wide eyes. Duan Changshan hemmed and hawed, "Su Zhenglong, it's up to you to save Yun City from the flames." A single sentence made Su Zhenglong's entire body chill. He had been tricked. Duan Changshan hadn't prepared to come down together at all. Instead, he wanted himself to kill the horse bandit leader alone, or rather he had deliberately let himself come down to die. "Surprisingly, you came down alone, go die for me." At this time, some horse bandits from below the city then killed over and surrounded Su Zhenglong. Su Yushur on the city was shocked and dumbfounded, screaming loudly, "Father!" After saying this, she gripped her sword and wanted to pounce down to save him, but just then she was surrounded by Duan Changshan and the others. Su Yushur looked at the crowd in front of her and screamed furiously, "Get out of the way, I'm going down to save Daddy." Shrugging his shoulders, Duan Changshan smiled insidiously, "Can't you see that? Yun City is bound to lose its defense, we must flee immediately, you're just sending yourself to death by going down there." Su Yushur froze, and then fought to shout, "I don't care, I want to go down to save Father. Your father fought in blood in order to buy us time to escape, it's admirable, I'll remember his first merit." Duan Changshan ruthlessly suppressed Su Yushur, his tone eerie and terrifying. And Su Yushur only understood at this time, they tricked Father to go down to the city to actually let Father, to fight for them to escape time. Eyes completely red, Su Yushur's body erupted with the human realm's third grade true chi. Hee, surprisingly, it's the third gravity of the human realm, worthy of being my future daughter-in-law. Duan Changshan's eyes lit up as he smiled again and asked, "Su Yushur, do you want to know the news of your criminal husband?" Su Yushur's entire body shook as she quickly asked, You know? He, I knew it 10 days ago. Half a month ago, millions of troops from the Summer Kingdom killed and broke through the Cloud State border war city, and all 600,000 troops, including Yunyi City, died in battle outside of Rock Cloud City. Duan Changshan finally spilled the beans and narrowed his eyes again, including your brother Jing. Chapter 133 Returning, Under Yunyi Castle. Buzz. At that instant, Su Yushur truly felt like the entire person was dimming, with only a black hole in front of her eyes. Brother Jing, Brother Jing. Su Yushur let out a loud cry, mourning the entire city. In vain, a miserable scream rang out from the bottom of the city. Su Yushur woke up as if from a dream and exploded frantically. She pounced to the edge of the city wall. What she saw was her father Su Zhenglong leaning against the city gate, his shoulder stabbed by a horse bandit, blood pouring out. Father. Su Yushur said she was about to pounce down, but was still being dead to pull. Let go of me, you guys let go of me Su Yushur struggled frantically, but her human realm triple strength, how could she break free? Her eyes reddened as she looked towards Duan Chang. I want to go down and die with my father, I want to go and accompany my brother Jing. Why don't you let me go down and die together? Her tears gushed wildly, and her person had collapsed. In vain, an ecstatic voice rang out, Lord City Lord, look, there are reinforcements. As soon as these words came out, Duan Changshan and the others subconsciously looked into the distance, only to see rolling tips of smoke curling up on the earth, and the sound of horses' hooves pounding, as if the entire Yunyi city was shaking. On the city walls, countless people stared with wide eyes, revealing ecstatic colors. It must be Yunzhou City sending reinforcements, we are saved. A city lord's guard officer shouted out. The whole city was excited, Yunyi City didn't have to be broken. Right at this moment, Su Yushur stopped struggling, she shouted, Lord City Lord, the reinforcements are here, you don't need to flee out of the city, hurry up and open the gates to let my father in. Duan Changshan let out a long breath and slowly retracted his gaze again, landing on Su Yushur's face. He smiled softly and said, It's okay, but you have to promise me one thing. Quickly say, no matter what I will promise. Su Yushur didn't have any hesitation, Daddy is dying Smiling insidiously, Duan Changshan drank, I forbid you to die, I want you to become my son's woman, and you're forbidden to even think about your criminal husband, you can't even mention it from now on. When these words came out, Su Yushur was directly stunned and looked at Duan Changshan incredulously.
Congratulations, Miss Su, from now on you will be the young city lord's wife. Why don't you kneel down and promise to meet the future eunuch?
The surrounding city lord's guards officers laughed out loud, and an overwhelming amount of saliva flooded towards Su Yushur. Su Yushur's whole body shook, her mind was filled with everything about Brother Jing, but in her ears was Duan Changshan's merciless voice, "If you don't agree, your father will die." Her whole body shook wildly, Su Yushur closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She clenched her fists tightly, a kind of thought that she would die immediately after saving her father came to life, and time didn't allow her to think about it too much, raising her head and saying miserably, "I promise."
Brother Jing.
Just at the moment she had to agree, her remaining light glanced in vain at the neatly organized reinforcements, and she couldn't help but blurt out. The distance was still too far, so you sure did not see it clearly. But for some reason, such a thought popped up in her heart. The person at the head of that reinforcement army seems to be Brother Jing, the stance on the warhorse that can be vaguely seen, really seems to be.
Asshole, you still dare to call that criminal, do you really want your father to die?
Duan Changshan did not expect Su Yuexi to dare to mention the words Brother Jing, he could not help but yell at him. However, Su Yu sure didn't care about him, but walked to the edge of the city wall. Under the white dress, she was like a ghost waiting for her husband's return, and as the man at the head of the reinforcements was getting closer and closer, she couldn't help but test the waters and call out loudly, "Brother Jing." The voice broke through the smoke and dust on the battlefield and penetrated far away. The so-called reinforcements, naturally, were not from any Yunzhou city, it was none other than Sikongjing's 30,000 young soldiers and horses. He naturally saw the battle in front of Yunyi city and had already ordered to kill them, however, this call made Sikongjing's whole body shake wildly.
You sure? Sikongjing's eyes looked straight to the city wall, and they're isolated, wasn't it the wife he had longed for?
In the next moment, Sikongjing clapped his horse and ran wildly, shouting back, "You sure, I'm back."
Buzz.
Su Yushur's brain roared, a light that rose in a place of despair broke through the darkness, in this moment she wanted nothing more, her feet stomped hard and unexpectedly floated out from the city wall. This instant of determination even Duan Changshan and the others were unable to react. In mid-air, Su Yushur's cloud dance light spirit stepped out in a series of step flowers, calling out in a loud voice, "Brother Jing."
Sikongjing was stunned, Su Yushur actually leapt down directly from the city wall, why?
Without much thought or any hesitation to step on his horse and fly, Sikongjing said in a low voice under his breath, "Beast technique, flying blood." In an instant, Sikongjing seemed to have wings on his back and glided out as if he was flying.
Behind him, Ahu and old Zhang couldn't help but freeze.
Old Zhang said naively, "Ahu, why does Brother Sikon look as if he's like that transcendent warhorse of the Summer Kingdom's Princess Butterfly Love?" Twitching the corners of his mouth, Ahu returned, "It looks like Brother Sikon has created another beast skill." They had personally seen Sikongjing create the beast technique Leopard Strike and the beast technique Flowing Clouds, but this time it was the beast technique of the transcendent mortal warhorse.
The two guessed correctly.
The beast technique Flying Blood was exactly what Sikongjing had comprehended from the transcendent mortal warhorse, and after devouring the beast heart and swallowing the beast dan, Sikongjing had completely seen through the way the transcendent mortal warhorse's demonic power operated.
However, the transcendent mortal warhorse was in existence of the transcendent mortal third realm, so it wasn't until the return journey that Sikongjing truly fused and utilized it.
The transcendent mortal warhorse was called the Flying Blood-colored winged horse, so Sikongjing named it Beast Technique Flying Blood. Of course, Sikongjing didn't have real wings, all he could utilize was the power of harnessing the wind, he couldn't truly fly. But even so he still used the power of the human realm to soar high into the air. When Su Yushur would land, he embraced her into his arms. Husband and wife, just like this, embraced amongst the tens of thousands of horse bandits as if no one else was there. Raising her head, Su Yushur's tearful eyes blurred as she stared at Sikongjing, before letting out a "Wow, Brother Jing, it's really you." Meanwhile, everyone on the city wall was stunned, especially Duan Changshan. How is this criminal still alive? At this time, they also saw clearly that the one who came was not the reinforcements sent by Yunzhou City at all, it was actually Sikongjing.
That's Ahu, that's old Zhang, Yunyi City's 30,000 soldiers and horses surprisingly didn't die in battle. The city lord's retainers were all dumbstruck. They also saw the 30,000 soldiers and horses that were getting closer and closer, and recognized the group of generals and officers inside, including Ahu and old Zhang. Obviously, news had come from Yunzhou City that all 600,000 had died in battle. This is what Lord Fan, the commanding officer of the Yunzhou War Office, said. Shocked for a while, suddenly a guard officer hemmed and hawed and laughed. I don't know what kind of luck they got, but this Suyu sure is really stupid. Before, even if they didn't die now they're going to die, they even show their love inside the tens of thousands of horse bandits. Duan Changshan stayed down. Sikong Jing husband and wife had already been surrounded by horse bandits at this time. The 30,000 soldiers and horses behind them would definitely not be able to catch up. Mother, the woman I gave to Chunner is going to die. Duan Changshan didn't think that Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi still had a chance to live. Seeing that Su Yueshi was about to die, he couldn't help but curse. At the same time, Su Yushi, who was surrounded by horse bandits, thought of something in vain and called out, "Brother Jing, quickly save father." After saying that, she hurriedly pointed towards the front of the city gate. Chapter 134, Offending Below, Deserves Death for Your Crime. Sikong Jing's entire body shook, and also saw his father-in-law Su Zhenglong in front of the city gates in danger, roaring, "Father-in-law, hold on." In response to him, the horse bandit leader's chilling laughter, "Little cutie, dare to show love in front of us, or die first." The horse bandit leader immediately erupted his true chi of the second level of the earth realm, but this true chi was sharp and incomparable, clearly not something that an ordinary horse bandit could have. It was, of course, the Xia military's standardized gong method. The horse bandit leader said again, "Dare to aid Yunyi City, kill you and your soldiers will collapse without a fight." As the words fell, he came roaring to kill. Sikong Jing, on the other hand, only raised his eyes coldly before slapping out. With a slap, the horse bandit leader, whose aura was like a torrent, flew out like a kite with broken strings, his screams tearing through the sky. Now that Sikong Jing, who had absorbed the power of the transcendent warhorse, his realm had already reached the 6th level of the human realm. The 2nd level of the earth realm was no threat in his eyes. He did not say half a word, but instead held Su Yueshi in one hand, and his entire body flashed towards the city gates like lightning, while at the same time he droned, "Everyone listen to the order, slaughter the horse bandits." When the words fell, he had already killed in front of the city gate, boom 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 boom. One fist at a time, blowing up all the people surrounding Su Zhenglong, gusts of blood mist exploded in front of the city gates, like a streaking rain of blood. Sikong Jing held Su Zhenglong again. "Father-in-law, are you alright?" "Ah, Jing." Su Zhenglong's voice trembled, he couldn't speak after walking through the gates of hell. On the city wall, Duan Changshan and the others had their mouths wide open as they trembled. How is this possible? The horse bandit leader was sent flying by Sikong Jing with a single slap, and the dozens of horse bandits surrounding Su Zhenglong under the city gates were blown away. Was this something that little criminal could do? They all knew that Sikong Jing was quite good, but he was only in the dark realm when he was selected in Yunyi City. And next, there was an even more terrifying picture that was shown to Duan Changshan and the others. Only to see Yunyi City's 30,000 soldiers and horses, led by Ah Hu and old Zhang, penetrate into the tens of thousands of horse bandits, followed by a one-sided massacre. The horse bandits didn't even have the slightest power to resist. Is this? Really our Yunyi City's city guards? Whether it was Duan Changshan, the city lord's guards, were the Jianghu people in Yunyi City, they were all dumbfounded. This wasn't something the city guards could do, this was the great merchant elite, right? It didn't take long for the horse bandits to be slaughtered cleanly. Ah Hu and old Zhang came to the city gate to report, "Brother Sikong, all the horse bandits have been cleaned up, no survivors." At this time, Sikong Jing had just finished bandaging Su Zhenglong's wounds, but the coldness in his eyes was lingering. I know." Saying this, Sikong Jing raised his head in vain and droned in a chilling voice, "Duan Changshan, why don't you open the gates of the city to welcome the return of the Yunyi generals?" In Sikong Jing's eyes, killing machines rolled. During the period of healing Su Zhenglong's wounds, Su Yueshi had narrated everything that had just happened in Yunyi City. Sikong Jing already knew why his father-in-law would fight to the death alone underneath the city, and he also knew why Su Yushi would jump off the city wall without a second thought the moment she saw herself. It was all because of Duan Changshan, he deserved to die. When Duan Changshan heard this, his body trembled slightly, and his eyes were also filled with killing machines. The matter that Sikong Jing had slapped him, even if almost a month had passed, it was impossible for him to forget, and there were still 3 sheets of green jade paper in Sikong Jing's hands, so there must still be a very powerful treasure. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to become stronger again in less than a month. "Lord City Lord, we can't open the city gates, we must find a way to get him killed." This kid smacked away the 2nd level of the Earth Realm's horse bandit leader with a single slap. "It's too dangerous." A city lord's guard officer advised in a low voice. There was one more sentence that wasn't said, which was that you, City Lord, are only at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm, so I'm afraid that you're already no match for Sikong Jing. However, Duan Changshan smiled blandly and ordered, "Men, open the city gates wide." "City Lord." The crowd of city lords' retainers were astonished and filled with disbelief. Duan Changshan smiled proudly and said, I am the city lord of Yunyi City appointed by the great Shang dynasty. As long as I open my mouth, the 30,000 soldiers and horses of Yunyi City have to listen to me. What do you guys think that he, a criminal, will take to fight with me? The moment these words came out, the guard officers came to a sudden realization. Indeed, the soldiers and generals of Yunyi City had to listen to the city lord, followed by the city guard generals. And no matter how powerful Si Kongjing was, he was just a criminal. Rumble. The city gates opened. Si Kongjing put the injured Su Zhenglong on the carriage he took from the horse bandits, and shared a horse with Su Yueshi, leading the 30,000 Yunyi soldiers and generals to step into the city. Ha ha! Right after all of them entered the city, Duan Changshan brought all of the guard officers over to greet them and laughed freely. Congratulations to all of the generals and soldiers of Yunyi City for returning from the danger, and for also killing tens of thousands of horse bandits and saving Yunyi City from the flames of water. This is a great achievement. I will ask for credit from Yunzhou City for you and others. As soon as Duan Changshan came up, he first gave the 30,000 Yunyi soldiers a promise to buy people's hearts. Then, Duan Changshan didn't look at Si Kongjing, but asked, Where is General Qiu Yi? Why didn't he come back with you? Ah Hu grimaced and stepped forward to report, City Lord, General Qiu Yi and Lord Criminal Crocodile are both dead. Duan Changshan wasn't surprised by this answer. He just opened his mouth and sighed, Alas, it's true that things are unpredictable. I wonder how General Qiu Yi and Lord Criminal Crocodile died? This time, no one answered. And Si Kongjing's voice followed, Duan Changshan, I'm out there fighting for my life, but you're bullying my family in the city? At these words, the surroundings were quiet for an instant. Suddenly, a city lord attendant officer stepped out and shouted at Si Kongjing, Bold criminal, daring to call Lord City Lord by his name? A second city lord servant officer stepped out and drank again, Dismount and kneel down, this is not the time for you, a criminal, to speak. With their voices, Duan Changshan and the others towered over Si Kongjing with their aura. However, a cold light flashed in Si Kongjing's eyes, and the lance in his hand flew out. Pfffff. After 2 consecutive flashes, the hearts of the 2 human realm level city lords guards officers were directly pierced through, and they died violently on the spot. The entire audience was stunned, staring incredulously at this scene, and even Su Zhenglong on the carriage couldn't help but be confused. Ah Jing, why is he impulsive again? At the same time, Duan Changshan stared in shock, frantically asking, Criminals, you still dare to kill my people? Wiping the blood on his lance, Si Kongjing spoke indifferently, Duan Changshan, I killed Kuno, I killed Criminal Crocodile, indeed things are unpredictable in this world, and how do you want to die? Buzz. Duan Changshan's whole body shook wildly, staring at Si Kongjing in disbelief, it was you, who killed Qiu Yi and the others? Right. Si Kongjing said back heavily. Now that the 30,000 Yunyi soldiers also knew about this matter, there was even less need to hide it because no one was unconvinced by Si Kongjing. They had followed Si Kongjing through unimaginable wars. Defeating the princess of the Xia kingdom, saving the Jin sect's great figures, and breaking away from the Xia kingdom's millions of hordes. All sorts of things that no one would believe even if they bragged about them. You're committing a crime below, you deserve to die. Duan Changshan couldn't help but roar angrily. Snap. Right at this moment, Si Kongjing bullied his way up and slapped Duan Changshan off the ground, then rejoined his warhorse, I'd like to see how you're going to make me. Deserve to die?